Tractate Zevachim begins a new topic within tractates of the Gemara. The prior few all involved civil and monetary law, and the laws involving around court, crime, and punishment. From now until the second to last tractate, we'll all be dealing with the laws of the temple and its offerings. Now, of course, these are only relevant so long as the temple exists. There were two temples over different periods, the first built by King Solomon and destroyed by the Babylonians, and the second was rebuilt 70 years later, lasted for another few hundred years, and was destroyed by the Romans, as largely covered within Tractate Gittin. So, the discussions in this tractate and the remaining have little practical application nowadays, along with various laws of court and capital punishment, as discussed prior, and various laws of ritual purity and impurity, as discussed all throughout. However, God willing, the third temple will be rebuilt, and these laws of the temple and the offerings will resume their application. Before we begin, here's a very rough run-through on the different types of offerings brought in the temple, as illustrated by Scripture. The offered animal would either be an ox, sheep, or goat. First, there is the chatas offering, a sin offering brought to atone for a sin. There were two variants, the inner chatas, which had its blood applied on the indoors altar in the actual temple structure, and the normal outer chatas burned on the outer courtyard altar like all the others. Then there was the ola offering, the burnt offering, brought in unique circumstances. There was the asham offering, a guilt offering, also to atone for specific sins. There's the shalomim, the peace offering, and then there's the toda, the thanksgiving offering. There's also a firstborn offering, the Bechoros, the Tithe offerings, Miser, and the Paschal offering, the Korban Pesach, although that was discussed more back in Tractate Pesachim. There's variation between each of these as to if it's voluntary or obligatory, which parts of the animals were offered, where the blood is thrown, which was a part of the service, who gets to eat the parts of the offering, and otherwise. But this is just a broad overview. There were also bird variations on the chatas and ola offerings, and additionally there was the flour and incense offerings, although that'll be more discussed in the following tractate, Tractate Menachos. Also, briefly, here's a brief order of the actual process of bringing the offering. The first stage would be simicha, leaning one's hands and confessing on the animal, which was done by certain sin offerings. Then went the blood service, which involves slaughtering the animal, receiving the blood in a vessel, carrying the blood to the altar, and then applying the blood to the altar. Then the sacrificial parts of the offerings were burnt on the altar, and then if parts of the offering were to be eaten, they'd be eaten. This process must be done with proper intents, which will be described, and the sources for all of this is listed within Scripture. Chapter 1 begins discussion on the proper methods of bringing temple offerings. The first Mishnah says, an offering must be slaughtered for its own sake. For instance, an ola offering must be slaughtered with intent that it be for an ola. A shlomim offering must be offered with intent that it be for shlomim, etc. If this is not done, it's still a valid offering, although it won't count towards the owner as if he had brought it. The exceptions to this are the paschal offering, specifically on the day of its offering, the 14th of the month of Nisan, and the chatas offering, always, which would be invalidated if not slaughtered for their own sake. Others disagree. Rabbi Eliezer says, included in this is also the asham offering. As similar to the chatas offering, it's also atoning for sin, so it's also invalid if not brought for its own sake. Others say that any offering at all, if slaughtered improperly with intent to be for the paschal or chatas offering, would be invalid. Others say if somebody slaughtered an offering for something with greater sanctity, it's valid, but if it was for lesser sanctity, it's invalid. So kachim, offerings of greater holiness, if slaughtered as kalim, offerings of lesser holiness, are invalid, but vice versa, it would be valid. Similarly, a bechor or a ma'aser offering slaughtered as a shlamim would be valid, but vice versa would not be. The Gemara says, when it said that offerings not slaughtered for their own sake are valid, it then used the words except that they don't count towards fulfilling the obligation. This is to express that they're only ineffective towards their owners, but they still retain their sanctity, so you can't continue to use them improperly. I quote the source for this opinion. It's asked, the implication is that as an offering slaughtered not for its own sake doesn't count, if it was slaughtered without any specific intent at all, it would be valid. However, this would be unlike a divorce document, which if written without any specific intent is invalid. It's explained this is because unlike a divorce document, this can be offered for its own sake. It debates the source for this, offering and rejecting a number of suggestions. It additionally argues proof that a divorce document without specific intent is invalid. It's asked, however, it said that an ola offering slaughtered for the sake of unconsecration, it's valid. Now, that would be unlike a divorce document where if written for the sake of a non-Jewish woman is invalid, in spite of it also being for a different category. So again, it's explained. The divorce document there specifically is just one written without specific intentions, which we said was invalid, while this offering was also one written without specific intentions, which we said by an offering is valid. It additionally argues this point from some laws of impurity. It's additionally discussed quoting various sources on this topic. Further, it also quotes the scriptural source for the fact that the slaughter of an offering needs to be for its own sake, and it quotes individual ones for each of the different services of the offering involving the blood. The source that the offering must be brought for the sake of its owner is also mentioned. It further debates these and quotes further sources for the various parts of the offering process being required to do with the correct intent. Additionally, all this was specifically sourcing the shlamim offering, so it brings a verse that compares the other offerings to the shlamim, showing these principles also applied by the others. Anyways, it's asked, how is an offering brought with incorrect intent simultaneously a valid offering and not accepted towards the owner? So it said it's like an offering brought after the death of its owner, which is valid but doesn't fulfill anything towards him. Although that's specifically by an ola offering, and it debates the source for the other types of offerings, whether it can be learned out from this or another source. For instance, mentions the asham offering specifically is not brought after its owner's death. Additionally, it mentioned that specific usage of wording regarding the asham show that if the asham animal had been consigned to graze until it got a blemish and somebody slaughtered it without specific intent, it's valid as an olah offering. Anyways, the debates further. Heirs acquire the offering from their dead relatives, and evidently that's not the case based off of a few quoted situations. It is, however, qualified that while an inherited sacrifice cannot affect the regular atonement for an heir, it can affect a peripheral atonement, meaning the heir can affect Temurah, which is the substitution of an offering. It's asked, does an offering brought with improper atonement affect atonement? It's debated, but it seems to imply not. Related, it asks if an olah offering atones for the violation of a positive commandment done after the offering's designation. As we know, a chatas does not. It debates this, and it's additionally argued on, citing quotes from various other discussions. Anyways, there's a debate if a toda offering, a Thanksgiving offering, is valid if slaughtered for the sake of somebody else. On the one hand, it's still offered as a toda, but on the other hand, it's offered for somebody else, so it's considered separate. It's discussed some additional rulings, particularly from the sage Rava. A chatas offering slaughtered for the sake of another type of chatas is valid, but if offered for the sake of an olah is invalid, which is based on a verse. However, a chatas that's slaughtered for the sake of somebody else's chatas is invalid, while if it's slaughtered for the sake of somebody else who requires an olah, it's valid, as both of these men require atonement. However, if a chatas is slaughtered for the sake of somebody obligated to bring nothing, it's invalid, as just about everybody has at some point violated a positive commandment, which a chatas affects peripheral atonement for. It's also said if an olah is not slaughtered for its own sake, it's prohibited to throw the blood not for its own sake, which is based on a verse. Additionally, an olah that's brought after the death of its owner, it's invalid to slaughter it with intent to change holiness, but it's valid to have intent to change the owner. Others say actually the heir is the new owner. Additionally, it's said an olah offering is a gift, not for forgiveness, like a chatas offering is. Anyways, the Mishnah had stated that all the sacrifices are valid if slaughtered for the sake of another type of offering besides for the paschal offering and the chatos. The sources for this are cited and discussed for both the paschal offering and for the chatos offering. These are additionally discussed. Additionally, it's said that a paschal offering brought on its date on the holiday of Passover is only valid if brought for its own sake. However, the rest of the year, it's only valid if offered not for its own sake. The source for this is brought and discussed. A number of objections to this are brought and argued on further. The sources for the point that the residual paschal offering are considered to be like a shlamim offering are also additionally discussed. There are further points on this. Additionally, it's said that a chatos brought to atone for the consumption of forbidden fast that was instead slaughtered for the sake of having eaten blood or for idolatry is still valid, as they all have a similar status. It would be impermissible to slaughter it for the sake of a nazir's chatas or a mitzorah's chatas, as these are akin to that of an olah. It's asked, what if the forbidden fast chatas offering was brought for the sake of contaminating the temple, which could possibly have the same status? It's debated and stands unresolved. Additionally, if somebody slaughtered something for its own sake properly, but with intent to throw the blood not for its own sake, it's a debate if this is valid. It's a debate as to whether somebody can have intent between different steps of the service. It's additionally discussed elsewhere and argues the point from a number of sources. Anyways, it has been stated that an asham is invalid if not offered for its own sake. It's argued if it actually can be offered like a chatas, as they're similar in a few respects, both being for atonement, but they're also different as they have their blood applied on different parts of the altar and similar. It additionally debates the comparisons between these two types of offerings. Related, it's learned that the same way some say specifically if the chatas offering has its blood brought into the temple sanctuary for atonement, it becomes invalid. The same applies to the asham offering as they're compared. Others debate these comparisons, so it needs to source it from other discussions. Now, according to this opinion, that the chatas and asham offerings are equated to show that they're disqualified if not offered for their own sake, it's a question as to why then the mincha offering was compared to the chatas and asham offering. So that's explained to be to teach that if the Kohen is doing the mincha offering by hand, he uses his right hand, like by the chatas offering, and if he does it with a vessel, he could do it with his left hand, like an asham offering. Now, there is a differing opinion which disagrees that an asham and chatas are compared in regards to offering them for their own sake. Rather, they say that the comparison is that both of these offerings require simicha, the Kohen leaning his hands on the head of the offering. Similarly, there's a disagreement by the status of other offerings. By a paschal offering that's older than a year, so it's too old to be a paschal offering, slaughtered as a paschal offering on the 14th of Nisan, or other offerings slaughtered as the paschal offering in its specified time. There's a debate if that's valid or not. It's discussed. The latter opinion from the Mishnah held that an offering is valid if sacrificed with intent for one with greater sanctity, but is invalid if it was offered for the sake of one with lesser sanctity. The sources for this point are quoted. It's a debate if this refers to a valid offering, but one that just doesn't count for the owner, or if it does actually count for acceptance towards the owner. New Mishnah. If a paschal offering was slaughtered on the morning of the 14th of Nisan, as opposed to when it needs to be offered, which is in the afternoon, but it was not slaughtered for its own sake, some say we consider it as if it had been offered on the 13th of Nisan, so it's a valid offering of a different sort. Others say we consider it as if it was offered in the afternoon of the 14th, making it an invalid paschal offering. There's a quoted tradition that by all offerings which are eaten, if they're not slaughtered for their own sake, they're valid, but they don't fulfill an obligation for the owner. They would, however, be completely invalid if they were a paschal or chatas offering. Anyways, the point excludes the olah offering, which is not eaten, but others disagreed with this entire tradition. The Gemara explains, regarding the debate on a paschal offering brought with improper intent on the morning of the 14th of Nisan, The opinion that said it's invalid is that he held the whole day is the proper time to slaughter the offering. It discusses a case where there's improper intent, even though evidently the same debate if the offering is valid would apply with or without that, to show they maintain their opinions in both cases. It debates the source for the opinion that the paschal offering can be brought all day, quoting a few sources and the unique usage of certain words referencing the afternoon. This is additionally discussed. Some related quoted teachings, some holds that living animals can become permanently disqualified from the altar, and also that rejection of the offering from the initial consecration is considered a full rejection. Additionally, permanent rejection is possible as something that has only monetary sanctity. Similarly, it said if a person committed a sin, eating forbidden fats, for instance, and then designated a chatas offering for atonement, and then the man converts to a different religion, and then converts back, his offering retains its disqualification from the period he was converted in. A similar ruling is quoted, where a person designated a chatas offering and then became temporarily insane, and then became sane again. The offering retains its disqualification. Both of these were stated, as both are unique. By conversion, the person is doing it by himself, and by insanity, it's not within his power to return to normalcy. There's a similar question asked if somebody designated a chatas offering for having eaten forbidden fats, and then the court ruled forbidden fats to be permitted, and then retracted this ruling if the chatas offering is rejected or not. Anyways, the latter opinion, that only the ola offering is disqualified when its service is done for the sake of a different offering, is sourced. New Mishnah. If somebody slaughtered a paschal or a chatas offering not for their own sake, or received their blood or brought or threw it on the altar not for its own sake, or they started any of these steps with the proper intents, and then switched the proper intents, or started with improper intents and switched the proper intents, in all these cases the offering is invalid. An example of starting with proper intents and switching to improper intents would be if somebody started to bring a paschal offering as a paschal offering and then switched their intent to be for a shalomim offering, or if the inverse is done, that would similarly be invalid. Essentially, this opinion holds that an offering can be made invalid during the slaughter, the receiving of the blood, the bringing of the blood, and the throwing of the blood. Others disagreed and say the offering would still be valid if the blood was brought with improper intents, as that's not strictly a necessary step of the process. Others are a bit more particular and say if the blood is brought somewhere where the Kohen must walk with improper intents, it's invalid, but if he was walking somewhere where walking was not necessary, improper intents wouldn't invalidate the offering. The Gemara quotes and discusses a few sources for these principles. It debates further principles of proper intents as to which precise steps of the offering process must be done with intent for the correct offering, particularly regarding the topic of pigul, essentially an offering made invalid through proper intent, such as for the wrong time. For instance, some say if somebody dipped their finger into the blood of an offering with improper intent, that could then cause its use as an inner chatas to become pigul and invalid. Others debate this and argues a few sources. It's explained that those that disagree, saying dipping a finger into blood cannot affect pigul, are referencing outer chatas offerings. Anyways, one of the later opinions of our Mishnah stated that bringing the blood of a temple offering with incorrect intent won't make it invalid. The exception to this is for the inner chatas offering, where such an act would invalidate it, as carrying the blood is an essential step of that process. The source for this principle is quoted. It's also debated if generally the carrying of the blood can be done by a non-Kohen. It's additionally debated, although many opinions seem to state that it must be done by a Kohen. Additionally, it's asked, can the blood be brought to the altar not through carrying by walking, but by passing it between a number of different individuals? It's debated. The principle is additionally discussed. Another question, if a non-Kohen brought the blood and then a regular Kohen walked it back to its original spot and then returned it, it's debated if this is valid as to whether rectifying the act is permissible here. Similarly, if a Kohen brought the blood and then a non-Kohen walked the blood back and forth, there's a debate if this is valid or not. Others say in this latter case it would be invalid either way, as taking the blood back here would be a significant act, but this is disproven from a related quote. And that's the end of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Tractate Zevachim continues on the laws of temple offerings, particularly on principles of offering or consuming them with improper intent. The first Mishnah says, any offering whose blood was received by a non-Kohen, or a mourner, or somebody impure who had only just immersed on that day and hadn't waited for the day to end like you're supposed to, or somebody lacking atonement, or somebody not wearing the priestly garment, or somebody who hadn't washed their hands or feet, or somebody who's not circumcised, or somebody who's impure, or by somebody who is sitting or standing on utensils, or on an animal, or on somebody else's feet, this receiving of the blood is invalid. It's a debate if this step is valid or not if done with one's left hand. The Gemara cites scriptural sources for each of these various actions, showing how they're prohibited while performing the service. There's a debate by several of these as to where exactly their source is. It's mostly arguing as to where we know the offering service of a non-Kohen is considered to be invalid. It also quotes how we know a mourner cannot perform this offering service, suggesting a number of options and debating them. Although it is said this mourner only invalidates the service by a private offering, by a communal offering it would be valid, although others disagree. It quotes sources for the invalidation of the service of somebody impure who immersed but the day hasn't yet ended. It discusses this, and scriptural sources for the invalidation of the service if done by somebody not wearing the priestly garments are quoted. A related topic is discussed going through the proper methods of wearing the priestly garments. It said they couldn't be too long in that they'd drag on the ground, or too short in that they'd be held up in the air. They also couldn't be old or worn out, although if they were all these, the service would still be valid. However, if the Kohen wore 2 pants, 2 belts, or was missing any of the garments, or was wearing one too many, or had a cast over a wound underneath one of the garments, or if any of the garments were filthy or torn, the service would be invalidated. Some said that actually, if the garments were too short and were suspended, the service was actually invalid, although it's specifically when they were too small to begin begin with and not shortened by a belt. Some say the service is even invalid if the garments are too short or too long, and they're only valid if the garment was too long and was raised to a proper height with a belt. It tries to source this apparent debate. Related, it said the priestly garments must be made of linen and must be new and made of twisted six-fold thread. Additionally, non-consecrated garments cannot be worn alongside them. There's debate as to which of these listed requirements are essential or non-essential. There are related points. It said a Kohen who was wounded on Shabbos can wrap reed grass around it only in the temple, although if it was done to press blood out of the wound, it can't be done anywhere. Reed grass must be used as a small belt would constitute in addition to the priestly garments. Others disagree and say there's not even an issue of it causing interposition in the service, either in this case as it's on the left hand or it's on the back of his finger or similar. Evidently, there's a debate as to how much constitutes an interposition. He apparently says a patch at a minimum of 3 finger breadths by 3 finger breadths, while others say even a single thread can create an interposition. It additionally discusses this argument. It asks on a number of different things that could possibly create an interposition. Wind blowing into a garment, a live louse, could dust be an interposition possibly? What about the space between his underarm and sleeve? Can the Kohen's own hand create an interposition if stuck into the garment? Can a hanging thread create an interposition? Can the Kohen's hair create an interposition? And does tefillin create an interposition? It does specifically the tefillin on the arm create an interposition, which is based on a verse. Anyways, it brings sources that somebody lacking atonement and somebody with unwashed hands and feet invalidate the offering service. It said elsewhere that by the Yom Kippur service, the hands and feet washing in the morning is strictly necessary, but the washings in between services and garment changes are not. It brings sources for this. The way the washing was done was that the Kohen would place his right hand on his right foot and his left hand on his left foot and wash them like that. Others say that the Kohen should place his feet on top of each other and his hands on top of each other on top of his feet while being held steady by another man so he wouldn't just fall over. The verses imply the washing must be done while standing. Anyways, it said that if the Kohen washed during the day, he doesn't need to do so by night. But if he washed by night, he must also do so by day. Others disagree and say he wouldn't need to redo it, and this is discussed further quoting various relevant verses. Based on this debate, there's a related discussion as to if the waters of the kior become impure if left overnight. It's debated, although it is ruled that if a Kohen washes his hands and feet to prepare to remove the ashes from the altar, he doesn't need to rewash them after daybreak, as he'd already done so earlier for the day. It's a debate as to who this is in accordance with. Similarly, there's a discussion as to whether leaving the temple courtyard makes rewashing necessary. This is also debated, quoting many various discussions. It's also asked whether impurity is effective in requiring the rewashing of hands and feet, as discussed. It's also asked if the Kohanim could sanctify their hands and feet by placing them directly into the kior. It's a debate which branches into a broader point, as some hold that if the kior was unimmersed at sunset, or after, the waters within cannot be used by a Kohen for the offering blood or flower services, but they can be used to sanctify a Kohen to offer the linens on the altar, although if the kior remains unimmersed by daybreak, its waters cannot even be used for that. Others disagree and say that there's only invalidation for services at daybreak if the kior went unimmersed. Others say that once the kior is immersed by sunset, it has to be left that way until daybreak. Some clarify this to say that it could still nevertheless be used for night services. It debates between these opinions as to how exactly the kior was immersed. It's mentioned that they had this pulley contraption that could lower the kior overnight and was loud enough to be heard by everybody, although it was also announced by one of the Kohanim so everybody would know to start the daily services. Some say that a non-sacred vessel cannot be used for the sanctification, and it argues the source for this, quoting a few verses. Related, it's ruled that any substance that can be used to fill up the minimum necessary amount of a mikvah, being snow, ice, liquid mud, or otherwise, could also complete the necessary minimum amount of water in the kior, but cannot be used to complete the necessary minimums for washing one's hands in the morning. There are related points. It's also said that mikvah water can be validly used as sanctified kior water. It's actually a debate as to what type of water can be used in the kior. Some say it must be spring, meaning living waters. Others say it could be any water. Anyways, it brings the sources that an uncircumcised individual cannot participate in the offering services without disqualifying them. This is said to apply both to a physical lack of circumcision and also a spiritual lack, somebody with some spiritual flaw. It also brings sources for the point that somebody impure cannot perform the offering services. Some actually held it was permissible to slaughter and throw the blood of the paschal offering on behalf of somebody impure from a sheretz creature, but others argue with this. Some even bring support for the notion that bringing a paschal offering on behalf of somebody who's impure from a corpse is invalid. Again, that's disputed, although there's variation. Anyways, the source for the principle that performing the offering service while sitting is prohibited is brought. It explains that the punishment for doing so cannot be learned from other ways of improperly performing offerings due to the specifications of the verse. Also, the source for the prohibition against performing the offering service while standing on utensils or an animal or on another person's feet, that's invalid, is brought essentially as there can be no interposition between the Kohen performing the service and the temple floors. A utensil is listed as it's not a type of flesh, an animal is listed as it's not a human, and a foot is listed to show that's included as an interposition for another person. It said if a Kohen is standing with one foot on the floor and one foot on the utensil, essentially the principle is that if the utensil were to be removed, if the Kohen could continue doing the service as he was standing, it's valid, otherwise not. If the Kohen was standing on a loose tile of the temple floor, one that was intended to be reattached, it debates if this constitutes as an interposition. based on where the sanctification of the temple floor extends to. It's unresolved. There was a debate if it's valid or not to perform the temple service with one's left hand, which I'd find sources for both opinions. Others actually hold that the reception of the blood cannot be done with the left hand, but the application of the blood to the altar can be done with the left hand. It's a debate based on the specific usage of words within a few verses as to whether they imply specifically like the right hand. That's discussed. New Mishnah: if the blood from the animal offering spilled on the floor and a Kohen gathered it back up, it's invalid. The Gemara brings and discusses sources that the blood must be received directly into a vessel. It said that all of the blood must be received, and also that the knife should be lifted so the blood on the knife also enters the bowl, and then the blade should be wiped on the rim of the bowl. It's also said that the main blood vessels of the animal should be included into the bowl. There's a debate based on some other cases if the blood enters the airspace of the bowl and then the bottom of the bowl fell out as to whether it's considered as if the blood entered the bowl. It seems to prove from related cases by collecting water in a jug that once it enters the airspace of the jug, it's considered to have been received. This is additionally discussed. If, after the animal was slaughtered, the ear of the animal was slightly cut and then the blood was received, it's said to be invalid as it received a disqualifying blemish in between, so its status is changed. This is debated, and based on this, some explain that if an animal is slaughtered at basically exactly a year since its birth and then has its blood received a few hours later, it's invalid as it aged to 2 years old. In the meanwhile, related, some say if an offering is mostly in the temple courtyard but its legs are outside and one of the outside legs are cut off and then it's slaughtered, it's still valid. But if it was slaughtered, then a leg was mostly cut off, although not to the bone, and then the blood was received, it's invalid. It's an argument as to what can be learned from this. Possibly not that blood within limbs is considered to be blood, as it's possibly invalid due to the fat within the leg, and it possibly cannot be that Kosher Kalim offerings of lesser holiness that went outside the temple courtyard before the throwing of the blood, are invalid, as the case could possibly be referring to Kosher Kachim offerings of greater holiness. There's related discussion on these two variants of offerings. There are related cases brought. It said if an offering is inside the courtyard and its legs are outside, it said that it can only be slaughtered once it's fully in the courtyard. Additionally, the offering cannot be suspended in the air as it's slaughtered, as this must be done at the side of the altar. Also, the slaughterer himself cannot be suspended in the air for the same reason. He also cannot be suspended while receiving the blood, but the animal can be. Others disagree and say if it's a Kachim offering, all those listed cases are invalid, besides for when the person was suspended as he slaughtered, and if it was a Kosher Kalim offering, all are valid besides for when the man was suspended as he received the blood. Others disagree still and say that between Kosher Kachim and Kosher Kalim offerings, all of these cases are valid besides for where the animal was suspended as it was slaughtered by the Kosher Kachim alone, and where the Kohen was suspended as he received the blood by both types. Also, if the Kohen's hair is outside the courtyard, it's said to still be invalid. He needs to be fully inside. New Mishnah: if the Kohen improperly applied the blood to the ramp of the altar, or somewhere not opposite the base, or on the wrong side of the altar line, or in the wrong location, indoors instead, it's invalid, but there's no punishment of Kereisos, which is divine punishment. The Gemara clarifies the meat of such an offering is invalid to be eaten, but the owner of the offering still receives atonement. The reason for this is that the relevant verse implies that once the blood of an offering reaches any part of the altar, it causes atonement. It debates this from other discussions, and based on this, it argues if the person offering the blood was disqualified from doing so or not. It explains to be saying that if a disqualified person slaughtered the offering as opposed to throwing the blood, a qualified person cannot repeat this. The implication from these cases is that from the reception of the blood onwards in an offering, the improper intent of a disqualified person won't invalidate the offering in accordance with one opinion. There are other questions. For instance, it said that the throwing of blood that would not permit meat for consumption cannot cause an offering to be disqualified if it is done with improper intent. Others argue with this concept. Others explain our Mishnah actually to be saying that a blood offering brought in its incorrect place is literally invalid, and it's not affecting atonement, as it was done with a statement which, as it's an incorrect statement, would invalidate it. Another explanation is that the Kohen applied the blood in silence, and actually a blood application in its incorrect place does not count if that's the circumstance. It's just that when it says that the service can be repeated, that's when there's still blood coming from the animal's neck, versus here, where it just says it's invalid, that's where there's no more blood coming out. It further debates these opinions. It tries to find sources for this latter view. Some say that the inner altar actually sanctifies invalid offerings placed on it, and are argues as to what the source for this is. New Mishnah: if somebody slaughtered an offering with intent to improperly throw the blood or part of the blood outside its set area, or to burn its sacrificial parts or parts of the sacrificial parts outside its set area, or to eat its meat or part of its meat or tail at the minimum size of an olive outside its set area, it's invalid, but there's, again, no penalty of Kereisos, divine punishment. If the intent was to throw the blood, burn the sacrificial parts, or eat the meat the following day, that would be pigul, in violation of improper intent, and there's a liability for Kereisos, which is divine punishment. The Gemara says, this seemingly means that the hide of the tail has the same status as the tail itself, but then there's an issue, as we stated, that if somebody intends to eat the tail hide with improper intent, it's invalid, but if somebody offers a sheep whose tail is supposed to be burnt on the altar, and has improper intent to eat it, that shouldn't invalidate the offering, so it's debated, and some simply answer that the hide of the tail does not have the same status as the tail itself by these laws. He bases this on a verse. Some actually suggest that the hide of the tail is like the tail. It's just that when the Mishnah discusses this, that having improper intent by the tail hide is invalid refers to a goat's tail, which cannot be eaten. It also explains why each opinion takes issue with the logic of the others, and it disputes these opinions from some quoted cases. Anyways, it was stated that if somebody slaughters an animal with intent to consume it outside its proper place, it's invalid, but there's no divine punishment of Kereisos. The scriptural sources for this concept are quoted. These are additionally discussed, debating as to which verses exactly are the source and going through a number of possible options. It's additionally discussed, and there are some some further points. New Mishnah. The rule is if somebody slaughters the offering or receives, carries, or throws the blood with intent to eat something that is actually meant to be eaten, or to burn something that is meant to be burned, with intent on a piece at least the size of an olive's volume, but the intent was to do this burning or eating in its improper location, the offering is invalid, but there's no divine punishment of Kereisos. If his intent was to eat or burn in an improper time, it's pigul, a violation of improper intent, and there is a liability of Kereisos, assuming the blood service was done properly. Regarding doing the blood service properly, it said if somebody slaughters in silence with no validating intent, and then did the blood service, receiving, carrying, or throwing the blood in the wrong time, or he slaughtered in the wrong time, but did the blood service with no intent, or he slaughtered and did the blood service all at the wrong time, in these cases, the blood service has still been offered as required. However, if somebody slaughtered in the incorrect location and did the blood service in the wrong time, or did the slaughtering in the wrong time and did the blood service in the wrong place, or he slaughtered and did the blood service all in the wrong place, or by a paschal or chatas offering, he slaughtered not for its own sake and did the blood service at the wrong time, or he slaughtered in the wrong time and did the blood service not for its own sake, or he slaughtered and did the blood service all not for its own sake, in all these cases, the blood service was not offered as required. Additionally, if somebody intended to eat an olive volume of the offering outside its place, and then intended to consume it the next day, or he intended to consume the olive volume the next day and then intended to consume it outside its place, or he intended to eat half an olive volume outside and then half an olive volume the next day, or he intended for half the volume the next day and then for a half to be eaten outside, the offering is invalid, but there's no penalty of Kereisos. There's a dispute. Rabbi Yehuda says, whenever the intent of time precedes the intent of place, the offering is pigul and there's a liability of Kereisos. If the intent of place goes before the intent of time, the offering is invalid, but there's no Kereisos. The sages disagree and say either way, the offering is invalid and there's no Kereisos. It is, however, agreed if somebody intends to eat half an olive volume and to burn half an olive volume with improper time or place, the offering is still valid as eating and burning do not combine. The Gemara says regarding the debate between Rabbi Yehuda and the sages, that's explained to be dealing with two services, and if they're dealing with one service, it's agreed there's no pigul as it's a combination of intents. Others disagree and say the dispute applies even within one service. It debates between these opinions going through a number of cases. It also further discusses this argument as to whether an initial improper intent of time precedes the improper intent of location, if that has primacy over the other. There are a few particularly discussed cases involving intent for half an olive's volume with intent for improper time, and half an olive's volume with intent for improper location. They're discussed further, and it debates sources for the opinions as to whether or not it's considered a combination of intents. It's also said if somebody intends for dogs to consume an olive's volume of an offering the next day based on a verse, it's considered to be pigul in violation of improper intent. That's qualified. It's also asked, what's the status if somebody intended to have an olive's volume brought in an improper time or place to be eaten by two different people? It's a debate as to whether the amount goes by the intent, which is a full olive volume and would be disqualified, or by those consuming it, which is less than the minimum volume. It says it would still be invalidated, and it's then also debated if somebody intends to eat an olive's volume of an offering in an improper time or location, but over a very long course of time, longer than it takes to eat a paras. It's a debate. Lastly, it was said that if somebody intended to eat half an olive's volume and to burn half an olive's volume, it's valid as eating and burning don't combine. This would imply that if both intents were to eat the parts of the offering, even if one part shouldn't be eaten, they would combine to invalidate the offering. This is argued, and it's explained that it specified eating and burning don't combine, as those things individually are things that are typically done, so it has to specify that they don't combine. And that's the end of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Tractate Zevachim continues covering laws of temple offerings. The first Mishnah says, if somebody is disqualified from performing a temple offering for reasons listed at the beginning of Chapter 2, this prohibition would apply to the service of receiving the blood, but they'd still be allowed to slaughter the offering, as most people are generally allowed to slaughter an offering for the temple, whether they're not a Kohen, whether they're a woman, a slave, an impure person. Even if the offering has the holier status of Kodashim offerings, they can slaughter the animal, although an impure person still can't touch the meat. So a disqualified person can invalidate an offering through slaughter by having improper thoughts. If a disqualified person received the blood with improper intents, whether to do it in the wrong time or place, if there's still arterial blood coming from the neck of the animal, somebody else can properly re-receive the blood. If somebody who is properly qualified received the blood and then handed it to a disqualified person, he can then validly hand it to a qualified person who can continue. If somebody received the blood with their right hand and then they put the vessel in their left hand, which is not permitted, they can then just put it back in their right hand. Or if they used a sacred vessel, poured the blood into a non-sacred vessel, they can just pour it back into the sacred vessel. If blood spilled on the floor, they can just regather it. If somebody mistakenly applied blood to the altar ramp instead of the actual altar, or otherwise in the incorrect location, it's invalid, but if there's still arterial blood coming from the animal, they can just redo the service. The Gemara says there's a debate if a disqualified person is even initially allowed to slaughter a temple offering, or whether it's only allowed after the fact, which it debates from verses. It's said to be allowed initially besides for if the slaughter was impure, as it's preferable to slaughter while pure, according to rabbinic law. This is unlike semicha, leaning on the animal, which biblically must be done while pure. Entering the temple courtyard while impure is forbidden, so this concept of slaughtering while impure is physically possible if he did so from outside the temple with a really long knife. while doing smicha from outside isn't allowed, as partially entering the courtyard would still be forbidden. There's variation on this discussion. Some actually say that slaughtering offerings while impure is forbidden, biblically, the same as smicha. It discusses further as to whether partially entering the temple courtyard has the same legal status as fully entering the courtyard, and that's debated from additional cases regarding particular forms of impurity. In fact, there's a debate if touching sacrificial food while impure will incur lashes or not, which is based on an interpretation of a verse. This is additionally discussed further. There's also an unrelated debate if somebody offered the limbs of a non-kosher animal on the temple altar as to whether that would incur a penalty of lashes or not. The opinion which says yes is that he holds that it's derived from the implication of a positive statement, as it specifies that a specifically kosher animal can be brought. So evidently there's a penalty of lashes for violating that. The other opinion says there's not a penalty of lashes for this, and they debate further from other cases. It also refutes an opinion that says it's permitted to offer a wild animal that's kosher. Anyways, we had stated that if a disqualified person performs the blood service, a qualified person can redo it with the remaining blood. The remaining blood only has the unusable status of remnants if the blood was used with improper intents. There's variation on this and discussion on some verses. It was necessary to state that a person can hand the blood to an unqualified impure person and then have it handed to a disqualified person, and also that it can be handed back from the left hand to the right hand, as an impure person is still technically qualified in some unique circumstances, unlike by a left hand. And the left hand can uniquely be used by the Yom Kippur service, which wouldn't apply by a non-sacred vessel to a sacred vessel. And that last one was mentioned as non-sacred vessels can become consecrated, unlike the other cases. It discusses the logic behind these cases further. There are additional points in the performance of services in the temple. For instance, it said there was no interposition between the courtyard floor and the Kohanim due to all the blood, as they walked on elevated stones. New Mishnah: if somebody slaughtered an offering with other types of improper intent to eat something which cannot be eaten or to burn a part which shouldn't be burnt, it's a debate if the offering is invalid. If somebody intended to eat or burn the proper part but in an improper time or place, but in amount under an olive's volume, it's valid. If somebody intended to eat half an olive's volume and burn half an olive's volume in an improper time or place, it's valid, as the eating and burning intents are not combined. If somebody slaughtered an offering with intent to eat an olive's volume of the hide, sediment, bones, sinews, horns, or otherwise with improper time or place, it is valid. And if any of those actually do become pigul, having been brought with improper intent, or were eaten past their set times, or were eaten while impure, there is no penalty of Kereisos. If somebody slaughtered consecrated animals with intent to eat its fetus in an improper location, it's not considered pigul. If somebody slaughtered a turtle dove with intent to eat the eggs in an improper location, it's not considered pigul. Regarding eggs or milk that are inside of the actual animal at the time of slaughter, there's no liability of pigul by them, or for leftovers, or for impurity. The Gemara says an opinion: if somebody has improper pigul intent for an offering, the fetus is also pigul. If somebody had an improper pigul intent for the fetus, the actual offering is fine. If somebody had pigul intent for a bird's neck sinew, the crop is pigul. If the person had pigul intent for the bird's crop, the neck sinew is fine. If somebody had pigul intent for the sacrificial parts of the bull that are burned, the bull meat is pigul. If the pigul intent was for the bull meat, the sacrificial parts are fine. It brings sources for this opinion, which are rejected. It continues to try to argue sources, and some actually try to refute this whole principle, citing additional cases. New Mishnah: if somebody slaughtered an offering with improper intent to leave its blood or sacrificial parts until the next day, or with intent to take the parts out of the temple courtyard, it's a debate if they're valid. If somebody slaughtered an offering with intent to apply the blood in the incorrect location, it's still valid. Or if somebody slaughtered an offering with intent that it should be eaten by somebody impure or uncircumcised, or that an uncircumcised person should offer it, or with intent to break the bones of the paschal offering, or to eat the paschal offering half raw, or to mix its blood with invalid blood, in all these cases, in spite of these improper intents, the offering is still valid, as the only improper intents that invalidate an offering are to do it in the wrong time or place, or to bring the paschal or chatas offering not for their own sake. The Gemara explains sources for these opinions. There's a related debate if slaughtering a chatas offering in the south side of the temple causes lashes, which has differing opinions on. It also brings a source which implies that if somebody had improper intents that don't invalidate the offering, and then does the offering with actual pigul intent, there is no pigul. It brings particular cases. And that's the end of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Tractate Zevachim continues in the laws of temple offerings, further on invalidation through improper intents. The first Mishnah says, Beis Shammai hold regarding blood applied to the outside altar. If there were 2 applications required, and only one was done, it's sufficient to effect atonement. By a chatas offering where 4 blood applications are required, 2 would be sufficient. Beis Hillel says by a chatas offering it would be sufficient to just make 1 application, meaning by an offering if somebody made the first blood application properly, and then made the second with improper intents, called pigul, it would still be valid. If the first and second blood applications were pigul of improper intents for time or place, the offering is pigul, and therefore there's liability for consumption by Kereisos, divine punishment. However, by blood applications on the inner altar, if one of them is not done, there's no atonement. So if one is done with pigul, improper intent, the offering is invalid, but there is no liability of Kereisos. The Gemara provides scriptural sources for these points. These are additionally discussed. There are interpretations of relevant verses, which are explained according to opinions on this topic. It also sources the opinions as to whether a minimum of 2 applications of blood are needed when 4 are required, and the opposing opinion, which said 1 application was required. It brings additional sources for these. It also sources a point that blood applications are always on one single part of the altar, never partially between them. Related, Beis Shammai similarly holds that 2 applications of blood would be sufficient for all offerings, and also if 2 are done with pigul improper intent, it would disqualify the offering. Beis Hillel would say 1 application is sufficient for all offerings, and if 1 is done with pigul improper intent, it would disqualify the offering. Related, some hold that the 3 non-essential parts of the blood application of the chatas offering that cannot be performed at night, but they can be done after the death of the owner, there's liability for doing so outside of the temple. Some clarify these steps could have the status of the first initial application, meaning there's liability for being done outside the temple, for being done at night. They can't be done by non-kohanim. A temple service vessel must be used. They must be applied to the horns of the altar. They must be done with a finger. This blood must be washed out of garments, and any leftover blood is considered to have the status of remnants and is poured by the altar base. And they're also like the end of the blood service, in that they can be done after the owner's death. The meat cannot be eaten from this, and there's no pigul, and it's invalidated if brought inside the temple sanctuary. It debates sources for this concept. These are additionally discussed. It also sources the point that if bloods applied to the inner altar are missing an application, it doesn't affect atonement. There are further points on this. And it sources additional steps of the application services on the pariachas curtain, on the altar horns, as to which steps are particularly essential, and various opinions on these. It's explained there's a comparison in sacrificial procedure between the communal error bull offering and the Yom Kippur he-goat, as even though they're different species, they have the same procedure. And then, based on this, if there are 2 offerings with the same species, the Kohen Gadol's bull chatas and the Yom Kippur bull chatas, some try and derive that here they would therefore have the same procedure. It debates this from principles of scriptural derivation and quotes sources. There are further points. The Mishnah ended by saying, by the inner altar, if only one of the blood applications was done with pigul improper intent, it's invalid, but there's no punishment of Kereisos. There's a similar concept quoted in the following Tractate, Menachos, on a single step of a service being done with pigul. It's a debate there if it would cause the entire offering to become pigul or not. It debates this in comparison to our Mishnah, and argues as to what the difference between cases is. This is argued on further. Some define the difference to be that typically you cannot cause pigul during only part of a permitter, the main step of the service, but if somebody does pigul during part of the permitter and is silent during the remainder of the procedure, we assume his incorrect intent was maintained and it's fully pigul. Others disagree and cite seemingly contradictory cases. New Mishnah. The following have no liability for pigul, service with improper intent, for eating them. According to Rabbi Meir, they are select parts of the flour offering, the incense, the flour offering of Kohanim or of the Kohen Gadol, the blood of any offering, and independently brought libations. The sages say even libations brought with animal offerings are excluded from liability of pigul. There's a debate if there's liability by the oil offering brought by Mesorah, a leper. Some say there is, as the blood of the Asham offering makes it permissible, which is a permitter, and anything with a permitter, whether for eating or for the altar, has liability for pigul. Similarly, the Olah offering's blood application permits its meat to be burned on the altar, and its hide to be used by Kohanim. The bird Olah offering's blood application permits its meat to be burned on the altar. The bird Chatas offering's blood application permits its meat to be eaten by Kohanim. The burned bulls and he-goats blood applications permit their sacrificial parts to be brought on the altar. Some say anything brought on the outer altar, like the Shalomim offering was, there's no liability of pigul for it. The Gemara says there's an opinion that if kometz, the handful part of the flour offering, is brought onto the altar, if it was pigul, the pigul status is removed, as clearly the burning on the altar can affect its status. Obviously, it's known that there's no liability for pigul by eating the kometz offering or similar, so it teaches that so long as the offering catches fire, even if it's removed from the altar, it can still be viably put back up there without liability for pigul. Based on this discussion, some derive that if there's a kometz offering that was pigul and half was burnt on the altar and half was on the floor, the half on the floor can also then be placed on the altar. In fact, some learned that if there is an offering that's pigul left over or impure and it catches fire on the altar, its prohibition is removed. Others debate this, and there's additional discussion here, additionally on some principles of laws of impurity. Anyways, we stated that anything with a permitter for people or the altar, the liability of pigul can apply to it. And of course, the source for this principle and discusses it further. It also sources the remaining points, like the permitter of the bird offerings, along with related discussion. It does rule in accordance with the opinion that if somebody has pigul intent by something done outside the temple sanctuary, there's pigul, but if it was pigul for something done inside the sanctuary, there's no pigul, and it gives examples. Technically, this has no practical application until Mashiach comes, but it clarifies technically the entire Tractate of Zevachim has no practical application until Mashiach comes, and yet we study it anyways. New Mishnah. Regarding the temple offerings of non-Jewish people, there's a debate if there's liability for pigul, leftovers, or eating them while impure, or slaughtering them outside the temple. The Gemara says further on temple offerings of a non-Jewish person, also there's no liability of me'ilah from impermissibly benefiting from them. They don't produce terumah tithes. There are no voluntary libations, although there is libations brought by their animal offerings. Others disagree and say, based on the verse, that the temple offerings of a non-Jewish person have the exact same status as that of a Jewish person. It debates these from sources. It discusses this further as to whether there's variation between Jewish and non-Jewish people regarding the acceptance of offerings. New Mishnah. With all the things we listed, that there's exemption for the application of pigul, there's still liability for leftovers or eating them while impure, besides for by blood. Others hold that there is liability by these only when you eat something typically eaten, which would exclude things like wood, incense, and similar. And there's no liability for impurity by those. The Gemara quotes sources for this concept along with related ones by principles of forbidden leftover offerings. There are additional sources quoted as to why blood is an exception by this and related. Anyways, when it's disputed as to whether there's only liability for things typically eaten regarding impurity, some said this applies to impurity of the actual food, others say this only applies to impurity of the person eating the food. This is debated further. New Mishnah. A temple offering should be offered with the intent of being for the sake of 6 things: for the offering, for the offerer, for God, for the fires, for the smell, and to please God. The chatas and asham offerings also have for the sin that was committed. Rabbi Yossi holds, even if any of these are missing, so it's done without specific intent, it's valid, as the court stipulated that such was permissible. The Gemara quotes sources for these. Related, it said, a sacrifice brought for the sake of an olah offering is invalid, but if it was slaughtered for a regular, unconsecrated food, it's valid. It sources this, although others disagree. Also, a chata slaughtered for the sake of unconsecration is valid, but if it was slaughtered assuming that it actually was unconsecrated, it's invalid. There are related points and sources the latter statements of the Mishnah. Essentially, the latter point holds that the original owner's intent can define the status of the offering, which there are a few opinions on as to how that relates to other laws. Some say it's a principle that only applies within the temple by things like offerings. Others say that this can also apply by things like the laws of Shabbos. Others disagree, as laws of Shabbos specifically forbid calculated, thought-through labor, so it would go by the intent of the man performing the actual work, not the owner. And that's the end of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Tractate Zevachim continues covering the various laws of temple offerings. The first Mishnah says, regarding the proper locations of temple offerings, by Kodashim variant offerings, most holy ones, those were slaughtered in the north part of the courtyard, which will be defined. The bull and he-goat of the Yom Kippur service were offered in the north, their blood reception was done in a vessel in the north, and the blood sprinkling was done between the poles of the ark, towards the curtain, and on the golden altar. There is no atonement if any of these were missing. The Kohen Gadol would pour the remainder of the blood at the base of the outer altar. If he didn't do this, there would still be atonement. Burned bull or he-goat offerings were slaughtered in the north, their blood reception was with a vessel in the north, and their blood sprinkling was done towards the curtain and on the golden altar. There's no atonement if any of these are missing. The remainder of the blood was poured on the western base of the outside altar. If this wasn't done, there's still atonement. The Yom Kippur bull and he-goat and the burned bull and he-goats were burned in the place of ashes, which was a location outside of Jerusalem. The Gemara says, by the Kodashim offering, it didn't mention that its blood reception was done with a vessel in the north part of the courtyard, like it does by the other cases, as at this point they held that there was one type of Kodashim offering that actually wasn't done with a vessel, it was done by hand, namely the Mitzorah lepers Asham offering, although it was later held that there too required a vessel. Its source. Regarding the order of the Mishnah, it first brought the case of the inner chatas offering on Yom Kippur, as that was derived from scriptural exegesis, and also it was done in the innermost room of the temple, so it was brought first. Anyways, it begins listing sources for all these points, that those offerings were slaughtered in the north, and locations of the other steps. This is additionally discussed. Also, it mentions that by an Olah offering, its slaughter and blood reception was done in the north, which is essential for its validity, and it also spends some time sourcing. There are further points on this, along with the fact that the Asham offering must be slaughtered and received in the north, which is also essential, which it too is sourced at length, quoting a number of verses. This is additionally discussed, and it brings up a few principles of scriptural exegesis and expounds on them, and they're used to derive these individual principles of slaughtering and receiving in the north by the Chatas, Asham, and Olah offerings. There are further points on this and these complex principles of scriptural exegesis. There are additional points. It also sources the fact that excess blood remnants would be poured out by the base of the outside altar specifically. This is qualified. It explains the necessity for the brought verses on this, and it debates if this process is essential for certain offerings. It said it's essential for the Chatas offerings, although it debates particularities as to who hold these opinions. New Mishnah. The communal and personal Chatas offerings and the he-goats of Rosh Chodesh and holidays were slaughtered in the north. Their blood reception was done in a vessel in the north, and their blood was applied 4 times to the 4 horns of the outer altar. The Kohen would go up the ramp, turn on the ledge, go to the southeast corner, then to the northeast corner, then to the northwest corner, then to the southwest corner, applying blood by each. The remaining blood would be poured out by the southern base of the altar. These offerings were eaten within the courtyards curtained by male Kohanim. They would be prepared in any manner, and the timing to eat them was for a day and the following night until midnight. The Gemara explains the actual application of the blood. Some say it could be done within a cubit of the corner, others say it would specifically need to be applied along the edge of the corner below the horn. This is in accordance with the opinion that the blood could be applied even below the horn, as they debate where this exactly extends until. If further debates between these opinions, it also mentions as there was variation by blood applications to the altar as to whether it's applied to the top half or bottom half of the altar. There was a red line marked around the middle of the altar as a partition, which it sources. It also sources the point that the remainder of the blood by these offerings was poured out by the southern base of the altar, although there's actually debate. Some say inner and outer chatas offerings are actually poured out by the western base instead. This is as they actually dispute where the altar was placed, some saying it was actually in the northern section of the courtyard. New Mishnah. The Olah offering is a Kodashim variant offering, so its slaughter and blood reception with a vessel are done in the north. Its blood has 2 applications, which are 4, as it's applied to opposite corners on both sides of each corner. It is skinned and dismembered and is entirely burnt in the fires. The Gemara explains why this offering is specifically singled out to be mentioned, as it's not specified as a Kodashim offering in its source. It also explains how the blood applications were done, as mentioned, on two opposite corners, although it's a debate if there's 2 points of blood made or just one L shape. Also, it mentions the shape of the altar, which only had a base on half of it, which was due to the division of land between tribes, which went straight through the middle of the temple. Although it is debated what it means that the southeast corner base was missing. Some say it's literal, others just say no blood was applied there. It debates this from a number of discussions. It further expounds on the structure of the altar and on the division of the land of Israel and the location of the temple site. New Mishnah. The communal shalamim offering, the asham offering, be it for theft, me'ilah, adultery with a betrothed maidservant, an asham of a nazir, of a mitzvah, leper, and the asham taloi offering, all of these are slaughtered and received in a vessel in the north, and their blood requires 2 applications that are 4, as described earlier. They are eaten within the courtyard's curtains by male kohanim. They can be prepared, however, and the time to eat them was for a day until the following midnight. The Gemara quotes sources for these principles and qualifies some points on these. New Mishnah. Now on Kajay column variant offerings, the Toda offering and the Nazir's ram can be slaughtered anywhere in the courtyard. Their blood requires 2 applications that are like 4. They can be eaten anywhere in Jerusalem by anybody, prepared, however, for a day until the next midnight. The portions of these given to Kohanim have the same status, besides that they can only be eaten by Kohanim, their wives, their children, and their slaves. The Gemara quotes sources for these principles. New Mishnah. Shalamim offerings are Kajay Kalim. Their slaughter can be done anywhere in the temple courtyard. Their blood requires 2 applications that are 4. They can be eaten anywhere in Jerusalem by anybody, prepared, however, for 2 days and a night. The portions of these given to Kohanim have the same status, besides that they can only be eaten by Kohanim, their wives, their children, and their slaves. The Gemara again quotes sources for these principles. It debates as to which verses exactly source these points. It also mentions an argument as to whether it's sufficient for the sanctuary curtain to be closed by just a curtain in front. It's said to be insufficient, and if there's a high object in the way, that's disputed. It also defines some dimensions of the temple courtyard in regards to principles of impurity, which is said to be 187 by 135 cubits. Sources are quoted, although the exact dimensions of everything will be recorded in detail in the second to last tractate, Tractate Midos. It also defines the consecration status of the chambers, whether by biblical or rabbinic law. It also sources the concept that offering blood becomes disqualified at sunset. This is discussed. It also debates if somebody, while offering a shalamim offering, if he intends to eat the meat on the eve of the 3rd day, as to if this is valid or not and therefore invalidated as pigul. There's also a debate if there's liability for actually eating the meat at this point. It debates sources. New Mishnah. The Bechor offering, the Ma'aser offering, and the Paschal offering all are Kachay Kalim variants. Their slaughter can be done anywhere in the temple courtyard. The blood requires 1 application opposite the base of the altar. The Bechor is eaten by only Kohanim. The Ma'aser is eaten by anybody, both in Jerusalem, both prepared in any manner, for 2 days and a night. The Paschal offering is eaten only at night until midnight, only by people registered for it, and only roasted. The Gemara debates the author of this Mishnah based on individual opinions. It also sources all these principles. It debates some principles of scriptural exegesis by these laws and further discusses who authored these points. And that's the end of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Tractate Zevachim continues on laws of temple offerings. The first Mishnah says, if Kachay Kachim variant offerings are being slaughtered on top of the altar, some say they're valid if slaughtered in the north of the courtyard, others say it could be done from the middle half of the courtyard and northward. The Gemara explains, this is as the first opinion held that the entire altar was located in the north part of the temple. This is based on a related dispute as to which parts of the altar are suitable to offer the Ola offering on. Related, if somebody offered a Kachay Kachim variant offering on the ground opposite the altar, it's disqualified. It then debates as to what the ground opposite the altar here refers to, and it's explained it refers to a theoretical case where the altar is shrunk and they're using the ground it once stood on. It also debates from sources as to where exactly the altar stood in the temple. This is additionally discussed, again going over particular measurements, although this will all be covered in greater detail by the later tractates, Talmud and Midos. These dimensions and placements of the temple implements are spoken on further, arguing as to whether the altar was positioned in the north or south of the courtyard. It said if the altar became damaged, then all offerings slaughtered in the courtyard become disqualified, and it discusses the source for this concept. Some say this would even extend to offerings delayed being brought until the altar is repaired, that they'd still be invalid. This is based on an argument as to whether living things can become permanently rejected from the altar. It additionally discusses these principles, along with further points on the measurements of the altar. There are further points on this, along with a brief point as to whether the floor of the courtyard was sanctified to allow the blood service to be performed there too. Anyways, if the altar was damaged, it's said that the remaining portion of the mincha offering can no longer be eaten from it. Additional sources are brought, additionally for principles of the ma'is or sheni tithe, such as that it's not eaten nowadays, and as to whether that also applies to the bechor offering, and based on this, whether kachay kalim variant offerings cannot be eaten if the altar is damaged. It's discussed further. And it's additionally stated that the altar of the temple at Shiloh was made of stones, which it sources, and additionally brings points on the offerings of this older altar. It also says the maximum size of the altar could be 60 cubits long, just like the temple, and additionally sources its precise location. Some say the angel Michael was seen bringing offerings by its location, others say the ashes the ram offered instead of Yitzchak, Isaac, were lying in that place. It's discussed further. We know the altars of the first and second temple were different sizes. Apparently there weren't requirements for the altar to be any one particular size based on this, although it says it couldn't be smaller than the altar of Moshe, and it defines the measurement to that too. It also sources the point that the altar ramp was on its south side and was 32 by 16 cubits. Additionally, additional sources for these principles are discussed, and it argues as to whether there was a gap between the altar and its ramp, as to whether the meat had to be tossed over. It's also said there were these two minor ramps to the sides of the altar, which were used by the Kohanim to perform the services by the ledge. It's also said the ramp and altar combined were 62 cubits long, even though both were 32 cubits long individually, as the ramp extended a bit over the altar's base and ledge. Also, all of the ramps in the temple were slanted at a 3-to-1 ratio, besides for the main altar ramp, which was slanted at a 3 5/9 to 1 ratio. New Mishnah. Mincha flour offerings would have their handful separated anywhere in the courtyard, and were eaten within the courtyard's curtains by male Kohanim, prepared, however, for a day until the following midnight. The Gemara says this handful could viably be separated in the temple sanctuary itself, just like the frankincense could be removed within the sanctuary. Others debate this, and it's also argued as to whether a shalomim offering could be slaughtered in the temple sanctuary. New Mishnah. The bird chatas offering would be done by the southwest corner of the altar, although it technically could be done anywhere. Other things done by the southwest corner, the mincha flour offerings and the pouring of blood remnants, were done by the lower half of the altar, and the wine libations, water libations, and bird ola offerings, if there wasn't room by the east side, were all done on the upper half of the altar. Related, anybody climbing up the altar would go towards the right to the southeast corner, would go around and then descend on the left. The exceptions to this were by the wine libations, the water libations, and the bird ola offerings, where they would descend the same way they had gone up. The Gemara quotes scriptural sources for all these principles. When it said that the bird chatas could be done anywhere, that referred to its slaughter, but the blood sprinkling had to be done in the southwest corner, which is in sources. Typically, the bird olas would be done by the southeast corner, as that's right where the place of ashes was, where the leftover bird parts were dumped. However, if the place was full, as seen in a few quoted cases, it would instead be done by the southwest corner. The reason that the libations and bird olas didn't have to go and walk fully around the altar is so they don't get damaged from the smoke. And there are related points. New Mishnah. Further in the process of the bird chatas offering, it would be slaughtered not with a knife, but through a process called milika, which involved the Kohen pressing his thumbnail into the bird's neck, although the head wouldn't be separated. Some of its blood would be sprinkled on the southwest corner of the altar, and the remainder would be squeezed by the base. All of its meat would be eaten by the Kohanim. The Gemara additionally describes the steps of this process. New Mishnah. Regarding the offering of the bird ola, the Kohen would go up the ramp to the southeast corner, slaughter the bird with milika, separate the head fully, its blood would be squeezed out on the altar wall, and then the head would have blood squeezed out onto the wall. The head would be placed in salt and placed in the fire. The body would have its crop and feathers and entrails removed, which would be dumped in the place of ashes. The body would be split partially open, although if it was split fully in two, that was fine, which were then placed in salt and then into the fire. If parts of this process were missing, he didn't remove the crop or feathers, or he forgot to place it in salt. If it was after the blood was squeezed out, it's still valid. If the chatas bird's head was fully separated, or if the ola bird's head was not separated, it's invalid. If the bird ola had only its head blood squeezed out, it's invalid, but if only the body blood was squeezed out, it's valid. If somebody slaughtered a bird chatas or squeezed its blood out not for its own sake, the offering is invalid. If it was for a bird ola, it's valid, but it just doesn't fulfill its owner's obligation. For a bird chatas and ola, if they were slaughtered or squeezed with intent of an improper location, it's invalid with no penalty of kares, divine punishment. If his intent was to eat it in its incorrect time, it's pigel, and there's a liability of kares, assuming the blood had been sprinkled or squeezed out, which is called the permitter. It brings a few cases where the permitter wouldn't be offered properly. It lists some particular cases where there would be no liability of pigel. Some simply hold if his improper intent of time went before his intent of location, there's liability for pigel and kares. If his intent of location went first, there's no liability. Others say there's just no difference. If his intent was to eat half an olive's volume and burn half an olive's volume, the offering is valid, as intent for eating and burning don't combine. The Gemara at length discusses the relevant verses on the bird ola offering. Our Mishnah said that separating the head from the chatas bird offering entirely would make it invalid. Others disagree, as they say the blood squeezing of this offering is not essential. Alternatively, they dispute whether the delay in cutting the second pipe of the bird in slaughter makes it invalid. Alternatively, the issue is as to whether cutting through majority of the neck is essential to making the offering valid. That's discussed. When we said that if the blood of the body was squeezed out but not of the head, it's valid. This is as most of the bird's blood is located in its body. And that's the end of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Tractate Zevachim continues on the laws of the temple bird offerings. The first Mishnah says, a bird chatas offering that was offered below the red line on the altar with the procedure and intent for a chatas offering is valid. If he used the chatas procedure but had intent for an ola offering, or with an ola procedure but with intent for a chatas, or with an ola procedure with intent for an ola, it's invalid. If he did any of these above the red line, the offering is invalid. The bird ola, which is brought above the red line, if done as an ola with intent as an ola, it's valid. If it was done as an ola with intent as a chatas, it's valid, although it doesn't fulfill any obligation. If it was offered with the chatas procedure with intent as an ola, or with chatas procedure with intent as a chatas, it's invalid. If any of these were offered below the red line, it's invalid. The Gemara explains, the procedure that's being mixed up by the chatas bird offering here is the method of blood sprinkling, although it's possible the first part could refer to a difference in method of slaughter. By the ola bird offering, it's explained that the first and last cases are where he changed the method slaughter, and the middle section has variation on squeezing the blood. New Mishnah. All of these listed bird offerings in the prior Mishnah, their slaughter's throat gives off no impurity, although there's liability for misusing them for personal benefits, besides for the chatas bird offering that was done entirely properly. Regarding the bird ola done as a chatas and with intent as a chatas, There's a debate if there's liability for misusing it. It debates the logic between these, and additionally argues on this from particular cases. The Gemara further expounds on this debate along with various others. Their individual logics are additionally discussed. New Mishnah. If an unqualified person did milika, slaughtering a bird offering, it's invalid, but there's no impurity contamination from his throat. If a Kohen improperly performed milika with his left hand opposed to with his right, or he improperly did this at nighttime, or he slaughtered an unconsecrated bird inside the temple courtyard, or with a consecrated bird outside the courtyard, these would also not contaminate impurity from their throat. If the Kohen did milika with a knife instead of his nail, or he did milika with an unconsecrated bird inside the courtyard or with a consecrated bird outside the courtyard, or he used turtle doves that were too young, or pigeons that were too old, or a bird with an atrophied wing, or one that was blind or missing a foot, they would contaminate impurity from their throat. Generally, if the bird becomes invalidated through the course of its offering, it would not contaminate impurity, but if it started off invalid in the first place, it would. The Gemara says, some rule that milika done with the left hand or at night do not contaminate impurity from the throat, while a bird that was slaughtered by a Kohen or with a knife would. It questions the logic of this, and others disagree, saying a bird slaughtered by a non-Kohen would not actually contaminate impurity. It debates this from our Mishnah. Related, it said if a non-Kohen does kemitza, taking the handful of the flour offering, it does go down if placed on the altar, but this wouldn't apply by a non-Kohen slaughtering a bird. It explains why these two aren't comparable. Anyways, it said, if a bird was slaughtered improperly, whether by the left hand or at night, even inside the courtyard, it would be invalid and contaminate with impurity, which it sources and discusses. New Mishnah. If the Kohen slaughtered a bird offering with milika, and then finds the bird has a defect, there's a debate if it contaminates impurity from its throat. Rabbi Meir says no, Rabbi Yehuda says yes. The debate sources essentially from whether it's comparable to an animal carcass. The Gemara additionally expounds on their individual sources. It further goes through these quoted verses. Anyways, when Rabbi Meir says that milika by a bird causes no impurity, it's a debate if this applies if it has a blemish or even without one. It argues how this would apply by other types of animals, such as by the Egla Arufa, and that's the end of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Tractate Zevachim covers the laws of mixed-up temple offerings. The first mission says, any offering that got mixed up with invalidated chatas offerings that had to be left to die, or if an ox that was sentenced to be stoned for killing somebody got mixed up with a bunch of valid animals, they all must be left to die. If valid offerings got mixed with an animal that was used to commit a sin, such as that it killed somebody but there was only one witness, or the animal was used for bestiality, or was designated as an offering for an idol, or it was worshipped as an idol, or it was mixed with the wages for a harlot, or the payment to acquire a dog, or it was mixed with a crossbreed animal, or an animal with a defect, or with an animal born via a C-section, so it was mixed with something invalid as an offering, essentially the animals should be left to graze until they develop a blemish, and they should then be sold, and the value of the most expensive one of them should be used to bring the same type of offering. If valid offerings got mixed up with unconsecrated, unblemished animals, then these unconsecrated animals should be sold as this type of offering. If two offerings of the same type got mixed up, they should each be offered for the sake of their owner. If offerings became mixed with offerings of a different kind, they should be left to graze until they develop a blemish, and should then be sold, and the money of the more expensive one should be used to buy one of each type of offering, and the owner repays the difference from his own funds. If the offering was mixed with Bechoros or Ma'aser offerings, they should be left to graze until they develop a blemish, and should then be eaten as Bechoros or Ma'aser offerings. It's possible that any type of offering can viably be mixed up with other types, besides for the Chatas and Asham offerings mixing with each other, as those are just two different types of animals. The Gemara says, the extent of the first point is that if one animal that is sentenced to death got mixed with 10,000 regular animals, and they're not sure which is the prohibited one, all of the animals must be left to die. This applies whether the mixture is forbidden for temple or personal use. This is why it needed to quote this concept here and in other locations in the Gemara, to show this applies whether the animals were for temple or personal use. Now, there is a general principle that things can be nullified in a large mixture, but that wouldn't apply to things that are specifically sold by number, as discussed here. Similar cases on this are cited. Or it's just that living creatures are considered significant and cannot be nullified. Removing the animals from this mixture one by one wouldn't work, as each is treated as if it has a 50-50 probability of being forbidden. This applies so long as the animal is in its current place. And it doesn't work to just force the animals to move, as there's a rabbinic prohibition there out of concern that somebody may take one of the animals while it's still in its place. So it's said to be ruled that none of the animals in this mixture could affect acceptance as an offering. Others debate this point. A related dispute, if the ring adornment of an idol got mixed up with 100 permitted rings, and one of the rings fell into the Mediterranean Sea, some say we assume that that was the forbidden one, and the remaining are permitted, and others disagree. A similar case, if a ring of an idol got mixed with 100 permitted rings, and 40 of that mixture were pushed in one direction, and 60 were pushed in the other, and then the 40 rings are put with a new mixture, they don't prohibit anything. But if the 60 rings are put with a new mixture, they would, as we assume the forbidden ring is with the majority. Nevertheless, others dispute this, saying it would even be forbidden in the smaller mixture. This is discussed. Somewhat related, it said if a cask of Temurah tithe wines got mixed with 100 casks of ordinary wines, and one of them falls into the Dead Sea, they're all permitted, as we assume the forbidden cask was the one that fell. Now, this is nearly identical to the case by the idolatrous ring. and both are stated, as teruma wine still has a permitted use, and a ring is unique as it's said to be not really noticeable. So it said if a teruma fig fell into a pile, it's still allowed once one leaves, even though it's not noticeable, as it makes them permitted through its exit. Some hold that if a cask of teruma wine gets mixed with 100 casks of ordinary wine, you can open all the casks and take out a percentage for the teruma tithe, and then drink the remainder. Others say this is only allowed once the casks were opened accidentally. Similarly, if there were 150 casks of wine and a cask of teruma wine got mixed in and 100 were accidentally opened, you can remove a teruma tithe from those and drink the rest. However, you can't open the remainder, as we don't assume the forbidden cask was of the majority. Regarding the animal mixed with prohibited animals that have a major defect, this would have to be where the defect is discernible, but the animals it got mixed with just share an identical wound. Others just say the defect in this case is not discernible, such as that it fell off of a roof. Others say that the valid animal in this case got mixed with the offspring of an animal with a major defect, according to the opinion that such an animal cannot be offered on the altar. These three opinions were brought, as some disagree with the first, saying you'd be able to tell the difference between different defects. They disagree with the second, as they say if it fell off the roof, you could tell if there's a defect based on if it can stand 24 hours later. And by the final opinion, they just disagree with the offspring of an animal with a defect, that it's prohibited. Then we said that if offerings get mixed with offerings of the same kind, they should just be offered for their owner. Here, smicha, leaning on the animal, wouldn't be required, as smicha is done by the owner on his own animal, which wouldn't work here, as apparently this case is where they were brought by women, where smicha isn't required. It debates if this is strictly true by specific types of offerings. It also qualifies principles of the Bechor offering as to when and how it can be offered. Specifically, it's asked if a blemished Bechor is being consecrated to the temple fund. It's argued as to if it can be degraded by doing something like selling it to meat in the market, or if giving profit to the temple takes precedence. When we said that all offerings can be mixed besides for the chatas with the asham, as one is a he-goat with hair, and one is a ram with wool. Also, a paschal offering and an asham being mixed weren't mentioned as prohibited, in spite of the fact that the animals need to be different specific ages, 1 or 2 years old, as those animals just look very similar when they're those ages. New Mishnah. If an asham got mixed with a shlamim offering, some say they should both be slaughtered in the north part of the temple courtyard, and they should be eaten according to the more stringent one. Here, the asham. Others say this isn't permitted. If slices of meat from one offering got mixed with slices of another type of offering, whether it's a kache kachim mixed with a kache kalam type offering, or if it's eaten for 1 day and a night mixed with one eaten for 2 days and a night, it's eaten according to the more stringent of the two. The Gemara says, it's taught that sabbatically your produce funds cannot be used to purchase teruma tithes, as that limits the amount of time it could be eaten. It argues the author of this principle. This concept is additionally discussed, along with some further points. This goes on to bring some particular concerns of offering oil by the Mitzorah offerings and related. It's mentioned that typically donating oil wasn't permitted, but here it's allowed towards the Mitzorah to facilitate his offering. It's debated as to whether donating an Asham Taloi offering is permissible. New Mishnah. If the limbs of a Chatas offering got mixed with the limbs of an Olah offering, Rabbi Eliezer says they should all just be burnt on the altar, and we view the Chatas meat as if it's just being burnt on tinder. The sages say they should be left overnight, and they should be then taken to the place of burning. The Gemara quotes scriptural sources explaining their individual logics. There's different opinions as to exactly what they're disagreeing on. That's discussed. New Mishnah. If the limbs of a valid Olah offering are mixed with the limbs of a blemished Olah offering, Rabbi Eliezer holds that if one of their heads was offered, all the legs should be offered, and if one of the legs was offered, all the legs should be offered. The sages disagree and say if they haven't been offered, they should be taken to the place where invalid offerings are burnt. The Gemara says Rabbi Eliezer permitted these two offering heads to be burnt, as one is definitely permissible, but not just one. The New Mishnah. If sacrificial blood was mixed with water, if it has the appearance of blood, it's fine. If the blood was mixed with wine, it's viewed as if it was mixed with water. If sacrificial offering blood became mixed with regular blood of a wild animal, we view it as if it was mixed with water. Others just say that blood cannot nullify blood. If blood of an offering got mixed with blood of an invalid offering, it should be all poured out into the temple canal. If offering blood was mixed with non-arterial offering blood that was just draining out, it's a debate if this is valid or if it should just be dumped out, although it said if it was applied to the altar, it's valid. The Gemara says the blood and water mixture is only where the water fell into the blood. If the blood fell into the water, each drop of blood is nullified as it mixes with the water. This would not apply by the concept of covering the blood of a slaughtered animal, as there's no rejection from that principle. Some rule if somebody simultaneously eats pigol, an offering with improper intent, leftover meat, and impure meat, there's no liability of punishment, as while he chews, each larger piece is nullifying the others. This teaches that forbidden items can nullify each other, that the concept that a forbidden food prohibits permitted food through a transfer of flavor is only a rabbinic concept, and that a questionable warning is not considered a valid warning. It actually ends up retracting the second of these principles and additionally debates these points. Anyways, after further discussion, it explains that the status of a mixture of two different foods is determined by flavor, a mixture of two of the same foods is determined by majority, and if appearance is a relevant factor, it's determined by appearance. Anyways, it was said that mitzvahs cannot nullify each other and forbidden items cannot nullify each other. For instance, by mitzvahs, to say Hillel on Passover would simultaneously eat a sandwich of matzah and maror, which wouldn't nullify each other. Other examples are given. Regarding the debate as to the validity of offering blood and draining blood, some say it's as to whether decrees or such were allowed to be made in the temple. Others say the dispute as to whether they hold draining blood to be more common than arterial blood. There's issues based on the wording with the first opinion. New Mishnah. If blood of an unblemished offering mixed with blood of blemished offerings, it should be poured out into the canal. If a cup of blood was mixed with other cups of blood, Rabbi Eliezer says, if one cup was offered, the remaining should also be offered. The sages disagree and say any unoffered cup should be dumped out. If bloods that were supposed to be applied to the lower half of the altar were mixed with the bloods applied to the upper half of the altar, Rabbi Eliezer says that all of these should be applied to the upper half, and those that were incorrectly placed should just be viewed as if they're water, and the remainder should be applied to the lower half. The sages say that it should all be dumped out, but if it was applied, it's fine. If bloods requiring one application were mixed with other bloods requiring one application, they should all be applied in one application. If bloods requiring four-sided applications were mixed with bloods requiring four-sided applications, they should just be applied in four-sided applications. If bloods requiring four-sided applications were mixed with bloods requiring one application, it is a debate if they should be applied one or four times based on whether the concern is of adding or subtracting unnecessarily. They argue the logic. The Temurah says, when Rabbi Eliezer permitted applying four-sided applications by these mixed cups, some say this is only if they're applied two at a time, so there's at least one service being done properly. A similar dispute existed in the earlier Mishnah in this chapter regarding mixed limbs. Both are cited as mixed limbs already have their atonement affected on the altar, unlike here where the blood hasn't been yet thrown. Related discussions are quoted regarding mixtures by laws of impurity and similar. These are additionally spoken on. It's essentially operating on a debate as to whether two liquids in a vessel entirely blend or not, and how this relates to a few cases involving the blood service of temple offerings. It also disputes a number of sources. New Mishnah. If bloods applied inside the temple sanctuary get mixed with bloods that are applied outside, they should be poured into the canal. If this mixture was applied outside and then inside, it's valid. If it was applied inside and then outside, it's a dispute. Rabbi Akiva says it's invalid as it was brought into the sanctuary. The sages say it's valid unless it's Chatas blood brought into the sanctuary, which is invalid. Rabbi Eliezer says Asham blood would also be invalid. The Gemara says Rabbi Eliezer didn't dispute the Mishnah's initial point that it can first be applied inside and then outside because of these exceptions by the Chatas and Asham offerings. It additionally explains the logic of the individual opinions and quotes the sources. New Mishnah, if a Chatas offering had its blood received in two cups, if one was taken outside the temple courtyard, the other is still valid. If one was taken into the temple sanctuary, it's a debate if the other is still valid. If blood was brought into the temple sanctuary with intent to apply it, if it wasn't applied, it's a debate. Some say it's invalid, some say it is valid, some say it's valid if brought unintentionally. Regarding all invalidated bloods that are applied to the altar, the tzitz, which is this, doesn't affect acceptance, besides for by impure blood. The Gemara additionally discusses these cases. It brings sources and related points. Scriptural verses are quoted showing the invalidation of offering blood brought inside the temple sanctuary. It additionally elaborates on the individual opinions as to if blood was brought into sanctuary to be applied and wasn't actually applied, if it's then made invalid or not. And that's the end of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Tractate Zevachim continues covering laws of temple offerings. The first Mishnah says, if something fit for an offering goes on the temple altar, it becomes sanctified, even if it was invalid. Rabbi Yeshua says this means if it's fit for the altar fires, it should just be left up there based on a verse. Rabban Gamliel says if something's fit for any part of the altar, it should be left up there based on a verse. So the difference between these opinions is by the blood and by libations, as Rabban Gamliel would say they should be left up there, and Rabbi Yeshua would disagree. Rabbi Shimon holds that whether the offering in question is valid and its libations are not, or if its libations are valid and the offering is not, or if both are invalid, the offering should be left on the altar and the libations should be removed. The Gemara says, when it said that the altar sanctifies what's fit for it, that was to exclude something like the kemitza, handful of the flour offering that wasn't sanctified in a temple service vessel. This is as they are lacking in an act of themselves which would allow them to be fit for the altar. Regarding the various opinions as to what's sanctified and left on the temple altar, it debates what they derive from each other's verses and as to why they don't hold like each other. Besides for these, there are other opinions. Rabbi Yesi Lili and Rabbi Akiva debate over if the bird olah offering can be left on the altar if it's invalid, based on the source for this concept. They would also uniquely hold that an invalid mincha libation offering brought on the altar must be removed. By an invalid mincha libation that comes with an offering, only Rabban Gamliel and Rabbi Yeshua say it should be left on the altar. Rabban Gamliel and Rabbi Shimon alone hold individual invalid wine libations should be left on the altar. These libations with an offering that are invalid, only Rabban Gamliel holds they should be left on the altar. This would apply even if the libation was offered a day after the offering. New Mishnah. Further, invalid offerings which if brought on the altar should be left there. An offering which was left overnight, or one that wasn't removed from the courtyard, or which became impure, or one that was slaughtered with improper intent of time or location, or if the blood was received or thrown by a disqualified person. Rabbi Yehuda says, excluded from this list of invalid offerings which if brought on the altar should actually be removed from the temple altar. Any offerings that were slaughtered at night, if their blood was spilled or if their blood was removed beyond the curtains. Rabbi Shimon disagrees, as he holds the only way something could be fully disqualified to be removed from the altar is if it was invalid before it ever even entered the temple courtyard. Examples of this are if the animal was used for bestiality, if it was designated as an offering for an idol, if it was worshipped, it was used to pay a harlot, it was exchanged for a dog, it's a mixed breed, it had a disqualifying underlying defect, or if it was born via a C-section, or if it had a blemish. Rabbi Akiva actually says if it was blemished, it's fine to be left on the altar. Others disagree. If something was removed from the altar, it should not be brought back up. If something was brought up onto the altar while alive, it should be removed. This would apply to the Ola offering. If the animal was slaughtered on top of the actual altar, it should be skinned and dismembered there, and then burnt. The Gemara quotes scriptural sources for all of these listed opinions. These are discussed. There's a related case. If somebody slaughtered a consecrated animal at nighttime and then offered it outside the temple courtyard, he's said to be liable. Some say this should be treated as strict as an offering slaughtered and offered outside the temple courtyard, where there's two liabilities. Others refute this. It said sacrificial parts of Kodashim Kalim variant offerings that were brought onto the altar before the blood was thrown should be left there, as they are now part of the altar's fare. Supports for this are brought and discussed along with the remaining points as to what, for instance, exactly is done with an Ola offering that's brought onto the altar while alive, as to whether it's skinned and dismembered, and similar. It also further disputes as to whether Kodashim Kalim type offerings that were brought onto the altar before the throwing of the blood, if they can remain there. Anyways, when Rabbi Akiva said that blemished animals brought on the altar are valid to remain, it said that he meant specifically by the blemish of a cataract, and also only when it developed its blemish after consecration. So Rabbi Akiva would hold by a female Ola offering that the altar doesn't sanctify it if it was placed up there, as such an offering must be a male, and a gender was there long before it was designated as an offering. Additionally, based on our discussion, it's ruled that animals invalidated as offerings due to use for bestiality would include bird offerings. Further supports for this are brought when it said that some would actually reject blemished offerings from on the altar. Some say this was just the actual practice, others say that it was done so indirectly. We said if the offering was brought down from the altar, it shouldn't be brought back up. This would only apply if it hadn't caught fire. Some say this concept of validity to the altar being gained through catching fire would apply to parts like detached bones, sinew, horns, or hooves. New Mishnah. Now, the following invalid offerings, if brought on the altar, must actually be removed. Meat of Kodashim variant offerings, meat of Kodashim Kalim offerings, remainder of Omer offerings, the 2 loaves offerings, the panim bread, the remainder of the mincha offering, and the incense. Regarding wool from the head of lambs, hair from the beard of goats, and bones, sinews, horns, and hooves, if they're attached to the offering, they should be brought up alongside them. If they're separated, they should not, which is based on verses. The Gemara expounds on these sources. Anyways, when it says the horns or sinews and whatnot of offerings are separated from the offering and are removed from the altar, this is where they're being taken down from the pyre. If they're being moved closer towards the pyre, they'd remain on the altar. These detached substances are only really treated as sanctified if they're separated after the blood applications. If they were separated beforehand, they can be used for personal benefit. This is discussed. New Mishnah. If any of the discussed invalid portions are burning on the altar, and then due to the extreme heat, they get launched off onto the ground, they should not be returned. Similarly, embers that fall off the temple altar don't need to be returned. Limbs of valid offerings that burst off of the altar, if it's before midnight, they should be returned to the altar, and it's forbidden to benefit from them. If it's after midnight, they should not be returned, and benefit is permitted. The same way the altar sanctifies whatever is fit for it, the ramp and the sacred vessels do the same. Regarding valid limbs that get launched off the altar, as to whether they're returned, we're discussing limbs that are fully burnt, but not yet charcoal. It gives sources for the midnight cutoff by these offerings. If these limbs fell off the altar before midnight and were returned after midnight, it's a debate as to when they're considered to be consumed. Some say the next midnight, some say at dawn. There's related discussion. It also sources the point that the altar ramp and service vessels sanctify what's placed on them. Based on this, there's dispute as to whether the actual airspace of the altar has the same status as the altar in regard to sanctifying things and similar. It's disputed, and it winds up unresolved. New Mishnah. Sacred vessels designated for fluids sanctify fluids, and sacred measures for solids sanctify solids. But fluid vessels don't sanctify solids, and solid measures don't sanctify fluids. If a vessel is punctured, it can only sanctify items if it can still sort of be used for its original function, otherwise not. Also, all of these only sanctify items within the actual temple courtyard. The Gemara mentions a basin designated for fluids can also sanctify solids. It debates sources for this. Anyways, it said service vessels can only sanctify while they're whole, when they're full, and only from their interior. Others switch this last one with for being inside the temple courtyard, which creates variation on anything that extends above the brim of a service vessel. It's also said service vessels only sanctify once they're full, but if they're not full and you intend to add more, they sanctify everything that gets added as you go. When we said vessels designated for fluids don't sanctify solids, some say they can sanctify in order to cause invalidation. It also briefly speaks on the maintenance and repair of temple sacred vessels and garments of Kohanim. It speaks on how a number of specific ones of these were made and maintained, and it said that just like the temple offerings, the priestly garments would also atone for sins, for things like known unwarned bloodshed and privately spoken lashon hara, which is gossip. And that's the end of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Tractate Zevachim continues on the laws of the order of temple offerings. The first Mishnah says, in regards to the order of temple offerings, frequency takes precedence. So the Atonement offering goes before the Musaf offering, the Shabbos Musaf offering goes before the Rosh Chodesh Musaf offering, and the Rosh Chodesh Musaf offering goes before the Rosh Hashanah Musaf offering. This is based on a verse. The Gemara clarifies the scriptural sources for these points. New Mishnah. Another principle that determines the order of bringing temple offerings, whichever is more sacred takes precedence. So the Chatas blood precedes the Ola blood, as Chatas offerings affect atonement. Burning Ola limbs precedes burning offering Chata sacrificial parts, as Ola limbs are entirely burnt in the altar fires. A Chata's offering precedes an Asham, as a Chata's blood is applied to the four horns and the base of the altar. An Asham precedes a Toda, and a Nazir's ram offering, as it's a Kachim type offering. A Toda and Nazir's ram precede Shlamim offerings, as they are eaten for only one day and are brought with loaves of bread. Shlamim offerings precede Bechor offerings, as they require four-sided blood applications, along with Smicha, leaning on the animal, libations, and waving of parts of the animal. The Bechor offering precedes the Ma'aser offering because its sanctity begins from birth and is eaten only by Kohanim. The Ma'aser offering precedes bird offerings as it's a slaughtered offering, and it has Kachim blood and sacrificial parts. Bird offerings precede Mincha offerings as their blood offerings. A sinner's mincha offering precedes a voluntary mincha offering, as it's due to a sin. A bird chatas precedes a bird ola, and this also applied to its consecration. The Gemara quotes sources for the principle that a chatas blood service precedes an ola offering, but vice versa for the actual burning. Regarding procedure between chatas blood and ola limbs, that's disputed, and it's unresolved. Between ola blood and chatas sacrificial parts, that's also unresolved. Between ola blood and asham blood, that's also disputed from a few cases, and is unresolved. It further explains why each individual offering is considered to have a greater level of sanctity than the next, and as to why certain other factors are discounted. It's also said sacrificial parts of kache kalim type offerings that were brought outside the temple courtyard, even before the throwing of the blood, are invalid, and it derives this from other discussion on Ma'aser offerings preceding bird offerings. Additional supports for this are brought. It further explains why each of these offerings take precedence over the other, again as to why certain factors are discounted in either direction. Additional sources are cited. This for the discussion. A case based on all of this, if there's a bird chatas, an animal ola, and a Ma'aser offering, it's argued which takes precedence. Some say slaughter is the overriding factor, so the Ma'aser offering goes first. Others say the bird chatas is elevated above the others and is offered first. New Mishnah. All chatas offerings mentioned in the Torah precede asham offerings, besides for the mitzorah leper's asham, as that is what actually purifies a mitzorah leper. All asham offerings mentioned in the Torah must be in their second year and worth at least 2 silver shekels, besides for the nazir and mitzorah's asham, which must be in the first year and can cost less than this. Additionally, besides for all of these discussed having precedence in the order of offering on the altar, they also have precedence in order of consumption. Between a shlamim offering from yesterday and a shlamim offering from today, yesterday's take precedence. Between yesterday's shlamim and today's chatas or asham, it's a dispute. Some say yesterday's shlamim takes precedence, others say the chatas takes precedence as it's a kachim offering. A related rule by all these offerings, the kohanim can vary how they eat them, whether it's roasted, overcooked, cooked. They can add unconsecrated or teruma spices. According to one opinion, others say teruma tithe spices are prohibited in case they get disqualified. The Gemara asks, does frequency or sacredness take precedence? It debates this from a number of laws, from offerings and laws of prayer. It's largely left unresolved. Additionally, it's asked if an uncommon offering was slaughtered before a common offering. It's asked if it should then be offered first, or if it should be held off until the other common one is brought, while keeping its blood stirred so it won't coagulate. This is disputed, and it concludes the uncommon slaughtered offering should have its service completed first. It also sources the principle that the kohanim can eat these offerings essentially however they want. New Mishnah. It said if you see oil being distributed to the kohanim in the temple for consumption, you can presume it's either the remainder of the wafer mincha offerings or the remainder of the oil of the mitzorah leper offerings. If oils are being poured on the fires of the altar, you can presume it's from the remainder of the wafer mincha offerings of specifically kohanim, or the remainder of the mincha offering of an anointed kohen. There's a dispute if donations of oil were permitted. The Gemara explains and sources the principles of these oil offerings, essentially that a kohemet handful is burnt on the altar, and the remainder is eaten by the kohanim. Verses are quoted, and the method of this service is actually disputed. Also, regarding the wine donations, it said it's sprinkled on the altar's fires, which only partially extinguish them, so it's fine. It sources the fact that fully extinguishing these fires is prohibited. Related, if libations become impure, the kohanim would make a separate pyre for them on the temple floor, where they're burnt, and it sources this and quotes agreeing opinions. And that's the end of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Tractate Zevachim continues going through the various laws of temple offerings, now on principles of cleaning garments and vessels. The first Mishnah says, if blood from a chatas offering got splattered on a garment, the garment must be laundered. This would apply by every type of chatas offering, unless the chatas offering was invalid, even if it was valid for a brief period. An example of a chatas that was valid for only a brief period would be one that was left overnight, or it became impure, or it left the courtyard. It would be entirely always invalid if it was slaughtered with improper intent of time or location, or if disqualified people received or through the blood. The Gemara clarifies, this applies to all chatas offerings, that their blood must be laundered out of garments. It said this would not apply to the bird chatas offering, and it quotes sources. This is discussed. Anyways, it asks what the law is by a bird chatas offering brought inside the temple sanctuary, but before its blood was sprinkled, as to whether that's invalid, based on whether the neck is compared to a service vessel, which would be invalid in such a situation, or that it's compared to the neck of an animal chatas, which would be fine. It's debated from some cases and is unresolved. Similarly, if bird chatas blood spilled onto the floor and was then collected in a vessel, it's argued if this is valid based on whether a service vessel is just not required for that, or that it's actually prohibited. Again, it's a disputed point. Further, if the blood of an animal chatas gets splattered on a garment, and then it goes from the garment to a second garment, it's argued if that second garment requires laundering. Some hold that simply yes, as this blood was valid for a period. so it must be laundered anyways. Additionally, if chatas blood splattered a garment which was impure, thereby making the blood impure, based on whether the blood's invalidation needs to be at a different time from when it contacts the garment, or perhaps you could say that they even can occur simultaneously. This principle is a disputed one based on some laws of impurity regarding a case of sprinkling impure purification waters on a woman with nida impurity. Anyways, we said invalid chatas offering blood in a garment doesn't require laundering. There's a dispute if this applies to an offering that was never valid or even to one that was valid for a period, and sources are quoted. New Mishnah. If blood of a chatas offering went straight from the animal's neck onto the garment, there's no need to launder it. If it splattered the garment from the horn or base of the altar, there's no need for laundry. If the blood spilled onto the floor and was gathered up, the garment doesn't require laundering. Essentially, the only way the garment would require laundering is if the blood in question was received in a vessel and is fit for sprinkling on the altar. The Gemara quotes sources. It also explains the ending statement of the Mishnah that blood requires laundering if it was received in a service vessel and is otherwise valid, is essentially explaining the reason the prior listed cases don't apply. When it said the blood needs to be fit for sprinkling, that was to exclude a case where he received less than the minimum amount for sprinkling in two separate vessels. The fact that this is invalid is sourced. New Mishnah. If chatas blood splattered on an animal's hide, if the hide wasn't yet stripped from the animal, it doesn't require laundering. If the hide had been stripped, it's a debate. Additionally, by these principles of laundering garments, only the actual spot with blood needs washing, not the full garment. Also, it only applies to something that's susceptible to impurity, and something fit to be laundered, including cloth garments, sackcloth, and hide. The laundering must be done in the temple courtyard. Also, when meat of an offering is cooked in an earthenware vessel, the vessel must be broken in the temple courtyard, and if a copper vessel is used, it must be purged and rinsed in the temple courtyard. Additionally, this principle by chatas, that its blood must be washed out of garments, is a stringency that applies to the chatas specifically over other kachim type offerings. The Gemara quotes sources for these principles. These are additionally discussed. Also, when it said that something that can be laundered applies by these laws, that's to exclude something like vessels. We give examples of cloth garments, sackcloth, and hide. There's a dispute if leather would apply. Some say everybody agrees soft leathers are launderable, while hard leathers are disputed. That's discussed. There's a dispute on this based on what exactly the parameters of laundering are defined as. It also sources the principle that laundering these garments and the cleaning of vessels for offerings were all done within the actual temple courtyard. New Mishnah. If a garment that was stained with chatas blood went outside the temple courtyard, it should be brought back inside and laundered. If it became impure while outside, it should be torn to remove its impurity status and then brought back inside and laundered. If an earthenware vessel that was used to cook a chatas offering went outside the temple courtyard, it should be brought back inside and broken. If it became impure while outside, it should be punctured to remove its impurity status and brought back inside and broken. If a copper vessel that was used to cook a chatas offering went outside the temple courtyard, it should be brought back inside and purged and rinsed. If it became impure while outside, it should have a large hole knocked out to remove its impurity status and brought back inside and purged and rinsed. The Gemara clarifies when the garment is being torn, it doesn't mean in two, it means across majority of its length or width, so that way it's still valid to be laundered. This is sufficient biblically. When the earthenware vessel is being punctured, that's referring to a hole the size of a small root, so that way it can still be broken as an actual vessel. When we said a copper utensil needs a hole knocked inside, it then has that hole hammered shut, so that way it's valid to be rinsed and purged afterwards. If the garment in question is the robe of the Kohen Gadol, which cannot be ripped, it should be brought into the courtyard 3 finger breadth at a time, and it should be laundered as it goes in. Additionally, it's asked, as urine was one of the types of detergent used back in those days, how could that be used within the temple courtyard? So it's explained that the urine in this case was mixed with tasteless saliva, as was each type of detergent. New Mishnah. Regarding the cooking of offerings, whether it was cooked in a pot or if it just had hot liquid poured over it, whether it was kachim or kalim type offerings, the pots used must be purged and then rinsed. Others hold the pots used to cook kalim don't need purging and rinsing. The Gemara quotes sources. It's asked, what if the chatas was suspended in an oven without touching the walls? Is just absorption considered a concern? It argues this from a number of court cases, discussing a number of unique types of ovens. These are spoken on further. Specific incidents involving purging and cleaning these utensils are quoted. Sources are bought for the remaining points. It's said that Temurah in a pot does not require purging or rinsing in spite of the flavor absorption. It's clarified that the entire pot doesn't need purging, but the actual place of cooking does. Others say that it actually all must be purged, but you can even use wine or diluted wine. Others say it's just that purging can even be done with hot water alone, with no additional cold rinsing needed. New Mishnah. Rabbi Tarfon says, if somebody cooked meat of an offering in a vessel at the beginning of a holiday, he can continue cooking it across the entire holiday. The sages say that until the time of eating is the requirement for purging and rinsing, which will be explained. Purging and rinsing must be done the same way that cup by blessings after meals are prepared, that it should be washed on the inside and outside here, both with cold water. A spit or a grill are purged with hot water. The Gemara quotes sources for the opinions of Rabbi Tarfon and the sages. There's a dispute as to how purging and rinsing are done. Some say both are done with cold water after a hot water purging. Some say purging is done with hot water and rinsing is done with cold water. They debate sources. New Mishnah. If somebody cooks sacrificial meats and regular meats together in a pot, or kachim meats were cooked with kalim meats, if there's enough that the more stringent type of meat will impart flavor to the other, then the other more lenient type of meat must be eaten in the same manner as the stricter piece, and the pot doesn't require purging and rinsing, and other foods aren't disqualified through their contact. If a disqualified mincha wafer offering touched a regular qualified mincha wafer, or a slice of disqualified sacrificial meat touched a proper slice of qualified meat, neither would be entirely disqualified. The only forbidden place is the place of contact and absorption. The Gemara clarifies in the first case, if the two meats touch each other, if there's enough to transfer flavors, the lenient meat is eaten like the stringent one is, the pots require purging and rinsing, and they disqualify other foods through contact. If there's not enough to transfer flavor, none of these these apply. Some clarify that the pot with Kachei Kalim would require purging and rinsing. It's just not required by Kachei Kachim. Others say it's just not required by Kachei Kalim. That's qualified. It also quotes related conversation on the 2 types of wafer offerings coming in contact. Anyways, clearly the positive commandment to eat offering meat is not overriding the negative commandment to not eat disqualified meat. There are a few suggested reasons why. Some say that a positive commandment does not override a negative commandment by the temple. Others say that it says positive commandments can't override a combination of a positive and negative commandment. It's discussed. Sources are quoted along with related points. Anyways, it's said if blood of a chatas and an ola splatter on a garment, if the chatas blood is on bottom, the garment must be laundered. But if the ola blood is on bottom, it said laundering is not required here. It's also said if there's blood on a garment, it will create an interposition if placed in a mikvah. Well, this would not apply if the garment owner was a slaughterer, as presumably he's fine with the blood. Similarly, if there's grease on a garment, it will create an interposition if placed in a mikvah, while this would not apply if the garment owner sold grease by the same principle. Now, if there's blood and grease on a garment and the garment owner is a slaughterer and he sells grease, is a debate as to if he'll take issue with both of these substances, and that stands unresolved. And that's the end of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Tractate Zevachim covers the laws of the portion of temple offerings that were eaten by the Kohanim. The first Mishnah says, a Kohen who is impure and immersed, but the day hasn't ended yet, which is a necessary step of the purification process, or somebody who's impure and hasn't yet brought his necessary offerings, they don't get a share of the offerings in the temple that were eaten by Kohanim. A Kohen who is mourning the passing of a close relative is allowed to touch offerings, as he's not impure, but he cannot eat of them and he doesn't receive a share. A Kohen with a blemish, whether it's temporary or permanent, he can have a share and eat of offerings, but he cannot offer them himself. Generally, if a Kohen is not eligible to perform the offering service, they don't have a share of the meat, and if they do not have a share of the meat, they don't get a share of the hides. If a Kohen was impure when the blood was thrown, but pure when the fats were burned, he would not get a share of the meat, which is based on a verse. The Gemara quotes the scriptural source for this concept that a Kohen who immersed but hasn't waited until the day to end, that he cannot eat of temple offerings. It's asked, what if a Kohen has a blemish and is also impure as he's blemished, so he's not eligible to perform the service, but he still gets a share of the offering. So perhaps the fact that he's impure creates no variation. It's asked that as he cannot eat of the offering since he's impure, he gets no share in them. The same applies to impure Kohanim by communal offerings. Anyways, regarding a mourner, we said he can touch the sacrificial food. However, in an earlier tractate, Chagiga, on page 21a, we said a mourner cannot touch sacrificial foods. The difference is explained to be that by the other Mishnah, the man took care to not become biblically impure, but he still became rabbinically impure, unlike here, which we prove is a possibility. Alternatively, it's just that the other Mishnah refers to eating the sacrificial foods, while ours refers to just touching them. Additionally, by a mourner, our Mishnah said that he cannot claim his own share, but it implies that he can share the portions of other Kohanim. However, in Tractate Pesachim, by the laws of the Paschal offering, it says a mourner cannot share of others' offerings, so it's explained that as a mourner can eat the Paschal offering himself on the night of Passover, at that point he can eat all types of offerings, while he wouldn't be able to do this the rest of the year. Alternatively, the difference is on when his relative died, as when he's allowed to eat the offering, it's when his relative died and was buried on the 13th, the day before Passover, while our source talks about passing and burial on the 14th. This would hold that the mourning period doesn't extend to the following night, which it then sources. That's qualified further. There's additional discussion on these principles. This goes on further on concepts of a mourner and the consumption of the Paschal offering, based on where exactly the period of mourning extends to, be it biblically or rabbinically. It brings up the incident with Nadav and Avihu, as apparently Aaron and his sons were told to eat offerings in spite of their period of mourning. As a debate if the prohibition here was waived, it's additionally discussed along with several verses on this topic. Some hold that the Rosh Chodesh Chatas offering brought by that incident was actually burned instead of being eaten, and it's debated as to the exact circumstance. There's also related debate as to whether Moshe himself was a Kohen or not. This is discussed quoting many incidents throughout scripture that imply either way. It also quotes the verse, and he left Pharaoh's presence in a burning anger, which it says is in reference to the fact that Moshe slapped Pharaoh across the face at this point. Others say he actually was more respectful, as it's held that royalty should always be treated with respect. It's argued as whether Moshe himself was considered to be a king. It said that a Kohen with a blemish, be it temporary or permanent, still gets a share and can eat of the temple offerings. The sources for this are quoted. Anyways, it had stated that a Kohen who is not eligible to bring an offering cannot eat of the offerings. However, we said a blemished Kohen who is ineligible to bring an offering can eat of the offerings. Also, an impure Kohen is eligible to perform the offering service, but he cannot eat of them. So it's explained that by the impure person, it didn't actually state that an impure person does get a share, and by the blemished Kohen, that's just specified as an exception. We said that if somebody was impure when the blood was thrown, and pure when the fat was burned, he does not get a share of the offering. This seemingly would imply that if he was pure when the blood was thrown, and impure when the fat was burned, he would get a share, but many dispute this. If the Kohen was pure when the blood was thrown and the fats were burned, but was briefly impure in between, that stands unresolved. The remaining principles are sourced. New Mishnah. If the Ola offering is at the point that the altar would not receive the meat, the Kohanim do not receive the hides of the animal. If an Ola was slaughtered not for its own sake, it doesn't fulfill anything for its owner, but the hide would nevertheless go to the Kohanim. The hides of the Ola of a man or woman go to the Kohanim. The hides of Kachei Kalim type offerings go to their owners. The hides of Kachei Kachim type offerings go to the Kohanim, as they also acquire the meat. The Gemara additionally quotes sources for these principles principles. There are various opinions on these, and they're discussed further at length. New Mishnah. By all temple offerings, if they were invalidated prior to being skinned, the Kohanim don't receive their hides. If the invalidation occurred after they were skinned, the Kohanim would receive the hides. The administrator of the Kohanim testified that he had never seen a hide invalidated and disposed of, so there's a debate if a Bechor offering is skinned and is found to have a defect, if in that case its hide can be kept or it must be taken to the place of burning. The Gemara says the prior Mishnah seemingly contradicts ours, saying that if the meat is disqualified, the hide cannot be kept. This is in accordance with a differing opinion that holds that the permissibility of the hide depends entirely on the meat's acceptance. So it's explained either that skinning typically took place after the blood service, or here it means that once the hide has been made fit by the blood service, it can no longer be invalidated. It debates between these opinions from additional discussions. In the end, it's held that the law accords with the opinion that if offering meat is discovered to have a defect afterwards, the hide must be disposed of by burning while the meat is buried. New Mishnah. The burned bull and burned he-goat offerings, which were variants of the chatas, were burned in the place of ashes, and they contaminate impurity towards garments. If they're not being burned according to proper procedure, they're burned in the temple and they don't contaminate impurity. They would be carried on poles, and it's a debate as to when during the carrying process, or possibly in the burning process, people's garments would become impure. The Gemara defines these places of ashes and gives their locations, along with some of the services that use them. Regarding these burned bull and he-goat offerings, it's a dispute of keeping them overnight would disqualify them. That's disputed from a few sources. It's also asked whether removing them from the temple courtyard disqualifies them, which it disputes, along with a case of parts of the animal leaving the courtyard. There are several unresolved points on this. The principles of impurity are also sourced by these particular offerings and others. It discusses points on how something like a regular kosher bird carcass would give off impurity, and similar regarding other animal carcasses. The remaining principles from the Mishnah are sourced. These are additionally discussed. And that's the end of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Tractate Zevachim begins covering the laws of the exact permissible locations of temple offerings. The first Mishnah says, the only place that it was permissible to perform sacrificial offerings was in the temple in Jerusalem, when it stands. If somebody slaughtered and offered animals outside of the temple, he's liable for both the slaughter and the offering. Rabbi Yossi Aglili holds that if somebody slaughtered the animal inside and offered it outside, he's liable, but if he slaughtered outside and offered it outside, he's actually not liable, as he only offered an invalid offering. The sages say, if somebody slaughtered the animal inside and then takes it outside to be offered, he's not liable, as he invalidated the offering just by taking it outside. A similar dispute, instead of somebody who's impure eats impure sacrificial foods, or somebody impure eats regular sacrificial foods, he's liable. Rabbi Yossi Aglili would say that if he was impure and ate impure foods, he's not liable, as he only ate just an impure food with no other level of sanctity. The sages would say that even if he was impure and ate a pure sacrificial food, he touched it and made it impure, so he's only eating impure food. Anyways, somebody who's pure who eats an impure food is not liable, as the only liability there is for impurity of the body. The Gemara quotes the scriptural sources for these principles. There are a few opinions as to where exactly it's derived from, and they dispute. This is the source. All aspects of this prohibition against offering the animal outside, against offering an animal slaughtered outside, etc. It also sources a point that will be discussed later, that throwing parts of the offering blood outside the temple is forbidden. This is discussed, although some hold that there's no liability for performing melika, the slaughter of a bird offering, outside the temple, which is sourced. Additionally, it sources the principle that performing kemitza, the handful of the flour offering, outside the temple is forbidden. Anyways, it spent some time defining exactly what constitutes outside the temple complex. For one thing, it said slaughtering kodashim variant offerings in the southern part of the temple courtyard, while not permissible, had no punishment for doing so, as slaughtering kalim type offerings in that location was permitted. So slaughtering on the actual roof of the temple would be forbidden, as no offering is permitted to be slaughtered there. It disputes on the source for this. Anyways, it's asked, as of currently, where there is no temple, is there liability for making an offering out to the temple area? Some say yes, as the sanctification of the temple area is permanent. Others disagree, saying it's not. This is disputed by other opinions. Similarly, if somebody offers an offering outside the temple, but in less than the minimum volume of an olive, but there's a bone attached that brings it over the minimum size, is a dispute if there's liability based on if attachments to the offering are considered like the offering themselves. It's also asked what if there's a pigeon head brought that's under the minimum size of an olive, but it has salt on it that brings it over the minimum size. This is different than the prior case, as on one hand, the salt is not a part of the actual meat, but on the other hand, the salt is a requirement for the altar. That remains unresolved. Rabbi Yossi Aglili had said that there's only no liability if somebody slaughtered the offering and offered it outside, as he's just offering something invalid. The sages disputed this, saying that he's even not valid if he slaughtered it inside, as when he brings the animal outside the temple, it becomes invalid. Rabbi Yossi Aglili would respond to this, either by saying it's different, as this offering was permitted for a period. Alternatively, it's different, as learned in earlier chapters, that if it was slaughtered outside, the sanctity of the altar can still affect acceptance of it. There's a practical difference between these by an animal slaughtered at night, or if the blood was received in an unconsecrated vessel. The principles by impurity and sacrificial meat are additionally discussed. New Mishnah. There's a stringency against slaughtering an animal outside the temple over offering it outside, as if somebody slaughters for a regular person, he's liable, but if somebody offers the animal to a regular person, he's not liable. There's a stringency against offering an animal outside the temple over slaughtering it outside, as if two people simultaneously slaughter an animal, they're not liable, while if two people simultaneously offer the animal, they would be liable. If somebody impermissibly offered an animal and then did so again and again, it's a dispute. Some say he's liable each time, others say he's only liable once. Also, some say there's only liability for offering an animal outside the temple if this is done on an actual altar, others say it's even forbidden if it's done on a rock or a stone. The Gemara explains the difference between slaughtering for and offering to a regular person is based on a verse. These principles are additionally sourced. Anyways, by the case of somebody offering an animal over and over again. There was a dispute as to if he's liable for each one of these or only once. There are a few opinions as to what this case is exactly. Some say it's where he's offering several different limbs of a single offering, meaning there's definitely liability for offering a single limb. Others say it's discussing offering a single limb of an offering, meaning there's definitely liability for offering several limbs. Others say the dispute is by invalid offerings that became incomplete and were offered outside. Alternatively, they agree there's no liability for that, and they dispute valid offerings that became incomplete and were offered outside. It sources all these opinions along with the remaining points. New Mishnah, there's liability for offering animals outside the temple if they're valid or were invalidated in the temple. Also, if somebody offers an olive's volume of an olah offering and its sacrificial parts outside the temple, he's liable. The Gemara lengthily sources these principles. Anyways, as it specifies that there's liability for offering an olah and its sacrificial parts outside the temple, it implies that this would not apply by a shalomim offering, as seen in other sources. That's disputed. There are further points. New Mishnah, further regarding offerings outside the temple, the kaimetz handful of the mincha offering, the frankincense, the incense, the mincha offering of kohanim, the mincha of the anointed kohen, a libation mincha. If there's an olive's volume minimum of these outside the temple, some say you're liable, others say you're only liable for offering the entire offering. Also, by all of these, if they were offered inside the temple, and then a portion was left over and somebody offered them outside the temple, he's liable. If any of these offerings were reduced at all and offered outside the temple, there's no liability. Related, if somebody offers an animal's sacrificial meats and sacrificial parts outside, he's liable for the latter. The Gemara says, related, if somebody burns an olive's volume of incense outside the temple, he's liable, but if he burns a pras, which was a measurement inside, the community is exempt from offering anymore. There's a dispute as to what exactly that's referring to. This is discussed further. We said if these listed offerings were reduced, there's no liability for offering them outside. It's asked as to whether the same would apply if the reduction occurred outside the actual temple. That's argued on from a few cases, along with the remaining points. New Mishnah, if somebody offered a mincha offering which hadn't had its kamitza handful removed outside the temple, there's no liability. If somebody removed the kamitza handful and then added it back and offered it outside the temple, he is liable. The Gemara explains, based on a comparison, that the remainder of the mincha offering does not nullify the kaimetz handful. New Mishnah, if one of the kaimetz handfuls or frankincense of the mincha offering are offered outside the temple, there's liability. Others say there's only liability if both of these are offered outside. It's agreed if one is offered fully inside and one is offered fully outside, there's liability. Similarly, if the 2 spoons of frankincense for the showbread have one offered outside the temple, some say he's liable, others say there's only liability if both are fully offered outside. It's agreed if one is fully offered inside and the other is fully offered outside, there's liability. The Gemara asks, is it possible if somebody burns a kaimetz handful on the altar and then retroactively separates a portion of the mincha offering to have the kaimetz being burnt for, if that's permissible or not, which is unresolved. New Mishnah, if somebody throws sacrificial bloods outside the temple, he's liable. Also, some say there's liability on sukkahs for pouring a water libation outside the temple. Some say there's liability for pouring blood remnants outside the temple. The Gemara says it's agreed by these opinions that throwing the sacrificial blood outside the temple, he's liable. It sources the principle that water libations outside the temple on sukkahs are prohibited. It's disputed as to what amounts create a liability. Some say 3 lugin of water, others say there's a maximum limit and say it's within a vessel. Others say they disputed whether libations were offered in the wilderness. Others say the dispute is if water libations are derived from wine libations. There's similar dispute quoted elsewhere. It also sources the opinion for liability by offering blood remnants outside the temple. This is as he holds the blood remnants are essential. New Mishnah, if somebody slaughtered a bird offering inside the temple with milika and then offered it outside, he's liable. If he did milika outside and then offered it outside, he's not liable. If somebody slaughtered a bird with a knife inside the temple, which is not how it's done, and offered it outside, he's not liable. If he slaughtered the bird with a knife outside the temple and offered it outside, he's liable. So we see making a bird valid by doing milika inside the temple exempts it outside, and making a bird valid outside the temple by slaughtering it with a knife makes it exempt inside the temple. Others disagree and say that any offering that has liability when it was slaughtered outside, there's also liability for doing the same procedure inside and then offering it outside. The exception would be by slaughtering the bird with a knife inside and offering it outside. The Gemara clarifies the wording and argues as to what exactly this dissenting opinion is referring to. It's explained to be possibly in accordance with several of the Mishnah's listed cases. New Mishnah, if somebody received a chatas' blood in a single cup, and some was applied to the altar inside the temple and some was applied outside, he is liable, as all of it was fit to be offered in the temple. If he received the blood in 2 cups and both were applied inside, that's permissible. If both were applied outside, he's liable. If one was applied inside and one was applied outside, he's liable for applying 1 cup outside and then the other cup atones for him. This is comparable to somebody who designated an animal as a chatas offering and then loses it, so he designates a replacement animal and then he finds the original. So if both are slaughtered inside the temple, that's fine. If both are slaughtered outside, he's liable. And if one was slaughtered outside and one was slaughtered inside, he's liable for the one outside and the other offering atones for him. Related by the 2 chatas offerings offered inside, the blood of the first chatas exempts the meat of both offerings from prohibitions against benefit. The Gemara explains who this follows in accordance with individually held opinions. Anyways, by the case of the 2 chatas animals where one was lost, it said this was comparable to the former case to show that if the circumstance was that the second male chatas, which in this case had to be a goat of the nasi, was designated as a guarantee for the other, one of them was definitely going to be consigned to grazing and become an olah offering, meaning it doesn't become invalid when the other is slaughtered, meaning somebody who slaughters it outside will be liable. That's sourced. And that's the end of chapter 13. Chapter 14, the final chapter of Tractate Zevachim, finishes the laws of temple animal offerings and further on prohibitions against bringing offerings outside the temple. The first Mishnah says, if a red heifer, cow, or the Yom Kippur Azazel he-goat offering, which are offered outside the temple, are offered outside the temple but in the incorrect location, there is no liability. Further, if an offering was offered outside the temple, but it had been made invalid through being used for bestiality, it had been designated for worship or worshipped as an idol, it had been exchanged for a dog or paid to a harlot, or was a crossbreed, or had a defect, or was born via C-section, it's invalid anyways, so there's no liability for bringing it outside the temple. An animal with any sort of blemish, some say there's no liability for offering it outside the temple. Rabbi Shimon says there is liability if it had a temporary blemish. For bird offerings, if the turtle dove is too young or the pigeon is too old, there's no liability if brought outside the temple. Rabbi Shimon says there is liability if it was a young turtle dove. For an animal and its offspring at the same time, or a premature offering, that's a debate. The latter opinion of Rabbi Shimon holds that anything fit to be brought as an offering in the future, there's liability for offering it outside the temple, and the other sages disagree. A premature offering, as mentioned, could either be that the offering itself is too young, or that the offering must be brought in a specific time and it's just too early, such as by offerings for certain impurities, a leper, and similar. Anyways, offering the actual meat of a chatas or asham, or any meat of a kachei kachim or kachei kalam variant, or the remainder of the Omer offering, or the 2 loaves, or the showbread, or the remainder of the mincha offering, or doing the actual steps of the mincha offering, pouring oil, breaking it up, mixing it, salting it, waving it, etc., or putting the actual showbread on the shulchan, or preparing the menorah lamps, or removing the kometz handful from the mincha offering, or receiving the blood of an animal in a vessel. There's no liability for doing any of those outside the temple. There's also no liability for doing any of those in general as a non-Kohen, while impure, or while not wearing the priestly garments, or doing them without having washed one's hands or feet. However, besides for all of this, there were some unique periods in history when making offerings outside of the temple or the tabernacle was uniquely permitted. This was allowed before the building of the tabernacle in the desert, wherein the offering service was done by the firstborn, as opposed to the Kohanim. That only started after the building of the tabernacle. Kachei kachim offerings had to be eaten inside the actual tabernacle, and kachei kalim offerings would be eaten in the camp. When the Jewish people came to Gilgal, offerings outside the temple became permitted again. Kachei kachim offerings were eaten in the temple, and kachei kalim offerings were eaten anywhere. The tabernacle was rebuilt at Shiloh, and outside offerings were again prohibited. Kachei kachim were eaten within, and kachei kalim and ma'aser sheni tithes were eaten within sight of the tabernacle. Then in Nov and Gibeon, offerings outside the temple were again allowed. Kachei kachim were eaten within these sanctuaries, and kachei kalim could be eaten anywhere in Israel. Then when they arrived in Jerusalem, these outside offerings were permanently forbidden as the temple was built, and kachei kachim offerings were eaten within, and kachei kalim and ma'aser sheni could be eaten within Jerusalem. If an offering was consecrated and offered during the period where outside offerings were forbidden, there's 2 prohibitions violated and a penalty of Kereisos, divine punishment. If an offering was consecrated when outside offerings were allowed but offered when they were forbidden, there's 2 prohibitions violated and no penalty of Kereisos. If the offering was consecrated when outside offerings were forbidden and offered when they were allowed, there's only a single prohibition violated. Even when outside offerings were permitted, there were some specific types that still had to be brought at the actual tabernacle. These were communal offerings and offerings consecrated specifically to the tabernacle, although there is no liability by the latter one if they were brought outside. There were also private and communal outside altars. The difference was that a communal outside altar required semicha, leaning on the offering. It had to be slaughtered on the north side. The application of the blood around was required. It had to be waved. Some say the mincha offering had to be brought by the southwest corner, although others just say there were no mincha offerings brought by these. Anyways, on things done by a communal outside altar further, they had to wear priestly garments, they had to use service vessels, the ola couldn't be roasted before being burnt for its aroma, a line was drawn to designate upper and lower blood sprinkling, and they had to wash their hands and feet. By both private and communal outside offerings, they would be invalidated if brought after its proper time, if it was leftover, or if the eater was impure. The Gemara debates as to where exactly this red heifer is being offered that's invalid for it. Some suggest within the actual walls of Jerusalem, others say it's being done not opposite the temple entrance. This debate is principally on whether there's a concern of impurity across the land of Israel, as to whether there's concern of bits of bones and corpses being embedded under the earth from the flood, like it exists by the rest of the world, as to if the flood reached the land of Israel. That's disputed from a number of verses. It argues on this. According to the opinion that the flood didn't reach Israel, it said everybody nevertheless died within due to the extreme heat, besides for possibly the Re'im creature, which was some sort of immense beast, although others say its cubs were brought in the ark. It mentions that the waters around the ark were cooled, which is why the pitch on the ark didn't dissolve, and it's where Og, king of Bashan, held on, as he was the sole survivor of the giants. It's also said that Babylonia, also called Shinar, is called such as all the dead sank there. Anyways, it debates from a different source as to whether the he-goat of Azazel can be offered anywhere outside. It said our source refers specifically to where it's after it was selected by the lot and after the confession was recited. Anyways, it sources the prohibitions for the remaining points against an animal being used for bestiality, or a mixed breed, or one being born via C-section, etc. Anyways, Rabbi Shimon specified his opinion several times by temporarily blemished animals, as they're considered repulsive offerings, by premature turtle doves, as they're not considered repulsive, and by an animal and its offspring, as it was originally valid and became rejected. So he's saying he maintains his opinion in all these cases. It also sources his logic. A few verses are quoted and suggested It also qualifies the remaining prohibited or permitted specific offerings, bringing up additional specific types and variants. There's essentially a dispute as to whether there's liability for slaughtering a premature Asham offering, not for its own sake, outside the temple. That's disputed from a few cases. It additionally sources the remaining points, also going through the steps of the offerings as they were done with the tabernacle. There are additional points on the forbidden offerings of Nadav and Avihu, and it also speaks on the importance of accepting God's judgment with happiness, which is related to that whole event, saying there's great reward for doing so. It's mentioned that animals offered before the tabernacle was built had to be animals that would in the future be designated as kosher, which was known by Noah, as kosher animals enter the ark in multiples of 7s, while non-kosher animals were in multiples of 2. It sources opinions by the remaining discussed types of offerings as to which ones were offered by non-Jewish people. There's a related dispute as to whether Yisro or Jethro joined the Jewish people in the desert before or after the giving of the Torah. That's disputed from a few sources. It's also said that non-Jewish people nowadays are permitted to make offerings outside the temple, which it sources and quotes a few incidents of this occurring. It also defines the area of the tabernacle and describes the arrangement of the camps in Jerusalem and in Shiloh. It further explains what kinds of offerings could be brought on a communal outside altar when it was permitted. It disputes this from the Nazir's offerings and related to the remaining principles from the Mishnah as to the proper service by private and communal outside altars are sourced. There are various opinions. Some say the only difference between a major and minor outside altar is that a paschal offering and obligatory offering with a set time can be brought on the major one. That's disputed. It additionally sources the principles regarding where each type of offering could be eaten around the tabernacle at Shiloh, and it argues if the territory of Shiloh itself is in the portion of Ephraim or Binyamin. That's discussed. It also spent some time making calculations and giving the exact length of time each of these tabernacles stood for. The tabernacle in the desert stood for 39 years, the one in Gilgal stood for 14 years, and the one in Nov and Gibeon stood for 57 years. It additionally sources principles as to when each of these outside tabernacles became permitted, along with some related points. It also disputes what scriptural words exactly are used in reference to the tabernacle at Shiloh. It additionally proves we hold that an offering consecrated when outside altars were allowed and offered when they're prohibited has no penalty of kares. Additional sources are cited. Related, it said if you held that mincha offerings were done on outside altars, you'd also hold that bird offerings were allowed, otherwise not. Further sources from scripture are quoted. There are a few additional unresolved points. Anyways, by an offering slaughtered at nighttime by a private outside altar, that's a dispute based on verses if it's allowed or not. Also, by an olah, by a private outside altar, it's disputed if it needs to be skinned and dismembered or not. That's argued from sources. Anyways, it sources the remaining listed principles. Specifically, it proves a verse is necessary to state that being at the wrong time is an invalidating factor by the major outside altar, and the same is a concern by a minor one. And that's the end of chapter 14 and the entire Tractate Zevachim. Alright, that was a lot of information, so here's a rough summary of a lot of the practical takeaways from this tractate. As listed throughout scripture, primarily in the book of Vayikra, Leviticus, there were many offerings called karbanis brought in the temple in Jerusalem and in the tabernacle. There were offerings brought for committing sins, like the Chatas offering. There were offerings given out of thanks, like the Toda offering. There were offerings given on holidays, like the Paschal offering, and many, many others. They were typically animals like bulls, sheep, or goats, although there were some bird offerings, some wine or water libations, and as will be discussed in the following tractate, types of flour offerings. Each of these offerings had a particular process to be brought on the temple altar. It typically involved slaughtering the animal, receiving its blood in a vessel, and applying it to the altar, burning parts of the animal on the altar, and in some cases eating parts of the meat. As for who could perform each of these steps, how they were done, where they were done, when they were done, and similar, that's discussed throughout. Naturally, this has little practical application without a temple, although we do read about these offerings every day in prayer, and they will resume with the coming of Mashiach and the rebuilding of the third temple. Tractate Menachos continues covering the laws of the temple offerings. The prior tractate, Zevachim, went through the various laws of the temple animal offerings. This tractate will go through the different types of flour and grain offerings. These laws are very similar in many respects, but very different in others. A mincha offering, a flour offering, typically has 3 ingredients: flour, oil, and frankincense. There are specific measurements for each of these. There are a few types of mincha offerings, voluntary mincha offerings, of which there are a few different variants of plain flour, different methods of cooking it, etc. There are obligatory mincha offerings for a sinner, for a sota. There's a type brought by the Kohen Gadol and a type brought by the inauguration of a Kohen. There are communal mincha offerings, the Omer offering by Passover, the daily lechem apanim showbread, the 2 loaves by Shavuos, and there are libation, mincha offerings, and also some additional variants. The Thanksgiving offering is brought with some breads, the Nazir needs to bring some breads along with his offering, etc. The actual mincha offering essentially consists of mixing precise amounts of flour and oil in a consecrated service vessel, which depends on the type of mincha offering being brought. Some of these mixtures are waved, they're brought to the altar, and some have a handful removed in a specific manner, a process called kimitza, which is then burned on the altar. Some mincha offerings are entirely burned on the altar. Besides, for all of these, this tractate also covers the principles of libations on the altar. Chapter 1 begins discussion on these laws. The first Mishnah says, by all mincha offerings, if their kimitza is done with intent for a different type of mincha offering, it doesn't fulfill its owner's obligation, but it's still valid. The only exception to this is the sinner's mincha offering. and the sota's mincha offering, where it would be invalid. A sinner's mincha and a sota's mincha, if kamitza is not done for their own sake, or the kamitza was placed in a service vessel not for their own sake, or he placed it on the altar or burned it not for its own sake, or if he said he's doing the service for its own sake and then not for its own sake, or he said he's doing it not for its own sake and then for its own sake, it's invalid. For example, intent for its sake and then not for its sake will be bringing the sinner's mincha for the sake of a sinner's mincha and for the sake of a donated mincha afterwards. And intent not for its sake and for its sake, meaning he did it for the sake of a donated mincha offering, which is not right, and then for the sake of a sinner's mincha offering, which is correct. The Gemara says, the Mishnah used a unique word when it said this offering doesn't count for its owner, except that it is still valid, which is to say that after this step, you cannot continue to have improper intent by it. It brings agreeing sources by the types of offerings. Now, there is an opinion which states, all mincha offerings whose kimitza is done with incorrect intent, it's valid, and it does actually count towards its owner, as he uniquely holds that mincha offerings and animal offerings are just not comparable. It debates as to what exactly he's referring to, but just concludes that our Mishnah just disagrees with this opinion. However, this opinion that says mincha offerings are not comparable to animal offerings also says elsewhere that the sinner's mincha is similar to the chatas offering, meaning there's invalidation if done with incorrect intent. Also, the donated mincha is like the asham offering, as if it's done with incorrect intent, it's still valid. So let's explain the differences. Originally, it was discussing a change in level of holiness of the offering, whereas here it's a change in the owner. And as there's no recognition of a change by this latter one, it's not invalidated. This principle is questioned from a number of cases. The bird olah, if its malika slaughter was done as a bird olah for the sake of a bird chatas, it's said it does not fulfill any obligation, even though it was actually done as a bird olah. So it's answered that doing malika as a bird olah doesn't prove it's a bird olah, so it would still be invalid. So a bird olah whose blood was squeezed in the manner of a bird olah with intent of a bird chatas is said to not fulfill any obligation, even though it was actually done as a bird olah. So it's answered, perhaps it could be being done in the manner of a bird chatas, as it's being squeezed after the sprinkling. This would mean that a bird chatas whose blood was offered as a bird chatas with intent as an olah would actually still be valid. Anyways, this opinion states that mincha offerings are not comparable to animal offerings. This implies that animal offerings are always damaged by incorrect intents, and it argues if this is the case from a number of particular scenarios, many of which were discussed in the prior tractate. Alternatively, some explain the variance between this opinion, that first he says a mincha offering brought with incorrect intent to be completely valid, and then he says it's somewhat invalid to be that it's completely valid if the intent is another type of mincha offering, and it's somewhat invalid if the intent is for an animal offering. It quotes a few cases. A third opinion is valid if he says he's bringing the type of mincha offering, but doesn't actually say he's bringing a mincha offering, and where it's invalid is where he specifies he's bringing a mincha offering. It additionally debates this. The difference between these three opinions is that they disagree with the first one, that the variation is between discernibility in the offering, as they dispute the source for the concept, and as discussed throughout, there are debated issues with the other opinions. Anyways, the Mishnah stated that there is an exception, that the sinner's mincha and the sota's mincha if done with incorrect intent are invalid, which it sources. It goes through a number of verses. Anyways, some suggest to include in this exception the omer mincha, since it's not actually permitting any grain if it's done improperly like this. Some suggest the Mishnah didn't mention this as it wasn't addressing communal offerings, or maybe it wasn't addressing offerings that are brought with an animal, or maybe it wasn't addressing animals with a fixed time. So it's additionally then asked about the Nazir's asham offering and the Mitzorah's asham offering with improper intents, which as they're meant to permit the Nazir and the Mitzorah leper, but they're not actually doing so. So similar to this, in an effective omer offering, they should be invalid. That's additionally disputed, quoting a few relevant discussions. Although it does quote a source which clearly says that if a Mitzorah's asham is brought with incorrect intent, it's still offered on the altar. These principles are discussed further going through verses, and additionally as to whether the omer offering brought with incorrect intent is invalidated or not. The omer offering is to permit the new grain by the 16th of the month of Nisan, but some say the grain just becomes permitted automatically as the day begins, even though the omer hasn't yet been offered. Another opinion on the omer offering brought with incorrect intent, some say it's valid and its remainder can be eaten, and there's no necessity for another mincha offering, as he holds invalidating intent as a rule only takes effect if it's done by somebody fit to offer the service, meaning it excludes a blemished kohen, with something fit for the service, excluding this, the omer offering, and in a place fit for the service, which would exclude when the altar is damaged. It also quotes a source which prohibits animals with a defect from being offered on the altar, which it discusses. Regarding the source, it tries to refute it from our conversation on the omer mincha, which uniquely cannot be eaten but is offered on the altar, so it argues that the two can even be compared. It's also attempted to be disproven from comparison to the incense, Shabbos, and forbidden plant mixtures, where there's prohibitions for an ordinary person, but permissibility for particularly sanctified actions, like circumcision is allowed on Shabbos, or tzitzis, which is itself a forbidden mixture of wool and linen, are permitted, but those are all explained to be unique individually as their actual designated mitzvahs. So it suggests to derive it from a comparison to bird malika slaughter and from forbidden fats and bloods, which are all forbidden things towards people, but are given as offerings. But it said you can't compare defects in an animal to this, as those are all unique in that their characteristics aren't needed for a different forbidden object to be allowed for sacrifice. So another attempted source, we can derive it from a blemished offering, which is compared to a blemished kohen. So it said that's not a valid comparison, as an animal born via C-section, for example, and a person born via C-section aren't compared, and yet an animal born via C-section can be eaten typically, but cannot be offered in the temple. That's additionally discussed. So in the end, it concludes the source for this concept needs to be derived from verses and not from a logical comparison. New Mishnah. By a mincha offering, whether the sinner's mincha or any of the other variants, if the Kereisos service, removing a handful of the flour offering, is done by a non-Kohen, a mourner, an impure person who's immersed, but the day hasn't yet ended, somebody not wearing the priestly garments, somebody impure who hasn't yet brought his offering, somebody with unwashed hands and feet, somebody lacking circumcision, somebody impure, somebody sitting, somebody standing on utensils, on an animal, on another man's feet. In all these cases, the Kereisos is invalid. If somebody does Kereisos with his left hand, it's invalid. Others say he should just redo it with his right hand. If somebody does Kereisos and winds up with a pebble in his hand, or a grain of salt, or a piece of frankincense, it's invalid as he needs to be holding a precise amount, not a heaping handful, and not too little, where he's only using the tips of his fingers. The Gemara says, it specified this applies to all mincha offerings, including the sinner's mincha offering, as there's an opinion that the sinner's mincha service can be done inelegantly, so it's saying all of this still applies to the sinner's mincha, especially as the first mission of this tractate was said to be contradictory to this particular individual's opinion. It's also said if a non-Kohen removed the Kereisos handful, you should return it so it can be redone. This is in accordance with a similar opinion. This is as some suggest that certain steps of the offering service can be done by non-Kohanim, but others dispute this entirely, saying that slaughter, which we know can be done by a non-Kohen, is not considered to be part of the service. However, the slaughtering of a red heifer, for instance, would be a service, as it's considered like an item consecrated for temple upkeep. However, some say it's similar to examining symptoms of tzara'as leprosy, which must be done by a Kohen, but still isn't considered to be a service of the temple. Anyways, it further debates from additional discussions as to whether Kereisos, if done by a non-Kohen, can be rectified by a Kohen. Some suggest that what's being said is that it'd be impermissible for the non-Kohen if he sanctified the Kereisos handful by putting it into a second vessel to return it in that situation. That's additionally discussed, saying the Kereisos at least becomes sanctified to the degree that it becomes disqualified. Another suggestion is that the Kereisos handful is being returned to a full vessel with a hole in the middle of the flour by dumping it on the sides and then shaking it into the hole. So it's not like he himself is actually putting it into the vessel. It is debated based on the fact that the concept wasn't brought up here, as if returning Kereisos to a vessel that's laying on the ground is invalid. It's said that doing this would in fact be valid. However, it is clarified to be valid that you can take Kereisos from a vessel on the ground, but it is asked if you can put it into a vessel on the ground. It's said to be derived from the laws of the blood service, which must be done in a vessel that's actually held by a Kohen and not on the ground. Based on this, he also holds that a Kereisos handful is not sanctified if it's placed into two vessels, similar to the blood service, which are then sources. Verses are quoted. Some hold and source that Kereisos inside the actual sanctuary would be valid, which it additionally discusses. Anyways, if the daily mincha offering of the Kohen Gadol was sanctified in halves, it's debated if this is valid as it can actually be offered in halves. Others try and dispute this, saying it's compared to a typical mincha offering which cannot be sanctified in halves. It's discussed. Some hold that a partial amount of the service cannot be sanctified even if the owner intended to complete it, which it sources. Some say plain dry flour can be sanctified, which is discussed. Anyways, it said Kereisos is done by the north of the altar. It debates where this is sourced from, possibly as that's where the Chatas offering is done, but the two aren't comparable, possibly the Asham, but the two aren't comparable by a different issue. So it's said that the Kereisos actually compares to the actual Mincha service itself, and you might think that as the Mincha must be done by the southwest corner, so must the Kometz, but a verse is quoted to show that it can be done anywhere. There are points on the other types of offerings. Anyways, if somebody mixed the Mincha flour with oil outside the walls of the courtyard, it's a debate between opinions if this is valid based on verses. An additional debate, if Mincha flour becomes deficient before the Kereisos handful is removed, some say new flour can be added, others say you can't, although it rejects this latter opinion from a quoted case. Another dispute, if the remainder of the mincha becomes deficient after the Kereisos handful is removed, but before the Kereisos was burned, is a debate if the Kereisos should be burned. It's said to be disputed based on whether it matters if there's still a remainder of the mincha. It further disputes between these opinions. Anyways, we said Kereisos must be done with the right hand. Of course, the scriptural source for this, here as the verse, he brought near the mincha offering and filled his palm with it. And elsewhere by the Mitzorah leper, when it uses the word palm, it uniquely specifies that it must be done with the left palm, implying that all the other times it uses the word palm, it refers to the right palm. It mentions other instances of this concept applying by other verses and topics. Generally, most sacrificial services must be done with the right hand, which it additionally expounds on sources for. It further discusses these various verses. Anyways, we said if the Kereisos handful has a pebble, salt, or a bit of frankincense in it, it's invalid. All of these were specified, as a pebble cannot even be offered, a salt is valid, and frankincense is a part of the mixture even initially. This foreign object would even cause an invalidation if it's off to the side and isn't causing an interposition. Anyways, as for the actual process of Kereisos, the way it's done is the Kohen uses his hand and starts scooping from his ring finger, using his middle three fingers until the mixture is in his palm, and that's a Kereisos handful. It's said to be a difficult service to get right. If somebody scooped using his fingertips, or from the side or from the bottom, it's unresolved. In fact, there are a bunch of unresolved specific questions. For instance, what if the Kohen puts the Kereisos on the bottom of an inverted service vessel? It's unresolved if it's valid. New Mishnah. Anyways, the actual Kereisos service is done by scooping a handful of the flour offering and extending your fingers over the palm of your hand. If the oil is increased or decreased, or if the frankincense is decreased, it's invalid. The Gemara debates as to when it speaks of in addition to the oil, if this refers to consecrated oil. Anyways, by the frankincense, some say it's sufficient to have two particles, others say it can even be one. A different source says any amount of frankincense missing makes it invalid, so some say this refers to any missing from the particle, others say it just refers to frankincense when it's being brought by itself, as opposed to an actual mincha offering. There are actually three opinions. Some say there must be a handful of frankincense initially and a handful at the end when it's burnt on the altar. Others say that there must be a handful at the beginning but 2 particles at the end. Others say a handful is required initially and only 1 particle at the end. This is all based on a verse. That's by the Mincha offering specifically. If it's just frankincense being brought, everybody agrees it needs to be a handful at the beginning and a handful at the end. And by the frankincense that comes in 2 spoons by the showbread, it said it needs to be 2 handfuls at the beginning and 2 handfuls at the end. Others dispute plain frankincense as to if it could end off in a lesser amount. Anyways, the Mishnah said that there's only invalidation for decreasing the frankincense, which implies it's fine if it's increasing, although it would specifically be invalid if you had designated 2 handfuls for the mincha offering. Similarly, if somebody designated 2 handfuls of frankincense for the mincha offering, if one gets lost before Kereisos is separated, it's fine as they weren't established as part of the mincha. They would be invalid if one was lost after the Kereisos was separated. He'd also say if somebody designated 4 handfuls of the 2 spoons by the showbread, if 2 are lost before the spoons were removed, it's fine. If it was after, they're invalid. This is not repetitive, as since this offering's Kereisos is determined, you might have thought it becomes invalid at the time for Kereisos, not at the actual act of Kereisos. New Mishnah. If somebody removed a Kereisos handful from a mincha offering with intent to eat its remainder outside the temple courtyard, or even just an olive's volume, or the same to burn the Kereisos outside the temple, or to burn the frankincense outside the temple, basically in the incorrect location, the mincha offering is invalid, but there's no penalty of Kereisos. If he did Kereisos with intent to eat the remainder the next day at the wrong time, or to burn the Kereisos or frankincense the next day, it's pigul offered with improper intent, and there's liability. Essentially, if the steps of the Kereisos service are done with intent to eat or burn something that is meant to be eaten or burned in the incorrect location, it's invalid, but there's no penalty of Kereisos. If his intent was to do it in the incorrect time, it's pigul, and there is liability of Kereisos, which is divine punishment. This only applies if the permitter of the offering, here the Kereisos, was offered as required. It gives examples of doing this properly and improperly by a sinner's or sota's mincha. If the Kohen did the Kereisos not for their own sake and then did the service with intent for improper time, or he did that first and then did the service not for their own sake, or he did all the steps not for their own sake, that's an example of not offering the permitter as required, meaning there's no liability for pigul. If the Kohen intended to eat an olive's volume in the incorrect place and then an olive's volume in the incorrect time, or vice versa, or half an olive's volume in the incorrect place and half an olive's volume in the incorrect time, or vice versa, it's invalid with no penalty of Kereisos. Others actually disagree. Rabbi Yehuda says if the wrong intent of time came before the wrong intent of place, it's pigul, but the other way around, it's invalid with no Kereisos. The sages say it's invalid with no Kereisos either way. The Gemara asks, in accordance with the opinion that if the remnants of the mincha become deficient between Kereisos and the burning, Kereisos is still valid, and the remnants cannot be eaten. It's a debate if burning the Kereisos with improper intent can make the remnants pigul, meaning they lose sanctity and can be benefited from. That's argued on by a few opinions. There's additional discussion on this. In New Mishnah, if somebody wanted to eat half an olive's volume of the remainder at the wrong time and burn half the remainder at the wrong time, it's still valid, as intent for eating and burning don't combine. The Gemara explains the source for this principle as to who exactly it holds in accordance with. This whole principle is necessary to state besides for the concept that intent by eating the remainder and eating the actual Kereisos don't combine, as you're not actually meant to eat the Kereisos. So it also says intent by eating and burning don't combine, as both of those are actually done. And that's the end of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Tractate Menachos continues covering the laws of temple flour offerings. The first Mishnah says, if somebody does Kereisos, taking a handful of the Menachos flour offering with intent to eat the remnants or to burn the handful the next day, which is at the wrong time essentially, Rabbi Yossi would agree that here there's liability for pigul, improper intent of Kereisos, which is divine punishment. If the intent was to burn the frankincense the following day, Rabbi Yossi says it's invalid, but there's no penalty of Kereisos. These sages say it is pigul and there is liability of Kereisos. Rabbi Yossi explains the difference here. Unlike by animal offerings where the whole offering is one unit, the frankincense is not considered to actually be a part of the mincha offering. The Gemara says it specifies Rabbi Yossi's opinion in the first case to show that his logic is not that pigul cannot be caused by half a permitter, and he actually concedes in that case. It said that Rabbi Yossi evidently holds, based on the latter case, that one permitter doesn't affect pigul in a different permitter, here being between frankincense and the Kereisos. This would even apply between the 2 spoonfuls of the showbread offering, as if they're the same type. Others disagree. The sages dispute this principle, saying as the 2 permitters were placed together in a single vessel, so they're considered like one unit, and invalidating intent about one would affect the other. It said that if the gathering of the frankincense is done by a non-Kohen, it's invalid. It brings sources for this. Others disagree and suggest as it's dissimilar to all the other services, it could be valid even if done by a non-Kohen. New Mishnah. Regarding the 2 loaves of the Shavuos, Shlamim lambs, if the lambs are slaughtered with intent to eat one of the loaves the next day at the wrong time, or by the showbread, somebody burned the 2 spoonfuls with intent to eat one of the breads the next day, Rabbi Yossi says the loaf with improper intent has pigul and there's liability for Kereisos, and the other second loaf is invalid with no Kereisos. The sages say both loaves have pigul and liability of Kereisos. The Gemara says, if somebody has a pigul intent by the right thigh of an animal offering, the left thigh is not pigul. This is possibly as improper intent is very similar to contamination of impurity, which here would not affect the second limb, or is just based on a verse. It additionally disputes this opinion, trying to refute it. Regarding Rabbi Yossi and the sages' logic by their cases, it discusses this logic. Rabbi Yossi would treat the loaves like one unit, as they're essential to each other, and yet they're also separate, as they're prepared individually, meaning intent can combine or separate them. Related is asked, if somebody intended incorrect pigul intent towards one category of the breads of the Toda offering, or one category of the breads of the baked Mincha offering, it said Rabbi Yossi, and the sage's dispute applies there also. But yeah, typical animal offerings, some say that slaughtering and the throwing of the blood, which are both perimeters, can have intent combine, while the receiving and conveying of the blood don't combine. Others say that they can, as those steps are right next to each other. There's actually a differing opinion that none of these steps can combine for improper intents, although it debates between these. New Mishnah. Further, on the 2 loaves of the Shavuos Shlamim, if one of them becomes impure, Rabbi Yoda says neither should be burnt, as a communal offering isn't divided. The sages say the impure one is burned, and the pure one can be eaten. The Gemara clarifies this dispute takes place before the throwing of the animal's blood. If it was after, it's agreed the impure loaf is burned, and the pure one is eaten. It argues as to what exactly they're disputing over. Some suggest it's as to whether the tzitz will affect acceptance, but that's refuted at length. Rather, it's as Rabbi Yehuda had a tradition from his teachers that the communal offering is just not divided. New Mishnah. Improper pigul intent by the Toda offering makes the bread pigul, but pigul intent by the bread doesn't make the Toda pigul. Examples are given. Pigul intent by the lamb of the Shavuos offering makes the bread pigul, but pigul intent by the bread does not make the lamb's pigul. Examples of this are also given. The Gemara brings a source for this concept going through verses. Also, the logic is that the bread is supplementary to the offering, but the offering is not supplementary to the bread. It specifies this by both the Toda and Shavuos Shlamim, as the Toda and its bread aren't combined by waving, unlike the Shavuos offering, which is, so it brought both to show the same apply. A related question, if somebody slaughtered a Toda offering with intent to eat a combined olives volume minimum from the offering and from the bread with pigul intent on the bread, some suggest the bread is pigul and the offering is not, others disagree, and they debate at length, quoting various cases. Others say that dispute applies to the slaughter of a Shavuos lamb with intent to eat of an olives volume of its companion the next day, and it's disputing if its companion refers to the other lamb, which would not become pigul, or the bread, which would become pigul. That's a debate. New Mishnah. According to Rabbi Meir, pigul intent by an offering makes its accompanying libation pigul once it's been sanctified in a vessel. Pigul by the libation doesn't make the offering itself pigul, which it gives examples of. The Gemara says their opinions which disagree with Rabbi Meir, which are quoted. Rabbi Meir specifically holds that the libation becomes established as attached to the offering, as it's similar in principle to the breads of the Toda. It cites similar logics by other cases. New Mishnah. If somebody has pigul intent by the burning of the komets, but not by the burning of the frankincense, or vice versa, Rabbi Meir says it's fully pigul with a penalty of Kereisos. The sages say there's only pigul and Kereisos if the pigul was across the full perimeter step, which is both the komets handful and the frankincense. The sages agree with Rabbi Meir by the sinner's mincha and the sota's mincha that if there's pigul during just the komets, as there is no frankincense offered by those, there is full pigul liability. Related, if somebody slaughtered one of the Shavuos lambs with intent to eat the 2 loaves the next day, which is improper intent of time, or he burned one of the spoonfuls by the showbread with intent of improper time. Rabbi Meir says that's pigul and there's liability of Kereisos. The sages say no, as the full perimeter didn't have pigul. Also, if somebody slaughtered one of the Shavuos lambs with improper intent of time, it's pigul and the other is fine. If he slaughtered one and had intent for the other with improper time, both are fine. The Gemara clarifies this dispute is where the komets was offered with no intent and the frankincense had improper intent. If the komets was brought with improper intent and the frankincense was brought with no intent, we assume his incorrect intent carries over and it's all invalid. Others disagree and they dispute from some quoted cases. This concept is additionally discussed by various other types of offerings. Anyways, if somebody had incorrect pigul intent while carrying just the komets and not by the frankincense, it's a debate. Some say carrying it has the same status as separating the handful, others say it has the same status as burning. That's discussed. It brings some additional particular cases of pigul on only part of a perimeter and the resulting discussions. Some say if somebody burned the komets on the altar with intent to burn the frankincense and to eat the remainder at the wrong time, it's pigul. This is as the pigul intent here combined all aspects of the mincha offering. Also, it said if somebody burned komets on an altar with intent to eat the remainder on the next day, it's agreed it's not valid, which it then discusses the specific wording used here. And that's the end of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Tractate Menachos continues covering principles of the mincha flour offering and also on some related laws of tefillin and prayer. The first Mishnah says if somebody does the mincha offering by a part which isn't meant to be eaten, like the komets, with incorrect intent of time or location to eat it, or with incorrect intent to burn a part which isn't meant to be burned, like the remnants, it's a debate if it's invalid or not. If the man had incorrect intent to eat something that's actually meant to be eaten, or to burn something that's actually meant to be burned, but on less than half an olive's volume, it's still valid. If his incorrect intent was to eat half an olive's volume and to burn half an olive's volume, it's still fine, as intent of eating and burning don't combine. The Gemara sources verses regarding this mentioned debate. That's discussed. In fact, according to the opinion that such an offering is invalid, it's a debate if this is a biblical or rabbinic invalidation. There's further discussion on this. New Mishnah. If somebody did not pour the oil into the mincha offering, if he didn't mix it, if he didn't break it into pieces, if he didn't salt it before burning, if he didn't wave the offering, if he didn't bring it to the southwest corner of the altar, if the mincha was broken into large pieces, or if it wasn't smeared with oil, in all these cases the mincha would still be valid. The Gemara explains when it says the oil was not poured, it actually means it wasn't poured by a Kohen, but it was poured by a non-Kohen. By the mixing, however, that's literal, that it wasn't mixed. It said that not breaking the mincha is valid, so when it said breaking it into large pieces, that meant making more than was necessary, or it's just saying that large pieces are valid even though they don't have the status of properly broken pieces or of full loaves. So we said that the pouring of the oil into the mincha can be done by a non-Kohen. Others dispute this as they give an extended list of services that must be done by a Kohen, and this is one of them. Others explain this opinion is actually referring to the mincha of the Kohen, but if a regular person, he'd agree it's fine. Others disagree with this difference, so it does conclude that our Mishnah is just not in accordance with his opinion. It also sources this dispute going through verses. Related, it said that whenever scripture uses the words Torah and Chukah, literally law and decree, in a verse, it means the relevant discussed law is essential. There's less than this written by the Nazir, the Todah offering, the Mitzvah leper, and Yom Kippur, where these are all essential, but those two words aren't written, so it's explained that just the word chukas is perhaps required. Then by things like the mincha offering or the panim bread, it's said to be essential if scripture repeats it. Others dispute these principles. There's additional discussion by the different parts of the mincha offering being repeated in scripture, saying which ones are listed as essential. For instance, it's disputed as to whether salting offerings is an essential step. There are a number of verses and cases cited. This is additionally discussed by other steps of the service as to if salting is required. By the blood service, it's disputed as to if the actual wood needs to be salted. A source is said to only exclude blood from the salting obligation. Others also exclude libations from requiring salting, which it sources along with, as mentioned, the blood, which it additionally discusses. Some say salted blood should be disqualified from the altar, as it's similarly stated, as blood is strictly prohibited to be eaten. Some say there's actually no transgression if it's cooked or salted, and things cannot be brought on the altar if they're roasted. So it's saying that you don't even need to put a tiny bit of salt into the blood for a mitzvah without cooking it, as it's just totally unnecessary to salt the blood of an offering. Regarding the hardened blood from the sun by the outer chatas offering, it'd still be valid, but not so by the inner chatas. Others say it's fit for the outer chatas too. Based on this, he'd hold if a non-sacrificial blood hardened, it's totally impermissible to eat. Also, it said that any blood on a body, whether moist or dry, constitutes an interposition in a mikvah. This doesn't apply if the blood is not sticky. Related verses on salting offerings are quoted describing the necessary amounts. It's said to be sufficient to salt one side, flip it over, and then salt the other side. There's discussion. Some say that the temple salt and wood can be benefited from by the Kohanim, which is explained only to be for their own offerings. This is explained to mean they can use this salt for their portions of sacrificial foods, but not for unconsecrated regular food. It said people could use the temple salt for their offerings, which it discusses further, although it disputes based on this if the Kohanim can do so also. It's also taught that wood used for personal offerings was paid for by the communal fund, which it spends some time sourcing. Verses are quoted on this new Mishnah. If a mincha's kometz handful was mixed with another mincha kometz handful, or with the mincha of a Kohen or of a Kohen Gadol, or with a libation mincha, it's still valid for offering. Rabbi Yehuda holds if the mincha was mixed with the mincha of an anointed Kohen or of a libation, it's invalid, as their mixers have different thickness levels, so they absorb from each other. The Gemara says there was a similar dispute back in Tractate Zevachim if blood mixed with water. It's fine if it has the appearance of blood. If it mixed with wine or unconsecrated blood, it's viewed the same as if it mixed with water. Rabbi Yehuda held that blood cannot nullify blood. This dispute was based on some verses. So Rabbi Yehuda there says items of the same type don't nullify each other, but here he says these two mincha offerings do nullify each other. So it said it's different, that there's another thing that's different in this mixture, the flour, which means we can ignore the oil and have the flour nullify the other. Related, it said if somebody poured oil on the comments of the sinner's mincha, some say it's invalid. Others say an amount of oil from a different mincha should be added and it should be offered. That's disputed further. A related question, if a comment says it's oil squeezed out and then the comments is placed on top of it, it's a debate if we view it like something that goes up on the altar, meaning if we now consider it as if the oil is properly mixed in even though it was squeezed out. This is discussed, but it stands unresolved. New Mishnah. If two mincha offerings that haven't yet done Kemitza, if they're mixed, if Kemitza can still be done on each one separately, they're valid. Otherwise, not. If a kometz was mixed with a mincha that hadn't had a kometz removed, yet it should not be burnt on the altar. If it was burnt, the mincha that had its kometz removed is valid, and the other one is not. If a separated mincha kometz was mixed with its own remnants, or with the remnants of another mincha, it cannot be burnt on the altar. But if it is valid. The Gemara says related, an animal that was improperly slaughtered can be nullified in a larger amount of properly slaughtered meat, as they have different degrees of impurity contraction, so it can be nullified. Properly slaughtered meat does not get nullified in a large amount of improperly slaughtered meat, as they can reach a similar level of impurity as when they spoil their impurity leaves. Others disagree and just say any mixture where the minority can become like the majority, it's not nullified. If it can become like the majority, it is nullified. This is disputed further, bringing a few cases, particularly from our Mishnah, to determine who we hold in accordance with. A particular case, if somebody divided a mincha offering in two and put the halves in the same bowl, but so that way they weren't touching each other, and then one of them becomes impure, it said that as a vessel combines entities, the other half would also become impure. If a third half is put inside, that one would not become impure as it's not needed for the vessel, so it doesn't get combined. If somebody stuck his finger into the airspace between the two halves and he was impure, it said there wouldn't be a transfer of impurity via airspace unless it was with an earthenware vessel. Anyways, by these separated halves of the mincha offering, it's a debate if they're considered combined biblically or rabbinically as to whether a kemitza handful from one half could be separated to affect the other. This is discussed from a number of cases. Also, if a divided mincha portion had one half become impure, and then they're put in a bowl and somebody impure touches the impure half, it's asked if it can acquire a further degree of contamination. It said if something receives 2 types of impurity simultaneously, it can receive both types, unlike here where it was already full of impurity. If somebody divided a mincha and then lost one of the halves, so he designated a replacement half and then found the original, so all 3 are in the same bowl. If the lost one becomes impure, the lost one and the first are combined, and both are impure. If the new designated one becomes impure, then the designated one and the first one become impure. If the first one becomes impure, both of the others become impure. Others disagree and say, as all are part of the same mincha offering, if any of them become impure, all of them do too. The same applies to doing kmitza, meaning if kmitza is done from the lost one, its remnants and the first one can be eaten, etc. It's asked, how can the remnants of the piece with kaimetz done by it be eaten if there's only a sixth of a kaimetz, and how can the kaimetz itself be offered if a third is not sacred? It's explained when the Kohen takes kaimetz, he does so only with intent for 2 of the halves. New Mishnah. If the kaimetz becomes impure and the Kohen offered it anyway, the tzitz affects acceptance for it. If the kaimetz left the temple courtyard and was offered anyway, the tzitz cannot affect acceptance, as the tzitz only affects acceptance for impurity. The Gemara explains this as the verse says, it shall be on Aaron's forehead, so that Aaron shall bear the sin of the sacred offering, which is explained to refer to affecting acceptance for impurity. This source is further explained. It's additionally explained as to why it doesn't apply to other offering invalidations. New Mishnah. If the remainder of the mincha became impure, it was burned or lost before the kaimetz was offered, it's a debate if it's valid or not. Based on a somewhat dispute as to if by animal offerings the blood can be thrown on the altar even if there is no meat. The Gemara says an opinion that it said the mincha becomes invalid if all of the mincha remainder becomes impure. If only some of it becomes impure, it's fine. It disputes the source for this concept. Anyways, as mentioned, the principle behind this debate is as to if similarly the blood service can be offered on the altar if the meat is missing. It argues that from some verses. New Mishnah. If the kaimetz of a mincha offering was not placed in a sacred service vessel, it's said to be invalid. If a kaimetz was burned in 2 separate parts, it's said to be valid. The Gemara quotes scriptural sources for this, and additionally sources these concepts. That's discussed further. When we said the kaimetz could be burned twice, we said it means in 2 separate parts. Others say it can even be done in more parts than this, which is based on if a kaimetz can be less than 2 olives volumes, and burning on the altar can be done with something less than a single olive volume. There's a debate as to when exactly the burning of the kaimetz allows the remainder of the mincha offering to be eaten. Some say when it catches fire, others say when the fire has ignited most of it. They dispute sources. If the kaimetz is placed on the altar and the altar pyre is arranged on top of it afterwards, that's down to unresolved if it's allowed. It's also unresolved if this was done with sacrificial animal parts. Based on verses, if the offering was put off to the side of the pyre, that's also unresolved. New Mishnah. By the kaimetz, even a small part is essential to the whole. By the isarin measure of flour, even a small part is essential to the whole. By the wine of libations and by the oil, even a small part is essential to the whole. The fine flour and oil of the mincha offering are essential to each other. The kaimetz and frankincense are essential to each other. The Gemara quotes verses on this. New Mishnah. Similar to the prior, the 2 he-goats of the Yom Kippur service are essential to each other, meaning both are necessary. The 2 lambs of the Shavuos offering are essential to each other, as are its 2 loaves. The 2 arrangements of the showbreads are essential to each other, as are the 2 spoonfuls of frankincense. The showbread and frankincense are essential to each other. The 2 bread offerings of the Nazir, the 3 parts of the red heifer service, the 4 kinds of bread by the Todah offering, the 4 species of the lulav, and the 4 parts of purification for a mitzvah are all essential to themselves. The 7 sprinklings by the service of the red heifer are essential to each other. The 7 sprinklings of blood on Yom Kippur between the poles of the ark, on the curtain, and on the golden altar are all essential to each other. The Gemara begins going through sources for all of these. These are additionally discussed along with points on the severe prohibitions against impermissibly entering the innermost part of the temple by the ark. Many verses are quoted on this. There's some additional discussion. New Mishnah. The 7 branches of the menorah are essential to each other, meaning all are necessary. The 7 lamps on the menorah are essential to each other. The 2 passages written on the mezuzah scroll are essential to each other, and actually every letter is essential. The 4 passages within tefillin are essential to each other, along with every letter. The 4 tzitzis on all 4 cornered garments are essential to each other, because all 4 are 1 mitzvah. Rabbi Shmuel says the 4 of them are 4 mitzvahs. The Gemara begins going through sources, also on the construction of the temple menorah, which it said had to be beaten out of a single large block of gold, not by fusing together separate pieces. It also didn't strictly need to be gold. Many verses on this are quoted, although by the trumpets of the temple it said those could be made by fusing together separate pieces. It's said that the vessels Moshe made were also valid for all future generations, but the trumpets he made were only valid for himself, which it discusses. Anyways, we said the menorah had to be made out of a solid block of preferably gold, but silver works too. It's a debate if it could be a cheap metal, like tin or lead. As to if the menorah could be made of those materials, everybody agrees that wood, glass, or bone are impermissible. Again, it goes through sources and many verses, many of which actually did permit wood. Anyways, on the actual construction of the temple menorah, its total height was 18 handbreadths, the lower legs and flowers were 3 handbreadths, 2 handbreadths of a stem, a handbreadth of decoration, as pictured with the goblet and flower decorations, 2 more handbreadths, a handbreadth knob with branches extending, a handbreadth, another knob with branches, a handbreadth, another knob with branches, then 2 more handbreadths, and then 3 handbreadths of goblets, knobs, and flowers. It's a debate as to what all this precisely looked like, but this image here is the general consensus by several opinions. There are various other opinions on the height, on the design of the flowers and goblets which are described. It further describes the actual manufacturing of the menorah, particularly by King Solomon. and the great wealth he spent to manufacture it, featuring melting down and reducing a massive amount of gold. Some say that the angel Gabriel just showed Moshe how it was made. In fact, some say it was God that showed Moshe the design in a fiery image as he was struggling to understand how it should look, along with the proper size of the new moon by the sanctification and the identification of Sheretz creatures, which is based on verses. Anyways, we said that a mezuzah scroll must have every letter, which is necessary to specify to show that every letter must be separate from the next and can't run into each other. It said if there's a puncture through the blank area within the letter Hey, that's fine, but if the leg is punctured, if there's enough remaining of the leg to form the smallest Hebrew letter, which is a Yud, it's valid, otherwise not. A number of particular cases on this are cited. Somewhat related, on texts like the Torah or Tefillin or mezuzahs, when scripture is written on parchment, some of the letters have these little extensions drawn above them, which are called crowns. It said that when Moshe went up to heaven by Mount Sinai, he saw God attaching these crowns to the letters, and he asked why, and God said, in the future, a sage, Rabbi Akiva, will derive many, many laws from which have these crowns and which don't. So Moshe asked to meet this Rabbi Akiva, and God told him to turn around, and Moshe found himself in Rabbi Akiva's class. So he went and sat, but he didn't understand the teachings, so he became disheartened up until Rabbi Akiva mentioned that everything learned is derived from tradition taught to Moshe at Mount Sinai. So Moshe went back to God and asked why he was the one receiving the Torah instead of a sage like Rabbi Akiva, and God said, it's not for you to know. So Moshe asked what had happened to this Rabbi Akiva, so he turned around and he saw Rabbi Akiva was having his skin ripped off by the Romans and then having his flesh weighed and sold in the Roman marketplaces, and he asked God why, and he was again told it's not for you to know. Anyways, there are 7 letters that have these crowns: Shin, Ayin, Tes, Nun, Zayin, Gimel, and Tzadik. It's also said that the letter Ches has a vertical line added like this, along with other points on how scribes should draw individual letters, particularly the Hey, which has its lower leg separate with a gap in between, which represents concepts of free will and repentance, which is described. It also describes other letters, like the Yud, which is bent to represent humility, and others. It also speaks from the minimum amount of mistakes in a Torah scroll per column that can be made before it's invalidated. It said a Torah scroll can end in the middle of a column. Others dispute this, saying only a Chumash, a book of scripture, can end in the middle of a page, but an actual Torah scroll needs to end at the bottom. There's a related debate as to if a Torah scroll can end even in the middle of a line, or if it must end in the middle of a line. We rule like the letter. It's also said that when we read the final verses of the Torah in a synagogue, the reader must read all of them and not have somebody else continue. Others dispute this, and it's based on if we hold that Moshe or Joshua wrote those last few verses. It said it's a good deed to purchase a Torah scroll, but it's even greater to write one. Correcting even a single letter is considered as if you wrote the full scroll. It additionally describes how the verses and columns must be placed per sheet, along with line distance, spacing, word distance and spacing, script size, etc., all of which are taken into account when a scribe writes the Torah scroll, and it looks like this. It also describes how to fix errors, as to which parts can be scraped off, what to do if certain words are missing, etc. It's argued as to whether a word can be blotted out to rewrite God's name over it. There's also some adjacent suggestions on tithing principles regarding whether we hold like certain listed opinions. Also, regarding a tear in a Torah scroll, if it extends through 2 lines, it said it could be sewn, but if it goes through 3 or more lines, if the parchment hasn't yet been treated with gallnut juice, it should be replaced. Sinew should be used to sew it shut, not thread. If the tear is longer than 3 lines, but it goes between columns or lines, that's unresolved. Now on the mezuzah scroll. The mezuzah is a scroll containing some scriptural passages, mostly the Shema prayer, that's placed in a case by our doorpost. It said a mezuzah scroll with 2 words per line is valid. If it's 2 words, then 3 words on the next line, and then 1 is said to be fine, as it's like a poem, although this wouldn't be allowed by a Torah scroll. Also, here, it shouldn't be written in a pyramid shape, going in either direction. Also, the last 2 words of the mezuzah should be alone on the last line. Some say at the beginning, some say at the end, which represent different things. It also says the paragraph should be made closed. It said a space must be left at the bottom and top margins, which it sources. Also, there are particular types of parchments used between mezuzah scrolls and tefillin scrolls. It brings up the concept of taking a worn-out tefillin scroll and making it into something of lesser sanctity, a mezuzah. The suggested issue is that mezuzah scrolls must be scored, unlike tefillin. Also, a mezuzah and tefillin can be written while copied from the text, as everybody's fluent in those texts. It's also spoken on about how to properly treat a Torah scroll with respect by not sitting on the same level as it, that sort of thing. It also says that a mezuzah scroll must be written like an actual scroll with scoring and precise lettering, unlike by a typical letter. It also says that the mezuzah must be by the actual doorpost, not placed in a rod and hung nearby. The mezuzah must actually be stuck within the confines of the doorway, like so. It also says it cannot be written in 2 separate columns. It's also said that the placement of the mezuzah goes by the direction of the hinge. Some say the mezuzah cannot be horizontal, some say it cannot be vertical, and it mentions the proper height for a mezuzah, which is at the beginning of the upper third of the door. That's qualified. It's also said a mezuzah should be placed within the handbreadth of the doorway closer to the street. Some say so you encounter it immediately, others say so it should guard the house, and this is said to show the greatness of God, who's a king who guards his servants, as opposed to the other way around. Making a handbreadth deep hole inside the doorpost and sticking the mezuzah inside there is invalid, along with some similar listed cases. It's also said there are some entranceways which don't require a mezuzah. Some say one without a lintel, others say one without a doorpost. It gives examples of these. Also, a gatehouse open to a courtyard and to a house on either end must have 2 mezuzahs. It discusses similar cases. But a stairwell open to 2 floors, it said if it has 2 entrances, it would require 2 mezuzahs, meaning if a room has 4 gateways, each of them requires a mezuzah, even if you typically only use 1 entrance. It discusses other cases, a corner entrance, which requires a mezuzah. Anyways, the mezuzah goes on the right side, and also a doorway with just 1 doorpost is set to no mezuzah. These principles are additionally discussed. Now on to tefillin. Tefillin are these small black black leather boxes containing compartments, each with a passage from the Torah with parts of the Shema prayer written on them. They're worn during the morning prayers, and were discussed briefly in the first tractate, Berachos. We said that every letter is essential on this text, which again teaches that each letter must be separate without running into each other. Anyways, it describes the design of the tefillin. There are two of these boxes, one worn by the head and one by the heart on the bicep. By the head tefillin, it said that they have 4 compartments made of 4 hides and 4 parchments with the 4 scrolls placed within them. If all of the passages were written on one hide, it's fine, but it's a debate as to how much the compartments need to be spaced apart. The grooves between every compartment must be visible from the outside. The arm tefillin, on the other hand, have all 4 passages written on one hide and are placed in one compartment. If they're written on 4 hides, it's fine, but it's a debate if they must be bound together. If you say that they don't need to be bound together, some hold that if you're missing the arm tefillin, you can just wear a second set of head tefillin with a hide draped over so it's like one compartment on his arm. This would only be allowed with new tefillin. Others say that they must be designated prior to allow this. Anyways, the actual passages in the tefillin are sanctified to me, and it shall come to pass when Hashem brings you, hear, O Israel, the Shema, and it will be that if you hearken as listed here. Thing is, there's a dispute as to the order these are placed into the tefillin box by the commentaries. There are basically 4 main opinions as to the order the verses are inserted in, and the main 2 are those of Rashi and Rabbeinu Tam. So, many people just own 2 sets of tefillin, one in accordance with either opinion. They say the morning prayers while wearing the tefillin in accordance with Rashi's view, then take them off and then say a quick prayer with the tefillin according to Rabbeinu Tam's view. It further describes all the particular aspects of the design of tefillin in the strap, in the grooves, on the tradition that there's a letter shin protruding by the head tefillin, although the details can just be viewed in a pair of tefillin. It's a debate if it's necessary to examine the tefillin parchment. That's probably the scribe examined it. There's also a tradition that they must be black and made of leather, although it disputes if other colors or materials are allowed. It said any color but red is allowed on the inside, but the outside must be black. It also says there's tradition that the tefillin must be square, its stitching must be diagonal. It's a debate as to how much of a tear on the tefillin would cause an invalidation. There are a few opinions regarding particular tears between which of the 4 interior walls. It also explains the proper laws of tefillin straps. It said they shouldn't be stitched together. It said they have a minimum length, which it describes. The hanging straps from head tefillin should be draped over the shoulders, although it mentioned one sage had this custom to braid them around his head. The knots of the tefillin also have a lot of specifications as to how they're tied, as they're supposed to represent different letters, a yod and a daled, and the 3 straps over here by the bicep form the letter shin, which together form the letters for God's name. The straps should also not be inverted. It's also said that in scripture when God showed Moshe his back, it refers to the tefillin knot at the back of his head. The tefillin must be on the back of the head and in the middle to represent that the Jewish people shouldn't be subjugated, or in the rear. Regarding the blessings on tefillin, which are these, it said the second one is made if someone made an interruption between putting on the arm and head tefillin. By the order, the arm tefillin is put on first, and the head tefillin is put on afterwards, and the head tefillin are removed first, and the arm tefillin are removed afterwards. This is also all done in the mornings by the morning prayer, and they can be worn until sunset, which is qualified. Although it discusses this and says further they're prohibited to wear at night, some say it's allowed to wear them at night to protect them, which it gives examples of. Also, when wearing tefillin, you should frequently touch them so that you don't forget you're wearing them, similar to how the Kohen Gadol had to constantly pay attention to the tzitz, which only had God's name once on it, unlike with tefillin, which have it multiple times. The arm tefillin are worn on the left arm if you're a righty, and on the right arm if you're a lefty. It brings sources for all these principles. If somebody has no arm, it's a debate if he needs to wear tefillin. Regarding the particular placement of tefillin, the arm tefillin go on the bicep here, and the head tefillin go up here, which is near the fontanelle, which is the soft spot by an infant's skull. Okay, what if somebody has 2 heads? Sage was asked this and he got annoyed at the question, but it says there was actual cases of this happening, and in that one that was brought, the father was required to pay a double firstborn redemption. It also describes further where exactly the arm tefillin are placed, which is on the bicep angled towards the heart, like this. It further sources these principles. Anyways, by tzitzis, we said there was a debate if the strings are 1 mitzvah or 4. There's a practical difference if there's an issue with wearing a garment with tzitzis on only 3 corners, or if a garment with 5 corners needs tzitzis by 4 or 5 of the corners. Also, if there's a 4-cornered garment with 3 tzitzis, it'd be a debate if they're not properly attached, if there's liability for wearing them out on Shabbos. If somebody has a 4-cornered garment and severs a corner, so now it's 5 corners, it said it still needs tzitzis. It gives examples of similar cases, and it disagrees who we hold like as to if tzitzis is 1 or 4 mitzvahs. It debates this from verses, and that's the end of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Tractate Menachos begins covering some laws of tzitzis and some further principles of flower offerings and libations. The first Mishnah says, the tzitzis strings by the corners of garments, the techelas, the blue wool threads, are not essential to the white threads, and the white threads are not essential to the blue threads. The hand tefillin are not essential to the head tefillin, and the head tefillin are not essential to the hand tefillin. The Gemara explains it's actually a dispute as to if the blue and white strings are essential to each other. Our source says no, but others say yes, based on a verse. However, it is explained that our Mishnah could just mean that giving precedent to the white threads is not essential to the validity of the blue ones. Anyways, some explain our Mishnah to mean that actually when it says blue threads are not essential to the white ones, it means that if the tzitzis threads tear off, so there's just stubs remaining of the blue threads, or just stubs remaining of the white threads, the tzitzis are still valid. A stub is defined here as enough length to make a slip knot, and it's unresolved if it means enough to tie them all together into a slip knot, or just enough to tie one of the stubs. If the threads are so thick that they cannot be tied into a slip knot, they're valid, as they're noticeable. This additionally teaches that knots are required on every single tzitzis braid, as if there were just stubs without knots, the tzitzis would all just unravel. Others disagree. It's also said that the upper knot of tzitzis is required biblically, as otherwise it would be forbidden to attach the wool to the linen garment, which is a forbidden material mixture called sha'anis. It's said if one of the tzitzis threads tears off at the base, they're invalid. As mentioned, there would need to be a length remaining that would allow a slip knot. It's disputed if the threads that encircle the others, like these, count towards the number of required strings. It is said it's sufficient for a majority of the tzitzis strings to be braided, which it sources. Some say it's even enough to braid a single link, although it is agreed the best way is to have 1/3 braided and the rest as fringes, which is what's done practically. The length of a single braid is enough for the strands to encircle the others 3 times. It said the number of links should be more than 7 and less than 13, corresponding to the 7 heavens and the spaces between them. There are additional points on this. There was a case of somebody wearing a garment made entirely of blue wool with entirely blue strings. That was fully braided, and some took issue with it as it didn't have any loose threads. Anyways, we say that wool threads are used by a linen garment, although linen threads could be used for a wool garment. And it's disputed as to if a silk garment could be used. Some say they're biblically exempt, but should have tzitzis rabbinically, which means wool and linen threads cannot both be used by silk. This is disputed further from other sources. Regarding a linen garment requiring tzitzis, it's disputed, and we hold it is obligated. The blue wool is not worn on linen garments, as that's only allowed if you use a special techeles dye to make the wool blue, which is some sort of a sea creature, as will be mentioned later. And there was concern people would just use a regular blue dyed wool, not from this special fish creature, which creates a prohibition of shotness, forbidden mixtures. So instead, only regular white wool is used by linen tzitzis with no blue strings. Another reason blue techeles wool is not used by linen tzitzis is out of concern the linen garment will tear and it'll be sewn shut with some linen left over as a tzitzis string, which isn't permitted. As that string wasn't initially intended as tzitzis, it just wound up being added later on. And then as the whole garment is invalid as tzitzis, there's techeles wool on it, and that'll create a prohibition of shotness, a forbidden plant mixture. Another issue with techeles blue strands on tzitzis is that they're supposed to be visible, and blue strings aren't as visible at nighttime, so white ones are just used. They bring sources for these principles. Anyways, we said tzitzis strings must be attached with the specific intent as tzitzis strings, meaning if tzitzis were attached to a 3-cornered garment and then afterwards it's turned into a 4-cornered garment, it'd be invalid. This is additionally discussed. Some even teach the wool tzitzis strings can be permissibly placed on a linen garment without shotness mixture prohibitions, even if the garment is exempt from tzitzis. An example of that would be a garment that already had tzitzis attached to it. There's a dispute if a garment that's worn folded in half, like so, to create 6 corners essentially, if that needs tzitzis. It would need tzitzis if it was sewn shut or fastened with tacks. It gives examples of this. Some say this principle that a linen garment does not require a techeles thread was actually disputed, as a sage was wearing a linen garment without the threads, and an angel came and criticized him. It said that a garment that's not being worn and is just being kept in a drawer, for instance, should still have tzitzis on it. A funeral shroud should also have tzitzis. Also, it said if a 4-cornered garment tore further than 3 finger breadths from the corner, you can just sew it shut. If it was within 3 finger breadths, it's invalid. This is sourced. If a garment is made entirely of techeles, blue wool, tzitzis threads of all colors can be used, besides for indigo. This would be allowed if, besides for the 4 indigo threads, there were 4 more threads of other colors. There's a dispute as to if it's permissible to remove tzitzis from one garment to attach to a different one, and a similar dispute exists if it's allowed to light from one Hanukkah menorah to another. It was conceded to the opinion that does allow these, along with the fact that it's permitted to drag a bench across the ground on Shabbos, as long as his intent was not to make a furrow, which was also held by that opinion. As we said, indigo wool should not be used instead of proper techeles. Many sages, when they gave their garments to the launderers, would tie the tzitzis or roll them in a manner that they wouldn't be replaced by the launderer with other threads. Anyways, regarding the actual tzitzis fringe, some say 4 strings should be used, some say 3. The fringe should be length according to opinions of either 4 or 3 finger breadths, which is a fourth of a hand breadth. It rules in the end that tzitzis should be 4 strings within 3 finger breadths of the edge and should hang down 4 finger breadths. By the way, the reason tzitzis look like they have more than 4 strings is that it is 4 strings, but just when they're looped through the hole, they drape down on either end, forming 8 strings essentially. Also, similar to the lulav, the tzitzis have no maximum measure, but they do have a minimum measure. It's mentioned that tzitzis strings should be separate from each other at the bottom. It's also debated if they're valid, if they're attached to the very edge or hem of the garment. It said they should be at the length of a thumb's joint away from the edge. We also said they must be within 3 finger breadths, so it shows that it should be within that distance, but not too close to the hem. There were a few mentioned methods of attaching tzitzis. Some would use 4 threads, fold them over, insert them through the hole, and push them through the formed loop. Others would do this with 8 threads, and others would just do this as we do now, as pictured, where 4 threads are inserted through, folded over, and then tied around each other. It also brings up the blessing on tzitzis. There's a brief debate as to whether or not there's one said on the actual tying of tzitzis, and it suggests that mitzvahs that are done by Jewish people specifically have blessings said over them, like like tzitzis or circumcision. For instance, a sukkah can be built by anybody, whether Jewish or non-Jewish, and there's no blessing said over building that. However, that's actually disproven, as only Jewish people can validly write tefillin, and yet there's no blessing said on the writing of tefillin. So it's explained rather that what defines whether a blessing is said by a mitzvah is it said if the action itself represents the completion of the mitzvah, then a blessing is said. So circumcision has a blessing, but only writing tefillin does not. And then there's a dispute if tzitzis have a blessing as they're attached, which is as to whether the obligation is to attach the actual tzitzis to the garment, or if the obligation is to actually wear the garment. There is, however, a blessing said when wearing tzitzis, which is this. Making tzitzis out of embroidery threads or thorn-like threads or similar, that's invalid, but it is allowed if it's from a regular ball of weaving thread. Others say this is invalid, debating as to whether it must be prepared with specific intent. Anyways, regarding the actual dyeing of Techeles wool, it uses the blood of the Chilazon sea creature, which is boiled in a pot and then tested against the wool, and then that wool is tossed out. This is to teach us that wool used to test dye cannot be used as tzitzis thread. Dyeing tzitzis must be for the sake of the mitzvah, and if the test dye is re-added to the dye vat, it's all invalid. Others actually dispute these principles. It's also said that as there's not really a way to test whether techeles was done properly, it should only be bought from an expert. Tefillin can be tested, but should still be bought from an expert, and Torah scrolls and mezuzahs can be tested and bought by anybody. It clarifies it is actually possible to test the actual used pigment of the blue dye, but you can't test whether it was added with the proper intent. Incidents of this are cited. It's also said if tzitzis are purchased from a Jewish person or from a non-Jewish merchant, they're presumably valid, but it shouldn't be purchased from a privately selling non-Jewish person. Tzitzis also shouldn't be sold to a non-Jewish person, which could cause issues of the man pretending then to be Jewish and using that to kill Jewish people or similar. One stage would even have his wife wear tzitzis on his garments, but that says he held tzitzis don't have a set time to be worn, but he always wore his own all day and said a blessing on them every morning when he changed his clothes. It's said every Jewish person is obligated to wear tzitzis, besides for women, as tzitzis is a positive commandment that's dependent on specific times, as it's worn by day, which, as mentioned at the end of chapter 1 of Tractate Kodashim, women are not obligated to do. It additionally discusses verses on this, mentioning that tzitzis essentially acts as a reminder, always, of the 613 commandments of the Torah, which is seen in a number of strings and knots. Also, it's said to be good as you're surrounded by mitzvahs, especially if you wear tzitzis, tefillin, and have a mezuzah on your door, you won't then come to sin. It's said techeles, which is a blue color, is used as it resembles the sea, which resembles the sky, which resembles the throne of glory. It also speaks on the importance of wearing white threads, too. Related, it mentions that a person should say 100 blessings every day, and on Shabbos and holidays, where there are less blessings and prayers said, those extra blessings were made on spices and foods. It mentions some daily blessings, we say. Anyways, regarding the chilazon creature that makes the techeles dye, it's said to be a sort of fish that appears once every 70 years on dry land, and the dye is in its blood. We don't really know nowadays what this creature refers to. Anyways, a story on the importance and reward for tzitzis. A man was very particular about wearing tzitzis, but evidently less so in other matters, as he learned there was this harlot in a far-off city who charged 400 golden dinarim. So he sent the money and scheduled a visit, and traveled to her, and he arrived at her place, and there were 7 beds, 6 of silver and 1 of gold at the top, where she sat. So he started going up the ladder, but the tzitzis strings he was wearing struck him in the face as he was going up, so he decided, never mind, and he went back down and sat on the floor. So she came down and asked what was up, and he explained the mitzvah of tzitzis and how it reminds us about reward and punishment. So she asked for his name and information, which he wrote down, and left back to his school. So the woman then gave 1/3 of her possessions to the government, 1/3 to the poor, and took the last along with the linens, and came to the sage's study house and asked to convert, telling them the story. So they said she should marry him, which she did, and it says that the thing which he desired impermissibly due to his adherence to the mitzvah of tzitzis, he ended up receiving in a permissible manner. And also, this shows how much greater the reward for tzitzis will be in the world to come. Anyways, a borrowed garment with 4 corners only starts having an obligation for tzitzis after 30 days. The same applies with renting houses, that a mezuzah must be put up after 30 days. A house in Israel, though, must have a mezuzah put up immediately. Anyways, in the Mishnah, we said the head and hand tefillin aren't essential to each other. This means only one could validly be worn, but you should still try to buy both pairs if you can. It speaks on the great negativity of not wearing tefillin, among others, and also on the reward for wearing tefillin, which is said to merit long life. New Mishnah. Okay, back to the temple flour offerings. The flour and oil of the libation mincha offering are not essential to the wine, and the wine is not essential to the flour and oil. The applications of blood to the outside altar are not essential to each other. The Gemara says there's a dispute based on verses as to what's being brought first, the mincha offering and then the libation, or the libation and then the mincha offering. It disputes that from a number of verses. New Mishnah. The bulls, rams, and lambs of musaf offerings are not essential to each other. Some say if there were limited funds, it's better to offer one bull with its libation than several bulls with no libation. The Gemara clarifies these bulls and lambs refer to the musaf offering on either Rosh Chodesh or of Shavuos. The rams are also referring to the Shavuos musaf, although it's listed separately to show that its rams are not essential to the other rams, as opposed to the other offerings. It quotes a number of verses speaking on these types of of offerings further, and also on some additional types of offerings. These were all from the book of Ezekiel that it's speaking on, which was necessary as evidently a lot of the verses there contradict scripture by these laws. So the sage Hanino ben Chizkiah spent a long while clarifying and explaining everything, so that way the book of Ezekiel could maintain its canonization. It also sources the point that the single bull with libations is preferable over several bull offerings with no libations. New Mishnah. The bull, ram, and lambs of the Olah and the goat of the Chatas are not essential to the bread loaves, and the bread is not essential to them. It's a debate if only the bread is essential to the Shlomim lambs, or if only the Shlomim lambs are essential to the bread, but not vice versa. Instead, we hold that the lambs are essential to the bread, and the bread is not essential to the lambs. As I said, any offering mentioned in the book of Numbers was a type offered in the wilderness, while anything mentioned in Leviticus was not offered in the wilderness, and both were offered in Israel by the temple. So we can't learn anything here by what was or was not done in the wilderness. So rather, we know that the lambs are essential to the bread, but not vice versa, as the lambs render themselves permissible without the lambs, but not vice versa. The Gemara additionally expounds on these listed principles. It explains there's further dispute based on verses. Anyways, it's asked as to what exactly binds the loaves to the lamb offerings, which step of the process exactly. It's suggested to perhaps be the waving, but that's disputed. Perhaps the slaughter, which is spoken on further. There are various unresolved points on this. It's asked as to why the lambs and the breads are linked to be essential and not by the bulls and rams of the Olah offering and their breads, and suggested the difference is as waving is done here, but again, that's disputed. There was that mentioned opinion that the lambs are not essential to the bread, meaning the breads can be offered alone. If that's the case, it said they should be waved and then left overnight to become invalid and then be burnt. They aren't eaten, in case people think that that's the proper method of doing that offering, and in future cases, in later years, they'll just eat the bread without the lambs, which would be incorrect. It brings sources, and nevertheless, many others disagree and say that the bread should be actually eaten. It's said in the end, based on a verse, that biblically they could be eaten, but rabbinically they're just burnt for the described reason. Anyways, as discussed, others hold that the thing that actually sanctifies the bread by this offering is the slaughter of the Shavuos lambs, which its sources and additionally discusses. For instance, what if the Kohen properly slaughtered the animal, but then threw the blood with improper intent? What would happen to the breads, particularly if they're made previously invalidly being taken outside the courtyard? So it's a dispute if the loaves are now made into pigul, having improper intent, or otherwise. It additionally debates these principles. It was mentioned, once the lambs and the two loaves are bound together, if the bread is lost, the lambs become invalid. It's debated if it would be impermissible to intentionally throw the blood, not for its own sake, and then eat the meat. However, it's asked on this, as there aren't really any other cases where throwing the blood in an invalid manner makes the offering permissible to be eaten then. It said if 2 lambs are slaughtered for 4 loaves, 2 of them are waved and the remainder are eaten through redeeming them, so that way they're consecrated. This is discussed further along with some similar cases. Anyways, if 4 Shavuos lambs are slaughtered for 2 loaves, 2 of the lambs have their blood thrown not for their own sake, and then the remainder is offered. However, it's disputed if this is permissible, as we know from other cases that it's not allowed to sin in order to do a mitzvah, which is essentially being done here. It discusses this concept by principles of tithes and other types of offerings, drawing some comparisons. For instance, it's disputed if the shlomim offering of a nazir is valid even if it's slaughtered improperly. That's additionally discussed if the same would apply to their asham offering, etc. There's further points on these principles of required intent as to how it's problematic to intentionally have improper intent. New Mishnah, the Tamid offering is not essential to the Musaf offering, and the Musaf offering is not essential to the Tamid offering. The Musaf offerings aren't essential to each other. If a Tamid offering lamb was not offered in the morning, it could be valid in the afternoon. Some clarify this is only allowed if the initial lack of it being offered in the morning wasn't deliberate. If incense was not burned in the morning, it can be burnt in the afternoon. Others add, if this is done, the entire incense portion should be then offered in the afternoon, and that's how the altar was inaugurated. Similarly, the Olah altar is inaugurated with the morning Tamid offering. The sanctuary table is inaugurated with the showbread on Shabbos, and the menorah is inaugurated with the 7 lamps being lit in the afternoon. The Gemara asks, if there's only enough to offer either the Tamid or the Musaf offering, it's asked which of them should be brought. This case is clarified to be where there's not enough animals for both. This cannot be proven from our Mishnah, as when it says these offerings aren't essential to each other, it's just saying that if an offering is brought before the morning Tamid, it's still valid, not that one has precedence over it. So it disputes this from additionally quoted cases, and it just stands unresolved. Additional types of holiday offering principles are discussed further on amounts of lambs brought. It's also said if the incense was brought in the afternoon, the entire daily incense would also be brought in the afternoon, as was done by the inauguration. It mentions the inauguration as it's saying, if the Tamid lamb was not offered in the morning, it's only brought in the afternoon, as mentioned, so long as the altar had been inaugurated prior to this. It brings sources for these principles. We had said that if the Tamid offering was intentionally not brought in the morning, it cannot be brought in the afternoon as an actual penalty. The same does not apply to the incense, as that was dear to the Kohanim, so they weren't really ever negligent by it. The fact that the temple altar was inaugurated with the afternoon incense is actually disputed. Some say it was done by the morning incense. These principles are all discussed further, mentioning that the inauguration of the Shulchan table and consecration of the breads are done on Shabbos, similarly how the menorah was inaugurated specifically in the afternoon. It also says typically incense cannot be offered by a private individual on the outer altar, but there was a special exception where it was allowed once by the prince of one of the tribes. This teaches that an individual can offer incense only on the inner altar, and that the congregation can offer incense on the outer altar. However, it's actually disproven, this whole thing, from a different quoted case showing that a private individual cannot offer incense on the inner altar and the congregation cannot offer incense on the outer altar. It wasn't something we could actually imply from the prior case. New Mishnah, the inauguration of Menachos of the Kohen Gadol was not brought in halves. it was actually brought in its full amount, and then it was divided, and half was offered in the morning and half was offered in the afternoon. If he offered the morning half and then died, and then a new Kohen Gadol was appointed, he should bring 2 new halves, then offer one of those and destroy the other. So that way it ends up with 2 halves that are offered and 2 halves that are destroyed. The Gemara quotes scriptural sources for these concepts. The way these excess mincha halves are destroyed is by leaving them overnight until their appearance changes, so that way they're invalid, and they should be then taken to the place of burning for invalid offerings. This is as the second half isn't viewed as fully disqualified prior to this, as it's viewed as an offering that was fit but just lacks an owner. There's some dispute as to how exactly this offering was prepared, whether it was baked and fried or fried and then baked. This is discussed. It said its kneading, shaping, and baking was all done in the temple courtyard, and it could be done on Shabbos. Sources are quoted. This is discussed further, and it disputes as to the exact amount of oil that had to be used for this offering from a few discussions. New Mishnah. If the Kohen Gadol died during his mincha offering process and a new one was not appointed, it's debated if the funds for the remainder are paid for by the public or by the heirs. It was offered whole. The Gemara quotes sources for these principles, which are discussed. It argues if this whole notion that the new mincha was possibly paid with communal funds, if this was a biblical or rabbinic enactment. It also mentions some other similar enactments of the communal funds replacing offerings. It additionally discusses these in the process of this replacement mincha, essentially proving from our discussion that the morning and afternoon mincha by this both had a full isarin measure brought. Others still dispute this though. It's also asked how much frankincense should be brought with both of these offerings, either a half kometz or a full kometz, as the flour amount was doubled, but the oil possibly was not. In the end, it rules that the alive Kohen Gadol would offer a full kometz of frankincense with his morning and afternoon inauguration offering. However, some say we don't hold like this opinion. And that's the end of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Tractate Menachos begins explaining the actual details of the mincha flour offerings. The first Mishnah says, all mincha offerings are brought as matzah, essentially, unleavened bread, besides for the breads of the Toda offering and of the show bread, as those are proper leavened loaves. There's dispute as to how this is done. Rabbi Meir says a portion of the flour of the Toda offering should be removed, mixed with water, and then re-added. Rabbi Yehuda says you should take this pre-prepared dough, put it into an empty measuring vessel, and fill the rest with flour, so that way everything gets fully leavened. Rabbi Meir disagrees with this, saying that would throw the measurements off. The Gemara quotes a source that mincha offerings are brought unleavened, which is described explicitly in Scripture. It also sources the principle that this is an essential obligation, and it additionally quotes verses for the principle that mincha offerings are kneaded with lukewarm water specifically, so that way they won't become leavened. It mentions a time the sages engaged in a discussion on all this. A number of verses are expounded on. For instance, on the verse, "What is my beloved doing in my temple?" which some interpret to be an additional reference to Avraham standing in the ruins of the temple and praying to God on our behalf. It said that Jewish people are compared to an olive tree whose leaves don't fall in the summer or winter, showing that all Jewish people will never be nullified, not in this world or the world to come. It's also said we're compared to the olive tree to represent that just as olives only release oil when pressed, so too the Jewish people will only return to the right path through suffering. Anyways, Rabbi Yehuda said dough is brought from elsewhere and has flour filled around it. And Rabbi Meir criticized this, saying the measurements would then either wind up deficient or excessive. This would be if the flour is either too thick or too thin accordingly, as the pre-added dough has a distorted measure of water. Instead of the recommended methods, it suggests possibly taking a bit of the used flour, separating it, and adding water, and then eating it back with the remainder. But that explains that wasn't done, as people would then think it's allowed to bring dough and add it to a pre-measured amount of flour. It's a dispute if leavening this mincha offering with apple juice is allowed. It is, however, ruled that dough leavened with Temurah apple juice makes the whole thing Temurah, as it was partially leavened through this process. The sinner's mincha offering is brought with just dry flour, but some say you can add water. There's a dispute if you can do this based on if the requirement that it be dry is from any oil or from any liquid in general. It discusses similar instances of measurements by other offerings, as discussed. Regarding the offering measurements that have shrunk, it's said they're assessed by their current volume. Others evidently disagree with this, saying they assess based on the initial volume, as quoted from some principles of tithes. The example given was with dried figs, and it was said to be assessed according to its current volume, but others say that's just unique, as you could cook dried figs and have them unshrink. Related, it said that if it's the custom of the locale, you can separate ma'aser tithes from fresh figs for dried figs, specifically in reference to if there's no available Kohen, but we do not separate ma'aser tithes from dried figs for fresh figs, even if that's the local custom, even when there is a Kohen. It explains that this is talking about two different cases where there is and is not a Kohen, as that's better than interpreting it than like two different opinions. New Mishnah. All mincha offerings are kneaded with lukewarm water, and they must be guarded so that way they don't become leavened. If the remnants become leavened, that's a violation of the commandment. Any mincha that you offer to Hashem shall not be prepared leavened. There would be liability for messing up the mincha offering with lashes, whether during the kneading step, the shaping step, or the baking step. The Gemara quotes additional sources for these. It discusses the principles that there's liability for leavening during every step of the mincha's preparation, which is discussed further. It additionally speaks on a number of other verses, speaking on the location in the temple courtyard by the altar as to which offerings are done in the north section. It attempts to prove that's where the paschal offering is done. Related to the last point of the mincha offering, it said if somebody baked a mincha offering and it becomes leavened, he's liable for two sets of lashes, for the shaping and for the baking, as he did both. There's a related dispute if a firstborn animal had a blood congestion, so they need to have their blood let. Some say it must be done where it won't make a legal blemish. Some say it can be done anywhere, so long as it's not then slaughtered due to the blemish, and some say it can even then be slaughtered due to the blemish, and a final opinion says letting blood just wouldn't be allowed, it must be left as it is. This is essentially a dispute as to whether a forbidden act is allowed if the forbidden result already exists. They would all, however, agree if somebody processed a leavened mincha after somebody else had impermissibly leavened it, the second person is also liable based on a verse. Similarly, if somebody castrated an animal after somebody else had already castrated it, the second person is liable, again based on discussed verses. Additionally, I mentioned that placing yeast on dough so that way it leavens by itself, somebody would be liable for doing that. This is similar in principle to having meat on a fire on Shabbos and then turning that meat over, therefore performing the prohibited act of cooking on Shabbos. That's expanded on further, and additionally brings sources for the prohibitions against making a leavened mincha offering. Some seem to think that the showbread had a prohibition against being leavened, which is based on some verses, although it disputes that opinion. It also mentions one who says that the temple vessels used for solids were sanctified, which it discusses. There is a debate if liquid vessels were consecrated on their inside and outside, or just on the inside. It also mentions that among a few others, the remnants of the mincha offering, the showbread, and the 2 loaves offerings were all eaten by Kohanim and actually were prohibited from being burned on the altar. If these were offered on the ramp of the altar as opposed to on the actual altar itself, there's a debate if there's liability, which is based on a dispute if the altar ramp has the same status as the actual altar. There's a related discussion, and also it brings other parts of offerings that cannot have the remainder burnt on the altar, certain parts of the chatas bird offering, etc. In fact, some hold the principle is that remainders of an offering cannot be burnt on the altar if it already had a sacrificial part burnt earlier, and others say there's a prohibition to burn the remainder if it's designated as an offering with that expression. There's a practical difference, as mentioned, as this prohibition would apply by the latter opinion to the meats of the bird chatas and the oil of the Mitzorah offering also. It also sources the principle that there's liability for offering a partial measure of leaven, even less than an olive volume, or according to others, less than a kometz handful, or of a mixture of leaven and unleavened bread. The dispute, if it's about less than an olive's volume or less than a kometz handful, is on if there could be a kometz in less than 2 olives volumes. Related, if somebody offers leaven and honey on the temple altar, some say there's 3 prohibitions violated here: leaven, offering honey, which is also not allowed, and also for offering a mixture of these 2. Others say it's just a generalized prohibition of these, so there's only 1 set of lashes, and others say there's not even 1 set of lashes, as the prohibition was non-specific. New Mishnah. Some mincha offerings require oil and frankincense, some require just oil, some require just frankincense, and some require neither. The variants that require both are the fine flour mincha, the machavas mincha, the macheshes mincha, the oven-baked mincha loaves and wafers, which are all types of voluntary mincha offerings, with difference in how they're baked. The mincha of the Kohen and the anointed Kohen, the mincha offering of a non-Jewish person, of a woman, and the omer offering are all included in this list of requiring both oil and frankincense. The libation mincha has oil but no frankincense. The showbread has incense but no oil. The 2 loaves, the sinner's mincha and the mincha of the sota, have neither oil nor frankincense. The Gemara says, whenever the Mishnah goes through a list of mincha offerings like this, where it lists 10 variants, it's to exclude the opinion that the oven-baked mincha can be half loaves and half wafers. Anyways, it goes through sources for all of these, going through a number of verses. These are discussed further. New Mishnah. By the sinner and sota's mincha, there's liability for just adding oil or for just adding frankincense. Oil would invalidate the offering. Frankincense can just be removed if it's added, and it could then be offered without it. If oil was placed on the remainder of the mincha, there's no violation. If a vessel with oil was placed on a vessel with the sinner's mincha, it's fine. The Gemara quotes sources. Regarding finely ground frankincense being added to the sinner's mincha, that cannot be removed. So it's debated if this is valid. It tries to suggest proofs from a number of cases, and in the end it concludes that as the ground frankincense can't be removed physically, it's permanently invalidated. Additionally, this mincha offering with improper frankincense can still become invalidated through improper intent, which it discusses. Anyways, if you said oil would invalidate a sinner's mincha, some say this is even a tiny amount of an olive's volume. There's variation on this. It sources the remaining mentioned points from the Mishnah on adding oil to the remainder. New Mishnah. The following types of offerings required being brought to the southwest corner of the altar, but do not have to be waved. These are the soles mincha, the machavas mincha, the marcheshes mincha, the oven-baked loaves and wafers, the mincha of Kohanim and for the anointed Kohen, the mincha of non-Jewish people, of women, and of the sinner. Others disagree and say the mincha of the Kohen and the anointed Kohen did not require being brought to the altar, as they didn't require kemitza being removed, and any offering that doesn't require kemitza to be removed doesn't need to be brought to the altar. The Gemara says, again, whenever the Mishnah goes through a list of mincha offerings and it lists 10, it's to exclude the opinion that the oven-baked mincha can be half loaves and half wafers. Anyway, sources for all these are listed, making comparisons between different sorts and variants, and these are discussed. New Mishnah. The following offerings are waved and aren't first brought to the southwest corner of the altar. The oil of the Mitzorah leper, his asham offering, the Bechorim tithe, according to one opinion, the sacrificial parts of the individual's shlamim offering for men and for women and for Jewish people, but not others, which will be explained. Also the 2 loaves and lambs of the Shavuos offering, where the loaves are placed on top of the lambs, and the Kohen lifts them all, extending them outwards, which is how waving was done. He brings them in, he raises them, and then he lowers them. Waving was done at the east of the altar, and bringing offerings near first was done by the west side. Waving was done first between those. Some offerings were both waved and brought near to the altar, the omer mincha and the sotas mincha. Some had neither of these, the showbread and the libation mincha. Others say there are 3 unique offerings that require between them 3 obligations, but each one of those needs only 2. The personal shlamim needs simicha, leaning on the offering while it's alive, and waving when it's actually slaughtered. The communal shlamim needs waving while it's alive and while it's slaughtered, but no leaning. The asham of the Mitzorah leper requires leaning and waving while it's alive. The Gemara quotes a number of related verses on this topic. These are discussed further. When it said men and women and only Jewish people have just waving by their offerings, it means that both have waving done by their offerings, but only Jewish males can perform the actual waving. It sources this, and also that converts and emancipated slaves can do this. Additional sources are quoted. Anyways, it argues as to what the waving even represents. Some say that God is in all directions and rules the heaven and earth. Some say it's to pray for good weather, and the same dispute applies as to why we wave the lulav. It further describes the process of these offerings. It additionally expounds on the final listed points about the unique principles regarding those three listed types of offerings. New Mishnah. If somebody takes upon himself to bring a machavas mincha offering, he cannot instead then bring a marcheshes type offering. If he takes upon himself to bring a marcheshes type offering, he cannot bring a machavas offering. There's a dispute as to what the difference is between these types of offerings. Some say a marcheshes offering has a cover on it, unlike the machavas. Some say the marcheshes is deep with a softer inside, while the machavas is shallow with a hard inside. The Gemara quotes sources for these opinions on the variance between these offerings. The unique terminologies used to describe these are in reference to the used utensils. New Mishnah. If somebody takes upon himself to bring a mincha made in a tanor type oven, he cannot bring one made in a kupach type oven, or one made on tiles or in a cauldron. Others say he can bring one made in a kupach type oven. If somebody takes upon himself to make a baked mincha, some say he cannot bring half as loaves and half as wafers. Others say he can, as they're just one offering. The Gemara explains an opinion. The baking in the oven is what sanctifies this as an offering. Others dispute this, as the baking can be done outside the actual temple courtyard. The remaining principles from the Mishnah are sourced, and that's the end of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Tractate Menachos begins covering the principles of the Omer flour offering. The first Mishnah says the Omer offering was a special offering brought on the second day of the holiday of Passover that was made out of flour from the new barley crop. The new barley crop could only be eaten after this offering was brought. Rabbi Yishmael says, if this Omer offering was brought on a Shabbos, it would consist of 3 se'ahs of flour, and if it was on a weekday, it would consist of 5 se'ahs of flour. The sages disagree and say it's 3 either way. There's a similar dispute. Some say on Shabbos, this barley was reaped by one person with 1 sickle and was placed in 1 basket, while on a weekday, it was done by 3 people with 3 sickles and 3 baskets. Others say it was done with 3 either way. The Gemara explains this dispute as to if 3 or 5 se'ahs are required by Shabbos, as the sages say 3 se'ah is sufficient to produce the amount of good quality flour that was necessary, while Rabbi Yishmael says it requires 5, while on Shabbos we use 3 and just sieve everything at length to prevent any additional reaping and winnowing, as opposed to just this single act of sieving, which is uniquely allowed for this offering. A similar dispute seemingly exists in principle by the Paschal offering being brought on Shabbos, where one opinion says it only should be flayed up until the breast, and others say it should be entirely flayed. Although that's explained to be different and not comparable to the Omer offering here, as there's an additional factor of concern by the Paschal offering of it being disrespectful if it's left only partially flayed. So it also suggests we compare Rabbi Yishmael's opinion to the debate regarding how many reapers are required, but that's explained to be different also. Either there's an additional factor that the more reapers are used, the more this is publicized, or it's that the number of reapers just doesn't affect the actual sacrificial service. So it tries to compare it to the principle of violating the Shabbos to declare the new moon. But again, that's not comparable, as the new moon declaration was allowed specifically to prevent future errors, or it's just not comparable as it's not an offering service. Related, if somebody brings 2 communal chatas offerings on Shabbos when only 1 was needed, he's said to be liable for only the second one. This applies even if atonement was actually effected through the second animal, and even if the first animal was found to be of low quality. There's variation on who taught this latter point. It debates what the case would be if the first animal was found to be of poor quality only after the slaughter of the second animal, which is disputed based on if we go by his action or based on his intent. This is comparable to a person who hears that a child is drowning on a Shabbos, so he goes to catch some fish with a net, and then he accidentally catches and saves the child also, so it's a similar debate if he's liable or not. It additionally brings some principles showing that you're allowed to violate the Shabbos to assist a sick person. Instead of a person is said to need a fig for his health on Shabbos, and 10 separate people each bring a fig, even if they do it one after the other, and even if the sick man has already recovered, none of them are liable for doing this. And if a sick person was said to need 2 figs on Shabbos, and you could either take 2 figs from 2 branches or 3 figs from 1 branch, you can take the 3 figs from the 1 branch to reduce the amount of reaping that's being done, similar to the concept introduced by Rabbi Yishmael. New Mishnah. The Omer offering was brought from the barley closest to Jerusalem. If that wasn't ripe, it could be from anywhere, and it gives an instance where the barley ended up coming from some very distant locations. The Gemara says this was required as it's either based on a verse or it's based on the principle that we don't pass over mitzvahs, and additionally expounds on the incidents of the bringing of these offerings. It also speaks a bit on Mordechai and his immense wisdom. New Mishnah. Regarding the Omer offering, people would go to the field on the day before Passover, and they would tie the barley into bundles while they were still attached to the ground, so that way everything would be easier to reap when the day came. Then on Passover, everybody would gather around, and they'd confirm that the sun had set, and that they should use this sickle and basket, and if it was a Shabbos, they'd also confirm that they should reap on Shabbos. Everybody would declare that the reaping should begin, which was done 3 times, and this was done to combat the Boethusians, which was a heretical sect that said that the Omer reaping should be done on the Saturday night after the holiday instead of when it was actually done, which was on the holiday of Passover. The Gemara quotes a point that this used to be a minor holiday, and eulogizing and fasting was impermissible on this day, and it explains the Boethusians' debate against these particular dates and quotes discussion and disproofs that occurred in that period. It further clarifies and sources for the specific date of this offering. It also mentions in the period between Passover and the holiday of Shavuos, we count the 49 days in between, called counting the Omer, which includes counting the day and the week. New Mishnah. Anyways, the barley was harvested and placed in baskets, and according to Rabbi Meir, it was then toasted in a fire in the temple courtyard, while the sages held that the barley was first beaten with soft reeds, so that way they wouldn't be crushed, and these kernels were then placed inside of perforated copper pipes, and would then be placed out in the wind, and the grain would then be milled and sifted until they had an isarin of flour, which was a measurement. The remainder could be eaten by anybody, and is subject to the challah tithe, but exempt from regular tithes. Rabbi Akiva actually says it's subject to both tithes. The Gemara explains this dispute between Rabbi Meir and the sages is largely based on interpretation of the words from specific verses. Rabbi Akiva says the remainder of this Omer offering must be tithed, and this is said by one opinion to be because the fact that the grain was smoothed out inside the actual temple still doesn't exempt it from tithing. Others disagree with this. Also, if the smoothing of the grain was done by non-Jewish people, there's a dispute if it's then subject to tithing. It also mentions that mixing dough belonging to the temple treasury makes it exempt from the challah tithe. So based on all this, it asks, what if dough was mixed by a non-Jewish person? Does it need to have the challah tithe removed from it, based on the earlier mentioned disputes? This opinion winds up holding that it would still require a challah tithe, but others disagree and dispute this further. Some actually hold that produce owned by non-Jewish people must be tithed rabbinically, as there was a concern that very rich people would try to commit fraud by giving their produce temporarily to non-Jewish people to exempt themselves from tithing, so this was instituted to ensure that everybody was tithing equally. This wouldn't have applied to the challah tithe, as you could just get out of paying that by baking dough in extremely small amounts. Technically, there were also other methods of getting out of regular tithes, but those would require a public action, like taking your produce out through your roof, so people wouldn't do that out of embarrassment. New Mishnah. Anyways, this Omer flour would then be mixed with flour and frankincense, more oil would be poured on top, it would be waved, and it would then be brought to the altar. A kometz handful was removed, and was then burned on the altar. The remainder was eaten by the Kohanim. After the Omer was offered, the shops of Jerusalem would immediately be filled with flour and grain from the new crop, and as a debate if this was preferable, out of concern some grain was harvested before the Omer was offered, and it might be eaten too early. The Gemara asks, according to the opinion that there is no concern that the new crop of grain will be eaten too early, that opinion had mentioned back in Tractate Pesachim that we don't search for chametz on Passover when it's forbidden out of concern that somebody might eat it, so what's the difference here? There are suggested answers. It said that people don't typically just pick up and eat from their new crop, but they are like to do that with chametz. Then the opinion that says there is no concern of searching for chametz on Passover, that says they hold that if somebody's looking for bread to burn it, they're unlikely to eat it also. Another suggestion is that unlike actual chametz, toasted grain flour is not really eaten, although this is not an accepted view, as the grain was edible in the earlier stages. New Mishnah. After the Omer offering is brought, the crop becomes permitted. People who are far away from Jerusalem, who don't know when the Omer is offered, can start eating of the new crop from midday, as they can assume the court didn't allow any procrastination. After the destruction of the temple, when the Omer stopped being offered, it was instituted that the new crop should not be eaten in the entirety of this day, the 16th of the month of Nisan. The Gemara says an opinion. When the temple stands, it's the offering of the Omer that allows the new crop to be eaten. When the temple doesn't stand, it's the sunrise on the 16th of Nisan that makes the crop permissible, which is based on a verse. Others disagree and say that it's the sunrise that does this even when the temple stands, and waiting until after the Omer is brought is just a mitzvah. That's disputed further. It quotes our Mishnah, which said it was instituted that the new crop is just prohibited across the whole day, which was done as if people become accustomed to eating of the new crop at sunrise, and then Mashiach comes and the temple is rebuilt the next year, people might accidentally continue to eat this new crop too early. So seemingly this implies that waiting until after the actual Omer is brought is an actual full prohibition, not just a mitzvah. So some explain that this was only a rabbinic decree, others disagree, and there are a few differing opinions on the practice as to when exactly the new crop was to be eaten from. Some were stringent and waited until the end of the 17th of the month of Nisan. New Mishnah. The Omer offering would make the new grain crop permissible outside of the temple, while the 2 loaves offering would make the produce permissible inside the temple. Meaning, bringing mincha offerings, bikurim tithes, or otherwise before the Omer is brought would be totally invalid. And they're also not allowed to be brought before the 2 loaves offering, but if one did so anyways, they're still valid. The Gemara mentions that there was a debate on this, and it was said that the prohibitions of the mincha being brought before the new crop and before the 2 loaves are not comparable, as it's before and after the permissibility to use the new crop for the general person. One of the sages took offense at the way another sage acted after giving this answer, and that other sage wound up passing away a short while after. Additionally, the prior rule shows that a libation prior to the Omer would be permitted. If the 2 loaves were brought before the Omer, that's debated from a number of sources, and that's disputed on further along with a number of similar questions which all go unresolved. For instance, it's asked if grain kernels are found in an animal's waste. If those are planted, and then the new grain is grown from that, as to whether a mincha offering could be brought from there, and that stands unresolved, along with further points. There's some discussion on principles of animal digestion, and asks if a mincha offering could be brought with grain that fell fell from clouds with rain, as was seen in a particular case. There are additional unresolved particular inquiries on the Omer offering. It's particularly disputed if these principles of the Omer offering, and additionally by tithing, apply to the root of produce. Related to principles of impurity, it said that eating produce as it's still attached to the ground would not be considered an act of actual eating. It's also said that the prohibitions of forbidden plant mixtures continue to apply even in a non-perforated pot, and there's liability rabbinically for lashes. New Mishnah: wheat, barley, spelt, oats, and rye are subject to the challah tithes, and they can combine with each other to form minimum amounts. They cannot be eaten before the Omer offering is brought, and their new crop cannot be harvested before Passover. If they started growing, having taken root before the Omer was brought, they'd be allowed once the Omer is eaten. If it was afterwards, they'd have to wait until the next year's Omer. The Gemara says, some say these 5 grains can be sorted into 2 groups, as spelt is a species of wheat and oats and rye are species of barley. It sources these principles. When we said these grains can combine to form minimums, some say this is to teach for the prohibition against eating them before the Omer offering, some say it's for the prohibition against eating bread on Passover, some say it's for tithes, some say it's for principles of impurity. Further sources are quoted for the remaining points, and these go further. New Mishnah: we can harvest from irrigated fields before the Omer offering, but we only stack the hay afterwards. The people of Jericho didn't follow this last part, but as it wasn't a biblical violation, they weren't reprimanded. It's permitted to harvest unripe grain before the Omer to feed an animal. Some say this is before it's a third grown, some say this is even afterwards. We can harvest new grain before the Omer to help surrounding saplings, to clear out an area for a place of mourning, or to make space for an outdoor study hall. But by all of these, the hay bales must be unbound. The Omer must be brought from the standing crop, but if there is none, it can be brought from previously cut sheaves. It must be from moist grain, but if there is none, dry grain can be used. It also must be for the night of the 16th of Nisan, but if it was done by day, then it's still valid. Also, the Omer overrides the Shabbos. The Gemara quotes sources for these principles and of these opinions, particularly by the Jericho dispute. Regarding the dispute as to what constitutes unripe grain, it tries to bring proofs regarding discussion on field charity laws. It sources further these concepts. We said the stalks of these cleared out areas should not be bundled, and that was to reduce the amount that you'd be being busy with them. It sources more of these principles, quoting verses. We said the Omer is valid if it's harvested on the day of the 16th. Others disagree with this and say that's prohibited, which it discusses. Anyways, some seemingly dispute the concept that the Omer offering overrides the Shabbos, which it discusses going through some various verses. It also brought up the 2 loaves offering, and some explain the consecration there occurs during the actual baking, which it then proves. And that's the end of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Tractate Menachos covers the laws of eating remainders of the mincha flour offerings and some additional steps. The first Mishnah says, as has been established, when the flour offering is brought, a kaimetz handful is removed, and the remainder is eaten by kohanim. This occurs with the following types of mincha offerings: the fine flour offering, the machavas mincha, the macheshas mincha, the oven-baked mincha of loaves and wafers, the mincha brought by non-Jewish people, the mincha brought by women, the mincha of the omer, the mincha of the sinner, and the mincha of the sota. Rabbi Shimon actually holds that the sinner's mincha has its kaimetz and remnant burned separately on the altar. The Gemara says, as has been mentioned in earlier chapters, whenever the Mishnah goes through a list of mincha offerings, it lists 10, excluding the opinion that the oven-baked mincha can be half loaves and half wafers. It also spends some time sourcing the fact that these offerings can have the remnants eaten by kohanim while going through a number of verses. These are additionally discussed, and it brings some even further alternative sources for these going through additional verses. Somewhat related, it's said by an opinion that if a non-Jewish person brings a shalamim offering, it's treated like an olah offering, as presumably they assume it's all being burnt anyways, or alternatively it's just that it's a principle that's based off of a verse. A number of different opinions dispute this concept, quoting a number of related discussions. It's also said that a non-Jewish person cannot bring the Nazarite offering, and it discusses the related verses on this topic. It's also said if a non-Jewish person sends an olah offering, but without a libation, we cover the funds for the libation from the communal fund. It also proves that all olah offerings, even ones brought by a non-Jewish person, need to have a libation brought with them. Anyways, Rabbi Shimon has stated that the sinner's mincha has its kaimetz and remnants burned on the altar separately. It sources this concept from verses, and these are additionally discussed. There's actually a third view on this sinner's mincha offering, which said the kaimetz is offered by itself, and the remnants are scattered by the side of ashes. That's disputed further. It also sources another opinion that the sinner's mincha just doesn't have kmitza removed from it, it's all just burnt on the altar. New Mishnah. The other types of mincha offerings, the mincha of kohanim, of the anointed kohen gadol, and of libations, are brought entirely on the altar, and the kohanim eat no part of them. The rites of the altar here are stronger than those of the kohanim. By the 2 loaves offering and the showbread, they're completely eaten by the kohanim, and the altar gets no part of them, so the rites of the kohanim there are stronger than those of the altar. The Gemara says the olah also is entirely burnt on the altar, but its high is given to kohanim, so it wasn't included in this list. The bird olah is also burnt on the altar, but its crop and feathers are not included. The libations go on the altar, but they go down a drain pipe. When we specify that the altar has stronger rites by those specific offerings than kohanim, that's to exclude the opinion that wine libations are sprinkled on the altar and that they actually go down the drain pipe. Also, as we didn't mention plain oil on this list, it implies like the opinion that the oil's remnants do go to the kohanim. The bird chatas is not included in the list of offerings that are eaten entirely by the kohanim, as its blood is offered on the altar. The Mitzorah's oil also has some of itself thrown on the curtain. When we specify that the Kohanim have stronger rights by those specific offerings than the altar, that's to exclude the opinion that the 2 loaves, when brought by themselves, are burned. New Mishnah. All mincha offerings made in sacred vessels require 3 applications of oil: pouring, mixing, and its initial placement into the vessel. There's a dispute as to the order. Some say the oil is mixed with the offering after they're already made into loaves. Others say it's mixed with the actual flour. The baked oven loaves are mixed with oil, while the wafers are smeared with oil in the shape of a certain Greek letter, possibly like a U shape. The rest of the oil was eaten by the Kohanim. The Gemara says, when we specify this applies to mincha offerings prepared in vessels, that was to exclude those baked in an oven. It spent some time going through verses to source all of the different variants of the oil service and the remaining points. New Mishnah. All mincha offerings made in service vessels must be broken into pieces. The Gemara says this excludes the 2 loaves and the showbread offerings. Sources are quoted. New Mishnah. The mincha offering of ordinary people was broken up by folding the loaf into 2 and then into 4 pieces, and they're then separated into 4 separate quarters. The mincha of a Kohen was folded in 2 and then into 4, but it wasn't separated. The mincha of the anointed Kohen Gadol was not folded. Rabbi Shimon disagrees, and he says the mincha of Kohanim and the Kohen Gadol are not actually broken into pieces, as they don't require kmitza, and if an offering doesn't require kmitza, it's not broken into pieces like so. Instead, he holds that they must be broken into pieces the size of an olive. The Gemara quotes sources for these points. Related, when saying a blessing on food that contains bread, if it contains bits of bread the size of the volume of an olive, you'd say the blessing on bread, which is sourced from the discussion in our Mishnah. Others say that this would apply even if the bread bits were smaller than this, and in the end it rules that if the bread is smaller, if the pieces still look like bread, the bread blessing hamaisi is stated. New Mishnah. All mincha offerings must be kneaded through rubbing 300 times and pounding 500 times. Some say this applies to the wheat, some say to the dough. The Gemara says it was rubbed once, pounded twice, and then rubbed twice, and then pounded 3 times, etc., until it reached the requisite amount. It's unresolved if rubbing the dough back and forth constitutes 1 or 2 rubbings. The opinion which said that this refers to the dough means he says it should only be done with the dough and not with the actual grain. It sources the remaining listed principles. It's argued as to how many groups of loaves these offerings were brought in, 12s or 10s, depending on the opinion, based on which types of offering you derive this from. These are discussed. New Mishnah. The Omer offering had 1 isarin measure of fine flour sifted from 3 sa'as. The 2 loaves had 2 isarin sifted from 3 sa'as. The showbread had 24 isarin sifted from 24 sa'as. The Gemara says the Omer required 3 sa'as to be sifted down, as it's from the new crop and it's barley, so it's more difficult to get that amount of good quality flour. The 2 loaves are from the new crop, but from wheat, so they can viably make 2 isarin. The showbread comes from the old crop and it's wheat, so its ratios are, as described, equal. If the amount of isarin of flour required by any mincha increased or decreased, it's invalid, and if the amount of se'ah that was being sifted increased or decreased, that would be valid. New Mishnah. The Omer offering was sifted with 13 sieves, the 2 loaves were sifted with 12 sieves, the showbread was sifted with 11 sieves. Others disagree and say that there was no set amount of sieves, and you could bring as much pre-sifted flour as you want. The Gemara says the sifting occurred in layers of fine then coarse then fine then coarse sieves. It sources the opinion that there was no set amount of sieves and that pre-sifted flour could be used with wheat in order to save expenses. And that's the end of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Tractate Menachos covers some laws of the Todah offering. The first Mishnah says the Todah offering was an animal offering that was brought with a whole bunch of bread loaves, 10 proper loaves and 30 unleavened matzahs. The breads of the Todah offering come from 5 Jerusalem sa'as of flour, which is the equivalent of 6 wilderness sa'as, which was 2 variants of measurements, which is also the equivalent of 2 ephahs, which is also the equivalent of 20 isarin, 10 of which went to the loaves and 10 of which went to the matzah. So as there were 10 loaves, it would end up being an isarin per loaf, but there were 3 variants of matzahs, so 30, so it was 3 matzahs per isarin of flour. Another method of calculation, the Jerusalem measure of 5 sa'as was the equivalent of 30 kav, so 15 for loaves and 15 for matzah. This would mean a kav and a half were used per loaf and a kav for every 2 matzahs. The Gemara brings the verse which shows that the ephah had 3 sa'ah measures, which it sources even further. Related to this, it said that we cannot increase the measure by more than a sixth, and we also cannot increase the weights of coins by more than a sixth, and when selling things, you cannot profit more than a sixth. This principle is based on a verse. New Mishnah. By the Todah offering, there were the loaves and the 3 types of matzahs. The Kohen would take 10 from each of these 4 types as a Temurah tithe from unbroken loaves, which it sources. The owner gets to eat the remainder. The Gemara additionally expounds on the verses for these principles, going through them at length. There are some conflicting sources on the amount of flour used per loaf, which are discussed. It also disputes what type of Temurah tithe exactly this is, being taken from the Todah loaves. In fact, it's asked if a non-Kohen impermissibly eats these tithe loaves, as these are compared in scripture to the Terumah's Meiser tithes. Do they have the same punishments for eating them, and can their minimums combine? That goes unresolved. Further sources are considered. New Mishnah. The inauguration offering of Aaron also had loaves, and they were brought like the matzah portion of the Todah offering with 3 types. The Nazarite offering has the matzah, but only 2 types, meaning the Nazarite loaves were made out of 10 Jerusalem-type kavin of flour, which was 6 2/3 isarin equivalent. The Gemara brings sources, and also for the different types of these matzah offerings. When the Kohen Gadol is anointed, it said he needs 2/10 of an ephah of the last variant of matzah offerings, one for his anointment and one for his initiation. If he had never performed the service as a regular Kohen, he'd actually bring 3 of these. It also brings sources that describe this proper method of the Nazarite offering. New Mishnah: if somebody slaughters a Todah offering while its breads are outside of the temple courtyard, the bread would not be sanctified. If the animal was slaughtered before the bread finished baking in the oven, or even if one of these breads isn't finished, the breads aren't sanctified. The Gemara quotes a debate as to what it means that these loaves are outside of the courtyard. Some say it means that they're all the way outside of Jerusalem, others say it just means that they're outside of the actual temple courtyard, based on if proximity would be sufficient. There's a similar dispute as to how far chametz, leavened bread, needs to be from the slaughtered paschal offering. Both of these had to be mentioned, as chametz itself is prohibited, and by the Todah breads you could consider proximity to be a factor based on a verse, so I needed to bring both of these to show that the opinions maintain themselves by each. It sources the remaining principles. It said that on Passover you could sufficiently eat matzah that was partially baked, or if it was made in a pan. Partially baked matzah is if you can pull the pieces apart without dough stretching between the pieces, and it said that the Todah loaves are permissible if they're in this similar manner. If a Todah was slaughtered for 80 loaves as opposed to the proper 40, there's a debate if 40 of them become consecrated or if none of them become consecrated, if nothing was specified. This is based on if we think that he wants these extra loaves to be a guarantee, or if he actually just wants an overly large offering. If he had specified that 40 should be consecrated, then 40 are consecrated, while if he had specified that only all of them should be consecrated, then none of them are. Others explain this to be differently and say his intent clearly is to bring an overly large offering, and it's just a debate as to whether the service vessels can consecrate things without the owner's intent. Another variation is that it's agreed that service vessels can consecrate items without intent, and the debate is whether the slaughtering knife can consecrate without intent. Alternatively, it's that everybody agrees that the service vessels cannot consecrate items without intent, and the same debate exists by a knife as to whether it's better than the service vessels. New Mishnah: if somebody slaughtered the Todah offering with improper intent of time or location, the bread is still sanctified. If the animal was slaughtered and it was found to have a defect, the bread is not sanctified. If the animal was slaughtered and it was found to have a blemish, there's a debate if the bread is sanctified. If the animal was slaughtered for the sake of a different offering, the bread is not sanctified, and the same applies by Aaron's inauguration offering in the 2 Shavuos Shlamim lambs. The Gemara explains who this is in accordance with based on individually held opinions. The opinion essentially holds that by the Todah offering, if the animal's invalidation existed before the animal was slaughtered, the bread would not be sanctified, and if it was invalidated after the slaughter, then the bread would be sanctified. Others dispute this principle, and it discusses these further. By the animal's blemish, some say this is not a case where the invalidation preceded the slaughter, as it could be a cataract specifically, in accordance with the opinion that an animal with that blemish could be left on the altar. Others disagree and say that while it would be allowed to be left on the altar, it would not be able to sanctify the bread. A related dispute: if a chatas offering was slaughtered with improper intent of time, if it was brought on the altar, it should just be left there. But if it had improper intent of location, there's an argument if that's comparable to improper intent of time, based on whether it could then be left on the altar. It's disputed as to who we hold like. The mission ended by giving the example of Aaron's inaugural offering as opposed to the more common Nazarite offering, as the former was the original, as it was the first type of offering ever brought. New Mishnah: regarding libations that were consecrated in a service vessel and then their offering was found to be invalid, if there is a different offering that needs a libation, they should just shift the libation over to that one instead. If the libation is left overnight, it's invalid. The Gemara says libations are sanctified by the slaughter of the accompanying animal, which is sources. Others disagree and say they're sanctified by being placed in a service vessel. Now, we said libations could be transferred between offerings. This cannot be done with oil for a mincha offering, as that's an essential aspect of the mincha, so it can't be transferred. We don't just deconsecrate the libations, as then people would think that that's permitted to be done by other items in a similar status. This concern doesn't exist by switching the offering of the libation, as people will think that that was its original intended use, as those offerings were slaughtered at the exact same time. This notion that the court can just make sanctity of an offering conditional wouldn't apply by the Atonement offering, as those uniquely can be resolved by being left to graze until they develop a blemish. New Mishnah: regarding the offspring of a Todah offering or its substitution, or if a Todah was lost, a replacement was then made and the original was found. This additional Todah doesn't require bread to be brought with it, which is based on a verse. The Gemara additionally expounds on this source. Some say these surplus Todah offerings would require bread if they're brought before the owner was atoned. That's disputed. It's also said whenever a case is that a chatas is supposed to be left to die, in a corresponding case with a Todah offering, it doesn't require bread. If the chatas is left to graze, the Todah equivalent would require bread. Others apparently disagree, quoting disagreeing verses. In fact, a case where a chatas being left to graze is even possible would be if somebody designated 2 chatas offerings as a guarantee. He can be atoned through one of them, and the other one would be left to graze, in accordance with one opinion. However, others disagree with this entire principle, saying that all of these unique chatases are just left to die, meaning that a similar replacement Toda is never offered with bread. This is as he holds that a person cannot be atoned through benefit that accrued to consecrated property, such as the offspring of a Toda and similar. Related, if somebody designated a Toda and its bread, and he loses the bread, he can bring a new bread. But if the Toda is lost, he cannot bring a new Toda. And this is as the bread is supplementary to the Toda, but not vice versa. Another rule, if somebody designated money for a Toda, and he had some extra, he can purchase the breads with that fund. But if he had designated the money for the bread, he cannot use the excess to buy a Toda. And this is as the bread is also referred to as a Toda, but the Toda is not referred to as bread. And if somebody designated a Toda animal, and he lost it, and then he designated a new one, and then he lost that, and then he designated a new one, and then he found the first two, if he receives atonement through the first animal, the second does not need bread, and the third one does. If he atones through the third animal, only the first animal needs bread, and if he's atoned through the second animal, neither of the others require bread. Others disagree, and say that no matter which is used, the others don't need bread, as they're all considered replacements of each other. It discusses another similar case with similar principles, and explains why we need both of these. Related, if somebody's Toda offering was mixed with its replacement, and he's not sure which is which, and one of them died, the other cannot have bread offered with it, as we're not sure if it's the correct offering. And this is where he didn't take a vow to bring this Toda, as otherwise he could just designate a new animal as a guarantee for its original. So it's disputed as to what to do in this case. There are a number of options that are suggested and rejected. There are about 8 of these, but all are left inconclusive for various individual reasons. And it said that there's just no method to offer the surviving Toda animal. New Mishnah, if somebody says that it's incumbent upon himself, meaning he's taking a vow to bring a Toda offering, he should bring a Toda and unconsecrated regular bread with it. If somebody said that he's bringing an unconsecrated Toda and bread from Ma'aser Sheni tithes, both the Toda and the bread should be unconsecrated. If he said he's bringing a Toda from Ma'aser Sheni and unconsecrated breads, he should do as such. If he said he's bringing the Toda and the bread from Ma'aser Sheni tithes, he should do so, but the bread should be Ma'aser Sheni tithes from money, not from actual wheat. The Gemara says if a man vows to bring Toda breads, he must bring the Toda and its breads, as presumably he knows the two must be brought together, and he's just speaking here in an abbreviated manner. It tries to dispute this from other discussions, but it's unsuccessful. Related, if somebody vows to bring a Toda without breads, he must then bring a Toda with breads, or at least libations. The reason this vow isn't just annulled by the sages is either we say the first expression that he said in this has primacy, or is that he later says that he thought it was possible to bring the Toda without bread, but now that he knows it's not possible, he says he would have vowed to bring one with bread. It discusses these opinions. We ended by saying that if somebody vows to bring a Toda and its bread from Ma'aser Sheni tithes, it should be brought from Ma'aser Sheni money, or we add with wheat bought with Ma'aser Sheni money. And it quotes sources, there are related principles on purchasing temple offerings with Ma'aser tithe funds, specifically as to whether if Ma'aser Sheni money used to designate a shlemim offering, as to whether or not this is effective, and it said that it is. New Mishnah, the source for the principle that somebody who vows to bring a Toda offering must bring it from unconsecrated property and not from Ma'aser Sheni tithes is the verse, you shall slaughter the Pesach to Hashem your God, flocks and cattle, which is odd, as the Paschal offering specifically cannot be brought from cattle. So it's taught that this is to say that any offering that's brought from flocks and cattle is compared to the Paschal offering, that just as it's mandatory and must be brought from unconsecrated property, then all mandatory offerings, such as a Toda offering or a shlemim offering, must be brought from unconsecrated property also, and this would include libations. The Gemara also sources the principle that the Paschal offering itself must be brought from only unconsecrated property. It discusses several opinions on this in several verses. These are spoken further, and it also brings some additional verses on this topic. And that's the end of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Tractate Menachos covers the particular types of grains, oils, and wines that were used for mincha, flour offerings. The first Mishnah says, the grain for both private and communal flour offerings can come from inside or outside of Israel, and from the new or the old crop, besides for the omer and the 2 loaves offerings, which must come from the new crop and from Israel specifically. All of them come from the best quality flour, which is specifically from the regions of Machnes and Zitzcha. Second to those would be flour from the valley of Ephraim, and technically the flour could be brought from anywhere, but this is where it was done from. The Gemara says others actually disagree, and say an omer and 2 loaves offering from the old crop would actually be valid, they just don't fulfill the mitzvah. I quote verses for this. They do agree the flour for these must be made of grain from Israel, although apparently still others dispute this and say that it can even be brought from elsewhere. It's said that the omer can be brought from the sabbatical year barley. This is as fresh grain must be used, and it disputes the source for this. This is discussed further going through many verses and a number of principles on bikurim tithes and unique circumstances where they wouldn't be brought, such as if it was crops from a cave roof, a cultivated ruin, or a perforated flower pot specifically, or plants that were grown in a wooden boat. It discusses the better quality produce of the region of Ephraim. New Mishnah. For mincha offerings, we don't use grain from fertilized fields, or from irrigated fields, or from tree fields, although if one did so, then the offering would be valid after the fact. The proper grain production method for flour offerings was to just plow the ground for a year, then to sow the fields in the second year, and then 70 days before Passover it'll produce good quality flour. The flour was checked by the temple treasurer, who would check for dust. If there was, he'd keep checking, and if it was wormy, it'd be totally completely invalid. The Gemara additionally spent some time describing this unique plowing method to get better quality flour. It said that the Omer offering is brought from the southern fields of Israel as the sun sets and shines on them. That's the source. It said that if fine flour or wheat kernels become majority wormy, they're invalid. It's unresolved if that's majority of the wheat kernel or also of the measurement. Also, if somebody consecrated wormy wheat kernels, it's unresolved if he received lashes based on whether this is comparable to consecrating a blemished offering. It's also said that wormy, moist wood cannot be brought on the altar pyre. Dry wood can have the bad sections scraped off. If somebody consecrated wormy wood, it's also unresolved if there's lashes based on if it's compared to consecrating a blemished offering. New Mishnah. The oil of Tekoa was the best quality, so it was used for mincha offerings. Then went oil from Regev in Transjordan. It could have been brought from anywhere, but this was what was done. Oil is not brought from fertilized or irrigated fields, nor from fields with seeds sown between olive trees. If this was done, it is valid after the fact. There are certain types of oil which could be used only after the fact, namely anpikanon oil, which will be described, and others which can't be used at all, like soaked olive berries or pickled or boiled olives. The Gemara brings some related discussion on these regional higher quality oils. There's some discussion as to what this anpikanon oil exactly is. Some say it's oil which is a third unripe and it was used as a depilatory typically, along with pickled or boiled olives being prohibited. So is olive sediment or olives that smell poorly. If somebody consecrated disqualified oil, it's also unresolved if there's lashes based on if that's compared to consecrating a blemished offering. New Mishnah. The olives were harvested 3 times a year, and 3 grades of oil were extracted from each of these. First went olives picked from the top of the tree. There's some dispute as to how exactly they were pressed, but there was essentially 3 extractions done, and that would create the 3 oils of the harvest. The first could be used for the menorah, and the latter 2 could be used for mincha offerings. By the second olive harvest, the crop would have grown to the rooftops. Again, there were 3 oil extractions. The first could be used for the menorah, and the latter 2 could be used for the mincha offerings. For the last oil harvest, the crop is packed in a vat until it spoils, and it then dried on a roof and then pounded, and this was done with, again, 3 extractions. The first could be used for the menorah, the latter 2 could be used for the mincha offerings. The Gemara additionally describes this process and some further opinions as to how it was done. New Mishnah. The first oil of the first harvest had the highest quality. The second oil of the first harvest and the first oil of the second harvest were equal. The third oil of the first, the second oil of the second, and the first oil of the third were equal. The third oil of the second and the second oil of the third were equal, and the third oil of the last harvest was the lowest quality. Logically, as the menorah, which isn't eaten, requires the best quality oil, you have thought that the mincha offerings would also require to be the best quality oil, so it proves otherwise from a verse. The Gemara says it means these oils are equal for mincha offerings, but not so by the menorah. It further clarifies the requirements of the quality of the oils of the menorah and brings a number of verses. New Mishnah. Finally, on wines. The best quality would be from the regions of Kodashim and Atolement, and then from the highlands of Beis Rima and Beis Lavan and the valley of Kefar Signa. Anywhere is valid, but that's what was done. Wine couldn't be from fertilized or irrigated fields or fields where seeds were sown between the vines, but if this was done, it's valid after the fact. Wine from grapes that were hung in the sun is only valid after the fact. It's a debate if old wine could be used. We don't use sweet wine or smoked or cooked wine, and if they're used, it's invalid. We only use grapes from vines that trail on the ground and from cultivated vineyards. The wine is only placed in small barrels. The barrel is not filled until its mouth, so that way its aroma spreads when the barrel is opened. The wine is not brought from the very top or bottom of the barrel, so that way there will be no mixing particles or sediments. Rather, it's brought from the middle third. The wine is checked for impurities, and the checker would tap the barrel opener with a reed to tell him when to stop, which will be explained. If there's mold in the wine, it's invalid. The Gemara says grapes that were left in the sun to be sweetened are fine, but if the grapes themselves are sweet, they're prohibited. The debate if old wine could be used is based on some verses. It explains the remaining points, including that the wine checker wouldn't talk in the room and used a reed to communicate, as talking in the room would be bad for the wine. If somebody consecrated wine with mold, it's also unresolved if there's lashes based on if it's compared to consecrating a blemished offering. Also, it says the best quality offering rams come from the region of Moab, lambs come from Hebron, birds come from the Temple Mount area, and it said that very wide lambs are preferable. It discusses some related verses, and that's the end of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Tractate Menachos covers the measurements and measurement vessels of the mincha flour offerings and the laws of libations. The first Mishnah says there were 2 types of measures for dry substances in the temple, the isarin and the half isarin, which were measurements used in those times. Rabbi Meir actually says there were 2 types of isarin measures and a half isarin. The isarin measure would be for the flour of mincha offerings, so for offerings that required 3 or 2 isarin, they just would have used that multiple times. The half isarin measure was for the Kohen Gadol's daily offering, as half was brought in the morning and half was brought in the afternoon. The Gemara says Rabbi Meir held there were actually 2 variants of the isarin measure. One was for leveled flour, and one smaller one was for heaped flour. The smaller heaped one would be for regular mincha offerings, and the larger one would be used for the Kohen Gadol's mincha. It explains how both opinions source these principles. To clarify, the Kohen Gadol's measure was a full isarin and was divided out as such, but was then divided into halves with the smaller measure. Based on the fact that Rabbi Meir says that the isarin measure for this was leveled, we can presume that according to both opinions, the smaller half isarin measure was also leveled. Also, it said it should be split in half by hand, as a scale is something mentioned in connection with a curse. It's also debated if the sanctuary shulchan table can consecrate kaimet handfuls of frankincense in its airspace, as it can do the same to the bread. It said that the table can sanctify an item only to disqualify it. New Mishnah. There were 7 types of measures for liquids in the temple. There was the hin, the half hin, the third of a hin, the quarter hin, the log, the half log, and the quarter log. Some say that the hin measure was just one measure with incremental marks for different offering types. Others say there was just no hin measure, but there was a log and a half measure for the oil of the Kohen Gadol's mincha for the morning and the afternoon. The Gemara expounds on these opinions. Some say, according to this last opinion, it doesn't even make sense to have a half log measure, as a quarter log measure would be sufficient for that. So rather, the earlier opinion holds that a vessel that measures one amount in the temple can't also be reused for other amounts. There's a dispute by the first opinion of 7 vessels if the over brim of each of these is sanctified. The dispute, if the hin measure existed, is as it was made for the anointing oil. So some say that that wasn't needed for any future use, so Moshe hid it away. The opinion that said that there is one hin vessel with incremental markings, he either just doesn't have the tradition that there were 7 measures in the temple, or he just takes that to mean that there were 7 measurements taken in the temple. New Mishnah. The quarter loaf measure was for the waters of the Mitzvah leper and for the oil of a Nazir who's completed his term. The half log measure was for the water of the Sota and the oil for the Toda loaves. The log measure was for the oil of mincha offerings. Some say every mincha had oil directly proportionate to the amount of flour used. Others say that no matter the amount of flour used, it's always only 1 log of oil. The half hin measure was for the mincha and libation of the bull offering. The third of a hin measure was used for the mincha and libation of the ram offering. The quarter hin measure was used for the mincha and libation that comes with a lamb offering. 3.5 login of olive oil were used for the menorah, so that's a half a log for each lamp. The Gemara says the quarter log measure was anointed not for the temple service, as that was done outside of the temple, or for the Nazir's bread, which was sanctified with its ram. Rather, it was done for the Kohen Gadol's mincha offering. Others evidently disagree. Similarly, the half log was anointed not for the Sota water, which is not sacred, or for the Toda, which was sanctified earlier, but it was the measurement used to portion the half log of oil for the menorah. Related, if the menorah lamp went out early and the lamp is filled with ash, it's said to be cleaned out and refilled with the original measure of oil and then relit, which then sources. As the menorah was one solid piece of gold, it said the branches were pliable and could be bent to allow them to be cleaned, which it then describes further. And some say the lamps themselves were never removed, although that's disputed and it discusses this. Anyways, it also sources the principle that the half log of oil was for the Toda loaves, quoting verses from scripture, which there are a few opinions on. It does the same, teaching the sources for the individual vessel sizes used for the bull, ram, and lamb offerings, and also for the menorah's oil measures. The last one is as the menorah is said to need to burn from evening until morning, and that's assessed to be half a log. Some say this measure was tested by getting progressively larger measures, so by starting smaller in order to save funds. Others say it was tested with increasingly smaller amounts, meaning it started larger in order to increase the temple's opulence. New Mishnah. The libations of bulls can mix with the libations of rams, and the libations of lambs can mix with other libations of lambs. The libations of an individual can mix with the libations of the congregation. The libations of yesterday can mix with today's. Libations of lambs cannot mix with libations of bulls or rams. If the ingredients for the libation were individually combined and then mixed together, they're valid. But if they were mixed together before the ingredients were combined, they're invalid. This is as these different libations for these different offerings had different measurement ratios. Regarding the Ola, lamb brought with the Omer offering, the Mincha offering here is doubled, but the wine and oil libations are not. The Gemara clarifies, when it says these mixtures of libations are permitted, it possibly only means they're permitted after the fact, not initially. Others disagree and say it actually means that if 2 offerings, flour and oil, had already been burned on the altar, the libation wines can be mixed together, and if they hadn't yet been offered, and they had been mixed together, then the libations could be mixed. But if they weren't mixed, mixing the libations would be prohibited out of concern that then the actual flour and oil offerings will themselves then be mixed, which isn't allowed. We ended by saying that by the Omer offering, lamb, its mincha is doubled, but its libation is not, and that's sourced. Related, it said that the asham of a Mitzorah's leper that was not slaughtered for its own sake, that would still require libations, and it brings supports for this. New Mishnah. All dry measures in the temple were made heaped, besides for the Kohen Gadol's measure, which was level. By liquid measures, their overbrim is sacred, while by dry measures, the overbrim is not sacred. Rabbi Akiva says this is as simply, the entire dry measure is not sacred. Rabbi Yesi says it's as liquids are displaced as they're poured, while dry substances are not. The Gemara says this is in accordance with Rabbi Meir from the first Mishnah, that there is a designated vessel for overheaped measurements. The debate as to if dry measures are sacred is as the initial opinion holds that a liquid measure is anointed on its inside and on its outside, while a dry measure is only anointed on its outside. Rabbi Akiva holds that a dry measure isn't anointed at all, so it can't consecrate any flour that's overbrimming, and Rabbi Yesi says that a liquid and dry measure is only anointed on the inside, which is why displacement is a relevant factor, possibly that the overbrim entered the vessel without the owner's intent, or alternatively it's just something that was instituted, that liquid overbrims alone are sacred, as otherwise people will incorrectly think that if it's removed, things like that just become unconsecrated. It's also said that the excess, the overbrim of libations, is used on the altar as a dessert of a sort. It brings support for this from cases. New Mishnah. All communal and private offerings require libations, besides for the Bechor, the Ma'aser, the Paschal offering, the Chatas, and the Asham offering. The Chatas and Asham of the Mitzorah leper would need libations. The Gemara quotes a whole bunch of verses to source this. These are discussed going through the necessity of a number of particularly used words. It also sources the unique exceptions that the Chatas and Asham of the Temurah do actually require libations, and further discusses various verses and makes a number of derivations on these. New Mishnah. All communal offerings do not require smicha, leaning on the animal, besides for the communal error bull offering and the he-goat of Azazel for the Yom Kippur service. Rabbi Shimon includes the he-goat for communal idolatry also. All private offerings require smicha, besides for the Bechoros, Meiser, and the Paschal offering. If somebody designated an Ola or a Shlamim offering and then died, his heir would do smicha, he would bring libations, and he would bring a substitute if necessary. The Gemara says, some say that the he-goat for communal idolatry has smicha done, and some actually replace this with the goat for Azazel in this list, and this is as there's a tradition that there are only 2 cases where smicha is done for a communal offering. There's also a dispute as to whether the Kohanim are atoned through the he-goat for Azazel and the Yom Kippur offering. That's discussed further along with as to whether the he-goat for idolatry actually requires smicha. There's additional discussion here. Further, we said that all private offerings require smicha besides for the Bechoros, Meiser, and Paschal offering, and I spent some time sourcing each of these. We said an heir does do smicha and substitutes an offering. Others say the inverse, that he does neither, which is basis on verses. These are additionally discussed. New Mishnah. Everybody can do smicha, leaning on an animal, besides for a deaf mute, an insane person, a minor, a blind man, a non-Jewish person, a slave, an agent, and a woman. This step of the service is not considered to be essential. It's done with 2 hands, and it's slaughtered right in that location in the courtyard immediately afterwards. The Gemara asks why exactly a blind person can't do smicha, and it's explained that it's derived from a linkage of verses. It also sources the fact that a slave, an agent, and a woman can't do smicha, as a slave uniquely isn't subject to performing mitzvahs, an agent uniquely is like his sender, and a wife is like her owner's own self, so it needs to specify all 3 of these. It sources the point that leaning isn't an essential stage, and it also quotes the point that leaning is done on the head, as opposed to the neck, back, or breast. All 3 of those were listed, as the back is on the same plane as the head, and the breast is actually included in the waving service, so all of these were specified to show that it's only allowed on the head. It also proves that putting one's hands on the sides of the animal or having a cloth as an interposition between would be impermissible. The remaining principles are sourced, and I mentioned that the leaning is done in the place of slaughter because it's done immediately after. New Mishnah. Smicha, leaning on an offering, has a stringency over waving, that one owner can wave an offering for all of his partners, but he can't lean on an offering for all of his partners. Waving has a stringency over leaning, as the waving applies to individual and communal offerings, and also by live and slaughtered animals, and by living and non-living things, like bread, for example, while leaning is not done by all of these. The Gemara spends some time sourcing all of these principles. Also, we said smicha is not done on slaughtered offerings, but we see the Kohen Gadol can do so in some circumstances on slaughtered offerings, but that's explained to only be done for the honor of the Kohen Gadol. And that's the end of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Tractate Menachos covers the laws of the 2 loaves in the temple showbread. The first Mishnah says, the 2 loaves are kneaded one at a time and baked one at a time. The showbread loaves are kneaded one at a time, but baked together. They would be placed into a mold to bake, and after they were done, they were placed into another mold, so that way they retained their shape. The Gemara sources this principle that the loaves were kneaded one at a time, quoting verses. The reason a second mold was used for these, as opposed to just being kept in the original mold, was because they expanded, so they would need a larger mold. Okay, on the actual shape of the showbread, it was very unique. Some say it was shaped like an open box with 2 walls, like so. Others say it was shaped like a ship, circular, and tapering off to points at the ends. According to the first opinion, the spoons were just placed inside. According to the second opinion, the spoons were placed in a hollowed-out flat area in the wall. Also, according to the first opinion, the golden rods would be placed across, and according to the second opinion, there would be protrusions made for the rods. Also, according to the second opinion, the props underneath would have to be semicircle shaped to hold them. They were needed to support the weight of the bread. The one who says the breads were shaped like a ship would also say the props were placed on the table, while the one who said it was a box would say it was placed on the ground. There's a statement that the bread and props support each other, which would be more in accordance with the second opinion. One case is cited which seems to imply the bread was shaped like a ship, like the second opinion. It's disputed by the Jewish people wandering in the desert if there was liability for taking the showbread outside of the tabernacle courtyard area. That's disputed based on a few verses. As to if this offering is comparable to the other types of sacrificial offerings by the tabernacle, there's related principles on when and where lepers or people with corpse impurity would be banished from that area. New Mishnah. The 2 loaves and the showbread could both be kneaded and shaped outside the temple courtyard, but they must be baked inside the courtyard. Their baking does not override the Shabbos. Rabbi Yehuda disagrees and says that the whole process must be done inside the courtyard. Rabbi Shimon says that the whole process can be prepared and baked outside of the courtyard. The Gemara says the fact that the first opinion says that the shaping and kneading can be done outside the temple courtyard, but the baking must be done inside, seemingly disputes within itself as to whether a measure for solid foods is sanctified or not. That's explained that the Isarin measure does not consecrate, but the oven does. Another question, if the oven consecrated the bread, bread, then why can't it override the Shabbos? So it's explained that actually that doesn't make sense, it's an error. The opinion that holds that the baking of the showbread does not override the Shabbos would also hold that the oven does not sanctify it. Anyways, there was a dispute between Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Shimon as to what's allowed to be done outside the temple courtyard. This is possibly based on verses which are then brought and discussed, although it concludes it's based on tradition. New Mishnah. By the mincha offering of the Kohen Gadol, its kneading, shaping, and baking must be done inside the temple courtyard, and it overrides the Shabbos. The grinding and sifting of its flour does not override the Shabbos. This is as Rabbi Akiva ruled that any work that can be done before Shabbos does not override the Shabbos, but if it must be done on the Shabbos, then it would. By all other mincha offerings, their kneading and shaping must be done in a vessel in the temple courtyard, and the procedures cannot be done outside. Some measurements by the 2 loaves, they were 7 by 4 handbreadths, and their sides extended upwards 4 finger breadths, like this. The showbread was 10 by 5 handbreadths, and their sides extended up 7 finger breadths. It's said that the showbread was called the lechem hapanim, the bread of faces, as it had many surfaces. Rabbi Yehuda says the shulchan, the table, was 10 by 5 handbreadths. The showbread was also 10 by 5 handbreadths, but it was placed sideways, with the longer length across the table's shorter width, and it was then folded upwards on both sides, like so 2.5 handbreadths less on either side. Rabbi Meir disagrees. He says the table was 12 by 6 handbreadths, while the panim bread was 10 by 5. It's then placed on sideways, but with 2 handbreadths on either side folded up, which would leave a space in the middle for air to flow through. It's disputed as to if the frankincense spoons were placed in that area. There were essentially 4 shelves on the shulchan, 2 for each arrangement, with 28 rows extending across, 14 for each arrangement. The arrangement of the rods and their removal does not override the Shabbos. That's all done beforehand. Also, all of the utensils placed in the temple were placed with their length according to the length of the sanctuary, so facing east and west. The Gemara sources these principles and measurements. The rods did not add to the height as they sunk into the bread. The purpose of them was to separate the breads to allow airflow in between to prevent mold. Also, the extended bits of the loaves didn't add to their height as they were folded inwards as visualized. The breads did not rest on top of the frame around the table, they went inside of it, so that way it wouldn't mess with the height total. Some actually just say that the frame was on the bottom of the table, and there's some related discussion on principles of utensil impurity as to whether the shulchan table was susceptible to impurity. It also spends some time sourcing the concepts that the temple shulchan had these shelves and rods, and additionally describes their features and placement. A related dispute, some say all cubit measurements in the temple had the cubit measurement of 6 handbreadths, while the golden indoor altar had cubit measurements of 5 handbreadths. Others say it was the utensils that used the 5 handbreadth cubit measurement. They dispute the sources for this, and additionally on the measurements of the indoor golden altar based on a whole bunch of verses and related discussions across the Gemara regarding the point where the red line was drawn and similar. It also spends some time describing the measurements of the outdoor altar, although this will be described more in a later tractate, Tractate Midas. It also sources the principle that there could be differing cubit measurements. Somewhat related, it mentions that the east gate of the temple had an image of the capital city of Persia engraved into it. Some say to remind people of their prior exiles in that region, others say it's to make people have respect of the Persian royalty, and it also says that one should always have great respect for royalty. There's some related discussion on the times of Mashiach, as it said a spring of water will issue forth from the third temple, and some say the trees grown from it will cure mute, others say it will make women no longer barren. It additionally discusses the arrangements of the loaves of the shulchan table and sources the principle that the utensils were all facing east to west, as were also the poles of the ark inside the temple. It spends some time describing all of the tables and menorahs that King Solomon made for the temple, and additionally where they were all placed, in which direction they were facing, which was said to be on this east to west axis. There's some dispute as to how the menorah was placed and how the tables were placed in relationship to one another. It additionally describes this arrangement along with some sources. Some related teachings, it said that there are times when stopping to study Torah itself is a good thing, like to accompany a bride to her wedding and related. It's also said that if a Torah scholar sins, it's wrong to publicly shame him. And also if somebody causes even a word of his Torah study to be forgotten, that's transgressing a prohibition. Some say it's 2 prohibitions, some say it's actually 3. This is if the forgetting was intentional due to acts of laziness, and it was within his grasp for this to not occur. Related, it said that the Torah was given in 40 days, and that the soul was treated in 40 days, which shows that if somebody safeguards the Torah, his soul will be safeguarded. New Mishnah. There were 2 tables within the temple antechamber by the doorway of the temple, one of marble and one of gold. The Kohanim would place the showbread on the marble one when entering, and on the gold one when leaving, as we never descend in sacred matters. There was a gold table inside the actual sanctuary where the showbread would always rest on. 4 Kohanim would enter, 2 with 2 stacks of bread, 2 with 2 spoons of frankincense, and 4 other Kohanim with them, 2 to remove the breads and 2 to remove the frankincense. The Kohanim bringing the breads and frankincense would stand by the north side of the table facing south, while the Kohanim removing these items would stand in the south side facing north. As the second Kohanim would remove the prior week's bread, the new Kohanim would put the new ones within a gap of a handbreadth, as there can't be any bread missing on that table for even a moment. Some say it's fine if they're removed fully and then the new ones are placed. They exited the sanctuary, the old bread was placed on the antechamber's golden table, the frankincense spoons were then burned, and the breads were eaten by the Kohanim. If Yom Kippur falls out on a Shabbos, the loaves would be eaten that evening. Also, if Yom Kippur falls out the day before Shabbos, the Yom Kippur goat offering would be eaten Friday night, although it said the Babylonians would just eat it raw, which wasn't generally proper. The Gemara says, related to this concept that the bread should be swapped out without a gap in between, it speaks on the importance of learning Torah all day and all night. Some say it's sufficient to learn just a chapter in the morning and in the afternoon. Some say it's sufficient to say the Shema in the morning and in the afternoon. That's discussed further and explains the great reward for learning and studying Torah and the penalty for not doing so. When it said the Babylonians ate the Yom Kippur goat raw, that actually meant the people of Alexandria in Egypt, but the people writing this just called them Babylonians because they did not think very much of the Jewish people of Babylonia. New Mishnah, if somebody impermissibly arranged the showbread on Shabbos and the frankincense the day after, and then burnt the frankincense the next Shabbos, the loaves are invalid, so there would be no liability for improper intent, for leftovers, or impurity. If somebody arranged the loaves and frankincense on Shabbos and then burned the frankincense the next day on Sunday, again, the breads are invalid, but there's no liability for improper intent, leftovers, or impurity. If somebody arranged the loaves and frankincense on Sunday, the bread would be invalid. Instead, they should be left until the coming Shabbos, as it's fine if they're left out there for a while. The Gemara mentions some principles of the temple service, which is that the morning offering had to be offered at dawn, so they'd check and declare if the eastern sky had lit up sufficiently. If the morning offering was brought too early, it would be invalid, and it would be taken to the place of burning. Essentially, this establishes that a daytime offering cannot be sanctified at night. However, it is added that it can be sanctified to become invalid, which is why a kometz offering cannot be removed too early the prior night and then returned. However, our Mishnah said that the showbread, if offered on a Sunday, can be left all week towards the next Shabbos to become valid, so that's seemingly contradictory. So it's explained possibly that as the placement here was actually premature, unlike by doing it at night, the table gives no sanctity to the bread, so it's not then invalidated. This would mean that the Cohen either removed the bread from the table before Friday night, or it's just that it wouldn't matter if it was left there on Friday night, as it was placed on the wrong day anyways. New Mishnah. The two loaves offering is eaten either 2 days or 3 days after it's made. This is as they're baked the day before they're eaten on the holiday of Shavuos, so they're eaten on the holiday 2 days after. And if the holiday falls out on a Sunday, they're made on Friday, so they would be eaten 3 days after. The showbread is eaten either 9, 10, or 11 days after it's baked. It's typically made the day before Shabbos, so it's eaten on the next Shabbos, which is 9 days after. If there's a holiday on the day before Shabbos, it'd be made on Thursday and eaten on the next Shabbos, so 10 days after. If there's a 2-day holiday like Rosh Hashanah that falls out on Thursday and Friday, it would be made on Wednesday, so it would end up being eaten 11 days after. This is as the baking of the showbread does not override Shabbos or holidays, and others say it does override holidays, just not the holiday of Yom Kippur. The Gemara says there's an opinion that vowed and donated offerings aren't brought on holidays according to biblical law. As we said, the 2 loaves of Shavuot do not override Shabbos or holidays, so the same would apply to these other types of offerings. And that's the end of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Tractate Menachos covers some additional laws on the types of temple offerings. The first Mishnah says, if mincha offerings or libations become impure, if this happens before they're sanctified in a service vessel, they must be redeemed, which means they're deconsecrated unto money, which is then used to purchase new offerings. If they become impure after they were sanctified in a service vessel, they cannot be redeemed. Burnt offerings, wood for the altar, frankincense, and service vessels, once they become impure, they cannot be redeemed, as that concept only applies to animal offerings. The Gemara says, in spite of the specification of discussing offerings that become impure, it said that these can still be redeemed even if they just weren't impure in the first place, meaning they can be redeemed while they're in an actual pure state. The case with the sanctified vessel while the offering was impure was specified, as otherwise you might have incorrectly thought that an impure offering has the status of a blemished offering, which is based on a verse. It sources the principle that a blemished offering is referred to as impure. Others disagree with the concept that non-impure offerings before being sanctified in a service vessel can be redeemed, saying that's incorrect, as we see wood, frankincense, and otherwise are treated as pure, but they still cannot be redeemed. So it's responsive that perhaps the reason the wood, frankincense, and service vessels cannot be redeemed isn't because they're pure, it's because they're uncommon and difficult to replace. This is why blemished animals cannot be redeemed, as blemishes, such as cataracts, are also common. There are still quite a few other opinions. Some say pure offerings can actually be redeemed, others say they can't. It's a dispute. This is additionally debated from various sources on related principles of food impurities. Some say that a mincha offering brought with improper intent is not subject to food impurities, although that's debated. Some say it should be treated as if it was permissible for just a moment, as it could have been redeemed before it was placed in a service vessel, based on a comparison to the red heifer offering, but it's explained the two are just not comparable, as the red heifer is actually meant to be redeemed if there's a nicer one, unlike these mincha offerings. It further disputes this comparison. Now, it essentially rules by a red heifer offering that whatever can be redeemed can be considered as if it is redeemed, meaning a consecrated item that could have been permitted through being redeemed is considered to have been viable for a moment. An example of this would be if it could have been permitted by having its blood thrown, meaning this opinion would say that a pigol offering does not have food impurity only if the blood could never have been thrown. Others even dispute the necessity for this last bit, disputing the concept that if the blood could be thrown, it's considered as if it is, by these laws of food impurity. They do concede that it could apply by the laws of Me'ilah, the prohibitions against benefiting from temple property. That's spoken on further. It also brings up the very similar concept that whatever stands to be thrown on the altar can be considered as if it was, and although a food in this case should be considered like ash, essentially, as it's something holy, it can still become impure biblically, unlike by the leftovers of the red heifer, which convey impurity rabbinically. New Mishnah. If somebody vowed to bring a machavas type mincha, which is in a specific type of vessel, and then brought a marcheshes type mincha, or vice versa, it's valid, but he hasn't fulfilled his obligation. If somebody vowed to bring his flour as a machavas type mincha and he brought it as a marcheshes or vice versa, it's invalid. If somebody vowed to bring 2 isarin measures in a service vessel and he brought them in 2 service vessels, or he vowed to bring them in 2 service vessels and he brought them in 1, it's valid, but he hasn't fulfilled his obligation. If he vowed that his 2 isarin of flour should be brought in 1 service vessel and he brought them in 2 or vice versa, they're invalid. In the case where the man vowed to bring 2 isarin measures in a service vessel and he brought them in 2, if people told him that he's making a mistake and he did it anyways, they're invalid. If he listened and he swapped them out for 1 vessel, it's valid. And if somebody vowed to bring 2 isarin in 2 vessels and he brought them in 1 vessel, if people warned him that he's making a mistake and he listened and he put them in 2 vessels, it's valid. And if he didn't and he put them in 1 vessel, then it's just like 2 separate mincha offerings that are just being combined in 1 vessel. The Gemara says each of these cases were individually necessary to quote, as by the machavas and the marcheshes mix-up, that's an entirely different service vessel, and by the different size measures, the offering is being divided. Also, others actually disagree and say that if a different mincha was brought than what was actually vowed on, it's valid and it fulfills its obligation. We said if somebody vowed to bring a machavas and then brought a marcheshes type mincha, it's invalid. This is as the incorrect service vessel is actually able to consecrate something just to disqualify it. Additionally, these principles of invalidation apply if he specified at the time of the vow, not if this was done later when he set aside the flour. New Mishnah: if somebody vows to bring a mincha from barley, he must use wheat. If somebody vows to bring his mincha from ordinary flour, he still needs to bring it from fine flour. If he vowed to bring it without oil or frankincense, he still needs to bring it with oil and frankincense. If he vowed to only bring half an isarin, he still needs to bring the full isarin. If he vowed to bring 1.5 isarin, some say he brings 2 isarin, others say he brings nothing, as that's not possible as that is. The Gemara says the reason this vow isn't just annulled by the sages is either as we say the first expression he said has primacy, or it's as he later says he thought it was possible to bring a mincha in this improper manner, but now that he knows it's not, he would have vowed to bring one properly. Additionally, if somebody vowed to bring the mincha from something like lentils, there would be no obligation at all. This could have been quoted in the Mishnah as a more novel example, and the fact that it doesn't means he doesn't hold like the opinion that says the first part of the expression has primacy. Although others disagree and say that if a person vows to bring a mincha from lentils, they would still need to bring a regular mincha in accordance with this former opinion. Others say the only time in these cases that the man is obligated to bring a mincha offering, in spite of his unique vow, is if he actually uses the word mincha within the vow. Others dispute this and say it only applies to the case where a man vows to bring a mincha of 1.5 isarin by saying he's bringing a half an isarin and an isarin, as the word mincha obligates him to bring the first full isarin, and afterwards he promised to bring a full isarin. Others disagree as they hold the person is also bound by the conclusion of his words. New Mishnah: a person can donate a mincha up to 60 isarin measures and bring it all in 1 vessel. If somebody vows to bring 61 isarin, he brings 60 in 1 vessel and 1 in another vessel. The maximum limit of 61 is as that's the highest amount brought by the community on a sukkah that falls out on Shabbos, and an individual shouldn't bring more than the community as a whole. However, Rabbi Shimon actually disagrees, as he explains that the sukkah Shabbos 61 isarin wasn't one big offering, it was a whole bunch that were brought across the day. So he says the limit of 60 is as that's the most that flour and oil can be viably physically mixed between in 1 bowl. This is as he says all measurements are extremely precise, and going a bit over by any could cause errors. The Gemara quotes and additionally expounds on this debate. According to Rabbi Shimon, who says the mixing of these large amounts just wouldn't be possible to be done properly, this is as it's unfit to be mixed, which makes it invalid. In actuality, the offering itself doesn't strictly need to be mixed. It mentions a number of other miscellaneous laws that involve very precise measurements, further bringing out this point. New Mishnah: it's permitted to donate an independent libation of 1 lug, 2 lugin, or 5 lugin, as those aren't brought with animals. It wouldn't be allowed to donate 3, 4, or 6 or higher. The Gemara asks as to whether there's a fixed amount of libations, meaning if somebody vowed to bring 5 lugin and he uses 4 for a ram offering and he leaves the extra as a donation, would that be allowed, or would somebody have to offer the full 6 for a bull offering, which requires the full 6 lugin? It debates this from a number of different discussions on temple donations and concludes that there is no fixed amount for libation offerings. There's for the discussion. If somebody vowed to bring 11 lugin, meaning it could be a bit less than enough for 2 bulls, or it could be 2 rams and a lamb, it's unresolved, which we assume it refers to. New Mishnah: Rabbi Akiva says you can donate just wine to the temple, not oil. Rabbi Tarfon says you can donate wine or oil, as both are obligations that accompany an offering. Rabbi Akiva disagrees, as he says when this is done, the wine is brought on its own, but the oil must be actually mixed into the offering. Related, 2 people cannot partner to donate 1 isarin of a mincha offering, but they can donate an ola, a shlamim, or a single bird offering together. The Gemara says, based on Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Tarfon, it would be permissible, according to both, to donate a libation mincha as much as you want, in spite of the fact that it wasn't specified in scripture in the list of donatable voluntary offerings. The remaining listed points are then sourced, and it explains some points on the significance of the mincha offering. And that's the end of chapter 12. Chapter 13, the final chapter of Tractate Menachos, covers some final laws of vows by mincha offerings. The first Mishnah says, if somebody vows to bring an isarin of flour as a temple offering, he brings a mincha of 1 isarin. If somebody vows to bring esrei nice, which is plural, he would need to bring 2 isarin. If a person vowed to bring a mincha of a specific number of esrenis, but he doesn't remember exactly how many, he brings 60 esrenis, which is the maximum number. If a person vowed to bring a mincha offering, but he doesn't specify the type, some say he could bring any type, others say he brings a fine flour mincha, as it's distinctive. If somebody vows to bring a mincha or a type of a mincha, he brings 1. If he vows to bring menachos or types of menachos, he brings 2. If somebody vowed to bring a specific type of mincha offering, but he's not sure which, he brings all 5 possible variants. If somebody vowed to bring a mincha of a specific number of esrainim, and he's not sure how many, some say he brings 60 isarin, others say he now needs to bring 60 different mincha offerings, one with isarin, one with 2 isarin, one with 3, etc., until 60. The Gemara says, it's said if somebody vows to bring an isarin, he brings an isarin. That's just a preface, as that's very obvious. Then when it said if somebody vows to bring esrainis plural, he brings 2, as that's the minimum implied. We said if somebody vows to bring an amount of esrainis, but he's not sure how many, he brings 60 isarin. And some say that the later differing opinion would require him to bring 60 different vessels containing 1 to 60 esrainis. Others say it's like this later opinion, but actually it would only require 60 vessels of 1 isarin each, which are brought, as he hadn't implied that they'd be brought in a single vessel. If somebody vowed to bring a specific type of mincha, but he didn't specify the type, one opinion said he'd bring a fine flour mincha. This is said to be distinctive, as mentioned, as it's the first type spoken about in Scripture. But then we see by other offerings, if somebody vows to bring a specific type, they're not required to bring the first variant mentioned in Scripture, so rather, when it says the fine flour mincha is distinctive, it says it's one of the only types without a special name, which is qualified. Now, if somebody vowed to bring types, which is plural, of mincha, which is singular, it's debated as what to do there. It said they'd bring only one offering, but it argues if we hold like this opinion. We said if somebody vowed to bring a specific type of mincha and he isn't sure of the type, some say he brings all 5 possible variants. It disputes who exactly it was that held this based on individually held opinions. That's discussed further, although it concludes it's in accordance with the opinion that these different loaves and wafers of the different types of mincha offerings, if they're offered together, they maintain their same time to be eaten, and then oven-baked mincha can be comprised of both of them. If this is actually done, bringing all these types of mincha at once, kemitza would be separated with a declaration that one part is for the loaves and the other part is for the wafers. And if they're being offered as one mincha all together, you should declare that the kemitza is being done for both of them. Additionally, if you're separating a kaimetz on a mincha that's half loaves and half bread, and his kemitza only had one type, it's fine to cover both. The oil here would be smeared on the wafers, and the rest would be eaten by the kohanim. When we said somebody forgot as to which type of mincha he specified and he needs to bring 5, some say this only encompasses minchas of an individual, others say it only encompasses the independent minchas that are brought without animals, others say it only encompasses those with frankincense, others say it only encompasses those with one single log of oil, and others say it encompasses ones which have kemitza done. And that's why, according to all of these, the libationary mincha was excluded from the list of 5. Anyways, if somebody specified to bring a mincha in a single utensil of esrainim, but he wasn't sure how many, some said he brings 60 esrainim, others say he brings 60 vessels containing 1 through 60, so 1,830 esrainim total. Another case, if somebody said he'd give a mincha with esrainim, but he's not sure which of the 5 mincha types it was, or how many esrainim he specified. Some say he brings 5 minchas each of 60, others say he brings the 5 different types of minchas, and each of them needs to be 1 to 60, so 9,150 total. This dispute is suggested to be on whether it's possible to bring unconsecrated substances into the temple courtyard, or it's said to be on whether it's permissible to mix mandatory and voluntary offerings. That principle is debated further. Alternatively, the debate is as to whether 60 isarin of flour comes with 60 lug of oil when it's brought, or just 1. Alternatively, the dispute is suggested to be in principle on if somebody vowed to bring a small mincha and he brings a large one, if that would be valid or not. This is also disputed by animal offerings, and both of these are mentioned, as by a mincha offering, no matter the size, only a kaimetz handful ends up being brought on the altar, while by an animal offering, it depends on the actual size of the animal as to what's brought. So it's stated that there's a dispute by both of these. New Mishnah. If somebody vowed to bring wood for the altar, he has to bring a minimum of 2 logs. If somebody vowed to bring frankincense, he must bring at least a kaimetz handful. If he vowed to bring a mincha offering, he must bring it with a kaimetz of frankincense. If somebody offered a kaimetz outside the temple, he is liable. The spoonfuls of the frankincense require 2 kamatzim. If somebody vowed to bring gold to the temple, he must bring at least a gold dinner. If somebody vowed to bring silver to the temple, he must bring at least a silver dinner. If somebody vowed to bring copper, he must bring at least copper of the worth of a silver me'ah coin. If somebody said he vows to bring some metal, but he's not sure how much, he must bring enough until he can say for certain that he wouldn't have brought that much. The Gemara elaborates on the sources for these teachings and minimums. Also, if somebody vows to bring something to the altar, he must bring frankincense, as that's the only thing that's offered entirely. The ola's hide, for example, are kept by the kohanim. The bird ola's crop and feathers aren't offered. The libations are poured down the drain pipe, and the libation mincha is actually entirely burnt on the altar, but it's very similar to a typical mincha, so it's not suggested. We said a vow to bring gold requires a gold dinner. This is where a coin was specifically mentioned, and it's not a pruta coin of gold, as those are not typically made. The same applies for silver. For copper, some say he must bring a small copper fork, which was something that could be used to clean out the menorah, for instance. If somebody vowed to bring iron, it said it must be large enough to make a crow chaser, which was a roof spike, which was a cubit by a cubit. New Mishnah. If somebody vowed to bring wine to the temple, he must bring at least 3 lugin. If somebody vowed to bring oil, he must bring at least a lug, others say 3 lugin. This is, by the way, according to the opinion that oil could be donated. If somebody vowed to bring wine or oil, but he's not sure of the amounts, he must bring the amounts used on the day with the highest requirements. The Gemara quotes sources, along with the sources for the dispute that's if the oil minimum is 1 or 3 logan, and the day with the highest wine and oil requirements was the first day of Sukkot on a Shabbos. New Mishnah. If somebody vows to bring an Ola offering, which can only be a male, he brings a lamb. Others say a bird offering. If somebody vowed to bring cattle, but he's not sure which type, he must bring a bull and male calf. If he said he'd bring an animal, but he's not sure what type, he needs to bring a bull, a male calf, a ram, a he-goat, a kid, and a male lamb. If somebody said he'd specified something, but he has no recollection, he'd bring all of the above, plus a turtle dove and a pigeon. If somebody vowed to bring a toda or a shlamim, and those offerings can be male or female, he brings a lamb. If he said he'd bring cattle, but he doesn't remember the type, he must bring a bull, a cow, and a male and female calf. If he said he'd bring an animal, but he's not sure what type, he brings all those, plus a ram and a ewe and a he-goat and a she-goat and a male and female kid, and a male and female lamb. If somebody vowed to bring an ox, he must bring an ox and libations, which were worth 100 dinarim. If somebody vowed to bring a calf, he must bring a calf and libations, which were worth 20 dinarim. If somebody vowed to bring a ram, he must bring a ram and libations, which were worth 8 dinarim. If he vowed to bring a lamb, he must bring a lamb and libations, which were worth 4 dinarim. If somebody vowed to bring an ox worth 100 dinarim, he must bring a 100 dinarim ox, and then also libations. If he said he'd bring a 20 dinar calf, he must bring a 20 dinar calf, and then also libations. The same applies to the other animals. If somebody vowed to bring an ox worth 100 dinarim, and he brought 2 oxen worth 100 dinarim total, that's insufficient. If he vowed to bring a black ox, and he brought a white one, or he vowed to bring a large one, and he brought a small one, that would be invalid. If he vowed to bring a small one, and he brought a large one, that's a dispute. The Gemara says, by the vow to bring an ola, some say he should bring a lamb, others say he should bring a bird. That's not an actual debate, that was just some regional difference. When we said somebody who vows to bring cattle must bring a bull and a male calf, the reason you can't just bring the larger bull is because this line specifically in the middle is in accordance with the opinion at the end that a larger offering than what was valid is still invalid. It said that there were 6 donation boxes in the temple, some say for each of the Kohanic houses, others say to spread out the large amount of donations so that way they wouldn't corrode, others say it was for each type of animal according to the opinion that the larger ones can't just be brought instead, others say they're for particularly listed offerings, others say they're for various excess funds. They dispute between these opinions as to specific parts of different offerings were donated or otherwise. It said that the excess of the 10th of an ephah of the Kohen Gadol offering is left to rot. New Mishnah. If somebody vowed an ox as an ola and it becomes blemished, he can bring 2 animals of individually lesser value to replace it. If 2 animals were designated as an ola and they become blemished, it's a dispute if he can bring one new one for its money. If somebody had a ram as an ola and it got blemished, he can bring a lamb as a replacement. If somebody vowed a lamb as an ola and it was blemished, it's a dispute if he can bring a ram for its money. The Gemara explains, this repeating dispute is essentially as it's like somebody vowing to bring a large offering and then replacing it with a small one as it got blemished. So that's disputed if it's allowed. It said it's also disputed if a blemished offering of one type can be replaced with a different type. Some say yes, some say no, as we don't mix offerings. Related to the principle that if somebody's vowed single ola ox is blemished, he can bring 2 for its money. This is only if he said this ox should be an ola, or that it should be upon me as an ola. If he said the ox and its value should be upon me as an ola, then he would need to replace it in its original manner. New Mishnah. If somebody said that his lamb should be consecrated, or that one of his oxen should be consecrated, if he had 2 of them, the larger one of them is consecrated. If he had 3, the middle one is consecrated. If he specified one of them, but he didn't know which one he specified, or he said that his recently passed father had designated one of them and he wasn't sure which, the largest one would be consecrated. The Gemara says, this shows that somebody who consecrates does so in a generous manner. When we said it was by 3 animals that the middle one is consecrated, it's as that one would be generous compared to the smaller one. So the largest first one is also endowed too, so he should wait for the middle one to get a blemish so that way the largest one could just be consecrated. It also clarifies the middle of them is only considered as consecrated if he said one of my oxen should be consecrated. If he said an ox among my oxen should be consecrated, then his largest animal should be consecrated. Others debate that based on similar cases. New Mishnah. If somebody vowed to bring an ola offering, he must offer it in the temple, and if it was offered in the other temple in Alexandria, he hasn't fulfilled his obligation. If he vowed to bring an ola to offer it in the temple of Alexandria, he still must offer it in the temple, although if he offered it in the temple of Alexandria, it's a debate if that's valid. If somebody took a Nazirite vow, he must have his hair cut in the temple. If he did this in the temple in Alexandria, he hasn't fulfilled his obligation. If he took his Nazirite vow to have his hair cut in the temple in Alexandria, he must still do this in the actual temple, and if he does it in Alexandria, it's a debate if that's valid. The Gemara says, this offering vowed towards the temple in Alexandria, some say this could only be possible if he intended it as a gift instead of as an actual ola, and he's saying that if it's sufficient to bring it there, then he's doing so. And by the Nazir, that's the same. He's saying that he's willing to go so far as Alexandria, essentially, and if it's not an actual Nazirite vow, then it's essentially just a vow of abstinence. Others dispute this and say the ola would actually be a real valid offering. New Mishnah. Any Kohanim who served in the temple of Alexandria, or in any idolatrous temple, they could not serve in the temple of Jerusalem. Kohanim who do so are treated like blemished Kohanim, meaning they can eat of offerings, but they can't make any offerings themselves. The Gemara says, if a Kohen serves the idol, and then repents and serves in the temple, it's perfectly valid, which its source is. If a Kohen accidentally served an idol, by throwing its blood, for instance, incorrectly thinking that that was allowed, it's a debate if his offerings in the actual temple are then valid. These opinions are sourced and additionally speaks on this by other conversations. It additionally spent some time disputing this and explained the necessity for all of these. As the temple in Alexandria was listed separately from an idolatrous temple, we clearly don't think that the Alexandria temple was idolatrous. The history behind this was essentially that the sage Shimon HaTzadik served on Yom Kippur every year, and in one year he told people that he would die that year, as typically he met a man wearing white in the temple, and this time he was met by a man wearing black. So he died that year, and his son was supposed to take over, but his brother forced his way into the position, and he tricked his nephew by dressing him in the Kohen Gadol's special attire, but he actually gave him women's clothes, and the person wasn't too familiar with how things were done, so he wore them, and eventually he had to flee to Alexandria, and he built a new temple there, although there's some variation on the details of this. It also speaks a bit on how poor it is to chase after positions of honor. A number of verses on this are described. It's also said that wherever the Jewish people are, there was a knowledge of God spread around them, and it additionally speaks on the importance of Torah study, and how it correlates with the temple service, as studying Torah is as if one completes a temple service. New Mishnah. An animal offering, a bird olah, and Menachos offering are all referred to in Scripture as a fire offering, a satisfying aroma. This teaches that whether a person gives a lot or a little, his offering is equally accepted so long as his heart was directed towards heaven. The Gemara sources this principle from a great number of verses. It also sources the fact that offerings in the temple must be done with deliberation and intent. For instance, it said, "You shall slaughter it according to your will," which is said to fulfill God's will, and with your own will, with intent. And that's the end of chapter 13 and the entire Tractate Menachos. Alright, that was a lot of information, so here's a rough summary of a lot of the practical takeaways from this tractate. Similar to the prior tractate, besides for animal offerings, there are a number of flour offerings, called mincha offerings. These are made of mixtures of flour, oil, and frankincense. There were various types and reasons for bringing these, whether as atonement for a sin, as a sota, for the Omer service, and various others. There was typically a handful separated, which was burnt on the altar, called kemitza, and sometimes the remainder was eaten. These are very similar to the laws of the animal offerings, requiring proper order, intent, location, service, etc. There are obligations mentioned in the mezuzah of tefillin and of tzitzis. The mezuzah is a case with a scroll containing the scriptural passages of the Shema prayer that's placed on your house's doorpost. The tefillin have been spoken on in prior tractates. They are leather boxes containing scriptural passages of the Shema prayer, which are worn by one's heart and head during the morning prayer. Tzitzis are fringes, which is mentioned in scripture must be worn at the corners of all four-cornered garments. Tractate Chullin covers the various complex laws of kosher and the proper slaughter of animals. Chapter 1 begins on the laws of slaughtering an animal. The first Mishnah says, anybody can validly slaughter an animal besides for a deaf-mute, an insane person, or a minor, out of concern that they might mess up the act of slaughter. They would be allowed to do so if somebody's watching them. The Gemara debates, based on the wording, as to if anybody's slaughter is permitted initially or only after the fact. For instance, in a later tractate, Temurah, it says all can substitute animals for consecrated ones using similar wording, but that's different. As later in that Mishnah, it specifically qualifies it's only valid after the fact. There's also the later Mishnah that all can declare an erech vow. There too it concludes that it's only permissible after the fact. So it said the expression all can do something could really mean either way, depending on the context. The issue here is that our Mishnah afterwards said their slaughter is valid as a clarification of a sort, implying it would only be permissible after the fact. So there are a few different answers. The first is that this unique wording is to teach that all can slaughter animals prepared at the same level of consecrated food, even an impure person, so long as he's very careful to not touch the animal. This could be possible if he uses a long knife, for instance. However, as mentioned, this isn't preferable and would only be valid after the fact. Then, when the Mishnah said that a mentally incompetent person could not slaughter an animal, that means they can't at all, even after, in case they mess up the procedure. As for the impure person, he would need to state that he hadn't touched the animal, but if he is not there to be asked, as mentioned at the end of the Mishnah, we would need people who watched him to testify to this. There's a related principle one that's discussed earlier in Tractate Zevachim. As for the type of impurity being discussed in this case, it has to be where the person was impure from a sheretz creature as opposed to a corpse, as otherwise he just make the knife itself impure and then the meat impure. That's one explanation. A second explanation is that it meant all can slaughter, including a Kuthian, so long as somebody's watching him. If he's unmonitored, we check to see if he'd eat any of the meat himself as to whether it's allowed. Then when the Mishnah said that a mentally incompetent person couldn't slaughter an animal, that meant that they can't at all, even after, in case they mess up the procedure. But then, what does the last part refer to about them being monitored, as we already brought that by the case of the Kuthian. So there are other post issues in addition to this from earlier discussions in Tractate of Avodah Zarah. We know that if somebody's being monitored intermittently, walking in and out of the room, they can be relied on in the first place. So this is apparently contradictory. So we bring the third explanation. It means all can slaughter, even a Kuthian, where he's being monitored intermittently. But if somebody finds he's already slaughtered the animal, we check to see if he'll eat it. Then, when the Mishnah said that a mentally incompetent person couldn't slaughter an animal, that meant that they can't do so at all, even after, in case they mess up the procedure. But then again, what does the last part refer to about them being monitored, as we already brought that by the Kuthian? So, a fourth explanation, it means all can slaughter, even a renegade, which is somebody who habitually violates certain commandments here of eating improperly slaughtered animals out of desire. Now, that would be permissible if you gave him a pre-examined knife, but if you just find he slaughtered the animal, you should examine the knife afterwards, and if it's fine with no nicks, which would have made it impermissible, it's permitted. Again, the prohibitions by a mentally incompetent person here are in case they mess up the slaughter. But then what does the last part refer to about them being monitored? As apparently just checking the knife is an option. So a fifth explanation, what I meant was all can slaughter if they're proficient in the laws of slaughter, meaning they can recite the relevant laws and are not just established at being skilled. If they didn't recite the laws and they slaughtered an animal after the fact, we test to see if they can recite the laws to see if it'll be allowed. Again, mentally incompetent people are disallowed. But then what does the last part refer to about them being monitored? As apparently we can just test their knowledge. So a sixth final explanation, it means all can slaughter an animal if they're established as skilled, which is done by properly slaughtering 2 or 3 times in our presence. If he hadn't done this and slaughtered an animal and then testifies that he hadn't fainted or something, it's valid after the fact. Mentally incompetent people are banned from this as mentioned. Then when it mentions the man being monitored, that specifically applied to a case where the man isn't available to testify that he hadn't fainted. It explains why each of them disagrees with the other opinions. By the first opinion is that some disagree with the premise and say that an ordinary animal just isn't treated with the same status as a consecrated animal. Then people who disagree with the final explanations is that they hold anybody slaughtering an animal is presumed to be proficient, and that there's no concern of fainting. Regarding the opinion that by the case of a Kuthian, that was as mentioned, that others disagree as they say an intermittent guardian is sufficient, and so on, as there's certain linguistic issues with the remaining cases. Related, we said that a Kuthian is believed to have slaughtered properly if he's monitored or if he's willing to eat of the animal. I quote sources for this. It said this applies to a string of birds too, having the man eat one of the birds, and there's no concern of that specific bird he chose being the one that was slaughtered properly, as they were mixed up and any potential identifying marks were removed. This is all essentially based on a dispute regarding the people of ancient Samaria, as mentioned, the Kuthians, who kept the laws of the Torah but were not always so reliable in matters not explicitly stated within the Torah. However, it is stated, if the Kuthians had established a practice amongst themselves, they would end up being far more meticulous in it than the rest of the Jewish people. So there's a dispute if the Kuthians were reliable with something not explicitly stated in the Torah, but that was established amongst themselves. Regarding the case of the renegade, who frequently ate improperly slaughtered food, the reason it's permitted for him to slaughter, if his knife is examined, is as he may as well properly slaughter the animal there as opposed to doing it improperly, as his knife is proper. It's just that he wouldn't go out of his way to fetch a new knife if his current one was impermissible. I'll quote a number of sources for this principle. It's also said, if somebody is a renegade in regards to frequently committing idolatry, it's still allowed to eat of animals he slaughtered, which is seen in some cases in scripture, wherein Yehoshaphat ate meat prepared by Achav. That's discussed, explaining particularities of the case. This goes further and quotes additional sources for this principle. However, it is disproven, as from a related case regarding idolatrous libations. It proves that somebody who's a renegade to commit idolatry is assumed to be a renegade against the entire Torah. It quotes further locations where this is sourced. It also explains the actual voting on the case as to whether the slaughtering of Kuthians was permitted. This is additionally discussed, quoting some relevant verses. It's said that the Kuthians were at one point given the status as complete idol worshippers in regards to courtyard ownership rights due to their frequent practice of idolatry. It cites related points as to whether there's concern when eating food prepared by an ignoramus of a lack of tithing or other kosher issues. Incidents on this topic are quoted demonstrating the concept that if somebody is righteous, they won't come to even accidentally eat forbidden food. It additionally discusses this in some particular cities as to whether they have this particular concern of a lack of tithing within them, along with some additional incidents. There's further discussion and some related points saying that the righteous, when dead, are even greater than when they were alive, as seen by certain prophets like Elijah. It's also said that no illness or affliction, not even sorcery, can harm somebody who God hasn't decreed punishment against. Again, incidents demonstrating this are quoted. A related rule about the laws of slaughter: if somebody superheated a knife and slaughtered with it, it's still valid, as its sharpness precedes the heat, and the sides of the knife don't burn anything as the incision spreads apart with the knife. This has relevance if somebody struck somebody with a heated piece of metal and a leprosy wound developed there, as to whether this constitutes an inflammation or a burn. There's a difference, as these two variants don't combine to form the minimum size to affect impurity. It additionally expands on this list regarding laws of leprosy. It said it's different than our knife case, as it's a blunt object here, not a knife, so it remains unresolved. Regarding a knife used for idolatry, it's said it's permissible to slaughter with it, as it damages an animal, but it cannot be used to cut meat, which causes an actual improvement. So slaughtering an animal with an idolatrous knife would be forbidden if the animal is dangerously sick, as that's an improvement, and you can cut meat with such a knife if you're ruining a particular cut of meat. Also, this only applies if the knife was never used on actual non-kosher meat, which it could then absorb, meaning it was only used to cut wood or something, or it was used on non-kosher meat, but it was made kosher and cleansed by being purged. Somewhat similarly, if somebody slaughters using a knife owned by a non-Jewish person, some say out of concern the knife absorbed non-kosher food, that the parts that came in contact with the knife must be cut off. Others say it could just be washed off. This dispute is either based on whether absorption will occur, or possibly not, as the pipes are expelling blood, so it won't be able to absorb anything. Alternatively, it's a debate as to whether absorption will occur due to the pressure of the knife. Related, if a knife was used to slaughter an animal with a fatal physical defect, it's said it's enough to just wash it in cold water, or even to just wipe it down. This is as the animal was kosher, it's just impermissible to do the defect, which is only viewed after the slaughter. Related, a butcher needs 3 separate knives, one for slaughter, one to cut meat, and one to cut out forbidden fats. Technically, you could just have 2 and cut forbidden fats last, but 3 were instituted to prevent any mistakes meaning the knives must also have individual identifying marks. Similarly, a butcher must also have 2 separate vessels of water, one to wash meats and one for forbidden fats, both with identifying marks for the same reason. It's also said that a flank of meat with attached forbidden fat shouldn't be held above other meats in case the fats drip down and become absorbed. This doesn't apply to the actual meat it's attached to, as it's separated by a membrane, unlike the lower piece which had the membrane rubbed off. It's also said a Torah scholar must learn 3 things: writing, slaughter, and circumcision. Some add how to tie tefillin, how to say the wedding blessings, and how to tie tzitzis, although those were more common. Also, somebody frequently slaughtered properly, but it's found that he doesn't know the laws of slaughter, which will be expounded on more later. You cannot eat from him. It's also said that a butcher must inspect the trachea and esophagus after slaughter to make sure he did it properly, which it sources. If this isn't done, it's a debate as to what status of non-kosher the animal has. This is qualified. Some hold an animal is presumed to be forbidden until it's confirmed that the animal was slaughtered properly. There are additional points on this. It also brings up a related prohibition that you shouldn't drink water that was left out overnight due to some safety concerns. Now, if somebody slaughtered using a knife and afterwards much later realized that his knife has a nick, then that much earlier slaughter is invalid, even if between then he was using the knife to crush bones, which presumably caused the nick. Others disagree and say the slaughter is fine, as we assume it got nicked from the crushing of the bones, so it's an uncertainty which doesn't change the thing's status. It debates this from other cases. Although it is ruled if somebody wasn't breaking bones with a knife in between slaughter, we assume the knife was nicked by the slaughter, and it's invalid. And if there were bones broken in between, we assume that's what caused the nick, and the slaughter is valid. It quotes related cases. It's also said some require a knife to be inspected in between every slaughter of every animal, and it argues who this is in accordance with. It also quotes sources of the principle that, unless proven otherwise, the status is presumed to remain unchanged. While we're here, it also quotes the source for the concept that we follow majority, even if it's not directly in front of us. It quotes a number of opinions, which are discussed. Further sources for this concept are quoted. Anyways, if somebody is monitoring another man's slaughter of the animal, he needs to watch him from beginning to end. This applies to the slaughterer isn't knowledgeable in the laws of slaughter, so it's saying, even if you witness the man sever the first pipe properly, you still can't presume he'll do the second pipe properly too. Related, it said if somebody sends an agent to slaughter his animal and then goes and finds that it was slaughtered, he can assume it was done properly. However, then he says that if somebody sends an agent to separate his tithes and then finds his tithes have been separated, he cannot assume it was done properly. So let's explain the differences. The concern is that somebody else instead of the agent slaughtered the animal or separated the produce first, and it's only by slaughtering of animals that we assume most people that do this act know what they're doing. Although the same principle that most people who slaughter animals are assumed to be proficient is actually a disputed point. Anyways, we have stated that everybody can slaughter animals besides for mentally incompetent people, so deaf mutes, insane people, or minors. Based on the choice of wording, it said that they're prohibited from doing this even while supervised in the first place. Then we said that if they did wind up slaughtering the animal, but they were monitored and they did everything properly, it's valid. Evidently, this opinion rejects the concept that there's a requirement to have specific intents while slaughtering an animal. Besides for this, though, the slaughter must have been done properly. Although related, it's a debate if a minor is even capable of having legally significant thought or action. It's debated, and it concludes that minors can perform a legally significant act biblically, but not rabbinically. Regarding a minor's thought that are evident from his actions, biblically this has no significance, but rabbinically it does. It quotes the source from scripture for the point that the slaughter of an animal requires proper intent, New Mishnah. If a non-Jewish person slaughtered an animal, we assume it wasn't done properly in accordance with the laws of kosher, and the animal could also convey impurity. The Gemara says this implies that an animal slaughtered by a non-Jewish person could still be benefited from, although others say that if a pagan worshipper slaughtered an animal, we automatically assume it was done for idolatry and cannot be used. Anyways, it also tries to derive that an animal slaughtered by an idolatrous priest is assumed to be used for idolatry, and therefore prohibited from benefit. It expands on the list of things forbidden from such a person. Although it is stated that most non-Jewish people don't have this status, some even say that none of them did, and some say that most of the people committing idolatry out in the world in this time period weren't doing so because they really believed in it, they just were doing so out of tradition. Although it does say that we fully accept vow and gift offerings towards the temple equally, whether they were from Jewish people or non-Jewish people. It also explains the point on the animal's impurity contamination. New Mishnah. If somebody slaughtered an animal at night, or if a blind person slaughtered an animal, it's valid. The Gemara says this is only valid after the fact, and it should not be done initially, although slaughter at night is fine if there's a torch to see by. New Mishnah. If somebody slaughters an animal on Shabbos or on Yom Kippur, there's a liability of capital punishment for doing this. However, the slaughter was still valid. The Gemara says, nevertheless, the meat cannot be eaten until the Shabbos is over, due to issues of it being prepared at the wrong time. It additionally discusses the logic of this principle. It further argues sources on this as to why exactly this meat is prohibited over Shabbos. It additionally describes alternative sources for this principle. Related incidents on the topic are quoted. It does say, unlike slaughtering on Shabbos, cooking food on Shabbos, while also forbidden, is treated differently. So if somebody slaughtered an animal on Shabbos for a very sick person, which is allowed, a healthy person can chew the meat while it's raw, as there's nothing extra being made for him. But if somebody cooks food on Shabbos for a very sick man, a healthy person cannot have any, in case anything extra got prepared for him. New Mishnah. If somebody slaughters an animal using the blade of a sickle, flint, or with a sharpened reed, it's valid. All are slaughtered. We always slaughter, and we slaughter anything. That's an expression that's going to be explained soon. Besides for a serrated harvesting sickle, a saw, animal teeth, or a nail, as those tear as opposed to cut. Essentially, a proper knife for slaughter cannot have any serration on it whatsoever. The Gemara debates as to if this implies that using a sickle blade, flint, or sharp reed is permissible only after the fact. not initially. It discusses this from a number of cases. Related, it said that it is valid to slaughter using a wheel mechanism contraption as long as it's operated manually and not through hydraulic force. Alternatively, it's just invalid to use a secondary force. Anyways, it additionally debates whether a knife attached to the ground is permissible, along with related discussion on items, if they're considered attached or detached, and how that relates to some laws of impurity. So if something was originally detached from the ground and then became attached, it debates this from several cases. For instance, it said if a knife is embedded into a wall and used to slaughter, it's valid, although only if the animal was below the knife, as there can't be a pressing force in slaughter, only a cutting action. It's also said that slaughter using a reed stem is prohibited, among other actions, although it is said to be dependent on the type of reed. When the Mishnah said all are slaughtered, that means all animals and birds must be slaughtered. When it said we always slaughter, that means even in exile, meat is permitted only if the animal is slaughtered properly. There's slight variation on this last one, as to if before exile, when the Jewish people were wandering in the wilderness after leaving Egypt, whether meat was permitted at all, or if it required proper slaughter. These principles are debated from a number of sources. Some suggest that proper slaughter of animals wasn't even required prior to entering the land of Israel. Regarding animals that were killed prior to entering Israel and were then kept around until after the conquering, it's unresolved if those were allowed to be eaten. When the Mishnah said we slaughter with anything, that's disputed. Some reinterpret the whole quote and say all may slaughter, as mentioned twice, includes a Kuthian and a renegade. Then it said we always slaughter, that meant by day or by night, and even on top of a roof or a boat. And then when it said we slaughter with anything, that referred to with flint, glass, or a reed stem. Regarding the sickle or saw, it describes the serrations and notches and explains how they're impermissible or possibly not, depending on the shape of the notch. Essentially, it said if somebody runs their fingernail along the blade to check, and there's a notch with 2 points, like a V, like this, it's invalid, as is any slaughter done with it. If the notch is only in one direction, meaning it's a gradual slope, and then drops to a sharp point, it shouldn't be used initially, but if it was used, it's valid, although only if it's moved in one direction without being pulled towards the serrated bit. If the notch is a gradual slope in both directions, it's valid even initially. It also sources the principle that a knife for slaughter must be checked before use. It describes methods of this, some saying it must be lightly tested against your flesh and nail to ensure its sharpness and lack of edge, and some say this is required on all 3 sides of the blade. Others say testing all 3 sides isn't required. As mentioned, by superheating a knife, the flesh spreads out as it cuts. On the topic of notches, there are other types of notches that have legal significance besides for a slaughtering knife that will create prohibitions. Notches in the bone of a paschal offering, in the ear of a firstborn animal, and as a blemish on a sacrificial animal. The size of these notches, to be significant, must be equal to the same size as a notch in the stones of the altar that would create an invalidation within. This is a notch large enough that it would stop a fingernail passing by it. It was said that a slaughterer must submit his knife to the sages to ensure that it didn't have any disqualifying nicks, and it's said if somebody doesn't do this, he has a ban placed on him. Others say if this occurs and his knife is found to be flawed, he's fired, and we say his meat is non-kosher. Others say we're harsher and we destroy his meat so he cannot sell it to anybody, even to a non-Jewish person. It quotes incidents of this. Unlike a single tooth or an attached nail, which we said are impermissible for slaughter, it said 2 detached teeth or a detached nail are permissible even in the first place. New Mishnah. If somebody slaughtered using a serrated harvesting sickle in only one direction, Beis Hillel says it's valid, Beis Shammai disagrees. If it was filed down to be smooth, it's treated like a knife. The Gemara says possibly when Beis Hillel says it was allowed, they only meant that it didn't give off impurity. It still couldn't be eaten from, though. This is debated from some sources. New Mishnah. Now on the actual locations of slaughter, essentially the pipes that must be cut are the trachea and esophagus. However, there is a certain limit as to where you can cut until, and if you go past this, the slaughter is invalid. You're supposed to sever right through the trachea. However, somebody tilted the knife slightly and wound up finishing the cut slightly above the cricoid cartilage. Is a debate. Some say it's invalid, others say it's fine, as majority was done through the trachea. The Gemara says we hold like it's the latter opinion, although it would be invalid if any of the lower cartilage rings were severed, as only this cricoid cartilage entirely surrounds the trachea. Others dispute this and say that would be a valid location for slaughter, although it's ruled to be impermissible. Related cases of this are cited. Anyways, it's argued as to if cutting through the actual thyroid cartilage is valid, or if that's too far. If the corniculate cartilage was severed, it's a debate if that makes the animal invalid. It's ruled from the point where the thyroid cartilage curves upward and down is valid, and if the corniculate cartilage was severed, it would also be valid. The basis for this is cited. Regarding the debate as to if cutting slightly above the cricoid cartilage would invalidate the slaughter of an animal, this dispute is defined as cutting through 2/3 of the trachea properly and then the last third above it, essentially debating as to whether it's sufficient. If the cut is through less of the trachea than this, it's agreed to be invalid. Others actually define the case as the opposite, that the first third was too high and the last 2/3 properly went through the trachea, essentially debating as to whether if the first part of the laceration was made in the wrong place, if it can be adjusted properly. They would agree if the last third shifted too far upwards, it's valid. There's variation on this quoted dispute. Now, if somebody made a cut a third too high up, then a third properly, and then the last third went too high up, it's a debate if it's kosher or not. The debate is, as some say, the part in the middle was proper, and that's what actually killed the animal. The other opinion says majority of the cut needs to be done properly. If a third was cut properly, a third was too high, and a third was proper, it was Also debated if this is valid or not. Further on in this case, where the middle part of the cut was too high above the trachea, there are additional opinions as to whether or not this is valid. Some would rule that if only the middle is within the right area, it's valid. They also say if there's a tear halfway through the trachea, the slaughterer can finish the cut and it would be valid. If the pre-existing tear was in the back of the trachea, it's said to be invalid to cut until you reach it. The logic is that it's comparable to an act of slaughter that was finished by somebody who is not allowed to slaughter animals, but others dispute this comparison, saying there's no difference from the former case, or if the other way around. New Mishnah. Unlike typical methods of slaughter, specifically by temple bird offerings, they were not slaughtered with a knife, but rather through a process called malika, which involved the Kohen pressing his thumbnail through the neck of the bird. Slaughter by animals from the sides of the neck is valid, but malika cannot be done from the sides of the neck. Slaughter by animals at the nape is invalid, but it is valid by malika. Animal slaughter from the throat is valid, but it would be invalid by malika. This is as animal slaughter is done by the throat and malika is done by the nape, and you cannot do this the other way around. The Gemara defines the word for nape, and it brings sources. During the process of malika, the Kohen uses his fingers to shift the neck pipes to the back of the neck, so only those get severed. It's debated if this was optional or a required step, that's discussed. It's also said that malika should be one straight motion, so it's debated if moving the thumb back and forth would invalidate the slaughter. It implies that it would not be valid. Some say that anywhere on the neck that's exactly opposite where the animal was slaughtered is where malika could be done. And this is to invalidate malika done above the permitted area by the head, but angled down so that way it went into the neck. This is the same principle as mentioned earlier by an animal, that a cut a third too high and 2/3 in the permitted area is invalid. Related, there's a dispute as to whether slaughter of a bird that's neck pipes were dislocated is permissible based on whether the proper slaughter of a bird is a principle of rabbinic or biblical law. That's a disputed point. Additionally, it said if an animal's neck bone and most of the flesh is broken, is viewed as if it died without proper slaughter, not just as if it had a defect. The same principle existed in the middle of the earlier tractate, Zevachim, saying an offering bird slaughtered with a knife instead of malika is not considered to have been slaughtered. There's suggested reasons. Some say as the knife gets burrowed under the neck bone, others say because the knife only presses straight down without moving to the sides. They disagree based on what they hold is or is not an invalidating principle. According to this quoted opinion, that an animal is considered dead once its neck bone and most of its flesh is broken. It's argued as to what the point of malika even is, as the pipes by the bird would be cut last in this case. It's explained that malika must be similar to ordinary slaughter and that these pipes too must be cut. Additionally, to make it that you're not just doing malika on a dead bird, the spine could be severed, but majority of the flesh cannot. It quotes some related points on a person with a similar severe neck injury as to how this would apply by laws of impurity. If an animal is split in two, it's automatically considered as if it was improperly slaughtered. The same would apply if the thigh bone and all of its flesh were removed up to the joint. There are further points on laws of impurity. There's a related quote regarding verses which compares the bird ola and the animal chatas offerings. This comparison teaches that the two have the same features in that they're only offered of consecrated animals, they're only offered by day, and the service is done with the right hand. By the bird ola offering, however, both pipes must be severed during malika. Others say, actually, the comparison is with the bird chatas, and it's to teach that malika is done by the nape by both. However, by the bird chatas, only the first pipe is cut, unlike by the ola. Others say the comparison is between a bird ola and a bird chatas to teach that the blood by both of these are sprayed as the head is still attached to the body. A question to the sources for all these. New Mishnah. Regarding bird offerings, what's done with turtle doves is not done with pigeons, and what's done with pigeons is not done with turtle doves. By both birds during the period of adulthood where their neck feathers turn yellow, they're invalid. The Gemara says, further, by turtle doves, they're valid as offerings when they're adults, while pigeons must be brought when they're young. Sources for these principles are quoted. It's also said that young pigeons are required, newborn pigeons were impermissible as offerings, and it defines these ages. Related, it's asked, what if somebody vows to bring an ola bird offering but brings birds within that stage where the feathers are yellowing, if that's permissible as to if it could be a questionable status? It said they're considered improper, as are birds used for bestiality or idol worship, which it quotes sources on. Similarly, if somebody vows to bring an ola offering of a ram or a lamb and brings a palgas, which is some animal that's possibly one of these or possibly a third category, it's debated and it remains unresolved. Similar dispute exists by somebody offering to bring a toda offering and then brings partially leavened bread, which again stands unresolved. New Mishnah. What's valid for the red heifer offering is invalid for the egla arufa ceremony, and what's valid for the egla arufa ceremony is invalid for the red heifer. The Gemara explains the red heifer is only valid if it's killed through slaughter, while the egla arufa is only valid if it's beheaded. Sources for this are quoted. New Mishnah. What's fit for Kohanim is unfit for Levium, and what's fit for Levium is unfit for Kohanim. The Gemara explains Kohanim can get disqualified by blemishes, while Levium are disqualified by age. Sources for this are quoted, and it discusses additionally defining these age limits. It also gives minimum age requirements for the service of Kohanim and Levium. New Mishnah. What's pure by earthenware utensils is impure by other utensils, and what's pure by other utensils is impure by earthenware utensils. The Gemara explains that if something impure is suspended even in the airspace of an earthenware utensil, it's impure, but if it touches only the exterior surface, it's pure. The inverse is applied by other utensils. Sources are quoted, and these are discussed. New Mishnah. What's pure by wooden utensils is impure by metal utensils, and what's pure by metal utensils is impure by wooden utensils. The Gemara explains unfinished wooden utensils are impure, while flat wooden utensils are pure. The inverse applies by metal utensils. Examples of unfinished wooden utensils are given. The same is done for metal utensils. Unadorned wooden utensils are considered complete, while unadorned metal utensils are considered incomplete, possibly as metal utensils are made for prestige, possibly as they're expensive. There's a practical difference difference between these by bone utensils, which were only expensive. New Mishnah. What's subject to tithing by bitter almonds is exempt by sweet almonds. The same applies vice versa. The Gemara explains, by bitter almonds, only sweet ones were subject to tithing, while sweet almonds have only the large ones be subject to tithing. Others disagree and say all small almonds are exempt. Those that say large bitter almonds can be tithed as they can be sweetened to be considered like food. New Mishnah. Unfermented grapeseed wine cannot be purchased with second tithe money, and it would disqualify a mikvah if it's poured into it. Fermented grapeseed wine can be purchased with second tithe money, and it does not disqualify a mikvah if poured in. Regarding brothers who are partners in owning their father's estate, they need to pay the additional kolbun tax in addition to the half shekel, and they're exempt from the animal tithe. If they're obligated to pay the animal tithe, they're exempt from the kolbun tax. The Gemara disputes who authored this based on individually held opinions. If they're explaining the principles of this grapeseed wine as to when it would disqualify a mikvah along with principles of tithes, as discussed. New Mishnah. So long as a girl is permitted to be sold by her father as a maidservant, there's no fine paid to her father by a violator or a seducer. If there is a fine, she cannot be sold. The Gemara says others disagree and say there would be a fine paid either way. New Mishnah. If a girl is refusing miyun, an arranged marriage, there's no eligibility for chalitza. If there's eligibility for chalitza, there's no miyun. The Gemara says this is just one opinion. Others say miyun can even be done when chalitza can be done. New Mishnah. Whenever a holiday immediately precedes or follows the Shabbos, if there was a horn blast to announce the beginning of Shabbos, there would be no Havdalah service after Shabbos. If a holiday falls out on Shabbos Eve, the horn would be sounded and there would be no Havdalah. If the holiday immediately follows Shabbos, we say Havdalah, but sound no horn. A specific Havdalah prayer is said to separate between Shabbos and a holiday, which is this. The Gemara explains how these horn blasts sounded and further quotes the exact unique Havdalah prayer between Shabbos and a holiday. And that's the end of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Tractate Chullin continues covering the laws of kosher and the slaughter of animals. The first Mishnah says, a bird is slaughtered by cutting only one pipe, the trachea or esophagus, while an animal is slaughtered by severing both pipes. Cutting the majority of a pipe is sufficient. Rabbi Yehuda says, by a bird, cutting the jugular vein is required. He also says cutting half of one pipe by a bird, or 1.5 pipes by an animal would be invalid, but more than half would be sufficient. The Gemara says, based on the wording, it possibly means that cutting only one pipe by a bird is sufficient only after the fact, or it means that cutting majority of a pipe is sufficient after the fact. It also quotes scriptural sources that slaughtering is done in this method specifically by severing parts of the throat as opposed to through the heart or otherwise. A number of these are brought. Additional sources are cited from even more locations throughout scripture. It sources that this applies by animals and birds, but fish are actually exempt from the requirement of slaughter. Some said that animals are created of dry land, so they must have 2 pipes severed. Fish were made of water, so they don't need to be slaughtered, and birds are made out of mud, so they only need 1 pipe slaughtered. This is additionally discussed. Anyways, it was taught that if somebody improperly slaughtered an animal, he's exempt from covering the blood. Evidently, by a bird, it's said to be sufficient to pierce its pipes, making it biblically allowed to be eaten, and its blood must be covered. This does not contradict our Mishnah, as that refers to a non-domesticated bird specifically. Others dispute this, and it discusses it quite a number of sources. Anyways, regarding bird slaughter, some say either the esophagus or trachea can be severed. Some say it has to be at least the esophagus that's severed, which is a dispute based on a verse. This is argued from a few different cases. In the end, it proved from a quoted case that either pipe being severed would be sufficient. Rabbi Yehuda said that cutting the jugular by a bird is necessary to drain the blood. Some say this isn't necessary by an animal, as it's anyways being cut into pieces. Others dispute this principle. Anyways, if one of the pipes is exactly halfway severed, it's a dispute. Some say it's treated as if it's fully severed. Some say it's considered to not be severed based on individual traditions. This dispute applies biblically, as our Mishnah, which required the majority to be severed, refers to rabbinically. It argues this from several cases. These are additionally discussed. It repeated the fact that cutting majority of an animal's pipe is sufficient 2 times to show this applies by both consecrated and unconsecrated animals, as by consecrated animals the blood is specifically needed. It explains which statement in our Mishnah was used to refer to which of these. There are a few opinions on this. There's a related discussion as to whether the actual act of slaughter is classified as the very end of the act, or if the entire process is considered the act of slaughter. This is disputed in a few particular cases, and it's additionally discussed. Anyways, it asks whether a slaughterer is allowed to make multiple incisions. Some say only 1 cut would be permitted, and it needs to be open and discernible. That's argued from a few cases. Anyways, if the man stuck the knife between pipes, he severed one and then removed the knife and then severed the other, it would be invalid. But if he stuck the knife under the skin and then severed both pipes, it would be valid. This shows that making the cut from above to below, even that is prohibited in this case. Some say if the knife is stuck under the skin and then severed both pipes, it's unresolved, and if the knife was first stuck under a bandage on the animal or under matted wool, that would be unresolved too. Also, if the pipes were mostly cut and then the knife was stuck under the skin and the remainder was severed, that would also be unresolved. New Mishnah. A major point that's prohibited in slaughter is pressing the knife down, so using force. Instead, it just needs to be a smooth back and forth motion. If somebody slaughters 2 animals simultaneously, that's valid. If 2 people hold a knife to slaughter 1 animal, even if the blade is lower than the handle, it's valid. If somebody cut off the animal's entire head by applying pressure, that slaughter would be invalid. If somebody cut off the animal's entire head in in one stroke. If the knife is as wide as the entire neck, it would be valid. If somebody slaughtered 2 animals simultaneously and cut off both of their heads in one stroke, if the knife is as wide as one neck, it's valid. These only apply if there was only a forward stroke made, or only a reverse stroke made. If he made a forward and a reverse stroke and slaughtered the animal, even if the knife was tiny, as long as there was no pressing, it's valid. The Gemara brings sources for this concept that slaughtering with a pressing or chopping motion is prohibited. A case was brought, one of the sages slaughtered a flying bird by precisely shooting an arrow through its throat, which was valid as it was based on the feathers that it hadn't burrowed between the pipes, and they were able to cover the blood as the whole valley that the bird was flying in was pre-prepared. Anyways, we said it's valid to slaughter an animal by beheading it, so long as the knife is as wide as the neck. Some say it actually must be double the width of the neck to be valid. Anyways, if a back and forth motion was made to slaughter the animal, we said the blade could be any size, although it really depends on the type of blade, as certain scalpels had improper protrusions, needles are forbidden as they just tear the pipes, and it's argued if an awl could be used. New Mishnah. If a knife just fell by itself and precisely slaughtered an animal, it's invalid as the verse specifically references a person slaughtering. The Gemara suggests based on this, if somebody throws a knife and it precisely slaughters an animal, it's valid, even though he didn't intend to. According to this opinion, intent by slaughter wouldn't be required. It debates if intent is required by other concepts. If a menstruating woman with nida impurity accidentally immerses in a mikveh without any intent, some say she's permitted to be with her husband afterwards, but she cannot eat terumah tithes. Some say she cannot be with her husband, and it debates between these. This is based on if intent is required while immersing in regards to mundane matters, such as cohabitation. Anyways, by slaughter, it's argued as to whether intent is required for the actual act of severing the animal's pipes, which doesn't exist by just throwing a knife and happening to slaughter an animal. Anyways, by the dispute by a menstruating woman who accidentally immerses herself, it's argued as to what the circumstances of this case are. Some states where the woman fell off a bridge into an immersion pool, others say she immersed in water, but only to cool herself down. Anyways, if somebody intentionally simultaneously slaughtered a red heifer offering at the same time as a regular animal, it's agreed that only the red heifer is invalid. However, if somebody unintentionally slaughtered a regular animal along with a red heifer, it's a debate as to which is valid and which is not based on a verse. The same applies with cutting a vegetable alongside a red heifer, whether it's done intentionally or unintentionally. New Mishnah. The next point that's prohibited in slaughter is pausing in the middle of the act. If midway through slaughter the man drops his knife or adjusts his clothes, or he got tired midway through, or he stopped and somebody else picked up after him, in any of these cases, if the slaughterer pauses in the middle for the length of time it takes to slaughter, which will be defined, and then resumes, it's invalid. Others say it's for the amount of time it takes to examine. The Gemara disputes what this "as long as it takes to slaughter" means, whether it refers to a bird or an animal. Some say it goes by what he's currently slaughtering at the moment. Others say it's the time to slaughter an animal. Others say it's the time to go and press the animal to the ground and to slaughter it. Others say it's the time to lift up, lay down, and then slaughter the animal, which is dependent on the size of the animal currently being slaughtered. Related, if somebody's slaughtering with a dull knife, so the slaughter takes a very long time, so long as he never pauses, he's not in violation of this principle. If the man slaughtered majority of the pipe, and then paused, and then slaughtered the remainder, that would stand unresolved. According to the opinion that a pause is the time it takes to examine the knife, this is by the time it takes for an expert to conduct an examination. New Mishnah. If somebody severed the esophagus properly, but then tore the trachea with a nicked blade, or the trachea was torn and then the esophagus was properly severed, or he only slaughtered one pipe at all, or he properly cut one pipe and then impermissibly burrowed the knife to sever the other from the back, some say this animal is invalid with the status of one that was improperly slaughtered. Others say it's invalid as one with the status that it has a defect. The first opinion held that generally if an animal becomes invalid through the course of the slaughter, it's treated as if it was slaughtered improperly, and if it was slaughtered properly and then due to another factor becomes invalid, it's treated like it has a defect. The second opinion conceded to the first. The Gemara debates as to who exactly authored this Mishnah based on individually held opinions. These principles are additionally debated based on some individual cases, and there's some further discussion on this. New Mishnah. If somebody slaughtered a domesticated or undomesticated animal or a bird and no blood came out, they're still kosher. They can be eaten with unwashed hands, which are considered to be impure as they aren't susceptible to impurity due to the lack of moisture from the blood. Others say that they are susceptible to impurity through the act of slaughter. The Gemara proves that we're discussing typical animals, not temple offerings, as they're permissible in spite of the lack of blood, which would have actually been necessary by a temple offering. It gives several other proofs based on principles of the laws of impurity that apply between regular and sacrificial animals. It's disputed as to exactly what type and level of impurity the hands have in this case that they're permitted to eat the food with. There are a few interpretations of this, and these are additionally discussed regarding authorship of these principles. Anyways, it additionally goes through points on the laws of impurity and how they relate to here. These are additionally discussed, going through different levels of impurity and which ones create prohibitions of eating terumah tithes if consumed or touched, depending on the situation. Further sources for these principles are cited, along with some related points, and there's additional discussion on these laws of impurity. It goes through further of these opinions and also through a number of sources. New Mishnah. It's forbidden to slaughter an animal as it's dying out of concern that it'll die on its own and not from the actual act of slaughter. So because of this, an animal needs to be showing signs of life as it's being slaughtered, such as by moving its limbs. If somebody slaughtered an animal that was about to die, some say it's only permitted if it's moving its foreleg and hind leg. Others say it's sufficient if it just spouts blood. Others say if somebody slaughtered a dying animal at night, and the next morning he finds the side to the throat around the incision full of blood, it would be kosher, as it spouted blood, in accordance with the former opinion. Still, others say the animal needs to be seen moving either a foreleg, a hind leg, or its tail. This applies to small animals and to large animals, although there's a difference. A small animal needs to extend and also retract its foreleg to be kosher, as otherwise it's just viewed as if it's spasming. Also, all of this only applies if the animal is about to die. If it's healthy, even if it's not moving, it's assumed to be kosher. The Gemara sources the principle that an animal about to die has this concern of non-kosher from verses. These are additionally discussed in regards to the definition of an animal being close to death. It's said to be one that doesn't arise when prompted to do so, even if it can still eat. Anyways, if the animal before it's slaughtered moves or uses the restroom or wiggles its ears, that's a debate if it's sufficient there. Some say it's sufficient if the animal's leg was already extended to bend it back if it does that. If for the debate if moving or using the restroom or wiggling ears would be sufficient to prove that it's alive. Some say it would have to be a very strong moo or a powerful ejection of waste. Additionally, it's argued as to when this sign of movement must be done. Some say during the actual act of slaughter. Some say even at the beginning. It argues from sources. Others say it must be at the very end of slaughter, and there are further sources quoted. In the end, it's ruled by a small animal. It would need to either extend and retract its foreleg or just extend or retract a hind leg. By a large animal, whether it's a hind or foreleg, it just needs to extend or retract one. By a bird, it's sufficient to flutter its wings or to wag its tail. This isn't redundant, as we hadn't mentioned this principle about the bird. New Mishnah. If a Jewish man slaughters an animal for an idol worshipper, it's valid. Rabbi Eliezer disagrees, as he says there's always a concern the animal will then be used for idol worship. Rabbi Yossi disagrees, saying as intent won't invalidate the offering here. Everything goes by the intent of the slaughterer, not by the owner of the animal. The Gemara says, the first opinion says we only assume an idol worshipper to want the animal for idol worship if he expressly says so. Rabbi Eliezer says we presume that's the case, and Rabbi Yossi says it wouldn't really matter either way, as he stated. Alternatively, it said that the cases where the idol worshipper expressly stated that he's using the animal for idol worship, and the first opinion says an owner's intent only matters by temple offerings. Rabbi Eliezer says it would be a concern here, and Rabbi Yossi says that it wouldn't even matter if this was done inside the temple with an actual offering. Somewhat related, if somebody slaughters an animal in the temple to throw its blood or burn its fat for an idol worshipper, it's a debate if the animal can be benefited from. The same debate exists by a chatas offering that was slaughtered properly, but with intent to throw the blood not for its own sake. It explains the necessity of both of these to be mentioned, and additionally debates between them. This is discussed further, debating from other similar cases of intent, such as by laws of divorce. It winds up holding the law in accordance with Rabbi Yossi that the owner's intent has no effect, so slaughter would be entirely permissible. Sources are quoted. Besides for that, according to Rabbi Eliezer, who held the idol worshipper's intent was a concern, if an idol worshipper gives a coin to a butcher for an animal that's about to be slaughtered, he'd rule that if the idol worshipper is a powerful man, the animal will just be forbidden, but if he's not, you can just tell him to leave you alone. New Mishnah. If somebody slaughters an animal with idolatrous intent that it should be for a mountain, a hill, a sea, a river, or a desert, it's invalid. If two people hold a knife and slaughter at the same time, and one has intent that it should be for an idol, and the other has valid intent, the offering would be invalid. The Gemara says, it implies that although this offering is invalid, it's not entirely prohibited for benefit. It would be forbidden for benefit if you slaughtered it for a guardian spirit of a mountain or similar. Also, if somebody's animal is in front of an idol, if somebody walks over to it and slaughters it for the idol, it becomes totally prohibited for benefit as an actual act was done with it. It's discussed further as some holds that a person cannot prohibit somebody else's object even through a significant act. This point is disputed further. New Mishnah. Out of concern of it resembling idolatry, it's prohibited to slaughter into a sea, into a river, or into a vessel, but it is allowed to slaughter into a pool of water or on a boat over a vessel. Slaughtering into a pit is forbidden, but making a pit to channel the blood flow of a slaughtered animal would be permitted, but only inside of somebody's house and not in a street. That's because that was a practice of the Sadducee heretics, so they tried to avoid doing such. The Gemara explains that slaughtering into a river is forbidden, as it looks like he's making an offering to a guardian spirit. Slaughtering into a pool was allowed, so long as it's murky, so that way people don't think he's slaughtering to his own reflection. Slaughtering into a pit is forbidden, as mentioned, so it's allowed to have a channel that'll lead into a pit in your own house. That way it won't resemble the heretical Sadducee practices and that source. New Mishnah. If an animal is slaughtered outside the temple with intent as a temple offering, whether an olah offering, a shlamim, an asham taloi, a paschal offering, or a toda offering, it's a debate if it's valid. If two people held a knife and one had intent that it should be for an offering and the other had valid intent, it would be invalid. However, if somebody had intent to slaughter an animal as a chatas, as a definite asham, as a bechor or a meiser tithe, or as a substitution offering, it would be valid. The general principle is that it's valid to slaughter an animal with intent if that type of offering could not be offered as a vow or a gift. The Gemara mentions that not every forbidden offering can be a vow or a gift offering. This follows the opinion that the asham taloi offering can be brought at any time, and the paschal offering is that it can be designated at any time also. So there's issues with intent by those specifically. It's a debate if any of these issues apply by blemished offerings. Also, slaughtering an animal with intent as a chatas offering is only allowed if he didn't need to bring a chatas at that time, which he declared for. Also, slaughtering an animal with intent as a substitution is only allowed if he didn't have an offering in-house that can be substituted, which he declared for. The generalizations at the end teach that a nazir's olah is prohibited to have intent of, even if people didn't see him take a Nazirite vow, and also that intent for an olah for a woman who had given birth is allowed, assuming the man is unmarried. So there's no concern that he had actually slaughtered the animal for an offering in this impermissible manner. If the man is married, it's prohibited, as there's a concern people might think that she miscarried, which is what he's declaring the offering for. And that's the end of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Tractate Chullin begins going through the laws of animal defects and kosher. The first Mishnah says, if an animal is found to have certain specific defects which are life-threatening, the animal is not kosher. These are a punctured esophagus, a severed trachea, a punctured brain membrane, a heart with a puncture that reaches into the actual chamber of the heart, a severed spinal cord, a totally removed liver, a punctured or deficient lung. Rabbi Shimon says the lung would need to be punctured through to the bronchi. Anyways, if the animal's fourth stomach, the abomasum, was punctured, it would not be kosher. If the gallbladder is punctured, if the intestines are punctured, if the first stomach, the rumen, is punctured, if the outer paunch, which will be defined later, is torn, then by these it would be invalid. Rabbi Yehuda says by a large animal, the tear would need to be a handbreadth, and by a small animal, it would need to be a majority. If the third stomach, the omasum, or the second stomach, the reticulum, are punctured to the outside, it's not kosher. The animal is also considered to have an invalidating defect if it fell off of a roof. If most of its ribs are broken, if it was clawed at by a wolf, Rabbi Yehuda says only small animals are invalidated if they're clawed by a wolf, and large animals need to be clawed by a lion. Small fowl are invalidated if they're clawed at by a sparrowhawk, and large fowl are invalidated if they're clawed at by a large hawk. Generally, if a slaughtered animal is found to have a defect which would have killed a living animal, it's invalid. The Gemara says, obviously the source for this whole concept is the verse, and meat that was torn in the field you shall not eat. It additionally debates the source for the principle that an animal with such a defect is said to be unable to live. Anyways, according to the opinion that there's a very specific amount of defects, as listed in our Mishnah 18, it brings yet another unlisted type of defect, an animal with hind legs severed above the lower knee joint. So this opinion holds that a wound like this could be cauterized and the animal will live, and it's specifically said to be kosher, which is why it wasn't included in our list of 18. So another type of defect, a deficiency in the spinal column, which is debated if it's one or two vertebrae that has issues. So this answer's fine, add it to the list, but there's still only 18 as it combines the categories of a puncture in the reticulum and omasum. Evidently they hold a flayed animal is still kosher, and by a shriveled lung it swaps that with a punctured gallbladder. However, besides for all of these, there are even more invalidating defects that are listed: a dislocated thigh bone, a diseased kidney, a punctured spleen, if majority of the trachea and esophagus are detached, a dislocated rib, a majority crushed skull, and a flawed abdominal wall. Fine. So this suggests to just combine all the 8 punctured organs from the Mishnah into one, and then add these 7, although you then have to combine 2 from these, which speak on punctured organs, and then you could add back in an animal with a severed leg, or one that was flayed, to equal 18. It said there are 8 traditional categories of invalidating defects in animals, which are punctures, severs, removals, deficiencies, claws, having fallen, and fractures. This excludes disease, which is held by one opinion by a kidney. It does additionally dispute if a punctured gallbladder would create an invalidation. Some say there would be no invalidation if the puncture occurred against the liver. It's also said that if the gizzard of a bird is punctured, but it doesn't go through all the way through to the inner pouch, it's still kosher. This would also apply if the inner pouch was punctured, but not the outer layer. Similarly, by an animal's esophagus, which has 2 layers, a red and white one, it's only not kosher if both layers are fully punctured. It mentions the colors to say if the colors are reversed, the animal is not kosher. Now, if by a gizzard or an esophagus, if both layers are punctured but separately in 2 different locations, it's said by the esophagus it's kosher, but by the gizzard it's not. Others are the opposite, as an esophagus expands and contracts, unlike a gizzard, which its site supports for. Related, it said a scab on an esophagus is not considered to be a proper scab. Also, an esophagus is only subject to be examined for a red spot from the inside, which is relevant by an animal clawed by a predator, which it brings the case of. If a thorn was lodged into an animal's esophagus, it said it's fine as it probably healed. Others disagree and dispute this from a number of suggestions, asking how this differs from a few different cases. By the upper section of the esophagus, some say any puncture at all creates liability, as he holds that area is valid for slaughter. Others say only if majority is punctured, as he holds it's not permitted to slaughter there. It defines the parameters of this area, which there are a few opinions on. Anyways, it debates further as to what the permitted areas of slaughter by the esophagus are, and some define this from a handspan from the top down to the point where the inner lining of the digestive tract grows hair. It disputes where exactly this reaches until. It's also said, according to an opinion, if the entire upper part of the esophagus gets detached from the lower jaw, it's still permitted. Others ask, but the pipes are being uprooted, which is prohibited, and it's answered here, they're not being uprooted, they're being cut away. Or according to those that allow it to be uprooted, it's where they were detached in a continuous line, as opposed to what's prohibited, which is where they're uprooted intermittently. Anyways, we said a defect was if the trachea is severed. This is defined as majority. Some define this majority to be the full trachea, including its wall. Others say it's only majority of the hollow interior being severed. It argues this from some cases, quoting a number of verses on this topic. It also expounds a bit on how impressive and important it is to be able to examine and rule stringently by these laws of animal defects. It also mentions a few sages and how they would refuse to accept the gifts that they were offered. Anyways, if a portion of a trachea was riddled with a bunch of little tiny holes, it said the holes could combine to form a majority. Others dispute this. In the end, it rules that if the holes have a deficiency, they would invalidate the animal. If they add up to the measurement of the size of an Isarin coin. And if they don't have a deficiency, they would invalidate the animal if they add up to the majority. As for by a bird, it's a bit more complicated. It said you should cut around the perforated area on 3 sides and then fold the perforated area down. And if it covers majority of the mouth of the trachea, it's invalid. If part of the trachea was found cut to make a little flap, it's invalid if the hole from this flap is large enough for an Isser coin to enter through. If a trachea was split down at length, if there's still one horizontal band of cartilage intact on both sides, then it's valid. Some say it's fine if any amount on both sides are intact. Some are of the opinion that the whole neck of an animal is valid for slaughter from the cricoid cartilage until the lobes of the lower lung where the trachea reaches into. I spent some time defining these. If at the exact moment of slaughter the animal stretched its neck so there's more of the trachea than usual in the neck area, that's unresolved. It clarifies some additional points. Anyways, we said the animal is invalid if its brain membrane is punctured. Some say it's enough for just the upper layer of membrane to be punctured. Others say it also needs to go through to the lower membrane. I spent some time defining the parameters of these and where exactly the brain extends until, which is within the cranium, at which point the spinal cord starts. We said if the heart is punctured through to its chamber, it's invalid. It argues which chamber this refers to, the larger or the smaller ventricle. That's disputed based on comparison to the lungs. Regarding the aorta, as it's encased in fat, which it defines, some say the animal is invalid there by the slightest puncture, some say only by majority. Anyways, it said that there are 3 pipes that branch off from the trachea. One goes to the heart, which is treated like the heart. One goes to the lungs, which is treated like the lungs. And one goes to the liver, which is treated like the liver, in regards to how much of a puncture is required. Others disagree and say the lung pipe is treated like the liver, and the liver pipe is treated like the lung. We said if the spinal cord was severed, the animal is not kosher. Some say this is in majority, others say even a puncture. It said we follow the former opinion. Some say majority is specifically of the meninges, others say it's majority of its nerve tissue, that's disputed on additionally, and it cites further invalidating factors by a spinal cord, such as if it's liquefied or softened or otherwise. If the spinal cord cannot stand on its own weight, that's unresolved. If the actual nerve tissue softened, that's when it's invalid. If it just lost substance, that's fine, although others dispute that. Anyways, it further disputes what constitutes an invalidating spinal injury, as to where exactly on the spine the issue starts. By a bird is debated, some say it's invalid if the spine is severed below the wings, others say it's until between the wings, that's disputed. We said if the animal's liver is removed, it's invalid and not kosher. It said this implies if any of the liver remains at all, it's valid. Some say this means in all of his volume must remain, others say any amount is fine. There are a few particular unresolved cases, like what if there's an all of his volume of a liver remaining, but it's spread out in several locations and similar. If the liver became loose, but it was still connected to the diaphragm, it's said to be fine, as it's entirely present. We said the animal is invalid if a lung was punctured. There's variation if this refers to the outer or inner membrane. Some say it's fine if the inner membrane isn't punctured, as it retains air. In the end, it's held that the outer membrane also protects the lungs from losing air. It's stated, if the lung is inflated and you hear air escaping, you place a feather on that spot, and if it flutters, the animal isn't kosher because there's a puncture. Otherwise, it's fine. If they're not sure where the hole exactly is, they would fill a basin with lukewarm water so that way the membrane won't shrink or stiffen. Then they would stick the lung inside and inflate it, and if bubbles appear, then the animal is not kosher, and otherwise it's fine. It's also said if the lung was peeled like a red date, it's kosher. And if it partially reddened, it's kosher, but if it entirely reddened, it's not. This latter point is disputed. If the lung partially dries up to the point that it crumbles if pressed with a fingernail, that's a defect and it's not kosher. It quotes as to who holds like this opinion. Also, a lung whose surface has scab-like spots, if they're black or multicolored, it's still kosher. Also, it said that punctured blisters on the lung don't count, it's still kosher. If 2 lobes of the lung adhere to one another, it's not kosher, assuming they don't lie naturally against each other. If they do, then it's fine. It's also said if there are 2 blisters on the lung right next to each other, that's an invalidating blemish. If there's one blister, but it's depressed in the middle so that way it looks like 2, then when you puncture one of them, and if fluids flow between them, then it's just one blister, and the animal's kosher. If they don't, then it's invalid. Anyways, it's also said the animal lung has 5 types of lobes, 3 on the right and 2 on the left. If there's a missing, extra, or inverted lobe, the animal is not kosher. Others disagree and say an extra lung lobe isn't an invalidating defect. That's if the lobe is on the side. If it's between the 2 sides, then it's invalid. Incidents in this case are quoted. If the lung looks like a piece of wood, it's invalid. Some say this means visually that it's bloated and white. Others say it means if it feels like wood as it's hard. Others say it means it's smooth, but it's not divided into lobes. It's also said if the lung is light blue, it's kosher. If it's blackish colored, it's not kosher. If the lung is green or red, it's kosher, which is based on some related discussions. It's said if a lung is the color of the liver, then it's kosher, but if it has the color of regular meat, it's not kosher. If it's saffron or yellow colored, it's not kosher. If it's colored like a leek, it's fine. If part of the lung is clogged, it's cut open. If the clog was from pus, then it's still kosher. If not, we test it with a feather to see if wind could go through. If it does, it's kosher. If not, meaning it's totally blocked up, then it's not kosher. Also, a scab sealing a wound lung is not an effective seal, and it's still not kosher. If a lung makes a hissing noise when inflated, as mentioned, it's tested with a feather or hot water to identify if there's a hole. If a lung's insides have dissolved into a liquid, it's said to still be kosher, as this opinion holds an internal deficiency isn't considered considered to be a deficiency. Others dispute that. Some say it's only fine if the bronchi are intact, which it shows how to test for. Some just rule if the inside of a lung decayed, if the encasing membrane is intact, it's kosher, which it sources. If a lung is sticking to the chest cavity, it's fine. But if the lung is blistered around that area, it's a dispute if this means it was caused by a puncture, so it's said to take a thin knife and separate the lung from the wall, and to check where exactly the defect is. If it's on the chest wall, then it's kosher, and if it's not, we assume it's on the lung, and it's not kosher. Some would check the lung for punctures in water, as mentioned. Others say this discussion existed with two non-adjacent lung lobes sticking to each other, although it said this doesn't make sense, as we said that we could separate the two, and if the defect is on the outer layer, it's fine, which would not apply by two lung lobes. That's discussed further. Some say if the lung is punctured and the meat of the chest wall seals it shut, it's still kosher. That's additionally discussed. If there's blisters on the lung, we said it's fine. This is unlike a kidney, where if there's a pus-filled blister, it's not kosher. A few related incidents are cited. Anyways, if a needle was found in an animal's lung, it's a debate if this is valid or not. This dispute is essentially as to how the needle got there. Some say it went through the vascular system, so it didn't necessarily puncture anything. Others say it went through the digestive tract, and it punctured its way through. Incidents of ruling on similar cases are quoted. For instance, there was a case where a needle was found in an animal's primary bronchial tube, and the sages didn't rule on it, as they held it was prohibited as it likely punctured through the digestive tract, but it was also in the primary bronchial tube, meaning it probably came through the vascular section. If there was a needle found in part of the liver, that's disputed. Some say it differs by the direction that the needle is facing. There are some other particular cases quoted. If a needle was found in the greater blood vessel of the liver, it's disputed. A date pit was found in an animal's gallbladder, and it was argued how it got there, if it's invalidated as a defect. It also explains some points on the translation for the word lung. If the lung is found to be punctured in a place where the butcher poked around, it's a dispute, and it's a rule we assume that this was from the butcher's poking around, meaning it would be valid. Others disagree. Similarly, if a lung was found to be punctured by a parasite, it's a dispute if we say this happened before or after the slaughter. Anyways, we then said the opinion of Rabbi Shimon that a lung is only considered punctured if it goes through to the bronchi. Some say this refers to the primary bronchus. In the end, we don't hold like this opinion. Then we said there's invalidation if the abomasum was punctured. Some say the fat of this abomasum was allowed to be eaten by Kohanim by offerings. That's discussed further. It debates sources for this, and as to the exact extent of what's permitted in that area, it essentially is disputing as to whether the fat of this area is kosher or not. This is additionally relevant, as everybody says permitted fats conceal a puncture, but there's a dispute as to if forbidden fats in an animal conceal a puncture. It disputes this along with some related laws that are tangentially spoken on. It's said that helmet-shaped fats cannot seal a puncture. It's disputed as to where that refers to. Some say it's the fats in the rectum, others say it's the pericardium around the heart. Anyways, it further disputes as to if the fats of the abomasum can seal a puncture. Some say it depends on which fat, although it's unsure which is which. It argues this by very specific portions of the fat in this region. Related, it said that if the intestines are punctured, if the intestinal fluids seal the hole, it's still kosher. It discusses as to whether we hold like this opinion. Anyways, it's also said that we can compare punctures in the intestines to figure out when they were made. It also says that we can do this by the lung, even between rows, although not between different sizes. We can also compare holes in the trachea, even between bands and sub-bands on the trachea, but not from band to a sub-band and vice versa. If the rectum was punctured, it's still kosher if the hips surround and encase it. Some say it's invalid here only if a majority is severed, and if it's in an area where the hips don't surround it. It's invalid if it's torn in the slightest amount. Others say if there's a finger width section which is intact, it's still permitted. Then we said if the inner or outer paunch are torn, it's invalid. There's a lot of suggested definitions for this inner and outer paunch. Some say it's parts of the intestines, parts of the lower stomach, it's discussed. By these, we said according to Rabbi Yehuda, it's invalid if a handbreadth is torn by a large animal and majority by a smaller animal. Others explain it doesn't much matter between large or small animals, it's just that if the tear reaches either of these amounts, it's invalid. This is relevant particularly if a handbreadth is a bit more than majority, so he's saying if majority is torn by the animal, then it would still be invalid. It's also said if a circular hole the size of a selacoin was gouged out of an outer paunch, it's invalid, as if this circle was then unrolled, it would equal a handbreadth. Others say this only applies if it's larger than a selacoin. Anyways, then we said there is invalidation for puncturing the omasum or reticulum. If a needle was found sticking in the reticulum, if it's only sticking out of the inner wall, it's kosher. If it sticks through both walls, it's not kosher. If there's blood found on it, it's not kosher, as this definitely occurred before the slaughter. If there's no blood, it definitely happened afterwards, so it'd be fine. If a scab formed over the puncture wound, then we know the puncture was 3 days prior to the slaughter. If there is blood, but no scab, if the slaughterer wants a refund for this animal, the burden of proof that it was invalid when he purchased it is on himself. Additionally, this is unique that a puncture depends on if there's blood on the needle, as there's something that the blood can adhere to here. Particular cases of this are discussed. We said an invalidating defect was the animal falling off of a roof. If somebody left his animal on a roof and finds it later on the ground, we don't assume it fell off of the roof. Cases are brought. For instance, an animal was seen with its legs dragging, and it was said as fine, as we assume it was from a cramp and not from a severed spinal cord, as that's less common. Another ruling, if two rams butt into each other, there's said to be no concern of concussion unless they fall onto the ground afterwards. Similarly, if rams are stolen by thieves, if they're thrown over a wall, they're not considered to be damaged, as presumably they'll be thrown in a way that they won't get injured. If the thieves are returning the animal, we we are concerned for them getting injured. This would not apply if they're being returned to repent. If an animal is struck with a stick down its length, there's no concern of this causing a defect, unless it was right in the middle of the spine. If the stick had knobs, or if it was struck widthwise, there would be a concern. A birth canal isn't considered to cause concussions in newborn animals, so there's no concern there. Abramson discusses proofs for this concept. Also, when a butcher pushes an animal to the ground to slaughter it, that's not considered concern of causing a concussion. If the animal stood up right after falling, we don't need to wait the 24 hours to make sure it's not concussed. Checking the organs would be necessary, although if it walked right afterwards, it's a dispute. Stretching the foreleg is tantamount to standing up, and raising a hind leg is tantamount to walking here. Some say even stirring is like standing up. It's ruled, if an animal accidentally fell off of a roof and then just stood, there's no necessity to wait 24 hours, and if it walks, there's no need to examine its organs. If the animal's organs are being examined, it's a dispute as to where and how much. By a bird, if it fell into water, if it continues to swim, specifically upstream or in stagnant water, it's still valid. If it was downstream but it was swimming faster than the flowing driftwood, it's valid. If the bird fell against a taut sheet, there is a concern of concussion. If it's not taut or it's folded, it's fine. If it flew into a net with close together knots, we're concerned for a concussion. If the knots are distanced, it's fine. If it fell into the top of bundled flax, there's a concern. If it hit the sides, it's fine. If it fell on bundles of reeds, there's a concern. If the bundle fell into beaten and combed flax, there is no concern. If it fell into beaten flax that was bundled, if there's knots, there's a concern of a concussion. It discusses other particular substances. There's concern by sifted ash. There's no concern by unsifted ash. There's no concern by fine sand. There is a concern by coarse sand. There is a concern if it impacted against road dust. There's a concern if it impacted against a bale of hay, but not regular hay. There's a concern if it fell into wheat, but not barley. There are a few other examples. Point is, essentially, any substances that slip and slide when pressed against, it does not have concern of causing a concussion, and otherwise it would. If the bird impacts against glue on a board, if one wing is stuck, it's fine. If both wings are stuck, it's a debate as to whether it's able to lift itself back up. Others say they agree it's not allowed when both wings are stuck. And if one wing is stuck, it's a debate as to if it can fly with that one wing. The law is held, if both wings are stuck, it's not kosher. If one is, it's fine. Okay, we said a type of defect in an animal was most of its ribs being broken. This is defined as either 6 ribs on both sides, or 11 on one side and 1 on the other. These breaks must be by the midpoint towards the spine, at the upper half, and this only applies to larger ribs that contain marrow. It's a debate if the same amount apply by dislocated ribs. It said if a rib is uprooted along with part of its vertebrae, it's a defect and it's not kosher. If 2 ribs on opposite ends of a vertebrae were dislocated, but the vertebrae is in its place, that's said to also be invalid, and it's discussed further as seemingly this case is a bit redundant to the prior, and that's additionally discussed. Anyways, there was an opinion that if the greater part of the skull of an animal was crushed, it's an invalidating defect. As for if this refers to most of the height or circumference, that's unresolved. Anyways, it was also said that if the flesh that covered most of the paunch is flawed in majority, that's invalid. Now it's asked, does this refer to it being torn or removed? It's discussed, and that's unresolved. By being clawed by animals, we clarified by animals, it's invalid if it's clawed by a wolf or a larger animal, and a bird is invalid if it's clawed by a sparrowhawk or larger. This is as this opinion holds that a smaller animal, like a cat, cannot make smaller animals, like sheep or goats, invalid. Some say that kids and lambs are invalid if they're clawed by a cat or similar, and a bird is invalid if it's clawed by a weasel. Some clarify this cat to be where somebody's trying to rescue it, which will make it really mad and claw extra harshly. This anger level of a cat, based on the case, would apply also if a hen escaped from it, although others disagree with this whole difference of a cat being upset. There's variation on this. This opinion says a weasel can cause a defect by clawing birds, a cat cannot cause a defect by clawing large sheep, and a cat can claw a kid or a lamb, but a weasel cannot. Anyways, besides for the sparrowhawk, it says that other non-kosher birds can damage birds. The sparrowhawk was specified as it can damage birds of its same size, while other birds can only damage things smaller than themselves. Others say that actually it can even damage things larger than itself, unlike by other birds. It said that a fox and also a dog do not have the ability to cause a defect by clawing. Also, it said that all this about clawing applies to the foreleg and not to the hind legs. It also doesn't apply to teeth. It only apply there if there was intent, and only if the predator clawed while it was alive. That last one's not redundant, as it's saying a paw that was cut off before it could retract, meaning that wouldn't invalidate the animal, as it said a predator only injects its poison after its claws are retracting from the animal. Also, if a lion walks over to a bunch of oxen and they later find a detached claw in one of the oxen, we're not concerned it was from that lion, as most lions don't lose claws while attacking animals, so it probably just got detached and lodged in there from somewhere else. Others say it could be the exact inverse, as it's unlikely that the claw could be embedded in an animal like that, so it probably got clawed, so that's unresolved. If, instead of a claw, the mark of a claw was left in the animal, we are concerned it was clawed. Also, the discussed point that animals' claws don't come out and get removed from the animal's paw is if they're not dry. If they are dry, or there are multiple claws in a row, we are concerned that it was attacked by the lion. Anyways, if there's an uncertainty if the animal was clawed, it's a debate if we assume if it was clawed or that it wasn't. If we're not sure if a dangerous animal entered an animal pen, we do assume it did. If we're not sure if clawing was done by a cat or a dog, we can just assume it was with a dog. If a lion sat quietly among oxen, we can assume it didn't attack any of them. If a lion killed one of the oxen, we can assume that's all it did. If the lion and oxen are both heard making noise, we can assume that they didn't attack each other. The case of uncertainty is where the oxen are mooing and making noise and the lion itself is silent. So it further disputes as to who exactly we hold like by this case. There was a case brought, a duck was found with its neck stained with blood, and it was said that we can assume that was from a reed as opposed to a cat. Also, a clawed animal must be examined further for poisoning, along with similar points. If the neck is clawed opposite the trachea or esophagus, it's said to be invalid if the greater part of the pipes are detached. Some say a clawed animal is only invalidated if the clawed flesh reddened, and if it decayed, it's like it doesn't exist anymore. It further speaks on principles of examining this area. At the end, we said a general rule that an animal with a defect that will kill a living animal is invalidated by this defect. This is to include the 7 additional defects that were mentioned way back at the beginning. Some very precise hunters back then would kill animals by precisely striking their sciatic nerve or kidney, which didn't cause a defect as that wasn't necessarily fatal. New Mishnah. The following defects in an animal do not invalidate them, and they're still kosher. A punctured trachea, or if it's split down the middle, some say up to the size of an Italian Isar coin, can be missing and it'd still be valid. If the skull is diminished but the membrane isn't punctured, if the heart is punctured but not all the way into its cavity, if the spine was broken but the spinal cord was not severed, if there's still a remaining piece of the liver the size of an olive, if the omasum and reticulum are only punctured between each other, if the spleen was removed, if the kidney was removed, if the lower jaw was removed, if the uterus was removed, if it has a shriveled lung which was caused naturally, it would remain kosher. If it's flayed, Rabbi Meir says it's kosher and the sages would disagree. The Gemara says it's a debate whether the first Mishnah, which listed prohibited defects, and ours, which lists permitted ones, as to which is being stricter, specifically by the case of a dislocated thigh bone as to if that's a defect or not. That's discussed, although it does conclude if this is dislocated or even if its ligament is severed, it's still kosher. If the ligament decayed, it's not. We said an Italian Isser-sized piece of the trachea can be missing, and it'll still be kosher. It further defines this measurement, giving additional comparisons and references. It more specifically qualifies these measurements, and also says that all measurements, with one exception, should be treated stringently. We said if the animal's spleen was removed, it's still kosher. If it was punctured, that's a dispute, along with if it was cut. If the kidneys were removed, we said it's kosher. It would not be kosher if one of those kidneys were diseased. If a kidney was punctured, if it was in the thin part, it's fine. If it was in the thick part, it's not kosher unless a dinar's coin's thickness remains intact. It said that any invalidating defect in a lung is fine by a kidney. As we know, a puncture in a lung is problematic. While it's apparently fine by a kidney, it actually ends up rejecting this comparison as they're just very different organs. For instance, pus in a lung is still kosher, while in a kidney, if it's cloudy or fetid, it's not kosher. If a kidney shriveled and shrunk by a small animal, the minimum size that it's fine still is of a bean, and by a larger animal, it's of a medium-sized grape. We said an animal is kosher if its jaw is removed. This would only apply if the animal can still be kept alive by feeding it. It additionally defines several of the remaining defects. It said that the opinion which said a flayed animal is still kosher wound up retracting his view. Some said if there's still a piece of skin remaining on the animal the width of a sella coin, it's valid, if it runs down the length of the spine specifically. Others say a piece of skin this big must be on all of the body's joints, and others say it must be at the navel specifically. If all of the skin was intact besides for those listed areas, that's unresolved. There's a dispute of skin by the hooves would be sufficient to keep a skinned animal valid. It discusses this and seems to prove that it would be. New Mishnah. Now for birds. The following are considered defects in fowl: a punctured esophagus, a severed trachea, if a weasel bit its head where it'll cause a defect, if the gizzard was punctured, if the intestines were punctured, if it fell into a fire and its organs were burnt, or if they turned green, they'd be not kosher. If they turned red, it's fine. If somebody stepped on the animal or crushed it against a wall, or if an animal crushed it, if it flutters around and stays alive for 24 hours, would still be kosher. The Gemara says, by the case of a weasel biting its head, you need to test it by sticking a finger into its mouth and pressing out to see if any brain matter leaks out. If the upper membrane was punctured, then presumably the lower one would also rupture. Others disagree and say a weasel's teeth are thin and curved, so it's impossible to check if there's a defect. This was retracted, and it's a debate if you can check the puncture with a nail. It sources these opinions. A number of particular incidents on this are listed. Regarding the animal falling into a fire and their organs being damaged to the point that they changed color, it said that this is similar to a puncture, and that they're not kosher if this occurs in the slightest amount. If the liver turns green in an area next to the intestines, it's said to not be kosher. Incidents are quoted. It said that if a red organ turns green, it's no longer kosher. If a green organ turns red due to a fire, they're said to also not be kosher. If the red organs turn green from a fire and they're boiled and turn back red, they're said to be kosher, as they only had changed color due to the smoke. If there's no changes of color to the organs and they're boiled and turn green, they're said to not be kosher. It wouldn't be necessary to check this, as we don't assume there was a disqualifying defect. If the bird was trampled on, we said we wait 24 hours and then slaughter it. Nevertheless, it still needs to be additionally examined for defects. New Mishnah. The following are not considered defects in a bird, and it would still be kosher. A punctured trachea, or if it was split down its length, if a weasel bit it where it would not cause a defect. If the crop was punctured, some say even if the crop was removed, if the intestines come out but are intact, if the wings were broken, if the legs are broken, if its feathers are plucked, the bird would still be kosher. Some say it wouldn't be kosher if the down was removed. The Gemara was a case where they ruled on the removal of the bird's uterus, but it's unsure if it's ruled if it's valid or invalid. The roof of the crop has the same status as the esophagus, so that would be invalid through a puncture right there. We said if the intestines come out, if they're intact, it's still kosher. If they're stuffed back in but backwards, it's no longer kosher. Incidents on this are quoted. It said by an animal, a dislocation of the foreleg is fine, but it's not kosher if the thigh bone is dislocated. By a bird, a dislocation of the thigh bone makes it not kosher, as would a dislocation of the wing out of concern that the lung was punctured due to this. Others disagree and say you should just examine the lung. In fact, there's a debate if a bird's lung can even be damaged through falling or burning, as its ribs would protect it. It said a dislocation of a bird's thigh bone makes it not kosher. That is regional dependent, and it gives examples. Some say it's different if that area is severed. It additionally debates from many other discussions as to whether a dislocated thigh bone constitutes an invalidating defect. It said the accepted law is that this would make the bird not kosher. It said one sage would run experiments, and he took a hen that had its down removed and he put it inside of a warm oven while wrapped in a mat, and it regrew new, thicker down, proving that if a bird loses its down, it's not necessarily fatal. It gives other examples of experiments that he ran on the behavior of ant colonies and similar. Some say that the way to prove an animal does not have an invalidating defect is if it can survive for 12 months. That's actually disputed, as others say it's 30 days and others say it's several years. It's ruled that an animal with a defect could still be able to have children and improve physically. Some say if a hen has a defect, its first clutch of eggs are invalid, but afterwards they're fine. It additionally debates between these, largely based on whether the eggs are considered to be part of the bird's body. In the end, it holds the law is that a male that possibly has a defect, if it survives for 12 months, it's fine. If it's a female, if it can have children, it's fine. It's also said, somewhat related, that any creature that has no bones, so insects or a worm or similar, cannot survive for 12 months. Based on this, a wormy vegetable would be allowed to be eaten after 12 months. It's also said that there's no such thing as a day-old gnat or a year-old fly. It's said in later tractates that an animal with 3 or 5 legs is considered to be a blemish, but not a defect. This would apply by a foreleg, but if it's a hind leg, it's also a defect, as an excess limb has these same laws if it were missing. It gives a number of examples of these. If 2 intestines come out of 2 separate points of the abomasum, some say they're kosher if they connect to a single tube. Others say they're kosher even if they don't. The opinion which said that the removal of a bird's down makes it a defect is as he holds it's part of the actual skin. Others dispute this. New Mishnah, some unique types of defects. An animal suddenly has an increase in blood if it inhaled smoke, if it was overcome with cold, if it ate oleander, if it ate chicken feces, or if it drank bad water. In all of these cases, it's still kosher. If the animal ate poison, or if a poisonous snake bit it, it's not an invalidating defect, but it's prohibited to eat for safety reasons. The Gemara says, some hold that if an animal ate asafoetida, it's invalidated, as it could puncture its digestive tract. Another source disagrees, saying it's perfectly fine, although that's explained to be referring to the leaves, which are not dangerous, unlike the actual grains, which are. It also says meat bitten by a poisonous animal is fine, unlike our Mishnah, as that's talking about poison that's dangerous for animals, not people, unlike our Mishnah, which talks about poison that's dangerous for people. It also says that if an animal eats a root of aconite, it's fine. It says eating a ton of asafoetida is bad for you, and it also describes other foods that are unhealthy to be eaten in large quantities. New Mishnah. Okay, now on what defines an animal as kosher. The kosher signs of wild or domesticated animals are stated biblically here, that an animal is kosher if it has split hooves and if it chews its cud. The kosher signs of birds, however, are not stated in scripture. It just gives a list of permitted and forbidden birds. So the sages say that the forbidden types of birds are those that have claws, while a kosher bird is one that has an added toe in the back, a crop, and a peelable gizzard. Rabbi Eliezer says if a bird which stands on a branch puts 2 different claws on either side, that means it's not kosher. As for grasshoppers, there are uniquely some species that are actually kosher. Any type that has 4 walking legs, 4 wings, and 2 jumping legs, and its wings cover a majority of its body, that would be kosher. Rabbi Yossi says it specifically needs to be the chagav type locust. As for fish, it's kosher if it has fins and scales, which it defines. Rabbi Yoda says that it must have at least 2 scales and 1 fin. The Gemara says, on the kosher signs of an animal, that it has split hooves and chews its cud. The fact that it has no upper front teeth, like these, means it definitely chews its cud, and that means it's kosher. A camel isn't kosher, for example, as it has upper front canines here. This is useful, for example, if the animal's hooves are severed and you need another way to check. The only exception is a young camel, which doesn't have upper front teeth, but it's not kosher anyways. So if you're sure it's not a young camel, you can check by its front teeth. Similarly, if you find an animal that has messed up teeth, so you can't check from its mouth, you can just check its hooves, so long as you're sure it's not a pig, which uniquely has split hooves, but it's anyways not kosher as it doesn't chew its cud. Also, if you find an animal with messed up teeth and hooves, you can examine its muscle to see if it's kosher, as it would be kosher if the muscle of the flanks of the tail run both lengthwise and crosswise, with the exception of the wild donkey, which has this but is nevertheless not kosher. Additionally, the Mishnah specified a difference between wild and domesticated animals, which is relevant for some laws of forbidden fats. If an animal is a wild animal, meaning it has horns and split hooves, it's said to have its fats be permitted. This specifically refers to horns which are branched, like by a deer, and if they're not branched, then they have to be layered, rounded, and grooved with merged, close together grooves to be a wild animal with permitted fats. This would exclude animals like oxen and goats. It debates the status of a specific unique species of goat. It also speaks on a number of verses, and it mentions the time that a Roman Caesar spoke to one of the sages, and he asked how God is compared to a lion, if people can kill lions, and the sage answered, he's actually compared to the lion of Ben Eli, which the sage prayed to have appear, and it did, and the lion roared so loudly that it caused women to miscarry and the walls of Rome to collapse, and people to have their teeth fall out, and the Caesar to fall off of his throne. It mentions a few other similar stories between the sages and the Caesars. It also defines an ox as being broad and broadly hooved with a large head and tail, and the opposite applies by a donkey, which is relevant by some laws of sales. It also speaks on the offering Adam made to God, which was said to be a great ox with a single horn. It speaks a bit on verses regarding the creation of the world. It also speaks on the creation of the sun and the moon, and how the moon was upset that it was smaller. So it's said that the he-goat of the Rosh Chodesh offering is atonement for that. There are further points. Additional verses are expanded on regarding a number of topics and the important things we can learn from them. Regarding the kosher signs by birds, it does clarify that they're referenced in scripture by the listed animals, but the actual listed signs were derived through inference. The bird that is referenced in scripture as non-kosher is a nesher, which is probably an eagle. Some say based on this, as an eagle has no kosher signs at all. If a bird has even one kosher sign, it's fine. Others disagree based on the other specified birds in scripture as non-kosher. It interesting to base this principle from other sources. Essentially, there are 24 types of birds in scripture that are specified as non-kosher. And as mentioned, there are 4 signs of kosher. Many of the birds have 3 kosher signs, which are specified. Some of the birds have only 2 kosher signs, but the eagle has no kosher signs at all. And as that last one was chosen to be specified in scripture, it essentially shows that even a single kosher sign is sufficient to make a bird kosher. Some say it goes by which specific types of birds the man can recognize. Others say it doesn't matter if the person is or is not an expert in identifying birds. What matters is if the bird has one characteristic of being kosher and it doesn't have claws. It speaks a bit more on specific birds being used for the Mitzorah leper purifications. There are further points on this, and it also gives an expanded list of birds, 8 of them with a questionable status as their gizzard can be peeled, but only with a knife. Issue is, we're not really certain of the translations for most of these birds. One of them is probably a swamp rooster, among others. I spent some time defining the birds listed in scripture as forbidden. One of them is the cormorant. There's also the hoopoe that's mentioned in source. It lists some other untranslated birds that are allowed. It says some depend on the region as to if they're commonly eaten there or not. There's another bird that's said to not be kosher. Some translate it as the owl, some say it's a bat, and it's said to have an equivalent in the forbidden impure Shiratzim creatures, which some say is a mole. It identifies some other birds that are non-kosher from scripture, the Racham, which is the magpie, and that's defined, the oirev, the crow, the nates, the shrike, the stork, and the heron, and others. Some say there are a total of 24 types of non-kosher birds, although it disputes the total amount based on verses. It's largely a dispute as to if certain words for types of birds refer to the same variant or otherwise, mainly by the birds the da'a and the ra'ah, and the aya and the daya, if those are the same or not. This is additionally discussed from a number of sources and on the specific types of birds encompassed in these lists. Anyways, it said the reason that the Torah lists the kosher animals that are permitted is as there are many more non-kosher animals than there are kosher animals, while the reason that non-kosher birds are listed is that there are many more birds that are kosher. This shows that teachings should be made in a concise manner. Anyways, a kosher bird can be eaten just based on a tradition if it's kosher, assuming that if one's hunting teacher that taught this was an expert. Anyways, if somebody buys eggs from a non-Jewish person, if he says they're from a kosher bird, then this person is believed. This is additionally clarified to be where the eggs are cut open, so you can't just tell what bird they're from based on the shell. However, others say that the signs of kosher eggshells isn't a biblical concept, so it requires the man's specification that the eggs are kosher. Purchasing pre-beaten eggs is definitely not allowed. There are some signs that an egg is not kosher, such as if both ends are rounded or if both ends are tapered, or certain issues with the yolk, but this isn't very reliable as there are exceptions. If the egg yolk has no albumin, such as from a reptile, it's said to be presumably from a sheretz creature and impermissible. This is relevant regarding prohibitions against eating it. Some related laws of eggs, it said there's no concern of absorption into kosher eggs if they're boiled together alongside non-kosher eggs, and they don't really exude a taste. Unfertilized eggs are allowed, and if there's a spot of blood in an egg, as blood cannot be eaten, the blood can be removed and the rest of the egg is fine. This only applies if the blood spot is inside the actual yolk. Some say it's only if the blood spot is in the albumin. It also sources the fact that eggs from non-kosher birds are impermissible. Anyways, we said a bird is not kosher if it has claws, and definitely if it claws and eats. If it has an extra toe in the back, a crop, and a peelable gizzard, it's kosher. And some add if it stands on a branch with 2 claws in each direction, it's not kosher, but if it has 3 claws forward and 1 claw back, it's possibly kosher. Some say that simply any bird that hunts other birds out of the air and eats them midair is not kosher. It also further defines what makes a grasshopper kosher and the opinions and sources on that. It gives examples from a number of different specific species and types of grasshoppers. It spends a while defining this specific type of chagav grasshopper that we said is uniquely kosher, and it disputes as to whether a long-headed grasshopper is kosher so long as it has the listed necessary characteristics. That specific type of grasshopper is additionally disputed along with further points. Anyways, regarding fish, we said it needs to have fins and scales. If a fish currently doesn't have those when it's young, but it'll later grow these fins and scales, it's kosher. It gives examples of these from a few fish. It said if a fish has scales, it definitely has fins, but not necessarily vice versa. It discusses this in a number of verses. It's also said that eating a fish without a fin or a scale makes you transgress both a positive and negative commandment based on some listed verses, and it disputes if small water sheretz creatures that germinate in vessels can be eaten, like little water bugs or similar. Some say you can based on the implication of verses. It additionally discusses these, and it says the implication is that they're only prohibited if they're from actual seas and streams, but not from other bodies of water. It said that these creatures would be allowed if they're in a vessel of other liquids, like beer. The walls of the vessel by these creatures is considered like its natural habitat, which it sources. Related, it said that a cucumber that becomes wormy while it's attached to the ground is forbidden by by the same principle of forbidden shards, bug creatures, witches' horses, but others disagree and say this would apply by bugs that develop in actual trees, not by produce. It is, however, agreed that insects that germinate in detached produce are allowed, although they're forbidden once they leave the produce and crawl on the ground. If a worm germinated in a detached fruit and then left and then immediately died while it's partially on the ground or before it reaches the ground, that would stand unresolved. Similarly, if a worm germinated inside of a date and went out through the roof, or it was crawling towards the roof, or it went to an adjacent date without coming to the surface, that's unresolved. Parasite worms in animals are not kosher as they come from outside the animal. Others say they're fine, as they seem to think that parasites come from the animal itself, although in the end it rules that they're prohibited, as animal parasites actually enter from the outside through the nostril while they're sleeping, so they're forbidden. Larva in meat is not kosher, but it's fine if it's in fish. It describes how this was eaten and also sources this point. There are further points, and it ends by saying that the Leviathan is referenced as having both fins and scales, so that would actually be kosher. And that's the end of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Tractate Chullin covers the laws of animal fetuses in regards to the laws of slaughter. The first Mishnah says, if an animal is slaughtered and a fetus was found inside, whether it's dead or alive, the fetus is kosher, as it's considered to have been slaughtered with the mother. If the animal had a difficult labor, and the fetus kept sticking its leg out and pulling it back in, and the animal was slaughtered, the fetus would still be kosher. If the fetus stuck its head out, however, even if it drew it back in, it's as if it was born and is a separate entity, meaning it would require its own slaughter. If somebody cut off part of a fetus inside an animal's womb and the mother is then slaughtered, the detached parts inside are still kosher. However, if somebody detaches part of the mother's actual spleen or kidney and then slaughters the animal, the detached parts are not kosher. The general rule is that if detached parts that are part of the actual animal are found inside, they're not kosher. But if they're not part of the actual animal's body, such as a fetus, they would be kosher. The Gemara says, whether the fetus is a limb being stuck in and out of the animal, the fetus would be kosher, but the actual limb that was being stuck out wouldn't be. It debates the source for this. Another source seems to imply that that's not true, that the limb would still be kosher, but we dispute if that's referring to the actual limb as kosher or to the rest of the fetus as permissible, which is what we stated here. Some derive that it would be permitted to eat the place of severance here, and also derive that an animal fetus of a cow that has joined hooves, which as mentioned in the prior chapter isn't kosher, an animal needs split hooves, but if such an animal was still a fetus and hasn't yet been born and it's still inside of the animal, it would still be kosher. Some disagree very simply and just state that the fetus's limb that went back and forth out of the animal would be kosher, basing it on the interpretation of a verse. It is, however, refuted. Some say the dispute is on if a limb is prohibited once it leaves its bounds. Others interpret the dispute as being if there's birth for individual limbs. The practical difference between the two is if majority of the limb leaves the womb, only according to the latter version, the rest of the limb that's still inside would be prohibited. Now, according to the opinion that there's no birth for individual limbs, it asks, what if a fetus sticks out each of its limbs individually, so it's majority born, but only a little bit at a time? Or by the same principle, what if individual limbs are stuck out and each one is severed one after the other? It tries to prove either way, but that stands unresolved. Or it's asked, what if a fetus sticks a leg out while it's inside the temple courtyard? As the courtyard wall is considered a boundary for slaughtering offerings, perhaps it could also be a boundary for the birth of a fetus to make them permissible. That's rejected, as technically the walls of the city of Jerusalem are themselves a boundary for the consumption of certain offerings, and those wouldn't do anything here. If a fetus sticks out a leg during the actual act of slaughter, right between the severing of the trachea and the esophagus, it's said that as the two severings are combined for the animal, they'll also combine for the fetus. Okay, what if a fetus stuck out its limb before slaughter and was then later removed totally alive, and it grew up and had its own child, as it's explained, with another unborn extracted fetus that grew up? It's asked if that child's corresponding limb would be problematic or not. Alternatively, some suggest the question to be where the extracted grown-up fetus has milk, if that milk is then kosher. This whole case stands unresolved. They said if a fetus has a part cut off inside the animal, the detached part is still kosher. That's sourced and discussed further. There are actually disputing opinions on where this is sourced from. New Mishnah. If an animal is struggling to deliver its first child, it would be permissible to cut out parts of the fetus as they emerge. And it's not considered to be a firstborn animal for the firstborn animal tithe, so it could still be benefited from by feeding it to dogs, for example. If the majority of the fetus emerged whole and was then cut apart, it must be buried, and the future children born by the mother animal are not firstborns. The Gemara says if a third of a firstborn fetus came out of an animal and it was sold to a non-Jewish person, and then another third came out, it's a dispute if it's sanctified to the temple as a firstborn. Some say it is, as it's sanctified retroactively once majority emerges. Others disagree and say the sale stands as valid. Similarly, if a fetus came out a third through the abdominal wall and a third through the womb, the same dispute exists as to if this is sanctified as a firstborn animal tithe. Both of these are mentioned, as by the first case, the retroactive sanctification creates a leniency, but here this principle would create a stringency. Others dispute the point from our Mishnah. They're discussed. If exactly half of a fetus emerges, but with majority of one limb, is a debate if the rest of the limb has the same status as the majority. If the fetus was wrapped in plant fibers or garments, or it was in a different animal's amniotic sac, and the fetus emerged feet first, or if a weasel stuck its mouth into an animal's womb and swallowed and extracted a fetus and then spat it out back into the womb, or if an animal gave birth to a fetus into a different animal's womb and the fetus passed between wombs, all of those cases go unresolved. If the fetus was born without ever touching the walls of the birth canal, because they were stretched so wide, for example, it's asked is it the airspace or the actual walls of the birth canal that sanctify an animal as a firstborn? So it would also be a question if the walls of the birth canal peel off and touch the fetus in an unusual manner, such as by coiling around its neck, or similar questions. It is, however, stated that if the walls of the birth canal are entirely stripped away, the fetus is definitely not sanctified as a firstborn. New Mishnah. If an animal's fetus died inside its womb and the shepherd came over and stuck his hand inside to touch it, the shepherd is still pure. Others say he's impure if the animal was impure. The Gemara explains the debate between sources for this conversation. A number of verses are expounded on, and these are discussed further. New Mishnah. If a human woman's fetus dies inside of her womb and the midwife touches it, the midwife is impure for 7 days for having touched the corpse, while the mother is only impure once the fetus comes out. The Gemara says, similarly, an impure object that's swallowed doesn't transmit impurity towards other objects, and a pure object that's swallowed doesn't acquire impurity from other objects. That's sourced. It also sources the fact that the same principle applies if the object wasn't swallowed, but was instead inserted into the body via the rectum. Further sources are quoted that this also applies to animals and similar. These principles that swallowed objects do not transmit or acquire impurity was actually stated elsewhere, so this isn't redundant, as it's actually telling us that if somebody, for instance, swallowed 2 rings, one that was pure and one that was impure, they don't contaminate impurity to each other. Anyways, our Mishnah seemingly contradicts this, as we said a fetus contaminates the midwife, but that's said to be different, as that's only a rabbinically instituted contamination of impurity, meaning this would apply even if somebody held that the dead fetus in the womb was pure. This was instituted so if the dead fetus's head pokes out of the birth canal, no one's going to touch it and then become impure. As for the woman giving birth, she'll be aware as to when the fetus is fully born. There's just concern she won't tell the midwife, as she'll be very preoccupied with giving birth. It argues further on the sources regarding certain verses. New Mishnah. If an animal had a difficult labor, and the fetus stuck out a leg, and it was severed, and the mother was then slaughtered, the remaining flesh of the fetus is pure. If a mother was slaughtered, and then the foreleg was slaughtered, it's impure by contacting an improperly slaughtered animal. Others disagree and say it's impure by contact with a slaughtered animal with a defect. These are 2 variations in laws of impurity. It explains this debate, and also sources the principle that slaughtering an animal with a defect thereby makes it pure. It is said that if an 8-month-old fetus is born alive, its slaughter does not purify it, as it has no variant that's fit for slaughter. The Gemara asks, why in the Mishnah's case should there be impurity, as it's in a concealed area? It suggested possibly that the limb gives impurity in the moment that it's severed, once it's detached, but it's still touching the rest of the body. Alternatively, it's that as it stands to be severed, it's as if it is. These are additionally discussed. It also says it's a rabbinic principle that an animal with a defect that is slaughtered, if it's consecrated to the temple, then it would transmit impurity. There are further disputes between the listed opinions as to how this animal is rendered impure. Additionally, there's a debate regarding a limb dangling from an animal, as it's mostly detached as to why it's impure, and therefore if slaughter could purify it. The variation is as a dangling limb is still part of the animal's body, unlike by a protruding fetus limb, which is separate. Related, it said that an animal dying in a way other than slaughter affects legal detachment of the limbs, specifically by the dangling limbs of the animal. This is said to not apply by proper slaughter. It additionally clarifies these laws of impurity, and quotes for the sources for all of this. There was a dispute as to if a fetus's limb is protruding from an animal when it's slaughtered, if it maintains its impurity. This applies to a live fetus. By a dead fetus, it's a debate further if either they agree it's still impure or that it's still a dispute. It clarifies the exception by the 8-month-old fetus. New Mishnah. If somebody slaughters an animal and finds an 8-month-old fetus inside, or a dead 9-month-old fetus, it's kosher without being slaughtered, although its blood must be removed first, as blood is forbidden to be eaten. If there was a live 9-month-old fetus inside, according to Rabbi Meir, it must be slaughtered to be eaten, and it cannot be slaughtered on the same day as its parent, which is a later discussed principle. While the sages say its mother's slaughter was sufficient to cover this. Some say even if the fetus then grows to be several years old and can plow a field, for example, its mother's slaughter still covers it, and it can be killed and eaten without proper slaughter. If somebody did not slaughter an animal and just opened it up and found a 9-month-old fetus inside, it must be slaughtered properly, as its mother wasn't. The Gemara clarifies, this leniency by animal fetuses only applies to slaughter. By other laws, like prohibitions against bestiality or plowing with it and other forbidden mixtures of animals, this would still be forbidden just like by all other animals of all other ages. Some actually allow the forbidden fats of an animal fetus as kosher and would also allow the blood. Others say both of these are not allowed. It's discussed between these. Also, if a firstborn donkey fetus is fully developed, according to the opinion that the slaughter of its mother purifies it, so it doesn't need slaughter anymore, it argues if it can then be redeemed for the firstborn tithe. There's also dispute regarding its contamination of types of impurity and similar. These are additionally discussed. For instance, if a fish develops invalidating defects, it's unresolved if that is susceptible to types of impurity. If an animal miscarried, the status of the fetus's fats regarding impurity is also a debate. There's also a dispute if somebody slaughters an animal with a defect and then finds a live 9-month-old fetus inside, as to whether that's kosher based on the status of its mother. This is additionally disputed along with the remaining points. Some say the ending rule is that a fully developed live fetus is considered slaughtered, as are its offspring and their offspring forever. Others disagree with this. It's discussed further. New Mishnah. Some defects by the hind legs. If the hind legs are severed below the joint, they're still kosher. If they're severed above the joint, it's a defect and it's not kosher. If the junction of sinews was removed, it's not kosher. If the bone was fractured and the skin is pierced, if majority of the flesh remains, the slaughter purifies the limb to be eaten, otherwise it does not. The Gemara disputes which joint exactly we're discussing here. Some say it's the lower tarsus joint, others say it's the upper joint, the patella. It additionally disputes between these opinions based on the later cases of the sinews being severed. There is also also a debate as to where this junction of sinews is. It's by the tarsus joint, but there are 3 opinions. One says it's just above the bone, others say it's across it, and one says it's just below it. It's also disputed as to exactly how far up this extends. It's said to go up 4 finger breadths by an ox, and by a sheep or a goat, it's where they protrude, and where they're hard and thick, and where they're white. Others say it's even where they're pale. Anyways, there are 3 of these sinew strands, a thick one and 2 thin ones. If the thick one is severed, that's a defect, as it's most of the structural majority, and it's not kosher. And if the 2 thin ones are severed, then that's a defect, as the numeric majority is lost. Others say it's the exact opposite. If just the thick one is cut, it's fine, as it still has the numeric majority, and if just the thin ones are cut, it's fine, as it still has the structural majority. By birds, it said there are 16 strands of sinew in the junction, and if any of them are severed, that's a defect. Some say it's enough by an animal for the greater part of the sinews to be severed to create an invalidating defect. Others say it needs to be the greater part of each of the sinews. It clarifies the location of the bone fracture, creating a defect, and related. It's said, we rule that if the animal has a compound fracture on its leg above the tarsus, and the greater part of the bone is not covering the flesh, it's an invalidating defect. It's added that the limb would also transmit impurity through carrying it, but others dispute this. This case is further defined, and it's also said that skin here is equivalent to flesh. These parameters are defined further, and it brings some additional specific cases of bone breakages and fractures. For instance, if skin is scraped away in a ring around the area of a fracture, it's said, as the flesh will regenerate, if the bone takes hold of it, it's still valid. New Mishnah, if somebody slaughters an animal and finds an amniotic sac inside, if somebody wants to eat that and he doesn't find it gross, he's allowed to eat it. It normally does not contract impurities of several variants, but if somebody plans on eating it, it would contract impurity as a food. If an amniotic sac partially emerges, it cannot be eaten as it had a fetus. If an animal with its firstborn fetus miscarries an amniotic sac, it can be given to the dogs to be eaten without concern for the firstborn tithe. If this happened with an animal consecrated as an offering, the sac should be buried. This should not be done by a fork in the road, and it should not be hung in a tree, as that was something done for superstitious reasons by the ancient Amorites, which shouldn't be emulated. The Gemara brings sources for all this. If a donkey hide was cooked extensively, it disputes if it has impurity as a food, which is unresolved. If just the amniotic sac came partially out of the womb, if it actually has a fetus, it's a dispute if we can assume that that's the actual sac's fetus, and if it's then permitted. It's said that there would be variation here. The reason a miscarried firstborn amniotic sac is not subject to the firstborn tithe is as it's a minority case, and we don't know what type it is, so it's not offered. If the mother was an offering, the sac is buried as it was fit to be consecrated from birth. We said we can't do superstitious ancient practices with an amniotic sac. It said it should be fine if it's being used for therapeutic reasons, and it gives examples, along with some practices that were done, like painting a tree with red pigment to alert neighbors that somebody was sick, so that way they'll pray on his behalf, which is a good thing to do. And that's the end of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Tractate Chullin continues covering the laws of slaughter, now on the principle against slaughtering certain animals on the same day. The first Mishnah says, as the verse states, an ox or a seh, it and its offspring you shall not slaughter on one day. It's forbidden to slaughter an animal and its offspring on the same day. This principle applies both inside and outside of Jerusalem, both when the temple does and does not exist, and to both consecrated and unconsecrated animals. So there are essentially 12 possible cases. If an unconsecrated animal and its unconsecrated offspring were slaughtered on the same day outside the temple, they can both be eaten, and there's 40 lashes for doing this. If both animals are consecrated and they're slaughtered outside the temple, the first slaughter receives Kereisos, divine punishment. Both animals are prohibited to be benefited from, and there's 40 lashes for both. If both animals are unconsecrated and they're slaughtered inside the temple courtyard, they're both unfit, and there's 40 lashes for the second slaughter. If both animals are consecrated and they're slaughtered inside the temple, the first animal is a proper offering, and the second animal is unfit, and there's 40 lashes. If the first animal is unconsecrated and the second is consecrated, and they're both slaughtered outside the temple, the first animal is fine and valid, and the second is invalid, and there's 40 lashes. If the first animal is consecrated and the second is unconsecrated, and they're both slaughtered outside the temple, the first animal is invalid, and there's a penalty of Kereisos, and the second is valid, and there's 40 lashes for both. If the first animal is unconsecrated and the second is consecrated, and they're both slaughtered inside the temple, they're both invalid, and there's 40 lashes for the second one. If the first animal is consecrated and the second is unconsecrated, and they're both slaughtered inside the temple, the first animal is fine and valid, and the second is invalid, and there's 40 lashes. If both the animals are unconsecrated and the first is slaughtered outside the temple and the second is slaughtered inside, the first slaughter is fine and valid, the second is invalid, and there's 40 lashes. If both the animals are consecrated and the first is slaughtered outside the temple and the second is slaughtered inside, the first slaughter is invalid and there's liability for Kereisos, the second is invalid and there's 40 lashes for both. If both the animals are unconsecrated and the first is slaughtered inside the temple and the second is slaughtered outside, the first slaughter is invalid with no liability, the second is valid and there's 40 lashes. If both of the animals are consecrated and the first is slaughtered inside the temple and the second is slaughtered outside, the first slaughter is valid with no liability, the second is invalid, and there's 40 lashes. The Gemara quotes sources for this concept further. There's a dispute based on verses if this concept applies to any animal and its offspring, or specifically to females and their offspring, and not males. In the end, it rules that this whole concept applies to both males and females and their offspring. As we see, we rule out this concept in other cases. This is additionally relevant to prohibit mating the product of a forbidden crossbreed with the same species as its own mother, for instance a mule with a female horse. Some say in such a case it would only be permissible to mate it with another mule, although it is agreed it cannot be mated with species of its mother, and there's a doubt if we're concerned with the father's species. It also mentions other forbidden animal crossbreeds, such as the product of a sheep and a goat, which cannot be slaughtered on the same day as its parent, while the product of a goat and a deer can be slaughtered on the same day as its parent. Others say this actually refers to the offspring of the deer and goat and its own child. Further, it said if a male deer and female goat produce offspring, according to the opinion that we're not sure if we're concerned for the paternity of the animal, to be stringent, the animal cannot be slaughtered on a holiday, and if it is slaughtered, its blood is not covered. It additionally debates this case as to what obligations are required by this animal as to whether the blood must be covered during slaughter, if it can be slaughtered on the same day as its parent. There are a few opinions. Some actually disagree with the definition of this animal. Some just say it's its own creature, it's not a crossbreed of two different animals. Some just simply translated the animal as the wild ram. Similarly, the forest goat is disputed as to what type of animal it is and as to whether it can be offered on the altar. Now, our Mishnah stated that if a consecrated animal and its consecrated offspring are offered outside the temple on the same day, there's liability of Kereisos for the first and there's lashes for both. Evidently, this disagrees with the opinion that a slaughter that is invalid is not considered to be an active slaughter, as the first animal was not slaughtered. It was just killed effectively, meaning the second animal should actually have Kereisos for being slaughtered outside the temple if we were holding with this opinion. So, there are similar issues by the same principle with other cases, so clearly this Mishnah does not accord with this opinion. This is necessary to state for the case of the slaughter of consecrated animals inside the temple, that slaughter doesn't itself immediately permit the meat, and it's considered to be invalid. There are other violations done in this case of messing up temple offerings by the consecrated animals inside the temple, but it only mentioned the points on the prohibitions against slaughtering an animal with its offspring, and lashes are an extension of this specifically, which is why those are included. Alternatively, it's just that the remaining issues of impurity just don't apply here, based on a verse. Some say the prohibitions against slaughtering an animal with its offspring just don't apply to consecrated animals, as if it's invalid, it's not considered to have been slaughtered, which applies by consecrated animals, so there would be no issue with the offspring, as you basically can't slaughter them in the technical sense on the same day at all. Others dispute this concept at length. It is alternatively suggested that this opinion just holds that the lashes would not apply. In fact, if an unconsecrated offering and its offspring, which is an ola offering, are slaughtered on the same day, it's a debate if there's lashes based on whether the burning of the ola is considered to be a form of consumption, and therefore if the concept of slaughter applies there. New Mishnah, if somebody slaughters an animal and finds that it has a defect, or if it's slaughtered for idolatry, or it's a red heifer, or it's been sentenced to be stoned or to be decapitated, and then he also slaughters its offspring or parent on the same day, there's a dispute if there's liability. If somebody slaughters an animal and he messes it up, so it's improperly slaughtered, and then also its offspring or parents on the same day, it's agreed that there's no liability for this. The Gemara says an opinion, this only applies if the first animal is slaughtered for idolatry and the second animal is slaughtered for eating. If the first animal was slaughtered for eating and the second was slaughtered for idolatry, there's no lashes, as he's already getting the greater sentence of capital punishment. This is said to apply even if the man wasn't warned against his idolatry, meaning capital punishment wouldn't apply here, although others disagree, saying there would also be liability for the smaller penalty. It also clarifies that the red heifer, which was part of the list, that's just an error and shouldn't be there, as its meat is actually fit for consumption at one point. It debates if the same principle applies by the beheaded calf of the Egla Arofo that was mentioned, as it's technically allowed to be eaten before it's decapitated, although it mostly disputes as to who exactly held this opinion. New Mishnah, if two people buy a cow and its offspring on the same day, whoever bought it first can slaughter it first on that day. If the second buyer anyways slaughtered his animal first, he can still eat of its meat. The Gemara says this is more of a court ruling than anything. It's said to be fine if the second buyer slaughters his earlier, as it's not a transgression, and he can profit from this. New Mishnah, if somebody slaughtered a cow and then two of its calves on the same day, he gets 80 lashes. If he slaughtered two calves and then their mother, he only gets 40 lashes. If he slaughtered a cow, its daughter, and its granddaughter on one day, he gets 80 lashes. If he slaughtered a cow, its granddaughter, and then its daughter, it's a debate if he gets 40 or 80 lashes. The Gemara quotes sources for this. These are discussed, and it debates the ending case of the Mishnah as to the individual logic. The one that says there's 80 lashes essentially holds that if somebody does two transgressions in a single lapse of awareness, he would need to bring two offerings, which it spends some time discussing potential sources for. These are additionally discussed, rejecting a number of attempted proofs. New Mishnah, there are 4 times a year where somebody selling an animal must tell the customer that he also sold the animal's mother or child for slaughter earlier that day. These are big holidays where presumably everybody is immediately slaughtering their animals. The eve of the final day of the holiday of Sukkot, the eve of the first day of Passover, the eve of the holiday of Shavuos, the eve of Rosh Hashanah, and according to some, also the eve of Yom Kippur, specifically in the region of Galilee. This applies if the animals are being sold on the same day. If one animal is sold to a bride and the other is sold to a groom, they must be informed about both sales, so that way they won't be slaughtered on the same day. Similarly, on these 4 occasions, a butcher can be forced to slaughter an animal. Essentially, if a customer pays a small amount for some meat, and the butcher later finds that he doesn't have enough customers to make the slaughter worthwhile, he nevertheless needs to fulfill his end to slaughter the animal and supply the meat. Although if the animal dies before slaughter, the loss is incurred by the customer, unlike by the rest of the year. The Gemara says, it mentioned the mother animal being sold to the groom specifically, to show that it's common for the groom to invest more into the wedding celebration. The final case is additionally clarified. It said that the customer actually acquired a portion of the animal by drawing it near to himself. Although some just say that uniquely on those 4 days, it would be sufficient, at least biblically, to acquire meat via a payment. New Mishnah. Regarding this day period where you cannot slaughter an animal and its offspring, this goes by the night until the day. This is actually the definition of a day, according to Jewish law, that it begins by the prior night. As by the creation of the world, it says, and there was evening and there was morning one day, meaning night goes first. The Gemara additionally expounds on this, and that's the end of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Tractate Chullin covers the requirement to cover the blood of an animal after slaughter. The first Mishnah says, as the verse states, after an animal is slaughtered, its blood is covered with dirt. This would apply both inside and outside of Israel when the temple does and does not exist. It would only apply to unconsecrated animals. It applies to both animals and to birds, whether they were bred, domesticated, or otherwise. It applies to the product of a deer and a goat hybrid, even though it's in a questionable status of species, and this animal specifically can be slaughtered on a holiday and its blood is not covered. The Gemara quotes sources for this principle that a consecrated animal's blood is not covered after slaughter. There are a few suggested reasons as to why this is the case. It also sources the fact that this applies to both bred, domesticated animals and otherwise, quoting a few verses on this. It also mentions a lot of practical advice, like to not spend money on luxuries, to not drink lukewarm water from a metal utensil for health reasons, and further on having restraint with one's spending towards oneself, but to spend lots of money to honor one's wife and children. Based on the impermissibility of covering the blood of a deer-goat hybrid on a holiday, it's disputed if an animal slaughtered for a very sick person on a Shabbos has its blood covered, although it disputes the validity of the principle by the deer-goat hybrid, but as it's in a questionable status, it doesn't override the holiday based on a number of other quoted cases. There's further discussion on this. New Mishnah, if somebody slaughters an animal or a bird and finds that it has a defect, or it's slaughtered for idolatry, or it's a consecrated animal outside the temple courtyard, or it's sentenced to be stoned, it's a dispute if its blood needs to be covered. If somebody slaughtered an animal improperly and messes up the process, it's agreed to be exempt from covering its blood. The Gemara says a nearly identical Mishnah was cited in the prior chapter on prohibitions against slaughtering an animal and its offspring on the same day. These opinions here parallel those there as they derive these principles from similar sources. These are discussed along with some particular incidents in these cases, and this goes further. New Mishnah, if a deaf-mute, an insane person, or a minor slaughtered an animal while being monitored, the one who is watching them must cover the blood. If this was done in private, the blood doesn't need to be covered as it was an invalid act of slaughter. Similarly, if one of these mentally incompetent people slaughtered an animal while being monitored, it would be prohibited to then slaughter the animal's offspring on the same day. If they were slaughtered in private, it's a dispute if their offspring can be slaughtered. Rabbi Meir says yes, the sages say no, although it is agreed that if somebody does, there's no penalty of lashes. The Gemara explains the reason it's agreed by both that blood isn't covered by the first case. It says people will see the blood be covered and think that the slaughter was allowed and then eat this impermissible meat. By the latter case, you can't really prove anything from the fact that the offspring wasn't slaughtered. However, others just disagree with all of this and say that it's disputed in both cases. It was only just stated by the second case. The reason the first opinion of Rabbi Meir simply doesn't require the covering of the blood or allows the slaughter of its offspring on the same day is as he simply holds that majority of these mentally incompetent people's actions just wind up being done improperly. It sets precedent and disputes further as to who we hold like, in spite of the fact that it's the minority view we hold like Rabbi Meir here. New Mishnah, if somebody slaughtered 100 animals in one place, he can perform a single act of covering the blood for all of them. The same applies by birds. By an animal and a bird, some say one blood covering is sufficient, others say he should cover the animal's blood and only then slaughter the bird. The Gemara cites sources for all these. The last opinion would concede that if somebody slaughters an animal and a bird, he'd only say one blessing. This is as there's no diversion of attention, unlike by repeatedly drinking and saying after blessings. New Mishnah, if somebody slaughtered an animal or a bird and didn't cover the blood and somebody else saw it, they must cover it. If somebody covered an animal's blood and it became uncovered, he doesn't need to recover it. If the wind covered the blood, he still needs to cover it himself. The Gemara quotes verses on these principles and discusses some related points. When we said if the wind covereth the blood, one must recover it, this is only if it became uncovered, and this is as there's no permanent rejection from mitzvahs. If the blood is otherwise exposed, it must be covered. New Mishnah, if the blood of an animal or bird was mixed with water, if it looks like blood, it must be covered. If it was mixed with wine, the same applies. If it was mixed with blood of some other animal, same applies. It's as if it's mixed with water. Some say that simply blood cannot nullify blood. If blood splattered far away, or there was blood remaining on the knife, this still must be covered, although others say that's only if there's no other blood to cover. The Gemara quotes a very similar Mishnah from Tractate Zevachim on 77b regarding these principles of blood mixtures, where it said that this applies only if water fell into blood. If blood falls into water, each individual drop would be nullified as it falls in. It's said this does not apply here, as there's no permanent rejection from mitzvahs. It said blood that's any shade of red can atone through being applied to the altar, it's susceptible to impurity, and it must be covered. This is mainly stated for the principle on impurity, saying if blood directly mixed with rainwater by itself, if it's red, it still has the status of blood. It qualifies measurements and ratios. These principles of impurity are additionally discussed, and it also sources the dispute as to if splattered, distant blood, or knife blood needs to be covered. The new Mishnah, blood can be covered with fine feces, fine sand, lime, ground pottery, crushed brick, and a crushed earthenware pot cover. It cannot be covered with coarse feces, coarse sand, a non-crushed brick, or a non-crushed cover of an earthenware pot, or any inverted vessel. Some say as a general rule, if plants can grow in the substance, it can be used to cover blood, otherwise not. The Gemara additionally defines these substances and disputes essentially as to whether sand that can be crumbled by hand can be used. It additionally spent some time sourcing these. Anyways, it said that blood can only be covered with a substance in which seeds can be planted and sprout in. This is based on quoted case. Some say earth must be used, others say even ash is fine. For instance, it said that as Abraham said, "Though I am but earth and ashes, we merited to have the obligations of the ashes of the red heifer and the earth of the sota." Covering the blood with earth is not mentioned, as there is no immediate benefit from that. It's also said, as Abraham said, if so much as a thread or a shoe strap, we merited to have the mitzvahs of tzitzis and tefillin. It additionally discusses these and further on the fact that Abraham refused to accept even this from the kings of Sodom, as it shows that stolen property is so severe as even the righteous cannot return it. It further speaks on Abraham and the great importance of humility, and also how incredibly humble Moshe and Aaron were, saying that the whole world exists only because of their great humility. This is based on a verse, although some interpret it to mean that the whole world exists only because of those that stay silent when they're provoked. Others say it's for those that allow themselves to be downtrodden. Anyway, some say we can cover blood with earth from a city destroyed for idolatry, specifically with its hard earth, as that's not subject to burning. Although others say even if ashes could just be used, as there's no benefit derived here, as one doesn't derive benefit from mitzvahs. It also explains how this would not apply by a shofar or by a lulav, which, if it's used for idolatry, could still be used after the fact. These aren't anyways comparable to dirt for covering blood, as an item which is used for idolatry is considered to be destroyed, but here, the more destroyed the earth is, it's better for covering blood. And that's the end of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Tractate Chullin covers the laws of the sciatic nerve, the Gid Hanosha. The first Mishnah says, as the verse states, when Jacob, fought against an angel prior to meeting his brother Esav, his hip was injured, and it says, therefore the children of Israel are not to eat the Gid Hanasha that is on the bone of the thigh to this day, because he struck the spoon of Jacob's thigh on the displaced sinew. The Gid Hanasha is the sciatic nerve, which is a forbidden part of any animal to eat. This applies both inside and outside of Israel, both when the temple does and does not exist, to unconsecrated and consecrated animals, to wild and domesticated animals, to both the right and left leg, although it does not apply to birds as their leg is shaped differently. It's a debate if this applies to an animal fetus, along with if its forbidden fats are allowed. Rabbi Meir says, as the sciatic nerve is so complex to remove, we don't trust that butchers remove it properly, while the sages say we can trust that they remove this, and also forbidden fats. The Gemara says, we specify that this obligation to remove the sciatic nerve applies to consecrated animals. This is a bit obvious, so it's explained to teach that if a consecrated animal has a child, its consecration and the prohibition of the sciatic nerve take effect simultaneously when it's a fetus. This would be according to the disputed point that the sciatic nerve must be removed from an animal fetus. However, it is suggested that as the fetus's sinews only develop after its limbs, its consecration should technically come first. So it answers that's true, but the sciatic nerve prohibition still takes effect simultaneously, as it's stricter in that it applies to everybody in the world. This is disproven, however, as this sciatic nerve issue, which applies by everybody with a non-kosher animal as a prohibition, while the law against eating a consecrated animal is punished with Kereisos, divine punishment, which is much stricter. So there are two suggested explanations as to what the Mishnah is talking about, either that it's an unconsecrated animal giving birth to a firstborn, which is consecrated from the womb, or it's a regular consecrated animal offspring, but according to the opinion that it's only consecrated once it's actually born, and not before. We've been discussing prohibitions of the sciatic nerve and offerings that are eaten. If they're not eaten, they're just totally burnt on the altar, such as the Ola offering. It's a dispute as to if the sciatic nerve must be removed. This is a point largely debated from verses as to if certain sinews and bones are included in the offering. This was particularly disputed by the Ola offering, as some said to remove the sciatic nerve and place it on the ash mound on the altar, and others disagreed. Somewhat related, it said that the ash mound in the center of the altar was massive and had 300 kar of ashes, which is a ridiculously large amount, although then it clarifies that this was an exaggeration, and it gives a few other examples of times the Gemara exaggerates measurements by the temple, although that'll be discussed more in the later tractate, Talmud. We said this prohibition of the sciatic nerve applies to the right and to the left leg. However, others actually disagree and say it's only for one leg, which should logically be the right. We know that this opinion definitely holds it's only one side, as he later rules if somebody ate two sciatic nerves from two different animals, he only gets 40 lashes. Now, as he rules this as a law, he must be certain as to which side is actually prohibited and which side isn't, as otherwise, if he was uncertain, it might be that this man is eating the sciatic nerve from the permissible side. The reason that there would only be 40 lashes in this case is that he's eating the minimum olive volume across both legs, meaning he's having a half by both. The debate on if the prohibition against the sciatic nerve applies to both legs or to one leg is based on interpretation of verses. It discusses these verses, and also on the incident where Jacob was wounded. It said he went back to be alone when he was attacked, as he was going to regather some small jars that he had left, as the righteous are always very careful with their property, as they never steal. It's also said that we can learn from this that a person should never go out alone at night. It speaks on some other verses. It says he took the stone that he had placed by his head, which is in singular, even though in the verse just beforehand it referred to the stones in plural, to show that all the stones that Jacob slept on gathered into one stone that he lay on. It then speaks on Jacob's ladder, which was said to be massive and had angels heading up and down. And it was by Jacob fighting the angel said it had to leave as it was dawn in the verse. This was as it was an angel who had to recite songs at this point for God. It's disputed as to when exactly they do this and what the words are precisely. It also speaks in the dreams by Joseph, later on by the chamberlain of the cupbearers who dreamed of a grapevine with 3 branches. There are a bunch of interpretations as to what this refers to. Some say it's the 3 ministering angels of the nations. Some say it's Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Some say it's Moshe, Aaron, and Miriam. Some say it's the temple, the king, and the Kohen Gadol. There are a few other interpretations. It additionally expounds on the interpretation of other various verses. Anyways, we said the prohibitions against eating the sciatic nerve don't apply to birds, as their thigh bone isn't spoon-shaped. If it was spoon-shaped, or if an animal's bone was uniquely not spoon-shaped, that's unresolved. When we said that the animal fetus's forbidden fats are permitted, that's unanimous, and it further defines what this refers to, which is that it's the fat of the sciatic nerve which is only prohibited rabbinically. Its source is this. Some say that the sciatic nerve's edible offshoots are what's forbidden, as the actual nerve is inedible anyways. Others say both are prohibited. It suggests it's like the former, as we see by forbidden fats and by kidneys, that the interior nerves and blood vessels, which are inedible, are not prohibited. It's just the actual meat around them that is. It more particularly describes which fats exactly in certain areas of the cow's many stomachs are prohibited to be eaten. It said that a cubit's length of the duodenum must have its fat removed. It describes some specific nerves that must be extracted, and also some prohibited membranes. The membrane around the spleen, the flanks, and the kidneys are prohibited due to the forbidden fats around them, while the membrane around the testicles and the brain are forbidden due to the blood. It additionally describes these organs and which parts are precisely impermissible. Further, if there's meat with a red discoloration, the testicles, and the blood vessels of the neck, there is a dispute by those 3 if there's concern of blood within them. Some say you need to fully cut and salt them to remove the blood. Others say it would be sufficient to just roast them to remove the blood. Or if somebody had a severed cow head placed in hot ashes, if it's placed with the cut facing down, it would be permitted, as all the blood would flow out. If it was placed on its side, it would be prohibited, as the blood would congeal inside the animal. If it was placed on its nostrils, it would be permitted only if something was inserted into the nostril to drain the blood out. Some say this would even be allowed if something was inserted to the skull when the head was on its side to drain the blood out. Anyways, it said there are actually 2 main nerves in the thigh. The main one we refer to is the sciatic nerve, which is prohibited, but there's also the peroneal nerve down here, which is prohibited, although only rabbinically. These are described. Also, if a butcher's meat is found with forbidden fats, if there's an olive's volume, he would receive lashes. If there was a barley corn's volume, he'd be removed from his position. It does say that in the later generations, it became accepted to trust butchers to remove the sciatic nerve, as they started going according to the stricter opinion that requires the total removal of the nerve, including all the parts embedded deeply into the thigh. The dispute as to who we trust, as mentioned, extended also to forbidden fats. New Mishnah. It's permitted to send an animal thigh to a non-Jewish person without removing the sciatic nerve, without concern of a Jewish man then purchasing it, as it's easily discernible that it's still there. The Gemara says, evidently there would be a concern if the meat was cut up first, so there are 2 explanations of the case. The first is that they announce where it's permitted to buy meat from a non-Jewish person, and there's no concern that he'll cut up the meat and make the sciatic nerve unidentifiable, as the cutting of the meat by a non-Jewish person would be identifiable, or it's where they just don't make such announcements, and the issue with giving up meat to a non-Jewish person is that he might give it in front of another Jewish man who then mistakenly think it's permitted and buy it. Alternatively, is that the issue is with selling a cut-up piece of meat to a non-Jewish person, as he'll mistakenly think you removed the sciatic nerve, which means you misled him, and it's forbidden to mislead anybody, including a non-Jewish person. It gives instances of this, and further speaks on the necessity of being extremely honest with all individuals, and that you absolutely cannot deceive anybody in any way, which he gives examples of in business and otherwise. It's said, if somebody sells an animal thigh to a Jewish man, it only needs to have the sciatic nerve removed if it's cut up. Removing the sciatic nerve from meat sold to a non-Jewish person is not strictly necessary. However, there are 2 reasons that selling improperly slaughtered animals or animals with defects to a non-Jewish person should not be done. First, that it's dishonest and misleading, and also out of concern that it could then be sold to a Jewish person. Similarly, a person shouldn't have a non-Jewish person buy meats for him in case he just steals the money or in case he buys improperly slaughtered pieces. By these listed clauses, it would have to be that the first and last clause only make sense if it's a case where they announce who's selling the meat, if it's a non-Jewish person to see if it's permissible, and the middle clause is where this doesn't occur. Alternatively, the whole thing deals with where this announcement is made. It's just that the first and last clause are where they announce the animal had a defect, unlike by the middle case. Alternatively, it's that all the cases are where they don't announce whether it's prohibited to buy meat from certain people. It's just that there was a general prohibition made against selling meat to non-Jewish people out of concern that if it was done in the presence of a Jewish person, then they'll wind up purchasing it from him. It describes the process of making these announcements as to which meat vendors were allowed. It discusses some particular cases. In fact, it said that once meat is out of sight, it's prohibited, out of concern that it was switched by an animal with non-kosher meat. This does not apply by a non-Jewish vendor who would take care to not allow such a thing. Some say if somebody found raw meat in a city, we say it's kosher based on the majority of the city's butchers. If it's cooked, it goes by majority of those in the city that eat meat. Evidently here in this case, there would be no concern of a raven having swapped the meat out, as somebody was watching the meat from when it fell until when it was found. This case is additionally discussed. According to those that say if meat ever goes out of your sight, it's prohibited, this would mean he'd either have to watch the meat from the moment of slaughter until he gets it and just never leave it unsupervised, or it means that it's been tied and sealed, or it means that the meat has an identifying mark, like that it's been cut into a specific shape. It discusses some cases and also briefly speaks on the concept of good omens. If pieces of meat were all tied together with a cord, that's said to be a sufficient sign to be an identifying mark. Some said it was enough to retain his meat just based purely off of visual recognition. It was said visual recognition would also be enough to retain a spool of techeles thread to then make tzitzis with it. By this we see, unlike by typical laws of returning lost objects, visual recognition is actually more effective than an identifying mark, and it gives further proofs for this from other cases. New Mishnah. If somebody removes the sciatic nerve from meat, it must be entirely removed. Rabbi Yehuda says it can just have the portion above the meat removed. If somebody eats an olive's volume of the sciatic nerve, there's 40 lashes. If he ate the whole thing, even if it was less than an olive's volume, there's still lashes. If somebody eats an olive's volume of a sciatic nerve from one leg and also from the other leg, he gets 80 lashes, but Rabbi Yehuda says he only gets 40. The Gemara describes an incident of somebody removing the sciatic nerve and disputes if he did it in accordance with Rabbi Yehuda or not, as if he just removed the biblically required section or everything, even what's rabbinically required. Some say that the prohibited portion of the sciatic nerve is only what lies on the spoon-shaped part of the upper thigh bone. For those that say that there's liability for eating the entire sciatic nerve, they would say that even if it was less than an olive's volume, as an entire whole entity was eaten. It additionally disputes between these based on verses. New Mishnah. If an animal's thigh was actually cooked with the sciatic nerve still inside, if there's enough that the sciatic nerve imparts flavor, it would be prohibited. This is calculated as if meat was cooked alongside turnips as to whether or not there would be a flavor transfer. If a sciatic nerve was cooked with other permitted sinews, if somebody recognizes the sciatic nerve, the mixture is prohibited only if there's a flavor mixture. If he doesn't recognize which is which, everything is prohibited. If they were in a soup, everything would be prohibited no matter what is or isn't recognized, as there is a flavor transfer. Also, with a piece of meat of an improperly slaughtered animal or a piece of non-kosher fish, if they were cooked with kosher slices, if they're recognized, they're only prohibited if there's a flavor transfer. If they're not recognized, everything is prohibited. And if they're in a soup, no matter if anything is recognized, everything is prohibited due to the flavor transfer. The Gemara says, the first point applies if the nerve was cooked with the meat. If it was roasted, it can be peeled and eaten up until the sciatic nerve. This wouldn't apply by forbidden fats, as they're fatty and permeate into the entire meat. A case is brought where it was allowed to peel and eat until the forbidden fats, but that's either it was a particularly lean animal, or it was a kidney that was roasted with forbidden fats, not a whole animal, or the case didn't involve roasting, it was a pot of meat with a small not kosher fish inside, so they had a non-Jewish cook taste it to see if there was a flavor transfer. Based on this, we see by forbidden mixtures of meat and milk, we can rely on a non-Jewish cook to see if there was a flavor transfer as to if they're forbidden. Essentially, to clarify, if a food is mixed with a different type of food, it's known if it's not kosher based on if there's a flavor transfer, and if a food mixes with its own type, so you can't tell the difference via the taste, or just generally if there's no one you can have to taste the food, then the forbidden mixture is nullified by a 60th. It brings cases of this. Regarding a forbidden food being nullified by a 60th, this measurement would include the soup it's mixed in along with the sediments, the permitted pieces, and the pot. Although some say this means the actual pot is included in the calculation, and others say it just means the foods that are absorbed into the pot that are included. Some say all forbidden foods have their nullification and mixtures calculated by as if they were an onion or a leek, which impart taste stronger than any other food. Anyways, the sciatic nerve is nullified in a mixture of 60 times itself, excluding the actual sciatic nerve. An udder, however, is nullified by 60 times, including the actual udder, although the udder itself is prohibited. This is as we measure against the udder itself. An egg is nullified by 60 times, excluding the actual egg. An egg doesn't really impart any flavor when it's cooked with other foods, so this is explained to possibly refer to an unhatched egg that contains a chick. It discusses other specific cases of measurement nullification. By an egg, in the end, it rules that it needs to have 61 times itself to be permitted. There are other cases. It was established that foods are nullified in measures of 60 times itself. This actually wasn't agreed on initially, and some held it had to be in measures of 100 times itself. This was disputed based on some verses. It revolves around the case of a foreleg being cooked with the rest of a ram of an offering, and some say we measure the meat and bones of the leg against the meat and bones of the ram, which would be 60 times, while others say we measure the meat of the leg against the meat of the ram, which was 100 times itself. Others just say that this whole case is an exception, although some just say that's in regards to the concept that flavor has the same status as substance, as here that wouldn't apply, and the flavor of the consecrated offering would be permitted. This case is additionally discussed, and it further disputes the concept that nullification occurs in mixtures of 100 as opposed to 60. It disputes this from some additional laws of tithes and discusses several particular food mixtures. We said if the sciatic nerve is mixed with meat, it imparts flavor like meat to a turnip. This is explained to refer to turnip leaves. Also, this is just unlike the opinion that says sinews don't impart flavor, which was a disputed point, although in the end it holds that sciatic nerves do not impart flavor. The reason a sciatic nerve is not nullified when mixed with the other permitted sinews, as mentioned earlier, it's a complete entity, so it's too significant. Similarly, a prohibited slice of non-kosher fish isn't being nullified when it's mixed with other pieces, as it's significant, as it's fit to be served by itself to guests. So there's both of those reasons, by the fish and by the sciatic nerve. There is a concept quoted that if a non-kosher slice of meat is mixed with 60 times itself, it's nullified, as mentioned. However, if it imparts flavor to a permitted slice, that piece itself becomes impermissible, which then makes the greater mixture prohibited, as it's no longer 60 times itself. This is where the forbidden piece was originally separated, but this still works even if it wasn't, as it's a mixture of food with a different type of food, and in such a scenario we ignore all the like types of food, and it would then require all of the other foods in the pot on their own to equal over 60 times to nullify the forbidden piece itself. New Mishnah. The prohibition against the sciatic nerve applies to kosher animals, and it's a debate if it also applies to non-kosher animals. Some say yes, as when the law was given towards Jacob, that was before the laws of kosher even existed. Others say no, as these laws of the sciatic nerve were stated by Mount Sinai with the laws of kosher. It was just written way earlier in the Torah at its relevant spot. The Gemara says, this opinion which says that the sciatic nerve of a non-kosher animal is prohibited evidently holds that a prohibition can take effect on a pre-existing prohibition. It debates if he holds this principle from a bunch of other discussions regarding these laws of the sciatic nerve. In fact, if somebody actually ate the sciatic nerve of a non-kosher animal, one opinion would say he gets 2 sets of lashes for eating of a non-kosher animal and for eating a sciatic nerve, while others say he would be entirely exempt, as he holds the verse implies an exemption by non-kosher animals entirely. If somebody eats the sciatic nerve of a kosher animal that was improperly slaughtered, some say there would be 2 sets of lashes, others say just 1. It is, however, agreed, if somebody eats the sciatic nerve of an olah offering, or of an animal that was condemned to be stoned, he's liable for 2 sets of lashes. Evidently, the opinion which said there was 1 set of lashes by the first case holds that a prohibition can take effect on a pre-existing prohibition, but an inclusive, stringent prohibition won't take effect over a pre-existing prohibition. It tries to figure out who holds like this based on some other discussed cases. It discusses these regarding principles of Shabbos and Yom Kippur and similar. We said an opinion that the obligation to not eat the sciatic nerve was actually brought by Mount Sinai, but was mentioned much earlier in the Torah as it was relevant over there. It additionally expounds on this concept. Similarly, there's a dispute as to whether the prohibition against eating the limb of a living animal applies to non-kosher animals. It disputes this between verses, which are then additionally discussed. Also, it's mentioned that this whole dispute applied by Jewish people. By non-Jewish people, everybody agrees that this prohibition against eating the limb of a living animal applies to all animals, kosher and non-kosher. This is additionally sourced. Also, it mentions the prohibited minimum of such a limb would be like all other eating prohibitions in olives volume. It's also taught that a small amount of flesh plus sinews and bones that equal an olive's volume would not incur lashes for its consumption. It mentions similar cases, and also if somebody eats an entire live kosher bird, some say there'd be liability for this even if it was under the volume of an olive, as it's ready for division into limbs. Others seem to say it goes by his intent, as to if he's looking at the bird as one entity, or as a collection of limbs, essentially. Anyways, it cites the verse sources for the fact that flesh from a living animal cannot be eaten, and the particular violations this would incur. For instance, based on these, depending on the verse, if somebody eats the limb of a living animal and the flesh of a living animal, some say this is 1 violation, others say it's 2, or if somebody eats the flesh of a living animal and the flesh of an animal with a defect, it's a debate if this is 1 or 2 violations. If somebody eats the limb of a living animal and the flesh of an animal with a defect, everybody agree that's 2 liabilities. Others dispute this last one, and there's some further discussion. Or if somebody eats forbidden fats that were detached from a living animal with a defect, some say that's 2 violations, some say that's 3. This disagreement would be where the animal was injured at birth, as some hold that an animal is ready to be divided into limbs while it's alive, meaning all of these prohibitions of forbidden fats, eating living limbs, and defects would apply, although others say it's not ready to be divided when it's alive, so only the prohibitions of forbidden fats and defects apply, not eating living limbs. Alternatively, it's that everybody agrees that an animal, while it's alive, isn't ready for division into limbs. They just disagree as to whether the prohibition of living limbs can take effect on top of the prohibition against forbidden fats. Or alternatively, it's that everybody agrees that while an animal is alive, it's ready to be divided into limbs, and the dispute is where it got the defect afterwards, and it's as to whether the prohibition of a defect can take effect on top of the pre-existing prohibition against eating the limb of a living animal. It's said if somebody splits an olive-sized piece of the limb of a living animal and eats both halves separately, there's no liability. If this was done inside of the man's mouth, there would be liability. Others say that's a dispute, as both ends went down his throat, although others say not, as the olive's volume must enter his stomach at once, and according to this last view, that the only way it'd really be possible to be liable for eating the limb of a living animal, as people chew food, so they're never actually eating a full olive's volume, unless they swallow a small bone, for example, which would be the only way that would be really possible there. Others disagree with all of this, and say even if the volume is divided outside of the mouth, there's still liability, as the divided proximity doesn't really count as a factor here. There's a dispute if the olive's volume includes what's stuck in somebody's teeth. If somebody ate half an olive's volume of a forbidden food and then threw it up and then ate another half, it's a dispute based on if we go by what's benefited the stomach or the throat as to what's considered eating. It's said he would be liable as it goes by what's in somebody's throat. And that's the end of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Tractate Chullin covers the laws of the forbidden mixture of meat and milk. The first Mishnah says, as will be discussed a bit more later in the tractate, the verse says, "You shall not cook a kid in its mother's milk." This is explained to mean that all types of meat are forbidden to be cooked with milk, besides for fish and locust, which would be allowed with milk. It's also forbidden to have all types of meat on a table with cheese, again, besides for fish or locusts. Somebody who vows to abstain from meat can still eat fish or locusts. The Gemara asks who this is in accordance with, as apparently this Mishnah considers bird meat to be biblically prohibited with milk, but regarding the points on vows, it would seem to be like the opinion that any prohibited item that was vowed against would include categories that are questionably of its type. It gives a few opinions that could fit this view. Anyways, we said that all meats cannot be placed on the same table as cheese. This implies that bird meat is biblically forbidden with milk, as the fact that it can't be on the same table is a rabbinically instituted precaution. And if bird meat was only rabbinically prohibited, that would be stacking two rabbinic precautions. It proves from other cases that stacking rabbinic precautions is not something that's done. So it's answered it's only one encompassing rabbinic prohibition, that bird meat and cheese cannot be eaten on the same table, which is made out of concern that regular meat and cheese will be brought together in a primary vessel on a table, which that itself would be biblically prohibited. New Mishnah. Beis Shammai says bird meat can be placed on the same table as cheese, but it can't actually be eaten with cheese. Beis Hillel says bird meat can't even be placed on the same table with cheese. Rabbi Yossi says this is one of the few times that Beis Shammai rules more leniently than Beis Hillel. Also, this prohibition against placing foods on the same table applies by the table you're actually eating on. It would be fine if that's just where the food is being arranged. The Gemara explains the reason Rabbi Yossi mentioned his statement is because he was the author of the Mishnah. Some say it's permissible to eat bird meat and then cheese without washing one's hands and mouth in between. If somebody eats cheese and then regular meat, some say he must wash his hands in between only by night when he can't actually see if his hands are clean or not. Others say he needs to wipe his mouth in between, and others say he needs to rinse his mouth. Some explain this to mean that the opinions just totally agree with each other. They're both saying that wiping and rinsing is required. Some say that wiping one's mouth can only be done with cold, soft wheat bread, although it's ruled that it can be done with any food besides for flour, dates, and vegetables. Anyway, some hold that there's no time at all that must be waited between eating cheese and meat. If somebody eats meat first, there's a concern that there's still some meat stuck in his mouth, so a period of time must be waited, although it's disputed as to how long exactly. Some would wait a full 24 hours, although others would just wait until the next meal. It gives other examples of practices that were done less stringently than in prior generations. On the topic of hand washing, it said that the water we wash with before eating bread is a mitzvah, but the water we wash with after eating by the after blessing is an obligation. This is additionally expounded on. Some say both washings are obligatory, and it's a dispute if the final washings can be done over wood chips, as it must be done into a vessel of some sort. It's also said that the last washing must be with cold water to remove grease. The first washing before a meal can be with very hot water. The middle washing between courses is totally optional, unless somebody is eating meat and then cheese in between. It said that washing after a meal is to get rid of salts that could cause blindness, so washing is also definitely done after working with salt. It said we don't wash over the ground to prevent a harmful spirit going to that area and harming people, and it also gives other examples like to not leave breadcrumbs lying around, as that could cause poverty, and a bunch of other miscellaneous practices that can cause types of illnesses or make somebody susceptible to witchcraft. For example, it said that eating vegetables directly from a bundle could make somebody susceptible to witchcraft, among some other listed things. Also, it said to not sit under a drain pipe, as that's where demons are prevalent. It gives an example of this and the subsequent banishing of that demon. It expounds on further health-related practices. It's a dispute if washing one's hands before a meal can be done with water heated with fire. It's a dispute if the hot springs of Tiberias could be used for hand washing, which is discussed. It's also disputed as to if water that was drunk from by an animal could be used. Anyways, it said that washing one's hands before eating bread was established as a custom, as it was necessary to wash one's hands before the eating of Temurah tithes, and also because it itself is a mitzvah, as was instituted by the sages. It is said that this really should only be done before eating bread. The washing must be done until one's first finger joint. Washing before eating Temurah tithes must be done until the next joint, and the washing of the Kohanim in the temple was until the next joint after that. The same interpositions that apply by a mikvah apply here also. There are other opinions as to where exactly this hand washing must go until on the actual hand. Some say, particularly in areas with scarce water, they could wash in the morning to cover for the rest of the entire day. Others say this is only allowed in times of pressing need. Further, it said you can't just stick your hand into a canal. The pouring must be done through the force of a person. If there's a pail with a hole in the bottom that's sending water into a canal, it's said to be allowed to wash one's hands in that canal. Washing one's hands in just the perforated bucket would not be allowed, as it's got a hole in it, so it's no longer considered to be a vessel. Also, a vessel must be able to hold a minimum of a revis of water to be used for hand washing. It's also said that somebody can't use the cover of a cask for hand washing, and gives further examples. If somebody eats bread wrapped in a cloth, he still needs to wash his hands beforehand. This is seen in some cases of eating Temurah tithes. Also, if somebody is feeding somebody else bread, that's similarly disputed, and it quotes a case that implies hand washing beforehand would still be necessary to eat it. It rules in the end that he would need to wash his hands beforehand. As for the feeder, he would not need to wash his hands. New Mishnah. A person can wrap meat and cheese in a cloth together as long as they don't actually touch each other. Also, it said that if two men eat their own meals at the same table, one can be meat and the other could be cheese, and it would be fine. The Gemara says there's no real issue of dry meat and dry cheese touching each other, but if they do, they must be rinsed, so it's still prohibited to do this. Also, when we said two men can eat meat and cheese respectively at the same table, this only applies if they don't know each other. If they do know each other, it would be prohibited in case they share and end up mixing their food together, and it supports this from a few quoted cases. If there are two brothers who know each other, but they just don't get along very well, they still can't eat at the same table, as seen by some other cases, as we're worried that people will see this without the context and think that such a thing is typically allowed. New Mishnah. If a drop of milk falls onto a piece of meat in a pot, if it's enough to impart flavor to that slice, it's prohibited. If you then stir the pot, if there was enough of the drop to impart flavor to the whole pot, it would be prohibited. The Gemara disputes as to whether these laws of meat and milk are an exception, as if we can learn from this by all other laws of kosher that foods combine with a flavor transfer alone. We said if one single piece of meat has milk land on it, it becomes prohibited. Now, some say this refers to the contents of the entire pot, as essentially the single slice becomes then prohibited, and that creates a much larger forbidden piece than just the single drop initially, which is now large enough to make the entire pot invalid. This concept is called chaticha na'asas nevela, and is particularly relevant in some more complex areas of the laws of kosher. He would additionally hold this prohibition applies even when it's possible to squeeze the prohibited flavor out of the food. The debate sources for this related, it said if somebody cooks half an olive's volume of meat with half an olive's volume of milk, it said there's no lashes for cooking it, but there would be lashes for eating it. This would apply if they were taken separately from a large pot where there was an olive's volume of meat and an olive's volume of milk that was cooked within it. Others disagree and say that there would actually be lashes for cooking such a mixture. Anyways, it says regarding a piece of meat that can have milk squeezed back out, it said if they're in a pot, if the pot wasn't covered or stirred, it makes the rest of the contents of the pot prohibited, as they're of the same type. If it was covered or stirred, it would need to impart flavor to the soup, to the sediments, and to all the rest of the meat pieces. This latter opinion would hold the pot was stirred only at the end, and if the flavor could be squeezed out of the slice, it would still be prohibited. According to the first opinion, if the pot was stirred the entire time, there's still a concern the first slice absorbed milk flavor, as perhaps it wasn't stirred well enough. Anyways, the point is from all this shows that it's agreed that if meat can have milk squeezed back out, it's still prohibited. It tries to debate this further by reinterpreting the case with the stirred pot, but that's largely unsuccessful. New Mishnah. The udder of an animal is a meat that is filled with milk, so it's complicated to prepare it. It needs to be torn open and have its milk extracted. If this isn't done, there's no transgression. Similarly, the heart is filled with a forbidden substance, being blood. It also needs to be torn open and have its blood extracted, and if this isn't done, there's no transgression. The Gemara clarifies, by just eating the udder without extracting the milk, that's not even a rabbinic prohibition, although this leniency doesn't apply by the heart, which is why that wasn't mentioned. Others disagree and say that eating the udder isn't a biblical transgression, but it actually is a rabbinic one. It's suggested that tearing the heart open after cooking would be sufficient, but not necessarily so by the udder. Anyways, on the actual process of tearing the udder, it's torn lengthwise and then widthwise, and it's then pressed against the surface to extract out all the milk. If it's being roasted, just a tear would be sufficient. Some teach that anything prohibited has a corresponding thing that's permitted. For instance, blood is forbidden to eat, but a liver is permitted, or pork is forbidden, but the brains of the shabuta fish, which apparently taste the same, is permitted. It gives other examples. Anyways, point of this is that milk and meat are prohibited, but it is allowed to roast and eat in udder, which according to some requires no tearing at all. This is said to be permitted even initially. In fact, there are a number of disputes as to if practically udders should or should not be eaten, and if so, how. This is discussed, and additionally on how to cook a liver, as it's permitted by itself, as it doesn't reabsorb blood that it's emitting, but it's disputed if it could be cooked alongside other foods. If a liver was soaked in vinegar, it said the vinegar should be prohibited, and then perhaps also the liver, as it could reabsorb the blood that it emitted. Some say it was necessary when preparing a liver to cut it lengthwise and widthwise and then roast it face down, although none of this would be required with a spleen. If a liver was roasted above other meats on a vertical spit, it said it's fine, as the blood would run off everything into the fire. If it was the udder, that would be prohibited, as the milk would cling to the meat. Others say that perhaps the udder would be prohibited rabbinically and the liver would be prohibited biblically. The law is held that both of these would be fine below the meat, and both shouldn't be placed above the meat, but if that was done, then it's fine. If there was a pan placed beneath the liver that's underneath the meat, it would be prohibited, as the liver blood would flow to the top and mix with the meat. If a knife was used to slaughter an animal, it can't then be cut with hot foods. If it was cutting cold foods, it's a debate if it needs rinsing. Also, a plate in which meat was salted cannot have hot foods eaten from it. Salted foods are like they're hot by these laws of mixtures and flavor transfers, and pickled foods are like they're cooked. Others disagree. Related, it said, if a plate had meat salted on it, you cannot eat hot food on it, but a radish that was cut with a meat knife can then be eaten with dairy products. It's disputed as to why, and it's explained that the radish can be tasted to see if there's no meat flavor initially, but you can't do this with the meat plate, assuming there's no non-Jewish person available to taste it for you. Also, if hot fish was placed onto a meat plate, it's a debate if you could then eat that fish with a dairy product, as to whether there was a flavor transfer or only a transfer of a flavor transfer. It disputes the validity of the source for these opinions and discusses some related cases. In the end, it holds the law is that a hot fish placed onto a meat plate can then be eaten with dairy product, while a radish that was cut with a meat knife cannot be eaten with dairy. This is unique by a radish, as it's a sharper vegetable, so it absorbs more, unlike by other vegetables. Related, it said to be forbidden to place a jug of salt next to a jug of dairy product, in case the dairy product enters the salt, which would then be used for meat. Placing vinegar next to the dairy would be fine, as if the dairy mixes in, it would be identifiable. It brings particular cases of this. If meat was cut on a loaf of bread, if the bread reddened with thick liquid all the way through, it's not kosher as it's absorbed blood. It's also said that you can't place a tray under roasting meat to catch fats until all the blood is drained out, and as it's difficult to tell when exactly this is, salt should just be placed onto the tray and the fat should be poured out. This is different from when the meat was cut on top of bread, as the knife pressure there draws out more blood. If fish and bird are salted together, the fish is prohibited, as it absorbs blood from the bird. This applies even in a perforated vessel, as the fish's skin is softer, so it lets out all its blood first and then absorbs the rest from the chicken. If meat of a properly slaughtered animal was salted with meat with a defect, it said that there will be a blood absorption and it's forbidden. It disputes sources for these and for some related cases. It also describes the salting process. It said it needs to be rinsed and then salted and then rinsed again. It said thick salt should be used and then shaken off. We also don't assume there's blood in the innards regarding the rectum, stomach, and large intestines. Salted meat must be placed on a perforated dish, and some some would only do it one piece at a time, although that's rejected by some, as there wouldn't be blood reuptake even by a single piece. If an animal is slaughtered and before it dies its neck is broken, it said this is bad for the meat quality and it causes the limbs to be saturated with blood, which causes use. New Mishnah: bird meat and cheese on the same table has no transgression. The Gemara says that doesn't imply that eating them together is a biblical transgression, it's just that it's not done so that way people don't then do this with regular meat. New Mishnah: kosher meat and kosher milk cannot be cooked together or benefited from. Kosher meat and non-kosher milk, or non-kosher meat and kosher milk, can be cooked and benefited from. Rabbi Akiva says undomesticated animals are not biblically prohibited against being cooked with milk, as the verse states, "You shall not cook a kid in its mother's milk," 3 separate times, which he says is to exclude undomesticated animals, birds, and non-kosher animals. Rabbi Yossi Aglili disagrees. He says this verse is stated right after a prohibition against eating improperly slaughtered animals to show that anything subject to being improperly slaughtered cannot be eaten with milk. The exception to this is birds, as their mothers don't even have milk. The Gemara explains this doesn't just refer to kids, as the verse states, as the word for kid used in scripture is frequently used and could refer to the offspring of other animals if it's not actually specified as being a goat. There are a few interpretations as to what the point of listing this verse 3 times was, as what this exactly teaches us. It said that the word kid is repeated 3 times to teach that this applies to an animal that dies without slaughter, to an animal fetus, and to exclude blood and the placenta and non-kosher animals. It specifies of its mother to exclude milk from a male animal and milk of a slaughtered animal and milk of a non-kosher animal. This reflects on a broader debate as to whether a prohibition can take effect upon a pre-existing prohibition. Also, the implication of the verse also is said to prohibit cooking meat in the milk of a female animal that never nurses, as it eventually become a mother at some point. If somebody cooks forbidden fats with milk, it's a dispute as if there's lashes on this as to whether a prohibition can take effect on a pre-existing prohibition. Alternatively, they agree that that doesn't exist, and they dispute as to whether cooking is an issue here. There's further variation on this as to whether the prohibition against mixing meat and milk applies to forbidden fats. It is said that there's no liability for cooking meat in whey, and it gives sources for this in all the remaining points, prohibiting all animals' milks with animal meats besides for just the kid. It additionally discusses these. Anyways, it also discusses the source for the principle that such a forbidden mixture of meat and milk can't just be made, it also can't be eaten or benefited from. There are a number of different verses suggested on this. Some say it says, it said, "You shall not eat any abomination," meaning anything that's prohibited as abominable also cannot be eaten. It disputes this from some laws of forbidden plant mixtures. Alternatively, it suggested that we learn we can't eat milk and meat mixtures from the verse, "You shall not eat it partially roasted or cooked," where in Hebrew the word cooked is written twice, possibly to prohibit eating an additional form of cooking, being mixtures of meat and milk, although that's disputed. There are other suggested sources from verses, although the one that's generally accepted as tradition is, "You shall not cook a kid in its mother's milk," as it's listed 3 separate times throughout scripture, which is explained to be 3 times, once to prohibit eating, once to prohibit benefiting, and once to prohibit cooking. It suggests some additional alternative options, but that's generally the quoted reason. These are additionally discussed, and there's actually some listed opinions that actually hold it would be permitted to benefit from such a mixture, but those are largely rejected. It further expounds on the debate between Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Yossi Aglili as to whether undomesticated animal meat is prohibited to be mixed with milk biblically or just rabbinically. Alternatively, it's that they dispute over whether bird meat is allowed with milk and quote sources for the fact that we imply like this. Rabbi Yossi evidently holds that it's permitted to eat bird meat with milk, even rabbinically, as it cites a case where somebody held like this as he ate peacock heads served in milk. New Mishnah: rennet is congealed milk found in an animal's abomasum stomach and is used to make cheese. The rennet of the animal that was owned by a non-Jewish person or that was improperly slaughtered cannot be eaten. If somebody curdled milk with the skin of the abomasum stomach, if there's enough skin to flavor the cheese, that's prohibited. If a kosher animal nursed from a non-kosher animal, its rennet is forbidden. If an animal with a defect nursed from a kosher animal, its rennet is permitted, as it was only just gathered in its stomach. The Gemara explains the reason the rennet of an animal of a non-Jewish person is problematic is if it's a kid that was possibly nursed from a non-kosher animal, which is more common than an animal with a defect. This doesn't apply by our own animals, as we don't typically have non-kosher animals running around. Some just say simply that an animal slaughtered by a non-Jewish person is considered to be improperly slaughtered according to our laws. In fact, the cheese made by a non-Jewish person would not be kosher, as it's presumably curdled with skin of the abomasum of an improperly slaughtered animal, and the rennet itself is also problematic. When we said the rennet in the abomasum of an animal with a defect is permitted, this should mean that the rennet in an animal that was improperly slaughtered should similarly be allowed, and it's explained that they did wind up retracting to permit this. Although the rule is, it would not be allowed to curdle cheese with rennet or abomasum skin from an improperly slaughtered animal, but with rennet inside an actual improperly slaughtered animal, or an animal owned by a non-Jewish person, as we don't assume that they had any intents for idol worship, and with rennet in a kosher animal that nursed from an animal with a defect, and an animal with a defect that nursed from a kosher animal, the rennet would be allowed, as it's just gathered there as essentially just digested waste. New Mishnah: the Torah prohibits a person from eating forbidden fats and blood here. Forbidden fats can be stricter than blood, as there's me'ilah for benefiting from consecrated forbidden fats, and liability for improper intent, leftovers, and impurity. This does not apply by consecrated blood. Blood is stricter than forbidden fats, as a prohibition against eating blood applies to domesticated animals, undomesticated animals, and birds, whether they're kosher or non-kosher, while forbidden fats are only prohibited in kosher domesticated animals. The Gemara spent some time sourcing all of these principles and points. There are a few opinions as to how we know consecrated blood isn't subject to me'ilah, and it additionally proves that improper intent, leftovers, and impurity don't apply by blood specifically, quoting some various verses. And that's the end of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Tractate Chullin covers the laws of food impurities. The first Mishnah begins, different items could have a status of impurity, which includes foods, and they could then contaminate people with this impurity status, and therefore would make those people unable to enter the temple or eat of temple offerings. The smallest amount of food that can convey impurity is the volume of an egg, and the smallest amount of an animal carcass that can convey impurity is the volume of an olive. An animal's hide, gravy, sediment, meat shreds, bones, arteries, veins, nerves, and similar, horns, and the hooves all can combine to create a minimum of impurity of foods, but not of a carcass. Similarly, if somebody slaughters an impure animal for a non-Jewish person, if it's still convulsing, it conveys food impurity, but not carcass impurity, at least not until it dies fully. Essentially, this establishes that there are more forms of conveying food impurity than carcass impurity. Some disagree and say if the meat shreds are gathered to form an olive's volume, there is liability. The Gemara says it's only by food impurity and not by carcass impurity that certain protective animal parts, like the horns or bones, combine with the other meats they're protecting to form impurity minimums. This is sourced along with the fact that they don't apply by carcass impurities. Also, if a bone isn't acting in a protective manner, it's just acting as an extension to hold meats in place, for example, it's said it could give and receive food impurities, but can't combine to form minimums, which it sources, and also that a protective bone can do this and also combine to form minimums. It additionally debates as to how exactly we derive these principles. A number of verses on this topic are quoted and discussed. Additionally, some say that the extension of a food by specific bones, or even by produce, the stem of a fruit, for example, that it's not susceptible to become moistened through that area. This is relevant as the only way a produce can become susceptible to impurity is if it's moist. So it's a dispute between opinions if this is the case, and they again dispute this from verses. Some say the extension minimum in food is an olive's volume, and the protective parts have a minimum of a large bean's volume. Others say it can be smaller than these. It disputes this from some particularly quoted cases. Related, we know that a protective food layer that's on top of another protective food layer don't combine, for instance the peels of an onion, but if the protective layer is divided from the other, that's a disputed point. Anyways, it said that a bone is sufficient to act as an extension to bring impurity into a location, but not so with hair. Others disagree and say a hair would be sufficient, as hair could pierce the hide, so it's not considered to be a protective layer on top of a protective layer. If we are establishing that hair could pierce hide, this could perhaps cause a bunch of issues with the writing of scrolls of tefillin and similar, but those are resolved as the piercing is not sufficient to cause issue for various reasons. This is spoken on further, and it essentially explains that a hair could cause an impurity extension if it's a hair wrapped among many other hairs, so that way it won't tear. Anyways, the Mishnah had stated that one of the meat parts that combines with the others to form impurity minimums was the gravy. There's some dispute as to what exactly this refers to. Some say it's fat that rises from cooked meat sauce. Others define it as the fluids that exude from cooked meats that then congeal. This is specifically if it's congealed, as this is dissimilar to principles of eating on Yom Kippur, where if it's not congealed, it's totally forbidden to be eaten. There's just very different criteria for what's impermissible there as opposed to here. We then said that the sediments combine. Some define this as dregs at the bottom of the pot. Others say it's the spices used to season meat that are in the pot. Somewhat related, it said if blood is hardened or forbidden fats are liquefied, they're still forbidden, which are then sources. Similarly, there's liability for consuming liquefied chametz on Passover. Also, if somebody consumes a liquefied, improperly slaughtered bird, there's still liability. There would be no impurity here if it had dissolved in the sun, as it had just putrefied, essentially. All of these three cases had to be specified, as chametz on Passover is more lenient than forbidden fats, as it had a period of permissibility, and forbidden fats is stricter than the bird case, as it's punished with Kereisos, divine punishment. Chametz, unlike forbidden fats, has no exceptions, and chametz is more strict than the bird case, as chametz is punished with Kereisos. The bird case is more stringent than the others, as it conveys impurity, unlike the other two, so all of these have to be specified. And then it additionally describes as to why any one of these can't be learned from a combination of any two of them. Another point, by Sheret's creature impurities, their liquefied forms are also forbidden. This is specified as its minimums are different than other impurities, as it goes by a lentil's volume when it's solid or liquefied. Related on this whole topic, untithed produce, sabbatically year produce, consecrated produce, and similar, when they're in a liquefied form, they still hold the same status as when they're in solid form, which is derived from this principle by Bechoros, first fruit tithes, which itself is based on a verse. It similarly sources the principle's application by Temurah tithes. Some say that by Bechoros and Temurah tithes, the only liquids that retain the status are wines and oils. For instance, by Orla, the prohibition against harvesting a tree until its third year, some say this only applies in regards to liquids by wines and oils, and then by extension also to Bechoros tithes. Anyways, one of the foods mentioned that combined to create food impurities was meat scraps. Others actually define this as the cervical ligament, and they dispute sources. According to the opinion that it refers to meat scraps, we say that it can combine with other meats to create impurity minimums. However, as to if it itself is subject to food impurity, that's disputed. Some say it goes by if the person has intent to eat it, or it could be where the meat was ripped off earlier by some animal, so it's excluded from his intents as he severs it from the animal. Related, it said that the beak and claws of a bird can combine or receive impurity, and can combine to form minimums. Some say this refers only to the lower part of the upper beak and the parts of a claw that are embedded into the flesh, as those parts specifically are somewhat somewhat edible. When we said that the horn of an animal combines for food impurity, this refers to the slightly edible part that bleeds if it's cut. We said if somebody slaughters an impure animal for a non-Jewish person and it's still moving around, it conveys only food impurity until it actually dies. Some say it would actually require intent to be fed to a non-Jewish person and preparation in water. As mentioned, foods are only susceptible to impurity if they're moistened. The reason this preparation of moisture is required, even though it'll eventually have the severe impurity of being a carcass, is as meat shreds could be scraped off beforehand and never reach that status of corpse impurity. This is clarified as while the animal is convulsing, it's no longer in the status of a living animal, but it's not quite considered to be dead and a carcass yet. Although if an animal is slaughtered and it's still convulsing, it's a dispute if one would be liable for eating the limb of a living animal from it at that point. It essentially states, if an impure animal is slaughtered by a Jewish person or a pure animal is slaughtered by a non-Jewish person, they're only subject to impurity if the animals are slaughtered, not if the pipes are pierced. It mentions if a non-Jewish person begins an act of slaughter and a Jewish man completes it, it would be valid, but not vice versa. Anyways, if an animal was slaughtered and it's convulsing, but it's not yet dead, if somebody wants to eat parts of it at that point, they should be cut off and salted and rinsed very well, and then he should wait until the animal actually dies, and then anybody could eat from it. As for the status of impurity, if somebody paused in the middle of the process, is this like if the animal was slaughtered or like if the pipes were pierced that fast? It's said that for the animal to be susceptible to impurity, it actually needs to be fully slaughtered properly. Anyways, by this convulsing animal, if it swallows something, it would convey impurity of foods, but as it doesn't convey impurity as a carcass, it's still slightly considered to be alive, so at this point there's still liability for bestiality. Anyways, we said the meat scraps form minimums of impurity. Some clarify this to only apply if they were intentionally gathered together. It also said that if 2 half volumes of meat scraps are attached to the hide, they're just nullified as they're considered to be part of the hide. Some say this only applies if the hide was removed with a flaying knife. Others dispute this explanation and say that it makes no difference if these meat scraps were removed by an animal or by a knife, the hide would nullify them anyways. Mishnah, the following creatures' skins have the same status as their flesh in regards to laws of impurity as they're softer. Human skin, pig skin, some say wild pig skin, the skin of the hump of a tender camel, the skin of the head of a tender calf, the skin of hooves, the skin of an animal's female genitalia, the skin of a fetus, the skin under a fat tail, the skin of a bunch of the Sharet's creatures, which there's some debate as to what they translate to, so possibly a hedgehog, chameleon, lizard, and snail. Others exclude the lizard. All of these skins, if they're formed into leather or are spread out for leatherworking, they're pure, besides for human skin, which is impure even if it's turned into leather. Others disagree and say that none of the Sharet's creatures' hides are considered like flesh. The Gemara explains the basis for the fact that human skin is impure, which isn't a biblical concept, but it was instituted to prevent people from using their parents' skins for furniture, which is very disrespectful. Others say that regular human skin actually is biblically impure. There was a debate if there's impurity by the wild pig, which is based on the softness level of the skin. A camel hump is considered tender until it's born a burden. If it's old enough to carry one but hasn't yet, or it wasn't old enough to carry something but it had anyways, that's unresolved. It quotes some related discussion on this. There's debate as to when a calf is considered to be tender. Some say only in its first year and if it nurses. Others say as long as it nurses. It debates further if the head of such a calf can convey impurity. Anyways, it defines the place of the hooves and also discusses the skin of the different Sharet's creatures, quoting sources. We said these are considered pure if they're spread out and prepared for leatherworking. Specifically, this is if it's stepped on to begin this process, or if this hide is used to patch a basket, that would be enough to nullify it from impurity. The time period of leatherworking is defined as the time it takes to walk 4 mil. It mentions some other laws within this time period. Anyways, it said if a Roman legion enters a house, the house is then impure, as Roman legions always carried a few scalps of human skin with them, as seen in a few cases. New Mishnah, if somebody flayed an animal, whether it was pure or impure, whether it was a small or a large animal, if it's flayed to be used as a bedspread or a tablecloth, it conveys impurity during the flaying process up until the point where the flayed hide is larger than the sides that this person is holding onto. If the hide is flayed to be used as a flask, it gives impurity until the breast is flayed. If the man started flaying from the hind legs, in this case, then all of the flayed skin is considered attached in regards to impurity, both for giving and receiving impurity. By the skin on the neck, it's a dispute if it's either considered to be not attached or if it's considered to be attached until the entire carcass is flayed. The Gemara says, in the first case where the hide gives impurity until it's larger than the parts held onto by the sides, some say once it reaches this point, the entire remainder doesn't convey impurity, while others say a handbreadth remaining still would. It debates this from a few cases. Also, the amount of hide that's defined for this amount that's sufficient to be held is a doubled over handbreadth, so 2 handbreadths. It discusses this from some additional laws of impurity and essentially disputes as to whether our Mishnah is discussing biblical or rabbinic impurity based on a number of later discussions. It additionally discusses the status of neck skin by these laws and also some principles of impurity by types of ovens depending on the specific listed measurements. New Mishnah, if there's a piece of hide with an olive's volume of meat attached to it, if somebody touches a sliver protruding from the meat or a strand of hair on the side opposite the meat, they're impure. If there were 2 half-olive volumes of meat attached to a hide, Rabbi Ishmael says the meat transmits impurity through being carried but not through contact, and Rabbi Akiva says it doesn't transmit impurity at all. Rabbi Akiva Akiva would agree that if 2 half-olive volumes of meat were stuck onto a splinter and removed, that would cause impurity, unlike when they're attached to the hide, as the hide just nullifies them. The Gemara says the first case, on an olive's volume of meat attached to a hide, it would only give off impurity if it had been torn off by an animal, as if it was cut off with a knife, it would just be nullified to the hide. This is additionally qualified in a dispute as to if we actually hold up this opinion. We said if 2 half-olive volumes of meat are attached to the hide, Rabbi Ishmael says they transmit impurity through being carried, but they don't transmit impurity through contact. It is agreed this applies if you touch the back of the hide, opposite the side with the actual meat. But if he touched the actual meat, some say as he's touching both halves at once, so he's impure, but others disagree, and it additionally discusses these principles along with sources as to whether this is the case. New Mishnah, if a marrow bone from a human corpse or from a leftover temple offering come in contact with a person, whether the marrow is sealed or punctured, the person is now impure. If there's a marrow bone from an improperly slaughtered animal or from a sheretz creature, and somebody comes in contact with them, if they're sealed, they don't give off impurity. If they have any puncture at all, they do. This is sourced. The Gemara tries to conclude that there is impurity for coming in contact with the bone, but not so for being under the same roof. It is stated that as the bone marrow cannot regenerate the limb's flesh, it's not considered to be a limb, so it doesn't contaminate impurity by being under the same roof. The bone discussed here is one without an olive's volume of flesh or marrow, so the Mishnah is actually teaching us that marrow cannot regenerate flesh outside, that a bone that was left over from a temple offering has the same status as a leftover temple offering, and that by the bone of the improperly slaughtered animal or by the sheretz creature, it only gives off impurity if it's actually punctured. Some actually just redefine the entire case, saying that marrow could actually regenerate a limb, but part of the bone was scraped away so it couldn't, or alternatively, it's just that the case is that we hold marrow can regenerate a limb, and there is an olive's volume of marrow on the bone, and it's just saying that when it says contact impurity, that actually just refers to impurity from being under the same roof, as he holds that that's just the same category as contact. It spent some time sourcing this principle. That's additionally discussed essentially as to whether we do hold that a hidden impurity can penetrate past its covering. In the end, it's effectively just a dispute. Some hold that contact and roof impurity are two separate categories, others say they combine. We said that an improperly slaughtered animal or a sheretz creature's bone only transmits impurity if it's punctured. This is then sourced, and also it's held by some that we hold that something that lacks puncturing but hasn't yet had this occur is not considered as if the action is lacking, meaning if somebody has such a bone and plans on puncturing it but just hasn't gotten around to doing so yet, it would still give off impurity. New Mishnah. By the egg of a sheretz creature, the embryo inside is inaccessible as there's a shell around it, so it doesn't give off impurity. If the egg is cracked in the slightest amount, it would give off impurity. If there's a mouse carcass that's half flesh and half dirt, if somebody touches the flesh half, there's impurity. If somebody touches the earth half, he's pure. Others say that if somebody touches the earth opposite the flesh, then he's impure. The Gemara spends some time sourcing this principle by the egg. We said if a mouse carcass is half flesh and half earth, only the flesh half gives off impurity. This would only apply if it itself was entirely flesh. Others say that's the only way the following opinion would say there's impurity by then touching the opposite side. It's said that the mouse of the sea, which is a type of fish, doesn't give off impurity, which it then sources. It additionally discusses this definition. Anyways, in addition to the toad being a sheretz creature that gives off impurity, it said this includes the toad-snake crossbreed, a type of lizard, and the salamander. It remarks on a few other rare species of animals and also on the people of certain regions. It's also said that the toad-snake crossbreed animal shouldn't be possible, as that's mixing two totally different species, but it's just a miraculous creature. New Mishnah. Anyways, the limbs and flesh that dangle from an animal convey food impurity even while attached, so long as they were moistened beforehand. If the animal is slaughtered, it's a dispute if they're moistened sufficiently by the blood. If the animal dies without slaughter, dangling flesh needs to be moistened to give impurity, while dangling limbs give impurity as they're the limb of a living animal, but not as the limb of an improperly slaughtered animal. However, others just say they're pure. The Gemara says, we said that dangling limbs and flesh give off food impurity. This is where the limb cannot regenerate, and impurity as an improperly slaughtered animal isn't included, which is just based on a verse. It additionally discusses the sources for these principles of impurity along with the remaining points. The dispute on if a slaughtered animal's dangling limb could have impurities essentially as to whether the entire body can be an extension for the dangling limb. Alternatively, the dispute is on whether an item with two parts, if the smaller part is lifted and the larger part doesn't also come up, if they're considered to be one entity or not. This is also seen by some other cases. Alternatively, the dispute is on whether an extension can prepare an entity for impurity by being moist. Alternatively, they debate if it can be prepared as moist before it was intended as a food, which it proves is a disputed point from another case, or is that the cases where the blood was wiped off between the cutting of the pipes, so it's disputed if the blood is slaughter blood or not, or lastly, they dispute as to whether it's only a valid act of slaughter that can prepare something for impurity, not just regular blood. There are a bunch of unresolved points on this. The practical difference between impurity of the limb of a living animal and of an improperly slaughtered animal is by flesh that separates from this limb, where it'll only convey impurity by the latter one of an improperly slaughtered animal. It actually disputes this principle from a bunch of cases. Some cite a principle that if some food conveys a severe degree of impurity while not being used as a food, it's only being used as a chair or something, or some wood, it still needs to be prepared as a food to give off impurity by being moistened beforehand. This is then used to resolve a bunch of specific listed cases. There was an ending opinion that the dangling flesh of an animal that died is just pure. It sources this opinion, others, however, dispute it. New Mishnah. The limb or flesh that dangle from a person are pure. If the person dies, the dangling flesh is pure, while the dangling limb is impure as the limb of a living person, and not as the limb of a corpse. Others disagree and simply say it's pure. The Gemara says this latter opinion was referring to limbs of a corpse in general, not necessarily hanging ones, as he says that generally the only way the limb severed from a corpse can give off impurity is if there's an olive's volume of flesh on it. If I supports for this view, as others hold that a limb severed from a corpse doesn't convey impurity as a limb. The practical difference between a limb severed from a living person and from a corpse is by a small piece that separates from the limb of a corpse. It would be impure, but this wouldn't apply if it was separated from the limb of a living person. And that's the end of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Tractate Chullin covers some laws of animal tithes after slaughter. The first Mishnah says, as it states in this verse, there is an obligation after slaughtering an animal to give the foreleg, the jaws, and the abomasum stomach to the Kohen. This applies inside and outside of Israel. It applies inside and outside of the temple, and it applies to unconsecrated animals, but not to consecrated animals. This last point is based on the verse. All consecrated animals that have a permanent blemish before they're consecrated and were redeemed towards money instead, they still have the firstborn tithe, and these animal part tithes apply. Although as they were redeemed onto money, they're still unconsecrated to the point that they can be shorn, used for work, and their offspring and milk can be used. They can viably be slaughtered outside the temple courtyard, they cannot be substituted, and if they died before they were redeemed onto money, they can still be redeemed. The exceptions to this are the Bechoros and the Maaser offerings, which if they're blemished before consecration, they're still fully consecrated, as their consecration uniquely takes place from birth. If an animal's consecration went before the blemish, or it was a temporary blemish before the consecration that then developed into a full blemish, which were then redeemed, they aren't subject to the Bechor tithe or these listed animal part gifts. They don't become unconsecrated, meaning they can't be shorn or worked with, and their offspring and milk are still prohibited, and there's liability for slaughtering them outside the temple. They can be substituted, and if they died before they're redeemed, they must be buried. The Gemara mentions that we said these gifts to the Kohen, the foreleg, the jaws, and the abomasum, don't apply to consecrated animals, and that's sourced from a verse. This was necessary to state, as consecrated animals are subject to requirements to have the animal's breast and thigh gifted to the Kohen, so it needs to state this, that this doesn't also apply here by these unique 3 gifts. It additionally discusses the validity of this comparison, and essentially explains that as these gifts are required from purchased or orphaned unconsecrated animals, male goats for instance, these aren't subject to the tithe of the breast and thigh, but that would apply if it was with consecrated animals, so you'd think the gifts could apply here also, hence the need for the verse. It explains the comparison doesn't work in reverse, that an unconsecrated animal which needs to have his gift parts given still doesn't require the breast and thigh parts to be given to the Kohen. Some say if these Kohanic gifts are damaged or eaten before being given, there's no liability for payment. Possibly, as they don't have a specific claimant, it tries to dispute this by quoting a number of similar cases. It tries to disprove this further from some additional instances regarding Maaser and Temurah and other tithes and similar, but it's largely unsuccessful. We said that these gifts go to the Kohen. It's a dispute if they can also be taken by a Levi, based on whether the terminology used in scripture on this topic is one that can also be used to refer to Levium. It tries to prove this from a lengthy case, which involves quoting a number of verses to explain the application of a bunch of different tithes, but in the end it just explains its teaching that the first sharing tithe applies to Levium also, along with Kohanim. It tries to prove this from a bunch of other cases. In the end, we say we're not really sure if the used expression encompasses the Levium, so we just don't collect these gifts from them, and we also rule that if somebody damages or eats these gift parts, he doesn't need to repay them. As to whether the used terminology encompasses a female Kohen, that's also disputed, but as quoted, many of the sages would say it was permissible. In fact, it rules we do not take these gifts from a Levi. There's no liability for damaging or eating these gifts. They can be given to a female Kohen. And also, if a female Levi gives birth to a firstborn, her son doesn't need to have the Pidyon Haben redemption tithe paid. Anyways, this animal part gift tithe applies to domesticated animals and not to undomesticated animals. As for a crossbreed, part goat and part sheep animal, that would have these requirements, while a part goat, part deer crossbreed would be exempt from this. This was similarly discussed, disputing if this animal needs to have its blood covered after slaughter, regarding a male deer that had a child with a female goat in earlier chapters, as we're unsure whether we go after the genealogy of the father, and also as for if the scriptural word seh, which means goat, also includes reference to the half goat. Some say this hybrid animal needs to have half of these gifts given. Some say it's not required at all, and they dispute based on verses. New Mishnah. If a Bechor tithe becomes mixed up with 100 other animals, if they're all slaughtered by 100 different people, they're all exempt from this gift obligation of the foreleg, jaw, and abomasum. If they're all slaughtered by one person, only one of them is exempt. Similarly, if somebody slaughters an animal for a Kohen or a non-Jewish person, they're exempt from having to bring these gift parts. If somebody's partnered with either of them, they have to make a mark on the meat to show it's partially owned by a Kohen or a non-Jewish person. If a Kohen sold an animal to somebody, saying he's selling the animal besides for the gift parts, the buyer is exempt from needing to give those, as the Kohen already owns them. If somebody purchases the innards of a cow and the Kohanic gift parts were included, the buyer should give them to a Kohen, and the price is not reduced by the butcher. However, if the purchase was by weight, then the price would be reduced. The Gemara says, by the Bechor being mixed with the other animals, the reason the Kohen has no rights to demand the Bechor tithe from one of them is as this is where the Kohen had sold it to somebody and it was blemished. When it said that somebody who slaughters an animal for a Kohen or for a non-Jewish person, he's exempt from giving these gifts, that was specified as it's saying the claim is on the actual slaughterer. It spent some time sourcing the fact that Kohanim don't need to give the Kohanic gifts and some related incidents on this. Some say, however, that a Kohen who slaughters animals commercially and doesn't separate the gifts for another Kohen should be excommunicated, and it gives instances of this. It's also said that the parts should be given to a single Kohen, besides for the jaws, which can be given to two Kohanim, unless it's from an ox with very large parts, where it could have its parts divided between Kohanim. Some say it's forbidden to eat of an animal that didn't have its gifts separated. Some even say it has the status as untithed produce, but we don't hold like this opinion. Some say that these Kohanic gifts must be eaten in the same manner as kings eat, which is described as being roasted and with mustard. Also, there are those that held that there are 24 Kohanic gifts total, and a Kohen who isn't an expert in their laws shouldn't receive these gifts. Others dispute this. As for the manner these gifts should be taken, it, in the end, was said to be gluttonous to grab at portions, and some would even just not take at all, besides for on the day before Yom Kippur, which was done solely to establish themselves as being a Kohen. Also, if a Kohen is well known and will probably be receiving these gifts, he can preemptively forward them to a poor person who needs food. It gives an instance of where this was done, along with related points on the importance of teaching students to have good character. We said if somebody is partnered with a Kohen or a non-Jewish person, they need to mark the meat to show it's exempt from these Kohanic gifts. This would not be necessary by the non-Jewish person if he's actually just sitting by the store, as he would dispute the prices charged by the butcher, while a Kohen probably wouldn't do so. If somebody's selling a disqualified offering, its meat doesn't need to be marked if it's being sold from one's house so that people know it's from a disqualified offering. If it's sold in a market, it must be marked. If a person is partnered with a Kohen or a non-Jewish person on just the head, or just the leg, or just the innards of an animal, it's disputed if he's exempt from the gift or just that individual portion, or actually all of the portions. It holds it only goes by the individual portion, and additionally explains the case along with giving the expanded list of the 24 Kohanic gifts, which were mentioned earlier, which are essentially these three mentioned here, and then all of the various parts of all the types of offerings that can be eaten by Kohanim, being the different types of meat offerings, the animals, and all the flour offerings. If a Kohen sold an animal to somebody saying he can have the head, but the Kohen's keeping the body, it's disputed as to if the jaws would be necessary to be gifted to the Kohen, as the main part of the animal is actually owned by the Kohen here. It's explained we go by the individual part, so it would need to be given. If the Kohen sells the animal, except for the gift portions, he retains them. There's dispute as to if the Kohen said, on condition the gifts are his, as if that constitutes a viable exclusion of these. Now, if somebody buys innards from a butcher, we said it's the buyer's responsibility to return the gift portions. This is if the buyer weighed them himself. If the butcher weighed the innards, it's a dispute as to if it's the butcher's responsibility to give the gifts, or if it's still the buyer's responsibility. This is essentially a dispute as to whether these Kohanic gifts can be legally stolen, as to whether the butcher has committed an act of theft by weighing them. New Mishnah. If somebody converts to Judaism and he owned a cow, if it was slaughtered before he converted, he doesn't need to give these Kohanic gift parts. If it was slaughtered after he converted, he would need to give them. If he's not sure where the slaughter was, he's exempt, as the burden of proof goes on the person trying to take the property. The Gemara says this is one opinion. There's a different opinion by field charity and also by challah tithes that says in a case of doubt the owner would actually need to pay. The difference is explained to be that the field charity is in a presumptive state of obligation, unlike this, which is in a presumptive state of leniency. And also, this is a monetary matter by the Kohanic gifts, where there's a leniency, but by a prohibition, by the challah tithe, there's a stringency. This is additionally sourced, and it qualifies for the principles of this field charity. We said earlier the Kohanim shouldn't grab for the Kohanic gift portions. There was a case where a bag of money was gifted to a study hall and a sage grabbed it, but that was only done to give it to charity, or it's possibly just that he was an important person, so it was viewed as acceptable. New Mishnah. By the Kohanic gifts, the foreleg is defined as from the carpus to the shoulder blade, which is also relevant by other offerings, as the corresponding area around this is defined as the thigh. Others disagree and say that the thigh is from the tarsus until the knee joint. The jaw is defined as from the joint of the jaw until the opening of the trachea. The Gemara sources these measurements and organs from scriptural verses. It said that the jaw would include any wool or hair, and the abomasum would include the forbidden fat and the milk inside. It also sources the principle that the foreleg given here and by offerings is specifically the right one, as it's the most distinguished. There's some dispute as to how much of the trachea is included with the jaw. Some say it goes even lower to the place of slaughter, which is based on how much of the trachea can be severed in slaughter, as there's some opinions on that. And that's the end of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Tractate Chullin continues going through the laws on the Kohanic animal part gift tithes. The first Mishnah says, another portion of an animal that must be given to a Kohen, as stated in this verse, is part of the fleece. This applies inside and outside of Israel, when the temple does and does not exist, and only with unconsecrated animals. The obligation to give the foreleg, jaws, and abomasum to a Kohen, as discussed in the prior chapter, is more stringent than this, as it applies to both cattle and sheep, while this applies to just sheep. The obligation to give the fleece is stricter, as it applies to many animals. Beis Shammai says 2, Beis Hillel says 5. There is dispute by Beis Hillel if this means the gift gift is given when a mana and a half worth of wool is shorn. Others say it's given when any amount is shorn. The amount given to Kohanim is the weight of 5 Salaim coins in Judea, which is the equivalent of 10 Salaim in Galilee. The wool must be white and clean, and there should be enough to make a small garment. If the owner had dyed the wool before giving it, he's exempt from this gift. If he'd only whitened it, he'd still need to give it over. If somebody purchases a fleece from a non-Jewish person, he's exempt from giving the fleece gift to the Kohanim. If somebody buys fleece from a Jewish person, if he left some wool over with the seller must give the gift. If he did not, the buyer must give the gift. If the seller had brown and white sheep and somebody purchased just the brown sheep or just the male sheep, the buyer and the seller both need to give their own fleece portions. The Gemara sources the fact that this has no application by consecrated animals. Some actually say this exemption applies if the fleece itself on the animal was consecrated, which is discussed. There are various interpretations as to what exactly is being argued on by this case, quoting a number of verses that have their interpretations disputed. This dispute essentially revolves around whether we derive the laws of this fleece gift from the Temurah tithes, as if we do, we know we can't separate fleeces from new sheep for old ones, so if fleeces accumulate over many years, there's no obligation to give a fleece gift from there. If it's not derived from Temurah tithes, then this would be done. It additionally discusses difficulties with this comparison. Additionally, it mentions there were several lenient rulings made that this fleece gift, and also the gifts from the prior chapter of the foreleg, jaws, and abomasum, only have application within the land of Israel. Also, some other lenient rulings: it's permissible to study Torah while in a state of impurity, and also by the laws of forbidden plant mixtures, there's only liability if somebody simultaneously sows wheat, barley, and grapeseed in one motion. Additionally, when we compared the fleece and animal part gifts, we didn't mention that the fleece is stricter as it applies to animals with a defect, as this accords with the opinion that animals with a defect don't need their fleece given as a Kohanic gift, which is sourced. We had also stated that the obligation of the fleece gift only applies specifically to sheep. This is sourced from the fact that specific words are used in scripture by this topic. It also disputes as to how many sheep are needed for this gift. As mentioned, Beis Shammai said 2, while Beis Hillel said 5, and it actually brings a third opinion of a Rabbi Yossi, who says it actually goes by 4 sheep. Some actually wound up ruling like this last opinion. Some said the amount shorn for this tithe to apply would be in any amount. There's a few opinions as to how much exactly this is. Some said a total of a mana and a half, so long as everything is evenly divided into 5. Others said 60 selah in total, and the owner gives 1 selah as the gift. Others said 6 selahim, and the owner gives 5 of them to the Kohanim. And others just literally say any amount needs to have this tithe taken from it. It additionally debates between these opinions from a number of related discussions on laws of field charity minimums and related. The reason the wool must be whitened is so that the weight is honest and doesn't account for dirt in the wool to throw off the measurements. The fact that there must be enough to make a small garment is then sourced. It also lists the individuals who held the remaining points from the Mishnah, that the fleece must be given by the one who took it or retained it by the sale. It's explained to be in accordance with a similar opinion in the last chapter on purchasing cow innards from a seller in regards to these Kohanic gifts, which essentially established that a person doesn't mean to sell these gifts to a Kohen, so if the seller retains them, he must still give the gift, and then this would also apply here by the fleece gifts. And that's the end of chapter 11. Chapter 12, the final chapter of Tractate Chullin, covers a bit of a unique law regarding the laws of animals, the principle of sending away a mother bird. The first Mishnah says, in these verses, it essentially establishes that if a person wants to take eggs from a nest, the mother bird must first be sent away. This principle is called Shaluach HaKan. This applies both inside and outside of the land of Israel. It applies when the temple does and does not exist, and it applies only to unconsecrated birds. The obligation to cover an animal's blood after slaughter is stricter than this, as it applies to animals and birds, while this applies to just birds, and that applies to both domesticated and captured birds, while this applies only to captured wild birds, such as geese or chicken in an orchard. If these birds nest in a house, or they're Herodian doves, for example, they're exempt from needing to have their mother sent away. Also, by non-kosher birds, this obligation to send away the mother bird does not apply. If a non-kosher bird is sitting on kosher bird eggs, or a kosher bird is sitting on non-kosher bird eggs, this obligation does not apply. It's a debate if there's an obligation to send away the male partridge, as it sits on eggs similar to a female. The Gemara says, chapters 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, and 12 of this tractate all begin with the same points, discussing the relevant obligations and their application inside and outside of Israel, inside and outside of the temple, and with consecrated and unconsecrated animals. It says, the only real necessity of teaching that these apply inside and outside of Israel was by the prior chapter to reject an opinion that the fleece Kohanic gift doesn't apply outside of Israel. And the only purpose of specifying that all of these apply when the temple does and does not exist was for the point in chapter 5 to not slaughter an animal and its offspring on the same day, to show this applies even when the temple doesn't exist, in spite of the fact that this topic was discussed by the topic of temple offerings. And it was necessary to teach all of these by consecrated and unconsecrated animals to show that by the sciatic nerve discussed in chapter 7, that this would apply even when it's consecrated, in spite of the fact that that's pretty obvious that it would apply there too. The reason the obligation of sending away a mother bird doesn't apply to consecrated animals is as that's not sent away, it's brought to the temple treasury. It derives from this that if a bird kills a person, it wouldn't be necessary to send it away to claim its eggs, as in this case the mother bird must at this point instead be brought to court to be stoned. This is where the guilty verdict wasn't yet concluded, hence why it needs to be brought to court. It disputes as to what the exact circumstance of the case of a consecrated bird here would even be. It suggested it could be somebody consecrated doves for Ola offerings from his dovecot, which then escaped, or a hen which is designated for temple upkeep, which then escaped. It disputes the validity of this latter one as to if it could even be referring to a bird designated for temple upkeep. Anyways, we said this obligation to send away the mother bird doesn't apply to domesticated, settled birds. It spent some time sourcing this, and we mentioned Herodian doves as an example, as those are considered to be fully domesticated. It spent some time defining exactly what type of bird this is. We also said the obligation only applies to kosher birds. This is sourced based on specific words used in scripture which refer specifically to kosher birds. This is additionally discussed, and it also sources the fact that if a kosher bird is sitting on non-kosher eggs, in spite of the fact that it's a kosher bird, it nevertheless wouldn't be necessary to send the mother away. There are a number of specific unresolved points on this, such as what if there's an interposition between the mother and the eggs, and what exactly would constitute this, what about feathers or infertile eggs, etc. If a kosher dove is found sitting on the eggs of a kosher pigeon, or vice versa, that's disputed, and it seems to say one would be exempt from sending away the mother bird here. We said there was a debate by a male partridge as it roosts on the eggs, similar to a female. This dispute is sourced, and it explains the point applies specifically to the male partridge. New Mishnah. If a mother bird was flying above a nest, somebody is only obligated to send it away if its wings are still touching the nest. This obligation still applies even if there's only one egg. It would not apply if there were fledglings or infertile eggs. The Gemara sources these points. Some say if a bird is sitting between two tree limbs above her nest. Some say if the branches would be removed in theory. If she'd fall on her nest, if they were removed, she must be sent away in this case. However, others dispute this, and there's some additional discussion. New Mishnah. If somebody sent the mother bird away, no matter how many times it returns, it must still be repeatedly sent away. If somebody wants to take the mother bird and the eggs, he still needs to send away the mother first. The Gemara spends some time sourcing these principles. New Mishnah. If somebody takes the mother bird while it's still on its young, Rabbi Yehuda says he gets lashes and he doesn't need to send the bird away. The sages say he does need to send the bird away, but he doesn't get lashes. There's a general rule. Any positive commandment in the Torah that exists to rectify a negative commandment, there's no lashes for violating that negative commandment. The Gemara debates as to then why Rabbi Yehuda would hold there is lashes anyway in this case. It essentially is as he holds this positive commandment to send away the mother bird isn't an obligation which resolves a negative commandment, as it's meant to be done to begin with. This is additionally sourced. Anyway, some particularities. The bird must be sent away until it departs from this person's custody. It's a dispute as to whether the bird must be sent away by its legs or by its wings, which is discussed further. It gives some incidents of the performance of this obligation. New Mishnah, last one of the chapter, and the Tractate. A person can't even take a mother bird from its young, not even if he needs this bird to purify a Metzora leper for his offering. And if this mitzvah, which winds up having a person lose about a single Isser coin, it's said about it so that it will be good for you and you will live long, then how much more so would this apply by difficult commandments of the Torah? The Gemara says, all obligations of the Torah that are written with their reward is tied to the resurrection of the dead, as the long life promised by this obligation and also of honoring one's parents is in reference to the world to come, and to the resurrection of the dead. This is seen by a case of a boy who was sent to take eggs from a mother bird by his father, and he died while doing so. Harm was able to come to him even though he was doing a mitzvah, as it was a time of particular danger, and also it said that mitzvahs don't always have the rewards given in this world. This is the reason that the sage Acher became a heretic, as he viewed this incident, or possibly the mutilation of the sage Chutzpah the Meturgaman by the Romans, and he thought that no reward comes for doing good deeds, but in actuality the reward for doing good is often in the world to come. And that's the end of chapter 12 and the entire tractate Chullin. Alright, that was a lot of information, so here's a rough summary of a lot of the practical takeaways from this tractate. There are extremely particular laws on slaughtering an animal. The essential principle is that it be done in a manner that causes as little pain to the animal as physically possible. So there are particularities like the knife being incredibly sharp without any serrations. It must be moved in a precise and specific manner without pressing downwards and without pausing, and only in a certain area, severing only specific pipes. For this reason, animal and fowl meat are only kosher if either slaughtered yourself according to the proper laws of shechita, slaughter, or more likely as purchased from a recognized and qualified shechet. Fish have none of these specific requirements of shechita. There are some parts of an animal that cannot be eaten. These are mainly the sciatic nerve, the gid hanoshe, certain forbidden fats, and any blood at all. Because of these strict prohibitions against eating blood in any form, it's necessary to heavily salt and rinse meat before cooking it to remove all the blood. A slaughtered animal can't have any invalidating defects. If it does, it's not kosher. This would be like a puncture in one of its major organs, or some specific diseases or lesions. The word for an animal like this is terefa. Some animals are kosher, others are not. A kosher animal is one which chews its cud and has split hooves, as mentioned within Scripture. A kosher fish is one with fins and scales, as mentioned within Scripture. The Scripture just gives a list of birds which aren't kosher, although the common denominator seems to be birds of prey with some caveats. Some species of locusts are actually kosher, although they're not really eaten anymore due to difficulty in identifying the correct species. Mixtures of meat and dairy are strictly prohibited. This prohibition applies to cooking them together, benefiting from them, or eating them. The generally accepted custom is to wait 6 hours after eating meat to eat dairy, and 1 after eating dairy to eat meat. This prohibition against forbidden mixtures would also extend towards meat and dairy utensils and vessels. Whenever somebody claims the eggs from a wild bird, the mother bird must first be sent away. This principle is called shiluach hakan. Tractate Bechoros covers the various laws of the firstborn tithe. There are essentially 3 firstborn tithes. The firstborn donkey, which is unique as it's a non-kosher animal, which has its value redeemed into a sheep or a goat, which is then given as a tithe to a Kohen. Then there's a regular firstborn of a kosher animal, which is brought to the temple as the Bechor offering. Lastly, there's the firstborn human, whose value is redeemed onto 5 Shalaim coins, which are then gifted to a Kohen. Chapter 1 will begin discussion on the laws of the firstborn donkey tithes. The first Mishnah says, if somebody buys the firstborn fetus of a non-Jewish man's donkey, or he sells his own donkey's firstborn fetus to a non-Jewish man, or somebody enters a partnership with a non-Jewish man to own a donkey, or somebody who's taking care of a non-Jewish man's donkey, or somebody who has a non-Jewish man take care of his donkey, in all of these cases, there's exemption from the firstborn donkey tithe, as the verse states, all firstborn in Israel, meaning this only applies to animals owned by a Jewish person. The Gemara spends some time explaining the necessity for each of these cases to be listed. It states buying a donkey's fetus as he's bringing it to future sanctity there, but when he sells such a fetus, even though he removes it from future sanctity, he would still be exempt. The case of a partnership is mentioned, as there's a unique opinion that says one would be liable for the tithe there, which we're rejecting. And then we teach guarding, and therefore also having one's donkey guarded, to show one's exempt, even though the Jewish man still fully owns the donkey. There was a discussion in the earlier Tractate of Avodah Zarah on prohibitions against selling large livestock to non-Jewish people out of concern that it could be then used on Shabbos. So it unsuccessfully attempts to prove from our case that selling an animal fetus would not be problematic, as it could just not be discussing the opinion that would take issue with this. It attempts this from other quoted cases, and in the end it states that according to one opinion, it would be prohibited to sell an animal fetus to a non-Jewish person, as mentioned, out of concern that it'll grow and be used on Shabbos, similar to issues with selling a maimed animal, which could be healed. There's variation on how this is derived. Anyways, regarding selling the rights to an animal's future fetus, this is questioned, as according to those that say typically selling an animal fetus would be prohibited. On the one hand, this could be prohibited as it's similar to selling a healthy animal, but on the other hand, it should be permitted as the actual animal isn't being sold. And according to those that say selling animal fetuses would be fine, you could also say either way by the same reverse logic. So that's a disputed point, although it stands largely unresolved. Anyways, we said due to issues of violating Shabbos, it's prohibited to sell a large animal to a non-Jewish person. There's a penalty imposed on somebody who does this. Some say by 10 times the animal's value, some say 100 times, which is said to possibly be literal. We said earlier that by an animal owned jointly between a Jewish man and a non-Jewish man, the Mishnah said that there's an exemption from the Bechor tithe there, but a differing opinion maintained that in such a case he would still be liable. This is based on the interpretation of a verse. As for the opinion which said he'd be exempt from the tithe, this would possibly be either if the non-Jewish man owned a portion of the animal that if removed would make the animal improperly slaughtered, or possibly it's a portion that if removed would make the animal have a defect. This dispute is based on whether an animal with a defect can live or not. This is different from the case of a stillborn animal, as that has no unconsecrated portion mixed in, unlike here, where there is an unconsecrated portion by the portion owned by the non-Jewish man. It quotes some related cases of incidents like this, and it mentions some particularly invalidating defects, such as if the eyes are different sizes, which is a mutation, but if they're both very large or very small, that just means that the animal is a bit robust or frail. Some related incidents are quoted. New Mishnah, Kohanim and Leviim are exempt from the Bechor tithe, as if they were able to exempt the Jewish people from this in the wilderness, they should be able to exempt themselves. The Gemara clarifies, some say what it means is that the Kohanim and Leviim's animals exempted everybody's animals in the wilderness, so their animals now should remove sanctity from their firstborn animals. However, others interpret it that we mean that the actual Kohanim and Leviim firstborns, the people themselves, are exempt from the Bechor redemption, as if the Leviim in the desert removed the sanctity of the male firstborn animals, they should not be able to remove their own firstborn sanctity. This principle is sourced at length. It mentions in the wilderness, everybody's firstborn donkeys were redeemed with a Levi's Sela coin, which it then sources, although it's said to have covered many different animals per coin. It brings support for this point. In fact, there's actually just a broader dispute as to whether firstborn animals and people have this firstborn redemption requirement if they were born during the actual journeying in the wilderness. It discusses this from a number of verses. Some actually just adjust the dispute to be as to whether the Bechoros were sanctified initially, and then that kept going throughout the journeying in the wilderness, while others say they were actually sanctified only by the initial census, but that was it, with no further. Others hold like the original interpretation, but with the opinions reversed. Related, it said that a Roman minister asked about the fact that the census in scripture for the amount of Leviim is 22,300, and then in the later total count it only says 22,000, so why were 300 removed? It is explained that those 300 were firstborns, as they couldn't redeem other firstborns, as they could just remove their own sanctity. It also comments on a discussion on the measurements of the building of the tabernacle, as seemingly there's some discrepancy with the amounts used, which are explained that they had different sized measurements compared to what they had in those later times, as the temple mana measure was double the common one. Anyways, back to the firstborn donkey tithe. It's explained that this applies specifically to donkeys and not horses or camels, as it's based on scriptural decree, and also that as the Jewish people were leaving Egypt, they had all their valuables carried out on donkeys. Verses are quoted on this. New Mishnah. If a cow gave birth to an animal that looks like a donkey, or a donkey gave birth to an animal that looks like a horse, it it's exempt from the firstborn tithe. Related by the laws of kosher, if a kosher animal gives birth to an animal that looks not kosher, it's still kosher, while if a non-kosher animal gives birth to an animal that looks kosher, it's still forbidden. The Gemara additionally spends some time sourcing these principles. Related, if a cow gives birth to a firstborn that resembles a donkey, as on the one hand, the firstborn species is subject to a monetary tithe, while the mother species is subject to physical sanctity, while on the other hand, both species are subject to the Bechor tithe. And if you say they should be subject to the Bechor tithe, then what about a donkey whose firstborn resembles a horse, as the firstborn doesn't resemble an animal subject to the firstborn tithe, but it also looks like a non-kosher animal, so it should be similar to the mother as a donkey? And if you hold, like, the latter opinion, what about a cow that gave birth to an animal that looks like a horse, as this is a not kosher animal, so it should go by the mother, but the mother here is subject to the firstborn tithe, while the firstborn species is not. So these cases are all disputed. We said by a kosher or non-kosher animal, if they give birth to something that looks like a differing species, it accords entirely by the species of the mother. That's sourced. It's additionally discussed, and additionally for the prohibition against drinking milk from a camel, as milk from non-kosher animals aren't allowed, in spite of the fact that it's a novelty anyways that we're allowed to drink milk in general from kosher animals, as it's technically formed from blood, which is forbidden, or it's technically similar to consuming the limb of a living animal if somebody drinks milk. It further sources the fact that kosher animal milk is uniquely allowed to be consumed. Anyways, it said if an animal bore a firstborn of an entirely different species, it'd only have the firstborn Bechor tithe apply if it still partially looked like its mother. Some require the head and greater part of the body to resemble the mother. In fact, it's disputed as to if that requirement would also apply by laws of kosher in regards to a mutant-born animal. There's variation on this. In the end, it sufficiently proves that for this opinion, even for consumption by laws of kosher, for it to be allowed to be eaten, its head and most of its body must resemble the mother. We said the product of non-kosher animals is forbidden. It asks, what about donkey urine, which is murky and vaguely looks like milk, and it's simply stated elsewhere that fluids from non-kosher animals are not kosher. Some say it's prohibited, but the reason it's even being discussed is as it apparently uniquely had medicinal benefits. Also, another exception to excretion from non-kosher animals is bee honey, which is actually kosher, which it sources. It also discusses other animal excretions that aren't kosher, like certain egg-like secretions from deer. It's said a donkey placenta could possibly be kosher, as it doesn't count as the donkey's body. New Mishnah. If a non-kosher fish swallowed a kosher fish, the kosher fish can still be eaten. If a kosher fish swallowed a non-kosher fish, the non-kosher fish cannot be eaten. This is as the respective interior fish didn't grow inside the other, like the prior case where it was based on what the mother was. Here, it was just swallowed. The Gemara says, this implies this is only the case if we actually saw the fish swallow the other. So it asks, why can't we assume that the non-kosher fish swallowed a kosher fish, then digested it, and then gave birth itself to a kosher fish? So there are a few answers, either that this fish was found in the intestines, or it was found in the throat, or it was found fully developed, or it's simply we say as majority of fish give birth to their own species. We can viably assume that the different species in the fish's stomach was swallowed, not born. Anyways, a related discussion on the breeding habits of various animals. Non-kosher fish are said to give birth to live young. Kosher fish lay eggs. All animals that give birth to live animals nurse with milk. All animals that lay eggs gather food for hatchlings, besides for the bat, which uniquely lays eggs and nurses. It's also said that dolphins uniquely reproduce in a similar manner to humans. Although, one of the commentaries, Rashi, defines the Aramaic word for dolphin here as a half-human, half-fish hybrid. So, a mermaid, essentially, although he uses the word for siren, and it's actually saying that humans can interbreed with them, but that's a related point. Anyways, all male animals who have external genitals have live young, while males with internal genitals lay eggs. Also, animals that have relations by day give birth at night, and animals that have relations by night give birth at night, and animals that have relations at any time give birth at any time. And this is relevant by some laws of finding eggs on a holiday, as to if somebody is not sure as to when the egg was laid, as discussed back at the very beginning of Tractate Bea. Also, all animals whose reproduction manner and gestation length are similar can interbreed with one another. All animals copulate facing the same direction besides for fish, humans, and snakes, who copulate facing each other, as they alone were addressed by the divine presence, the fish by Jonah, and the snake by the Garden of Eden. Some say camels copulate back to back. Anyways, it then gives the exact gestation lengths of various animals, and also corresponding trees or plants that have similar gestation periods, like a chicken hatches after 21 days, which is similar to the almond, a dog is born after 50 days, which is similar to the fig, the cat after 52 days, like the mulberry, the pig after 60 days, like the apple tree, foxes and some reptiles take 6 months, like grain. There are many other examples. One of these is particularly spoken on the snake, which gestates for 7 years and has no plant equivalent, although some say it's a specific species of fig that's sourced. Anyways, it sets a dispute between the sage Rabbi Yeshua ben Hanania and one of the Roman Caesars on the gestation period of snakes. The sage said it's 7 years. The Caesar said the wise men of Athens reported that snakes gestate for 3 years, so the sage responded, well, perhaps they had been pregnant for 4 years beforehand. So it essentially turned into a debate as to if the sages are wiser than the Athenians. So Rabbi Yeshua requested a ship be built with 60 cabins and 60 seats inside of each cabin, and he then took us and sailed to Athens. Rabbi Yeshua there saw a butcher skinning an animal, and he requested the head for sale, so the butcher agreed to the sale, but then the sage said no, he was referring to the butcher's actual head, which he'd claim unless he was shown to the entrance of the discussion hall of the wise men of Athens. So the butcher said he didn't want to, as they'd kill anybody who gave away their secret location, so the sage told him to just carry some reeds around and stop and rest around their entrance. So the sage found the secret entrance, and he saw there were some guards on the inside and on the outside, and he found that the policy was that they would execute the sentries if unauthorized footprints were found between them. So the sage waited for a moment, and then quickly placed his shoes down facing both directions, and in that way all of the sentries were killed, and he managed to sneak in. So he saw there were two chambers, the upper one with the younger members and the lower chamber with the older members, and so as to not offend either group by greeting the others first, he just generally greeted everybody. So they asked what he was doing there. So Rabbi Yeshua said that he was one of the Jewish sages and he wished to learn of their wisdom. So they challenged him to a debate, with the terms being that if he won, the Athenians would have to join him on his ship. So they then asked him a series of riddles. These are all very esoteric in nature, and they're explained and interpreted by the commentaries to be debating some theological concepts on man's relationship with God. For instance, the first question was, if a man asks to marry a woman and the family refuses him, why would he then try to marry somebody of higher social status? So Rabbi Yeshua responded by sticking a pin into a wall, and he found he was unsuccessful, so then he stuck the pin higher up, where it entered a hole into the wall. So then it's explained to be basically a dispute on the Jewish people, who do not do very well in this world, but he explains it's a poor match and they will be successful in the world to come. Another question, if a man lent money and then he had to foreclose, why would he then lend again? So Rabbi Yeshua answered with a parable. A man went to a marsh and cut a bundle of reeds, but he couldn't lift them, but nevertheless he kept cutting more and more reeds, waiting for another man to come and help him. This is explained to be a question as to how, if the Jewish people were unsuccessful in keeping biblical law, why would they then try to keep extra rabbinic law later? And the sage answered by saying, just because one generation failed doesn't mean future generations can't do better. Another question, they asked for him to make a totally untrue statement, and he said, a male mule gave birth and the foal emerged with a note saying the mule was owed 100,000 zuz coins. So they asked, but mules are sterile? And he said, yeah, it's supposed to be an untrue statement. And this is a statement that's untrue in every possible respect, and it's also explained to be a very complicated allegory for the fact that the Jewish people will one day return together to Israel with Mashiach's coming. Another question, if salt goes bad, how can it be preserved? And the sage said, in afterbirth of a male mule. So they asked, but male mules can't have afterbirth? And he said, well, salt can't go bad. They asked him to build a house that floated in the air, so he said the name of God, and he flew in the air, and then asked for the necessary materials. Then they asked where the center of the world was, so he pointed to a random spot, saying essentially that the world is a sphere, so it has no specific center anywhere on its surface. Anyways, there are a bunch of other strange and esoteric questions, like how do you reap a field of knives? And he said with the horn of a donkey. They brought him 2 eggs and asked him which came from a black or a white hen, and he answered rhetorically with 2 cheeses, which came from a white or a black goat. And he was asked, when a chicken died, how does its spirit leave its egg? And he answered the same way it got in. And lastly, he was asked to show an item that could decline in value more than its total worth. So he brought in a mat that was too wide to fit through the doorway, and it required the doorway to be broken down to be brought into the room. Again, there's a lot of commentary behind the esoteric meaning behind these conversations and what they were actually discussing. So, as the sage answered all the questions, he brought them all onto his ship, and he put each one in their own room filled with 60 chairs, so that way each man thought everybody would be coming to their room, and entered with confidence. The sage also took some Athenian soil. And then, as they were traveling in the ship, he took water from a special location that absorbs all of the other waters in the ocean. Some say it's the well of Miriam. Anyways, the sage brought all of the Athenian scholars to the Caesar, and he gave them their dirt so that way they could regain their confidence. However, they wound up offending the emperor, so the sage took the special infinite water and put it into a barrel and told the Athenians to fill the barrel with water. So they did so, but the water kept getting absorbed, so the Athenians kept working until they all grew exhausted and died. One commentary explains this is a metaphor for them to be unable to predict the precise nature of the Jewish calendar, as it operates simultaneously on the solar and lunar cycle, and this is all just a metaphor for them failing at a nearly impossible task. New Mishnah. If somebody has a female donkey that hasn't given birth before, and it gives birth to twin male donkeys, only one lamb should be redeemed and given to the Kohen. If it had a male and a female, and he doesn't know which was first, a lamb is set aside, but doesn't need to be given to the Kohen. If somebody had 2 donkeys, and they birthed 2 male firstborns, 2 lambs are given to a Kohen. If the donkeys had a male and a female, or 2 males and a female, 1 lamb is given to the Kohen. If they bore 2 females and a male, or 2 males and 2 females, nothing is given to the Kohen. If there were 2 donkeys and one had already given birth before, and they had 2 males, 1 lamb is given to the Kohen. If they had a male and a female, 1 lamb is separated and kept by the person. The redemption for the donkey is done with a lamb, as the verse states here. The redemption animal could be a sheep or a goat, it could be male or female, old or young, blemished or unblemished, it could be reused and redeemed on several donkeys. It's subject to the animal tithe, and if this lamb dies, it can still be benefited from. The Gemara says, by the case where the donkey gives birth to 2 males, this possibly disagrees with the opinion that it's possible to be precise with measurements and timings, or it's that we do agree with him, it's just an exception based on the verse. There's no matter of the 2 of the donkey's heads exiting at the exact same instant, as they can both still be sanctified, so we clearly don't think things could happen at the precise same time. The reason why one of the donkey fetuses is sanctified in spite of there being an interposition from the other twin fetus is as it's on the same type, so it doesn't cause an interposition. We said if the donkey bore a male and a female, a lamb should be separated and can be kept. This apparently must be done to allow the donkey to be used again, which means that the one who stated this holds that until a lamb has been redeemed, the firstborn donkey cannot be benefited from. Others dispute this, which is discussed further. It's largely a debate if this animal can be benefited from based on some verses. Some say that similar to the Egla Arofa, if the donkey is beheaded instead of being redeemed, it's agreed it cannot be benefited from. It also debates as to whether this donkey meat would be subject to food impurity, as it's not really typically viewed as a food. It additionally discusses these points and further disputes as to whether a decapitated calf can be benefited from. It does rule, according to the opinion, that a firstborn donkey could be redeemed with a lamb worth any amount, even one worth as little as a sixth of a zuz, even if the land is very thin. Although it is ruled, the donkey should be redeemed with a lamb worth 3 zuzim, which is what's recommended. Also, this redemption of the firstborn donkey, according to some, doesn't even need to be done with a lamb. It could be done with some other items. Some redeemed it with cooked vegetables, for example. Some say it's effective to redeem somebody else's donkey for them, and the owner would still keep the donkey. We said that the redemption lamb of a firstborn donkey is still subject to being tithed. The only way this could really be possible is as it'd have to be without the Kohen receiving the lamb. So it would be if there were something like 10 questionable firstborn donkeys, so there's 10 sheep redeemed for them, so he can keep 9 and give the last one as the tithe. It said some similar cases by various tithing laws. There's some further discussion on these principles. Anyways, we said if the redeemed lamb for the donkey firstborn tithe dies, it could still be benefited from. The necessity of saying this is to say that the moment the lamb is redeemed, the Kohen has ownership of it, meaning if it dies, the Kohen could benefit from it. New Mishnah. Some animals that cannot be used to redeem the firstborn donkey: a calf, any wild animal like a deer, a slaughtered animal, an animal with a defect, any hybrid goat and sheep, or a hybrid goat and deer. Some say the hybrid goat and sheep would be allowed, as they fit the described classification, but not the part deer animal, as that has a doubtful status. Also, if an owner gave the actual unredeemed firstborn donkey to the Kohen cannot keep it unless he actually redeems it onto a lamb. The Gemara quotes sources for these principles. Also, according to the opinion that the slaughter of an animal covers the fetus, it asks if an animal's fetus can be redeemed for a donkey, as on the one hand, it's just like meat, but on the other hand, it's alive. That's disputed between several opinions. Also, if an animal's parents are one species, but the child just physically looks like a different species, like 2 goats give birth to a goat that just looks a lot like a sheep, according to the opinion that a hybrid wouldn't be allowed, it asks if this would be, as if there's a difference, so that's disputed from several cases. It also asks on the legitimacy of redeeming a firstborn donkey onto disqualified sacrificial offerings, according to those that say the donkey cannot be benefited from, as if this prohibition will then transfer to the other animal. It said it would be prohibited, as that's similar to redeeming the donkey onto a deer or similar. Also, it's asked about redeeming a firstborn donkey onto sabbatical year animals, specifically by a firstborn donkey of questionable status that still must be redeemed. Some say this would be allowed by the questionable firstborn donkey. It's also said that a sabbatical year animal itself is exempt from this Bechor tithe, and also is subject to the Kohanic gift tithes as mentioned in chapters 10 and 11 of Tractate Chullin. It's spent some time sourcing these principles. The reason a donkey can't just be given straight to a Kohen without him redeeming it first is as we don't trust that they'll redeem it themselves, even if they're specifically trustworthy individuals. New Mishnah. If somebody designates a lamb to redeem a firstborn donkey and it dies before being given to the Kohen, Rabbi Eliezer says the owner must replace it, as it's similar to the firstborn son redemption tithe, while the sages say the owner doesn't need to replace it, as it's similar to the Ma'aser Sheni redemption, that it does not need to be replaced in the event that it's lost. Others confirm the latter opinion, which says that it doesn't need to be replaced. If the actual firstborn donkey dies, Rabbi Eliezer says it has to be buried and the lamb could be benefited from. The sages say it doesn't need to be buried and the lamb belongs to the Kohen. The Gemara additionally discusses the sources for these opinions. It is said that the donkey firstborn is redeemed from birth, but another source says it's redeemed after 30 days. Some explain this to mean that if it's redeemed before 30 days, it's redeemed after the fact, while others explain it to mean it just needs to be redeemed within 30 days, although it confirms like the former opinion. New Mishnah. If somebody doesn't want to redeem the firstborn donkey, it must be decapitated from behind, as stated in this verse. Although redemption would take precedence over decapitation of this animal. Similarly, the marriage of a maidservant to her master takes precedence over the decapitation of this animal, which is based on verses, and the Levirate marriage, a Yibum, is preferable to the rejection of the Levirate marriage, a Chalitza, but then in later generations, when people stopped doing this just for the mitzvah, it became preferable to do Chalitza. Lastly, the mitzvah of redeeming an animal must be done by the owner, and he takes precedence over every other person based on a verse. And that's the end of chapter 1 of Tractate Bechoros. Chapter 2 of Tractate Bechoros begins the laws of the firstborn animal tithes. The first Mishnah says, if somebody buys a firstborn fetus of a non-Jewish man's cow, or he sells his own cow's firstborn fetus to a non-Jewish man, or somebody enters a partnership with a non-Jewish man to own a cow, or there's somebody who takes care of a non-Jewish man's cow, or somebody has a non-Jewish man take care of his cow, in all of these cases there's an exemption from the firstborn animal tithe, as the verse states, all firstborn in Israel. Kohanim and Leviim are obligated to give the Bechor firstborn animal tithe, as they're only exempt from the firstborn donkey tithe and the firstborn son redemption. The Gemara says, the reason chapter 1 discussed the firstborn donkey tithe and chapter 2 discusses the firstborn animal tithe is as the firstborn donkey is special. As was mentioned in the prior chapter, it was made to commemorate the fact that the Jewish people left Egypt and brought their valuables out on donkeys. Or it's as it just involves a non-kosher animal, so it has much simpler laws. Regarding the purchase of such an animal from a non-Jewish person, the sale doesn't accord by our laws of acquisition, meaning the animal is transferred, the second money is given, without need for an actual act of acquisition. That's sourced and additionally defined. This is different than the sale between two Jewish men, where it's finalized through a physical acquisition of the item, which it brings some verses on. The sources for this are largely based on a dispute between differing opinions as to whether it's forbidden to steal from everybody or only from Jewish people, although it is universally agreed later on that the prohibition against stealing applies to stealing from anybody, regardless of religion. Anyways, there is a specific case brought where there was a sale between a Jewish man and a non-Jewish man, and the sale only went into effect after a physical act of acquisition was made. So there are a few answers. It initially suggested that it was just that the non-Jewish man was making the sale in the manner of the Jewish people, although it concludes the actual context of the case was very unique, and that it was just a sale made in error, although there's differing opinions on the particularities of this case. New Mishnah. All consecrated animals that have a permanent blemish before they're consecrated and were redeemed towards money instead, they still have the firstborn tithe and the animal gift part tithes apply. Although as they were redeemed onto money, they're still unconsecrated to the point that they can be shorn, they could be used for work, and their offspring and milk could be used. They can inviolably be slaughtered outside the temple courtyard, they cannot be substituted, and if they died before they were redeemed onto money, they could still be redeemed. The exceptions to this are the Bechor and the Meiser offerings, which if they're blemished before consecration, they're still fully consecrated, as their consecration uniquely takes place from birth. If an animal's consecration went before the blemish, or it was a temporary blemish before the consecration that developed into a full blemish, which were then redeemed, they are not subject to the Bechor tithe or these listed animal part gifts. They don't become unconsecrated, meaning they can't be shorn or worked with, and their offspring and milk are prohibited, and there's liability for slaughtering them outside the temple. They can be substituted, and if they died before being redeemed, they must be buried. By the way, this Mishnah was entirely quoted in chapter 10 of Tractate Chullin. It's just repeated here as it's relevant to the Bechor offerings. The Gemara says, evidently this means that the opinion holds that monetary sanctity is sufficient to remove an animal from the firstborn tithe and gift requirements. We said in the first case, if the animals are redeemed, they can be shorn and worked with. According to some, this means that if offerings are not redeemed, they cannot be shorn or worked with, although others dispute this, saying such a prohibition wouldn't apply to offerings consecrated for temple upkeep. It would only apply to these animals of monetary sanctity, which are very similar to animals with physical sanctity. We said the offspring of these animals and their milk are permitted after the redemption. It's proven that the offspring can be redeemed even when they're blemished. This is as the offspring shouldn't be treated stricter than their mother itself, which is itself blemished. This implies that if somebody directly consecrated an unblemished ram for monetary sanctity, it would receive physical sanctity. Further, on the animals that were blemished before being consecrated, there's some dispute if we're talking about the temple altar or a private outside altar. It sources this, and also the fact that they would not be subject to substitution. We ended by saying if such an animal dies, it could be redeemed. It cites the individuals who held this opinion, and also a differing opinion that said if it dies, it must be buried. If the blemish occurred after consecration and they're then redeemed, we said they're not subject to the Bechor tithe or the Kohanic gifts. This is then sourced as this particular case is compared in scripture to a deer offering, which that would also be disqualified in a similar manner. It additionally discusses verses on this. It said by offerings that are consecrated and then blemished, that they don't become unconsecrated to be allowed to be shorn or worked with. This has been sourced when we said that their offspring and milk are prohibited even after redemption. This must be where they were conceived before the redemption and then born afterwards. If they were born before the mother's redemption, they would still be consecrated, which is sourced. As for what's actually done with these offerings that were conceived before and born after the redemption, it's a dispute if they could be brought onto the altar or if they must just be left to graze until they develop a blemish. Some suggest that right before the mother is redeemed, the offspring should be designated for that type of offering to resolve this. Specifically, they must be designated for the same type of offering as their mother and no other type of offering, which is sourced. The reason typically such offspring can't be benefited from is that this was rabbinically instituted to prevent people from raising flocks of blemished offerings. It explains the remaining points why such an offering can't be substituted, as its level of sanctity isn't strong enough, which it further sources. New Mishnah. If somebody enters a particular type of financial partnership with a non-Jewish person, called a Son Barzel agreement, over an animal, the offspring of the animal is exempt from the Bechor tithe, but the offspring of their offspring are obligated. If the offspring was stipulated as part of the arrangement also, the offspring of their offspring would be exempt, but those animals' offspring, the fourth generation, would require the Bechor tithe. Others disagree and say that all future generations of the animal are exempt, as the non-Jewish man has some ownership over all of them. New topic. If a ewe gave birth to an animal that looks like a goat, or a goat gave birth to an animal that looks like a ewe, it's exempt from the Bechor tithe. If it still has some of its mother's characteristics, it would have the tithe apply. The Gemara explains, by this financial partnership, the offspring of the animal uniquely is partially owned by the non-Jewish man, unlike by typical cases of such a partnership. As if the non-Jewish man decides to demand his funds, he could instead take the animal's offspring, so for this reason, those uniquely have no Bechor tithe apply to them either. We said the children of the animal are exempt from the Bechor tithe, but not the grandchildren. There's a differing opinion that the grandchildren are also exempt, but not the great-grandchildren, and it would actually maintain this view even if the second-generation animals were shared in the ownership instead, unlike by the Mishnah's opinion that the offering exemptions all just shift by one place. It additionally disputes between these opinions. We said a ewe that bears an animal that looks like a goat, it's exempt from the firstborn Bechor tithe. A related case was stated obligated. If a ewe gives birth to a goat, it's a dispute if it's obligated or exempt. The issue is, when this was quoted, we're not really sure what it was talking about, so it disputes if this is referring to what we're saying, the Bechor tithe. There's some variation on what the case is discussing and some related points by other types of offerings. Also, by a sheep that was given birth to by a goat, it's agreed that there's no liability for mixing linen and its wool. It cannot be used for tzitzis. Its wool does not acquire impurity through leprosy, and similar principles apply by plants. If a fig tree is used as a support for a grapevine, then its wine cannot be used for libations, as its aroma has changed. New Mishnah. If a ewe simultaneously gives birth to 2 male lambs, Rabbi Yossi Aglili says both are given to the Kohanim. The sages say it's impossible to be so precise, so only one is given to the Kohen. Some say the Kohen would get to pick the better lamb, others say the owner gets to keep the better lamb. The second lamb would be left to graze until it develops a blemish, and it could then be eaten by the owner. There's a dispute if the owner must give the Kohanic gifts from this lamb. If one of the lambs died, it's a dispute. Some say they divide the remainder, others say the Kohen can't prove it was his lamb, so he just gets nothing. If the 2 lambs that were born simultaneously are male and female, the Kohen gets nothing. The Gemara says, it's a dispute if things can be precise and things that are in God's hands, but as for things that humans do, it argues regarding a bunch of services in the temple or laws of impurity, as to people are capable of doing things in an extremely precise manner. That's disputed from another case, also including the measurements by the Egla Arufa ceremony, as discussed way back at the end of Tractate Sota. As we see in that discussion, the presumption are that measurements are inexact, so we see that it's held that measurements cannot be presumed to be precise. By the 2 lambs, the reason some held that the better lamb goes to the Kohen is as we assume the better lamb just went out first. The other opinion simply said that the owner retained the better animal. The reason some said that the Kohanic gifts must be given is either the animal is the Kohen's, as it was born first, or it's not the Kohen's, in which case the gifts would be still given anyways. The opinion which says they're not given is as he holds the Bechoros is considered as if it was sold by the Kohen, so the Kohanic gifts would be exempt in that case. Some say that by a Bechor of a doubtful status, that must have the Kohanic gift portions given, even according to this latter opinion, that it wouldn't typically be given by this regular case, even though there was no exchange of the Bechor in the first place. This is qualified. And it's also said by a Ma'aser tithe animal of doubtful status, there's an exemption from the Kohanic gifts, in spite of the fact that by the Bechor case, the Kohen could argue that either way he's getting the animal parts, as mentioned. The opinion which said that if one lamb dies, the remaining animal is split, actually retracted his earlier opinion that we assumed the firstborn was the healthier one, and it said some similarly comparable cases for the remaining points. New Mishnah. If 2 ewes give birth to 2 firstborn lambs, both are given to the Kohen. If there was a male and a female, the male is given to the Kohen. If there were 2 males and the female, 1 male goes to the owner and 1 goes to the Kohen. It's a dispute again who gets the better one. The other must be left to graze until it blemishes, and as mentioned, there's also a debate as to if the remainder is obligated with the Kohanic gifts. If one of them dies, it's disputed if it's split or if the Kohen gets neither. If the ewe had 2 females and a male, or 2 males and 2 females, the Kohen gets nothing, as we're unsure of the order of birth. If one ewe had already given birth and they have 2 males, 1 goes to the Kohen. Again, all of the disputes as mentioned apply here, who gets the better one, if the Kohanic gifts are given, and if one of them dies, again, it's disputed if they divide the remainder or if the Kohen gets nothing. Lastly, if these ewes give birth to a male and a female, the Kohen gets nothing. The Gemara says, all of these principles were largely stated in prior Mishnahs to show that the same principles apply even if there were 2 lambs that gave birth, or 2 lambs where one had already given birth before, that everybody still maintains their differing opinions. New Mishnah. If a firstborn animal is born by a C-section and a second animal is born normally right afterwards, some say they both must be left to graze until they develop a blemish and then can be used, and others disagree and say the C-section is invalid as it was born by a C-section, so it's not considered a firstborn, and the second animal just isn't a firstborn, so neither of them is a Bechor. The Gemara explains, the dispute here essentially revolves around whether an animal that is considered to be a firstborn in only one aspect, if that's considered to be a firstborn, as some teach that it must be a firstborn in every single possible respect. This point is disputed from verses and between several opinions. And that's the end of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Tractate Bechoros discusses the doubtful firstborn tithe. The first Mishnah says, if somebody buys an animal from a non-Jewish man and doesn't know whether or not it ever had a firstborn child before, Rabbi Yishmael says, if the animal is a goat, if it had a child within her first year, that's definitely given to the Kohen. Afterwards, the animal has a doubtful status. If the animal was a ewe, if it has a child within 2 years, that's definitely given to a Kohen. Afterwards, the animal has a doubtful status. And if it was a cow or a donkey, then animals born during the first 3 years go to the Kohen, and afterwards they're in doubt. Rabbi Akiva disagrees. He says that if an animal has ever had a miscarriage, then all future births are exempt from the firstborn tithes, and it describes a miscarriage. So if the animal didn't have a miscarriage, then its firstborn is firstborn. But if it did have a miscarriage, then anything born after is exempt from this. And if there's a case of doubt, the offerings afterwards should just be eaten once they get a blemish. The Gemara says, regarding the waiting for the animal's years of children, this possibly means we reject the opinion that we follow the majority of cases, that most animals have offspring in their first year. This is based on a related principle by the laws of the Levirate marriage, where most opinions rule that it's forbidden for a minor to perform yibum or chalitza, as there's a concern for a minority that they'll have some physical defect that will then retroactively invalidate this marriage. Or it's just unique that we do follow the opinion that we follow the majority, it's just that it's only done when the majority is not contingent on performing an action. There are further quoted opinions on the status of these purchased animals. Some say it goes by the year they gave birth, and some say there's exemption if they had miscarried prior. This latter opinion is either only concerned for a minority case where it results in astringency, or it's just that they disagree as to whether a goat that miscarried in its first year, and if it can then have a second child in that first year. The second opinion says that's physically possible, which is why it's exempt. This opinion disagrees with a very similar one on some small details, as he says if a goat miscarries within 6 months, she can still have a viable child within her year. This could be like what if the goat miscarried at the very end of its 6-month limit, as to whether a miscarriage could be shorter than 30 days to allow another child to be born within that month. Alternatively, the disagreement is on whether the animal can have viable children if the gestation period was for less than 5 months, or just that they dispute whether part of a day is considered to be a full day, as to whether if the miscarriage is on the last possible day of the 6 months, if it's still possible to have a second child within the first year. Then there was Rabbi Akiva's opinion, and he essentially holds that if an animal produces milk, that doesn't strictly mean it's had its firstborn, here a miscarriage, and anything born after is invalid, so it puts future offerings in that questionable status. It suggests another case by laws of tithes. If a goat gives birth to 3 daughters and each of those gave birth within the first year, they all must be tithed from. It listed a case with 10 goats to create a tithing obligation, but it mentioned each animal having their own offspring, as we rule that a goat that has a viable child in 1 year cannot have another that same year. Now, there was a second opinion who mentioned this case, but that it only applies if the animals were all tithed within 1 year. There's the same explanations as before as to what the difference is. Either they dispute whether a goat that miscarried can have another child within 30 days, whether an animal that gestates for less than 5 months is considered to be viable, or whether part of a day is considered to be a full day, or they debate whether a premature animal can even be tithed. It further proves that it is held by some opinions that a premature animal can be tithed from. We've been mentioning miscarriages of a specific sort, where there was just a fluid discharge, and it additionally describes what this looks like. It said that for an embryo to form in a human womb, it takes 40 days. By an animal, the length of time is unresolved. Anyways, this was all regarding a Jewish man purchasing an animal from a non-Jewish man, thereby causing a doubtful status on the firstborn. If it was purchased from a Jewish man, it's considered to definitely have had a firstborn, as if it had children that would have definitely been mentioned in the sale, as it's a good thing typically. Others disagree and say it'd have a doubtful status, as they might just not mention whether or not it had children, because they think the animal is just being sold to be eaten as meat. Others say it's just definitely not a Bechor, as if it was, it would be prohibited to benefit from, and the seller would have definitely told him that that was a factor, which it then sources. The earlier opinions just held that a man has no responsibility to alert a buyer as to whether an animal had offspring or not. Mishnah. Some opinions say, if a large animal discharges a large amount of blood, that must be buried, and it's exempt from the firstborn tithe. The Gemara adds, this blood wouldn't transmit impurity through contact or carrying. The reason it's therefore buried is just to show that the mother is henceforth exempt from the Bechor tithe. It doesn't transmit impurity as it's a fetus, as it's nullified by the majority of other fluids it's mixed with, as seen in some other cases. Some say a miscarried child is not considered to have opened the womb as a firstborn unless its head circumference is the size of a spindle whorl. It additionally describes similar principles. Related to this, it said if somebody has fish brine that's impure, he can purify it by taking it into a mikvah. As if this brine is majority water, then it'll just be purified by the mikvah water. And if it's majority brine, then it can't become impure, as the water is nullified. Although, if it's then cooked in a pot, the impure water will mix with the pot water and become impure. And it mentions similar nullifications of produce by other foods. Some actually hold that nullified impurities cannot actually be reawakened by mixing them with other produce. This is discussed from several cases, which finally brings us to our own case. An animal miscarried a large amount of blood. We said it doesn't give off impurity, as the fetus is nullified through all of the fluids. So in fact, based on this opinion that said nullified impurities can be reawakened just can't fit with our Mishnah. Although some try to say that here, if a dead animal was putrefied from its very beginning, it doesn't give off impurity. Although it said that this wouldn't strictly apply here, as the blood mass was technically fit for consumption initially if its mother had been eaten before it had been expelled. Related, it said that if pure brine mixes with a small amount of water, it's considered to be impure, as it was originally owned by an ignoramus who are suspect of diluting their brine with up to an equal amount of water, or it's just that it was exactly 50% of water and it was then mixed with a small amount of water, so it becomes majority water, which is then susceptible to rabbinic impurity. New Mishnah. Some say if somebody purchases a nursing animal from a non-Jewish man, we assume that the nursing animal is nursing from its own actual mother. Similarly, if their entire flock is viewed and they see that animals that had given birth were nursing and animals that hadn't given birth were not nursing, we can assume that every animal is just nursing with its own child. The Gemara says an opinion that every Mishnah stated in this particular chapter is the law we hold like. Issue is, nearly every Mishnah in this chapter contains a dispute, so it explains he could only be referring to Mishnahs that don't contain a dispute, meaning including this Mishnah and the next one after this, in spite of the fact that its points are disputed outside of the actual Mishnah. It quotes the opinions that disagree with the statements listed here, that we don't assume an animal is nursing with its own child. Anyways, it further disputes as to whether we can viably assume an animal always nurses its own young. Related, if somebody saw a young pig nursing from a ewe, the ewe is exempt from the Bechor tithe and the pig cannot be eaten as it's not kosher. This is essentially as we apparently hold, that we assume it's only nursing with its own offspring, and if it had a child already, it might nurse with other animals of its own type, but not animals of a different species, unless it itself had given birth to them. This is similarly questioned by other opinions. Mishnah. Now, as there's a prohibition against shearing the wool of a Bechor slaughter firstborn animal. Some say if somebody wants to slaughter such an animal and they need to clear away hair from the area of slaughter, it's allowed to part the hair to either side or even to pluck out individual hairs so long as they're left in place. This also applies if somebody's searching an area for a blemish. The Gemara says, as mentioned earlier, this is an undisputed Mishnah in this chapter, so we follow this opinion. Related, if somebody wants to slaughter an animal on a holiday, it's asked if he's allowed to pluck hair to make room for the knife, essentially as to whether this constitutes as an act of shearing. As if it does and it's allowed, it's because the intent isn't to actually remove the hair, it's just to clear the area to slaughter it, which would be allowed on a holiday. It said that this would actually be allowed on a holiday, although it does additionally dispute whether we rule if doing a prohibited act on a holiday without it being your direct intent is prohibited or not. Also, it said that plucking a feather is different than pulling out hair, as there's liability for doing so. It discusses by other laws of the red heifer cow, where it said it's allowed to trim any hair there that is black, although that's possibly unique as it's uncommon, or it's just that he holds that plucking the hair is not the same as shearing the hair, and he also holds that something unintended is forbidden. Anyways, by the slaughtering of the Bechor animal, the hair must only be removed by hand. If the hair is being cleared to inspect a blemish, it proves and concludes that this is permitted to be done even initially. New Mishnah. By hair or wool from a blemished Bechor tithe that fell out and was tucked away for safekeeping, and the Bechor was then slaughtered, is a dispute if the wool can then be permitted for benefit. Some say the dispute is where hair of a blemished Bechor fell out, and then the animal just died. That's where the dispute exists if it could be benefited from. If wool on a Bechor is detached from the hide but is dangling from the fleece after the animal is slaughtered, anything that's viewed as part of the fleece is allowed, otherwise it's prohibited. The Gemara says, according to the second interpretation of the dispute in the Mishnah, they would agree in the first case where the animal was slaughtered that it's agreed that the animal wool is permitted. Some interpret the entire case to be where an expert has determined that the animal was blemished and that the Bechor was permitted for use, while others dispute this and discuss further. Some say that simply nobody permits wool of a Bechor that was detached before the animal's blemish was confirmed, although again this is disputed by others, so there's essentially about 6 varying opinions between these cases of a Bechor that was slaughtered or if it died, as to if the wool could be saved and then benefited from. Although it was stated in the earlier Tractate Edios that if hair of a blemished firstborn animal fell out and was kept, and then the Bechor was slaughtered, the dispute exists, meaning the dispute exists where the Bechor was slaughtered, according to one of those listed opinions. This is further supported. If wool unintentionally becomes detached from an Olah offering, unlike by sin offerings which aren't postponed, this is still brought for atonement, so that's disputed, and it argues if it'll actually be postponed. So we note if somebody plucks wool from an unblemished Bechor offering, if a blemish later develops and it's slaughtered, the plucked wool would be prohibited. This would imply that if the wool naturally fell out, it would be permitted, and the same would apply by an Olah offering, which somebody would not postpone bringing as it atones. But this is rejected, as it says that even if the wool naturally fell out, it would be also impermissible, which shows us the stringency of this opinion. Lastly, we said if wool dangles from a fleece that's then slaughtered, the wool that's not seen as part of the fleece is forbidden. So this is defined as either wool where the root and tip are both visible from above, or just any wool that's not level with the other wool. And the first opinion disagrees with the second, as he just says that all fleeces have some hairs that aren't level. And that's the end of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Tractate Bechoros continues covering the laws of the firstborn animal tithe. The first Mishnah says, a firstborn animal isn't just immediately delivered to a Kohen. It's raised for a period beforehand before it's delivered. By a small animal, it's raised for 30 days first, and by a large animal, it's for 50 days. Well, Rabbi Yossi actually says by a small animal, it's 3 months. If the Kohen demands the animal before this period ends, it cannot be given to him. If the animal is blemished and the Kohen wants to just eat it, it could be given. During the times of the temple, if the animal is not blemished and the Kohen asks for the animal early to bring it as an offering, it could be given to him. A firstborn Bechor offering must be eaten or offered within a year of its birth, as stated here. If a firstborn animal develops a blemish within its year, it can be kept for 12 months, and after its first year, it can be kept for an additional 30 days, which is a point that's going to be explained. The Gemara quotes verses to source the fact that an animal must develop for a brief period before being given to the Kohen. The reason if a Kohen demands the offering early is just not given to him is as it's comparable to a Kohen who assists with threshing so as to receive his Terumah tithe, which is said to be a wrong thing to do. It quotes additional forbidden practices on tithes, such as that a Kohen can't pay somebody to give the Terumah tithe to a different Kohen, which is specifically stated by Terumah tithes, as everybody knows that those are consecrated and can't be redeemed. So there's no concern somebody will mistakenly think them deconsecrated, so it needs to be specifically prohibited to have this tithe transferred to another Kohen as described. It doesn't need to mention this by the Kohanic gifts or the blemished Bechor offering, as those only have monetary sanctity, so there's just no concern of this error, so it's known that this wouldn't be allowed. It mentions that this concept of the Kohen helping thresh to receive Terumah would actually be permissible if the produce was from outside of the lands of Israel, which have a much more lenient status. Similarly, Terumah produce grown outside of Israel can be nullified within a majority of unconsecrated produce, as seen in some cases. Also, by produce from outside of Israel, if it's a Terumah tithe, it could be eaten from, and afterwards it could have the Terumah separated. Also, some produce isn't prohibited by impurity besides for impurity from the body and only by rabbinic impurity, although impurity of contact does not apply here. Therefore, a nida, a menstruating woman, could separate challah outside of Israel as a tithe, and a minor Kohen could eat such a tithe. And if an adult Kohen wants to eat it, the challah could then be put on a poker and then burnt in an oven, and it could then have a new challah tithe separated. It discusses some additional principles. We said the firstborn animal must be eaten or offered within a year, which it further expounds on the sources for. This is additionally spoken on. Anyways, as for the last point of the Mishnah, that if an animal develops a blemish, it could be kept for 12 months and then after for another 30 days, there's some dispute as to what that's talking about. Some say it means that if the blemish develops after the year, 30 extra days are given, and as for the notion that it's literally referring to giving a year and 30 days for a blemish to develop within the first year, that's refuted. New Mishnah. If somebody slaughtered a blemish Bechoros offering and only afterwards confirms the blemish with an expert, it's a dispute if it's permitted. If somebody who's not an expert rules that there's a blemish on the firstborn and it's then slaughtered because of this, the animal is buried and the examiner needs to pay restitution. The Gemara says, specifically by a cataract blemish, the Bechorah would still be prohibited, even if it's examined afterwards, as its eyes could change after death. The dispute as to if it's valid if it's examined only after slaughter revolves around this, as to if we're concerned if this is done, people might then do the same with examining a cataract after the fact, which we've just established would not be permitted, and it cites supports for this. It's disputed as to if we hold that all cataracts change after an animal's death, or only some of them. This is relevant as in regards to refuting witnesses who testify on such a concept. The second part of the Mishnah said if a non-expert examined the animal, it's ineffective. This does not necessarily prove, like either opinion in the earlier dispute, as again, it could be that the actual case was with a cataract. We said, if a non-expert rules a blemish and the animal is then slaughtered, he needs to reimburse it himself. This is said to be a quarter value for a small animal and a half value for a large animal, and it's lower by a small animal, as those take a lot more effort to take care for, so he spared the Kohen from having to take care of all that through his misruling. New Mishnah. Somewhat unrelated, if somebody judged a monetary case and mistakenly ruled somebody to be liable or not liable, or ruled on a case something that was pure when it was actually impure or vice versa, he must then make restitution from his own property. However, if the judge in question was an actual legal expert, then he would not need to make a reimbursement himself. The Gemara says this doesn't necessarily mean that we hold up the opinion that if somebody causes a loss to somebody's property without physically damaging it, he's liable, as was discussed back in Tractate Zevachim, as this could be a case where the judge actually did a physical act, like he handed the money physically to the mistakenly winning party, or he physically took the pledged money, and by impurity he could have touched the produce with a sheretz creature, or otherwise mixed them up. New Mishnah. There was a case where there was a cow with no womb, and the sage ruled that the cow had to be fed to the dogs as it had a defect. But then the other sages ruled, based on a principle by a certain physician, that that's not considered to be a defect, so the first sage had made a mistake. But it was said that he didn't need to reimburse the animal, as he was an expert and had just made an error. The Gemara says the sage was not liable, as it was a mistake on something which was taught explicitly in a Mishnah, so he was still allowed to reverse his opinion. And also, as mentioned, he was an expert, so that was established that he's exempt for that too. New Mishnah. If somebody is paid to inspect a firstborn animal, we can only get his go-ahead to slaughter him if he's an actual expert, who they give some examples of. The Gemara says, in the example, the fee to have an animal examined is larger by a large animal, just simply as that's just more work to do. Specifically, the expert is paid the first time he examines the animal, but no matter what he rules, he's not paid for any further examinations, so that way people don't just say he's just ruling it unblemished, so that way they keep repaying him to check over and over again. New Mishnah. Some other services, if somebody takes payments to be a judge, his judgments are void. If somebody is paid to testify, his payments are void. If somebody is paid to sprinkle or consecrate the chatas water, his water and ashes are void. However, if the person doing these services was a Kohen and on the way to the job, he became impure, so that way he can no longer eat his Temurah tithe foods, he could be compensated viably by being given regular foods in repayment. If the person doing the job was an old man, they could viably transport him on a donkey, and also this person doing this job could be viably paid as a laborer. The Gemara brings sources for this, mainly from the principle that somebody shouldn't accept a fee when teaching Torah, and it clarifies the remaining points. New Mishnah. If somebody is suspect of not adhering to the laws of the Bechorah tithe, we cannot purchase any animal meat from him, not even deer meat, nor untanned hides. Some say they can purchase female animal hides. Wool cannot be purchased, whether it's bleached or dirty, but buying spun wool thread and woolen garments would be fine. The Gemara says the reason deer meat is prohibited is just because it looks a lot like calf meat. The reason specifically purchasing untanned hides is prohibited is as if it was an illegal firstborn hide, he presumably wouldn't have tanned it because he would have thought that it would have been confiscated eventually. There's actually a dispute if female hides could be used, as some say that the genital area of the hide could just be cut away. Also, some amend the Mishnah to say wool that's bleached from dirt is prohibited, and also they would amend when it said garments are allowed, they meant felt garments specifically. New Mishnah. If somebody is suspect of being dishonest with his sabbatical year produce, flax cannot be purchased from him, even if it's combed, but purchasing flax spun into linen and woven linen is fine. The Gemara clarifies woven linen refers to braided chains of unspun flax. New Mishnah. If somebody is suspect of dishonesty by selling Terumah tithes as regular produce, it'd even be prohibited to purchase water or salt from him, according to some. However, others limit this to just foods that are associated with the actual tithe. So the Gemara says this latter opinion would include fish innards, as there's oil mixed in, and oil is subject to the Terumah tithe. There's an example of a case like this, and the man was even specifically prohibited from selling nuts, as that's how he convinced people to enter his store and buy his illegal products, by giving out nuts. The Mishnah. If somebody is suspect by the sabbatical year produce, that doesn't strictly mean he's suspect by Ma'aser tithes. If somebody is suspect with Ma'aser tithes, that doesn't strictly mean he's suspect by sabbatical year produce. produce. If somebody is suspect by either of those, he would be suspect to not abide by the laws of purity with his produce. If somebody is suspect of not abiding by the laws of purity, he isn't necessarily suspect by sabbatical year or maaser produce. Generally, if somebody is suspect on a certain topic, he can neither judge nor testify on that topic. The Gemara says maaser is more stringent than sabbatical year produce, as maaser is limited to be eaten in a certain location, and sabbatical year produce is more stringent as it can't be redeemed. He's even more suspect by impure produce, as that's just a rabbinic prohibition. Vice versa wouldn't work, because you can't suspect somebody for a rabbinic prohibition and then also for a stricter biblical prohibition. Some just clarify to be that the man was also seen in his house practicing the laws of the sabbatical year produce and the maaser tithes in the privacy of his own home, or it's just where he proved his trustworthiness to the sages. It also disputes as to who exactly said which of these listed opinions. Similarly, it speaks on the level of stringency it requires to be a trusted person here by these laws of tithing, which is referred to as chaver, which is a word which describes somebody of this status, that he needs to abide by all areas of Torah law, similar to how a convert must abide by all areas of Torah law without skipping any. It describes the process of accepting somebody as this trustworthy individual. Some say he must adhere to the proper laws of tithing for distinct periods, although the exact amounts are disputed. It said he must accept this code before 3 others with this status, even if somebody is a Torah scholar himself, which is additionally described, and it gives some instances of this occurring by certain sages. It said if such a man sins secretly or even publicly, as they could repent, they're still accepted. Such a man cannot be a tax collector, and it gives examples of this. Also, a Kohen is said to be fit to examine all firstborn animals for blemishes, besides for his own animals, as people might suspect him of bias, although he can inspect his own offerings or maaser tithe animals, and he can rule by his own foods for purity. By the Bechor firstborn, this Kohen is acting as a single judge and expert. The reason he can examine his own offering is that if he wanted to, he could just annul his own consecration instead. He's believed by the maaser animal, as he could have just blemished his flock before tithing them, and he's believed by his foods for purity, as he could just anyways eat those when he's himself impure. And that's the end of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Tractate Bechoros discusses the laws of a blemished firstborn animal. The first mission says, by all typical offerings, if they're blemished, the profit from their sale goes to the temple treasury, and they can be sold and slaughtered in markets, and they're weighed against a litra weight. The exceptions to this are the Bechor and the maaser tithes, where the profit goes to the owners, and they're weighed against other pieces of meat. The Gemara explains, it's only possible to sell and slaughter a consecrated animal according to those that say it can be redeemed after it died, without need for it to be stood and evaluated. Those that say the evaluation is necessary, they say the Mishnah refers to the animal after it's been redeemed, as the redemption value increases, as the owner knows he can sell it for a higher price. We then said the Bechor and maaser have their profit go to the owners. Both of these could viably be sold in stores, but as for a household sale, that typically can't be sold from one's house, so it would only be allowed to sell a blemished maaser animal that belonged to an orphan to prevent him from having a loss, as that's just an established leniency. Also, it mentions the sage who said this. Rav Sheshas wanted to be credited with the answer, as it said that any Torah scholar's teachings are quoted, his lips move in the grave. An alternative explanation is posed: a maaser animal of orphans can be viably sold, and a maaser animal of regular adults can have its meat sold only if it's included with its hide, sinew, and horns. This leniency is then sourced. It's essentially as the fact that a maaser animal just can't be sold after slaughter was a rabbinic institution made in case somebody sells an animal before it's slaughtered, which itself is biblically prohibited, but this stringency doesn't apply to the animal's hides or bones or otherwise, so that would be permitted to be sold after. Some say such a sale inclusion would only be permitted by large animals and not by small ones. Others say they debate by the practice of the locale, essentially as to whether they make tools out of the bones. Anyways, it further sources the fact that a maaser animal cannot be sold. A number of these are quoted and spoken on. New Mishnah. Beis Shammai says only a Kohen can eat a blemished Bechor firstborn animal, while Beis Hillel says that anybody could do so, even a non-Jewish person. The Gemara sources these opinions. These are expounded on. Those that say a non-Jewish person can eat the blemished Bechor animal is as the first compares this offering to the deer and hart, which they can also eat. Others just take this to mean that just like the deer and hart are excluded from the Bechor laws, so too are disqualified offerings. Related, there's a dispute if blemished Bechor offerings can be fed to somebody with nida impurity. That's then sourced further. It said that skinning an animal from the feet is prohibited on a holiday, if that's not an activity needed for that day, but then it also says that this would apply by a Bechor animal, that it can't be skinned like so. This is in accordance with the opinion by laws of impurity, as stated earlier, that the blemished Bechor still retains some degree of sanctity, so it cannot be treated in such a disrespectful manner. Some say this also applies by the blemished and redeemed animals of all other types of offerings, which it then sources. Skinning the animal in such a manner would not even be allowed to benefit the temple treasury, as it decreases the value of a meat. Some say skinning blemished offerings from the feet is prohibited as long as it looks like somebody's doing work with this offering. Others say the issue is that the animal would be kept alive and a flock could be raised from these animals. New Mishnah. If a Bechor firstborn animal had a blood congestion, Rabbi Yehuda says, even if it'll die because of this, letting blood and causing a blemish would be forbidden. The sages say it's allowed, as long as you don't make a blemish, and if a blemish is made, it cannot be slaughtered because of this. Rabbi Shimon says bloodletting and causing a blemish here would just be permitted. The Gemara says, this whole conversation is very similar to a principle of a Terumah tithe cask of wine that became questionably impure. Some say it should be concealed and covered, others say it could be exposed and uncovered, even though that will definitely make it impure, and others say that just nothing should be done with it. It then tries to link these three opinions' logic with the three opinions in our Mishnah. Possibly the entirety of both discussions on the Bechor tithe and on this on impurity revolve around the interpretation of certain verses, which are then discussed. Although in the end it says we hold in accordance with the opinion that a blemish formed by bloodletting makes the animal fit for slaughter, according to Rabbi Shimon. New Mishnah. If somebody splits the ear of a Bechor, firstborn, causing a blemish, according to Rabbi Eliezer, it's no longer capable of having a blemish. According to the sages, if another blemish develops on it, it could then be slaughtered and eaten. The Gemara says, Rabbi Eliezer here says a blemish permanently invalidates an animal as it's a possession, but by a person's own body, by a leprosy blemish, for example, he can't become permanently impure. This is additionally described along with some unresolved questions that are asked. Now, if somebody cuts his firstborn animal's ear and his son inherits it, it's compared to the sabbatical year field, where if a father impermissibly fertilized his field during the sabbatical year and then died, the son could still sow it the year afterwards, so we see the penalty does not extend to the son. Similarly, if somebody contaminated somebody's pure food with impurity and then died, the son isn't held responsible to have to repay for his father's actions. New Mishnah. There was a very specific case. Some Roman officials saw a very old ram, so they figured it must have been a leftover Bechor tithe, so they gave it a blemish by cutting its ears so that way it could be slaughtered. The sages said the animal was permitted. So hearing this, the Romans went and slit the ears of many other Bechoros, but those were then ruled to be prohibited. Similarly, some children were playing and they tied a bunch of lamb's tails together, and one lamb's tail was torn and was found to be a Bechor. The sages ruled it was permissible to then be slaughtered, as it had a blemish. So the children went and started tying together other sheep tails to cause blemishes, and the sages ruled those to be prohibited. Essentially, this is as the general rule, is that if a blemish is caused on purpose, the animal is prohibited, and if it's caused on accident, it makes the animal permissible. The Gemara says it quoted both cases. This applies by a non-Jewish man who could become accustomed to such an action, and it applies by a minor Jewish boy, as they won't get confused with an adult. Some say if a non-Jewish person causes the animal's blemish, it's permissible so long as a Jewish man said it cannot be slaughtered unless it has a blemish. But if he said it can only be slaughtered if a blemish is made in it, that's prohibited. Others say there's just no difference between these two cases. The final clause, which stated the general rule is to prohibit an intentional blemish that's caused indirectly, and it's to permit a blemish caused by a non-Jewish man if the concept was just mentioned casually to him. New Mishnah. If a Bechor firstborn was chasing somebody and they kicked it and caused a blemish, the animal could be slaughtered because of this. The Gemara clarifies this only applies if he kicked the animal as he was actually being chased. If it was afterwards, even if it was done out of distress, it's prohibited. Some say by an animal fetus with a kid, it's allowed to make a blemish on its ear while it's in the actual birth canal, and the blemish can be made on the lip, or possibly also on the ear. Related to this, it said if an animal has a blemish in its mouth, if it's visible when the animal opens its mouth to cry out, that's a viable blemish, which is just us preemptively explaining a Mishnah that'll be quoted later on page 39a in the next chapter. New Mishnah. By all blemishes that could have occurred because of a person, shepherds of Yisraelim are believed if they testify the blemish occurred naturally, while Kohen shepherds are not believed to testify on this. Some say they're only believed to testify on other people's animals. It said if somebody is suspect on something, he cannot judge or testify on it. The Gemara says there's an interpretation of this that says it means the Yisraelim shepherds that work for Kohanim are believed to testify on what caused a blemish, as they're not going to be partaking of the Bechor animal meat anyway, so they're believed. While Kohen shepherds employed by Yisraelim or other Kohanim are not believed, as they might be trying to get the meat for themselves. Others interpret this to mean that both cases refer to Kohanim, and it means Kohen shepherds of livestock owned by Yisraelim are believed, as they expect the meat to just be given to a sage instead of themselves, while a Yisrael or Kohen shepherd working with the livestock of a Kohen are not believed, as they think they might be given some of the meat. It disputes between these interpretations, and additionally proves that people are not suspect to cause a blemish on a doubtful Bechor. On witnesses, it said a female witness is accepted to testify on a Bechor's blemish, as would be a witness who's just repeating testimony from another different witness. Also, it said if an animal wasn't even established as a firstborn, and then the Kohen owner says it was a firstborn, but it was blemished naturally, he's believed, as his statement is the only source that it would be impermissible in the first place. The concept of this was established back by the laws of marriage. It's just repeated here, as this is unique, as he had to have stated it was a Bechor to have the blemish be examined, and yet in spite of this, it's still permitted by this principle. Others, however, disagree and say this would not apply based on a related case, as there's just a presumption that Kohanim blemish their firstborn animals. Some say a Kohen with the established status of a Chaver, which was spoken about in prior chapters, somebody who's trusted with their tithes, they're believed to not cause a blemish on their animals. New Mishnah. A Kohen is believed to say that he showed his firstborn animal to a sage who ruled it to be blemished. The Gemara says the Kohen is believed if he told the sage that somebody specific blemished the animal, as that could very easily just be disproven by asking the man. That's further confirmed, and it relates incidents on this. New Mishnah. Everybody would be believed to testify about a blemish that was naturally caused on a mice or tithe animal. The Gemara sources this as if the man wanted to, he could have just blemished all of his animals to ensure that it was the tithe animal that would be blemished, and he could then keep it. New Mishnah. If a Bechor firstborn was blind or had its foreleg cut off or had a broken hind leg, some say this blemish is obvious enough that it could be declared by 3 ordinary men. Others say it would still require an expert to confirm it. The Gemara says, according to to some opinions, a blemish on a Bechor can be authorized outside of Israel by 3 ordinary men, as it's more lenient there. This is clarified to only be where the blemish is unmistakable. According to some, normally 3 ordinary men can just declare a blemish if there's just no expert available, and similarly 3 ordinary men can annul a vow if there's no sage available. It quotes who holds these opinions. In the end, we do hold up the opinion that 3 ordinary men can declare a blemish by these select obvious ones. New Mishnah: if somebody slaughtered and sold a Bechor firstborn, but it's found that he hadn't confirmed the blemish with an expert, in spite of if the purchasers consumed the meat, he must still reimburse them at the purchase price, and any unconsumed meat must be buried. Similarly, if somebody slaughtered and sold an animal, and then found out afterwards that it had an invalidating defect, whatever was eaten is eaten, and everything else is returned to him, the purchases are refunded, and if the meat was sold to a non-Jewish man or thrown to his dogs, they would pay for the lesser price of an animal with a defect, and he refunds everything he overcharged. The Gemara cites the same principle by the case of wine or produce that was found to be used impermissibly or is otherwise untithed. Some say if the buyer ate the actual portion of the meat that contained the blemish, he does not get that portion refunded, as the owner could just claim that he would have shown that piece to a sage and gotten the blemish confirmed. By untithed produce, the buyer isn't reimbursed for what he ate, as the owner could just say he would have tithed and eaten it himself. And by forbidden Nesach wine, the man isn't just reimbursed for what he drank, as this is a mixture of kosher and forbidden Nesach wine specifically, and it's in accordance with the opinion that such a mixture could be sold to a non-Jewish man and viably be used, minus the value of the forbidden wine that was mixed in. And that's the end of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Tractate Bechoros covers the laws of Bechor offering blemishes. The first Mishnah says, the following blemishes on a firstborn animal would invalidate the animal and allow it to be slaughtered and eaten. A notch in the ear is actual cartilage, not just in the skin. If the ear was split, if it was punctured with a hole the size of a bean, or if the ear was dried up, some say to the point where if it was pierced it wouldn't bleed, and some say that it would just crumble. The Gemara says, the blemishes include more than just being blind and lame, as the verses state specifically. As the other words imply, there are more variants than those just listed here. These are further spoken on, and also sources the point that blemishes by consecrated animals refer specifically to permanent blemishes in order to allow a redemption. There is some dispute over the minimum size of a notch in the ear. Some say a notch or a split in the ear could be minuscule and could be natural or caused by a person, and the minimum size is enough that a passing fingernail would be stopped by the notch. By an ear puncture, it's a dispute what size of a bean this is. Some say it could even be needle-sized, although it disputes what if it's large enough for a bean to pass only partially through, which is a point that's disputed at length, based on some additional principles of purity and impurity. These are additionally discussed along with some further points on these principles, such as if a flat wooden utensil could contract biblical impurity. Additionally, it proves by these laws of impurity that by making a hole in an object, it implies that certain sized augers are the same size as a sella coin, but there are certain types of augers, and more ordinary ones are larger than a sella coin. New Mishnah: if the animal's eyelid was punctured, notched, or split, if it has a cataract or certain growths that are described, or an intermingling of the white part of the eye with the pupil, that's a blemish. Although if the pupil mixes with the whites of the eye, that's not a blemish. The Gemara additionally spends some time defining these eye defects and growth types. According to some, we said it's only a blemish if the whites intermingle with the pupil. Others disagree and say there's just a blemish either way. New Mishnah: further eye blemishes, white flecks or water in the eyes that are permanent, which is defined as lasting 80 days. Some say we examine 3 times within these 80 days, and if it's not cured by eating moist and dry fodder from a rain-watered field, or by eating moist and dry fodder from an irrigated field, or by eating dry fodder and then moist fodder, that would prove nothing. However, if it eats moist fodder and then dry fodder, and it's still not cured, then it's established as a blemish. The Gemara quotes the individual who holds the opinion that permanent white flecks or water for 80 days in the eye of an animal constitutes a blemish, and it must only be proven with moist fodder and then dry fodder from specifically a rainwater field. This treatment period took 3 months, which could work with the crop growth of the year if it's fed with the moist crop during the months of Adar and half of Nisan, and then the dry crop during Elul and half of Tishrei. Although the produce is harvested then, it's disputed if the animal must also be fed in those specific months. As for the amount it must be fed, some say it's the volume of a dried fig. There are various specific other details that are questioned, as if it could eat or even drink anything first, if it could be free roaming or not, on the location of the animal in proximity to a city, and those all stand unresolved. We said the animal is checked 3 times in 80 days, so that's after 2 26.5 day lengths and then 27 days. If the animal with its blemish is ruled to be incurable, it's unresolved if this invalidation exists from then or retroactively, which is relevant if the animal had been impermissibly benefited from with Me'ilah. New Mishnah: if the animal's nose or lip was punctured, notched, or split, that's a blemish. The Gemara says an opinion: the nostril puncture is only a blemish if it's on the outside, and the lip injury is only if it's on the outer edge. New Mishnah: if the animal's front gums were notched or cut, or the back gums were uprooted, That's a blemish. Some say that by the molars and the gums beneath them, that's just too far in and hidden to constitute a blemish. The Gemara additionally describes this last point that the very back gums don't constitute a blemish if they're notched or cut. Although if they're uprooted, some say this is still a blemish, others say it's only enough to invalidate it as an offering, and others say it's still not considered to be a blemish. If an animal is missing an entire organ, it's not visible, so it doesn't count as a blemish regarding consecration. However, it is asked if a missing organ would make the animal disqualified for sacrificial use, and that's disputed further. Some say it would only be invalidated if the organ was removed, such as a kidney, before the animal was slaughtered, or alternatively, the animal is only valid if the organ was removed before the receiving of the blood service, although some limit the requirement for the animal to be whole to apply only within its first year, although that's said to be down to the exact hour. By a male animal's genitals, it disputes whether if they're damaged in certain described ways as to whether those constitute a concealed or a revealed blemish. New Mishnah. If the sheath of a male animal's genital was notched, or if a consecrated female animal's genitals were notched, that's a blemish. If the animal's tail was notched to the bone, but not by the joint, or the tip of the tail is exposed to the bone, or there's a finger breadth of flesh between the tail vertebrae, that's a blemish. The Gemara further clarifies exactly as to what constitutes a genital blemish by a male animal. As for the finger breadth of flesh between the tail vertebrae, there's some dispute as to exactly how much a blemish is. Some say it's a quarter hand breadth, although there are various other opinions which are described. New Mishnah. If an animal has no testicles, or only one, that's a blemish. Some say if it has 2 pouches, it probably has 2 testicles, so there's no blemish. Others say we just have to manually check, which it describes the process of. The Gemara says it's redundant to say if there's no testicles, that's a blemish, if we had just said 1 testicle is a blemish. So some say it means it has no testicles and 2 pouches, so that's a blemish, or if it had 2 pouches and 1 testicle, that's a blemish, and there's the disputing opinions after this. It further explains the process of examining the animal for such a blemish. New Mishnah. If an animal has 5 or 3 legs, or it has round feet like a donkey, or a dislocated thigh, or an elevated thigh, those are all blemishes. The Gemara says the extra or missing leg by a foreleg is only a blemish, but by a hind leg, then it would classify as an actual full defect, even if there was an extra leg, as an extra limb is treated as if there's something missing. By the donkey hoof, it just means they're rounded. They could still be cloven, and it'll be a problem. It additionally describes a dislocated and elevated thigh. New Mishnah. If the animal's foreleg or hind leg was broken, even though that's not visible, that's still a blemish. Some also add, if the animal's eye is rounded like a person's, or if its mouth is similarly shaped like a pig's, or if a majority of its tongue is missing, those are all later ruled to be blemishes. The Gemara says the broken bone isn't visible, but it is made visible through its work, so it's a blemish. Regarding the animal's eye being circular like a human's, that's a blemish if it's like this by the actual socket. If the pupil is round, that's fine. The mouth being like a pig is defined as if the upper lip overlaps the lower lip. By majority of the tongue, some say it's a blemish even if majority of the part that's used for speaking in a human tongue is removed. New Mishnah. There was a case where the lower jaw of an animal overlapped with its upper jaw, and it was ruled to be a blemish. The Gemara says this is just explaining the concept of the blemish where the mouth looks like a pig's, as it's agreed if the lower lip overlaps with the upper, it's a blemish, although it's disputed if this applies by the upper lip overlapping with the lower lip. It sources this and also that such a blemish would apply by a person. New Mishnah. If a goat had 2 ears on the side of its head, some say there's only a blemish if there's cartilage in the second one. Some say a goat's tail that resembles a pig is a blemish, or if it doesn't have 3 vertebrae, that's a blemish. The Gemara further sources these. By a goat, its tail actually is said to need 2 vertebrae, and a lamb needs 3. It's just that some made a mistake, as they thought the Mishnah was talking about a goat across the entire thing. New Mishnah. Some say an animal having a wart in its eye, or a notched bone in a leg, or a split mouth bone, or a different sized eyes, or different sized ears, that's a blemish, although only if the size difference is noticeable and can't only be viewed with a measure. It's a dispute if the animal has one testicle double the size of the other, if that constitutes a blemish. The Gemara clarifies, a wart is only a blemish on the eye if it has hair growing in it. It further defines as to what exactly constitutes those different sized eyes or ears. Some say the smallest testicle in an animal can be without it being a blemish is the size of a bean. New Mishnah. If a calf's tail doesn't reach the thigh bone, that's a blemish. Others say that's untrue, as the tail will continue to grow. The Gemara says the thigh bone here is referring to the patella, the upper joint. New Mishnah. If a firstborn Bechor animal has any of these blemishes, it could be slaughtered. If a disqualified sacrificial offering has these, it could be redeemed. The Gemara says the purpose of this statement is to teach that we hold like a few of the select additional opinions that added those specific blemishes, as listed in earlier Mishnahs. New Mishnah. If an offering has the following lesser blemishes, it cannot be slaughtered for the temple. If it has white flecks or water in its eyes that are not permanent, if its back gums are just notched, if it has boils, if it has a wart, if it has another listed type of boil, if it's old, if it's sick, if it smells poorly, if it was used to commit a sin, if it killed a person according to only one witness or its owner, if it has covered or both male and female genitals, called a tumtum and an androgynous, respectively, although some say that the last one is just a full severe blemish, while others say it's just not a blemish at all. The Gemara defines the differences between these different listed types of boils and those listed in Scripture. We said an old, sick, or poor-smelling animal have a defect, which are then sources. These are all sourced separately, as an old animal can't recover, a sick animal isn't a typical part of its development, and a poor-smelling animal just isn't actually physically ill, so they're all listed separately. An animal that has a sin committed with itself has a blemish, which it then sources. This is where they only have a single witness, or the owner testified that the act was committed, as otherwise the animal would just be put to death. The dual male and female genitalia and androgynous don't constitute a full blemish, as it would have to be a blemish on the actual bone, or it's as it can't just be cut in a flesh area. The opinion which said this actually is a full blemish holds that, as they say, it's recognizable, so it's considered to be a serious blemish. Some say, instead of a dispute if a Bechor with both genitals, if that's considered to be a blemish, they just dispute as to whether that's even considered to be a Bechor, which is practically relevant as to if such an animal can be worked with, or if it has to be given to a Kohen. So that's disputed from some verses and remains unresolved. Some just say it's not considered to be a blemish, but by covered genitals, that's agreed. It's of questionable status, and it's sanctified due to a doubt, although then it disputes the status of consecrating the value of such an animal, and by some laws of impurity additionally as to what the status of an animal with such a blemish is, as to whether it has its own category and can therefore be sanctified, although the possibility of it being a questionable gender of its own category is a matter of dispute. There's variation on these opinions, although some just say that a person with covered genitals is different than an animal with such a physical abnormality, as by a person it'd just be a questionable status, as the genitals would be in the same general area, unlike by an animal. It discusses these principles by other similar laws of marriage, and also by a suris, as was discussed in earlier tractates, although in the end it said that there's a dispute by a deceased man who was survived only by a brother who was a tumtum having covered genitals, as to if they're considered to be a suris, an underdeveloped male, as to if they would then need to do yibum, the levirate marriage, where there are other brothers, or chalitza, rejecting the levirate marriage in a case where there are no other brothers. And that's the end of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Tractate Bechoros covers the various laws of blemishes in regards to the Kohanim. The first Mishnah says, as stated in these verses, a Kohen serving in the temple cannot have a physical blemish on his body. All of the blemishes mentioned in the prior chapter in regards to animals would apply also by people, whether they're permanent or temporary. There are also some additional other blemishes, some specific malformations of the head. It's a dispute if a hunchback is considered to be a blemish, and a bald man, if he doesn't have a ring of hair circling from ear to ear, those would all be invalidating blemishes. The Gemara explains, human blemishes and animal blemishes overlap in many areas, and although there are some unique ones, such as a wart or a broken pupil, that are only mentioned by animals, however, all of these are derived from each other. Some are just specified in one category and not the other, as some just don't exist by a person and only exist by an animal. There are some that are repeated in both categories, although that's just done additionally to teach the new concepts that are being added besides for those. The reason it separately writes that there's invalidation for a blemish in a man, in an offering, and in a firstborn is by a man they're subject to more mitzvahs, so the others have to be written. A Bechor is sacrificed on the altar, unlike a person, but has sanctity from the womb, unlike by regular animals, so the others have to be written. And a blemish by an offering, that's sacrificed on the altar also, and it has a greater degree of sanctity than a firstborn, so all three of these have to be written. And it also then explains why each of these couldn't be learned from any combination of two of them. It's explained based on verses that there are basically two types of blemishes. There's an actual blemish and a blemish because, as it said, they don't match the characteristics of the offspring of Aaron, which is something like the abnormally shaped head that was mentioned. And there's a practical difference between these, as somebody with an actual full blemish invalidates the service as he does it, unlike somebody with a unique physical characteristic. By the latter, there's at least a violation of a positive commandment, while if somebody's just of unsightly appearance, there's no violations at all. It describes the head abnormalities, which are described as either being a cone-shaped head or a turnip-shaped head, and also somebody whose neck is right in the middle of his head. There's also somebody with an axe-shaped head, somebody whose head is slanted in the back, and somebody with an abnormally long or short neck. By a hunchback, if the hump has a bone, that's agreed to be a defect. The dispute is where there's no bone, as to whether that's different from being like the offspring of Aaron, or if it's just some excess flesh. For a bald man, that's where he doesn't have a ring of hair in the back of his head, even if there is in the front. If he has hair just in the back, or in the front and in the back, that's fine. It's also said being bald, a dwarf, and somebody with runny eyes, those are all disqualified from serving in the temple, specifically as they don't resemble the offspring of Aaron, not for any other reason. New Mishnah, the word Gideon is mentioned as a blemish in scripture, and some define this as somebody who has no eyebrows, or only one eyebrow. Some say it just means somebody with overly long eyebrows, and others say it translates to somebody who has two spines. The Gemara explains these translations. In regards to somebody with two spines, they just die in birth, so it refers to somebody with a severely bent spine, so that way it looks like he has two spines. New Mishnah, another blemish, a person with a nose that's so sunken that he has no bridge of his nose, if his eyes are fixed looking up or down or in different directions, as well as somebody who can't bear to look at the sun, and others which will be defined. Also, somebody's eyelashes have fallen out is disqualified by being of unsightly appearance. The Gemara additionally describes all of these abnormalities and sources them. It also mentions other eye blemishes, being blind, even in one eye, eye, or having permanent white flecks or water in one's eyes. So there's a blemish if there's total blindness, any visual impairment, some mixing of parts of the eye, and any abnormalities in his eye's placement or focus. There's a blemish if somebody's afraid of the sun, and the other blemishes are defined as mismatched eyes or eyebrows. It's also a blemish to have round or leaking eyes. Also a blemish, somebody whose eyes are constantly jerking around, somebody with abnormally long eyelashes, or somebody with no eyelashes, as if there's no roots. That's a biblical blemish. New Mishnah. For the blemishes, if the Kohen's eyes are too large like a calf, or too small like a goose, or if his body is too large for his limbs or too small for his limbs, or if his nose is abnormally large or small, those are all invalidating blemishes. If a Kohen's ears are too small, that's a blemish. If his ears are shriveled and closed, that's a blemish. If his upper lip protrudes past his lower one, or vice versa, that's a blemish. If somebody's teeth have fallen out, he can't serve in the temple, as it looks unsightly. The Gemara says, it said Moshe was 10 cubits tall, as he was able to spread out the tent over the tabernacle, but that wasn't a blemish, as he was proportionate across his entire body. In regards to somebody's nose being too large, if it's longer than average by the width of his little finger, that's a blemish. Another blemish is having super long ears, which are compared to describe a certain type of goat. Somewhat related, a goat with no horns that were just cut off in the middle, and a female sheep with horns are valid to be brought on the altar, which is then sources. If the horns were removed along with their cores, those cannot be offered, but it's not considered to be a blemish. If the hooves were removed with their cores, they're unfit as offerings, and that is a blemish. To clarify, if the horns are cut partly through, they're still valid, only if they're cut above the level of the bone core inside. New Mishnah. Other disqualifying blemishes in the Kohen, if he has overdeveloped breasts, like by a woman, which is commonly nowadays known as gynecomastia, if his stomach abnormally bulges, if his navel protrudes outwards, if he has epileptic seizures, even rarely, if he has demonic madness, and if he has abnormally large genitals. The Gemara says, on the importance of good health, a Torah scholar shouldn't drink water in public, but as it's so important to be healthy, he can even urinate in public, which he gives examples of. It said it's an extremely dangerous thing to hold in one's urine, as it could rupture important membranes in that region and cause somebody to become sterile. It said a person shouldn't urinate in locations that carry water to Israel, and also a woman shouldn't urinate in front of a child. She should at least stand to the side. It further describes the importance of taking proper care of one's body to prevent illness. As for the Kohen getting possessed by a demonic force, as mentioned, there's some debate in the commentaries as to what that refers to. It's clearly some mental disorder, but it's explained to be experiencing a great pressure or terror which causes shallow breathing, so it's possibly somebody prone to panic attacks or similar. As for the abnormally large genitals, that's defined as extending past the knee. New Mishnah. Another scriptural blemish is a meroach ashech, which is possibly defined as if a Kohen has no testicles or only one. That would be a blemish. Others define it as crushed testicles, others define it as inflated testicles, and one opinion just reads the words differently and reads it as somebody with a dark skin color, although that's pretty much universally rejected. The Gemara additionally expounds on the sources for all these. New Mishnah. If somebody is bow-legged, or he knocks his knees together, or if he has growths from his thumb or his big toe, if he's bandy-legged, which is defined as somebody who sits with his feet together and his knees don't touch, those are all blemishes. Also, if somebody's heels jut out behind him, if his feet are broad and flat like a goose, if his toes lay on top of each other, or if they're fused together past the middle joint and they weren't severed apart, those are all blemishes. If there was an extra digit but it was amputated off, it's only not a blemish if there is no bone. If somebody has one extra digit on all of his limbs, meaning 12 fingers and 12 toes, it's a dispute if that's considered to be a blemish. If somebody's ambidextrous, it's a dispute if that's a blemish. The Gemara sources and additionally describes all of these abnormalities. An extra finger is fine if there's no bone, only if it's in a row with the other fingers. This is similarly quoted by some principles of impurity. There's some additional principles and laws of impurity, and the exact amount of bones in the human body are described, and as to if there are any extra, whether they convey certain impurities. If somebody has an extra digit in all of his limbs, that was a dispute, which is said to be based on verses. The debate as to if being ambidextrous is a blemish is essentially on whether this is caused by a weakness in one hand or a strength in the other. New Mishnah. Some lesser blemishes that are fine by an animal but not so by a person, some various unique skin pigmentations, a deaf-mute, a deranged person, a drunk, and somebody with pure leprosy spots. Some say a deranged animal isn't disqualified, but it still isn't a choice offering. Also, hanging flesh is unfit by people, but not so by animals. The Gemara defines these varying skin pigmentations to be somebody who has abnormally dark skin, somebody with abnormally white skin, and somebody with abnormally red skin. Another blemish is somebody who is tall to the point where his vertebrae look dislocated. Also, it said a tall man shouldn't marry a tall woman in case they have overly tall children, and an extremely small man shouldn't marry an extremely small woman in case their child winds up being extremely small. And also people with extreme skin pigmentations, such people shouldn't marry each other, as otherwise their children will end up with extremely odd skin pigmentations. Regarding being drunk, such a person isn't allowed to serve in the temple anyways, so clearly this refers to somebody who's intoxicated with something other than wine. New Mishnah. The following factors would be invalidating only by animals and not by people. If it and its offspring were slaughtered on the same day, if it has an animal defect, if it was delivered by a C-section, if it was used to commit a sin, and if it killed the person. Some disqualifications for a Kohen: if they married a woman forbidden to them, up until the point where they vowed to to not benefit this woman, and somebody who's impure from a corpse until they accept to not contaminate themselves in such a manner. The Gemara says, we said that the invalidating factor of slaughtering an animal on the same day as its parent applies just by animals and not by people. The equivalent of this by people would be a father could anyway still serve on the same day as his son, unlike by an animal where a he-goat and its son cannot be slaughtered on the same day. If the Kohen married somebody prohibited to himself, he'd need to take a vow against benefit and then also divorce her. This vow should have no room for annulment, as it must be taken on the understanding of the public. That's described. By contaminating himself with the dead, he does not need to take a vow, he just needs to accept to not do this, as unlike by being with his wife, he doesn't really have a desire to do this. And that's the end of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Tractate Bechoros covers the laws of the firstborn human tithe, the redemption of the firstborn. The first Mishnah says, as has been mentioned throughout, there's an obligatory tax of a few coins, 5 salaim, which are paid to the Kohanim when somebody has their firstborn child, called the redemption of the firstborn. Specifically, it's possible for somebody to be a firstborn in laws of inheritance, but not be a firstborn by the redemption to a Kohen. Rabbi Meir says this would be a baby who was born premature and alive, or a developed baby that was born dead, or a miscarried fetus that resembled an animal or a bird. The sages say the baby only does not need to be redeemed if it's a miscarried thing of human form, if it's a flattened mass, if it's an amniotic sac, if it's a developed embryo, or if it comes out in pieces. If somebody has no children and married somebody with children, even if they were born while she was a maidservant or a non-Jewish person and she had converted, her new firstborn is only a firstborn for inheritance but not for redemption. Others disagree and say this would be a firstborn for both. It's possible to be a firstborn for only the redemption but not for inheritance. If a man already had children and then married a woman who had never had any, or if a non-Jewish woman converted while she was pregnant, or if a slave was emancipated while she was pregnant, or if a regular person and a Kohen or Levi had firstborn children that were mixed up, or if a woman and somebody who already had children had their kids mixed up, or a woman who did not wait 3 months after her prior marriage ended to confirm that she wasn't pregnant before marrying a new husband. In all these cases, the firstborn counts for the redemption but not for inheritance. Obviously, it's then possible to be a firstborn for both, and it's possible to be a firstborn by neither, which will be discussed in upcoming Mishnahs. The Gemara discusses as to at what point when the head emerges from the womb it's considered to be a birth based on these laws. It's said it goes by the emergence of the forehead. Now, it was said that a child is fit for inheritance once his father could recognize him, so the face until the nose must be visible, as that's what was described in earlier tractates as the minimum necessary to be able to recognize a person. Although by a woman being allowed to remarry by identifying her husband's corpse, there's typically a lot more leniency by those laws, but that's only at the end of the process. Initially, there's a bit more stringency, as the forehead and also the nose must be recognized, unlike here where only the forehead is necessary. Alternatively, the variation is just based on a verse. If somebody had children when he was not Jewish and then converted, it's a debate if he can then have a firstborn in regards to inheritance. Some say no, as he already had a firstborn, and others say yes, as when he converts, he's considered to be like a new person. This principle similarly exists by other laws and discussions, which are then brought. It said if a female Levi had a firstborn son, it's exempt from the firstborn redemption tithe. Seemingly, it shouldn't really matter what the status of the mother here is, so the case is just explained to be where she's married to a non-Jewish man, and we're then saying that it's just a disqualified Levi. Others just simply say that the case is that the husband is an ordinary Jewish man, but as the wife is a Levi and it's her firstborn, there is no redemption paid. It disputes this interpretation from other quoted cases. If there is a firstborn son from a Kohen who's not himself a Kohen, as his mother married his father in a prohibited marriage, such as by her being a divorcee, if the father died within 30 days of his birth, it's a dispute if the son must then redeem himself. This essentially revolves around as on the one hand, the father never acquired the rights to his redemption money, but on the other hand, any other Kohen who wants payment could just be told that they wouldn't be able to have taken it from his father. This would be different than the case of a non-Jewish father, as mentioned in our Mishnah, as he has no legal relationship with his son, as the mother converted and became like a new person. It cites opinions who rule similarly. We said if a woman doesn't wait 3 months after her prior marriage before marrying a new husband, her new son is a firstborn only for redemption and not for inheritance. This son actually wouldn't get any inheritance from either father, as he's questionably from either of them. The son after him, however, is not a firstborn either for inheritance. They can't just work together and write a document to share the inheritance, as that's only allowed by the case of infants who are mixed up. New Mishnah. A child that's considered to be a firstborn for both inheritance and redemption, besides the typical scenario, would be a woman who miscarries an embryo full of water, blood, multicolored fluids, a fetus that resembles a fish, locust, or other similar creatures, or if she miscarries on the 40th day of conception. A child that's not considered to be a firstborn for either redemption or inheritance would be a firstborn that's born via C-section and the child born after him. Others disagree and say that the first son is a firstborn for inheritance and the second son is a firstborn for redemption. The Gemara says, the child born by a C-section isn't the firstborn for either, as the verses specify the child as being born and opening the womb. The second child was not the first son of the father. The disputing opinion disagrees, as he says birth by a C-section does constitute birth, and the second son is redeemed as it's a firstborn in at least one respect. New Mishnah. If a woman had firstborn twins and they're not sure which was first, both must be redeemed with the 5 Salaim coins. If one died within 30 days, the father is exempt there. If the father died, Rabbi Meir says if the coins were already given, then that's fine. If not, they're exempt. Rabbi Yehuda says the estate would still be liable. example. If a woman had given birth to a male and a female, the Kohen would get nothing, as perhaps the girl had been born first. The Gemara disputes in this case as to when the father exactly died. It suggested that the father died after 30 days, so the father was obligated to give the coins. However, unlike typically, where an established lien would stay in effect even after an estate is divided, that would only apply by a large estate. This case would be where there's literally only 5 Zevachim coins in the entire estate, and the two brothers' shares are considered to be half inherited and half purchased, according to one opinion. And it would be like the opinion that this has the status of an undocumented debt, and it's according to the opinion that such a loan cannot be collected from the buyers. So there's a dispute between Rabbi Meir and Rabbi Yehuda as to if such a redemption of 2.5 Zevachim can be collected here from each, as a full payment is impossible. However, that's rejected, and it said that they agree that they cannot collect from half of these Zevachim, but they dispute the prior rulings as to whether these people are considered to be half heirs and half buyers, and whether this undocumented debt can be collected from buyers. There's variation on this discussion that's then quoted. New Mishnah. If somebody has 2 wives that have 2 firstborns, the man must give 10 Zevachim to a Kohen as the redemption. If one died within 30 days, the Kohen must return the 5 Zevachim. If the coins were given to 2 different Kohanim, neither needs to return this redemption. If his 2 wives had a male and a female, or 2 males and a female, he gives 5 Zevachim to the Kohen. If they had 2 females and a male, or 2 males and 2 females, he gives nothing to the Kohanim, as it's possible a female was always born first in this case. If somebody had 2 wives, one of whom had already given birth, if they had 2 males, he gives 5 Zevachim to a Kohen. If one dies within 30 days, the father is exempt. If the father died, Rabbi Meir says what was given, and if nothing was given, then they're exempt, while Rabbi Yehuda says the estate is still liable. Anyways, if they had a male and a female, the Kohen gets nothing. If there were 2 wives or 2 different husbands who have 2 firstborns that are mixed up, both fathers need to give 5 Zevachim to Kohanim. If one of the sons died within 30 days, the Kohen returns 5 of the Zevachim between them. However, if the 10 coins were given to 2 different Kohanim, neither need to return the money. If the woman here had a male and a female, the fathers are exempt, as both could claim that they fathered the daughter, but the son needs to eventually redeem himself when he gets older. If they had 2 females and 1 male, or 2 females and 2 males, the Kohen gets nothing. If there were 2 wives between 2 husbands and one had already given birth before, if they had 2 sons, the husband whose wife had not given birth must give 5 Zevachim to a Kohen, and if they had a male and a female, the Kohen gets nothing. The Gemara says, by the case of 2 fathers of 2 mixed up firstborns and one died, the fathers cannot get a refund if it was given to 2 different Kohanim. This is as both Kohanim can claim that they received the valid redemption coins. The reason that a single father can't do this is as this is where the fathers wrote a document to share the refund. In the case of 2 women who had never given birth, then had a male and a female, which were mixed, the Kohen gets nothing. Unmentioned was that if 2 males and a female were born, the Kohen gets nothing, as this case just can't exist by 1 husband and 2 wives. New Mishnah. If a firstborn son died within 30 days, if a father had already given the redemption money, the Kohen must return this. If the son died after 30 days, the father would still need to pay the redemption tithe. If the son died exactly on the 30th day, that counts as part of the prior term. Rabbi Akiva says, if the father had given the redemption money here, he isn't refunded, but if he hadn't, he wouldn't give it now. The Gemara says, the debate between Rabbi Akiva and the others is based on some verses. However, it is agreed by laws of mourning. The 30th day is always considered like the preceding term, as we're more lenient by those laws. New Mishnah. If a father of a firstborn died within 30 days, the child is held responsible to redeem himself until he proves his father did so already. If the father died after 30 days, the child is presumed to have been redeemed until proven otherwise. If a father still needs to be redeemed, and his son also needs to be redeemed, and there's only funds for one, some say the father takes precedence, others say the son does, as that's the father's own obligation, while his own redemption was his father's. The Gemara says, if somebody redeems their son within 30 days before the obligation takes effect, it's actually a dispute if this redemption even counts, specifically in the case where the Kohen went and spent the money before the redemption took effect. Some say it's like a conditional betrothal, where even if the funds were consumed, the betrothal would go into effect. However, others disagree with this comparison. If the father stipulated that the son should be redeemed as of now, there would be no redemption. Uniquely here, we hold like the opinion that says that this isn't like a conditional betrothal, and such a redemption would be invalid. If the Kohen still had the money, obviously it would be valid. If the father and the son both need to be redeemed, if there are only 5 Zevachim at all, it is agreed that the father should redeem himself, as one's obligation towards one's own mitzvah takes precedence. The dispute as to who gets priority in redemption exists where there are 5 Zevachim of sold and cumbered property, and 5 Zevachim of owned property. As some say that the debt is like a written document, meaning it could be collected from encumbered property, however others dispute this. New Mishnah. The 5 Zevachim of the firstborn son redemption are paid with the Tyrian money coin. Similarly, by other types of fines, the 30 Zevachim for killing somebody's slave, the 50 Zevachim for a violator or seducer, the 100 Zevachim for a false defamer against one's wife, all of these are paid with the shekel coin in the mana of the Tyrian mintage. These can be redeemed with money or some equivalent, although that half shekel tax must be paid with actual coin. The Gemara disputes what the modern equivalent of a Tyrian mana coin is, although modern equivalent is a bit generous. Some say it's the mintage of the then modern tir, others say it's the Arabian dinar, others say it's the Istara Sarsia. There are several recommended specific coins. It mentions other specific coins and explains their value in relation to each other. It also speaks on some scripturally mentioned coins and as to what mintages those refer to. Some sages, after the destruction of the temple, considered just making all silver and gold prohibited, as there was a chance it could be the consecrated gold and silver of the temple, but that was overruled as the first references to the temple being profaned, meaning the consecration would be removed. And this would have specifically referred to the Hadrian and Trajan denarii coins that were minted right after the destruction of the Second Temple. It further defines the types of coins referenced in Scripture. The Mishnah had listed all of the cases of biblical fines, specifically for the cases of the violator and defamer, to show that they're paid in shekalim, even though those don't have the words shekalim mentioned by the verses. We said the half-shekel tax specifically must be paid with actual minted coin. Along with this are the Ma'aser Sheni tithe and the pilgrimage holiday tithes. These three are exceptions, as the half-shekel was traded in for higher value coins, so that way people would have to carry less. The Ma'aser Sheni tithe had to have an image pressed into them, and the pilgrimage tithe had to be like this, so that way unrefined silver wouldn't just be brought into the temple. The Mishnah: it is not permissible to redeem one's firstborn son with slaves, documents, land, property, or with consecrated items. If a father writes to a Kohen that he owes him 5 Zevachim for redemption, and then pays that later, that wouldn't count, so the Kohen could actually just return this as a gift and have him give it back as a proper redemption. If somebody designated 5 Zevachim for his son's redemption and then just lost it, he is responsible for it, as the verse states. The Gemara says there's a disputing opinion which actually says a firstborn can be redeemed with anything besides for documents. That's based on some discussed verses. As it's very obvious that consecrated items cannot redeem a firstborn son, it's said to mean that those listed items, documents, property, etc., cannot redeem a consecrated item. The reason the father writing to be obligated to owe the Kohen 5 Zevachim does not work, that was a rabbinically instituted concept, so that way people won't say you can redeem a firstborn son with a document if they saw this being done. We said it's valid if the Kohen returns the money as a gift. Related among others, it said that a father can validly redeem his son and then just have the coins be returned back to him by the Kohen as a gift. We said that if the father designated the coins and lost them, the father is responsible for this, and that's further sourced. New Mishnah: as was discussed in earlier tractates on inheritance, a firstborn son takes a double portion from his father's estate, but not from his mother. He doesn't get a double portion in improvements made to the estate after his father's passing, and he also doesn't get a double portion from his father's prospective assets. A woman doesn't get these assets as a part of her marriage contract, and daughters don't get their sustenance from these assets, and a brother marrying the widow with the levirate marriage doesn't get from these assets. None of these are taken from improvements after their father's passing or from prospective assets. The Gemara spent some time sourcing these various principles. The fact that a woman doesn't have these unique assets to go to her marriage contract is a leniency unlike typical debts. The daughters don't collect from these, as those are just like the conditions of the marriage contract. The levirate marriage husband doesn't get these, as the levirate marriage husband is referred to as a Bechor, who cannot do so either. If the improvements to the property were made between the levirate marriage and the actual division of the state, the new husband would get these assets. Others disagree, as they say he's still treated like a Bechor. The ending point that specified that none of these people get such properties is to include that they don't get improvements that were automatic, like grown produce, and they don't get prospective assets from their grandfathers either. New Mishnah: the following do not automatically revert to heirs on the Jubilee year, the Yovel year, which is every 50 years. The firstborn's extra share of inheritance, the property of somebody inheriting from their wife, there's a dispute by a gift, as some say we treat it like a sale, which would revert on the Yovel year. In fact, some say all of these actually revert on the Yovel year. Others say somebody who inherits from their wife must return the ancestral land to her family, but at a deducted price, which will be explained soon. The Gemara says the reason the original opinion excluded these from the Yovel year is that he says this only applies to a sale and not to a gift or inheritance. It sources this and also the disputing opinion of logics. Some say that brothers who divide an inheritance are considered to be purchasers, so they must return property to each other on the Yovel year, so that disputes with our Mishnah. By the last opinion, which said a husband returns his wife's property to her family but is then reimbursed, this is as he holds that the husband's inheritance is a biblical right, and the exact case that we're discussing here is that he's inheriting the cemetery that his wife is to be buried in, and so as to not disgrace his wife's family, it said that he should take payment and return the property with the value deducted from his wife's actual grave. And that's the end of chapter 8. Chapter 9, the final chapter of Tractate Bechoros, covers the laws of Ma'aser, which are tithes, essentially. The first Mishnah says, Ma'aser was a tithe that was taken from somebody's animals, where 1 in every 10 animals was consecrated as an offering to the temple. This was done in a selection process of leading the animals out of their pen, and labeling every 10th one as Ma'aser. This obligation applies both inside and outside of Israel, when the temple does and does not exist, and only to unconsecrated animals. It applies to cattle and sheep and flocks, although those two groups aren't interchangeable, and it's also taken from sheep and goats individually, although those are interchangeable. It applies to new and old animals, which are not interchangeable. This is all based on some scriptural verses, as otherwise you might have thought that sheep and goats are not interchangeable here, as they're prohibited to be bred together. The Gemara says there's actually an opinion which says this doesn't apply outside of Israel, but that's referring to the fact that those animals are not offered on the actual altar. It's only consecrated according to him, in the sense that it can only be consumed after it's been blemished. We said that the animal Ma'aser tithe exists even when the temple does not. However, we see it no longer exists and the animal Ma'aser tithe isn't done, so that's explained to be because it was rabbinically decreed to not be done out of concern that somebody will accidentally commit a transgression by working with or shearing such a designated animal while waiting for it to get a blemish, as it can no longer be offered anyways on any altar. This is then sourced. A Bechor is consecrated in spite of this, as we don't consecrate it. It's just consecrated itself by its very birth. However, it's simply possible to cause a slight blemish on the Bechor animal while it's in the womb, so it's fine. This cannot be done by Ma'aser. as he's not sure which animal is going to be selected as the 10th, as it must be done without any human intervention. It's also impermissible for a person to just blemish all of his animals, so he won't need to give any for the tithe, as if that's done, then when Mashiach comes, there'll be no animals to offer, or at least there'll be none that are available due to commonplace blemishes like cataracts. We said miser isn't taken from consecrated animals. That's obvious, as they're not even his, so it's stated to apply even to Kachei Kalim type offerings of lesser holiness. According to those that say those are still owned by their owners. This is sourced. It's practically relevant if a consecrated animal can be made miser, as that can no longer be sold or redeemed, which is why it needed to state miser isn't even taken from consecrated Kachei Kalim offerings. It then sources that this tithe applies to new and old offerings, as the same applies by grain tithes, that one species can't be taken for another. It also sources these points further by produce miser, that wine and oil cannot be separated for each other, and that this applies by all cases of two different species of foods, which is a rabbinic ordinance. So it then explains how we derive that the same principles would then apply by animal miser tithes, besides for by sheep and goats, which we said are actually interchangeable. New Mishnah. The miser animal tithe applies if somebody owns a group of 10 or more first-year animals. A group is defined by animals in an area as large as an animal's grazing range, which is defined as 16 mil. If there were 32 mil between groups of animals, they don't combine to form a group of 10 animals. If animals were brought between groups that were far apart, the middle animals can combine with the outer groups to require a miser separation. If animals are on opposite sides of the Jordan River, it's said they don't combine into a group. The Gemara states the source for this principle that 10 animals must be grouped into one area. When we said that the animals don't combine if there's 32 mil between them, that's not saying that the maximum area is 32 mil, that's just set up for the next case where the animals are combined from the middle. Some say there must be 5 in the middle group and 5 in both of the outer groups for this to work, as they individually need to combine with the center group, and others say it only needs to be 5 on either side and just 1 in the middle, as we consider it as if the shepherd is in the middle group. The first opinion would agree with the second if there are 9 animals on either side and 1 in the middle, and the second opinion would say it's sufficient to just have the shepherd to link the middle, or even to just have the shepherd's possessions. As for if his dog is sufficient, as sometimes the dog doesn't listen to its owner, that's unresolved. We said the Jordan River separates between groups, and this would not apply if there was a bridge between them. However, if this means the logic is that it's a matter of accessibility between the groups, and it's not defined by just regional borders, that's unresolved then as to why this wouldn't apply by other rivers also. We said that the Jordan is a border of independent legal significance, although some actually dispute this. It also defines the exact parameters of the Jordan River as to where it starts and where it extends to. It also says that the Euphrates is the source of all other rivers, and also that some used it for immersion, although they seemingly contradict themselves, as they then also say you shouldn't immerse in a river as it could possibly contain majority rainwater. New Mishnah. If somebody buys or is gifted a regular animal, he does not need to include this in his miser account. The Gemara sources this. These are described, and it's also said a sale or a gift of an animal while it's in the womb actually must be tithed, as it's not in that actual moment fit to be tithed. If somebody gave an animal as a gift to a harlot and then brought it back, it's included in the miser account if it was still in its mother's womb. This would apply if the harlot in question was not Jewish, which is why she didn't tithe it herself, as an animal used to pay a Jewish harlot isn't legally considered to be a harlot's payment, which it then sources. And some say if a Kohen cohabits with a non-Jewish woman, he does not receive lashes, as their offspring is considered to be the woman's. New Mishnah. If brothers were partners of their father's estate, if they would be obligated to pay the excess kolban tax, they would be exempt from the animal miser, and if they needed to pay animal miser, they would be exempt from the kolban tax. If the animals were received from their father's undivided estate, the miser tithe must be given from them. If they were not taken from a divided estate, they don't need to take miser from them. If the estate was divided and then they re-entered a partnership, they need to pay the kolban tax but no miser. The Gemara sources these principles. Some say it's possible to be obligated in the kolban tax and also miser at the same time if the monies of the estate were divided but not the animals. It's possible to be obligated in neither the miser tax or the miser if the animals of the estate were divided but not the monies. And it's possible to be obligated in just the kolban tax if both were divided, and it's possible to be obligated in just miser if neither were divided. This was all just stated for the case where just the animals were divided to show that this doesn't imply that the money is then also being divided. We said if the estate is divided, there's an exemption from miser. Some say this only applies where one brother took all of the rams and the other took all of the goats. If they were all mixed up and divided, they can retroactively clarify that they were the animals that they were meant to have, meaning they're just viewed as regular heirs and not as purchasers, meaning miser would be taken. Others disagree and say miser still wouldn't apply here. A similar dispute exists if it's 9 large animals against 9 large animals or 10 small animals against 10 small animals. Some say they can retroactively clarify that with the intended mixture and there's no miser. Others disagree. It disputes further essentially as to whether this concept of retroactive clarification exists. New Mishnah. All animals in the pen must be tithed, besides for a hybrid, an animal with a defect, an animal born by a C-section, an animal under 7 days that's too young to be an offering, or an orphan, an animal whose mother died or was slaughtered and then it gave birth. Some say if the mother was slaughtered but the hide is still intact, its later offspring still have miser apply. The Gemara sources these principles. Animals that are problematic but are nevertheless tithed from by miser are animals used in bestiality, an animal that was designated as an idolatrous offering or as an idol, if it was paid to a harlot or exchanged for a dog, or if it's a tumtum or an androgynous. Some say these last two are actually not tithed. These principles are then sourced further, as essentially as a blemish would would not disqualify such an animal from miser, immorality and idolatry don't disqualify it either. The issue with the tumtum and androgynous would just be that it's in an uncertain status regarding its gender. Some hold that a hybrid and a defected animal are exempt, but one born by a C-section or an orphan are not, which it disputes how they figure their logic, and it further describes this. New Mishnah. There are 3 designated dates to pay the animal miser. Rabbi Akiva says it's halfway to Passover, which is defined as 15 days before, halfway to Shavuos, 15 days before Shavuos, and halfway to Sukkot, 15 days before Sukkot. Then Azai says it's on the 29th of Adar, the 1st of Sivan, and the 29th of Av. Rabbi Elazar and Rabbi Shimon say it's the 1st of Nisan, the 1st of Sivan, and the 29th of Elul. And not just the 1st of Tishrei, the day after, as that's just the holiday of Rosh Hashanah when tithing is impermissible anyway, so they do it a day early. Related, some say that the 1st of Elul is the new year to start counting that year's animal miser. Others say the animals born in Elul are entirely tithed by themselves. Others say all animals born from the 1st of Tishrei until the next 29th of Elul are all tithed together. The 5 animals born before the designated dates of tithing and the 5 born after are tithed together. So the purpose of the 3 designated dates was for slaughtering and selling these animals, as once these dates have arrived, a newborn animal cannot be slaughtered or sold without being tithed, although if somebody did so, there is no penalty. The Gemara says the fact that there are 3 dates for tithing these animals is to correspond to the early births, the late births, and the summertime births. The specific dates are chosen to allow for there to be lots of animals to be purchased for the 3 pilgrimage holidays. It defines the first opinion, as mentioned, as being 15 days between each pilgrimage holiday. Rabbi Akiva held that the month of Adar, right before Nisan, is sometimes a leap year, having 30 days as opposed to the lesser 29, so the fixed date isn't within there. Then Azai held that it always has 29 days as a fixed amount, so he placed one of the dates on the 29th of Adar. He also had a date on the 1st of Sivan, so there won't be time for the new supply of animals to run out. He put the last date on the 29th of Av, as he says the animals born in Elul are tithed together, and he didn't put it on the 30th of Av, as there's sometimes a leap month, and he wanted to make a distinction between tithing periods. The third opinion was Rabbi Elazar and Rabbi Shimon, and they said the first day was on the 1st of Nisan, as they say the laws of Passover are spoken on and expanded onto for 2 weeks in advance, and they just did the second date for the same reason as the prior, and they had the third date on the 29th of Elul, as they held that the 1st of Tishrei was the new year for the animal miser tithe, but that the Rosh Hashanah when tithing can't be done, as mentioned, and this is in addition to the reason of making a clear distinction between the tithing periods. Then Azai essentially held, as there's differing opinions as to when the new years of tithing are, either the 1st of Elul or the 1st of Tishrei based on tradition, so he just made the entire month of Elul its own period. According to this opinion, if 5 animals are born in Av, 5 are born in Elul, and 5 are born in Tishrei, they're all just gathered, and he takes one from Elul as the tithe. This is as wherever the new year here actually is, there would be 5 either way that's from a different year, so it must be taken from the Elul month specifically. New Mishnah. As for the exact method of tithing animals, they're all gathered into a pen, and a small opening is made, so that way only one can leave at a time, and they're counted as they exit, and then every 10th animal is marked with red dye and declared as miser. If he didn't mark the animals with dye, or he didn't verbally count them, or he counted them just while they were standing still, they're still counted as tithe. However, if he just selected 10% of his flock as the miser tithe, it's a dispute if that's valid. If one of the animals he counted ran back into the pen, they're all exempt from being tithed. If one of the animals marked as miser ran back into the pen, all of the animals within must be left to graze until they develop a blemish and can then be eaten by the owners. The Gemara describes this process and also adds he should put the mother animals outside to encourage the animals to leave. As mentioned, this isn't done manually, and he doesn't encourage them with just food, as he shouldn't be tithing purchased or orphaned animals. It further brings sources for these principles. In fact, some say the 10th animal, if it just remains in the pen, it's automatically consecrated, which it quotes potential sources for. So if a 9th animal is mistakenly pronounced to be miser, it's considered consecrated only if the consecration was removed from the 10th one. Others disagree, as the case is with the 10th animal staying in its pen, so its consecration is not considered to have been removed. So some say if an animal is simply part of a count, even if it doesn't reach 10 animals, it's still made exempt from the miser tithe. This is then sourced, meaning if somebody had 14 lambs in a pen with 2 exits, and 6 left through one opening and 4 left through the other, and 4 remained, if the last 4 eventually left through the first exit with the original 6, there's miser taken from one of those 10, and the remainder from the other exit combined with later animals as a new group. If they left to the second exit with the 4 animals, then the first group is entirely exempt, and the second group are tithed with later animals. There's variation on this quoted case. For instance, if 4 leave through each exit, whichever opening it leaves from, that forms a miser group, and the remaining 4 are exempt. If the inside 6 leave through different exits, then both groups are exempt, and these last 6 combine with later groups. This additionally teaches that even if the count of the animals is only possibly going to reach 10, it's still exempt from the animal miser. It also says, if somebody has 15 lambs to tithe, they all must be gathered into a pen. 10 are removed as miser, and the remaining 5 combined for future dates. This is sourced and it quotes some related cases. New Mishnah. If 2 animals left the pen at the exact same time, they're counted as 2. If they were counted as 1, the 9th and 10th animals will be messed up. If he counted the 9th animal as the 10th, and then called the 10th animal the 9th, and then called the 11th animal the 10th, all 3 of these are sanctified. The 9th is eaten when it's blemished, the 10th is miser, and the 11th is offered as a shlamim offering. By the 11th animal here, it's a dispute as to if it can be substituted, although it's supported that it can, as it's an offering. offering. If the 9th animal was pronounced 10th, and the 10th was pronounced 10th, and the 11th was pronounced 10th, the 11th isn't sanctified, as generally if the 10th is properly pronounced as the 10th, the 11th isn't sanctified. The Gemara says, it's disputed. If somebody counted his animals in pairs or hundreds as to whether the 10ths go by his count or by the actual every 10 animals. However, in our Mishnah's case, where 2 leave at once, we said it'll cause an error if they're counted as 1, so this would imply we disagree with the second opinion. So he would answer that's different, as he didn't intend for the animals to leave as such. They just did so on their own. To dispute the first opinion, it said if the animals are counted backwards, 10 to 1, the last animal is sanctified, which causes issues with the opinion that says it goes by the person's count of 10. So he'd answer, it's valid, as that's just how the Persians count, where they call 10 as 1. We said if the 9th animal is called 10, the 10th is called 9, and the 11th is called 10, all 3 of these are sanctified. This is then sourced, and that it only applies to the numbers immediately around 10, meaning this wouldn't extend to apply also by the 8th or 12th animals. Some disagree and say that only one other animal, the 9th or the 11th, can be additionally sanctified through a miscount at a time. If after 8 animals 2 leave at the same time, if they're pronounced 9th, they're considered to be a consecrated and ordinary animal that got mixed up. If they're both pronounced 10th, they're both considered to be Meiser that are mixed. If after 9 animals 2 leave and are pronounced 10th, they're considered to be mixed Meiser. If they're pronounced 11th, they're considered mixed, consecrated, and ordinary animal. This is not redundant, as here both were consecrated, even though the designation of 10th was removed from the 10th. As we said, typically the 11th is only sanctified if the 10th is not counted as the actual 10th, which it then spends some time sourcing. Some say counting the 10th animal as the 11th is sufficient to miscount it and make the 11th sanctified if it's called a 10th. If after 9 animals 2 leave at the same time, we said they're both Meiser. As for what to do with them, some say they should be left to graze until they get a blemish, according to those that say an offering shouldn't intentionally be invalidated. Other opinions say they should just be offered, as they hold this can be done, and others say the animal should be left to die, as he holds a miscounted Meiser is considered to be a substitution which must be left to die. This is source, and it mentions that now when there is no altar, mixed Meiser animals must be left to die, so that way they're not transgressed with. Although this would anyways apply with any Meiser animal. If somebody tells their agent to tithe their flock, and the agent miscounts the 9th as the 10th, it's a debate if it's sanctified, as some say the owner can just say that this caused him harm, so it has no legal standing, and if the 11th is pronounced as the 10th, it's said to not have any legal standing. This is different than somebody telling the agent to separate Temurah tithes on his behalf, where their error in their tithing is not nullified, as people will separate Temurah tithes in different amounts, some more, some less, depending on the individual, but Meiser has a strict definite amount as a 10th, so the owner can validly claim that the agent made an error which has no legal standing. And that's the end of chapter 9 and the entire Tractate Bechoros. Alright, that was a lot of information, so here's a rough summary of a lot of the practical takeaways from this tractate. Temple offerings and the actual Kohanim serving the temple can be disqualified by having a physical blemish somewhere on their body. The firstborn tithe is taken from donkeys, animals, and people. By donkeys, the value is redeemed onto a lamb and is given to a Kohen. A firstborn unblemished kosher animal is given to a Kohen. A firstborn son is redeemed onto a few coins which are given to a Kohen. In temple times, there were various tithes called ma'aser that had to be given to the Kohanim as an offering from animals and produce. Nowadays, a form of this still exists, wherein 10% of all our income is given to charity. Tractate Arachin covers the laws of consecrating values to the temple treasury. A person can pledge to give their own value to the temple as a donation, which is calculated based on the amount the man would be valued at as if he were theoretically sold as a slave. Alternatively, a person can just pay the fixed valuation of his or her age, called an erech vow. The amounts of this are all listed in these verses here, which for a month-year-old to a 5-year-old, for a male is 5 shkalim, for a woman is 3, for a 5 to 20-year-old, for a male is 20 shkalim, for a woman is 10, for a 20 to 60-year-old, for a male is 50, and for a woman is 30, and for somebody over 60, for a man is 15 shkalim, and for a woman is 10. Chapter 1 will differentiate between these two types of donations. The first Mishnah says, all people can declare or be the subject of an erech vow, a vow towards somebody's set listed value, and all people can declare a vow or be the subject of a vow towards somebody's worth, which is calculated by their sale value. Kohanim, Leviim, Yisraelim, women, and slaves are all included in this. A tumtum and an androgynous can declare vows of worth for others and be the subject of such vows, and they can declare erech set value vows, but they cannot be the subject of an erech set value vow. A deaf person, an insane person, and a minor can be the subject of either of these types of vows, but they cannot declare either of these types as they're considered to be mentally incompetent. The Gemara says, the Mishnah said, all can declare an erech vow to include a minor who's about to become an adult. It said all can be the subject of an erech vow to include somebody who's physically repulsive. It said all can declare a vow for somebody's worth, which is just a preface to the next point. And it said all can be the subject of a vow of worth to include an infant of less than a month old, even though that's specified later on. Similarly, it said all perform the semicha leaning on animals, and that's to include that an heir can do so. It says all can substitute animals for consecrated ones, again to include an heir, although others disagree, which is a dispute based on some verses. Similarly, when it says all are obligated to dwell in a sukkah, that's to include a minor who doesn't need his mother anymore. Or when it says all are obligated to wave a lulav, that's to include a minor who knows how to. When it says all are obligated to wear tzitzis, that includes a minor who knows how to. When it says all are obligated to wear tefillin, that's to include a minor who knows how to guard their sanctity. When it says all are obligated to bring the pilgrimage holiday tithes, That's to include somebody who's blind in one eye, or possibly a half-slave, as this was later agreed that such a person has his master free him, and then he's compensated for that. When we said all must fulfill the obligation of the chauffeur, that's to include a minor who's reached the age of training. When it says all are obligated to hear the Megillah be read, that's to include women. When it says all are obligated to say the after-meal blessing with a zimun, or a group of 3, that's to include women and slaves who can create their own groups. When it says all combine to create a zimun, that's to include a minor who knows how to say the blessings. When it says all become impure through certain discharges, that includes even a day-old infant. When it says all become impure through contact with a corpse, that includes a minor, although he wouldn't be liable for kares, divine punishment. It said all become impure through tsaras, leprosy, that includes a minor, which it sources. It says all can examine tsaras, leprosy, that includes an inexpert Kohen, if he'll understand it when it's explained to him. It said all pure people are qualified to mix the red heifer ashes with water, which includes possibly a minor or a woman. It said all are qualified to sprinkle the waters of the red heifer, that includes an uncircumcised person. It said all can slaughter, which includes a Kuthian and a renegade. It said all can force their household to move to Israel, to include a Canaanite slave, that he could do so, or possibly it's to include somebody moving from a nice house to a not nice one. It said nobody can force their household to move out of Israel, again to include a runaway slave who fled into Israel. It said all can force their household to move to Jerusalem, to include somebody who moves from a nice dwelling to a not nice one. None can force them to leave Jerusalem, to include somebody wanting to go from a not nice dwelling to a nice one. Anyways, it said that all are obligated to dwell in a sukkah, and then it specifies Kohanim, Leviim, and Yisraelim. Kohanim are specified, as you might have thought that they don't have this obligation as they serve in the temple during this holiday, so it says when they're not serving in the actual temple, they're obligated to dwell in the sukkah. Then it says all are obligated for tzitzis, which includes Kohanim, Leviim, and Yisraelim, and that's to specifically mention Kohanim, as they're allowed to wear forbidden clothes mixtures of wool and linen during their temple service, but this prohibition would apply even afterwards, so it then needs to specifically obligate them to wear tzitzis. We said all are obligated to wear tefillin, including Kohanim, Leviim, and Yisraelim. That's to include Kohanim, that they need to at least wear the head tefillin as they do their service, as the arm tefillin would be an interposition. It said all are obligated to blow the shofar, including Kohanim, Leviim, and Yisraelim. That's to include Kohanim, in spite of the fact that they're exempt from the entire Yovel Jubilee year, which is compared to Rosh Hashanah, when the shofar is blown. Then we said all are obligated to read the Megillah, including Kohanim, Leviim, and Yisraelim. That teaches that all 3 should even leave the temple service to hear the Megillah. It said all are obligated to perform the Zimun blessings, including Kohanim, Leviim, and Yisraelim. That includes Kohanim who are eating consecrated foods, even though that's just for atonement. It said all combined to form a Zimun, including Kohanim, Leviim, and Yisraelim, again to include where the Kohanim are eating consecrated foods, showing that a non-Kohen cannot eat the food, but can join the Zimun. And then lastly, we said all can declare an Erech vow, including Kohanim, Leviim, and Yisraelim. Here, this is as, essentially, there's a debate if a Kohen must pay the half shekel tax, and some say they're exempt from this, and since it mentions in scripture the Erech vow alongside with the shekel tax, you might have thought that Kohanim are exempt from the Erech vow, so it needs to specify that it applies to them also. Alternatively, it's just as the Erech vow is linked to the Firstborn redemption, which Kohanim are exempt from, so it needs to specify that Kohanim do have the Erech vow apply to them. Alternatively, it's just that a verse implies otherwise. Anyways, then we said all can be the subject of an Erech vow, and that's to include somebody who's physically repulsive. It quotes the source for this. This is further listed, and it goes through the different parts of the verses on this topic and what we can derive from them. If somebody vows to give an unspecified Erech vow, some say he pays the minimum possible, so 3 shekalim, and others say he gives according to his ability to pay. It's also said that an Erech vow is paid according to his whole body and not by the individual limb, and it's also said that it must be with a living person only and not with a dead or even dying person. An Erech vow can be made towards oneself or towards many people. Women can do this, and there are other listed principles that are derived from verses. And also by Atonement and Androgynous, we know they have Erech vows applied to them, but additionally it teaches that their value is judged by their worth like everybody else, essentially as an assessment as if they were a slave. This is unlike an animal, which also isn't subject to an Erech vow, but is not judged based on its life significance. It lengthily debate the status of an animal that's only partly consecrated, with only an organ being consecrated, as if that consecration then spreads to the rest of the body. It's that if the head of a slave or an animal is consecrated, it wouldn't spread any further. If somebody consecrated the monetary worth of his head to the altar, as if that would include the entire body, that's unresolved. If somebody says he's giving his Erech value to the altar, it's unresolved as if we go by his ability to pay. And if somebody consecrated his ancestral fields to the altar, it's unresolved if it's redeemed at its true value or at a specified rate. New Mishnah. An infant under a month old is subject to a donation vow of work, but not to an Erech vow. The Gemara says if somebody vows to give the Erech value of an under a month old, some say he must give its monetary worth, others say he just gives nothing, and that's essentially a debate as to whether a person would make a declaration in vain. Only according to those that say a declaration is not made in vain, they also permit an Erech vow on a utensil, which is different by an infant, as that's a mistake people could make thinking that's valid in spite of a very young age, unlike by a utensil. Additionally, if somebody consecrated somebody else's animal to the temple, according to those that say a person doesn't make a declaration in vain, they'd say he needs to give the worth of the animal. This is said additionally besides the utensil case, as unlike a utensil, this is fit to be consecrated, and you might have thought that he was was just doing this to have the animal sold to him. Also, this would only apply if he said, I take upon myself to offer this animal. It would not apply if he said, this animal is now consecrated. The Mishnah. It is a dispute if a non-Jewish man can either only be the subject of an erech vow, or if they can only declare an erech vow. It is agreed that they can vow their worth or be the subject of such a vow. The Gemara explains the logic of the opposing opinions, which are based on discussed verses. It's said by those that permitted it that erech vows and consecrations were allowed from non-Jewish people, besides for by the construction of the second temple as an exception. Just in that unique scenario, if people were trying to sabotage the project during that period. It said that such donations were only accepted after the construction of the temple. An exception was donations from the king of Persia, as it was from a king who wouldn't renege on such a deal. Related, it said if a non-Jewish man separates Temurah tithes from his pile of grain, if his intent was to give it to a Kohen, it's a valid tithe, and if not, it's stored away in case he intended to consecrate it. If a non-Jewish man donates a beam with God's name on it, if it was donated to the temple, then it's donated. If not, it's stored away, although the part with God's name could just be cut off and then stored, as it's only the name that's actually consecrated. Related, on the topic of charity, it said if somebody designated a coin for charity, he's allowed to then use it and give a different coin instead. Such a vow is unlike consecration, as it's still permitted to use designated charity money, as long as you make it back up elsewhere. Although it is said once it's been actually given to a tax collector, it can't be personally used. One sage was a charity collector, and he would borrow from the fund, but that was uniquely permitted, as there the poor people were okay with him doing so, as the more he delayed, the more total funds he'd be able to bring in. It said if somebody is donating a lamp or a menorah to a synagogue, it cannot be personally used and replaced, which applies by things that aren't a mitzvah. By an actual mitzvah, it could be replaced, and it gives some examples of this. New Mishnah. If somebody's dying, or somebody's going out to be executed, they cannot be the subject of an erech or value vow. Some say they can be subject to an erech vow, as that's fixed. Others hold such a person can vow somebody's worth, make an erech vow, consecrate an item, and if they damage something, he must pay restitution. The Gemara says somebody dying has no monetary value, and he therefore cannot be appraised. But somebody being executed also has no monetary value, but he can actually still be appraised, so the fact that neither vow can be made on him is sourced just from a verse. It is agreed between all of these opinions that such a man can declare a value or erech vow or consecrate an item. The debate is as to if he pays restitution if he caused damage, essentially as to whether an oral loan can be collected by heirs. Alternatively, they could agree that's not done, and they dispute whether a debt written from the Torah is considered to be like a written document. It quotes similar variation on this dispute in some related cases. Also, if somebody is being executed, others can perform steps of the sin offering for him, assuming his offering had just been slaughtered, but not if he sinned as he was being executed, because we shouldn't delay this judgment. If he had sinned earlier, but his offering hadn't yet been slaughtered, there's no delay by having somebody finish the process. New Mishnah. If a woman is being condemned to death, they don't wait for her to give birth, as the fetus is considered as part of her body. If she's in the middle of giving birth, they wait for her to finish. Related, if a woman is executed, unlike by typical corpse parts, it's permitted to benefit from her hair. If an animal is put to death, however, it's prohibited to be benefited from. The Gemara says, it states this based on a verse in spite of the fact that you might think the fetus is owned by the husband. If the woman is giving birth, the fetus has moved from its position at this point, so it's no longer considered part of her body. If a pregnant woman is being executed, some say the child is aborted, so that way it won't exit in a disgraceful manner after death. By a regular child, if the mother dies naturally, the fetus will pass first, but not so by capital punishment. If a woman dies during labor on a Shabbos, it said it's permitted to violate the Shabbos and perform a C-section. Carrying the knife in a public domain would uniquely be permissible here. That's specifically stated as unlike by typical cases of saving somebody's life on Shabbos, a fetus doesn't have a presumption of being alive, so it says that nevertheless it would still be allowed. When we said the hair of a corpse is permitted, as a corpse can't be benefited from anyways, some define this as her having announced to give her hair peace, which would have been counted as part of her body, but now she's saying it should be given to a specific person, so it would be allowed. Others disagree, as this case was then compared to an animal's corpse, so he says it means the literal human hair can be benefited from, and it's different than an animal, as it's her death that makes her corpse impermissible, while a sentenced animal is prohibited from when it's actually sentenced. It gives support for either of these opinions. And that's the end of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Tractate Arachin continues covering the laws of temple donation vows. The first Mishnah says, there's never an erech vow, a vow to pay a set amount of money depending on one's age and gender, that's less than a selah or more than 50 selaim. Meaning if somebody paid a selah and was then assessed as being rich, his selah would be sufficient. But if he paid less than a selah and was then assessed as being rich, he'd need to give the full amount of 50. If somebody only had 5 selaim, but he couldn't afford to give the total amount that he promised, such as 50 selaim, Rabbi Meir says he gives 1, and the sages say he gives everything that he has. It then repeats, there's never an erech vow less than a selah and more than 50 selaim. The Gemara explains this, and the dispute are both based on verses. If a 20-year-old declared an erech vow and then declared one again, and he owned only 5 selaim, so he gave 4 for the first and 1 for the second, it's disputed if he has fulfilled his obligations. Some say he hasn't sufficiently fulfilled his first vow, as at the time of the vow, he had all 5 coins in his possessions. If the man had 5 selah coins and he declared to take 2 erech vows, meaning they'd take effect at the exact same instant, it's unresolved as to what he should do. At the very end, it had repeated that erech vows are always in a range of a single to 50 selaim, to show that every possible amount between them is viable according to the sage's opinion. New Mishnah. Other topics that have a minimum and maximum amount. If a woman is menstruating, called nida impurity, and she forgets what she's up to, she doesn't go back less than 7 days or more than 17 days. The Gemara says if a woman says she's done 1 day of menstrual impurity, but she's not sure where she's at in her calendar. Her cycle ends after 17 other days, until she's done 7 days of menstrual impurity and 10 days of ziva impurity. If she says she's been impure for 2 days, she waits 17 days, so her new cycle starts on the 20th day. If she said she's been impure for 3 days, her new cycle starts on the 21st day. If she says she was impure for 4 days, she resets after 16 clean days, as her new cycle can either be the 19th, 20th, or 21st. If she says she's done 5 impure days, she resets after 15 days, so on the 21st day. If she saw 6 impure days, she resets after 14 days. If she saw 7 impure days, she resets after 13 days. If she saw 8 impure days, she resets after 12 days. If she saw 9 impure days, she resets after 11. If she saw 10 impure days, she resets after 10. If she saw 11 impure days, she resets after 9. 12 impure days, resets after 8. 13 impure days, resets after 7. The point of counting not just 7 days to the point where she's allowed to cohabit with her husband is to go further than this to completely reset her menstrual cycle. Related, all women that lost track of their cycle that are considered to have Zev impurity, they would bring an offering, but they don't eat it, besides for the last 2 cases of women who had 13 or 12 days. New Mishnah, there is never confinement for having leprosy for less than a week or more than 3 weeks. The Gemara clarifies, less than a week refers to human leprosy, but more than 3 weeks refers to building leprosy. It discusses verses on this. New Mishnah, there are no fewer than 4 full 30-day months in a year, and there are not more than 8. The 2 loaves offerings are never eaten less than 2 days after baking and more than 3 days after. The panim showbread is never eaten in less than 9 days from its baking or more than 11 days. A child is never circumcised less than 8 days or more than 12 days after birth. The Gemara explains the issue with more than 8 30-day full months in a year is. This would cause an issue with the new moon being too far away from Rosh Hashanah, specifically where the prior year was a leap year, so that if there's only 8 full months, the new moon and Rosh Hashanah will coincide. It'll still be a day before, but that's fine. Alternatively, it's explained that the Mishnah is saying that we don't have less than 4 full months because we don't have more than 8. Again, where the prior year was a leap year, and it will cause the new moon to line up pretty close with Rosh Hashanah. This dispute, as if there's an issue with there being more than 8 leap months, is on if the extra month that's added to the calendar, if it's a full 30-day month or not. It additionally disputes between these opinions on various complex principles of the calendar system. We see in some cases that it would be fine to make 8 months full. New Mishnah, the shofar is not blown in the temple less than 21 times or more than 48 times. There are no less than 2 lyres and no more than 6. There are no less than 2 flutes and no more than 12. The flute is played before the altar 12 days in the year, by the slaughtering of the Paschal offering, by the second Paschal offering, by the first days of Passover, on Shavuos, and all 8 days of Sukkot. A reed flute was used instead of a copper one as it sounded nicer, and it would end off with a single flute being played. It's a dispute as to who played these flutes. Some said it was slaves, some said certain families married to Kohanim, others say the Levium. The Gemara quotes a disagreeing opinion, which says there is no less than 7 shofar blasts, and no more than 16 done in the temple. This is as he holds the tekiah, teruah, tekiah, the long blast, the short blasts, and the long blast. Those all constitute as one single blast, while the Mishnah's opinion counted them all separately as 3. This dispute is based on verses. As for the fact that sometimes it obligates just a single tekiah blast, implying that they're all separate, this new opinion would say that was done just as a signal, not as an actual mitzvah. According to the opinion that there's no pause at all between the tekiah and the teruah sounds, that would accord with this new opinion that combines them. The reason the listed holidays have the flutes played on them was as those are the days the full Hallel prayer is said, although besides for that, it's also said on the 8 days of Hanukkah. Now, the reason the full Hallel is only said on the first 2 days of Passover while it's said on the entire Sukkot is as each day of Sukkot had a different offering service while Passover's was the same across. We don't say Hallel on a regular Shabbos as that's not called a holiday, and by Rosh Chodesh, by a new month, there's no prohibitions of labor, so we don't say the full Hallel prayer, only half Hallel, a slightly reduced version. We don't say Hallel on Rosh Hashanah or Yom Kippur, even though those are full holidays, as it's wrong to sing songs like such while God is sitting in judgment. And then we do say Hallel on Hanukkah, as there was a miracle that we're celebrating. And we don't say it on Purim, as that miracle didn't occur inside of the land of Israel. The exodus from Egypt was also not inside the land of Israel, but that was before we arrived in the land in the first place. We also don't say Hallel on Purim, as reading the Megillah is the equivalent to fulfill the obligation, according to the opinion that there is an obligation even though it occurred inside of Persia, as they'd hold that once we'd been exiled, there was no longer significance to where miracles occur. Anyways, it defines what instruments were listed and additionally describes them. And some other utensils, there was the flute, the cymbals, there was spice mortar, the latter 2 of which were made of copper, it mentions. It said there was no bell rung in the temple as a part of the music, because that would disturb the melody. This describes some additional instruments. Anyways, it had disputed who exactly would play the instruments in the temple. Some say it was slaves, as according to all opinions, playing the instruments was a biblical requirement, but they don't hold that the person doing this had an elevated genealogical status. While the ones that say it was the select families married to Kohanim, those would say that they're elevated genealogically. And those that say it was done by the Levium say they're elevated genealogically and to the point where they could receive Meiser. In fact, there's actually a dispute as to if offerings in the temple require a song alongside them, which it disputes from various verses, and it also discusses the song that's sung over the Bechorim first fruit tithes. It additionally sources the Levitic temple song from a whole bunch of additional sources. It disputes as to whether there's a Levitic song done over specifically the voluntary communal Olah offering, which is discussed further. It said it's not done by voluntary Olahs, as then people might think the song is optional by obligatory offerings, and it's not done by the voluntary Olah, as it has no fixed time. Similarly, libation offerings that are brought just on their own, there's issues with the Levitic song being sung by it, as people might think that then it's optional by the libations that come with offerings. It was mentioned that good things occur on auspicious days, and that negative things occur on negative days. For instance, the first temple was destroyed on the 9th of Av, on the day after a Shabbos, and on the year after a sabbatical year. It gives the calculation of years based on verses from discussion of Cheskel, Ezekiel's vision. There are a few opinions as to how exactly the calendar works out between the start of this exile and the destruction of the temple in regards to when the sabbatical year would fall out. It was also said that the second temple also was destroyed on the 9th of Av, on the day after a Shabbos, and on the year after a sabbatical year, and it again gives the calculation for the date in regards to this sabbatical year cycle. And it additionally describes this calculation further. New Mishnah, there are no less than 6 inspected lambs in the chamber of lambs in the temple, enough for a Shabbos and Rosh Hashanah that are consecutive, and there can be as many more as they want. There are no less than 2 trumpets played in the temple and no less than 9 harps, but there could be as many more as they want, although there can only be a single pair of cymbals. The Gemara says, actually, consecutive Shabbos and Rosh Hashanah would require 22 lambs, so it means that there must be 6 lambs ready for the general daily Talmud offering, and the point about Shabbos and Rosh Hashanah was just a mnemonic. This is described. Some say there's an upper limit of 120 trumpets, that's based on a verse. It sources the principle that there's only a single symbol, and it clarifies that it refers to 2 separate discs as one symbol, not just a literal single disc. New Mishnah, there could be no less than 12 Kohanim singing on the platform, and there could be as many more as they want. A minor Levi cannot sing in the temple unless the adult Levium are singing. The children wouldn't be allowed to play any instruments, they just sing to add to the melody. Some say they don't count for the 12 minimum, and they don't stand on the platform, they stand on the ground, and they would torment the Levium, which will be explained. The Gemara sources all of the principles listed here and defines the different types of harps. The reason the singing children were described as tormenting the Levium was as they had very high, beautiful voices, and it would make the adults disappointed that they couldn't sing as well. And that's the end of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Tractate Arachin continues on the laws of temple donations. It said there's a lenient aspect and a stringent aspect by the Erech donation vow, and also by a few other types of laws which will be discussed throughout this chapter. The leniency and stringency by this Erech vow is that it doesn't matter what the man in question looks like, if he's the handsomest man in all of Israel, or if he's extremely unattractive, his payment for the Erech vow is always a set amount. This is unlike a vow for a worth, where it varies by the individual. The Gemara says, as we said specifically in Israel, it derives that there are no Erech vows for non-Jewish people. Others disagree and say that they can give such a donation, and it's just to mention what's said in the verse here, that you shall not give the Canaanites favor, that somebody shouldn't compliment the attractiveness of any of the Canaanite tribes. It also discusses Jewish people by the remaining points, as many of the remaining discussed laws only apply to them. New Mishnah, there's a stringency and a leniency by the consecration of somebody's ancestral field. This is as no matter if this is a highly valued land on the edge of a city or a very high quality vineyard, it's redeemed at a set rate of 50 silver shkalim for every area that a chomer measure of barley can be sowed within. By an acquired purchased field, it's worth its actual amount. Others disagree and say that that's also assessed by that given set rate, and the difference is that by an ancestral field, the owner adds a fifth when he redeems it. The Gemara says if somebody consecrated a field full of trees, when they're redeemed to the temple, the trees are redeemed at their actual value, while the land is redeemed at the described fixed rate by the area. This is as he holds a person typically consecrates items in a more generous manner, so both the field and the trees are redeemed separately. When we said a vineyard is entirely redeemed as is, that must be where there's no actual grapevines being grown, as otherwise they'd have to be redeemed separately. We quote a different source which says if 3 spaced trees are redeemed with their land, they're redeemed at the fixed 50 shekel rate altogether, and they aren't being done separately, so that source must be just a disagreeing opinion that says people consecrate in a non-generous manner. However, we do see elsewhere, according to this opinion, that whether or not a field is redeemed with its actual trees, it all goes according to the time that redemption occurred, although it actually ends up rejecting the proof that he holds like this principle. It's said by a stony ancestral plot, as it's not fit to be sown, it's redeemed at its actual market value. If it's not redeemed, it goes to the Kohanim by the Yovel year, as the verse implies this occurs with any type of field. If somebody sold such a stony lot, it can be redeemed from the buyer less than 2 years after the sale. That's sourced. And if it wasn't redeemed, it returns to the owner at the Yovel Jubilee year. Also, if somebody consecrated trees in his ancestral field, they're redeemed at their actual market rate, as the 50 shekel area rate is only for fields, not for trees. If a tree is sold in such a field, it cannot be redeemed from the buyer less than 2 years after the sale. If it's not redeemed, it does not return to the owner at the Jubilee year, as that doesn't apply to trees. The reason a tree isn't consecrated the same as land is, as in most typical sales, the land is not included in the sale with the trees. We said by an acquired purchased field, its actual worth is given. This is sourced, and it does the same for the disagreeing opinion that our Mishnah quoted. New Mishnah, by a muad ox, meaning was established as dangerous, that killed a slave, there's a leniency and a stringency. No matter the value of the slave, it's always a set payment of 30 selaim. If an ox killed a free man, the owner pays the man's worth to the heirs. If the ox injured a slave or a free man, the owner pays the full damages. The Gemara says this doesn't necessarily imply, unlike the opinion, that a calm animal that injures a person pays full damages also, as you could just say it wasn't mentioned, as it was only discussing cases relevant to a dangerous ox. New Mishnah. By a violator or a seducer, there's a leniency and a stringency. No matter whether the woman in question is from a very prominent or humble family, the set fine is for 50 sla'im. The payment for embarrassment and reduction in value depend on the status of the embarrasser and the embarrassed individual. The Gemara sources the fact that there's a 50 sla'im fine, and then additional separate fines for embarrassment and reduction in value. It suggests some logical sources, but in the end it's just based on some verses. New Mishnah. There's a leniency and a stringency by the fine of a defamer, somebody who falsely accuses their wife. No matter the prominence of her family, the fine is 100 sla'im. This shows that somebody who speaks an evil thing is treated more severely than somebody who does an evil thing. Similarly, we see the generation from the wilderness that wasn't allowed to enter Israel only had that decreed after they spoke ill by the report of the 12 spies. The Gemara sources these principles on the severity of speaking falsely and poorly of others, and how this led to the issues for the generation of the desert. It said that this generation tested God's patience 10 times, twice by the Red Sea as they were entering and exiting, as both times they had little faith and complained out of fear, and God wound up having to pour the dead Egyptians out onto dry land. They complained twice by water at Marah, they complained, and at Rephidim they complained twice by the manna, as some would collect it on a Shabbos and some would leave it overnight, twice by the quail, where they complained for meat 2 separate times, and by the golden calf, and also by the spies' negative report on the land of Israel. It also says, on this topic of speaking lashon hara, gossip, speaking at all of others is regarded as if somebody denied a fundamental tenet of God's existence, and it said it'll be punished with leprosy. It's also said in the future all animals will assemble, and they will say that they hunt prey to feed, but why do snakes bite people? And the snake will say that it does so to punish those who speak lashon hara. It speaks more on the great negativity for doing so. It said if somebody does this, he deserves to be stoned, and it said that God doesn't want to share a world with such a man, and it said that the angel of hell focuses on him. To prevent lashon hara, it said that the best thing to do is to learn lots of Torah, and if somebody can't, they should instead strive for humility. It said that lashon hara is equivalent to idol worship, murder, and illicit relations. Famously, it's taught that speaking lashon hara harms 3 people: the person who's speaking, the person who listens to it, and the person who's being spoken about. It said that the tongue is compared to an arrow, as it can kill from a distance, although it said one's tongue can get a man life or death depending on what he says. As for what classifies as lashon hara, some say it's even something like asking others, where can we get a cooking fire like such and such a person has, thereby revealing that that man cooks food and revealing that he's wealthy. Although some actually hold it's allowed to speak about somebody if they're right there in front of you. In fact, some rule that if something is said before 3 people, it's assumed to be public knowledge and can then be repeated further, although in later texts it said that's very case dependent and generally nobody should ever be speaking poorly or frankly speaking at all about other people. This is mostly seen in the lengthy works of the Chafetz Chaim. There's even extensions of lashon hara where somebody could speak about a friend saying how kind he was that he hosted him so nicely, and then that could result in people harassing the man to eat at their house. In fact, some say a person should never excessively speak even good about others, as this could lead to a discussion about the man's faults. In fact, it said there are 7 sins that cause saras, leprosy: lashon hara, murder, vain oaths, illicit relations, haughtiness, theft, and stinginess, and all of these are individually sourced. Although it said that the priestly garment atoned for many things, and the bells on the Kohen Gadol's hem are said to atone for lashon hara only if his harmful words were not effective. Also, it said that the tunic atones for an unidentified murder, but that's only where the killer is known, but wasn't warned. If the killer is not known, the Egla Arufa ceremony was done, as was described at the end of Tractate Sota, and the incense offering atoned specifically for lashon hara spoken in private. Anyways, as somebody who speaks lashon hara got leprosy, such a person was banished from the encampment, as he drove a division between 2 people. So the same is done to him in a sense. And he brings 2 birds for his purification ceremony, as birds chirp ceaselessly, just like he had. Bit of a related topic. It says you shall not hate your brother in your heart in the verse. We can learn from this that it's proper to rebuke somebody who's doing something wrong, although it is said very few people know how to accept rebuke, and very few people know how to give it. It said humility not for its own sake is better than rebuke not for its own sake, as a person who does the right thing not necessarily for the right reasons will eventually come to do it for the right reasons. Some say the obligation to rebuke a wrongdoer extends even until he's struck, some say it's until he's cursed, some say it's until he's scorned. These opinions are individually sourced from different scriptural occurrences. Related to disputes as to at what point somebody should leave his lodging. It's agreed if he's struck, or if his bag is packed for him, he should leave, although it's disputed if he should leave when his wife is struck. It also sources the fact that a person should continue in the occupation of his fathers. It's a dispute as to what's the minimum amount somebody could suffer that could be considered divine retribution. Some say something as small as his clothes not fitting him, others say even if his drink was messed up, others say if his shirt was put on backwards. There are other examples. It said that even the greatest of people are subject to heavenly judgment. It expounds on further verses. Some say a generation parallels its leader. Others say a leader parallels their generation. So this means God either installs a leader to reflect the generation, or it means that the generation is influenced by the leader. And that's the end of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Tractate Arachin covers the various laws of the Erech donation vows to the temple. The first Mishnah says, if somebody takes an Erech vow to donate the value of somebody else to the temple, the ability to pay the vow is assessed from the vower. By the actual amount calculation regarding the age and gender, that would be assessed from the subject of the vow. The age is locked in from the time of the actual vow, meaning if a poor man vowed to donate the erech of a rich man, he gives the erech of a poor man, and if a rich man vowed to give the erech of a poor man, he'd give the erech of a rich man. This does not apply by offerings, where it would go according to the subject of the vow. Others disagree and say that also by erech vows, it goes according to the subject, which is explained. The Gemara says this applies specifically to the erech vow, not to the vow of worth, but it's just used the general terminology for vow here, as that's what the verse does. We said the ability to pay is assessed from the vower, which event sources. It also clarifies by the offering, somebody who vows to bring the offering of a poor mitzvah leper would only bring a poor man's offering if he himself was poor. This is event sourced. New Mishnah. If a vower was poor when he made his erech vow and then he became rich, or he was rich and then he became poor, he'd give the erech of a rich man. Others say even if he was poor and he became rich and then became poor again, he'd give the erech of a rich man, although not to what temple offerings. If somebody's father passed away and left him a massive wealth, or if somebody's ship was at sea traveling to him with a massive wealth, the temple treasury can't count that as a part of their assessment. The Gemara additionally discusses the various sources for these concepts. It clarifies by the father's inheritance that the temple treasury cannot count for the donation assessment. This does not refer to if he'd already inherited the money. It has to be before the father died, or even if his father was in the middle of dying. Similarly, by the ship, this is where the ship was leased or consigned to others, so he doesn't actually own the wealth, or even the ship, until it gets to him. New Mishnah. By the age category of the erech vow, that's calculated by the subject of the vow. So if a young man vows to give the erech of an old man, he'd give the erech of an old man, and vice versa. And the gender also goes by the subject of the vow. So if a male vows to give the erech value of a female, he'd give the erech for a female, and vice versa. It's calculated by the subject's age at the time of the vow. So if somebody vows the erech of a 5-year-old, and then he became older than 5, he'd still give the erech of the 5-year-old. The Gemara says, the erech vow is unlike the vow of worth here, that the age is calculated at the moment of the vow, which is based on a verse. New Mishnah. A 30-day-old infant is judged as being younger than this, and a 50-year-old or a 20-year-old exactly are judged as being younger than that age. This is sourced, as it specifically states this principle by the 60th year. Some say they remain in the lower category until they're a month and a day older, so 20 years and a month and a day would count as 21. The Gemara suggests that this means we disagree with the opinion that holds that the word until used in scripture means until and including, as it doesn't include his exact current age. Alternatively, we could hold like this opinion generally. This is just a specified exemption as derived from other verses. The reason some say it goes by a year from a month and a day after is that similar to how the census of the Levium was counted. Some say that the year that's accounted by temple offerings, by the right of redemption of houses from certain walled cities, the 2 years to redeem an ancestral field, the 6 years a Hebrew servant must work for, and the calculation of one's son or daughter, which some explain to refer to the erech vow and others say it refers to the age when they can start taking vows. All of these categories are calculated from a year's length in days and not according to the actual calendar year. It sources each of these, and it disputes between the opinions as to if it actually refers to an erech vow or a vow age calculation. Related, the reason when a female turns over 60, she retains a third of her original erech, unlike a male, is as it said, an old man in a house is a calamity, while an old woman in a house is a treasure. And that's the end of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Tractate Arachin continues on the laws of donation vows. The first Mishnah says, besides for the erech and value vows discussed in prior chapters, there's another type of vow, a vow of weight. Somebody could vow to pay their weight as a donation to the temple. And as to whether gold or silver is used, that would go by what he stipulates. It gives an example of this occurring. If somebody vows to give the weight of their arm to the temple, it's calculated by sticking it into a barrel to see where the water level rises to. Then he'd fill the barrel with animal parts of bone, meat, and sinew until the water reaches the same level, and then that's weighed. Others disagree and say there's variation in proportions between human flesh and donkey flesh, so we just estimate the weight. The Gemara clarifies he only pays the weight in gold or silver if he specified gold or silver. If he specified nothing, he can even pay the value in pitch if he wants, if that's the local custom, even if some merchants only measure their pitch as opposed to weighing it. Similarly, if the local custom is to weigh onions, somebody could give their weight in onions, even if the weighing of the onions was done by amount or approximation. Some say that if a person is eminent, he's assessed accordingly and they need to pay their weight in something of worth, hence the quoted case where somebody vowed to give the weight of their daughter and he gave it in gold. Related, if somebody vowed to give his stature as a donation, that's assessed by making an unbending rod of a specified substance as tall as he is. If he vowed to give the fullness of his stature, the rod should be able to bend. This accords with the opinion that there is variation based on superfluous expressions. If somebody vowed to donate their stance or breadth or his sitting or his thickness or circumference, those all stand unresolved. It further specifies the debate as to if the weight of the arm is assessed by checking water displacement, and according to the opinion that says it's just estimated, they still say that they should measure as much as possible. Now, if the form of the arm here is extending up until the underarm, this is unique by a vow where it follows common language, as other times it refers to the arm up until the bicep, and by the tradition of the temple hand washing, it refers to the wrist specifically. By the word leg, that goes up to the knee, again as this follows the common language by vows. The word excludes someone with a wooden leg, although by something like chalitza, the rejection of the Levirate marriage as discussed back in Tractate Zevachim, that can be done on somebody's stump, so long as it's not above the thigh. It disputes based on this as to whether the ankle is physically a part of the heel, as some say it's just close enough to be considered connected. In Mishnah, if somebody vows to pay the worth of his arm, he's assessed by calculating how much he's worth now and how much he'd be worth without his arm, and he pays the difference. In this way, regular vows are stricter than Arachin vows, as this cannot be done by an erech vow. The Gemara says, specifically the man is appraised the same way a person is appraised regarding damages to his person for repayment. Others disagree and say it goes by an assessment if the man was a slave whose single arm had been retained in ownership by another, how much he would pay to gain access to the use of both of his arms. If somebody was appraised in a case of damages, which is assessed by 3 people, it asks if he wants to pay his worth to the temple, if he needs to be reassessed, as that's assessed by 10 people. Also, what if it was the other way around? Or what if he wanted to have his worth donated, but he hadn't yet been appraised, and then he asks to donate his worth to the temple? Would he be appraised once or twice? And if it's 2 separate times, what if he vows to pay his value twice at the same time? And if that's counted twice, and he's then actually appraised, but for no actual reason, does that appraisal count, or does that require intent? It tries to prove this last one from the fact that we don't do an assessment on a person that died, but that's not a valid proof, as that's not even a valid appraisal. Unlike a proper appraisal that was just done without intent. New Mishnah. There is a stringency of erech vows over regular vows. If somebody makes an erech vow but he dies before he can give it, his heirs must pay it instead. Although if he vowed his worth and died, the heirs give nothing, as the dead have no value. Also, if somebody vows to pay the erech of his arm or leg, that's totally invalid. If somebody vows to pay the erech of his head or liver, as those are vital organs, he'd give the erech of his entire body. If somebody vows to pay half his erech, he pays half his erech value. If he says he undertakes to pay the erech of his half, he gives his full erech value. If somebody vows to pay half their worth, he gives half his worth. If he vows to undertake to pay the worth of his half, he gives his full worth. Again, if he vows the worth of his vital organ, he gives the worth of his whole person. If somebody vows to pay somebody else's erech, but the vower dies, or even if the subject dies, the heirs must pay it instead. If the man vowed to pay somebody else's value worth, the heirs pay it instead. But if the subject of the vow died, the heirs give nothing, as the dead have no monetary value. The Gemara says, other stringencies of vows of worth over erech vows are worth vows apply to animals or birds, and they're not adjudicated according to the voter's means, unlike by erech vows. However, erech vows are stricter than vows of worth, as those are paid for a dead man, as mentioned. As we said, an erech vow is paid by one's heirs if the man died. It disputes if we can prove from this that by an oral loan, if the borrower dies, the lender can still collect it from the man's heirs. This is rejected, as it's said to be uniquely written in Torah, and it's where the vower already was ordered by the court to pay this, but he just hadn't yet been appraised. It also mentions if somebody vows the value of a limb, he said nothing, but others disagree, as they say a person doesn't speak meaninglessly, so they say the value would actually be given. It sources the fact that an erech vow for a vital organ is calculated from the entire body. Also, a vow from the knee up constitutes a vital organ. If somebody vows to pay half his erech, we say he does so, although others say he'd actually pay the full erech, as it was decreed that this is the same as saying he's paying an erech of his half, as half his entire body is a vital organ. It sources these principles, and it discusses some further cases, further disputing as to if a person says things in vain. The case where somebody vows to pay somebody else's erech and then dies is just necessary to state the following case where this is done by a vow of worth. We said if the vower dies, the heirs still pay the other man's worth, as the vower's properties are considered to be mortgaged immediately, and the amount is just calculated from the later appraisal. New Mishnah. If somebody says his ox should be an olah offering, or his house should be an offering, and the animal died or the house collapsed, he's exempt from any payments. If he vows to undertake to offer the ox as an olah, or his house as an offering, he would be obligated to replace them if he dies. The Gemara says, this is where he undertook to pay the worth of the ox. If he undertook to pay the ox specifically, he would not need to replace it if it died. It disputes this principle from some additional cases, and there's some quoted variation. New Mishnah. We can take collateral from somebody obligated in an erech vow, but not from somebody obligated in a chatas or asham offering. We do take collateral from those obligated in olah or shlamim offerings. Somebody is only atoned through his offering if he consents to bring it. So if somebody's refusing to, he's compelled to do so until he says he's willing. The same principle applies by a divorce document, where it must be given willingly, so a person could be compelled until he does so willingly. The Gemara says an opinion. There are times that we take collateral from somebody obligated in a chatas offering, which would be by the nazir's obligatory chatas, as after his blood is thrown, he's allowed to drink wine and become impure if he wants. So we need to ensure that he would complete this process. And there are times where we don't take collateral from an olah offering, by the mitzorah's olah, as he cannot eat consecrated foods or enter the temple until he does so. It sources the principle that an offering must be brought consensually. It also says that an olah offering requires awareness, teaching us that if somebody designated an offering for somebody else from his flock, there's a necessity for the recipient to have awareness, as sometimes the man would not want to receive atonement through something that's not his. Others seemingly disagree, but it's possible they're saying the recipient's knowledge isn't needed at the time of atonement, as to if he was made aware at the earlier time of designation. We said the same principle applies by a divorce document. It said, if a person informs witnesses that the divorce document he's writing, that he doesn't consent to it, that's valid and his divorce doesn't count. This teaches that even if he's later coerced to agree to divorce his wife, then it doesn't nullify his prior notice. This is sourced from the particular wording of our Mishnah. And that's the end of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Tractate Arachin covers the laws of temple treasury auctions. The first Mishnah says, the appraisal and auctioning of the property of orphans is done for 30 days, while the appraisal and auctioning of consecrated property belonging to the temple is done for 60 days, and this sale is announced throughout this period in the morning and the evenings. The Gemara says it's announced in the morning and evenings, as that's when workers enter and leave their positions, and if somebody wants to buy this property, they'll tell their workers to inspect it then and then again later, so the potential purchasers will confirm with their workers. It quotes places where this concept is similarly taught. It gives an example of somebody auctioning a sale and offering it to be bought for a marriage contract or for a lender to have his debt repaid, which are both specified as lenders are more lenient in what they accept, and marriage contracts are often collected in increments. There's an opinion which disagrees with our Mishnah, which says the appraisal and sale of orphans' property occurs for 60 days, although some say this variation is only if the announcement was made on a Monday or a Thursday. As for when exactly the court is auctioning off orphans' property, some say this is only done if interest payments are consuming it, others say it's only done to pay for the widow's marriage contract, as her support payments consume it. The dispute by the latter, if this is done to repay a marriage contract, is as it said, a widow's personal earnings go to her heirs, but others say sometimes they don't earn enough to balance what they're consuming from the estate. It disputes between these opinions from a couple of quoted cases, trying to prove whether they imply like either opinion. It's explained that if the liable party, the dying husband, admits that he hasn't repaid his marriage contract debt, it would be repaid from the auctioned estate. Some say that the reason the auctioning of the orphan's estate for a marriage contract is simply to increase the likelihood of marriage contracts being filled out in general, so as to encourage more people to marry, meaning this would not apply by a divorcee. One sage said, initially before being disproven, he wouldn't collect any property from orphans at all, which is either as orphan minors cannot do mitzvahs, so they don't have their repayment of lenders enforced, as that's a mitzvah. Others say as it was perhaps possible the dying father quickly paid off his creditor before he died. The practical difference between these would be if the father admitted that he hadn't repaid his debt, or if he was under a ban before he died. It is ruled, however, if there is a ban on a person when he died, we collect from his orphan's property to repay his creditors, meaning if there wasn't such a ban, we don't do this. It brings sources for this. Third explanation as to why we don't collect property from orphans. It's possible the father repaid his debt and has a receipt hidden somewhere that his kids just don't know about. This would not apply by marriage contract, as a woman can collect hers even not in her husband's presence, which was instituted to make marriage contract collection easier and increase marriages. A lender, however, can collect in a borrower's absence, which was simply instituted to prevent people from being able to take loans and then flee to distant countries. The law is ruled. The court does not involve itself with the property of orphans unless the father specifically said to repay a debt before he died, in which case the court always only involves itself as an administrator, unless witnesses testify that the deceased father's property was stolen, as we don't assume the witnesses are lying. New Mishnah. If somebody consecrated all of his properties and he needed to repay his marriage contract, it's a dispute when he divorces her as to whether he needs to take a vow prohibiting her benefit. Similarly, if somebody's a guarantor for a woman's marriage contract and her husband divorced her and can't pay it, the husband must take a vow that he won't give her benefit out of concern that this was all planned with his wife to divorce her, collect repayment from the guarantor, and then just remarry his wife. The Gemara says, the dispute by consecrated property applies as they disagree on if a person would try to conspire and steal consecrated property. This dispute only applies by a healthy person, as we see elsewhere a very sick man is believed to reclaim his property from consecrated property, as he won't personally benefit from it. Others disagree and say it's the inverse, that a healthy person is agreed that they'd conspire to steal consecrated property, and the dispute in our Mishnah is on if a publicly made vow can be annulled. Alternatively, they agree that it can, and they disagree if a vow made on public consensus can be annulled. Although in the end it's explained that they disagree as to whether a person can petition a sage to annul a consecration, which it sources. As for the ploy to divorce one's wife, to collect a guarantee for the marriage contract, and then remarry her, it gives an incident where a sage was recommended to do this by privately divorcing his wife, and it was permitted there as he was the guarantor's actual son, and he was a young rabbinical scholar who really needed money, although it didn't end up working out anyways, as it turns out he was a Cohen, and he wouldn't be allowed to remarry his divorced wife. Some clarify the case to be where it was a Kablan guarantor, where there's a higher degree of responsibility, and this was made either as the sage had property during his marriage, but he later lost it, or the guarantee was just made as he was the sage's father. Although it is ruled, even if the husband or borrower don't have any property at the time of the marriage or loan, a Kablan vowed guarantee can still be made and must be repaid, besides for the guarantor of a marriage contract, as there's no cost to this guarantee, and it doesn't cost the wife anything at all. It discusses whether this principle would apply by other similar cases. New Mishnah. If somebody consecrated all of his property and he needed to repay his marriage contract or a loan, they can't collect the repayment directly from the consecrated property. Rather, a redeemer needs to redeem the consecrated property on condition it's given to repay the marriage contract or loan. So if a borrower consecrated a property worth 90 coins and his debt was 100 coins, the creditor would redeem the consecrated property for a single dinar coin, on condition it repays his debt, and the debt would increase very slightly accordingly. The Gemara explains, all of this is necessary to prevent people from thinking that consecrated property can be used without redemption. Evidently, this whole Mishnah disagrees with the opinion that says, if the man's debt was equal to the value of what he consecrated, he can redeem it as is, with equal being defined here as up to half. New Mishnah. We do collect collateral from people who make erech vows, however, we always take care to let the man at least keep food for 30 days, clothing for 12 months, a bed with bedding, shoes, and tefillin, although only for himself, not for his family. If he was a craftsman, he's allowed to keep 2 tools of each type needed for his craft. A carpenter would get to keep 2 planes and 2 saws, and some say a farmer gets to keep 2 oxen, and some say a donkey driver keeps his donkey. If he had a bunch of spare tools of one type and a few of another type, he's given 2 of the kind that he has a lot of and whatever he has from with few. If somebody consecrates his possessions, he needs to redeem his tefillin. The Gemara sources this principle that a vower who's having property collected is allowed to keep his own basic necessities, and that applies specifically to himself and not his family. The reason some didn't allow a donkey driver to keep their donkey was as they held it was an asset, not a tool. By the last point on somebody having single tools of small amounts, it specifies that he's not permitted to sell the more numerous tool to buy spares of the lesser ones, even though before he was able to lend out and exchange his tools for others. Also, it says when somebody consecrates his possessions, this includes his tefillin. There's a mitzvah over there, but even by a regular sale, if somebody sold their possessions, it would include his tefillin. New Mishnah. If somebody consecrates all of his property to the temple, or if he makes an erech vow, the treasurers have no rights to his wife or children's clothing, or any clothes arranged to have died for his wife or children, or any new shoes purchased for them. It said slaves are sold with the garments to increase their value, animals are waited until market day to be sold, and jewels are sold in large cities to increase their value. So too, by consecrated property, its value is assessed according to its current time and location. The Gemara quotes a source for this principle, and that's the end of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Tractate Arachin covers the laws of consecrating land by the Jubilee year. The first Mishnah says, regarding somebody's ancestral inherited property, every 50 years by the Jubilee year, the Yovel year, it reverts back to its original owner. If such a field is consecrated, he's given a chance to redeem it before the Jubilee year, wherein he'd retain ownership of the field. If he doesn't do this, then when the Jubilee year comes, the land ownership switches to the Kohanim instead, and he loses all ownership permanently. A field is not consecrated if there's less than 2 years until the Jubilee year, and a field cannot be redeemed less than a year after a Jubilee year. Incomplete years, so just months, are not taken into account when somebody calculates the redemption cost of their consecrated field. The temple treasury, however, can do this to their benefit. The Gemara clarifies, it means that a consecrated field is redeemed with a price reduction only if there are over 2 years until the Jubilee year, meaning it's not actually forbidden to make such a redemption, it's just strongly advised not to. If somebody consecrates his field during the actual Jubilee year, some say it's consecrated and the owner pays 50 selas to redeem it, and others say it's just not consecrated at all. This is as this latter opinion holds that during the Jubilee year, the Kohanim immediately receive the consecrated property with no necessary redemption. The opinion which says a consecration is done holds that the temple retains ownership of the property, and from there it's granted to the Kohanim. It disputes between these from verses along with some further points. When the Mishnah said we don't redeem an ancestral field less than a year after the Jubilee year, this opinion which says a field cannot be consecrated during the Jubilee year says that this just means that if a consecrated field is redeemed in the middle of any regular year, if the year hasn't ended, the redemption price is not reduced. The other opinion which says property can be consecrated in the Jubilee year essentially holds that it's saying the reason ancestral land isn't redeemed less than a year after a Jubilee year is because we don't count just months in this calculation for the temple treasury. It sources the remaining principles. Mishnah. If somebody consecrates his ancestral fields during the time when the Jubilee year is done, when he redeems his field, it's done at a rate of 50 silver shkalim for every area where a chomer measure of barley can be sown. If there are pits or rocks going down or up above 10 handbreadths, they're not counted in the measurement. If they're less than this, they are counted. If somebody consecrated his fields 2 or 3 years before the Jubilee year and then wants to redeem it, he gives a sela and a pundion coin for every remaining year. If he says he wants to just give the current year's amount for that year, so 1 year at a time, that's not allowed. It all needs to be given at once. This applies if the original owner is redeeming it, or if somebody else is redeeming it. The only difference is that the original owner must give an additional fifth when he does so. The Gemara says this particular given measurement ratio, also referred to as a base kar, applies to where seed can be grown too, not just by grain, if scattered by hand in an average density. The reason the pits aren't included in this calculation is as they're filled with water, so they can't even be used for planting, and pits and rocks smaller than 10 handbreadths are too small to be significant, so are just considered to be part of the land. It also clarifies a sela and a pundion are given to redeem a field for each remaining year until the Jubilee year, and also a deduction is taken for each year that the field was owned by the temple for. It states a similar quote saying that this amount must be paid all at once, sourcing this new Mishnah. If somebody consecrates his ancestral field and then redeems it, he retains ownership of it over the Jubilee year. If his son redeemed it, it would go to his father. If somebody else redeemed it and the original owner purchased it from them, it would nevertheless go to Kohanim by the Jubilee year. If a Kohen redeemed it and the Jubilee year comes, he doesn't just get to keep it, it's returned to the temple, divided, and redistributed among Kohanim. The Gemara quotes sources for the fact that we said a consecrated field that's redeemed by a man's son is retained by him across the Jubilee year, that this applies by a son specifically, and his brother doesn't stand in his place like exists by the levirate marriage. They said a daughter cannot do this. If a woman consecrates a field as to possibly it's her husband or son that can redeem it for her, that's unresolved. If somebody consecrated his field less than 2 years before the Jubilee year, it'd still go to the Kohanim. It sources the fact that if a Kohen redeems a field, it's still divided by the Jubilee year. New Mishnah. If the Jubilee year arrived and the field hasn't been redeemed, the Kohanim enter it and take possession, and it's a dispute if they need to give its value to the temple treasury. Some even say they don't need to enter it, it's just left until somebody redeems it, and in the meanwhile it's called an abandoned field. The Kohanim cannot take possession of a field until the Jubilee year after somebody redeems it. The Gemara says, the dispute as to if the Kohanim need to pay the value of the field to acquire acquire it is based on verses. It also sources the third opinion that says the Kohanim do not have the field transferred to them on the Jubilee year. It disputes these between the interpretation of various cases. It said that a consecrated ancestral field goes to the Kohanim by the Jubilee year only if somebody other than the original owner had redeemed it. Otherwise, the temple treasury would retain it. According to the opinion that the field doesn't go to the Kohanim by the Jubilee year, it asks, after this, in the year after the Jubilee year, is the original owner considered to be like everybody else? Or does he still maintain a degree of ownership in that he can recover the field by redeeming it? A source seems to imply that he's treated like everybody else, but some explain this case to be where the consecrated field was taken by a Kohanim, who then consecrated it themselves, so the original owner has no ownership of it anymore, which it sources. It tries to prove either way that the original owner would retain a degree of ownership, a typical case of the Jubilee year passing, but that's largely unsuccessful. The Mishnah. If somebody purchased a field from his father and his father died, so the son consecrated the field, it's treated like an ancestral field. If he consecrated the field before the father died, it's treated like an acquired, purchased field, according to some. Others say even here it's like an ancestral field, and they base that off of a verse. An acquired purchased field does not go to the Kohanim by the Jubilee year because you can't consecrate something that's not yours. Kohanim and Levium can always consecrate and redeem their ancestral fields, both before and after the Jubilee year. The Gemara further sources the debate as to if a son consecrates a field owned by his own father while his father is alive, if it's treated like an ancestral or acquired property. It goes off of interpretation of verses. We said Kohanim and Levium can always redeem their fields as they can uniquely do it after the Jubilee year. It says they can always consecrate their field, even though that applies to everybody, but it just said this for grammatical formatting reasons. And that's the end of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Tractate Arachin covers the laws of consecrating land outside of the Jubilee year. The first Mishnah says, in the era where the Jubilee year does not exist, so basically since the destruction of the Second Temple during the time of exile, if somebody consecrates his field, the temple treasurer would auction the field with the owner having the first bid, as only he needs to pay an extra fifth to redeem it. It quotes an incident where this occurred, and somebody repurchased his own field for an Isser coin, or according to some, for an egg, as redemption can be with property according to them. So he basically just kept his field and lost an Isser coin. The Gemara says, the man doesn't just have the option of submitting the first bid, he's actually coerced to do so. The reason we gave was because his charge will be for an additional fifth, but there's also the reasons that it's his field and he wants it, and also as it's a mitzvah for him to redeem it. The dispute as to if redemption can be done with an egg is, as it's agreed something worth money is treated like money, it's just the possible issue with an egg is that its fifth is less than the minimum value of a pruta. And the last points are sourced. New Mishnah. When the temple auctions property, people make bids, and if somebody makes a higher bid and then retracts it, it goes to the lower bid beneath them, and the higher bidder needs to pay the difference. So if somebody bids 40 and somebody else bids 50, and the higher bid retracts, it would go to the lower bidder, and the retractor is charged 10 coins. If the one who said 40 retracted his bid, it would go down to the next person, and he'd pay the remainder, all the way down the line. If one man bids for 20 salaim and the original owner bids for 20 salaim, the original owner gets it because he needs to add a fifth. If the original owner had bid 20 and somebody else had bid 21, the owner needs to pay 26 coins. If the other man offered 22, the owner gives 27. If the other man had offered 23, the owner gives 28. If the other man had offered 24, the owner gives 29. If the other man offered 25, the owner gives 30, meaning he doesn't add a fifth of the increase in price. If one man bid 26 coins and the owner gives 31 coins, he gets the property, and if he doesn't bid this amount, the bidder gets it instead. The Gemara says, if by the bid retractions, if there was a man who bid 30 and somebody bid 40 and somebody else bid 50, and the man who bid 40 retracted his first, and then the highest 50 bidder retracted his, the difference is split, meaning the one who bid 50 repays 15 coins, and the other man repays only 5 coins. It argues this principle from a few cases, particularly it's explained this applies if they retracted their bids at the same moment. If the higher bidder retracted his first, he'd pay 10, and the next man would pay 10. This is sourced along with some variation. The reason why if the original owner and another man bid the same amount, the original owner has precedence by his extra fifth, is as this is an actual increase in profit, unlike by something like Ma'aser Sheni, where the original owner doesn't get priority, as the extra fifth there isn't about the extra profit, it's just about redeeming it in the best manner. When we said one person offers 25, and the original owner offered 20, he must increase it to 30. This is explained that this is where he originally bid 20 salaim and a pruta, which was just unmentioned as it's imprecise, which is why his is greater. Additionally, we said normally the original owner doesn't add a fifth due to the increase in price from the highest bidder. However, if the consecrated object was appraised by 3 men to be at the highest bidder's offered rate, the original owner would need to increase by a fifth, which is then sourced. Alternatively, they disagree with this posed scenario, and it's just a stringency. By the last point, if somebody makes a bid for 26 coins, the original owner has the option of redeeming it for 31 salaim and a dinner. This extra dinner is necessary, as the case was that originally the owner bid 21 salaim, so he has to pay a fifth and a dinner, and then 5 more to be above the high bid of 26. If he didn't do this, the high bid of 26 would get the property, as mentioned. New Mishnah. Rabbi Eliezer says, somebody can declare cherem, a vow to not benefit, from some of his sheep or some of his cattle or some of his slaves or parts of his ancestral fields, but if they were all declared cherem, that's not valid. It said, if a person isn't allowed to designate everything he owns to the temple, like we just mentioned, for sure he wouldn't be allowed to squander his properties on meaningless things. The Gemara sources the fact that a person can't declare such a vow on all of his property based on the implication of the verse. It also mentions other instances, such as that if somebody doesn't have the legal ability to sell something at all times, he is not allowed to declare such a thing to be cherem. So, for instance, somebody's daughter, he has no authority over her when she's an adult, so she can't be declared cherem. On this topic of not squandering one's property, it mentions the importance of charity. However, while it's said to be good to give a massive amount to charity, usually 10% of one's income, giving over a fifth is excessive and shouldn't be done. New Mishnah. If somebody declared his son or daughter to be cherem, or he did this to his Hebrew slave or to his purchased field, they cannot become cherem, as he doesn't own them. Regarding Kohanic cherem, essentially vowing to give property to Kohanim, Rabbi Yehuda says such a vow cannot be taken by Kohanim. Rabbi Shimon says Kohanim cannot do this, as it would just go back to them, but Levium can do this. Rabbi agrees with Rabbi Yehuda by land, and he agrees with Rabbi Shimon by movable property. The Gemara sources these principles, and it clarifies that Rabbi Shimon actually agrees with Rabbi Yehuda in regards to land, as they both hold Levium cannot make land cherem. If somebody declared movable objects to be cherem, he's allowed to give them to whichever Kohanim he wants. That's briefly sourced. Anyways, a field that's given to Kohanim by the Jubilee year is given to the Mishmar watch of Kohanim serving at that particular time. If the Jubilee year starts on a Shabbos, where there's two groups, it goes to the watch group at the beginning of the day. That's sourced also, and it's discussed further. The reason cherem movable objects are not given to the Mishmar and can be given to any Kohen is, as this follows the opinion that movable objects and land are just not comparable. New Mishnah. Kohanic cherems cannot be redeemed. They're just given, like Temurah is. There's a dispute if unspecified cherems are given to temple upkeep or to the Kohanim, which is based on some verses. A person can make his offerings of any type as cherem. If they were vowed offerings, he gives their worth. If it was a donated offering, the amount of its benefit is given. Meaning, if somebody said, this ox shall be an olah offering, it's evaluated by how much a person would give to offer that ox as an olah that he wasn't obligated to bring. By a Bechor, a firstborn animal, whether it's blemished or unblemished, it can have a cherem apply, and it could be redeemed by evaluating how much a person would give for the Bechor to give it instead to a specific Kohen of his choosing. The Gemara quotes another source which says Kohanic cherems aren't redeemed, they're just given to Kohanim. Also, so long as the owner has them, they're consecrated, and once the Kohen receives them, they're unconsecrated. It additionally disputes between the opinions as to what the status of an unspecified cherem is. It argues as to who we hold like in practice, as some just reverse the opinion. So it's generally said that unspecified cherems go to temple upkeep, but then the issue is as to who exactly hold like this, and others still disagree and say it goes to Kohanim. A case is quoted where it says the laws of cherem applies only when the Jubilee year does, and yet these opinions say the man would need to redeem his property or possibly give them to Kohanim, which shouldn't apply as the Jubilee year doesn't apply here, so it's explained that it was referring to movable property, not land, where cherem by those applies even where the Jubilee year does not exist. Land outside of Israel has the same status as movable properties inside of Israel, which is relevant to why the case apply. New Mishnah. Another source regarding the Bechor tithe. One verse says you shall consecrate a Bechor. Another verse says you cannot consecrate a Bechor. So it's explained that it can have a consecration of value. So a gift can be given to a Kohen, but it cannot be consecrated to be offered on the altar. The Gemara says there was a different opinion mentioned in the prior Mishnah who uses alternative sources. They use this to prove simply that a Bechor must be consecrated verbally. The Mishnah's opinion says this isn't necessary as the animal consecrates itself from the womb by just being born as a firstborn. And that's the end of chapter 8. Chapter 9, the final chapter of Tractate Arachin, covers the laws of sale and the redemption of houses and property. The first Mishnah says, a man has the right to buy back his own ancestral field, as it can never be permanently sold, and it always reverts back to its owner by the Jubilee year, which is every 50 years. If somebody sells his ancestral field when the laws of the Jubilee year exist, he can't redeem it less than 2 years after the sale, as the sale was to grant the man usage of the crops for that minimum period of 2 years. If it was a year of harsh weather, or it was a sabbatical year, so the buyer has no crops, that year doesn't count in the 2-year minimum. If the buyer plowed his field or left it fallow for a year, it's his own fault, and that counts as one of his years of use. Rabbi Eliezer says, if the owner sold him his rights to the field right before Rosh Hashanah, and the field was full of produce, the buyer just gets 3 crops from the field in 2 years. The Gemara says, not just that a man cannot redeem his field 2 years after the sale, he and the buyer are both not even permitted to do so if they want to. If somebody sells his field during the actual Jubilee year, it's a dispute. Some say it's sold, but as it's the Jubilee year, the buyer just immediately loses the field. Others say the sale doesn't take place at all. It debates between these logics, as some compare it to selling one's daughter as a maidservant after she's in the stage where the father no longer has the rights to do this, as the former opinion says the two are not comparable, as a daughter cannot be resold, but a field can. It additionally disputes between these two opinions. We mentioned that if the buyer leaves the field fallow, and also if he plows it for a year, those still count towards his minimum 2 years he gets to use the field for. Mentioning plowing the field is necessary, as it shows that the selling owner can't just pay the buyer for plowing the field and reacquire it. If somebody sold a full field right before Rosh Hashanah, the man will end up with 3 crops. He's not responsible to leave a full crop for the owner when he returns it, as based on a verse, sometimes people will eat 3 crops in a single year. New Mishnah. If the original owner of an ancestral field sold it to a buyer for 100 coins, and the buyer sold it to a second buyer for 200 coins, the original owner calculates the redemption fee according to the first sale only. If the ancestral owner sold the field for 200 coins, and the buyer sold it to a second buyer for 100 coins, the owner calculates the redemption fee according to the second buyer, as it could be calculated according to the man who currently has the field. It's impermissible to sell a distant field and use the proceeds to redeem a nearby one, and the proceeds from a poor quality field cannot redeem a high quality one, and somebody can't borrow money to redeem his field, and somebody can't redeem a field in halves. All of these would be permissible by a consecrated field, which is how there's a stringency of private property over temple property. The Gemara says that the redemption calculation always goes by the lowest price paid by any buyer. Another opinion says the same, but actually calculates it either from the original price or the current value of the land, whichever is lower. There's a practical difference where the field went up in value and then dropped and then went back up again. Our Mishnah would say the redemption would be at 100 coins, while this opinion would say it goes by 200 coins. This is as all these laws are derived from some principles of a Hebrew slave, where there's always leniencies, so too here. It additionally sources these. Essentially, as selling oneself as a slave is a transgression of Torah law, nevertheless they have leniencies apply, which it discusses some verses on. When it said a distant field cannot be sold to have a near one redeemed, or a poorer quality one cannot be sold to have a better one redeemed, etc., all of those listed points and the fact that all of those are permitted by a consecrated field, that's sourced at length. It actually does bring up a disputing opinion, which holds that a consecrated field cannot be redeemed by halves. New Mishnah. If somebody sells a house that's from a walled city, referring to cities that were walled since the time of Joshua, they can be redeemed at any time throughout the 12 months after the sale. It's similar to a prohibited interest payment, but it's not actual interest. If the seller dies, his son can redeem the house. If the buyer dies, the seller redeems the house from a buyer's son. The year is counted from the date of sale, not from the calendar year, which it sources, and also that if it's a leap year, it would include the 13th added month. Others disagree and say the redemption rights stand for just 365 days of the solar calendar. If this period ends and the house isn't redeemed, it's permanently acquired by the buyer. These laws apply whether the house is sold or gifted. The Gemara says there's other opinions that dispute the source for this, although they both say that it lasts for a year and the redemption must wait at least 2 days after the sale. They just dispute where they source it from. We said this is similar to interest, although it's not actually interest, and others disagree and say it is actual interest. It's just permitted uniquely here, as they hold that interest contingent on just one side of a transaction is prohibited normally, while our Mishnah's opinion would allow that. Alternatively, they agree that such a thing would be impermissible, and what they dispute is whether interest given with intent to return it is allowed. Our Mishnah says yes, this opinion says no. It sources the necessity for the remaining listed points and further disputes how the year calculation is made, and it brings some particular cases on these laws. It said if somebody consecrates a house from a walled city, it can be redeemed at once and can be redeemed forever. If somebody else redeems it, if a full year passes without the original owner redeeming it back, it would transfer fully to the buyer. This is sourced, and it proves that if the house is sold and in the middle of the year of redemption a jubilee year starts, it doesn't leave by the jubilee year. New Mishnah. Originally, the strategy people used after buying a house in a walled city would be to hide on the last day of the redemption year, so that way the purchaser wouldn't be able to claim his house back. So to prevent this, it was instituted that the original owner could just forcibly enter his own house, place down the money, and redeem his property back, and the buyer could just pick up his money whenever. The Gemara says the fact that this had to be instituted implies that if a man gives his wife a divorce document on condition that she gives him 200 coins, and she gives him the money against his consent, the divorce would be invalid. This is as we typically hold giving somebody something against their consent is not allowed, and was uniquely allowed by the house repossession. Others disagree and say perhaps this institution was made by the house purchase, as the money is being deposited outside the giver's presence, unlike with the divorce document. And there's another version of this whole discussion, essentially saying that this case is where we know that even if a woman gave money to her husband for a divorce even without his consent, it's still a valid divorce, as the institution by a house repossession was only necessary for when this was done outside of the buyer's presence. And then again, others would disagree, saying there wouldn't be a difference as to who was present, and just saying that this institution was made as a historical occurrence that's being mentioned. New Mishnah. Anything that's within the walls of such a city is treated like a house from a walled city, and all of the relevant laws accordingly apply. Rabbi Meir would even include the field within the city. If there's a house built into the city wall, it's a dispute as to what the status is. The Gemara cites sources for each of these individually, and it also mentions that there's a debate as to whether a pebble ground or a sand field is treated with the same status as a house or a field, and whether it would then be permitted. New Mishnah. A city wherein the outermost houses are packed tightly enough that they form effectively a wall, or a city that was not surrounded by a wall in the times of Joshua, those are not considered to be a walled city by these laws. A walled city would only be one with at least a plot with 3 courtyards and 2 houses each, and with a wall that exists from the days of Joshua, as mentioned. Such cities would be ones listed like Old Katra, Gedod, Jerusalem, and many others. The Gemara sources all of these. It lists many specific such walled cities, and some say that those are actually just the furthest ones. We said Jerusalem was a walled city, but it said a house there cannot be permanently sold within, so apparently it's not. So either that's just an exception uniquely, or it just refers to some other city that happens to also be named Jerusalem. The reason the specific cities in our Mishnah were uniquely listed is after the Babylonian exile, they possibly re-sanctified those specifically, although some take issue with the concept that the sanctification ended after the destruction of the first temple, and others just say that they found these select cities and enumerated them, which is why these are being listed. It additionally disputes as to whether the sanctification status left after the destruction of the first temple, and that's relevant as to when the laws of the Jubilee year were annulled. New Mishnah. By houses in open, unwalled towns, they have the special rights of houses of walled cities, and also the rights of ancestral fields, so they can be redeemed immediately and for 12 months, and they're returned by the Jubilee year or through refunding. The Gemara sources these principles at length. It explains, in this case, if an open town's house was consecrated to the temple treasury and another man redeemed it, and the Jubilee year came, it would still go back to its original owner. If the temple still had it, it would not automatically return to its owner, so people don't just say property can be unconsecrated without redemption, which is sourced. Although others disagree with the first point, and they say if a second person redeems a house of an open town from the temple treasury, he gets to keep it, and they dispute verses, although it quotes a source which says, like the first opinion, that he would still need to return it by the Jubilee year. New Mishnah. The houses of open towns have 2 courtyards with 2 houses each, and even if they have walls since Joshua, they're treated like open towns. The Gemara sources this, and the minimum amount of courtyards and houses. New Mishnah. If a Yisrael inherited a house in a walled city from his mother's father, who's a Levi, he can redeem it like a Levi. Or if a Levi inherited such a house from his mother's father, who's a Yisrael, he needs to redeem it like a Yisrael, as the seller needs to be a Levi, and the house must be of the cities of the Levium, from a Levitical city. Others disagree and say, while this all only applies by the cities of Levium, the seller does not actually need himself to be a Levi. The Gemara clarifies, according to the first opinion, the Yisrael man can only redeem the house like a Yisrael and not like a Levi. It sources his opinion that he can only redeem it like a Levi if it's a Levitical city and he himself is a Levi. The final opinion disagrees with this, and he says this can be done by a Levi or a Yisrael. New Mishnah. In a Levitical city, a field cannot be made into a clearing cannot be made into a field or a city, and a city cannot be made into a clearing. Some say by Yisrael cities, most of these would be allowed, but a city cannot be made into a clearing, as otherwise the cities will just end up being destroyed. Kohanim and Levium can sell and redeem whenever they want based on a verse. The Gemara agrees. A change cannot be made in a Levitical city specifically. We said Kohanim and Levium can sell and redeem whenever they want. It quotes a discussion about Levium selling houses in walled cities, which is difficult as none of the Levitical cities could be walled, so it said that it was permitted for them to have a city and then to wall it later on, but then it says such a city wouldn't have the status of a walled city, so it answers perhaps the Levi won the house in a lottery, and it's saying that even though he needs to now sell such a house, that Levi is able to redeem it then if he wants to. It quotes some additional sources, one of which compares a Cohen's cherem vowed field to an ancestral field, and it explains this is done to show that Cohen can permanently redeem his own ancestral field, but he cannot redeem his cherem field after the Jubilee year passes. And that's the end of chapter 9, and the entire Tractate Arachin. Alright, that was a lot of information, so here's a rough summary of a lot of the practical takeaways from this tractate. If somebody wanted to donate money to the temple, they would typically do so with a value vow or an erech vow. The first one essentially was a vow to give the assessed value of one's person, which is calculated based on how much he would theoretically be sold as a slave for. Alternatively, for the second option, there are set established amounts based on age and gender. One of the most severe transgressions is the sin of lashon hara, gossip, or slander, which essentially means speaking ill of anyone, or practically speaking about anybody behind their back at all. This is said to be one of the most negative things a person can do. Every 7 years is the Shemitah year, the sabbatical year, where all fields are left fallow and no farming can be done. Every 50 years is the Yovel year, the Jubilee year, where many particular sales and purchases are reset back to their original owners, mostly in regard to certain areas of land. Tractate Temurah covers the various laws of substituting temple offerings for alternative animals. Chapter 1 will begin discussion on these laws. The first Mishnah says, all people can substitute offerings, both men and women. This doesn't mean that a person is allowed to do so. Such a thing is actually forbidden. It just means that if somebody did this, it's effective, and he gets lashes for impermissibly substituting an offering. This is as the verse states, he shall not distinguish between good and bad, nor shall he substitute for it. And if he does substitute for it, then it and its substitute shall be holy, it may not be redeemed. Meaning, it's prohibited to do so, but there are still laws that apply if it's done. The Gemara clarifies, this substituting is impermissible, although it would be effective only after the fact. It said all can do this substitution, to include heirs doing so for their father's offering. Some say this isn't actually permissible, as they say it's derived from smicha, leaning on an offering, which isn't permitted for an heir to do at the end of the consecration process, so similarly, an heir can't substitute an offering at the beginning of consecration. It also sources that an heir does not lean on his father's offering, at least according to this disputing opinion. It's argued if this opinion holds that joint owners of an offering need to lean with smicha on it, and it additionally sources the opinions which say an heir actually can substitute an offering, as they say that just as an offering can be substituted at the beginning of consecration, so too an heir must lean on his father's offering at the end. It additionally sources how we know a woman is subject to these laws of offering substitutions. It is asked if a minor can viably substitute an offering, at least by one who's old enough to make a vow, so he can consecrate an animal in the first place, as on the one hand he can consecrate the animal, but he's also not subject to punishments. And based on this, can a non-Jewish person substitute an offering, as they can consecrate animals, which it then sources. However, on the other hand, a non-Jewish man is not subject to our court punishments of lashes, while a minor eventually will be once he gets older, so perhaps there's a difference. It said they cannot substitute an offering if it's being used to atone for a non-Jewish man. If it's being used to atone for a Jewish man, that's disputed, as to if we go after the consecrator or the man being atoned, so that's left largely unresolved. It said that by a non-Jewish man's offering, their offering cannot be benefited from, like by all other offerings, but that's actually a rabbinic institution, so there's no actual liability for the violation of Me'ilah. There's also no liability for improper intent, leftovers, or eating while impure by their offerings, which it sources, and that their offerings aren't substituted also, which is additionally sourced, and also that they don't bring plain libations, but their animal offerings would require libation, which it also sources. However, it is said by some, the best method is to be stringent and just treat a non-Jewish man's temple offering the exact same way a Jewish man's temple offering is treated. So, some say by a non-Jewish man's items that are consecrated for temple upkeep, there would actually be me'ilah for benefiting from them, as those have monetary sanctity, so they aren't comparable to offering substitution. Regarding the punishment of lashes, some say the only way a punishment of lashes is ever given is if it involved an actual physical act. Evidently, our Mishnah disagrees with this, at least in this respect, as they say there's lashes for substituting an animal offering, which doesn't involve an actual action. Some say there's just exceptions to the principle that lashes are only given to a transgression with a real action, as they say lashes also apply by somebody who takes a false oath, somebody who curses another with God's name, somebody who substituted an offering, and others. It spent some time sourcing these individually, and it disputes what the exact case by the false oath is. Some say it's similar to a vain oath, so essentially for somebody swearing that he ate when he actually hadn't, but it wouldn't include a false oath about a future event, like somebody who swears to eat a loaf of bread and then intentionally doesn't. However, a later source implies that a false oath about a past event actually wouldn't have lashes. It would require an offering in accordance with a disputing opinion. Anyway, some said substituting an animal would actually incur lashes, as they say that his speech accomplishes an action. It sources the fact that cursing another with God's name would incur lashes. Some even said that if somebody separates Terumah tithes before the first fruit tithes, he's liable for lashes, which it additionally cites verses on to source. Although this one is actually subject to dispute, as some say there would be no lashes here, and it quotes who exactly holds these individual opinions. In spite of the fact that this has speech, which we said was enough to cause lashes by an animal substitution, this perhaps wouldn't, as this concept of separating the Terumah tithes before the first fruit tithe is uniquely a prohibition that could be resolved through a positive commandment, which has been established to not have lashes by such a sin. By an offering substitution, there is actually a positive commandment to fix it, but there's still lashes, as it has two transgressions. Related, if a Kohen violates a woman and then marries and then divorces her, he receives lashes, even though that's a prohibition that could be resolved with a positive commandment, but that's just because he's a Kohen, so it's stricter. Anyways, it further disputes as to whether there's lashes for a transgression that doesn't involve an action from some additional particular examples, such as by the paschal offering being left over and similar. Related, if there's a prohibition against an action, and somebody does this, some say his action was effective, hence the punishment for doing so, of lashes, while others say his action was ineffective, and he would be punished simply for violating a commandment from God. So it goes through a whole bunch of different examples to try and determine which way we hold like. For example, if somebody violated a woman, married her, and then divorced her, that's prohibited, there's lashes. So this works according to those that say the action was effective, and those that say it's not effective say the transgression comes from the fact that he's under a constant obligation to remarry her. There's variation on this quoted. There's the prohibition mentioned against separating inferior produce as the Terumah tithe for superior quality produce. However, that's unique, as the verse specifies that one is called a sinner for doing so. Also by Terumah, it's prohibited to separate one type of food for a different type, so that's another action that's illegal and is considered to be ineffective. But again, that's uniquely based on a verse. Again, by certain consecration vows, they're said to be ineffective if they're done impermissibly. So this is again based on a verse, as it's compared to the Bechoros tithe. Fine, again, by Terumah tithes, it cannot be substituted, but it's effective and there's lashes for doing so, so this would contradict the opinion that says a forbidden action is ineffective, but again, this has a unique status based on verses. But by the Bechoros firstborn tithe, it said it cannot be redeemed, implying that a forbidden action is ineffective, so again, that's unique based on verses that are discussed at further length. By the Meiser offering, it said it cannot be redeemed. Again, apparently an impermissible action is ineffective, and it's said to be different as it's compared to the Bechoros offering. Fine, what about the concept of separating the Terumah tithe before the Bechorim first fruits, which is said to be valid, disproving the other opinion that says an impermissible action is not effective, so once again, it has a unique status, which is described. By a widow marrying the Kohen Gadol, it said the betrothal is effective, yet impermissible. Again, it's a unique exception. By the case of consecrating blemished offerings, that's said to be valid and impermissible. Again, it's a unique exception based on verses. By consecrating unblemished animals towards temple upkeep, that's impermissible and effective, as it's the same way blemished animals are sanctified even if they're designated to be offered on the altar. By the prohibition against stealing, there's a requirement for repayment, but there's still acquisition, only that's an impermissible effective act, so that's explained to be unique as it's only returned if it hasn't undergone any changes. There's a prohibition against illegally taking collateral, although it's said to be effective, again that's a unique exception. By not leaving pay a field charity, it's said to be ineffective if somebody violated this, and once again it's explained to be an exception based on the verse. The actual dispute between these opinions as to whether an impermissible act is effective or not is specifically by prearranged interest on a loan, which is of course prohibited, as it's a dispute if this is effective as to whether it must then be returned. Others disagree and say this is actually a dispute that's not on this principal argument, it's based on some verses. So actually it's explained there's just literally no practical case where there's a difference between these two opinions. It's just how they'd respond differently to all of the past suggested cases over the past few pages. There's variation on this conversation. It also additionally sources the principle that a consecrated blemished animal cannot be used as an offering, and it further covers principles on the Azazel he-goat offering, explaining that a blemished animal cannot be consecrated as such an offering. There are about 5 prohibitions violated if somebody consecrates a blemished animal: to not consecrate it, to not slaughter it, to not throw its blood, to not burn all of it, and to not burn part of it. Now, some add a 6th, to not receive the blood, which they then source, and it discusses some variation on this conversation. It also says these prohibitions against consecrating a blemished animal apply from when it was blemished after its birth. Some suggest there's no prohibition against consecrating an animal that was blemished from birth, as we presume that he only meant to consecrate its value, but that's disputed. Some say there's uniquely a prohibition, as unlike consecrating wood or similar, this is actually disrespectful. This would mean even if the blemished animal is sold to have the proceeds used for libations, there would be lashes, as again, it's disrespectful. It further proves this principle. New Mishnah. The Kohanim can substitute offerings with their own consecrated animals, and Yisraelim can substitute with their own consecrated animals. Kohanim cannot substitute a chatas, an asham, or a bechor that were given by Yisrael. This is as a bechor is a kohanic gift, just like the chatas and asham, and we know they can't substitute a chatas or asham, so they can't do so to a bechor. By the chatas and asham, the Kohen doesn't receive any monetary rights to the animals, unlike by a bechor, but they're still comparable, as they all had their sanctity begin when the Yisrael owner had them. The Gemara says, it's taught that a bechor can be sold by a Kohen if it's alive and unblemished, and if it's blemished, whether it's alive or dead, the Kohen can still use it, even to betroth the woman, for example. This is explained to apply nowadays when the Kohen gets the monetary rights to an animal. When the temple stands, it's offered in the temple, so the Kohen can't sell it. It quotes a case that's explained to say the same principle. Again, it quotes a few other similar cases that are explained to be in accordance with this established principle. These are additionally discussed. However, some suggest that it's actually disputed as to whether a live, unblemished Bechor, firstborn during the temple era, if the Kohen can have the monetary rights to such an animal. We said the Kohen can sell the unblemished Bechor while it's alive, according to some. This is clarified to only be allowed for a Kohen to sell it to another Kohen, as if a Yisrael was purchasing it. It would resemble a Kohen assisting with threshing to receive Terumah tithes, which is a wrong thing to do. It quotes some relevant cases on this. New Mishnah. A person can make a substituted offering of sheep or goat for cattle, or vice versa, or of goats for sheep, of a male for a female, or vice versa, or of unblemished animals for blemished animals, or vice versa. It quotes the verse for this last one, as it says the animal can be substituted bad for good, meaning an unblemished animal can be substituted for a blemished one. The Gemara further sources these remaining points about the validity of substituting all the other types of animals, which are discussed at length. The case of substituting one's own animal with somebody else's animal must be with a general consecrated animal and one's own unconsecrated animal. So if the consecrated animal's owner said anybody can substitute with theirs if they want to, then this man could do so. New Mishnah. Somebody can make a substitution for one animal with two animals, or two for one, or even 1 for 100, or 100 for 1. Some disagree and say one animal can only be substituted with one animal, as is implied by the verse. The Gemara further disputes the sources between these opinions as to whether the singular or plural word for animals are used. According to the opinion that it can only be a substitution of 1 for 1, there's a dispute if he'd hold a single animal can be repeatedly consecrated, which it then disputes. Also, according to his opinion, by an asham offering for atonement that was substituted, and then the original offering became blemished, so it was deconsecrated and redeemed for another animal, and then the replacement was lost, so he atoned through a new replacement animal, and then the original was found. Can he then resubstitute this animal as the original was substituted? And he says you can only substitute once, but it was replaced, so it's a different animal. So this is a double question, as it's a different animal and a different degree of sanctity. So that stands unresolved. There's another variation of this whole conversation that's quoted. Related to this topic, it said if somebody redeems property that has primary sanctity, a fifth is added. If it's secondary sanctity, meaning it's from a pre-existing source, a fifth is not added. That's sourced. So if somebody designates an asham offering to atone and it was blemished, so he adds a fifth and redeems it onto another animal, and the replacement was lost, so he was atoned through a new animal, and the lost animal was found and was designated as an olah instead, and then that was blemished and needs to be redeemed, as it switched offering types, but it's technically a secondary sanctity. So would a fifth be added here? Again, this is a double question, as it has these two factors of the differing bodies and the differing levels of sanctity. Again, that's unresolved, and it then quotes a variant of this entire discussion. If somebody consecrated his own animal for somebody else's atonement, and the animal was blemished, so it now requires redemption, we said a fifth is added, and it's done by the man who actually sanctified the item, not by the one who was atoned through it. However, the one who was atoned is considered the owner to be able to substitute it, which it further sources. New Mishnah. In regards to substituting an offering, it's not allowed to substitute unconsecrated limbs for consecrated animal fetuses, and you can't substitute unconsecrated fetuses for consecrated limbs. Also, unconsecrated fetuses or limbs cannot be substituted for consecrated whole animals, or vice versa. Some say it would be valid to substitute unconsecrated limbs for consecrated whole animals, but not vice versa. This is as normally if somebody designates the leg of an animal as an olah, that's valid, and it would make the entire animal an olah. So too, somebody can substitute an unconsecrated animal leg to an entire consecrated animal. The Gemara disputes as to whether an animal fetus can be consecrated if it's by itself, as some say such a thing can have a sanctified status, and others disagree. Those that say it can have such a status say that if somebody consecrated a pregnant animal as a chatas, and it gave birth, he can be atoned either through the animal or its offspring. This is additionally mentioned, as he's not even consecrating the fetus here, he consecrated the pregnant mother. It quotes a variation of this discussion. We said there's a dispute if an animal fetus can be consecrated. Some would concede that it could still have monetary sanctity, and also that such a status would prevent it from getting the sanctity of being the firstborn. It further quotes cases disputing as to whether an animal fetus alone can acquire physical sanctity. It additionally disputes between these opinions. In the end, it concedes that an unblemished fetus in the womb of an unblemished animal can be physically consecrated. The dispute only exists by an unblemished fetus inside of a blemished animal animal, as there it's a dispute as to whether or not the fetus has the same status of its blemished mother. There's variation on this discussion that's quoted. Now, there was that opinion which stated by a consecrated animal, if somebody designates its leg as an ola, the whole animal is an ola. It mentions this is actually a disputed point. Some say this would only apply if a vital individual limb was consecrated, that it would then spread to the entire animal. Although it is agreed if the consecrated organ was something that, if removed, would give the animal a defect, or according to others, possibly would make it improperly slaughtered, or according to others, possibly that it would kill the animal, it's fully sanctified. These variations dispute as to essentially whether something with a defect can live or not, and whether, if the animal's thigh is removed, whether that makes it have the status of improperly slaughtered. So essentially it's one of these three options that's something which the soul is dependent on, and it's agreed if such an organ is consecrated, the whole animal would also be. By a bird, that only part of it is consecrated, that's unresolved. Also, if a single limb of an animal was consecrated for its monetary value, do we say that the whole animal has monetary sanctity, or do we say that, and then also, then it would have physical sanctity? So that is also unresolved. Further, if a single limb was consecrated, it's unresolved as to whether the prohibition against shearing a consecrated animal would apply to the whole thing. If an animal's skin was consecrated, it argues if the animal can still be worked with. This is definitely rabbinically prohibited, but as to whether it's even biblically prohibited, that's unresolved. If a pregnant animal was consecrated as a shalomim offering, excluding the fetus, and it was slaughtered inside the temple, according to those that would say the fetus would only be consecrated once it's actually born, would this constitute slaughtering an unconsecrated animal inside the temple? It's explained there would be no problem here. Also, if the animal was unconsecrated but the fetus was a shalomim and it was slaughtered outside the temple, again, there would be no issue of slaughtering the consecrated fetus outside the temple when the mother is killed. New Mishnah. Produce of a forbidden mixture of Temurah tithes and regular foods. Don't create a new forbidden mixture when mixed with other regular foods, unless the actual Temurah exceeds 1/100th of the mixture. If regular dough and leavened Temurah dough mix, they don't make another amount of dough leavened by the Temurah unless the original Temurah exceeds this 1/100th of the mixture. Drawn water cannot disqualify a mikveh except according to this calculation. The purification of a red heifer only becomes purification waters once the ashes are placed on them. A plowed graveyard cannot be plowed further to extend its impurity into other fields. Teruma cannot be separated from teruma. It is a dispute if the offspring of a consecrated animal can substitute for it. The Gemara describes who authored this based on individually held opinions. We said a regular dough and teruma mixture cannot leaven other doughs as teruma unless it exceeds its teruma ratio. Others actually disagree and say that it just goes by whatever fell in last. The remaining points are explained. When it says drawn water doesn't disqualify a mikveh, it actually means except according to the ratio of vessels, as it said that if 3 lugan measures of drawn water fall into a mikveh, if they contain 2 or 3 vessels of drawn water, they disqualify the mikveh. If it was more than this, it would be fine. It sources the opinion who holds that the purification of the red heifer is by the placement of the ashes, which must be done after the water is placed in the vessel, as he holds the water as a non-essential aspect. Again, there's a disagreeing opinion which says a plowed graveyard field can actually be extended further, and it sources who holds teruma cannot be taken from teruma, along with the remaining points. New Mishnah. Bird and mincha offerings cannot be substituted, as the verse which discusses substitution speaks only of animals. A community and partners cannot substitute an offering, only an individual can do so. Animals consecrated for temple upkeep cannot be substituted. Verses are quoted. The Gemara additionally elaborates on these sources at length. These are additionally discussed, and that's the end of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Tractate Temurah covers further laws of temple offerings. The first Mishnah says there are some unique differences between personal and communal temple offerings. Personal offerings can be substituted. Personal offerings can be male or females, while communal offerings are always males. Personal offerings must be brought even once their designated time has passed, and the owner needs to always offer the accompanying libations, while those don't apply by the communal offering, although they would need to offer the libations once the offering has already been brought. Communal offerings are unique, as they override the laws of Shabbos and the laws of impurity. Rabbi Meir actually holds that the Kohen Gadol's daily mincha and the Yom Kippur Bol Chatas are private offerings, and they override the Shabbos and impurity, so he says it's that any offering which has a fixed time overrides the Shabbos and holidays. The Gemara says, actually, personal bird offerings cannot be substituted, but our Mishnah was just discussing animal offerings, and this is like the opinion that an animal's offspring can be a replacement. Also, our Mishnah only discusses primary offerings, which is why we didn't mention the inability to substitute a substitution, which actually also answers the prior question about offspring. We said personal offerings, unlike communal offerings, can be male or female. The ola must be a male, but the bird ola can also be a female. A chatas must be a female, but the nasi's goat offering must be a male. And we don't discuss asham offerings as there are no communal asham variants. Or it's just that the Mishnah is saying that there is such thing as a personal offering that could be offered as a male or a female, which would be the shalomim offering. We said by the personal offering, if the designated time passes, the owner needs to replace it. We source this and the remaining principles. The source seems to say that the libations can be offered at night, which isn't true, so it explains it refers to libations that are brought by themselves, which can be brought by night, not libations brought with offerings. On the topic of libations, some show how they're juxtaposed in a verse to the Shlomim offering, which teaches that both must be brought by day, as mentioned. That's described further. Some relevant verses on this are discussed. New Mishnah. A private chatas whose owner instead was atoned through a different offering, the chatas must be left to die. A communal chatas whose owner was instead atoned through a different offering, it's a dispute if it's left to die. It quotes a support for the opinion which says it's not, as this, the laws of substitution, and others are only done by personal offerings. The Gemara quotes the source for the fact that once a second animal is offered, the original designated animal is not offered. Some say it should be left to graze, others say it must be left to die. Those that say it must be left to graze is where it was lost and found before the replacement was offered, or is that both opinions are where the original chatas was lost and found before the replacement was offered, and they just hold differing opinions. The source is the differing opinion that says a communal chatas whose owners were atoned is actually left to die, along with some related discussions. It also speaks on the greatness of a number of particular sages throughout history, and that as time went on, our knowledge has declined and been forgotten, and that our leaders from a certain point onwards all have had their own sort of flaws. Many laws were even forgotten after Moshe's passing. It said 3,000 laws were forgotten in his period of mourning, and it was asked of Joshua and Samuel to teach new things, but they said after Moshe, the Torah cannot be changed and no new laws can be introduced. It said one of these forgotten laws was on the status of a chatas whose owner died, as to what the status is in such a case, which is relevant as that's one of the things we're discussing here. It said that when Moshe left to enter the Garden of Eden, he told Joshua to ask him any uncertainties he had on the Torah, and Joshua said essentially that he knew everything, so Moshe was very upset due to his students' apparent lack of humility, and hundreds of laws were then forgotten by Joshua, and everybody became upset, so they had to then go to a war. Although it is said that through the analysis of many sages, a lot of these old laws have been restored. It expounded a number of related verses, speaking on the greatness of figures like Kalev, Osniel, or Yabitz, and many others, and it teaches that if somebody dedicates himself to Torah study, God will grant his requests. It expounds further on the proof that a communal offering where the owners were atoned through a different animal, the animal is not left to die. That's discussed. New Mishnah. There's this stringency of consecrated animals over substituted animals, as a consecrated animal can become substituted, that a community and partner can together consecrate an animal, and an animal fetus or individual limb can be consecrated. All of these do not apply by animal substitutions. There are some stringencies of offering substitutions over consecrated animals. A substituted animal can become sanctified even if it's permanently blemished, and it cannot become deconsecrated to be sheared or worked with. Also, according to some, an unintentional act is considered like an intentional act by an offering substitution. There is no difference between a substituted and consecrated animal in that a mixed breed or a defected animal or an animal born by a C-section and a tumtum and androgynous cannot become sanctified, and they cannot sanctify others by substitution. The Gemara says, when it's said by animal substitutions that an unintentional act is like an intentional one, that the case here is that the man thought that it is permitted to substitute an offering, or he thought it was permitted to consecrate a blemished animal for the altar, so this would be valid by the substitution and there would be lashes, but not so by the consecration. Alternatively, it just means that if somebody meant to substitute the animal and accidentally said it's substituted as a shlomim, if he did this substitution, it's valid and there's lashes. If he did this with a blemished animal by sanctification, there's no lashes. Alternatively, the case is that somebody said that this animal should lose its sanctity and this one should gain it, not realizing that that's a prohibited act of substitution, so again lashes, and if the equivalent of this was done by consecrating a blemished animal, nothing happens. Last alternative, somebody entered a house planning on substituting or consecrating an animal knowingly, and then accidentally did this unknowingly. There'd be lashes for the substitution and nothing for the ineffective consecration. By a mixed breed, a defect, a C-section, or an otherwise animal, it is said that it cannot become sanctified through substitution, and they cannot substitute for others. This is explained as they can attain their initial sanctity by being the offspring of consecrated animals, but they cannot then go and produce a substitution. This is as this opinion likens these variants to non-kosher animals, so the same principles between these would apply. A blemished animal can be substituted, as it's not like a non-kosher animal, as its type is permitted for consumption. Related, it said if somebody consecrated an animal with a defect, some say it does create physical sanctity and must be then left to die, while others say it's the equivalent of trying to consecrate a rock, so it only attains monetary sanctity and can be redeemed. It quotes cases to dispute between these opinions. And that's the end of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Tractate Temurah continues covering the various laws of substituting animal offerings in regards to offspring. The first Mishnah says there are consecrated animals whose offspring and also their substitutions have the exact same status as the original offering. This would apply to their offspring and to their offspring's offspring forever. For instance, a shlomim's offering's offspring and a shlomim substitution are considered to be fully shlomim offerings and must be waved and leaned on and have libations. The Gemara says it specifies that a shlomim's offspring and its offspring, etc., forever are all shlomim, to specify that all animals born from the shlomim forever down are considered to be shlomims. That's then sourced. Now, when we say that a shlomim's offspring is considered sanctified, some say it's even sanctified fully to be offered on the altar in accordance with a particular unique opinion, while others hold it simply is left to graze until it develops a blemish. Further sources are quoted on this, including one which says that the substitution of an olah or shlomim and the offspring of a shlomim can be offered on the altar. But then specifically it says that there's a tradition that the chatas is offspring of an offspring, and its substitution must be left to die, and we learn from a verse that if somebody impermissibly then offers this, that's a violation of a positive commandment. It quotes alternative opinions that prove we have tradition that the substitution of an asham cannot be offered either. It also sources that the offspring and substitution of a blemished animal can viably be offered. New Mishnah. Rabbi Eliezer actually disagrees and says the offspring of the shlomim cannot be offered as a shlomim. The sages say it can. Specifically, they both agree that the grandchild of a shlomim is not a shlomim. They dispute by a regular offspring of a shlomim. Another sage testified in accordance with the sage's opinion. The Gemara says, our source for Rabbi Eliezer is simply that it's a rabbinic decree to prevent people from raising flocks of offspring shlomims, which could then potentially be impermissibly used. When we said that Rabbi Eliezer and the sages agree in regards to grandchildren of the shlomim, we initially said this means they agree they're not shlomim, but others actually say we agree that they are shlomim. It disputes between these opinions, and it mentions that a meiser offspring would not be offered. In regards to the particularly testified on case where it said the offspring of the animal was a shlomim, it's explained to refer to a shlomim that's being offered on the holiday of Shavuos based on the specific used words. New Mishnah. While the offspring of a toda or a substitution of a toda, their offspring and offspring of their offspring forever down are treated like a toda. Besides that, they're not brought with bread like the original one was. The Gemara spends some time sourcing this. New Mishnah. By the offspring of an ola or substitution of an ola, their offspring and the offspring of their offspring forever down are treated like an ola, meaning they're skinned and dismembered and are burnt entirely in fires. If a female animal is designated as an ola, which isn't allowed as it must be a male, if the animal gives birth to a male, the offspring is left to graze until it develops a blemish, it should be sold and the proceeds go to bring a new ola. Rabbi Elazar says the offspring itself should just be offered as an ola. The Gemara says, at the end it was a dispute by the offspring of a female ola, but initially it was agreed its offspring is offered. So some just say the first half was just taught like the final opinion of Rabbi Elazar, and others say that the offspring is the regular ola if it's a female that was substituted for a male ola, which has a child, assuming the original offspring is also being brought. Now, elsewhere, this final opinion of Rabbi Elazar says that the offspring of an ola should have the proceeds used to bring a new ola. However, he just said here that the offspring itself is an ola. So it's answered, he's either quoting the disagreeing opinion, or is that the case is with the male offspring of the substitution of an asham, so the parent isn't even called an ola, so there, in that case, he'd concede the offspring isn't offered on the altar. Elsewhere, however, it's explained that Rabbi Elazar holds, if a female animal is designated for a paschal offering and it wasn't offered and Passover ended, but it bore a male offspring over Passover, he'd say the offspring should be brought as a shlomim, evidently in spite of the fact that its parent is not a shlomim. So it's explained either that this is different, as a leftover paschal offering itself could be offered as a shlomim, or it's that the leftover offspring becomes a shlomim, so the offspring also could be a shlomim. Although others dispute this notion that the offspring gets the same status as its mother, as it said that if a female animal is designated as a paschal offering, it said that the offspring itself should also be brought as a paschal offering. So it explains this is just a unique case, as it was designated while it was pregnant, according to the opinion that the fetus does not have the same status as the mother, so while the mother could not be a proper paschal offering, as it's a female, the son can. However, it is said that Rabbi Elazar would concede, if somebody designates a female animal as an asham, its male child is not an asham. This is different from where the offspring of a female ola can be an ola, as it shares a title with its parent, not as it have the same gender, as a female asham cannot even have the same title of an asham. It didn't just only teach the case of an ola, as here the mother was actually sanctified here as an asham, so it needed to say the offspring here would not be a valid asham offering. New Mishnah. If somebody designated a female animal as an asham, it should be left to graze until it's blemished, and it should then be sold, and an asham should be brought with the proceeds. If the owner had already brought some other proper asham, some say the proceeds go to the voluntary communal offering, and others say the female asham should just be sold, even if it's not blemished. The Gemara says the reason this female asham is left to develop a blemish instead of it being enough that it's just incorrectly consecrated is as it has monetary sanctity, so therefore it should also have physical sanctity. Meaning if somebody consecrated a male sheep, a ram, for its monetary value, it is agreed it would then have physical sanctity. Now some say it should just be sold even without a blemish, as they hold it doesn't actually have physical sanctity as it's not fit to be offered as a sacrifice. A premature offering can be sanctified uniquely, as it's similar to the Bechoros, as that's where its laws are derived from. Related, there's a dispute. If somebody consecrates a female animal as his ola or a paschal offering or an asham, which must be a male, those can be substituted. Rabbi Shimon says this can only be done with the ola, as an offering can only be substituted if it would need to be left to graze to be blemished. Rebbe would say then the paschal offering would also be left to be substituted, as if it's a leftover, it becomes a shlomim. This would not then apply by an asham, as he holds a leftover asham goes to a communal offering, which cannot be substituted. So according to Rabbi Shimon, by a Kohen Gadol's bull chatas, if a female cow was brought, that doesn't get physical sanctity, as if it's brought as a red heifer, such an animal is consecrated for temple upkeep, and substitutions don't come from there. And if a he-goat was brought instead of the proper she-goat chatas, there is the variation by the Nasi's he-goat, but there's no comparison as those are brought by different people, so it would not acquire physical sanctity. And if somebody brought a he-goat instead of a she-goat, and then he actually became the actual Nasi, the prior still wasn't physically sanctified, as he hadn't actually sinned to need to bring the Nasi's he-goat, which is clarified, and it discusses some additional principles on this. New Mishnah. By the substitution of an asham offering and the offspring of the actual substitution and its offspring forever down, those should be left to graze until they develop a blemish, and should then be sold to the voluntary communal offering. Others just say they should be left to die, while others hold an ola should be brought with the proceeds. An asham whose owner died, or if the owner was atoned through some other different asham, this asham should be left to graze until it gets a blemish, and it should then be sold for the voluntary communal offering. And others say it should be left to die, and others say the proceeds should be used to buy an olah. Now, the first opinion said we should bring a voluntary communal offering, which is literally also just an olah, but there's a difference. A regular olah must have semicha, meaning libations, which are brought from its funds, and if the owner was a Kohen, he can do the service and receive the tithe. If it was a voluntary communal offering, none of these apply. There's no leaning, the libations are brought from communal funds, and the service and tithe go to the current Mishmar watch. The Gemara says it repeats these principles by the substitution of an asham and its offspring, and by the asham whose owner died, to show everybody maintains their respective opinions in all of these cases. Although it is clarified that it is agreed that if the asham has already been offered and atonement occurred, the substitution's offspring itself should be offered as an olah. However, others say that this is essentially just a second generation offspring, which cannot be offered, so that's unresolved. If somebody designated a female animal as an asham, if it has male offspring, it's disputed if that child is offered as an olah, as the mother does not share the title of olah. However, some say that the offspring can still be an olah, as both the mother and the son are vowed to be offered for something, as the mother can still be an asham. Now, elsewhere it does say that by a substitution's offspring and its offspring forever down, an olah should be brought with their proceeds, meaning they themselves cannot be an olah. So it suggests this could work if the animal gave birth to a female, and then apparently every single one of its descendants forever after was a female. So not one of them could be an olah, or more reasonably, it's just a rabbinic institution to prevent people from doing the same by an asham. New Mishnah. By the substitution of a firstborn animal and animal miser, their offspring and their offspring forever down are like the original firstborn and miser, and are eaten in a blemished state by their owners. There's some differences between blemished Bechor and misers, and all other blemished offerings, which is a repeating point from chapter 5 of Tractate Bechoros. By all typical offerings, if they're blemished, they can be sold and slaughtered in markets, and they're weighed against a literal weight, they can be redeemed, and their substitutes can be redeemed, and all of this does not apply by the Bechor and miser tithes. Also, regular offerings can be brought from outside of Israel, while Bechor and misers are not. If Bechors and misers are brought from outside of Israel, if they're not blemished, they're offered on the altar, and if they are blemished, they're eaten by their owners as is. The difference is, as Bechors and misers lose their consecration upon being blemished, unlike by regular offerings. The Gemara says, if somebody blemishes a substitution of a firstborn or a miser animal, or possibly on the 9th counted miser animal, as neither of those are offered on the altar, it questions if there's lashes for blemishing those. There's some quoted variation. Now, it's actually a dispute as to if Bechoros from outside of Israel are offered on the altar. It also sources scripturally the fact that eating Maaser Sheni in Jerusalem after the destruction of the temple is prohibited, which is additionally discussed further. This would apply to ban the consumption of the Bechor, which it also sources from a specific case. And then it said that this principle of Maaser Sheni could be derived from the Bechor. This is permitted as Maaser Sheni is not considered to be consecrated, so it could be derived in this manner. It additionally discusses this comparison between these two types of offerings, proving that Maaser Sheni is only eaten within Jerusalem, or possibly even outside within sight of the walls, while a Bechor must actually be eaten inside of the city itself. It discusses the necessity for some additional verses. And that's the end of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Tractate Temurah covers the various laws of the Chatas atonement. The first Mishnah says, the Chatas sin offerings, offspring, and substitution, or a Chatas whose owner died, these animals are then left to die. If there's a Chatas and a year has passed without it being offered, or a Chatas that was lost and then found with a blemish, if the owner atoned with a different Chatas, the original is left to die and cannot be substituted. It would be a prohibition to benefit from it, although there's no actual penalty of me'ilah. If the owner did not atone through some other chatas, the original should just be left to graze until it develops a blemish, it should be sold, and then a new offering should be brought with the proceeds. It could be substituted, and it is subject to me'ilah. The Gemara says it lists the first 3 chatas cases that are left to die in one ruling, and then the last 2 separately. This is as the last cases aren't as clear-cut. Also, this entire Mishnah will be repeated in the later Tractate Me'ilah, as it discusses offering substitutions, and also the laws of Me'ilah, so it's relevant to both. If a chatas has been left for a year, it's viewed as if it's standing in a cemetery, so it can't be accessed by a Kohen, meaning it's just left to graze. This would be unlike a chatas that was lost and later found to be blemished, where it would be simply left to die. Others reject this, and explain that the animal is left to die if it was lost, meaning if it's then found to be blemished, or if a year passed, it's left to die, to show that both of these are entirely disqualifying factors if it gets lost. This would be different than a chatas that was just lost at night, where it's not considered to be lost, as in that period it couldn't be used for anything. However, we ask, by the Yom Kippur offering, by the he-goats, if one died and the replacement is brought, the remainder is not left to die, and it needs to become blemished and sold for the communal fund. The implication is that as this is not left to die, so too by a personal chatas, if a different one is brought, the first should be left to die. So it's explained there's a difference between rejected and lost chatas. As with a lost chatas, the owner still thinks to offer them, hoping that they'll be found, but by rejected chatas, that doesn't exist. Now, when we said that a chatas lost by night isn't considered to be lost, this is in accordance with the opinion that holds a chatas lost at the time to designate a replacement would be left to die, and he's saying that this would not apply by night, even though the new chatas took its place in the meanwhile. Or alternatively, it hadn't even been replaced, and it's saying that it's not left to die as the loss occurred at night, even though it remained lost during the day. There's also a tradition that a lost chatas category does not include a stolen chatas offering. If a chatas just got mixed up with a bunch of animals, some say it's considered to be lost, others say it's just considered to be hidden behind the door, and it's unresolved as to what that exactly means. If the animal is lost from both the owner and the shepherd, but there's some random third person who recognized the animal, it's unresolved if it's considered to be lost there. If a chatas was lost after the blood reception but before the service, according to the opinion that a lost chatas is left to die, if it's lost by the time of atonement, that too would stand unresolved. New Mishnah: if somebody designated a chatas and it was lost, and he then offered a new chatas, and then the original chatas was found, it's left to die. If somebody designated money for a chatas and lost the coins, so he offered a new chatas and the original money was found, it should be disposed of by throwing it into the Dead Sea. If somebody designated money for a chatas and it was lost, so he designated new money, and then he found the original money before making any new purchases, he should bring a chatas from both funds, and the remainder should go to the voluntary communal ola donation fund. If somebody designated money for a chatas and lost it, and then designated a new chatas but he hadn't offered it, and he found the first money, but the chatas got blemished, the blemished chatas should be sold. So now he has two sets of funds, which should be used to purchase a chatas, and the remainder goes to the voluntary communal ola offering donation fund. If somebody designates a chatas and then loses it, and then he designates money for a new chatas, but the original chatas was found, but it's blemished, it should be sold, and both of these funds should be used to buy a new chatas, and the remainder goes to the voluntary communal ola donation fund. If somebody designated a chatas and it was lost, so he designates a new chatas animal, and before it's offered he finds the original and both are blemished, they should both be sold, and the funds go to a chatas, and the remainder goes to the voluntary communal ola donation fund. If somebody designated a chatas and it was lost, and he designated a replacement, and before it's offered the original is found, and both are unblemished and fit to be offered, Rebbe says one should be offered and the other should be left to die, and the sages say this would only occur if one chatas had already been used when the original was found, and the designated chatas money is only thrown out if it was found after the owner brought a chatas. Lastly, if somebody designates a chatas and it gets a blemish, he sells it and buys a new chatas with the proceeds. Some say if the replacement was offered before the first one was eaten by its new owner, the first one must be left to die as the original owner atoned through a replacement of it. The Gemara disputes the author of this. It explains it goes between Rebbe and the sages, as there's two variations of what they dispute. Either they agree that if somebody found the lost chatas before any atonement and one was offered, the second is left to die, which fits like our Mishnah. However, others say it means that they agree that if the lost chatas is found, the owner atones with the new replacement, and the lost chatas is left to die, and they debate where somebody atones with the original, as they dispute if the replacement has the same status as the original, so they'd have to just explain that the first part of the Mishnah follows the opinion of the sages, and the latter part follows the opinion of Rebbe. Some clarify this latter opinion to only debate where the man asked of a court what to do, as some would allow a resolution for such a situation by permitting atonement with the original chatas offering. There's further discussion on this, disputing as to whether we rule that the replacement chatas has the exact same status as the original. That's additionally discussed. Now, if somebody designated two piles of money as insurance for each other for a chatas, and he atones through one of them, the other goes to the voluntary communal fund. This is uniquely according to the opinion that chatas money never goes to the voluntary communal fund, as he's saying this is specifically an exception, even as two funds were designated. Similarly, if two animals were designated as insurance for each other as chatases, one is used to atone and the other is left to graze. This would be according to Rebbe, who says a chatas would have normally been left to die, but here, as it's two chatas being insurance for each other, the remaining one is just left to graze. It disputes this from some particular cases. If a chatas was lost at the time of designating a replacement, and it was found before the replacement was offered, according to Rebbe, it's just left to die, and according to the sages, it's left to graze. If it was lost at the time of atonement, it's agreed it's left to die. Related, it was discussed in Tractate Bechoros, but it said that a blemished Bechor offering that was redeemed and slaughtered for eating cannot be skinned from the feet. This is according to those that hold the principle that the meat of a slaughtered blemished animal is forbidden as a chatas if the owner was atoned through some other chatas. It cannot be attributed to others who hold there's a difference by the Bechor as it's automatically sanctified in the womb, or that the Bechor's sanctity is lower as it can't be redeemed for money. Blemished offerings after redemption can be sold in the market, but they still cannot be skinned from the feet, as while that would make the hide nicer, it would lessen the value of the meat, which is disrespectful. Other reasons skinning a blemished offering from the feet is prohibited is as it appears like somebody's doing work with the offering, and also it's prohibited rabbinically out of concern people will then keep disqualified offerings around to sell their hides and eventually impermissibly come to benefit from them. And that's the end of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Tractate Temurah continues covering the various laws of temple offerings, now on some unique designations. The first Mishnah says, as has been discussed, a firstborn animal is given to the Kohanim as the Bechor tithe. If somebody wants, if he has a pregnant animal, he can preemptively designate it, assuming it's a male, as an ola, and it could then be offered as an ola. Or he can preemptively designate it, assuming it's a female, as a shlomim. Or he can say, if it's a male, it'll be an ola, and if it's a female, it'll be a shlomim. And if he does this, and it gives birth to both a male and a female, the male is an ola, and the female is a shlomim. If two males were born, one is an ola, and the other is sold to somebody who needs to bring an ola, and he can just keep the proceeds himself. If two females are born, one is a shlomim, and the other is sold to somebody who needs to bring a shlomim, and he can keep the proceeds. If a tumtum or androgynous were born, some say they cannot be sanctified due to their doubtful status. The Gemara says an opinion that it's allowed to blemish a firstborn before it's born to exempt it from the Bechor tithe. This would only be allowed, unlike our Mishnah, nowadays, when there's no temple to offer the animal anyways. This is preferable in spite of the concern that he might accidentally blemish it after it's born, because having an actual Bechor animal tithe is problematic as it can't be offered anywhere, but it also can't be used, which could cause issues. We said somebody could declare a pregnant animal's child preemptively as a shlomim if it's a female, which is relevant if the mother is consecrated. It has little to do with the firstborn at all, as that only applies to firstborn males. Then by the latter case, with the animal having two males, this goes back to the mother not being consecrated, as otherwise the child will just be an Ola also, like its mother. The fact that the Tumtum and Androgynous aren't just sanctified from their mother is evidently, as this opinion holds, they'll only be sanctified after they're born, which wouldn't work due to the animal's doubtful status. However, there's some issues with this, as we prove from elsewhere that consecrated animals' offspring are consecrated from their mother's womb, although it is agreed a firstborn is only sanctified through its actual birth, meaning if it's declared that when its majority emerged it'll be an Ola, would it be an Ola or a Bechor? That's asked. It's compared to somebody who was harvesting grain and he declared about fallen stalks, which must be donated to charity as the leket charity, that as they fall from majority of his hand, they become ownerless. So clearly God's commandment takes precedent and they nevertheless are still charity stalks. So too, by the animal birth, its Bechor sanctity takes precedent. New Mishnah. If somebody declares a pregnant animal's fetus as an Ola and the mother as a shlomim, that's valid. If he declared the mother as a shlomim and the fetus as an Ola, in that reversed order, Rabbi Meir says the offspring is also a shlomim as its mother is, while Rabbi Yossi says if he intended to say both parts initially, they both take effect. But if he just said the mother is a shlomim and then considered and then he added afterwards the fetus is an Ola, the fetus is still a shlomim. The Gemara says, if somebody designated a pregnant goat as a chazaz and she gave birth to a female kid, he can atone with the mother or with the offspring, whichever he wants. This is as he holds a fetus is separate from its mother, so if the mother is consecrated, the fetus would also be, as it's like consecrating two animals as insurance for each other, unless he otherwise specified that this shouldn't occur. So some interpret the wording of our Mishnah to be in accordance with this, although it additionally debates this opinion from some laws of emancipation and some similar principles. Alternatively, it suggests the reason this opinion holds that a person can atone through the chatas or its offspring is as it's an improvement of the consecrated mother animal, although that's disputed as this opinion didn't actually use this answer. When we said the opinion of Rabbi Yossi, that if somebody designated a mother animal as a shlomim and then considered and designated a fetus as an ola, the fetus is a shlomim. This is to say that he cannot reconsider even in less than the time it takes to make an utterance. New Mishnah. Rabbi Meir says, if somebody declares an animal to be a substitution for an ola, a substitution for a shlomim, it's only a substitution for an ola. Rabbi Yossi says, if he intended these simultaneously, they both take effect, and the animal is now half Ola and half Shlamim, although that wouldn't work anyway, so it would have to be left to get a blemish. If he only intended the first statement, then considered and then said the second, it's only a substitution for an Ola. The Gemara says, Rabbi Meir and Rabbi Yossi agree that if somebody said the Ola substitution should take effect, and then the Shlamim substitution should take effect, only the first one does. And if he said the Ola substitution should only take effect if the Shlamim substitution takes effect, both are substituted. They disagree by the case of the Mishnah, as Rabbi Meir says, he should have said a substitution for an Ola and a Shlamim. Well, Rabbi Yossi says what he said is fine, and it means he's substituting for both. Related, if somebody declared half an animal as an Ola substitution and half as a Shlamim substitution, Rabbi Meir says it would be an Ola, and Rabbi Yossi again says it goes by his intent. If he intended both, then both take effect. It says they hold similar opinions by an animal that is designated as half an Ola and half a Chatas. Again, Rabbi Meir saying we go by the first statement, Rabbi Yossi saying that they combine, and by an animal that's designated as half an Ola and half a Shlamim, according to Rabbi Yossi, both take effect and it cannot be offered. But it could be substituted, and the substitute would have the same unofferable status. Related, it said if an animal is owned by two partners and one man consecrates half and then buys and consecrates the other half, it's all consecrated but cannot be offered. However, it can be substituted, and the substitute cannot be offered also. This essentially implies three things: that something that's invalid while it only has monetary sanctity is permanently rejected, that living things can be permanently rejected from the altar, and that initial rejection is permanent rejection. Similarly, if an animal is designated as an Ola offering and half as the Meiser tithe, everybody, even Rabbi Yossi, would agree it's just an Ola. If it's half Teruma tithe and half Meiser tithe, that's unresolved. New Mishnah. If somebody declared his animal as in place of this offering, or the substitute of this offering, or the exchange of this offering, that would be a valid substitution. If he said this offering is deconsecrated onto this animal, that's not a proper substitution. But if that offering then became blemished, it would become deconsecrated and it would switch to be replaced, although he'd need to add money to adjust to the difference in value. The Gemara says the expression in place of is valid to substitute an offering, and as seen elsewhere, it's also valid to deconsecrate an offering. It can mean both. However, if somebody wants to say this while deconsecrating a blemished animal, he'd need to have his hands on the actual consecrated blemished animal. Now, if somebody had two animals that were blemished offerings and two regular unblemished animals, and he said these two regular animals are in place of the two offerings, do we assume that he meant to do the forbidden act of substitution, meaning he'd get lashes? And if we assume he just properly deconsecrate the blemished animal, if somebody had two animal offerings and one was blemished and two regular animals and one was blemished, and he said these two regular animals are in place of the two offerings, do we assume he meant to deconsecrate the unblemished animal to the unblemished animal, or vice versa, in which case that's prohibited substitution? And if we say we assume here he's doing the permissible thing, if somebody had 3 animal offerings and one was blemished, and 3 unblemished regular animals, and he says, these 3 regular animals are in place of the 3 offerings, do we assume he just meant to do this with a permitted blemished offering, or is he also impermissibly substituting the regular animals? And if we assume he's doing the permissible thing, what if somebody had 4 offerings and one was blemished, and he had 4 regular animals, and he said, these 4 regular animals are in place of the 4 offerings, do we assume he's properly just deconsecrating the blemished animal, and all of these just go unresolved? We said if the consecrated animal that was deconsecrated onto another became blemished, it would actually deconsecrate itself onto the other animal. This is a biblical concept, but there's a dispute if the monetary readjustment is a biblical or a rabbinic principle. This debate would be where the discrepancy is over a sixth, where the principle is that such an overcharge would typically void a sale. Although there's variation as to who holds which way, or perhaps some just say that any discrepancy with consecrated property needs to be adjusted by biblical law. This adjustment is only where the amount was originally assessed by 2 people. If it was assessed by 3 originally, no matter how many people reassess it, it's not reversed. He doesn't hold we go majority here, as he says it's rabbinic, so it's treated more leniently. New Mishnah, if somebody declared an animal to be in place of an olah or in place of a chatas without specifying a particular offering, there's no substitution. If he said in place of this olah or this chatas, referring to a specific offering, or in place of a chatas or an olah that's in his house, meaning it's not actually in front of him, that all would be effective. Similarly, if somebody declares a non-kosher or blemished animal as an olah, that's not effective. If he said it's for an olah, it should be sold and the proceeds are then used to purchase an olah. The Gemara says this disagrees with Rabbi Meir, who says a person does not make a declaration in vain. Further, if the non-kosher animal or blemished animal are declared for an olah, they're sold and have an olah purchased. If a female animal is designated for an asham or an olah, needs to get a blemish before it's sold for an olah, which is unlike a disagreeing opinion. And that's the end of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Tractate Temurah continues on the laws of temple offerings, now on principles of forbidden mixtures. The first Mishnah says, if an animal is prohibited to be offered on the temple altar, whether because it was used for bestiality, if it was designated for an idolatrous offering, if it was worshipped, if it was paid to a harlot or exchanged for a dog, if it's a hybrid, if it has a defect, or if it was born via C-section, if it's mixed with any other offerings, they become invalid. An animal designated for an idol, in that case, if the animal is prohibited, but its adornments are fine. If the animal was worshipped for an idol, it and its adornments are prohibited. Both of these variants are allowed to be eaten. The Gemara says, we're essentially ruling that a forbidden animal isn't nullified by being mixed with any amount of offerings, and they're all prohibited. However, in Tractate Zevachim on 70b, it essentially says the exact same thing. So it's explained, it's repeating this as here, we're discussing animals that were not consecrated when they were mixed, while Zevachim discusses offerings that mix with other offerings. A similar principle was stated that items, when mixed with idols or similar, are prohibited in Tractate Avodah Zarah on 74a. So it's repeating this, and it's explained the differences here. These animals themselves are permitted for benefit, so there's a difference. The fact that an animal that was used for bestiality cannot be offered is then sourced, including a scriptural derivation. That's additionally discussed further, sourcing the remaining prohibitions. It also suggests some alternative sources. Some qualify an animal designated for idol worship to refer to one that was designated as an idol for 7 years, assuming it wasn't actually worshipped, as then it would just be a worshipped animal. It sources this from some principles regarding Gideon destroying his father's idols, although it said his father's 7-year designated bull had also been uniquely worshipped. There's dispute as to when an animal designated for an idol is no longer considered to be idolatrous. Some say until it's been used for something normal, others say until they feed it animal food to prepare it to be eaten. The animal being used for a normal act would be something like shearing or working with it, and then spend some time sourcing the fact that an offering that was actually worshipped as an idol is prohibited for use as a temple offering. New Mishnah. Now to define a harlot's wage. If somebody tells a harlot to take a lamb as her wage, even if there are 100 lambs, they're all forbidden, which will be clarified. Or if somebody tells a person to take his lamb and let his slave cohabit with his slave, it's a dispute if that constitutes a harlot's wage. The Gemara says, the case is where the man gave her 100 lambs for the wage, but she only took one. In that case, they're all considered to be part of the wage and are forbidden. It said if the man gave her an animal for payment and then cohabited with her later on, or he cohabited with her and then later on paid her, that would not be a harlot's wage. This would be assuming she offered the animal before he cohabited with her, so it doesn't become a harlot's wage retroactively. This could be possible if he said she could preemptively acquire the animal before the actual act of cohabitation if she needed it. Related, if somebody only consecrated an animal wage and then did the cohabitation with a harlot, that's different, as it's only consecrated, it's not actually offered, so that just goes unresolved. When we said if the man cohabits with her and then later pays her with an animal, that animal could be offered. That's only if he said cohabit with me for a lamb, not for this lamb. This would be where it's either a non-Jewish woman who doesn't need to formally acquire the animal, or it's a Jewish woman and a lamb was in her courtyard when this was said, so she acquires it, and it was designated to repay a debt. Further, to define a harlot's wage, this would even include somebody who paid for cohabitation towards a man or a relative. It's argued that if it would include a payment towards one's wife who's a nida at that time, which is disputed. It said if a Kohen cohabits with a non-Jewish woman, he does not get lashes, as his offspring there aren't attributed to him. But if a Kohen cohabited with a Jewish harlot, he would get lashes, as his offspring would be attributed to him in that case. If a regular person cohabited with a Jewish harlot, the payment could actually still be valid, as an offering, as this could be an act of betrothal. Others disagree and say there's just no difference at all between a Jewish woman and a non-Jewish woman, that their wages are prohibited for offerings, and a Kohen gets lashes for cohabiting with either of them. This is as these laws are derived from each other, and it additionally disputes between these opinions. The debate if somebody takes a lamb to have his slave reproduce with another, if that's prohibited as an offering, is where it's a Canaanite slave woman and a Hebrew slave who has no wife or children, wherein it would be prohibited for them to be made to reproduce. New Mishnah. To define a dog exchange, somebody says to another to take a lamb in exchange for his dog. That lamb cannot be brought as an offering. Or if two partners divide 19 lambs and a dog, so one ended up with 10 lambs and the other got 9 lambs and the dog, the 10 lambs that were taken against the dog are prohibited while the 9 lambs are fine. Now, a dog's wage, as opposed to this, which is a dog's exchange, or a harlot's exchange, as opposed to a harlot's wage, would be permitted. A harlot's wage and a dog exchange's offspring are permitted. The Gemara sources the definition of the concept of exchanging the dog for an animal that refers to an exchange, not a payment. By the division of 20 animals, this is where the dog's value is greater than each one of the 10 individual lambs, which is why each is to some extent being exchanged for the dog, as they share the excess. The remaining principles are sourced. According to some, offspring of a pregnant animal used for bestiality is forbidden, as it and its offspring are both considered as if bestiality was done with them. Offspring of a pregnant animal that gored is forbidden, as the offspring is also considered to have gored. This would not apply by an animal used by idol worship, as the offspring had nothing to do with that. Some say they're still prohibited, as the idol worshippers prefer the cow to be pregnant. It's forbidden to benefit from the waste of an animal used for idolatry, but it's permitted to benefit from the waste of a cow designated to be stoned. This is either based on scriptural verses, or simply as by the idol worshipped cow, they prefer it when it was swollen due to the waste. New Mishnah. If somebody gives a harlot coins for her wage, these can be permissibly used to buy offerings. If wine, oil, or flour were given, or similar, those cannot be used. If you gave her consecrated items, they can be used. If you gave her unconsecrated birds, they cannot be used. This is then sourced from a verse. Also, animals that are prohibited to be offered because of idol worship or bestiality, their offspring are permitted as offerings, but the offspring of an animal with a defect would be prohibited. Some even say an animal that nursed from one with a defect would be prohibited as an offering. Any consecrated animal that has a defect cannot be redeemed, as it would only be allowed to be redeemed if it was to feed humans, but here it can't anyways be eaten as it has a defect. The Gemara says there's a dispute if wheat kernels are paid to a harlot, or grapes, if she then makes those into wheat or wine, if they're permitted or prohibited to be offered, as to whether this includes these substances' changed forms. Some say the red heifer is excluded from this, as it's not offered in the temple. Some say the gold plates used to cover the altar are prohibited if they're used as a harlot's wage, as some even say if gold is paid to a harlot, it cannot be used anywhere on the temple. We said if an already consecrated item was given to her, it's permitted. That's then sourced. There's actually a dispute if the offspring of prohibited animals are permitted or not. As we mentioned earlier, some consider the fetus to be part of the mother, so if the mother gore was used in bestiality, it's considered like the fetus did so too. There's variation again quoted on this. It is agreed that a chick hatched from the egg of a defected bird is forbidden, as they would agree that a bird where the egg definitely comes from the mother's own body, that would definitely have the same status as its mother. It quotes support for this. Additionally, we said that according to some, an animal that nursed from an animal with a defect is disqualified. This is explained to be if it nursed fresh milk for every moment of its life, so its entire growth and current existence is due to the defected animal. Lastly, we said that any consecrated animal that gets a defect cannot be redeemed, and it quotes the scriptural source for this. And that's the end of chapter 6. Chapter 7, the final chapter of Tractate Temurah, finishes on the laws of offerings and consecration. The first Mishnah says, there's differences between things consecrated to the altar and things consecrated to temple upkeep. Things consecrated to the temple altar can be substituted, and there could be liability for improper intent, leftovers, and eating while impure. Their offspring and milk are prohibited even once they're redeemed. There's liability for slaughtering them outside the temple. They're not paid to the temple craftsman as their fee, and none of these apply by things consecrated towards temple upkeep. If something is unspecified in its consecration, it goes to temple upkeep. Temple upkeep sanctity can take effect on anything, even rocks or wood. There's me'ila liability from benefiting from what grows from them, and the Kohanim get no portion of these. The Gemara says all this applies to animals specifically, as temple bird and flower offerings cannot actually be substituted, and it's like the opinion that the child of a sacrificial offering can be substituted, and it's only discussing primary offerings, which is why it didn't mention that a substituted animal cannot be substituted, which actually just answers all of the earlier issues. It sources that unlike things consecrated to the altar, items in temple upkeep can actually be paid to the temple craftsman. It sources the opinion which holds that unspecified consecrations go to temple upkeep, as others actually disagree with this, and say that they become Ola offerings. Others say this applies only if the entire consecrated flock are all males, and if there's a mixture of males and females. Some say they go to temple upkeep, others say the males are Olas and the females are sold to purchase Olas. There's variation of this conversation quoted. When we said temple upkeep sanctity takes effect on everything, that includes sawdust and fallen leaves. When we said there's me'ila for benefiting from things that grow from temple upkeep items, that includes milk or eggs of consecrated animals or birds. Some say this would also apply by things consecrated to the altar, but that it only apply if the things that grow are fit to be offered themselves. That me'ila would apply. New Mishnah. Animals consecrated to the altar and to the temple upkeep upkeep, both cannot be switched to the other type of sanctity. By animals consecrated to the altar, if their appraisal is consecrated, that could go to temple upkeep. And he can also make the value of an object a cherem vow, a vow of donation to the temple. If a consecrated animal died, it must be buried. Although some say if it was from temple upkeep, it could be redeemed after it dies. The Gemara says, according to some, if animals are consecrated to the altar and the owner reconsecrated them as kohanic cherem donations, this is ineffective. Although it quotes a source with the list's prohibited reconsecrations, and this isn't on the list, and it says perhaps it just doesn't say it because not that it holds that they're ineffective, but because it's only discussing cases where there are 2 instances of ineffective consecration. Anyways, issue is our Mishnah said that an altar consecration can be switched to a consecration of appraisal, and it can be a cherem vow, which clearly refers to kohanic cherem, so that completely refutes that opinion. Although it does additionally discuss how he sourced that in the first place. It was also said if somebody consecrated an olah for temple upkeep, it's ineffective. This is explained to apply biblically. Rabbinically, he would still need to pay it. Anyways, it quoted additional views as to where we dispute whether offerings for temple upkeep and for altars are stood and evaluated between further opinions. These are additionally discussed in Sorth, and many views on this are refuted. There are further points on this. New Mishnah, the following must be buried. If a consecrated animal miscarried, the miscarriage would be buried. Afterbirth would be buried, a stoned ox and a decapitated egla arufa calf would be buried, birds of a mitzvah, the cut hair of a nazir, a firstborn male donkey tithe, meat cooked with milk, and unconsecrated animals slaughtered in the temple courtyard would all be buried. Others disagree and say that those last ones must be burned. The following must be burned: chametz, leaven on Passover, impure terumah tithes, arla, under 3-year-old fruits, and forbidden plant mixtures of a vineyard. Some say by these last 2 that dry food is burnt and liquids are buried. The Kohanim can permissibly benefit from impure terumah tithes by kindling a fire with their bread and oil. If an offering was slaughtered with improper intent of time or location, it must be burned. An unneeded asham taloi offering is burnt, although some say it's buried. A doubtful bird chatas is burned, although others say it's disposed in a stream. All things that are buried cannot be burned, and anything that's burned cannot be buried. Others disagree and say it's permitted to be stringent and burn items that are supposed to be buried, but others say it's not good to deviate in this. The Gemara says, we said here we bury nazir here. This is where it's impure, as elsewhere it says it should be burned, but that's where it's pure. Others say ours discusses hair, while there it discusses hair and sackcloth, which is additionally held by others. That they say the hair and the cloth must be burned, and it's not just nullified as it's significant, so it's explained to be allowed to be stringent and it could be burnt. It clarifies that on Passover, leaven is burnt, according to those that say chametz is disposed of only through burning. To also clarify, impure terumah and arla fruits, if they're solid, they're burnt, and if they're liquid, they're buried. We said some hold a doubtful bird chatas is burned, some say it's dumped into a stream, which would involve cutting it into separate pieces first. The reason there's a difference between things buried and burnt is if something's buried, its ashes would be forbidden for benefit, so it can't be burned. It explains a particular few relevant exceptions. However, things that are burned can have their ashes be benefited from. However, we see from elsewhere that the ashes of something consecrated are forbidden, so it's explained that that either refers to a fire that happened to burn consecrated wood, so there's nobody that deconsecrated this wood, so it would be forbidden, or it refers specifically to the separation of ash on the altar in the morning that was placed on the courtyard floor beside the altar, which maintains its sanctity, and uniquely can still not be benefited from. And that's the end of chapter 7 and the entire Tractate Temurah. Alright, that was a lot of information, so here's a rough summary of a lot of the practical takeaways from this tractate. If an offering was designated in the temple, it could be substituted onto a different animal. This wasn't actually permitted, but laws did apply if it was done. Tractate Kereisos discusses the laws of divine punishment and the sins that cause it. This concept is referred to as charis and was brought up already in a number of different tractates for the commitment of certain transgressions. Essentially, it means divine punishment, although of what sort is debated in later texts, although it's generally agreed to be some sort of a loss in the world to come, or possibly an early death. This was atoned for by bringing offerings to the temple. Chapter 1 will begin by discussing these laws. The first Mishnah says, there were 36 biblically stated things that are punished with this charis, divine punishment. These are cohabiting with one's mother, with one's father's wife, with one's daughter-in-law, with a male, with an animal, both as a man or a woman, cohabiting with a woman and her daughter, with a married woman, with one's sister, with one's father's sister, with one's mother's sister, with one's wife's sister, with one's brother's wife, with one's father's brother's wife, with a woman who is menstruating, a nida, somebody who blasphemes, somebody who worships idols, somebody who gives his offspring to the idol Molech, practicing of necromancy, violating the Shabbos, an impure person who eats consecrated food, somebody who enters the temple grounds while impure, somebody who eats forbidden fats, somebody who eats blood, somebody who eats leftover sacrificial meats, somebody who ate an offering brought with improper intents, somebody who sacrifices or offers an offering outside temple grounds, somebody who eats chametz, leaven, on Passover, somebody who eats or works on Yom Kippur, somebody who duplicates the anointing oil, somebody who duplicates the incense, somebody who anoints somebody with the anointing oil, and somebody who doesn't do the paschal offering or circumcision. There's a penalty of charis for each of these if done intentionally, and the liability to bring a chatas offering to the temple if they're done unintentionally. If there's a doubt if they were transgressed, they'd bring an asham taloi offering, besides for by entering the temple or eating of offerings while impure, according to Rabbi Meir, as he says you have to bring a variable offering, which is a chatas offering that's adjusted for wealth. The sages say a blasphemer is exempt from the chatas, which is based on a verse. The Gemara says, it began by mentioning the total number, 36, to show that if all of these are done in one lapse of awareness, you need to bring a chatas offering for each of them. The same concept applies by the laws of Shabbos, as it specified there are 39 forms of labor for the same reason, and similarly elsewhere. Later it says there are 4 who lack atonement, that they must bring a chatas offering just to allow them to eat sacrificial foods, to reject an opinion that says there are 5, including the case of a convert. Similarly, later it says there are 4 who bring an offering for an intentional act, as well as for an unintentional act, to exclude the opinion that there are 3, excluding violations of an oath of deposit. Also it says later there are 5 who bring a single offering after committing many transgressions, which is to include the case of a nazir who becomes impure many times, each one 7 days apart, as will be discussed later. Sources for all these are quoted. Also, later it'll say that there are 5 people who bring variable chatas offerings to exclude the opinion that says a nasi, the king, would bring a he-goat. Also, in Tractate Bava Kama, it says there are 4 main categories of damages, which is to reject opinions that there are 13 or 24, which was discussed in that tractate. It also sources the principle at length that if all of these 36 transgressions listed here are done in one lapse of awareness, there's a liability of a chatas offering for each of them, which is derived from repetition in scripture about the penalty against cohabiting with one's sister. It additionally sources the principle that there's a separate chatas liability for each and every single one of these. And it always be said if somebody commits every single one of these violations in one lapse of awareness, he's liable for every single one of them individually. So it asks, how is this even physically possible? As if a man is committing these, you'd have to exclude being cohabited with by an animal, and if it's a woman, you'd have to exclude cohabiting with an animal. So it's explained that actually is possible for one person to do every single one of these if it's a man who's cohabiting with an animal and he's having an animal cohabit with him, in accordance with the opinion that there's 2 separate liabilities for each of those. Others dispute this. An alternative explanation is that it just means only one of those is possible at a time, and it listed them all to complete the list, which it sources. Anyways, by Shabbos, technically there are 39 separate categories to violate, but here it refers to intentional acts. However, if somebody has an actual lack of awareness that it's Shabbos at all, so there's only one chatas liability for violating each of those in that case. This is sourced from the related case by idolatry. It additionally explains this accidental case by idolatry that there's a lack of knowledge of the idolatry, not the service, similar to the case of Shabbos that's discussed. Anyways, we specifically mentioned liability for the necromancy of Oiv. It didn't mention the necromancy practice of Yedoni, either as it was mentioned second in scripture, or as it involves no action, which it describes. A blasphemer has the action of speaking, and Oiv possibly has a major forbidden action of bringing an offering to link to a demon, which is not allowed. It's disputed if bending one's body in a bow is significant enough to constitute an action. False witnesses do speak, which constitutes an action, but they aren't required to bring a chatas offering, as their main sin was in their false viewing of the incidents that they were testifying on. Anyways, regarding forbidden fat, if somebody eats forbidden fat of an ox, sheep, and goat, some say he's liable for lashes for each of these, others say he's only liable once. It explains the dispute is based on verses which are discussed at length. It brings additional opinions on these and on related laws of prohibited foods, as to whether separate penalties are incurred for each instance of eating the prohibited food. There are related principles by Meiser Sheni tithes, going through some points on different types of bread and grains. It also expounds on some principles of scriptural exegesis, expounding on their importance and giving a few examples of significant laws derived from these. Regarding the liability of karis for preparing the anointing oil, it said a person would be exempt if he prepared it just to see how it was done or for the community. Liability is if he makes it to apply to himself, but if somebody else used it, then he'd be exempt. Sources are quoted. Anyways, it also explains the makeup of the anointing oil, giving particular measurements and spices, although there's debate as to what exactly a lot of these translate to. It also qualifies the particular weights of all of these. It further speaks on the making of the anointing oil by Moshe and Aaron, which was used for Aaron and his sons, and then miraculously for all future Kohanim, Gedolim, and kings, and it remains stored away until Mashiach's coming. It also sources the principle that a Kohen Gadol and his sons are anointed, and that they don't anoint a king who's the son of the prior king. The exceptions to this were the kings Shlomo and Yehoash, as their rules were contested. Others disagree with this concept entirely, and say that it's just that the kings of the Davidic dynasty were anointed and nobody else. Other kings, like Yehoachaz and Yehu, were anointed with plain balsam and not this special anointing oil. It further expounds on a number of verses, speaking on a bunch of different kings and their rule and their anointing. It said by kings, the oil was applied in the form of a crown around the king's head, and by a Kohen Gadol it's made in an X, or possibly a C shape, although the oil is also poured on their head, and it said the anointing goes first. Related principles are discussed. It's also said that the kings were anointed in the spring to symbolize the endurance of their monarchy. There are points on this in the concept of a good omen. As was already stated in Tractate Harayos, if a person wants to know if he'll live out the year, he should light a candle in the 10 days between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, indoors without wind, and see if it goes out. If somebody wants to know if his business venture will be successful, he should raise a rooster for its sake, and if it ends up healthy and good, it'll work out. If a person wants to know if he'll have safe travel, he should stand in a dark house and see if he sees a shadow of a shadow. That's a good sign. Others disagree with this, saying if he doesn't see it, then he'll get worried and he'll have worsened mazel. Related, it said to eat certain foods on Rosh Hashanah, like a gourd, leek, beets, dates, and others, as they're sweet and represent having a sweet new year. It further speaks on good omens and learning well from one's teachers. Anyways, it further quotes verses about anointing oil, saying, whoever was anointed with a horn of oil, their reign was prolonged, while if it was a flask that was used, it was not. Anyways, we said there's liability for replicating the temple incense. This is, again, allowed to be done for education or to give to the temple, but it's prohibited to make an order to smell it for oneself, and if somebody else smells it, then he's exempt. Although there is liability for benefiting from consecrated items. That's actually disputed, as some say there's no concept of being prohibited from a sacred item after it's done being used. It argues from a few different concepts in the temple. Anyways, it also gives the makeup of the incense. It's a bunch of spices, some of which we're not really sure the definition of. There's galbanum and myrrh and saffron and cinnamon and otherwise in specific ratios. Instead, if somebody mixes these for the temple and he missed any of them, he receives death from heaven. There are a few opinions as to the uses of these, and there's some additional points on this, and it discusses the manufacturing of the incense back in the temple times and how those that did it were paid. It also mentions that every few decades, the accumulated excess of the incense would form enough for a new batch, which was used, along with further as to how exactly the incense was prepared. It brings sources for these principles. Some say the list of spices were told to Moshe by Mount Sinai. A number of additional verses are quoted as source. There are further points. Anyways, we said there's a liability of karis for anointing with the anointing oil. It's said this does not apply to anointing one's animals, one's utensils, a non-Jewish person, or a corpse. Sources for these are quoted. For instance, we know there's no liability for anointing a non-Jewish person with the temple's anointing oil, as by anointing oil, it specifically uses the rarer word of Adam, man, to refer to who cannot use it, and elsewhere Jewish people are referred to also with this unique word, unlike non-Jewish people who are referred to in scripture using the more typical word for man, something like ish. It actually does refer to non-Jewish people occasionally as Adam also in scripture, but that's only in comparison to prior verses, which spoke about animals to show that non-Jewish people are very different from animals as they are people. Anyways, some say there's liability of kares for impermissibly re-anointing a king or a Kohen Gadol. Others debate this. There's also a debate by a regular person as to how much anointing oil must be used to create a liability. Some say any amount, others say an olive's volume. This is based on verses. By a Kohen or a Kohen Gadol, it's agreed that when anointing them, that any amount is sufficient. This is expanded on. It additionally mentions some related disputes. Anyways, the Mishnah had stated that there's liability of kares for doing these listed transgressions intentionally and a chatas offering for doing so unintentionally. The exception was making the temple or consecrated foods impure, where there's no penalty to bring an asham taloi offering. Unmentioned was the point that the same exemption against breaking this offering would separately apply if he did the sin intentionally and Yom Kippur had passed. It's actually a debate if Yom Kippur atones for somebody who chooses to reject this atonement. A similar dispute exists if somebody says his chatas offering shouldn't atone for him. As to if this is effective or not, it additionally debates between these opinions. Anyways, the Mishnah had stated that even the blasphemer is exempt from a chatas offering. They say even, as they say a Yedoni necromancy practitioner doesn't bring this offering, as he's not doing a physical action, as was mentioned earlier, so the same should apply to the blasphemer. Others disagree with its logic, saying a blasphemer would bring a chatas, as in scripture, the kares penalty for that was discussed specifically in the place where the laws of the chatas offering are spoken on. Related, it's a dispute as to what exactly we're referring to when we speak of blasphemy here. Some say it refers to cursing God, others say it refers to blessing an idol. New Mishnah. Further on laws of the chatas offering, some women bring and eat a chatas offering, according to Rabbi Meir, if they have a miscarriage for something that looks like some sort of an animal. The sages say that the offering is only brought for a miscarriage that looks like a human. If a woman miscarried a disfigured, flat piece of flesh, or just afterbirth, or a developed embryo, or a fetus that came out in segments, or a Canaanite slave woman miscarried, they'd also bring an offering and they could eat of the offering. The following bring an offering but don't eat of it. A woman who had a miscarriage but didn't know what it looked like. If two women have miscarriages, one of which being something that requires the bringing of an offering and the other does not, and they're mixed up. Rabbi Yossi says, this is if both women give their offerings and walk in different directions. If they remain with each other, it can be eaten. The following do not bring an offering at all. If a woman has a miscarriage of an embryo full of water, or blood, or a multicolored fluid, or somebody who miscarries something that looks like a fish or a locust or similar, a woman who has a miscarriage within 40 days since conception, or if somebody delivers a child via C-section, others say the last one must bring an offering. The Gemara gives sources that a Canaanite slave woman must bring an offering after childbirth. When Rabbi Yossi said that the two women with the mixed-up miscarriages can eat their offerings if they stand together, this is as they both bring a definite Ola offering, and they jointly bring a chatas offering out of doubt, and they stipulate it for each other. The reason this is permitted is qualified. The dispute as to if C-sections require a temple offering was based on the verse. New Mishnah. Continuing from the prior, if a woman miscarries on the eve of the 81st day after having given birth to a girl, Beis Shammai says she doesn't need to bring another offering. Beis Hillel says she does. They dispute the logic of this, quoting similarities to the laws of menstrual impurity. The Gemara discusses sources and some related principles of purity and impurity based on this. New Mishnah. A woman who is liable to bring offerings for 5 cases of doubtful childbirth or 5 cases of doubtful impure emissions must bring 1 offering, and she's allowed to eat of temple offerings after. The other 4 aren't necessary. If it was 5 definite cases of impure emissions or 5 definite cases of childbirth, she must bring 1 offering, and she can eat of offerings, and she still needs to bring the other 4. It brings the incident where this was ruled. The Gemara speaks on some related principles of impurity, of which there are various opinions on. These are additionally discussed. And that's the end of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Tractate Kereisos continues covering the laws of divine punishment and some temple offerings. The first Mishnah says, there are 4 types of people that require atonement, and there are 4 types of people who bring offerings for even an intentional violation of a transgression. The 4 who require atonement are 4 types of impurities, some types of impurity emissions, a woman who gives birth, and a mitzora, a leper. Some also had a convert prior to the completion of his temple offerings. A nazir also has the status in that he can't drink wine, cut his hair, and contact corpses. The Gemara says, the 2 types of impurity emissions, a zav and a zava, are both listed separately, unlike a male and female leper, as a male zav does not contract impurity through an external factor, unlike a zava, and a zava does not contract impurity through 3 charges on the same day, unlike a zav. These are then sourced. Seemingly, there is a difference between a male and a female leper, as a male leper is obligated to let his hair grow, and he needs to tear his garments, unlike by a female leper. However, they're not listed separately, as the contraction of leprosy and impurity occurs in the same manner for both of them. The original opinion didn't include a convert and a nazir, as he was only discussing people who are trying to become pure to eat offerings. It additionally explains what type of offerings converts were required to bring to the temple. It said that this can be done with a bird olah, which it then discusses. This is additionally discussed along with some related verses. Some say a convert nowadays, when there is no temple, should set aside some money to eventually bring his bird offering when Mashiach comes. Others say this was annulled to prevent the issue of that money being impermissibly used. We hold like the latter opinion on this. New Mishnah. We said there are 4 people who must bring a temple offering even if they commit a transgression intentionally. Somebody who cohabited with a betrothed slave woman, a nazir who became impure, somebody who swore a false oath of testimony, and somebody who swears a false oath of deposit. 5 types of people bring a single offering for multiple transgressions, and 5 bring a variable chatas offering. The one that brings a single offering are if somebody cohabited with a betrothed slave woman many times, and a nazir who contracted corpse impurity multiple times. The Gemara brings sources for all of these principles, expounding on them at length. These are additionally discussed. New Mishnah. Other examples of people who bring one sacrifice for multiple transgressions: if somebody warns his wife to not seclude herself with many specific men, and a mitzora leper who's been afflicted many times with this leprosy. If the leper brings his bird offerings and was again afflicted, some say they don't count until he brings his chatas offering, others say it's until he brings his asham offering. The Gemara brings sources for these. If the leper brought his bird offerings and was again afflicted, we said there's a debate if it counts for him up until he brings his chatas or his asham offering. This is clarified to mean that his status as a wealthy or poor man isn't established until he brings his offerings. Others say it goes by when he brings the birds, which it sources. New Mishnah. Another case of somebody who brings one offering for many actions, a woman who gives birth to many fetuses, for instance miscarrying 2 children in the same period or miscarrying twins, she'd bring one offering for both. Rabbi Yehuda says she actually should just bring an offering for just the first child, and she'd bring an offering for a 3rd child, but not the 4th. The Gemara quotes sources for this from verses and explains the dispute further regarding the miscarriage periods as to in which case offerings are required. Also, according to Rabbi Yehuda, it suggests he possibly only holds we ignore the 2nd birth if it results in a stringency with these laws. It tries to prove this from other cases, although it's unsuccessful in proving this would apply any further by laws of impurity and purity. In the end, it proves from a quoted case on principles of childbirth that by purity and impurity we would actually count from the 2nd birth. New Mishnah. The following bring variable chatas offerings, which are offerings brought based on their financial status. Somebody who took a false oath of testimony, saying he didn't have knowledge of a case when he actually did. Somebody who took a false oath about the occurrence of an event. Somebody who was impure by the temple. A woman who gives birth, and a leper. The Gemara explains a wealthy woman who gives birth brings offerings of a poor and wealthy person. A bird chatas and a lamb olah. A poor leper brings only poor offerings. A bird chatas and a bird olah. Somebody who took a false oath of testimony and somebody who was impure by the temple must bring moderately poor offerings, the bird offerings. And if they're very poor, they bring the 10th of an ephah flour offering. It sources this regarding their individual specific costs. New Mishnah. Regarding the prohibition against cohabiting with a betrothed maidservant and all of the other forbidden relations with one's relatives and whatnot, the differences are that the other relations are atoned for with a female chatas offering, while by the maidservant there's a male asham offering brought. By the other relations, the male and female are equally punished. By the maidservant, only the woman would receive lashes and only the male would bring the offering. Also, by the other relations, cohabitation is defined by the completion of the act, and there's liability for each individual act, and these don't apply by the maidservant. By the maidservant, the only way she would receive lashes is if she transgressed deliberately. There's some debate as to what a maidservant refers to here. Some say it's a half-slave, some say it's a full slave. Others say that all forbidden cohabitations apply by only free women, besides for uniquely this case by a half-freed slave. The Gemara spends some time sourcing all of these principles. It also says, and sources the point by this, that whenever the woman would be receiving lashes for this, the men would bring the offering, otherwise not. That's discussed further. It also additionally expands on the debate as to what exactly a maidservant here refers to, as to what status exactly. New Mishnah. Further differences between these two by forbidden relations. If one was an adult and one was a minor, only the adult is held liable, the minor is exempt. If one party was sleeping, the sleeping person would be exempt. If one person was doing this intentionally and the other was acting accidentally, the accidental person brings a chatas and the intentional person brings kares. None of these leniencies apply by the betrothed maidservant. The Gemara clarifies, by the adult and the minor, by the maidservant, as mentioned, if one party receives lashes, the other brings an offering. If somebody isn't getting lashes, nobody gets the offering. So the minor definitely isn't getting lashes, so the adult wouldn't need to bring an offering. The same principle applies if one party was sleeping. Related, if somebody cohabited with a betrothed maidservant in an unnatural manner, that's treated as if typical relations were done to create liability. If somebody intended to cohabit in an atypical manner but cohabited naturally, there's no liability. And also if they cohabit while awake in an unnatural manner, they're treated as if they did so while asleep in a natural manner. So essentially, to clarify, if somebody intended to cohabit with a betrothed maidservant and he only begins the act, it's as if he did not have intent by cohabiting by other relations, and there's no liability. If somebody cohabited in a natural manner while sleeping with a betrothed maidservant, it's like cohabiting while asleep with other relations, so there's no liability. Meaning, if somebody cohabits in an unnatural manner while awake with a betrothed maidservant, he's like he did so while asleep with regular forbidden relations, so there's no liability. And that's the end of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Tractate Kereisos continues covering laws of liability for transgressions. The first Mishnah says, as was stated at the very beginning of chapter 1, if somebody accidentally commits certain transgressions, he'd atone for them by bringing a chatas offering. So a few cases, with the example of somebody eating forbidden fats. If somebody is told by others he accidentally ate forbidden fats, he'd be liable to bring a chatas offering. If one witness says he did this and another says he did not, he'd bring an asham taloi offering. If one witness says he ate it and then changed his mind and said he didn't, he'd be exempt. If two witnesses say he ate the forbidden fats and he maintains he did not, Rabbi Meir says he's liable, as logically, if witnesses can override somebody's claim to make them liable for capital punishment, they should also be able to override their claim to make them bring an offering. The sages disagree, as he should be able to claim that he had eaten it intentionally without being overruled. If somebody ate two separate pieces of forbidden fats in one lapse of awareness, he'd only bring one chatas offering. If he ate forbidden fats, blood, leftover offerings, and offerings of improper intent in one lapse of awareness, he'd be liable for each of these. This is how many types have astringency over a single type. The inverse applies, that one type could have astringency over many types, as if somebody eats half the minimum olives volume of one type and then another half in one lapse of awareness, he'd be liable. But if they were of different types, he'd be exempt. The Gemara disputes as to what the first case of the Mishnah refers to, where witnesses told the man that he accidentally ate forbidden fats. Some states where there were two witnesses and the man is contradicting them, so essentially the same as the later disputed case between Rabbi Meir and the sages. Others explain it to just be referring to one witness, and he's not contradicting them, so he brings the chatas. If he did contradict them, he'd be exempt. It also sources the principle that if a single witness makes a claim against somebody and the person doesn't deny it, the man would be liable. Regarding the dispute between Rabbi Meir and the sages, it argues as to exactly what the sages' logic is. Is it that they hold a person's claim is believed more than a bunch of witnesses against him, or is it that the witnesses can't override him, and then he could claim he'd intentionally eaten the fat and he would still be exempt? And there's a practical difference if two witnesses testify that somebody was impure while they were in the temple on accident, and the accused person denies this. So it would be disputed as to if he could override this claim with a stronger argument by saying he went to a mikveh, and therefore he would only be exempt from old impurities. It disputes this from several cases. It is ruled if somebody denies being impure, that could override two witnesses, although the items he touched could only be eaten privately and by the accused individual himself. It gives some instances where Rabbi Meir concedes somebody's claim overrides the sages. If somebody denies having cohabited with a betrothed maidservant, as he could claim he just hadn't completed the act. Or if a Nazir denies becoming impure, as he could claim he had gotten his Nazirite vow annulled, or if somebody denies knowing testimony against somebody, he could claim he just meant he didn't intend to give testimony. The reason somebody's eating of two separate olive volumes of forbidden fats in one lapse of awareness causes only one chatas liability is as there was only a single lapse of awareness, so there's only one liability. There's some variation. The remaining points are qualified. By the last case of somebody eating two half measures from two separate prohibitions, there's no liability. This is obvious, so some interpret it to be where he became aware of his wrongdoing in between each of these just for a moment, and it's in accordance with the uniquely held opinion that there's no awareness for half a measure. New Mishnah. We said if somebody eats two half volumes of the same forbidden food within a certain period, he's liable. The length of this period is disputed. Rabbi Meir says it's measured by the time it takes to eat parched grains, while the sages say it's by the time it would take to eat a paras measure. If a person ate impure food or drank a revi'is measure of wine and then entered the temple, if he took the time it would take to eat a paras, he's liable. Some say if he paused in between his drinking of the wine, or he added even the slightest bit of water, he'd be exempt. The Gemara asks, is Rabbi Meir's length of time the time it takes to eat parched grains? Is that longer or shorter than the sages' opinion? Clearly it's a stricter opinion, as the sages responded by saying until he takes their length of time, as opposed to if he took their length of time. If it defines exactly as to how long of a period the sages held, which was the amount of time it takes to eat a paras measure, and some related laws of purity and impurity. It also clarifies this time period of impurity of a person by the temple doesn't refer to the length of time one spends in the temple with the impurity. It refers to eating and drinking impure foods across that period, and then spending any time in the temple at all. We said an opinion that if somebody drinks wine, he's prohibited from entering the temple. Some say this only applies if it was an amount of wine which could intoxicate a person, which is defined. Others say if the person drinks intoxicating wine, he's punished with death from heaven, and if it's some other intoxicating drink, he'd only receive lashes. And a third view, as stated in our Mishnah, there's only liability if somebody drinks wine in the manner of intoxication, meaning there's no liability if he pauses in the middle or if he dilutes the wine. This is largely a dispute based on differing interpretation of verses. It is said that we rule like this last third opinion, and it gives cases. Also, after drinking wine, a person cannot rule most areas of law, and he can't even learn most areas of Torah, although it's disputed if learning Gemara is permitted. New Mishnah, there's a specific case where somebody can do one act of eating and be liable to bring 4 separate Chatas offerings and an Asham offering. This would be an impure person who eats forbidden fat that was left over from a consecrated offering on Yom Kippur. Rabbi Meir says, if he did this on Shabbos and then he carried it outdoors while it was in his mouth, he'd be liable for yet another Chatos for violating the Shabbos, while the sages say that has a different designation than the others. The Gemara disputes if therefore Rabbi Meir holds a prohibition can take effect upon a pre-existing prohibition. It is said he does hold that an inclusive or extensive prohibition can take effect, as the different prohibitions in this case are all stacking onto one another. But the reason that pigel, eating with improper intent, wasn't included in this list is as only an olive's volume was eaten in this case, and it's not possible to have an offering in such an amount that's simultaneously left over and having initially been brought with improper intent. The reason there's then liability for eating on Yom Kippur, where the minimum liability is larger than this, it's a date volume, it's as he ate an olive's volume of meat with attached forbidden fat, so it exceeds that volume. Some just simply reject these answers and actually just add the case of improper intent, but there wouldn't be a third olive volume of eating blood at the same time, for instance, as that would be 3 olive volumes, which is more than a person could eat at one time. In the end, it does conclude that the prohibitions against carrying and the laws of the Erev actually don't just apply on Shabbos, they would also apply on Yom Kippur. New Mishnah. It is possible for a person to commit one act of cohabitation and be liable for 6 Chatas offerings simultaneously. This would be if somebody cohabits with his daughter, who's also his sister, his brother's wife, his father's brother's wife, and she's also married to somebody else, and she also had nida, impurity, meaning she was menstruating at this time. This would be possible if somebody had a daughter with his mother, and that daughter then married his half-brother, the half-brother then dies, so she then marries his uncle. So if they cohabit as described, there would be 6 Chatas offerings. The Gemara explains, again, this opinion doesn't necessarily hold that prohibitions can take effect upon prohibitions, but he does hold that an extensive or inclusive prohibition could do so, as seen in this case. New Mishnah. Another example of somebody's cohabitation creating 7 liabilities. If somebody cohabits with his daughter's daughter, he could also be liable for cohabiting with his brother-in-law, his wife's sister, his brother's wife, his father's brother's wife, a married woman, and a nida. And Rabbi Yosi adds, if her great-grandfather marries her, then her grandfather would also be liable for cohabiting with his father's wife. Also, somebody would be liable for 6 prohibitions by cohabiting with his wife's daughter, like so, and 6 for cohabiting with his wife's granddaughter. The Gemara explains Rabbi Yosi's case is only possible as the great-grandfather's marriage is only prohibited rabbinically as a secondary relative, which was more precisely described way back in Tractate Yevamais. Again, this doesn't necessarily mean he holds a prohibition could take effect upon a pre-existing prohibition. He just says an extensive prohibition can take effect upon a pre-existing prohibition. New Mishnah. Another case with 7 prohibitions, somebody who cohabits with his mother-in-law and his daughter's wife and his brother's wife and his father's brother's wife and his wife's sister and a married woman and a nida. This would be possible if somebody had a daughter with his own daughter who somebody married, and then that man died, so she married his son, and then his brother, and then his uncle. This also applies if he cohabited with his father-in-law's mother, or with his mother-in-law's mother. Also, somebody who cohabits with his mother-in-law can be liable 3 times for also being with his mother-in-law's mother and his father-in-law's mother, like so, although others disagree and say that's all just one designation. The Gemara quotes other opinions that seemingly hold there's one liability for multiple transgressions by various other cases. New Mishnah. A question was posed by Rabbi Akiva, one of the sages, while they were out shopping. If somebody in one lapse of awareness cohabits with their sister, their father's sister, and his mother's sister, is there liability once or for all of these? He was answered, as we see in a case where somebody cohabits with his 5 wives who are all nidas in one lapse of awareness, he'd be liable 5 separate times, so the same would apply here, that there would be multiple separate counts of liability. The Gemara disputes if the case here is where it's 3 separate women, or it's just one woman, and it's that a man cohabited with his mother and had 2 daughters, and then he had a son with one of them, and then that son cohabited with his mother's sister, who's also his own sister and his father's sister. It additionally discusses whether this principle by violating the Shabbos multiple times with singular acts and one lapse of awareness by these opinions. New Mishnah. By the limb dangling from an animal, it was asked, it's disputed as to whether it conveys impurity like a severed limb. We know by a human's dangling limb is considered pure, so this is seen by people who wanted to have their dangling limb removed to be able to perform the Paschal offering. They would have them mostly severed by a surgeon and then would tear the rest off themselves, so that way the surgeon and the patient could both remain pure and bring the Paschal offering. So seemingly the same should apply by an animal. The Gemara additionally discusses some similar laws of impurity. New Mishnah. Another question by Rabbi Akiva. If somebody slaughters 5 offerings outside the temple in one lapse of awareness, is he liable once or multiple times? And it was answered, we know if somebody eats of one offering in 5 different dishes in one lapse of awareness prior to the blood being thrown, he's liable on 5 separate counts of me'ilah, so the same should apply here. Others say the question was, what if somebody eats an amount of leftover offerings from 5 different offerings in one lapse of awareness, and was answered the same way. Others, however, disputed the ability to derive principles of leftover offerings from the principles of me'ilah. The Gemara says the reason the second opinion changed the case was as he disputed the ability to learn a case on slaughtering an offering improperly from eating the offering improperly. Regarding the debate if it's possible to learn laws of leftovers from me'ilah, it disputes as to if the original opinion ended up retracting their statement based on other cases, and it is explained that he didn't accept the refutation. Also, in the case of eating 5 dishes from one offering, that's explained to be the 5 parts of the offering: the flesh, the fats, the wine, the flour, and the oil. Others say it's 5 different limbs of an animal, others say it's 1 limb but 5 parts, others say it's 1 offering in 5 different stews, and others say it's 1 offering that just has 5 different tastes. New Mishnah, another question. It was asked if somebody accidentally committed many forms of work on Shabbos, but all subcategories of one main category and all in one lapse of awareness, would that be one prohibition or several? So it was answered similar to cohabiting with a nida, where there's one possible act that's impermissible, but there's separate liabilities for each act. And for sure, on Shabbos, where there are many different possible acts, you should be liable for each separate one. But it's counter-argued that that's not a good comparison, as by nida, there are 2 people who are warned to not commit the transgression, but by Shabbos, only 1 person is warned. So we can't really compare these cases. So it's said fine, but it would be comparable to somebody who impermissibly cohabits with a minor nida, as there's only 1 warned prohibition to the adult. But that's counter-argued, saying it's still not comparable, as minors grow up and will be warned themselves to not commit such an act, so it still counts as 2. So it says, fine, it's comparable to somebody who copulates with an animal, as there's only 1 warned prohibition, similar to violating Shabbos. The Gemara explains, one of the posed questions is essentially if a singular Shabbos is viewed as a distinct body for all of the liabilities committed within or not, and he's also asking whether the subcategories of a form of work are the same as the main category. There's some variation on what exactly is being disputed in these cases. There are other various interpretations. It also sources the principle that it's forbidden to cohabit with a minor, particularly when they're in nida, and cites some further discussion on the case of our Mishnah. And that's the end of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Tractate Kereisos discusses the laws of the Asham Tolei offering. The first Mishnah says, the Asham Tolei offering was a special offering that was brought for somebody if they're uncertain if they unintentionally committed certain transgressions. So if somebody's uncertain as to whether or not he ate forbidden fats, or he's certain he did, but he's unsure if he ate the minimum amount to be liable, or if somebody had a piece of permitted fats and forbidden fats before him, and he ate one of them but he's not sure which, or regarding laws of cohabitation, if somebody had his wife and his sister in a house and he accidentally cohabited with one of them, but he wasn't quite sure which, or if somebody performed an act of labor and he wasn't sure if it was done on a weekday or on a Shabbos. In all of these cases, the man would need to bring an Asham Tolei offering. Now, if somebody eats 2 olive volumes of forbidden fats in 1 lapse of awareness, he's liable to bring 1 chatas offering. So, if somebody is uncertain as to whether he ate 2 olive volumes in 1 lapse of awareness, he'd bring 1 Asham Tolei offering. If he became aware in the middle of his lapse of awareness between these 2 actions of eating, he would bring an Asham Tolei for each of them. And similarly, if he's uncertain if he'd eaten forbidden fats, blood, eating with improper intents, and leftovers all in 1 lapse of awareness, he'd bring an Asham Tolei offering for each of those individually. The Gemara says in the first case, where somebody's unsure as to whether he did or did not eat forbidden fats, some say this is where he had 1 piece of meat and then later found out there's a possibility it was forbidden fats, while others say the man had 2 pieces of meat and he ate one of them and then he later found out one of them was definitely forbidden fats, but he's just not sure which of the 2 of these it was. It disputes between these and cites opinions that hold like either view. There are a few opinions. There's actually a practical difference between them. If there was a piece of permitted and forbidden meat and a non-Jewish man ate one and a Jewish man ate the other, it's a dispute. Some say he's exempt, there was only 1 piece. Some say he's exempt as it's no longer possible to examine anything, while others say the man would be liable to bring an Asham Tolei offering as its impermissibility had already been established beforehand. Although others dispute this concept that we require a prohibited item to be established to cause liability for such an offering, which is discussed by some additional cases. According to the opinion that said that there's only liability for 2 pieces, they would say if there's a single piece of meat that's possibly forbidden fats and possibly permitted, that would be disputed, at least according to those that say you can't just bring an Asham Tolei offering whenever you want. If the case was that there were 2 pieces of meat, one was forbidden, and a Jewish man ate 1 piece and a non-Jewish man ate the other, the Jewish man would be liable to bring an Asham Tolei offering. If the non-Jewish man ate a piece first, then it's disputed if the Jewish man brings the Asham Tolei offering. If the Jewish man ate 1 piece on accident and then also the second piece on purpose, he'd be liable. If he ate the first piece on purpose and then the second piece on accident, there's a dispute. If he ate both pieces on purpose, he's not bringing any offering, as that was just an intentional transgression. If he ate both pieces on accident, he brings a chatas offering. If 2 Jewish men ate either piece, both bring an asham taloi, although the second person doesn't really need to. He's just doing it as if he was exempt. The first man would need to bring a chatas offering instead. This last opinion is according to the opinion that holds that a person can just donate an asham taloi offering whenever he wants. So the second person's offering is essentially just either a necessary offering if he's liable, or just a volunteer offering if he wasn't. We said in the Mishnah, if somebody eats 2 separate olive volumes in a single lapse of awareness, he'd bring 1 asham taloi offering, and if he briefly became aware in between, he'd have to bring 2. Others actually dispute this and say, based on a verse, there's still only 1 liability. It additionally discusses this and explains that similarly, the holiday of Yom Kippur, just as a date, any single minute of it would create a division between Chatas atonements. That's additionally discussed, and there's some cases of transgressions combining over several years that are brought, but some say that Yom Kippur just doesn't atone for monetary matters, while others say it possibly just doesn't atone for half measures. It additionally discusses this by some principles of impurity, as there's a dispute as to whether there's a requirement for an initial awareness of this impure state. New Mishnah, if somebody had forbidden fats and leftover offerings, and he ate one accidentally, but he just wasn't sure which, or if somebody had his nida impure wife and his sister, and he accidentally cohabited with one of them, or if somebody did labor on either a Shabbos or a holiday, but he's not sure which, in all these cases, it's a dispute if this man is liable to bring a chatas offering or not. Some say if somebody did labor in twilight between the Shabbos and the holiday, he's exempt, as perhaps he did the labor only in part of either day. The dispute exists where the man did labor in the middle of the day, but he's just not sure as to which day it was, or it was that somebody knows which day he did it on, but he wasn't sure as to whether he did a forbidden type of labor. So that would also be disputed if there's a chatas offering brought or not. The opinion that says he's exempt from a chatas offering would say he's even exempt from an asham taloi offering. Some say there's only this dispute of liability if it involved 2 categories of transgressions. Others disagree and say even if a person intended to pick figs and accidentally picked grapes instead, or vice versa, or even if he intended to pick white figs and accidentally picked black ones, the dispute would still exist. Although if somebody committed a transgression while being preoccupied with a permitted action, he would be exempt. The Gemara says, a source says, in all of these suggested cases, the opinion in which says the man is liable, that would be based on a certain verse, which is described regarding somebody who does work in twilight between Shabbos and a Yom Kippur. We said there's an exemption as he worked a bit on each day. This is as it's possible that the man began the labor on one day and then completed it during the following day. So it gives examples from some particular cases. We said according to the opinion that if somebody knows he did something that would require a chatas offering, but he's not sure which, he doesn't bring a chatas or even an asham taloi offering. This is then sourced, although it does bring a dissenting source that says the man would be required to bring an asham taloi offering. Some say if somebody accidentally sins with eating something impermissible, or by impermissibly cohabiting with somebody, he's liable for a chatas offering as he benefited through this action. But if somebody accidentally violated the Shabbos, there's exemption from a chatas, as the only thing prohibited on Shabbos is forms of thought-out, calculated labor. The exception to this would be circumcising a child on Shabbos, as there's liability for making a wound even while preoccupied. If somebody intended to pick figs and pick grapes, we said there's a dispute if there's liability for a chatas offering. Others redefine the case to be where somebody intended to pick grapes, but then he changed his intent to be to pick figs, and then he accidentally picks grapes. So some say he's accomplished his intent, so he's liable for a chatas, while others say he didn't accomplish his thought, so he's exempt. Others dispute this, particularly by a case of where the man intended to do 2 acts, but he just reversed the order, which then further proves could have significance regarding laws against lighting candles on Shabbos, and there's variation on the interpretation of these cases, specifically by the order of somebody's intent. For instance, while shoveling coals, it said if somebody shovels coals on Shabbos for warmth, and they just went on fire on their own, some say he's liable, as they hold that a forbidden act not needed for its defined purpose, that would still cause liability, while others say he's exempt, as they disagree with that entire principle. And that's the end of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Tractate Kereisos discusses some additional prohibitions against consumption, mainly on the prohibition against eating blood. The first Mishnah says, blood from any animal, be it domesticated, undomesticated, an animal or a bird, kosher or non-kosher, if the blood is from the slaughter or from the cutting of the pipes or from bloodletting that kills the animal or similar, there's a liability of Kereisos for consuming it. By the blood of the spleen or the heart, by blood and eggs, and by blood of grasshoppers, there's no liability of Kereisos for consuming these, although they're still prohibited by other punishments. There's a debate if blood draining from a slaughtered animal has Kereisos for its consumption. The Gemara quotes the verses that source all these individual principles. It expounds on these further, and it also mentions that the blood of a deer-goat hybrid is prohibited. It also sources that such an animal's forbidden fats and carcass are forbidden, as well as its sciatic nerve, and that it contaminates impurity, and that it has the laws of slaughter apply. Essentially, it's said that the principles that make something have a prohibition against blood apply are that it needs to have both light and severe impurities apply, it needs to be a meat, and it needs to have a period where the animal isn't permitted before slaughter. So, as a living human, for example, transmits severe and light impurity, their blood is forbidden through consumption, the same as an animal, although not so by a dead person, as they don't transmit light impurity. An animal corpse would transmit both types, although it discusses the particular case where this would apply. Shrutzim creatures are excluded from this blood prohibition, as they don't have severe impurity, as they don't contaminate through carrying. Blood of fish and grasshoppers are permitted, as they're completely permissible, as mentioned. They don't require slaughter. It also sources that there's no liability for forbidden cloth mixtures with bird's wool, so just essentially feathers. It said that there actually are lashes for consuming an olive's volume of sheret's blood, although this would only apply if he was warned beforehand. It said that fish blood collected in a utensil is prohibited. This is unique as it's collected, and it clarifies to only apply if there are no scales within, as then it would resemble animal blood. Human blood is impermissible if it's been removed from a person. If, for example, it's just coming out of a cut in somebody's own mouth, then they can just swallow it. There's variation discussed. We said there's only lashes for eating an animal's heart blood, but a different source says there's actual Kereisos for doing so. So that's explained to be talking about blood from the actual heart, while there's only lashes for consuming blood that just came there from elsewhere when the animal died. It was said that blood from bloodletting, where the animal died, is prohibited by Kereisos. Some say this is so long as the blood is spurting out, and others say it's up until and including the last drop, excluding blackened blood. If there are disputes as if there's liability for Kereisos of consuming draining blood, although it is agreed that such blood cannot affect atonement if it's applied to the altar, which it then corroborates. New Mishnah. On the topic of the Asham Taloi offering, Rabbi Akiva says there's liability to bring an Asham Taloi offering if somebody is unsure if they violated Me'ilah, which is impermissibly benefiting from consecrated property. The sages disagree, although Rabbi Akiva would say that he does not bring the payment for this until he's sure he sinned, and then he should also bring a regular Asha offering. Rabbi Tarfon says there's no point in bringing 2 offerings, so he should repay for his benefit plus a fifth as the Me'ilah charge goes, and then he brings an Asham at the cost of 2 Salaim, and he should state that if he had committed Me'ilah, then this covers it, and if it's doubtful, then it's just a donation, and this is an Asham Taloi, as they're the same species. Rabbi Akiva disagrees, as he says if the Me'ilah was with a very large amount of money, it'd be better to just bring 2 separate cheap offerings than one extremely expensive one, although he would concede to Rabbi Tarfon if it was with an inexpensive item. The Gemara says, regarding the dispute between Rabbi Akiva and the sages, is essentially arguing on derivation from selected verses, which are then described. It also clarifies Rabbi Tarfon's opinion that the Asham should be stipulated that if he remains doubtful of whether he did Me'ilah forever, it remains as an Asham Taloi. Additionally, it proves that according to Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Tarfon, at least by inexpensive Me'ilah, this conditional Asham is permissible, as a definite Asham does not require any prior knowledge. New Mishnah. If a woman brought a bird chatas due to a doubt if she'd miscarried accordingly, and before the bird is slaughtered with Malika, she finds that she definitely gave birth, the bird should instead be a definite chatas, as it's the same species. If there was a piece of regular and consecrated meat, and somebody ate one, but he's not sure which, he's exempt. Rabbi Akiva says he should actually just bring an Asham Taloi offering, and if he ate the second piece of meat, then he would bring a definite Asham. Rabbi Akiva also says if 2 different people ate either piece, they would both bring an Asham Taloi. Rabbi Shimon says they bring 1 Asham, and Rabbi Yossi says 2 people don't bring 1 Asham. If there was a piece of forbidden fat and permitted fat, and somebody ate one, but he's not sure which, he brings an Asham Taloi. If he ate the second piece also, he brings a chatas. If one man ate the first piece and another ate the second, they both bring an Asham Taloi. Rabbi Shimon says they bring 1 chatas. Rabbi Yossi says 2 people don't bring 1 chatas. If there was a piece of forbidden fat and consecrated fat, and somebody ate one, but he's not sure which, he brings an Asham Taloi. If he ate the second piece also, he brings a chatas and an Asham. If one man ate the first piece and another ate the second, they both bring an Asham Taloi. Rabbi Shimon says they bring 1 chatas and 1 Asham. Rabbi Yossi says 2 people don't bring 1 chatas and 1 Asham. If there was a piece of forbidden fat and consecrated forbidden fat, and somebody ate one, but he's not sure which, he brings a chatas. Rabbi Akiva says he'd also bring an Asham Taloi. If he ate the second piece also, he'd bring 2 chatases and an Asham. And if one man ate the first piece and another ate the second, they both bring a chatas. Rabbi Akiva says they would both also bring an Asham Taloi. And Rabbi Shimon says they bring 2 chatases and 1 Asham together. And Rabbi Yossi says 2 people don't bring 1 Asham. If there was a piece of forbidden fat and leftover forbidden fat, and somebody ate one, but he's not sure which, he brings a chatas and an Asham Taloi. If he ate the second piece also, he brings 3 chatas offerings. If one man ate the first piece and another ate the second, they both bring a chatas and an Asham Taloi. Rabbi Shimon says they both bring 1 chatas and an additional chatas together, while Rabbi Yossi says 2 people don't bring 1 chatas for a sin. The Gemara says, by the second case, by a piece of forbidden and permitted fats, Rabbi Yossi says the 2 men cannot bring a single chatas, so the 2 bring an individual Asham Taloi. Now, that's literally just the original opinion of the Mishnah, meaning apparently Rabbi Yossi must be the author of this Mishnah. By the last case of forbidden fats and leftover forbidden fats, if both are eaten, we said he should bring 3 chatas for both counts of forbidden fats and for eating leftovers. This must be where the leftover piece has less than the value of a parutta coin, so there's not also an Asham for eating consecrated property. If 2 people ate the pieces separately, Rabbi Shimon says they bring a chatas for both and a joint chatas for the leftovers violation. There's no concern of the prohibition stacking, as it's explained to be that this can viably apply by laws of offerings. This principle is then sourced at length. And that's the end of chapter 5. Chapter 6, the final chapter of Tractate Kereisos, covers some additional laws on atonement through temple offerings. The first Mishnah says, if somebody brings an Asham Taloi offering and then he finds out he definitely did not sin, if he realized this before the offering was slaughtered, Rabbi Meir says the offering just loses its consecration status, while the sages say it should be left to graze until it develops a blemish, it should be sold, and the funds should go to the temple communal donation fund. Rabbi Eliezer says it should be offered on the altar, as it'll at least atone for some other sin he's committed. If somebody only realized he hadn't sinned after the animal was slaughtered but before the blood was poured, the offering is invalid and should be taken to the place of burning. If he found out after the blood was thrown, some say it's valid and the meat should be eaten, others say even if the blood hasn't yet been thrown, it's valid from there. This is different than a definite asham, as if it wasn't yet slaughtered and it's then found the man was not liable for it, it's just unconsecrated. If it was slaughtered, the animal is buried. If the blood was thrown before he found out, the meat should go to the place of burning. An ox condemned to be stoned has the same laws as the asham taloi. If an ox condemned to be stoned was found to be innocent, the carcass could be benefited from. The law of the Egla Arufa decapitated calf for an unsolved murder is different, as if the murderer was found before it was killed, the calf should be left to graze, but if it was found out only after, it's still prohibited from benefit, it should be buried, as it atoned for a doubtful matter. The Gemara says, this dispute between Rabbi Meir and the sages by if somebody finds he did not sin before his Asham Taloi is slaughtered revolves around whether he confidently and fully deconsecrates the animal, or if he thinks he possibly still may have sinned, so he retains the consecration. They would maintain their individual logics if he knows he definitely sinned, or if he knows he definitely didn't. Rabbi Meir would agree with the sages that the animal should be left to graze if a person designated 2 Asham Tolei offerings as guarantees for each other. If he atones through one, the other should be left to graze and sponsor the communal fund, as clearly here he was worried about one animal being lost, so he wanted to atone through the other, so both were a bit consecrated. The sages would agree with Rabbi Meir if the witnesses towards the man obligated to bring the Asham Tolei are proven to be false witnesses. The animal is totally not consecrated, as he knew he hadn't sinned, so he figured the witnesses would be proven false. There's a parallel case. If an ox was condemned to be stoned and was proven to be innocent, the ox should be left to graze. This is explained to be where there are false witnesses, but the actual murder victim appears and proves he wasn't killed, and in our case, the man was said to need to bring an Asham Toloi based on witnesses that would eventually be disproven. So in neither case is there a concept of somebody wanting to perhaps consecrate the animal initially. These principles are similarly disputed in other cases. Related, if the witnesses against an ox that's condemned to be stoned are proven false, the ox becomes ownerless and could be taken by anybody, as it was presumably abandoned. Although it does clarify, if the accusation on the animal was that the owner committed bestiality toward the ox, the man would know that he hadn't, so he wouldn't abandon his ownership, as he'd try to find disproving witnesses. This is different by a city condemned to destruction for idolatry, where if the witnesses were proven false, the property within is still ownerless, as people might know that they didn't sin, but they won't know about their neighbors. Also, if somebody gives a gift to another, and the man says he doesn't want it, the item is ownerless and can be taken by anybody. This would apply specifically if the recipient said something like, "It is void," or "It is not a gift," thereby making the item ownerless, as opposed to him just saying, "I don't want it." Similarly, if somebody says to his partner in ownership of a field that his hand is withdrawn from it, that would be ineffective, as he could be withdrawing from his rights to the field, not from the actual ownership. It disputes this from some additional cases. If somebody says, "I do not want them towards a gift of slaves," which is explained to be effective, however, they would still be allowed to eat teruma tithes if they were owned by Kohanim, as they haven't yet received a document of emancipation. Rabbi Eliezer said that his opinion was that this Asham Taloi should be offered anyways, as it'll at least atone for some other sin he committed. It mentions that there was actually a different Rabbi Eliezer with the same name, but a different person, who held that such an offering does not require a sin to be brought. It could just be donated whenever he wants. We said if he only realized he hadn't sinned after the Asham Taloi was slaughtered, the meat should go to the place of burning. This suggests that unconsecrated animals that were slaughtered in the temple are burned. It's explained as variation by the regular Asham. It's normally buried, but since the blood had been thrown, it has to be burned, as otherwise it'll resemble an invalidated offering being buried. We said if he only realized he hadn't sinned after throwing the blood, the meat should be eaten, which is, as at the prior moment, by the atonement, he wasn't sure that he was innocent. Rabbi Yossi says even if he's established as innocent while there's blood in the vessel, it should be thrown and the meat should be eaten. This is as he holds that service vessels sanctify invalid items to allow them to be offered even initially. There's a dispute as to when the decapitated calf can no longer be benefited from. Some say from when it's alive. Some say only after its actual decapitation. Others say it goes by when it enters the valley to be beheaded. It disputes sources between these. New Mishnah. It's said by Rabbi Eliezer that a person can donate an Asham Taloi offering whenever he wants as a donation. Some would do this every day besides for Yom Kippur. The sages speak against this and say an Asham Taloi is brought only for a transgression where if it was done deliberately, it's punished by Kereisos, and a chatas if it was done accidentally. If somebody liable to a chatas offering or a regular asham had Yom Kippur pass, they still need to bring these offerings, but it would exempt any prior necessary asham talois. If somebody possibly committed a kares sin on Yom Kippur itself, he's exempt from an asham taloi, as the whole day provides atonement. A woman who needs to bring a doubtful bird chatas and a Yom Kippur pass still needs to bring this offering, as this offering isn't about atonement, it's to allow her to eat sacrificial foods. Also, by a doubtful bird chatas, if after Milika was done, it became known it was necessary, it's buried. The Gemara clarifies that Rabbi Eliezer holds that the Asham Taloi is a donation offering like a Shalomim or similar. The sages hold it's a mandatory atonement offering, and it's just temporary to prevent punishment until he finds out if he did the transgression, at which point he then bring a Chatas offering. It's just these individual opinions. Elsewhere, it's said that the Asham Taloi does not atone for sin. This is explained to mean it doesn't provide full atonement, and this would disagree with Rabbi Eliezer, who says it does. Alternatively, it's explained this source to mean that, unlike the other Ashams, the Asham Taloi has an alternative, which is to be atoned by the passing of Yom Kippur. It also sources the fact that Yom Kippur passing atones specifically for inadvertent sins that are not subject to an offering, and for the Asham Taloi offering. These are discussed with the relevant sources for these principles being quoted. Somewhat related, it said by people liable for lashes, if Yom Kippur passes, the liability still stands, even though it's a physical penalty. So essentially, it's held that Yom Kippur atones for sins that are only known to God. Yom Kippur does not purify a woman who was impure from birth, as her chatas offering isn't for atonement, it's just to allow her to eat sacrificial foods. So a doubtful mitzvah leper, if Yom Kippur passes, he still brings his birth chatas offering. Again, as that's not an atonement, he's just allowing himself to eat sacrificial foods. So again, a doubtful Nazir doesn't have Yom Kippur atone for him, his bird chatas is just to allow his new purified Nazirite term to begin, and a doubtful Sota isn't atoned through Yom Kippur passing. She brings her mincha offering, even though that's a sin known only to God, so a few answers, as it's just an impurity, or that it's not only known to God, the adulterer knows about it, or it's just, again, it's not an atonement, it's just to find out if she did the sin. Fine, so by the decapitated calf to atone for an unknown murder. Yom Kippur does not annul this, but again, either if the murderer himself does know about it, or it's just unique based on verses. So it's established that Yom Kippur atones only for sins known only to God. It then disproves that if the sin becomes known to him after Yom Kippur, he doesn't need to bring the chatas, he actually would need to do this. It explains why this cannot be derived from anywhere. It also proves by the Asham Toloi too, if he finds out he committed a sin after Yom Kippur, he needs to atone for it also. We said by a doubtful bird chatas, if Melika is done and they find out it was necessary, the bird is buried. This cannot be a case where it's for a woman finding out she definitely gave birth, as otherwise the meat would be guarded the entire time and it wouldn't need to be buried. So the cases where the woman found out she definitely did not give birth, and the bird should be allowed for benefit, but it's just buried anyways to be safe. So if before Melika was done, a woman finds out she definitely gave birth, the bird should be made into a definite offering as they're the same species. If this occurred after Melika, the Kohen does the blood service and it would atone for her. Others disagree and say the bird would be rabbinically prohibited for consumption, and it tries to prove either way from several particular cases, some of which rule like this latter opinion. New Mishnah. If somebody designated 2 Solaim coins to purchase an Asham offering, and he purchased 2 rams for Ashams instead of just one, if one of these was worth 2 Solaim, it should be offered as the Asham, and the other should be left to graze until it develops a blemish, and should then be sold to fund the temple's voluntary communal Ola offerings. If the 2 rams were purchased for personal use, if one is worth 2 Solaim and the other is worth 10 Zuz, the first should be offered as an Asham, and the second should have repayment for Me'ilah. If the 2 Solaim were used to buy a ram for an Asham and a ram for personal use, if the Asham ram is 2 Solaim, it should be offered and the other has Me'ilah, and a Sela should be added to repay for Me'ilah and its additional fifth. The Gemara says, when it says the animal should be for Me'ilah, it can't mean that it's offered as an Asham Me'ilas to atone for Me'ilah. Rather, it means the ram worth 2 Solaim should be offered to atone for Me'ilah, and the ram worth 10 Zud should be restitution for his benefit of consecrated property, as it contains his theft amount plus a fifth. By the last case, however, the purchased ram isn't equal to the principal and a fifth, so the Asham ram is acting as atonement and he additionally needs to pay restitution. It asks if a person theoretically commits many violations of Me'ilah, so he winds up accumulating many 1/5 shards. It asks if he can then atone with them by saving them up and purchasing an Asham offering. This is based on whether or not a broader principle exists as to whether or not a person can be atoned through an offering whose value comes from monetary gain of consecrated property, and if even not, perhaps there is a difference here, as the accumulation was from additional 1/5 charges. It's a basis from a number of particular cases, but in the end it proves from a specific case that if a ram went up in value after it was consecrated, it's valid as an offering, meaning atonement can be done through a monetary gain of consecrated property. It mentions at the time a sage asked about this topic as he was unaware of this ruling. It also says the sage asked, can a living thing be permanently rejected from the altar, which again had been earlier ruled on that it can, and also that rejection at the time of initial consecration constitutes a permanent rejection, and that even just monetary sanctity can be permanently rejected from the altar. Another question, he asked if the price of lambs in general dropped, meaning an asham can now viably cost less than the minimum required 2 solatim for a ram, which actually had not been ruled on. New Mishnah. If somebody designated his animal as a chatas and he then died, his son cannot bring it for himself. A chatas cannot be brought for one transgression and then switched to atone for another transgression. Even if somebody designated a chatas to atone for forbidden fats he ate yesterday, he cannot then have it atone for forbidden fats he ate today. The Gemara spent some time lengthily sourcing these principles. It mentions, if somebody uses his chatas for a different sin, there's no me'ilah for misusing temple property, meaning it was not effective. However, by money designated for a chatas, there is me'ilah. If used for a different sin, however, based on a verse, it's still not effective. New Mishnah. If money was used to sanctify a female lamb, it can be brought for a female kid. Money for a female kid can be brought for a female lamb. Money sanctified for a female lamb or a kid can be used to buy turtle doves or pigeons. Money sanctified for turtle doves or pigeons can be used for the 10th of an eva of fine flour offering. This is as if a rich man designated money for a female kid or lamb, and he then became poor, he could then bring the bird offering, and if he became even poorer, he could bring the flour offering. And if a very poor man designated money for the flour offering and he got rich, he could bring the bird offering. And if he got richer, he could bring the female lamb or kid. If a wealthy person designated a female lamb or kid and they became blemished and he became poor, he can use the proceeds to bring a bird offering. If the bird was designated and became blemished and he became poorer, he cannot use the proceeds to bring the flour offering because a bird offering cannot be monetarily redeemed. The Gemara goes through sources for these individual principles at length. Related, it is said, if a person who's rich enters the temple while he's impure, so he then designates a bird pair, instead of his proper female lamb, and he then became poor, it's invalid, as he was rich when he offered it. This teaches that a living thing can be permanently rejected from the altar, and also that rejection at the time of initial consecration constitutes a permanent rejection, and that even just monetary sanctity can be permanently rejected from the altar. And the point that living things can be permanently rejected from the altar is in accordance with one opinion, as there are others that disagree, as some hold by the Yom Kippur Azazel goat. If the goat dies, the other goat can just be immediately offered instead. It's said that a bird pair only gets its designation either when the owner takes them to be an offering or when the Kohen actually offers them, but nowhere else. It disputes this from a number of particular cases. In regards to a rich man bringing the offering of a poor man, something that's only invalid if it was done by a Mitzorah leper and not by somebody who entered the temple while impure. New Mishnah. Lambs are always mentioned before goats are in scripture. So by the Chatas, it specifically says that they're actually considered to be equal. Similarly, turtle doves are always mentioned before pigeons are in scripture. So by the birth offering, it specifically says them after to show they're actually equal. A father is always mentioned before a mother in scripture. So by honoring one's mother and father, it specifically says them after to show they should be equally honored. There's also an obligation to honor one's teacher. So if a son studies most of his Torah knowledge from one teacher, he's more obligated to honor that teacher than his own father, as his father is also obligated to honor this teacher. The Gemara says, the temple courtyard cried out 4 times. The first was for Eli, Chofni, and Pinchas, contaminating the sanctuary. The second was to allow Yochanan ben Naptai, who was possibly one of the Kohanim Gedolim, to eat of the offerings. Third, it cried that Yishmael ben Pikai should serve as the Kohen Gadol, and lastly, that Yisachar of the village of Barkai should be removed from his post, as he honored himself and desecrated the offering service, and this was as he would wrap his hand in silk and then perform the service. Because of this, he was punished, as the King Alexander Janneus and his wife were talking, and they argued if goat or lamb meat is better. So they summoned the Kohen Gadol, this Yisachar, and he incorrectly said the lamb is better as it's offered for the daily Talmud offering, which we just said earlier is not the case. But when he said this, he gestured arrogantly, so the king ordered his hand to be cut off. So this Kohen Gadol bribed somebody and got his left hand cut off instead. So the king found out about this and said to also have his right hand cut off. And it said this was a good thing, as God took his punishment in this world. Additionally, he was clearly ignorant in Torah, as has been proven in the earlier Mishnah, that goats and lambs are actually equal. Lastly, it quotes a verse teaching that Torah scholars increase peace in the world. And that's the end of chapter 6 and the entire Tractate Kereisos. Alright, that was a lot of information, so here's a rough summary of a lot of the practical takeaways from this tractate. While many prohibitions back when the Sanhedrin existed were punished with lashes or capital punishment, there are several prohibitions which simply result in divine punishment, or kares, if done intentionally, and required a chatas offering brought to the temple if they were done intentionally. This included various prohibited acts of relations, blasphemy, violating the Shabbos, defiling the temple, or offerings with impurity, and various others. As described in prior tractates, various sins were atoned for by bringing offerings to the temple. Additionally, if somebody was uncertain if they committed a sin, there were various offerings brought there too, depending on the case. Tractate Me'ilah discusses the prohibitions against benefiting from and using property that was consecrated to the temple. There are a few particular categories of consecrated items. The first are items consecrated towards temple upkeep, called Kodshe Bedek Habayis, and the other categories of actual temple offerings, which have 2 variants, as has been discussed in prior tractates: Kodshe Kodashim, most holy offerings, which are several of the main offerings, Ola, Chatas, Communal Shlamims, and otherwise. These are burnt on the altar and are eaten by the Kohanim. There's also Kodshe Kalim, less holy offerings, which would be offerings like a Toda, Ma'aser, and Paschal offering. These are burnt on the altar and can be eaten by their owners or anybody. Generally, if a consecrated item is accidentally impermissibly benefited from, there is a requirement to repay it, plus a fifth of its value, and also to bring a particular offering. Chapter 1 will begin the discussion of these laws. The first Mishnah says, Kodshe Kodashim type offerings that were slaughtered in the south part of the temple courtyard are subject to the laws of Me'ilah, the prohibition against benefiting from consecrated items, meaning if they were slaughtered in the south and the blood was received in the north, or vice versa, or if it was slaughtered by day and the blood was thrown on the altar at night, or vice versa, or if it was slaughtered with intent to be eaten in the incorrect time or place, it's still subject to the laws of Me'ilah. As a general rule, if meat of Kodshe Kodashim offerings become invalidated, but they were permissible to be eaten by a Kohen at any moment during the process, it's not subject to the prohibitions of Me'ilah. If it did not have such a moment, it still does have such a status. For instance, if the meat was valid to be eaten by Kohanim, but it was left past its set time or became impure or it left the courtyard, it was permissible to a Kohen for a period, and it therefore wouldn't have the laws of Me'ilah apply. This would not apply if the offering was slaughtered with intent of incorrect time or location, or if a disqualified person received the offering and threw the blood. In that case, a Kohen was never allowed to eat it, so the prohibition of Me'ilah does apply. The Gemara says it specifies the offerings are done in the south of the courtyard to teach that it's valid if they're offered there, even though Kodshe Kodashim offerings aren't meant to be slaughtered right over there. That's where Kodshe Kalim type offerings are brought. It explains the necessity of all these specific cases, showing you would have thought they wouldn't apply if they were left unspecified. If the Kodshe Kodashim offering was slaughtered in the south of the courtyard and was offered on the altar, it's disputed if it must be taken back down. The opinion that says it must be removed evidently holds the animal is just considered to have been totally improperly slaughtered, so the only reason he applies the laws of Me'ilah is because he holds it's only a rabbinic Me'ilah, where there wouldn't be an additional payment of a fifth, unlike by biblical Me'ilah, where there would be, if for the debates if this is the case. It does clarify by cases like a chatas offering that just died. In that case, it wouldn't even be subject to this rabbinic meila, but it still cannot be benefited from. It further debates whether a kachim offering that was slaughtered in the south of the courtyard can be left on or must be taken down from the altar. It compares it to a particular case of a mistaken bird offering and proves that actually the offering would be left on the altar. Others debate this further. The sprinkling of the blood of an offering brought with the incorrect intent to be consumed in the incorrect time, it still has meila apply if it was a kachim type offering, and it does not have meila apply if it was a kalim type offering. It debates this latter point from a few cases. Some hold that the disqualification for improper intent by an offering would only take effect by an actual sprinkling of the blood and not before. Others challenge this. It disproves the arguments against the point that improper intent by kalim makes meila not apply, and it also further debates the former point that if this occurred to kachim, meila would still apply. It debates this from a number of sources. Regarding the latter statement of the Mishnah, that if an offering was permitted to a Kohen for any point of time, the prohibitions of meila would not apply, it debates what this moment of permissibility refers to. It could be permissibility of slaughtering, it could be permissibility of having the blood sprinkled, or it could be permissibility of eating the actual offering. Some hold it's the first opinion, others say it's the last. They debate this from several discussions. Others hold it's the second opinion, that it's permissibility of the blood throwing, but this service has two parts, so some explain it to be referring to both the throwing and the receiving of the blood. It argues various sources. It debates this opinion as to what the permissibility of the Kohen refers to, whether it's the blood sprinkling or the consumption of the offering. New Mishnah. If the meat of a kachim offering was taken out of the temple courtyard before the blood was thrown on an offering, Rabbi Eliezer says the meat is subject to meila and there would be no liability for improper intent, which is called pigul, or consumption of leftovers, which is called nisar, or impurity, which is tameh. Rabbi Akiva says it is not subject to meila, and there would be liability for all those. They argue the logics. If parts of a kalam offering were brought out of the courtyard before the throwing of the blood, a related argument applies. Rabbi Eliezer says there is no me'ilah, but there's also no liability for these listed issues. Rabbi Akiva would say there is me'ilah, and there is liability. The Gemara explains it needs to list the dispute by both kachim and kalim type offerings, as you might have thought that only a normal blood sprinkling removes kachim meat from me'ilah, and Rabbi Akiva would concede that even an abnormal blood sprinkling by kalim makes the offering subject to me'ilah. And also, if it had just cited the dispute by kalim type offerings, you might have thought that Rabbi Akiva concedes that an abnormal blood sprinkling does not remove the application of me'ilah, so it needs to cite all of these possible cases to clarify the opinions. Also, Rabbi Akiva only holds the blood sprinkling is valid on meat that was taken out of the courtyard if only part of the meat went out of the courtyard. This is discussed. They'd also qualify Rabbi Akiva's opinion that this would only apply if the meat was brought out of the courtyard. If the blood was brought out, he'd agree that the sprinkling is ineffective and they bring sources. Additionally, Rabbi Akiva would hold that if there were two chatas sin offerings, the proper blood sprinkling of one would exempt the other from me'ilah, but this only applies if they were slaughtered at the same time, not if they were offered one after the other. It brings sources. These principles are discussed further and others dispute these. New Mishnah. The blood sprinkling service by a kachim offering can have stringent or lenient effects, but by kalim it can only have stringent effects. For instance, by kachim there is me'ilah on the sacrificial parts of the meat before the throwing of the blood. After the throwing of the blood, there is me'ilah on the sacrificial parts that will be burned, but not on the meat. For both parts and meat, after the blood sprinkling, there's liability for eating it if it had improper intent, if it was leftovers, or if it's impure. So there's leniencies and stringencies. If it was kalim, however, before the throwing of the blood, there's no me'ilah on anything, and after the throwing of the blood, there is me'ilah on the sacrificial parts, but not on the meat, and both have liability for eating if there was improper intent, if it was leftovers, or if it's impure. So the blood throwing makes everything have more stringent application. The Gemara says, regarding kachim offerings by the meat, it says there's no me'ilah, which implies there's still a prohibition, but there shouldn't be, as the Kohen gets to eat it. It explains it's a reference to meat of kachim that left the courtyard prior to the blood sprinkling, and then after the blood sprinkling there's no me'ilah, but it still cannot be eaten. And that's the end of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Tractate Me'ilah continues discussing the prohibitions against benefiting from consecrated produce. The first Mishnah says, a bird chatas offering is subject to the prohibitions of Me'ilah from the moment that it's orally consecrated. After it's slaughtered through the process of milika, it's subject to disqualification through contact with various forms of impurities, or by being left past its set time. After its blood is sprinkled on the altar, it's liable for eating if it had improper intent, if it was leftovers, or if it's impure, and there's no Me'ilah. The Gemara discusses the authorship of this based on the opinions. This is debated. The point at the end, after the blood is sprinkled, there's no Me'ilah, implies that there is still a prohibition, even though the Kohanim gets to eat it, as reference to if the bird offering went outside the courtyard and was disqualified, it's like the opinion that there is no Me'ilah, but it still cannot be eaten. Based on a variation of versions of the text of the Mishnah, it debates whether the squeezing of blood from the bird chatas offering is an essential step or not. It quotes a few sources, but that's debated further. New Mishnah. A bird ola offering is subject to the prohibitions of me'ilah from the moment that it's orally consecrated. After it's slaughtered through the process of milika, it's subject to disqualification through contact with various forms of impurities, or by being left past its set time. After its blood is squeezed on the altar, it's liable for eating if it had improper intent, if it was leftovers, or if it's impure, and there is me'ilah until its ashes are placed outside of Jerusalem. A bo chatas offering and the he-goat chatas offering that are burnt outside Jerusalem are subject to the prohibitions of me'ilah from the moment that they're orally consecrated. After they're slaughtered, they're subject to disqualification through contact with various forms of impurities or by being left past their set time. After its blood is sprinkled on the altar, it's liable for eating if it had improper intent, if it was leftovers, or if it's impure and there is me'ilah until the meat is consumed by the fire. An animal olah offering is subject to the prohibitions of me'ilah from the moment it's orally consecrated. After it's slaughtered, it's subject to disqualification through contact with various forms of impurities or by being left past its set time. After its blood is sprinkled on the altar, it's liable for eating if it had improper intent, if it was leftovers, or if it's impure and there's me'ilah on it until its ashes are placed outside of Jerusalem. An animal chatas, asham, and communal shlamim offering are subject to the prohibitions of me'ilah from the moment they're orally consecrated. After their slaughter, they're subject to disqualification through contact with various forms of impurities or by being left past their set time. After its blood is sprinkled on the altar, it's liable for eating if it had improper intent, if it was leftovers, or if it's impure, and there is no me'ilah on the meat, but the sacrificial parts have me'ilah until their ashes are placed outside Jerusalem. The 2 loaves offering are subject to the prohibitions of me'ilah from the moment that they're orally consecrated. After it forms a crust in the oven, it's subject to disqualification through contact with various forms of impurities or by being left past their set time, and the shavuos shlamim offering can be slaughtered for them. After that offering's blood is sprinkled on the altar, it's liable for eating it if it had improper intent, if it was leftovers, or if it's impure, and there is no me'ilah. The lechem hapanim showbread is subject to the prohibitions of me'ilah from the moment that they're orally consecrated. After it forms a crust in the oven, it's subject to disqualification through contact with various forms of impurities or by being left past its set time, and it's fit to be set on the shulchan table within the temple. After the frankincense offerings are brought on the altar, it's liable for eating if it had improper intent, if it was leftovers, or if it's impure, and there is no me'ilah. The mincha flour offerings are subject to the prohibitions of me'ilah from the moment that they're orally consecrated. After they're consecrated within a vessel, it's subject to disqualification through contact with various forms of impurities or by being left past its set time. After the kaimetz handful of this offering is brought on the altar, it's liable for eating if it had improper intent, if it was leftovers, or if it's impure, and there is no me'ilah on the remnants, but there is me'ilah with the handful until its ashes are placed outside Jerusalem. The Gemara debates whether there's me'ilah prohibition on the actual pile of ashes on the altar. It debates this in the event that a person benefited from kachei meat prior to the blood throwing, or from the sacrificial parts of even kachei kalam after the blood throwing, so he needs to pay me'ilah. It debates if the funds go towards voluntary offerings or towards something that goes entirely to the altar, like the incense spices. It argues this from various sources. There would be no liability for me'ilah if a person benefited from impure kachei meats or from sacrificial parts of kachei kalam offerings after they were brought on the altar, in spite of the fact that there's still an obligation for the meat to be burnt or to be turned. If a person impermissibly benefited from money designated for a chatas offering, if the chatas offering had already been offered and he was aware of his me'ilah violation prior, the payment funds get thrown out into the Dead Sea. If he only found out after the chatas was brought, the me'ilah payment goes to the voluntary offering fund. New Mishnah. The frankincense of edible mincha offerings, the incense, the Kohen's mincha offering, or the anointed Kohen Gadol's mincha offering, and the libation mincha offering, they're subject to the prohibitions of me'ilah from the moment that they're orally consecrated. After they're consecrated in a vessel, it's subject to disqualification through contact with various forms of impurities or by being left past their set time, and there's no prohibitions of improper intents. There's only liability for eating them if it was leftovers or if they're impure once its permitters are offered. If there are no permitters, which was a concept discussed back in Tractate Menachos, once it's consecrated in a vessel, there's liability for leftovers and impurity, but not for improper intents. The Gemara cites scriptural sources for these points, and that's the end of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Tractate Me'ilah continues on the laws of the prohibitions against benefiting from consecrated temple property. The first Mishnah says, there are particular animals that are consecrated with a degree of sanctity, but they're not offered. The offspring of a chatas offering, an unconsecrated animal substituted for a chatas offering, and a chatas offering whose owner died. So all those can't be offered, so they just have to be left to die. A chatas offering whose year limit has passed without being offered, if the offering was lost and found blemished, or if it was found after the owner had brought a replacement offering, it also must be left to die, and it can't be used as a replacement. And if somebody derives benefit from them, there is no liability for me'ilah. If it was found before the owner brought a replacement offering, the original chatas offering should be left to graze until it gets blemished, and it should be then sold, and a new chatas offering should be bought with the proceeds. The original chatas offering is used as a substitute, and it's subject to me'ilah. The Gemara says, the latter two instances are mentioned separately, as the law by those isn't as clear-cut. This was already taught in Tractate Temurah, but it's repeated here as it deals with the laws of me'ilah. New Mishnah. If somebody set aside money for a Nazarite offering, benefiting from the money is prohibited, but it's not an issue of me'ilah, as it's fit to be used for a shlamim offering. If the Nazir died and he had unspecified funds in his possession, they go to the communal voluntary offering chest. If the funds were specified, the funds designated for a chatas offering are thrown out into the Dead Sea, for instance, so you can't benefit from them, but there is no me'ilah. If the money was designated for an olah offering, the heirs bring an olah offering from them, and the money is subject to me'ilah. If the money was designated for a shlamim offering, the heirs bring a shlamim offering, and it can be eaten for one day, and it doesn't require accompanying bread to be brought with it. The Gemara debates whether there's a comparison to bird offerings. New Mishnah. Some hold the blood of offerings is lenient initially, as it's not subject to me'ilah, and it's stringent in the end, after it's taken from the Kidron Valley, where it is subject to Me'ilah. Libations are stringent in the beginning and are subject to Me'ilah, and they're lenient in the end after they've descended to the Shissin cavity beneath the altar through the pipes. They are not subject to Me'ilah. The Gemara says there's a debate if rabbinic Me'ilah applies to offering blood after it flows to the Kidron Valley, although it's agreed there's no biblical Me'ilah. It brings a number of sources. These are discussed further. It was said that libations are no longer subject to Me'ilah after they descend to the Shissin cavity beneath the altar. Others seemingly debate this. New Mishnah. Regarding the ashes removed from the inner altar and from the menorah, it's forbidden to derive benefit from them, but there's no prohibition of Me'ilah. If somebody initially consecrated the ashes, they would be subject to Me'ilah. Turtle doves, which are too young to be offered, or pigeons, which are too old to be offered, cannot have benefit derived from them, but there is no Me'ilah prohibition. The Gemara brings sources for these points from verses. New Mishnah. Another opinion of Rabbi Shimon on turtle doves too young to be offered, they are still subject to Me'ilah, while pigeons too old to be offered cannot have benefit derived from them, but they are subject to Me'ilah. The Gemara says, according to the original opinion, who held that a premature turtle dove offering does not have Me'ilah apply, this is different than other premature animal offerings, as the bird isn't disqualified through a blemish, and it isn't subject to be redeemed. Some hold Kodashim that died are biblically exempt from Me'ilah, others dispute this. There's further discussion on this point. New Mishnah. Regarding milk and eggs of consecrated animals or doves, they're forbidden to benefit from, but there is no Me'ilah. This is if they're consecrated to the altar. If they're consecrated to temple upkeep, for instance, a consecrated hen, the hen and eggs are subject to Me'ilah, or a consecrated she-donkey, the donkey and its milk are subject to Me'ilah. The Gemara says, if the animal was consecrated to the temple with monetary sanctity, it has the same principle as animals consecrated to temple upkeep. New Mishnah. Any consecrated item fit to be offered on the temple altar, but if it's not fit to be used in the temple upkeep, or something fit for temple upkeep but it's not fit for the altar, or something fit for neither of them, is subject to Me'ilah. For instance, if somebody consecrated a pot of water, a dump of manure, a dovecot of doves, a tree filled with fruit, a field of grass, they and their contents are subject to Me'ilah. If somebody consecrated a pit and it later became filled with water, or a dump that later became filled with manure, or a dovecot that later became filled with doves, etc., the item is subject to Me'ilah, but not what it contains. Others hold if somebody consecrated a field or a tree and they both grow produce later, both the field or the tree and their produce are subject to Me'ilah, as the produce is growth of consecrated property. Additionally, the offspring of a ma'is or tithe animal cannot nurse from its mother, the tithed animal, so people would donate their animals to nurse for this. Further, workers cannot eat dried figs that were consecrated while they work, and a cow cannot eat consecrated vetch as it threshes. The Gemara gives sources for these points. New Mishnah. If the roots of somebody's tree extend into a consecrated field, or a consecrated tree into a regular field, the roots cannot be benefited from, but they're not subject to Me'ilah. If a spring comes from a consecrated field, benefit is forbidden, but again, there's no Me'ilah. Benefit would be permitted once the water leaves the consecrated field. The water libation within the golden jug by the holiday of Sukkot, the water cannot be benefited from, but there is no Me'ilah. There is Me'ilah once it's put inside the flask. The willow branches used in the temple on the holiday of Sukkot, the branches cannot be benefited from, but there is no Me'ilah prohibition. Some people would actually use these branches as their lulav. The Gemara says the libationary water in the golden jug, some say if the jug contains exactly 3 lugin of water as required, this would actually be subject to Me'ilah. Others dispute this. New Mishnah. If there's a bird's nest on top of a consecrated tree, benefit is forbidden, while Me'ilah would not apply. If there's a bird's nest in an idolatrous Asherah tree, the nest can be knocked down with a stick. If a forest is consecrated, everything within is subject to Me'ilah. The Gemara says there's a debate if an idol that broke on its own, if it's considered to have been nullified and if it can be benefited from. A debate to whether our case with the Asherah tree can prove either way, depending on if the bird's nest was made from branches of the Asherah tree. Either way, the chicks would be permitted unless they need their mother, in which case they're like the eggs and are prohibited. New Mishnah. If the temple purchased trees in a forest, the trees are subject to Me'ilah, but not their shavings or leaves. The Gemara says, some suggest the temple should be built with ordinary materials and consecrated only after, so that way payments to the temple can have their sanctity exchanged with the wood construction, and the now unconsecrated payments can be given to the temple artisans. The validity of this practice is debated, and it said this should only be done after the fact, not initially. Others say the temple was built with unconsecrated materials and consecrated later on, as a precaution in case the workers leaned on the stones and similar, and would then have impermissibly benefited from consecrated material, which would be Me'ilah. Our Mishnah was discussing trees needed for that very day, which is why they were consecrated immediately. And that's the end of chapter 3. Chapter 4, Tractate Me'ilah, brings further laws of Me'ilah. The first Mishnah says, items consecrated on the altar combine with each other by the laws of Me'ilah, along with liability of pigul, improper intents, nicer, consumption of leftovers, and tameh, impurity. Items consecrated to the altar and to the temple upkeep combine regarding Me'ilah. The Gemara says it specifies all of these as there's a difference in liability for pigul, nicer, and tameh. Also, it's argued that items consecrated to the altar combine with each other rabbinically, as biblically they should only apply to the Olah offering. That's debated further. New Mishnah. The 5 parts of the Olah offering combine with each other for liability of Me'ilah: meat, fat, flour, wine, and oil. The same applies to the 6 parts of the Todah offering: meat, fat, flour, wine, oil, and loaves. The Gemara discusses these points and which particular offerings are being referenced. New Mishnah. Regarding various unconsecrated tithes, Terumah, Terumas Meiser, Terumas Meiser of questionably tithed produce, Challah tithes, and the Bikurim first fruits tithes, All of these combine to prohibit foods they become mixed with and to obligate somebody who accidentally eats of them to pay an additional charge of a fifth. All pigul foods brought with improper intent combine to create liability, and all nicer foods, leftovers, combine to create liability. And the Gemara gives sources for why they combine, as similar words are used to describe them in Scripture. New Mishnah. All nevelos, animals that died without slaughter, combine for liability, and all shiratzim, impure creatures, combine for liability. By combinations of nevelos, some say this only applies to laws of impurity, others say also to liability for eating them, others say kosher animals combine with each other and non-kosher animals combine with each other. That's debated. If somebody eats a sheretz, based on the wording, there's liability of lashes for eating an olive's volume while it's alive. It's a liability of a lentil's volume while it's dead. Others seemingly disagree. New Mishnah. Sheretz blood and meat combine for liability. Others say generally anything with similar impurity transmissions and minimum measures combine, and if it doesn't fulfill these requirements, it doesn't. The Gemara suggests blood of a sheretz only combines with meat of its own type of sheretz. That's discussed along with sources for impurity of blood of a sheretz. It gives a story where the Roman government outlawed a number of Jewish practices, so they were trying to figure out what to do. So first one sage dressed up like a Roman nobleman and successfully argued that the decree should be undone, but he was caught and it was then reinstated. So a demon appeared and possessed the daughter of the Caesar and began demanding to see the sage Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, who arrived, and then he banished the demon, and as a reward he had the decree annulled. New Mishnah. Pigul and Neisar don't combine with each other, as they're referred to by different names. Sheretz and Nevela and human flesh don't combine to transmit impurity, even in lenient aspects. The Gemara clarifies Pigul and Neisar don't combine regarding impurity, as it's rabbinic, but they would combine for liability by eating. New Mishnah. Foods that become impure from a main source of impurity and foods that become impure from a derived impurity can combine to transmit impurity as the more lenient variant. All impure foods combine to prevent eating teruma in the amount of a half paras measurement. Also, foods can combine for the 2 meals of the erevei techumin, for the volume to transmit food impurity, for the minimum volume of liability for carrying on Shabbos, and the minimum volume of liability for eating on Yom Kippur. All impure drinks combine to disqualify eating teruma tithes, as drinks combine for liability on Yom Kippur. The Gemara explains the logic of these points. New Mishnah. Arla, under 3-year-old trees, and kilayim, forbidden plant mixtures, combine for liability. Others disagree. The Gemara says the latter opinion just holds that there's liability for eating a lesser amount, so he's saying there's no need for them to combine. New Mishnah. Regarding the laws of impurity, cloth and sack material and hide and meat all combine to form larger measurements, so they all contract impurity by being the seat of a person with of impurity. The Gemara says if any of these are trimmed to make a garment for lying on, its minimum measure to contract impurity is 3 handbreadths. If it was trimmed for sitting, its minimum is a square handbreadth. If it was trimmed for holding, which is either for weaving or used by fig cutters, it has no minimum to contract impurity. And that's the end of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Tractate Me'ilah discusses particularities on the laws of Me'ilah. The first Mishnah says, if somebody derives a peruta coin's worth of benefit from consecrated property, even if the item isn't deteriorated through his use, he's committed Me'ilah, according to Rabbi Akiva. The sages say if the item is subject to being deteriorated, there's only Me'ilah if he deteriorates it, and if he can't, there's Me'ilah if somebody derives a peruta's worth of benefit. For instance, if somebody wears a consecrated necklace or ring, or he drinks from a goblet, he's liable once he derives a peruta coin value of benefit. However, if somebody wears a consecrated shirt or a cloak, or he used an axe, he's done Me'ilah once the item actually deteriorates. If somebody benefits from a chatas offering while it's alive, he's done Me'ilah if it deteriorates. If he benefits from it when it's dead, there's Me'ilah if he's taken a perutas worth of benefit. The Gemara says Rabbi Akiva and the sages dispute a middle garment, a garment worn between 2 other garments, and by a fine linen cloak. They cite sources, and these are discussed further, along with some additional points. Regarding gold jewelry, it says these are not typically subject to deterioration, so they're only really subject to that if they're overused. Also, the chatas offering being discussed was a blemished one, which cannot be offered, and it can be redeemed. New Mishnah, if somebody derived a half peruta's worth of benefit from an item, and he deteriorated half a peruta's worth also, or he had a peruta's worth of benefit from one consecrated item, and he deteriorated a peruta's worth from a second item, he hasn't done Me'ilah. There's only Me'ilah if he both benefits and deteriorates a peruta's worth of a single item. Also, Me'ilah cannot be done on an item that Me'ilah was already done with. Besides for consecrated animal offerings and vessels of temple service. For instance, if 3 separate people ride on such a consecrated animal, they have all committed Me'ilah. Or if 3 separate people drink from a temple service vessel, all of them have done Me'ilah. It gives other examples. Others say any consecrated item not subject to redemption is subject to Me'ilah after Me'ilah. The Gemara further discusses these points. New Mishnah. If somebody took a consecrated stone or a beam, he has not committed Me'ilah. If he gave it to somebody else, he has, but not the person he gave it to. If he built it into his house, he's liable for Me'ilah once he lives inside of it, and he gets a peruta's worth of benefit. If somebody took a consecrated peruta coin, he's liable for Me'ilah only once he gives it to somebody else, although the person he gives it to is not liable. If he gave it to a bathhouse manager, he's liable for Me'ilah even if he hadn't bathed, as he was allowed to. Consumption of half a peruta of consecrated property and somebody else's consumption of half a peruta of the same consecrated property, or the same with derivation of benefit from such amounts, or one derives benefit and the other consumes, they all combine with each other, even over an extended period. The Gemara says by the stone or beam there is no Me'ilah initially, as he was allowed to do this for temple construction. Regarding him putting the stone in his house, it's where he initially doesn't have me'ilah, as he positioned it without chiseling it at all. There's further discussion, and that's the end of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Tractate Me'ilah finishes discussion on the laws of the prohibitions against benefiting from consecrated property. The first Mishnah says, if an agent commits Me'ilah, the person who instructed the agent is liable. If the agent didn't fully complete his task, the agent is liable. It gives instances of this. A case, if somebody tells his agent to give a guest 1 piece of meat, and the agent says to take 2, and the guests take 3 pieces each, and the meat was consecrated, all of them have committed Me'ilah. The Gemara discusses these points further. New Mishnah. If somebody told his agent to bring him coins from an alcove or from a bag, and the agent brought him consecrated coins, the man has committed Me'ilah. If he said to bring it specifically from the alcove and the agent brings the consecrated coins, the agent is liable for Me'ilah. If somebody accidentally sent consecrated money with somebody mentally incompetent, if they complete their task, the man is liable for Me'ilah. If they did not, the storekeeper they went to is liable. If somebody accidentally sent consecrated money with a competent person and told him to return before he reached the storekeeper, but the agent made the purchase anyways, the storekeeper does Me'ilah when he spends the money. To prevent this, the man should switch the consecration onto a separate prota coin or items worth that value. The Gemara says this principle establishes that unspoken words are not valid. Additionally, the mentally incompetent people legally cannot be agents, but the sender is still liable as he wanted it to occur. Also, with the competent person, the agent is not liable for Me'ilah only if he recalls the money was consecrated, otherwise not. New Mishnah. If somebody accidentally gives his agent a consecrated prota coin to buy lamps with half of these, and wicks with the other half of the coin, and the agent spent it all on wicks or all on lamps, or he said to spend the entire prota on lamps or wicks, and he spent it half and half, neither of them have done Me'ilah. If the man told the agent to spend half on wicks from a particular place and half on lamps from a particular place, and the agent bought everything from the wrong place, the agent did Me'ilah. If the man accidentally gave his agent 2 prota coins to buy an esrog, and the agent buys an esrog and a pomegranate, some say both have done Me'ilah, others say only the agent, as the man could have claimed he wanted a better esrog. Or if the man accidentally gave his agent a consecrated golden dinar coin to buy a shirt, and the agent bought a shirt and cloaks, some say both have done Me'ilah, others say only the agent, as the man could say he wanted to buy a better shirt. The Gemara additionally discusses these cases. New Mishnah. If somebody deposits money with a money changer, if the money was tied in a bundle, the money changer can't use it. So if the money changer did use it and then found it was consecrated, the money changer is liable. If it was not tied in a bundle, the money changer can use it, so he's not liable for Me'ilah if it was consecrated and he uses it. If somebody deposited money with a private owner, the man can't use it either way, so it's Me'ilah if he does so, no matter what. It's a debate if a storekeeper has the status of a money changer or of a private owner. If somebody dropped a consecrated coin into his purse or consecrated a random one inside, it's debated, but it's agreed he's only liable for Me'ilah once he spends every coin there. The Gemara additionally debates these opinions. It said the last case is specifically where the man says his purse is not exempt from consecration. And that's the end of chapter 6 and the entire Tractate Me'ilah. Alright, that was a lot of information, so here's a rough summary of a lot of the practical takeaways from this tractate. It's strictly prohibited to benefit from any temple property, consecrated materials, or offerings. Doing so would require repayment of its value plus a fifth, and to bring an additional offering for atonement. Tractate Kinim discusses laws of the bird offerings. This tractate is unique, like a few others, that it's comprised entirely of only Mishnayos. Chapter 1 will begin discussion on these points. The first Mishnah says, a bird chatas offering is offered below the line on the altar, while an animal chatas offering is offered above the line. A bird olah is offered above the line, unlike the animal olah offering, which is offered below. If this isn't done as listed, it's invalid. The order of pairs of bird offerings for obligatory bird offerings, one of them is a chatas and the other is an olah. And if it's a vowed or donated offering, both birds are an olah. An example of a vowed offering is if somebody says he'll bring an olah offering, and an example of a donated offering is if he says this bird is sanctified as an olah offering. The difference is somebody's responsible for replacing an unoffered vowed offering, but not so by a donated offering. New Mishnah. If a chatas bird offering is mixed with several other olahs, or vice versa, no matter in the amounts, they must all be left to die. If a chatas bird gets mixed with an obligatory pair of bird offerings, none of them are valid, besides for the number of chatas birds that got mixed within. The same applies if it was an olah bird. This also applies whether the obligatory offerings are more or less than voluntary ones, or whether they're equal. New Mishnah. The above all applies to obligatory and voluntary bird pair offerings. If obligatory bird offerings mix with other obligatory bird offerings from different people, half the total amount is valid, and the other half is invalid. If it was one pair mixed with somebody else's 2 pairs, or 3, or 10, or otherwise, the amount of birds of its smaller offering are valid, whether they were brought for the same or for different obligations, or from the same or for different people. New Mishnah. It gives examples of all the above cases. If 2 women obligated to bring bird offerings mixed their bird pairs together, or they just gave the purchase money to a Kohen, the Kohen can just offer whichever one he wants as a chatas and the other should be as an olah, whether they were for the same obligation or for different ones. And that's the end of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Tractate Kinnim gives further laws of bird offerings. The first mission says, if there's an undesignated pair of bird offerings and one flew off or died, they must get a replacement. If a bird flies from its pair into other pairs, the similar birds that it flew among are invalid, and it also invalidates the corresponding bird that it flew from. New Mishnah. For instance, if two women have two pairs of birds and one bird goes to the other pair, it invalidates its original companion. If it returns, it disqualifies another. If it goes there and back and then there and back, it doesn't disqualify any further. New Mishnah. Or if one person had one pair, another had two pairs, another had three, another had 4 and 5 and 6 and 7, and the first one's bird flies to the second person, and one of theirs flies to the third, and one of the thirds goes to the fourth, etc., until the seventh, and then the one returns from the seventh down to the first, going through each of the groups, it causes disqualification through each flight and return. The first and second people have everything disqualified. The third has one remaining pair, the fourth has 2, the fifth has 3, etc. If the bird flies between groups, as described again, it would again disqualify accordingly, like so. If it occurred a third time, that would disqualify like so. If a bird that was left to die escapes to any of the groups, all of them must be left to die. New Mishnah. If a bird from an undesignated pair flew to a designated pair, a pair must be made for the second bird. If the bird returned, or originally one of the designated birds went to the undesignated pair, all of these must be left to die. New Mishnah. If there are chatas birds on one side, ola birds on the other side, and an undesignated pair in the middle, if the undesignated pair flies to either side, it's fine. They'll just be a chatas or ola accordingly. If one from each side goes to the middle, they must all be left to die, and the remaining chatas and ola birds are fine as they are. Pigeons must be paired with pigeons, and turtle doves must be paired with turtle doves. Some say it goes by what was brought first. If a woman brought her chatas bird and then she passed, the heirs must bring the ola. If she had brought the ola and died, the heirs don't need to bring the chatas. And that's the end of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Tractate Kinnim finishes some laws of bird offerings. The first Mishnah says the first 2 chapters all apply if a Kohen was confirming with the sages as what to do. If the Kohen did not confirm and had several pairs from several people and offered them all as ola offerings above the line on the altar, half of these are valid. If he offered all of them as chatas offerings, half of them below the line on the altar, half of them are valid. If he offered half as chatas offerings and half as ola offerings, half of each of those are valid. New Mishnah. If there was 1 pair for one woman and 2 pairs for another, or 10 pairs for a woman and 100 for another, and the Kohen offered all of these as ola offerings, half of them are valid. If they were offered as chatas offerings, the number of birds equal to the larger number of pairs are valid. If half were offered as ola offerings and half as chatas offerings, it can be divided that all of each woman's offerings are either entirely ola or entirely chatases. Half are valid and half therefore aren't. If there isn't an even split, the amount equal to the larger pairs are valid. New Mishnah. If there was a mixture of chatas and ola birds from different women, and the Kohen offered all of them as ola offerings, half are valid. If he offered all of these as chatas offerings, half are chatas. If he offered half as ola and half as chatas, both are invalid, as it's possible that precisely the wrong ones went into the wrong places. New Mishnah. If there was 1 chatas bird from one woman, an ola bird from another, an undesignated pair, and a designated pair, if all of these are offered as olas, half are valid. If all of these are offered as chatas offerings, half are valid. If they were offered half as olas and half as chatas, only the undesignated pair is valid, and it's split between the 2 women. New Mishnah. If chatas birds were mixed with obligatory pairs and are offered half as chatas and half as olas, the number of chatas in the obligatory pairs are valid. If birds within undesignated obligatory pairs are twice the number of chatas birds and are then mixed up and are offered half as chatas and half as olas, half of all of these are valid. If there are twice as many chatas birds as obligatory pairs and are offered half as chatas and half as olas, the number of birds in the obligatory pairs are valid. The same would have all applied with ola birds. New Mishnah. If a woman obligated herself to give a voluntary pair on condition that she gives birth to a boy, and she does so, she brings 2 pairs, one for her vow and one as she's obligated to do so. If the Kohen then messes up and offers 2 as a chatas and 2 as an ola, the woman now needs to bring a new bird as an ola. This is if all of the birds were of one species. If it was a pair of turtle doves and a pair of pigeons, she has to bring a new pair of a turtle dove and a pigeon. If originally the woman specified by her vow what type of bird it should be, she'd now need to bring 3 birds, the new pair plus the specified bird. If it was with different pairs of birds, as mentioned, she now needs to bring 4 replacement birds. If her vow offering was attached to her obligatory offering, she now needs to bring 5 birds. If the obligatory pair was also of different species, she now needs to bring 5 birds. If the obligatory pair was also of a different species, she needs to bring 6 replacements. If she had given the pairs to the Kohen, but she wasn't sure of the species, and they're not sure how the Kohen offered them, she needs to bring 4 olas, turtle doves and pigeons, and 2 of each for the obligatory ola, and 1 chatas of either, which is 7 now. Others say she needed to bring a chatas of each species, which would make 8. It cites teachings on how Torah scholars increase in wisdom as they age, and that's the end of chapter 3 and the entire Tractate Kinnim. Alright, that was a lot of information, so here's a rough summary of a lot of the practical takeaways from this tractate. There were various types of bird offerings that were brought to the temple when it stands. If they get mixed up with each other, it can often disqualify the birds and require a replacement. Tractate Talmud discusses the laws and order of the service within the temple. Chapter 1 will begin discussion on these laws. The first Mishnah says, there were 3 places in the temple that the Kohanim would keep watch: the chamber of Avitnas, the chamber of the spark, and the hall of the fire. The chamber of Avitnas and the spark had upper stories where the younger Kohanim would keep watch from. The hall of the fire had no upper story, as its roof was a dome. It had lines of stone benches, and some older Kohanim would sleep there and hold on to the temple keys. The younger Kohanim would sleep on the floor, on garments using their priestly garments folded beneath their heads, and they were covered with non-priestly garments. If a Kohen had an emission and became impure, he would head beneath the temple to the chamber of immersion. It had a fire for heat and a restroom with a door which was closed when occupied. He would immerse and dry himself and then head back and leave, waiting until nightfall when he becomes pure. Anybody that wanted to wake up extra early to remove the altar ashes would immerse and leave early prior to the lottery to assign duties. The appointed Kohen to designate jobs would come around somewhere around the call of the rooster time. He'd show up at the gate and summon everybody that had immersed for the lottery to assign jobs. The Gemara brings scriptural sources for these points. It further describes the upper stories of the chamber of Avitnas and of the spark. It had a porch of sorts, so that way people could keep watch from both stories, the Kohanim above and the Leviim below. Sources are brought. The hall of the fire had 2 gates on opposite sides, but 1 watchman who would keep track of both. The benches were made out of chiseled stone, and they were prepared outside the temple. They didn't have beds, as that wasn't proper conduct. The younger Kohanim were ones that were too young to perform the service. The ones in the hall of the fire were old enough to do that, so they're referred to as young men of the priesthood. Besides for the watches of the Kohanim, there were 21 watches for the Leviim, and a list of their locations along with sources. It debates the precise number of watches and the precise number of gates. The Kohanim didn't wear the priestly garments while sleeping, but they had them as a pillow of sorts, and they could wear them while walking, which possibly suggests that the priestly garments were permitted to be used for personal benefit, while others debate this, saying the garments weren't slept on, they were just folded up beside their heads. It debates that from a number of sources. There's a source which says that personally benefiting from the garments is permissible, at least within the actual temple. Outside of the temple, it would be impermissible. There is that story from Tractate Yuma on page 69a, where the Kohen Gadol, Shimon Hatzadik, wore the priestly garments to greet Alexander of Macedon, but some say he only wore garments fit to be priestly garments, not the actual priestly garments, and some say it was just uniquely permissible, as there was a significant need in that case. It discusses points on emissions and purity and several points on practically healthy practices. Regarding the watchman on the temple, there was a man whose job it was to go around and make rounds with a torch to make sure that everybody was awake and keeping watch. If they looked like they were sleeping, he would greet them, and if they didn't respond, he was allowed to whack them or even burn their garments a bit so that way they would do their job properly. There are further points on this. It also clarifies the Mishnah discusses waking up early to choose to clean the ashes, and also a lottery, as it's discussing both before the lottery was instituted and after. It was instituted in the first place, this lottery, as they would originally have the Kohanim race to the top of the altar, but the Kohanim would push each other to get there first, and one time somebody fell off and broke their leg, so they instituted the lottery system. Others say actually the whole Mishnah refers to after the lottery was instituted, and it's just saying that the lottery existed, but if somebody wanted to wake up early and do it themselves, they could. New Mishnah. Early in the morning, the appointed Kohen would take the key and unlock the door in the hall of fire. The Kohanim would split into 2 groups and go east and west and inspect the vessels. They would meet by the place of the daily loaf offering, they would confirm everything was in order, and the loaf offerings would begin preparation. Then the Kohen selected to remove the ashes would go and do so. It would be dark, and he would do it by the light of the remainders of the ash. The water basin would be brought up with its pulley system, and the selected Kohen would wash his hands and feet. He would then take a silver pan, take the inner consumed coals, and put it 3 handbreadths away from the ramp as preparation for later offerings. The Gemara clarifies many of these points. And that's the end of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Tractate Talmud continues on the daily temple service. New Mishnah. The other Kohanim would then go up the altar and clear away the remaining burnt offerings from the prior day. They would be pushed to the sides, and if there was too much ashes, it would be put on the ramp. The ashes were then all cleared to the middle of the altar. Wood would be arranged on top, not from the vine or olive tree, it was specifically from fig trees, nut trees, or pine wood. The wood would be particularly arranged with space for twigs in between as kindling. There were 2 arrangements of wood which were kindled, and the prior day's leftovers would be reburnt. The Gemara says a few of the measurements on ashes and similar points are exaggerated, as is frequently used throughout the scripture and the Gemara, and it gives some examples of exaggeration. It explains why vine and olive wood weren't used, either as they burned poorly or as it would poorly affect the lands of Israel if these trees were used. It debates this from other instances of wood usage, and it further describes the wood piles and how they were arranged to be kindled. And that's the end of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Tractate Talmud continues listing the daily sequence of the temple service. The first Mishnah continues. There was a second lottery for the day to determine the slaughtering of the daily offering. The blood sprinkling, the removal of the ashes from the inner altar, the removal of ashes from the menorah, and the taking of the offering parts of the ramp to the altar. Specifically, one man would take the head and the right hind leg, one would take the 2 forelegs, one would take the haunch and the left hind leg, one would take the breast and the cud, one would take the 2 flanks, one would take the innards, one would take the fine flour offering, and one would take the loaves offering, and the last would do the wine libations. There was a lottery to see who would do the first step, slaughtering the daily offering, and the 12 Kohanim to his right would have the remaining tasks. New Mishnah. A Kohen would be sent out to see if there was light and the time for the daily slaughter had come. They would be asked if the eastern sky was illuminated as far as Chevron. New Mishnah. The Kohen would have a lamb brought from the chamber of lambs in the northwest amongst the other chambers. New Mishnah. The gold and silver vessels were brought out of the chamber of vessels, and the lamb would drink from a golden vessel, and they would re-inspect it for blemishes. New Mishnah. The Kohen chosen to remove the inner altar and the menorah ashes would enter with a basket, a jug, and 2 keys, and he'd unlock the door to the sanctuary, which had a double lock contraption. New Mishnah. The northern and southern gates were opened, although the southern one wasn't used. The large gate would be opened, and only after would the daily offering be slaughtered. New Mishnah. It was said that these sequences could be heard from Jericho, the opening of the gate, the temple instruments and songs, the shofar and others, and some say God's name, which was spoken by the Kohen Gadol on Yom Kippur, could be heard like such. It was also said that they could smell the incense from there. New Mishnah. The one appointed to slaughter the daily offering would do so, and the parts would be hung up on hooks and skinned. New Mishnah. The Kohen appointed to remove the ashes from the inner altar would enter and sweep it into a basket. The one in charge of removing the menorah ashes would enter into his service, placing the ashes and wicks in a jug, and there was a little staircase to climb up so as to relight it, where he'd leave the jug on the second stair. And that's the end of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Tractate, Talmud, continues the daily service of the temple. The first Mishnah says, the daily lamb offering would be bound, each foreleg to its hind leg. The animal and Kohen would stand facing particular directions. The daily morning offering would be offered on the northwest corner of the altar, and the evening offering on the northeast corner. The animal is slaughtered, and the blood is sprinkled on the northeast and northwest corners, so it reaches every side. The remainder is poured on the southern base of the altar. The animal was hung from punctures in its knees. It would be flayed until the breast and the head would be severed and held onto, along with the legs. The heart is cut, and the blood is drained out. The remaining parts are carved up, the fat replaced where the head was, and the innards were handed off and rinsed a minimum of 3 times. The stomach was also rinsed. It describes how the remaining organs are divided and prepared. They would all be brought up to the altar in order, held in particular manners, and everything was placed on the altar along with the flour and wine libations. They would then go to the chamber of hewn stone to say the morning Shema prayer. The Gemara says, the lamb offering was bound in the same manner as Yitzchak was by the binding of Isaac. All 4 legs were not tied together, either as that's degrading or that's how idolatrous offerings were brought. There's a practical difference if it was bound with silk or gold thread. The innards were washed on the marble tables, and another marble table had the offering parts placed on it, and the silver table had the service vessels placed on it. There was also a silver and gold table for the new and old showbreads. Marble was used for the meat parts, so they wouldn't go bad from the metals. It also brings sources for the sprinkling of the blood. It's also said that Alexander of Macedon asked the sages 10 things when they met. He asked, is it further from the heaven to the earth, or from the east to the west? They said it's further from east to west, as the sun could be looked at in this time, but not when it's above. However, other sages said that they're equal distance, and it's brighter above, as there's just nothing in the way. Alexander also asked, were the heavens or the earth created first? So the answer of the verse says, in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth, so the heavens were created first. Alexander of Macedon also asked, was light created first or darkness? They said they didn't know. But the verse does say there was dark first, they just didn't answer that, as it says in Tractate Chagiga, that there are things about the creation that shouldn't be asked or answered, so they answered the first question, but no other. Alexander of Macedon then asked, who is wise? And they answered, somebody who sees the consequence of his actions. He asked, who is mighty? And they answered, he who is in control of his desires. He asked, who is wealthy? And they answered, he who is happy with what he has. Alexander asked, what can a man do to live? And they answered, he must kill himself through living modestly. He asked, what can a man do to die? And they said, he should live through indulgence. Alexander asked, what must a man do to be accepted by people? And they answered, to hate the king and authority and avoid their power. Alexander disagreed, saying it's better to be close to the king and authority to be able to help others. Alexander asked, is it better to live on sea or on dry land? And they said, on dry land, as people at sea want to go to dry land. He asked, who is the wisest among you? And they said they were all equal, as they all answered these questions the same. Alexander asked, why do they oppose him? And they said he didn't really matter very much, as even the Satan sometimes wins over people. Alexander then threatened to have them executed. So they responded, he had promised them no harm, and a king should be honest, so he dressed them in purple garments and gold necklaces. Anyways, Alexander said he wanted to war in Africa, so they warned him about the mountains of darkness in the way, and advised him to take Libyan donkeys, which could travel in the dark, and to bring ropes to tie as they travel, so that way they'll be able to find their way back. Anyways, Alexander traveled, and he came across a city entirely of women. He wanted to fight them, but they said, if you win, people will say that you only defeated a city of women, and if you lose, they'll say you lost to a city of women. So instead of fighting, they brought him golden bread on a golden table, and he asked why, and they said it was clearly as he didn't need actual bread. He had enough. He was just doing this conquest for gold. So Alexander then left, and he inscribed on the gates, I, Alexander of Macedon, was a fool until I came to the country of Africa of women, and I learned sense from women. It's also said that Alexander of Macedon once stopped by a certain spring to eat salted fish, and he smelled a very good smell, so he said that this spring must come from the Garden of Eden. Some say he washed his face with this water, and then he traveled along the spring until he reached the Garden of Eden, and he demanded entry as he was a king, and he was given an eye, which he weighed, and was found to be heavier than all of the gold and silver that he owed. So he asked the sages what it was, and they said it was the eye of a mortal, which is never satisfied. They then put some dirt to cover the eye, and it lost its weight. Related, some say that Gehenna is above the heavens, and others say it's beyond the mountains of darkness. It speaks on the importance of learning Torah. And that's the end of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Tractate Talmud continues listing the daily temple service. The first Mishnah says, the Kohanim would say the blessings of the Shema, the Ten Commandments, and the Shema prayer. It lists the blessings that they'd say. New Mishnah, there was the lottery to burn the incense, which was done for Kohanim who hadn't done so before. The other Kohanim would have a lottery to bring the offering parts out to the altar from the ramp, and others say this was done by the Kohanim who brought the offering parts to the ramp. New Mishnah, the Kohanim for this job would have attendants remove their priestly garments and wear non-sacred trousers. The priestly garments had storage compartments for each garment type. New Mishnah, the Kohen who was chosen to do the incense service would fill a big golden spoon vessel which had a cover and a cloth cover also. New Mishnah, the Kohen chosen to clear the altar coals would do so. Some excess would be scattered and swept into the temple drain. On Shabbos, the excess would have a particular vessel placed over them. This vessel would also be used to cover dead sherets, creatures, and to take ashes from the altar. New Mishnah, the Kohen with the incense and the Kohen with the coals would head to the sanctuary and throw the shovel between the entrance hall and the outer altar, and this was so loud that all of Jerusalem could hear it. This was done to inform the Kohanim it was time to prostrate themselves in the sanctuary. The Levium would know to sing the daily songs, and the head of the watch would position the impure Kohanim at the eastern gate. And that's the end of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Tractate Talmud continues discussion on the temple service. The first Mishnah says, the Kohen with the incense and with the coals would enter, preceded by the Kohanim chosen to clear the ashes from the inner altar and the menorah. The inner altar clearer removed his basket, prostrated, and left the sanctuary. The menorah cleaner removed the remaining ashes, and the jug he would prostrate and also leave. New Mishnah, the Kohen with the coals would put them on the inner altar, spread them out, prostrate, and leave. New Mishnah, the Kohen with the incense would take a vessel containing the incense from the spoon and give it to an assigned partner. The leftovers from the spoon would be handled. It was placed on the altar, starting from the back, so that he didn't burn himself. It was spread out until the room was filled with smoke and he'd leave. The Kohen or Kohen Gadol doing this would only do so once he was told to do so by the appointed Kohen, and this is sourced from a verse. And that's the end of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Tractate Talmud finishes the discussion on the daily temple service. The first Mishnah says, when the Kohen Gadol would bow within the sanctuary, two Kohanim would each hold his hand, and another would hold the ephod stones on his breastplate. They would know he was leaving due to the bells on his hem, and they would open the curtain, and the other Kohanim would enter and prostrate after him and leave. New Mishnah. The Kohanim would then stand on the stairs outside, holding the kol pan, ash jug, incense spoon, ash basket, and incense vessel. The Kohanim would then say the priestly blessing in the temple as one blessing with God's name fully pronounced with their hands fully above their heads, besides for the Kohen Gadol who wouldn't lift his hands above the tzitz headband. Others say that he actually would do this. New Mishnah. If the Kohen Gadol wanted to burn the daily offering himself, he'd go up with the deputy Kohen Gadol. The parts would be passed up to him, and he'd put them on the altar and offer the libations. The trumpets are blown, and the Levium start their daily song. It gives a list of the daily songs for each day of the week, and these are still said today for each day of the week. And that's the end of chapter 7 and the entire Tractate Talmud. Alright, that was a lot of information, so here's a rough summary of a lot of the practical takeaways from this tractate. Every day in the temple, besides for the offerings brought by the people of the world, there was a daily service which involved cleaning everything from the prior day, preparing the vessels and utensils, bringing the daily offering, lighting the menorah, and singing the daily songs. Tractate Midos discusses the dimensions and design of the second temple. Chapter 1 will begin discussing these laws. The first Mishnah says, the Kohanim would stand guard in 3 places in the temple, the chamber of Avitnas, the chamber of the spark, and the hall of the fire. The Levium would guard 21 places, 5 at the 5 gateways of the temple mount, 4 at the 4 corners of the temple mount walls on the inside, 5 at the 5 entrances to the temple courtyard, 4 on the outside of the courtyard corners, and 1 in the chamber of the lamb offering, and 1 in the chamber of the curtain, and that's unclear where it's located, and 1 behind the chamber of the ark cover, which was the Holy of Holies. New Mishnah. During the night, the officers of the temple mount would make rounds to make sure all of the guards were doing their watches and not sleeping, and if they were, they'd be struck with a staff or have their garments burnt. New Mishnah. The walls of the temple mount had 5 gateways, 2 Cholda gates in the south, an entrance and an exit, the Kiponis gate in the west, for an entrance and an exit, the Tadi gate in the north, which was not used, and the eastern gate, which had the likeness of Shushan, the capital of Persia, on it, and the Kohen Gadol and everybody with him would use it for the Para Adoma ceremony. New Mishnah. The temple courtyard had 7 major gateways, 3 in the north, 3 in the south, and 1 in the east. The south had the kindling gate, the gate of the offering, and the water gate. The eastern wall had the Nicanor gate, which itself had 2 chambers next to it, the chamber of Pinchas, the clothier, and the chamber of the maker of the Chavitin offering. New Mishnah. In the north, there was the gate of the spark, which was a pavilion with an upper story where the Kohanim guarded above and the Levium would guard below. It had an entrance to the Chel, the area right next to the temple, And then there was the gate of the offering and the hall of the fire. New Mishnah. The hall of the fire itself had 4 chambers inside, 2 in the consecrated portion and 2 in the unconsecrated portion outside the temple courtyard, which are separated by beams. There was the chamber of the sacrificial lamb, the chamber of the panim bread, and the chamber of the stones of an altar defiled by the Greeks, and the chamber that entranced the immersion room. New Mishnah. The hall of the fire had 2 gates, one opening to the chel and one to the courtyard, which had a smaller doorway which the Kohan would enter through to inspect the courtyard. New Mishnah. The hall of the fire had a dome, and it was large with lots of stone benches inside, where the Kohanim doing the next day's work would sleep, holding onto the keys of the courtyard, and the younger Kohanim would sleep on the floor. New Mishnah. The hall of the fire had a hollow part in the floor with a loose tile covering it that could be removed, and the keys were stored in there. If a Kohen had an emission in the night, he would exit this location through a tunnel until he reached the immersion room, where he would immerse. Some say he would then leave through a second tunnel under the chel and exit near the Tithe gate. And that's the end of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Tractate Midas continues describing the dimensions of the temple. The temple mount was 500 cubits by 500 cubits. Majority was in the southeast. New Mishnah. Everybody entering the temple would have to do so moving counterclockwise. Everybody exiting would go to the left of where they entered. A mourner or an excommunicated individual would enter toward the left to let people know this. New Mishnah. Within the temple wall was the soreg, a 10 handbreadth high lattice fence. The Greeks in their wars made 13 breaches which were repaired, and there were 13 corresponding prostrations that were done. To the west, right around the temple, was the chel, which was 10 cubits wide. There were 12 steps going up to the women's courtyard, each half a cubit by half a cubit. This was the standard height of all steps within the temple, besides for the steps in the antechamber. All entrances in the temple were 20 by 10 cubits, besides for the entrance to the antechamber. Also, all entrances had doors, besides for the antechamber. All gateways had lintels, besides for the Tithe gate, which was V-shaped. All of the gateway doors were gold, besides for the Nicanor gate, either as it was brought through a miracle, as Tractate Yoma 38a states, or possibly because they were shiny. New Mishnah. All of the walls of the temple were high, besides for the eastern wall of the temple mount, as the Kohanim doing the Para Aduma service needed to see the sanctuary entrance from the Mount of Olives while they did so, to the east. New Mishnah. The women's courtyard was 135 cubits by 135 cubits, and it had 4 chambers in its corners, each 40 cubits long. They had no roofs, as there will be by the third temple. There was the chamber of the Nazirim, where those that had taken the Nazirite vow would cut their hair and do their service. There was the chamber of the wood, where blemished Kohanim would sort wormy wood from usable wood. There was the chamber of the Mitzrayim for Tzara'as impurity, and the last chamber, some say it was the chamber housing the oil, where the wine and oil were stored. The wall around the women's courtyard later had a balcony installed, so the men and women wouldn't mix during the water drawing celebration. 15 steps from the women's courtyard went up to the Israelites' courtyard, corresponding to 15 particular psalms where the Levium would sing during the water drawing celebration, and they were semicircular shaped. New Mishnah. On either side of the Nicanor gate, there were 2 chambers which opened to the women's courtyard, which were for storage for the Levium's instruments. The Israelites' courtyard was 135 cubits by 11 cubits. Then went the Kohanim's courtyard, which was also 135 cubits by 11, with beams separating it from the prior courtyard. Some say there was a cubit-high step in between, with 3 half-cubit steps here leading to a platform for the Levium to sing on. The entire courtyard was 187 cubits by 135 cubits. There were 13 prostrations done within, as mentioned. Others said it was actually to correspond to the 13 gateways. There was the upper gate, the kindling gate, the firstborn's gate, and the water gate, which was called the water gate as that's where the water libation was brought through. Some say it's where a stream of water will go through by the third temple. There was the gate of Yechaniah, where Yechaniah left when he was exiled, the gate of the offering, and the women's gate. And then there was the Nicanor gate, which had 2 minor doorways, and there were 2 other unnamed gates on the west side. And that's the end of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Tractate Midas begins discussion on the various structures within the temple. The first Mishnah says, the altar was 32 cubits by 32 cubits as a base. Then it went up a cubit and went inward a cubit on both sides, so it's now 30 cubits by 30 cubits. Then it went up 5 cubits, called the ledge, then inward another cubit, so now 28 cubits by 28 cubits. The horns on the corners of the altar were a cubit by a cubit. Then there was a cubit of walking space on the sides, so the main altar pyre space was 24 by 24 cubits. There's variation from the first temple. Halfway up the altar there was a red line to separate between the upper bloods and the lower bloods. The base of the altar wrapped around the north and the west side, and it only extended a cubit to the south and east. New Mishnah, the southwest corner of the altar base had 2 holes to act as drains towards the Kidron Valley. New Mishnah, in that corner there was a loose tile for access to the drainage tunnel. The altar had a ramp on the southern side, 32 cubits long and 16 cubits wide, with an alcove on the west for unfit bird chatas offerings. New Mishnah, the altar and ramp stones were taken without using iron tools. They were taken whole from the base Karim Valley. They would become unfit if they were nicked. A fresh coat of lime would be applied to the walls and on top of the altar on Passover and on Sukkot without using an iron tool, and also to the exterior of the temple sanctuary once a year on Passover. Others say that the altar would be cleaned every Friday with a wet cloth because of the blood. Iron is not used, as it typically is used to shorten life, while the altar is meant to lengthen life. New Mishnah, there are several rings installed into the floor behind the altar, either 6 rows of 4 or 4 rows of 6 to slaughter the animals. To the north there were blocks with hooks for the hanging and skinning of the animals. New Mishnah, the kior, the washing basin, was between the antechamber and the altar. The antechamber had 12 steps going 22 cubits, each half a cubit high and a cubit long, although there was a 3 cubit long landing beside every fourth step, with the last landing being 4 cubits long. Some say the final step had a landing 5 cubits long. New Mishnah, the entrance to the antechamber was 40 by 20 cubits, with 5 decorated beams above at the lintel, wider than the doorway, each being a cubit wider than the lower one, with a row of stones between each beam. New Mishnah, the interior walls of the antechamber had beams of cedar and golden chains from the ceiling, which the Kohanim would climb to inspect the windows. There was also a golden grapevine at the entrance, suspended by wooden poles, and people would donate golden leaves, grapes, and clusters to put on those vines. And that's the end of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Tractate Midas continues, discussing the dimensions of the temple. The first Mishnah says, the entrance to the sanctuary was 20 cubits by 10 with 4 doors, 2 on the inside and 2 on the outside. The area that they covered when closed was not plated with gold. There's debate as to how the doors swung open. New Mishnah, the temple gate, the main entrance to the sanctuary, had 2 minor doorways to the sides, to the north and to the south. The south one was never used. The sanctuary was opened by going through the minor northern doorway, which led around to open the sanctuary from the inside. Others say that there was a whole area in between the walls that wound up between the double doors of the sanctuary. New Mishnah, the temple sanctuary had 38 cells, 15 to the north and south and 8 to the west. The north and south cells had 5 stacked on 5 stacked on 5, so 3 layers of cells, while the west had 3 cells, 3 above and then 3 on top. All of the cells connected to the ones to their right, left, and the one above. The cell in the northeast corner had an extra entrance to the winding ramp, to the minor northern doorway just mentioned, and to the sanctuary. New Mishnah, the bottom cells were 5 cubits wide, the middle layer was 6, and the top layer was 7 cubits wide. New Mishnah, the winding ramp would go from the northeast to the northwest corner of the sanctuary, which led to the roofs of the upper cells. From there you could walk all the way around to the south side of the sanctuary, and there were 2 wooden beams which led to the outer roof of the entire structure. The beams also acted to divide the upper story above the Holy of Holies. This was an area above where repairmen would be lowered from into the Holy of Holies, while they were kept inside of boxes, so that way they would be able to make repairs without actually looking at the Holy of Holies. New Mishnah, the sanctuary building was 100 cubits by 100 cubits by 100 cubits. The bottom 6 cubits were a filled-in platform called the Atonement, then 40 cubits, then a cubit of ceiling decoration, 2 cubits for bracing beams, a cubit for the ceiling, and a cubit to pave the upper floor. There was then another 40 cubits, then a cubit of decoration, 2 cubits of bracing, a cubit for the ceiling, a cubit for pavement of the roof, and a 3-cubit high fence around the roof. There was also a final cubit of spikes on the fence to prevent birds from nesting, although others say the full fence was just 4 cubits. New Mishnah, the sanctuary was also 100 cubits wide, 5 cubits of the eastern wall, 11 cubits of the antechamber, 6 cubits of sanctuary wall, then 40 cubits of space, a cubit partition to the Holy of Holies, 20 cubits of the Holy of Holies, then 6 cubits of the western sanctuary wall, 6 cubits of a cell, and 5 cubits of the outer wall. The sanctuary was 70 cubits wide, besides for the front, 5 cubits of the northern wall, 3 cubits from the winding ramp, 5 cubits from the wall, 6 cubits of cell, 6 cubits of wall, 20 cubits of the sanctuary interior, 6 cubits of wall, 6 cubits of cell, 5 cubits of wall, then 3 cubits of the place of the lowering of the water, and 5 cubits of the outer wall. The antechamber extended past the sanctuary 15 cubits in both directions. At the front, each called the Chamber of the Knives, which was for knife storage. The sanctuary building is wide in front and narrow in back, and it's said to be shaped similar to a lion. And that's the end of chapter 4. Chapter 5, the final chapter of Tractate Midas, gives some final measurements and dimensions of the temple. The first Mishnah says, the entire courtyard was 187 cubits by 135 cubits, 11 cubits of the Israelite courtyard, 11 cubits of the Kohanim's courtyard, 32 cubits of space for the altar, 22 cubits until the antechamber, 100 cubits of sanctuary building, and 11 cubits behind the Holy of Holies. New Mishnah, the courtyard was also 135 cubits wide, 12.5 cubits from wall to altar ramp. The altar and ramp was 62 cubits total. From the altar to the rings was 8 cubits. The ring area was 24 cubits, 4 cubits to the tables, 4 cubits to the small pillars, 12.5 cubits of small pillar space, and 8 cubits to the courtyard wall. New Mishnah, the temple courtyard also had 6 chambers: the salt chamber for salt storage, the parva chamber where the offerings were salted, with a mikveh on its roof for the Kohen Gadol to use on Yom Kippur, and the rinsing chamber where the offering innards were rinsed, with a spiral staircase leading to the roof of the parva chamber. New Mishnah, the other chambers were in the north, and they were all the same height. The wood chamber, the diaspora chamber with a well for those coming from the diaspora, stored drinking water, and the chamber of hewn stone where the great Sanhedrin would convene and judge eligibility of Kohanim. A disqualified Kohen would leave wearing black, a permitted Kohen would wear white, and there would be a celebration with blessings, thanking God for allowing us to serve in the temple. May we do so soon in the third temple, with Mashiach's coming speedily in our days. And that's the end of chapter 5 and the entire Tractate Midas. Alright. That was a lot of information, so here's a rough summary of a lot of the practical takeaways from this tractate. The Second Temple of Jerusalem had very precisely described measurements and rooms, each of which had their individual uses. The implements and the altars of the temple are additionally described here.